In the world of Naruto, within the village of Konoha, a crisp autumn breeze swept through the air. Atop the Hokage rock stood a short-haired boy clad in coarse linen. His expression contorted as he shouted defiantly at the sky. "It has been 5 years today. 5 years. Do you have any idea how I have endured these 5 years? There were no accidents, no electrocutions, and certainly no encounters with a certain teacher from my past. So how on earth did I end up here?" Looking down at his youthful figure, Lumu felt a surge of despair. Memories of his last night in his previous life with his school sweetheart flooded back to him. They had shared a meal, exchanged gifts, and just as he was about to dim the lights, for the final step, this unexpected twist had occurred. In a futile attempt to release his pent-up frustration, Lumu felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. He plopped down on the nose of the second Hokage, lying back heavily. Though he was bewildered by the cruel joke fate had played on him, he couldn't fathom why he had been transported to this absurd world of ninjas, lacking any extraordinary abilities or advantages. As an ordinary person, these past 5 years had been exceedingly challenging for him. This moment. It was the year 42 of Konoha. His classmate, Kakashi Hitaki, had already graduated from the Ninja Academy, while Guy, known as the master of physical training, had become the strongest in their class. Even Obito Uchiha, who incessantly boasted about becoming Hokage, had already mastered the shadow clone technique. Yet, despite Lumu achieving an A in theoretical assessments, he consistently ranked at the bottom in practical skills. In every time traveling novel I've read, the protagonist wields extraordinary powers. But why was I inexplicably reduced to an ordinary person? Just then, as Lumu vented his frustrations, he was suddenly struck by a severe headache, and an eerie electronic voice echoed in his mind. The 5-year period has expired. Detecting host's wish. Connecting to the ultimate template system. Lumu. Connecting 20%. Lumu. 50%. Lumu. Connection successful. The time chamber has been automatically generated. The fate roulette is now activated. Host attribute list is complete. On the desolate mountaintop, the continuous voices ringing in Lumu's ears left him momentarily stunned. While he struggled to comprehend the meaning of template, he was quite familiar with the term system. With a sudden surge of energy, Lumu sprang to his feet, his expression dazed yet filled with exhilaration. "It's here. Finally, it has arrived. This wretched system has finally chosen to reveal its secrets. Ding. Beginner's gift pack has been issued. 1 lottery chance added. Please check promptly. A beginner's gift pack." A lottery. As Lumu pondered this, the space in his mind twisted, and a colossal roulette materialized before him. Does the host wish to draw immediately? Before Lumu could fully observe, the electronic voice chimed in once more. Almost instinctively, he nodded vigorously. Whoosh! The roulette whirled, shimmering with a radiant glow, as a circular rainbow appeared before Lumu's eyes. Bang! 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 As the roulette began to slow, his heart raced with anticipation. Finally, under Lumu's keen gaze, the lottery concluded, and a peculiar bald card shot out from the roulette, landing in Lumu's hands. "This isn't the Saitama from One Punch Man?" The card dissolved into shimmering stardust, merging with Lumu's very being. 2 hours later. Who was there at this moment? An exhilarated Lumu gazed at his own hands when a familiar voice called from nearby. Looking up, he saw Guy in his distinctive green attire and Kakashi, appearing perpetually sleep-deprived, approaching him. "What brings you here?" As they drew closer, Lumu collected his thoughts, curiously inquiring. "Oh, it's you, Lumu. Kakashi and I were just competing to see who could reach here first from the other side of the village." Guy declared proudly, giving Kakashi a thumbs up. "I won this round, making my record 27 wins to 26 losses. All right, you're impressive," Kakashi replied dismissively, then turned to Lumu, who was covered in dust, and asked with genuine curiosity, "What happened to your hair?" "My hair." Lumu responded, bewildered, as he instinctively touched his head. To his dismay, he discovered that his once thick locks had vanished. "I can't believe it, I've gone bald." Chapter 2. The Hidden Technique of Konoha. The 1,000 Years of Pain. Host. Lumu Personal Attribute List. Gender. Male. Age. 5. Combat Power. 999999999. Enhanced by Saitama Template. Defense. 999999999. enhanced by Saitama template. Stamina, 999999999, enhanced by Saitama template. Speed, 999999999, enhanced by Saitama template. Intelligence, 125. Talent, 59. Summoned Beast, None Ninjutsu, Body Replacement Technique. Shadow Clone Technique, Jinjutsu, None, Template Owned. One Punch Man Saitama. In use. Available skills, Common, Basic Punch, Continuous Basic Punch, Serious Punch, Continuous Serious Punch, Side Jumps. A talent score of only 59? Gazing at the figures in his mind, Ryumu finally comprehended why mastering ninjutsu proved so arduous. If the perfect score were 100, his talent score barely reached the passing line. Ryumu? A sudden voice broke his thoughts. It was Might Guy, whose expression had shifted to one of seriousness. His eyes fixed intently on the multitude of shattered stones strewn around Ryumu's feet. These were the remnants of Ryumu's newfound power and speed, a product of merging with the Saitama template. Little did he anticipate that today, amidst the usual solitude of Hokage Rock, an unexpected visitor would arrive. Ryumu, did you do all this? Might Guy narrowed his brows, his gaze piercing into Ryumu. One must understand that the stones used to repair Hokage Rock weighed a ton each. To shatter them into such fragments. Ryumu, you must have trained extraordinarily hard. Might Guy exclaimed, his fists clenched and his eyes gleaming with excitement as he rushed to Ryumu's side, seizing his hands. Let us have a match. We've been classmates for so long, and I've never seen you fight. Today, let me witness your prowess. Hearing Guy's words, Ryumu could only manage a wry smile, thinking to himself that it wasn't that he did not wish to fight, but rather that he wanted to conceal his lack of combat skills from his classmates. Guy? Kakashi, who had been standing behind them, let out a resigned sigh. Student duels were strictly prohibited at the academy. However, upon hearing this, a flicker of disappointment crossed Might Guy's face. Never mind. At that moment, contrary to his previous refusals, Ryumu unexpectedly voiced his agreement to Guy's challenge. Let us fight. There's no one else around. As long as you don't say anything, I don't say anything, and Kakashi doesn't say anything, no one will know. Ryumu's words reached Guy's ears without a hitch. When Guy turned to Kakashi, the latter squinted and shook his head. Don't look at me. I'm asleep and know nothing. With that, Kakashi genuinely walked to a nearby stone wall, sat down, and closed his eyes for a nap. Truly, my lifelong rival. Guy laughed heartily, his spirit ignited as he faced Ryumu. Come on. As soon as Might Guy's voice faded, a gust of wind swept through, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. What astonishing speed. Witnessing this, Ryumu felt no surprise. Instead, a subtle smile graced his lips as he abruptly reached out toward the empty space behind him. Smack. In disbelief, Might Guy saw his own leg, which he had aimed at Ryumu in a surprise attack, caught with precision. However, realizing his strike had failed, Guy swiftly adjusted his stance, supporting himself with one hand while launching a dual kick, shouting, Konoha Rising Dragon Kick. Watching Might Guy's movements, a term flashed through Ryumu's mind. Isn't this the shadowless kick of Foshan? Nevertheless, Ryumu maintained his smile, raising his left hand to block the relentless strikes aimed at his chest. Smack! Smack! The sounds of fists and feet colliding echoed as dust billowed around them. Despite Might Guy's continuous assault of over 30 strikes, he found himself unable to land a single hit. The battle raged on, yet regardless of Guy's efforts, Ryumu remained steadfast, defending with a single hand. Even so, Guy failed to gain any advantage. In the distance, Kakashi observed Guy, now on one knee, panting heavily as he gazed at the composed Ryumu, who seemed unfazed. Kakashi, possessing a perspective that transcended his peers, quickly deduced that Ryumu had been concealing his true abilities. Otherwise, Guy, an equal match, would not be in such disarray. You're impressive, Ryumu stated, looking down at Guy earnestly. Among your peers, in terms of physical prowess, you are undoubtedly exceptional. But why do you not attack? Why merely defend? Guy, almost in a questioning tone, lifted his gaze. The truth was, his ninjutsu was lacking, his chakra control far beneath the class average, and yet, his pride in taijutsu now seemed utterly futile against Ryumu. Guy fell silent, plagued by self-doubt, pondering how this peer of his had trained to achieve such strength. Was his own training insufficient? Are you ready? My attack is coming. Huh. Lost in thought, Guy suddenly heard Ryumu's voice, but when he looked in the direction of Ryumu, he found him already vanished from sight. Where? Almost instantaneously, Guy heard Liuumu's voice from behind him. The hidden technique of Konoha, the 1,000 years of pain. Might Guy? Kakashi. Thud. Oh. As the sun set, Kakashi supported the painfully moaning Might Guy as they descended the mountain, watching Liuumu hum an odd tune behind them. Kakashi wore a contemplative expression, realizing that beyond the mountains lay more formidable mountains. He had once believed himself to be among the most outstanding of the younger generation, having obtained his ninja qualifications. Yet today, witnessing Liuumu's true prowess had shifted his perspective entirely. Liuumu, how have you trained to become so formidable? Might Guy finally voiced the question that had long lingered in his heart. Liuumu shrugged nonchalantly, replying, just like everyone else, nothing particularly special. However, just as Might Guy was about to respond, Kakashi interrupted him. Guy? Kakashi locked eyes with him earnestly, slowly shaking his head. In this tumultuous world of ninjas, whether among villages or down to individual ninjas, everyone harbored their own secrets. For instance, the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan, the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, and even the insect techniques of the Aburame clan, among many others. Even Might Guy's own family concealed a little-known body refinement technique. If everyone were to probe as Guy did, it would undoubtedly be seen as an offensive act. Chapter 3. The Time House of Bug Level. Although the driftwood that journeyed through time did not inherit the coarse conditions of the protagonists from the novels previously read. In terms of personal attributes post-transmigration, it indeed bore a striking resemblance to that narrative. With parents long deceased and no close relatives, the only remnant of the past was this estate, which had accompanied him for 5 years. As for the tuition fees and daily living expenses during the current schooling period, they were primarily sustained by subsidies issued by the village. However, upon returning home, the driftwood took a refreshing cold shower and, clad only in his underwear, sprawled out on the bed. With excitement illuminating his features, he closed his eyes and eagerly searched for the most potent template system within his mind. According to his recollections, the system had once mentioned that in addition to the fateful roulette used for initial draws, there existed something called the Time House. The Time House. It sounded rather inconsequential. Within his consciousness, the driftwood located a hall inscribed with the characters Time House, and muttered as he examined the system's description suspended above it. Upon finishing the reading, his eyes widened in astonishment, and he leaped to his feet. This was simply a bug. According to the system's explanation, the Time House resembled the space-time ninjutsu of this Naruto world. However, strictly speaking, it was not merely a ninjutsu of that nature. Within the Time House, time outside was entirely suspended, meaning that regardless of how long the driftwood lingered inside, he could seamlessly reconnect with the present timeline upon exiting. Furthermore, if the host encountered a life-threatening situation outside, he could escape into the Time House, and this area would not connect with the space-time ninjutsu of other ninjas. What a useless setting. Having already integrated the template of Saitama, who could possibly pose a life-threatening challenge to me? The driftwood scoffed at this notion. Yet he mused that even if he had no need for this particular function of the Time House, the system had mentioned that he could bring others into it as well. This was quite considerate. However, accessing the Time House required the driftwood to complete tasks assigned by the system. Only through the rewards from these tasks could he obtain the key to unlock it. Nevertheless, considering that it was currently the 42nd year of Konoha, the driftwood believed he would not require this function in the short term. As for the ability to suspend time within the Time House, he thought that if given the opportunity, he might venture inside to experiment. If he could study ninjutsu outside and then retreat to the Time House to practice, he would surely create the illusion of being a natural genius who learns effortlessly. He chuckled foolishly, scratching his head, feeling a tinge of vanity. Morning. The driftwood stood groggily at the bathroom sink, brushing his teeth. Having stayed up until past 5 in the morning familiarizing himself with the system's various functions. With only 2 hours of sleep, his head felt particularly heavy. Just then, a series of urgent knocks echoed from the entrance behind him. The driftwood turned in confusion, wondering who could possibly be visiting so early. With this thought, he held the toothbrush in his mouth and approached the door to open it. What are you doing here? The visitor was none other than Might Guy, who had sparred with him the previous day. Today, he appeared rejuvenated and full of vigor, greeting the driftwood cheerily. Hey, driftwood, I came to walk to school with you. No? The driftwood glanced at the clock hanging on the wall. We still have an hour. Why so early? The driftwood was speechless. Might Guy, instead of answering directly, suddenly flipped over, supporting himself with his hands and proclaimed, I want to see who can run to school first while doing a handstand. The driftwood. Are you insane? What purpose do legs serve if not for walking? Why would anyone risk blood rushing to their head by walking on their hands? In the kitchen, the driftwood skillfully fried an egg, planning to have it for breakfast. Meanwhile, Guy, having been invited into the house, was observing the driftwood's room with a puzzled expression. After a while, he suddenly asked, "Driftwood, where are your uncle and aunt?" The driftwood, upon hearing this, did not respond, continuing to busy himself with his task. Perhaps sensing something amiss, Guy abruptly fell silent, standing awkwardly behind the driftwood and apologizing. "I'm sorry, I didn't know." "It's just a fact. There's no need to apologize," the driftwood replied, turning with a plate in hand. "Would you like to eat?" Seeing that the driftwood genuinely did not seem upset, Guy slowly shook his head. Returning to the dining table, the driftwood ate his egg pancake and said to Guy, "Did you come here today because you want to become my disciple?" Guy was taken aback for a moment, then abruptly stood up, astonished. "How did you know?" "I was just..." Realizing he had let something slip, Guy quickly stepped back. "What is there to guess? Our interactions have been limited. And considering you suddenly came to my house today after what happened yesterday, it's quite evident." After saying this, the driftwood looked at Guy seriously and replied, "But we are peers and classmates. I cannot agree to that. Is there no other way?" Guy pressed on, stepping closer and grasping the driftwood's hand. Understanding the fervent desire for strength emanating from Guy, the driftwood sighed and shook his head, yet stated, "Although I cannot take you as a disciple, I can help you with whatever you wish to know. I just want to know how you train. Why are you so powerful? Even Kakashi said yesterday that if you two faced off, he wouldn't have a shred of confidence in winning." The driftwood smiled faintly, surprised by Kakashi's high regard for him. After all, he had only been slightly serious yesterday, utilizing not even a millionth of Saitama's template. But one must realize, how vast is infinity's millionth? Indeed, it remains infinite. "Do you truly wish to know?" the driftwood asked earnestly. "I do," Guy responded eagerly. "I must warn you in advance, my training methods will be incredibly grueling." "That's fine." Guy's eyes sparkled with determination as he replied immediately. "Then listen closely. What I am about to share is arguably the most epic and brutal training regimen in the world." Guy leaned in with anticipation, even pulling out paper and pen from his bag, his face alight with excitement as he awaited the driftwood's next words. "Consistency is paramount. One must never allow a single day of laxity. It took me 3 years to attain this level of strength, and here lies the ultimate secret." "Uh-huh." Guy nodded vigorously. 100 push-ups. "Guy, huh?" 100 sit-ups. "Guy, huh?" 100 squats. "Guy, huh?" And then, a 10-kilometer run. "Do this every day?" The proud driftwood stared intently at Guy's bewildered and contemplative gaze, asking with genuine concern, "Do you remember all of this?" Chapter 4. It wasn't intentional in the world of Naruto. There exists a profound premise that warrants contemplation by all. Upon graduating from the Ninja Academy and becoming a ninja, students are compelled to engage in battles, regardless of their age, thrusting them into a realm of perilous missions. This is particularly pressing in the current era of Konoha, with less than 6 years remaining until the onset of the Third Ninja War. Within the classroom, Ryuki rested his forehead on his hand, seemingly lost in thought as he calculated the significant events that were about to unfold. "Ryuki." At that moment, a youthful voice, tinged with shyness, resonated beside him. Turning to his side, he found his classmate, Rin Noera, whose cheeks bore 2 red vertical stripes beneath her ears. "Is there something you need, Rin?" Upon hearing Ryuki address her by her first name with such familiarity, Rin's face flushed crimson, and she timidly extended her assignment towards him, saying, There was a question from yesterday's homework that I couldn't solve. Could you help me?" "Homework?" Ryuki suddenly realized he had completely forgotten about it after rushing to Hokage Rock right after school, overwhelmed by the unexpected awakening of his powers. Glancing at the clock on the podium, he recognized that it was already too late to catch up. "Ryuki, what's wrong?" Seeing his momentary daze followed by a pained expression, Rin quickly inquired, concerned that she had interrupted his rest. Sighing, Ryuki shook his head. "Never mind, it's too late. Let me explain the problem to you." Ryuki had always been at the top of his class, consistently ranking among the top 2 in exams, aside from practical combat lessons. His only rival was none other than Kakashi Hitaki, who graduated from the Ninja Academy at the tender age of 5. As for Rin, although she was bright, her grades were merely average, characterized by a combination of innate limitations and relentless effort to compensate. Look here, the hand seals for water release, water dragon bullet are rat, horse, dog, and tiger, while the seals for water release, Water barrier are tiger, snake, tiger, snake, tiger, snake. This detail is tucked away in the smaller print on page 55 of the Water Country chapter in the textbook, easily overlooked due to its lack of emphasis. Under Ryuki's guidance, Rin indeed found the relevant sections in her textbook. To her surprise, the book contained the very seal formations she had been struggling with. With the problem resolved, Rin, filled with joy, stood to return to her seat. However, before departing, she turned to Ryuki and said, "Thank you, Ryuki. I hope you achieve great results in today's practical assessment." The upcoming practical assessment was a special test organized by the Ninja Academy to evaluate if any talents comparable to Kakashi still existed among the current students. In the past, Ryuki would have been apprehensive at the mention of a practical assessment, as he had never excelled in combat. But now, having integrated the Saitama template, he thought to himself, this time I won't hold back. It's time to reveal my true abilities. In the training arena, a Chunin instructor held a score sheet, observing the students from the Ninja Academy as they stepped forward for their shuriken tests. Next, Uchiha Obito, as the instructor called out. A bespectacled boy with black eyes pushed through the crowd to take his turn. "Rin, Rin," Obito exclaimed, pulling a shuriken from his waist pouch and waving enthusiastically towards Rin. At that moment, standing beside Ryuki, Rin looked up at Obito, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons as she smiled. "Go for it, Obito." Encouraged by Rin's support, Obito appeared invigorated. He focused intently on the target 5 meters away, launching the shuriken with determination. With a sharp thud, the Chunin instructor immediately called out, "Obito, 3 rings." Obito sighed dejectedly. As a member of the Uchiha clan, shuriken throwing was supposed to be their forte, yet now. Obito gazed at his score with disappointment. Next, Ryuki. Where's Ryuki? It seems to be your turn." Engrossed in conversation with Rin, Ryuki had completely overlooked the instructor's call. It took several prompts from his classmates to finally draw his attention to the fact that it was time for him to step up for the assessment. Here. Ryuki raised his hand, making his way through the crowd to the 5-meter mark in front of the target. He sheepishly addressed the instructor. "I'm sorry. I didn't notice." The instructor, recognizing Ryuki as a diligent student, merely offered him a gentle reprimand before urging him to proceed with the test to allow time for the remaining students. Ryuki glanced at the target, retrieved a shuriken, and with a swift flourish, tossed it without aiming. To everyone's astonishment, the wooden target was pierced cleanly, leaving behind a web of cracks radiating from the impact point. Ryuki scratched his head in surprise, thinking he hadn't exerted much force. Would the instructor require him to pay for the damage? Ryuki approached the stunned instructor, flashing a charming smile as he asked, "If I say it was unintentional, would you believe me?" "Wow, Ryuki is incredible. Amazing, Ryuki. That power is astounding." At that moment, his classmates, having recovered from their shock, gathered around him, showering him with praise and inquiring about his shuriken practice methods. After all, at their age, despite how accurately one could throw a shuriken, physical strength often hindered many from hitting the target. Yet now, witnessing Ryuki's performance. "Ryuki, 10 rings." Suddenly feeling a warm hand on his shoulder, Ryuki looked up to see the Chunin instructor smiling kindly at him. "You may go rest now. Ryuki, it appears your shuriken skills are as impressive as your studies." Meanwhile, Rin, clutching her textbook, excitedly asked Ryuki, "How did you practice throwing shurikens? Why can't we seem to aim properly?" Yes. We always miss the target." "Why?" Kurenai chimed in. Looking at both of them, Ryuki smiled lightly. "Do you truly wish to know?" Rin nodded earnestly. "Well, it's quite simple." Ryuki replied, "A so-called genius is merely 1 part talent combined with 9 parts effort." Rin furrowed her brow, pondering the meaning behind his words. "Are you implying that success comes solely from hard work?" No. Ryuki quickly interjected. "I haven't finished yet. What I meant to say is that beyond effort and talent, the remaining 90% all depends on luck." Chapter 5. The coming challenge. In another part of the training ground, Ryomu and his companions, having completed their shuriken assessment, were preparing to head to the next evaluation point. At that moment, Haruno Rin seemed to be gazing intently at Ryomu's head, hesitating to speak. "Is something wrong?" Ryomu asked, feeling a pang of anxiety as he brushed his fingers over the wig he had just purchased that morning, worried that this young girl might have uncovered his baldness. "Oh, it's nothing," Rin replied with a quick smile. "I just noticed that your hairstyle today is different from yesterday's." Ryomu, feeling embarrassed, chuckled awkwardly and hastily fabricated an excuse. I woke up late today and didn't wash my hair, so that might be why. As the practical exercises were organized into pairs, following previous achievements, the instructor responsible for the combat trials passionately explained the rules of the upcoming assessments. However, while Ryomu awaited his name to be called, Uchiha Obito suddenly appeared at his side. Ryomu. Upon hearing his name, Ryomu turned to see Obito, his expression serious and fixed on him. Is there something you need? Ryomu asked, perplexed. Obito furrowed his brow slightly, his usual playful demeanor absent, replaced by a rare seriousness, as if he were contemplating a significant decision. After what felt like an eternity of waiting, Obito finally spoke. I wish to take this opportunity during the assessment to have a fair duel with you. A duel between ninjas? Ryomu was taken aback. It turned out that since Kakashi's graduation, the studious Rin had frequently lingered around Ryomu, which had sparked feelings of jealousy in Obito, leading to his desire for a confrontation. Yet, in terms of academics, Obito could never rival Ryomu. Thus, he placed his hopes solely on their combat skills. Observing Obito's determined gaze, Ryomu glanced at Rin, who remained oblivious to the unfolding situation and, with a slight smile, accepted Obito's challenge. Why does he feel the need to do this? Suddenly, Might Guy appeared out of nowhere and murmured in Ryomu's ear. As the strongest student in the class since Kakashi's departure, he did not have much respect for Obito's mediocre skills. Watching Obito challenge Ryomu, who had previously bested him, Guy couldn't help but shake his head with a grin. You don't understand. Ryomu replied to Guy, observing Obito's retreating figure. I don't understand. What is there not to understand? Guy was confused by Ryomu's words. However, Ryomu understood all too well, especially after seeing the intensity in Obito's eyes. It felt akin to when someone snatched his favorite lollipop as a child. There was no fear or hesitation, only the resolve to reclaim it openly, regardless of the consequences. Rin was not a lollipop, but in Obito's eyes, she was far more precious. As time passed, they watched as Might Guy executed a stunning spinning kick, sending a Kimichi Choji soaring through the air. The instructor promptly declared Guy the victor of that round. Next pair, Ryomu versus Uchiha Obito. Though Ryomu was uncertain how Obito had persuaded the instructor, the fact that he was truly set to compete against Obito made him rise, brushing off the dust from his clothes as he stepped into the spotlight. Ding! Just then, after forming the necessary seals with Obito, Ryomu suddenly heard a sound in his mind. Mission activated. Please graduate from the ninja school and become a genin within 7 days. Ryomu was momentarily stunned, then quickly realized the implications. Listening to the system's proclamation, he felt as though he were a puppet, manipulated by external forces. Graduate? Absolutely not. Ryomu thought as he surveyed the crowd of familiar faces, including Yuhi Kurenai and Haruno Rin, along with other dear classmates. Given that he now possessed the strength of an One Punch Man, why should he heed the system's directives? Moreover, if he followed the system's mission and graduated, he would then be forced to undertake tasks dictated by the village. This was something Ryomu could not accept, at least not for now. Ryomu? Ryomu. At that moment, Obito, noticing Ryomu lost in thought, called out impatiently. How could Ryomu be distracted during a duel? Obito narrowed his eyes, taking a deep breath, and suddenly propelled himself forward, darting toward Ryomu with lightning speed, his clenched fist aimed directly at Ryomu's chest. Ryomu, watch out! Rin shouted in alarm, instinctively warning him of Obito's fierce assault. However, it was precisely this shout that jolted Ryomu from his reverie. As he glimpsed Obito's fist, mere inches from his chest, Ryomu smiled slightly and swiftly evaded. To the instructor and classmates, it appeared as if Ryomu, caught in a daze, was about to be struck, but in the blink of an eye, only Obito's shocked expression remained. As everyone scanned the area in search of the suddenly vanished Ryomu, "Don't bother looking. I'm right here." They heard a voice from above. All eyes turned upward, where Ryomu perched on a 3-meter-high branch, waving down at them. What incredible speed! Ryomu is astounding. Indeed, in just a blink, he appeared so far away. The students whispered among themselves, marveling at Ryomu's prowess. Come down, let us continue the match. The instructor, feigning calmness, urged Ryomu, though he himself had not detected Ryomu's disappearance. Yet, in order to maintain his composure in front of his students, he suppressed his astonishment. Upon hearing the instructor's words, Ryomu leaped down from the tree, kicking up a cloud of dust upon landing. Apologies. Looking at Obito across from him, Ryomu spoke softly. I understand your intentions. So out of respect for you, I won't hold back for any other reasons. Let us begin. That S for the best. Obito replied with a scoff, stepping forward and bending his knees, preparing for another surprise attack. But just then, Ryomu, from several meters away, suddenly materialized right before Obito, and the spectators could only hear. Hidden Leaf Secret Technique. 1,000 Years of Pain. Chapter 6. Mastery of Body Techniques. Is that the body flicker technique? Within the ninja school's teaching building, two men stood before a large floor-to-ceiling window, watching with keen interest the testing taking place in the training field. However, when the boy, Ryu, suddenly appeared beside Obito and defeated him with a swift strike, one of the men leaned forward in astonishment. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, heard the sound of surprise behind him and smiled gently, shaking his head. But just a moment ago, before the man could finish his sentence, Hiruzen turned around and interrupted, saying, "Konoha, you are mistaken." "Me? How can you say that? Wasn't that child just using the body flicker technique?" Minato Namikaze inquired. The child did not utilize ninjutsu. Rather, it was a genuine display of physical technique. Hiruzen stroked his beard thoughtfully, withdrawing a pipe from behind him and continuing. There were no hand seals, nor any signs of chakra flow. These 2 points alone indicate that what he executed was not ninjutsu. To achieve such speed comparable to the body flicker technique using only his physical prowess. Minato. A sudden look of gratification crossed the aged face of the third Hokage, including that little fellow from the Hitaki family. This year's students at the ninja school are indeed a hidden treasure. As the third Hokage of Konoha, Hiruzen Sarutobi enjoyed the title of a ninja instructor in the ninja world, and his mastery over the 5 chakra natures made him particularly sensitive to the flow of chakra. Watching Ryu, who was surrounded by girls in the distance, Hiruzen struck a match and lit his pipe, then turned to Minato with a solemn expression, asking, "Have Jiraiya and the others returned?" Minato replied earnestly, "Lord Jiraiya, Lady Tsunade, and Lord Orochimaru returned to the village last night." Hiruzen nodded, a hint of helplessness flashing through his murky eyes as he murmured, "The unrest in the land of rain has deeper causes. Those 3 alone cannot influence the situation there." With a heavy sigh, Hiruzen added, "Have Jiraiya wait for me in the Hokage office." In the Konoha office, Jiraiya sat casually at the desk, staring at Hiruzen Sarutobi across from him in silence. Is there nothing to say? After experiencing the Second Ninja World War, particularly after clashing with Hanzo of the Salamander in the Land of Rain, even Jiraiya, known as one of the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha, held an unsatisfactory view of the current attitudes among the various forces in the ninja world. Hiruzen took a deep puff from his pipe, and a cloud of white smoke gradually filled the space between them, intensifying the atmosphere. "I believe I have found the fabled child of prophecy." "Oh." Upon hearing the term child of prophecy, Hiruzen's expression turned astonished. "You truly found the one spoken of by the sage of Myaboka Mountain?" Jiraiya, frowning, replied, "Indeed. His talent astonishes me. Whether in learning ninjutsu or in his own chakra, he embodies the title of the child of prophecy. Moreover, the profound bond he shares with his companions seems to engrave the will of fire firmly in his heart." Listening to Jiraiya's words, Hiruzen's face grew serious. "It is known that according to the sage's prophecy, this child of prophecy will save the entire ninja world in the future. Are you certain you are not mistaken?" Jiraiya fell into contemplation, but recalling the peculiar Rinnegan he had seen, he ultimately nodded, "I believe in him." "Ryu, how could you not complete your homework?" In the ninja school, a Chunin teacher stood at the podium, exuding an air of disappointment as he addressed the students standing below him. "You all know that your former classmate Kakashi has graduated and become a proud genin of Konoha, and yet here you are, needing me to remind you about your assignments." Ryu, standing in the front row, looked at the teacher's animated speech and replied innocently, "The homework was too simple. I lacked the desire to write it." "Teacher." Classmates. It seemed that Ryu, usually gentle and humble, had suddenly made a rather pretentious remark, leaving not only the teacher but even Rin, his classmate, momentarily stunned. Just then, a loud noise came from the classroom door as a man wearing dark sunglasses pushed it open and whispered something to the Chunin teacher. "Really?" After a moment, the Chunin teacher suddenly exclaimed joyfully in front of everyone. The man in sunglasses nodded and urged, "Hurry up. That esteemed person has been waiting for quite some time." Okay. The Chunin teacher quickly agreed with a smile, then turned to Ryu and commanded, "Ryu, you will go with this teacher." "Me?" Ryu did not expect to be called at this moment. "Stop dawdling, go now." The Chunin teacher, watching Ryu's lethargic movements. Felt an urge to grab him by the collar and kick him out. Is it him? An idol? Upon entering the administrative office, Ryu immediately spotted Jiraiya, with his spiky white hair. Familiar with the portrayal of Jiraiya from the previous Naruto anime, Ryu had long regarded him as his idol. What is Jiraiya most renowned for? Ninjutsu? No. Sage arts? No. Indeed, it is the famed Ica Paradise. Even Kakashi, that notorious pervert, had a fondness for it. As a youth filled with curiosity, Ryu had always been eager to uncover the secrets hidden within those pages. What are you waiting for? Quickly greet Lord Jiraiya. The man in sunglasses nudged Ryu with his knee, noticing he had yet to react. It's all right. Jiraiya, his expression serious, looked at the boy with an odd smile and leaned down to ask, "You are Ryu?" Yes. Ryu responded. "I heard that during the assessment, you achieved a speed comparable to the body flicker technique solely through physical techniques. Is that true?" Jiraiya furrowed his brows, seemingly searching for something in Ryu's eyes. "They're exaggerating. Compared to my classmates, my speed is only slightly faster," Ryu replied. The body flicker technique, a pinnacle of speed developed by the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, is renowned for its swiftness. To think that this 5-year-old child could match such impossible speed using merely physical techniques. Jiraiya shook his head, convinced that Hiruzen must have inflated the boy's abilities. Chapter 7. Continuous Ordinary Punch. Jiraiya's aspiration was to wander through myriad realms. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, being his mentor, was well aware of his disciple's desires. However, during this tumultuous period in the ninja world, Sarutobi sought to tether Jiraiya to the village. He secretly devised a plan to send the exceptionally gifted Ryumoku to become Jiraiya's apprentice. Yet, having just departed from the land of rain, Jiraiya found himself preoccupied with thoughts of the 3 disciples he had left behind, and he had no intention of taking on Ryumoku at that moment. "Now, I shall conduct your graduation assessment from the Ninja Academy," Jiraiya declared, seated at the base of Uchiha Madara's statue in the Valley of the End, addressing the bewildered Ryumoku. "If you succeed in this evaluation, you shall graduate early and become a true ninja." Ryumoku hesitated, asking, "But what if I fail?" His brow furrowed as he reflected on his earlier plan to bypass the system and become a ninja directly. Now, reality forced him into an assessment. Was it not unreasonable to compel a rooster to lay eggs? "Failing means you return to your studies," Jiraiya replied nonchalantly. Having followed the third Hokage for so long, Jiraiya understood his mentor's intentions, yet he refrained from outright rejection due to Ryumoku's identity. "My time is limited. After assessing you, I must wander to seek creative inspiration," Jiraiya continued. "Oh, could you take me along?" Ryumoku exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "I've never left the village. If I pass your evaluation, can I accompany you?" Jiraiya, intrigued by the youthful enthusiasm radiating from Ryumoku, inquired, "You wish to venture out as well?" Ryumoku nodded vigorously. "Ha!" Jiraiya laughed heartily. The third Hokage had aimed to keep Jiraiya in the village by sending Ryumoku as his disciple, but it appeared Ryumoku shared the same yearning for adventure. "Very well," Jiraiya declared. "If you pass my assessment, I shall take you with me." By the riverbank, he picked up a stone the size of a fist and, with a slight bend of his knees, summoned a surge of chakra, which coalesced into his palm, forming a miniature chakra shuriken. "Watch closely," Jiraiya exclaimed as he hurled the stone into the air. Before it could descend, the chakra shuriken was unleashed, shattering the stone mid-flight. The explosive sound echoed as the shuriken not only shattered the stone, but also felled a massive willow on the opposite bank. "To become my apprentice, you must endure an assessment far more rigorous than the Ninja Academy's graduation test," Jiraiya proclaimed, retrieving another stone. "I grant you 3 days, whether through ninjutsu or taijutsu. If you can break this, I will accept you as my disciple." Without waiting for Ryumoku's response, Jiraiya began to walk along the riverbed, donning the wooden sandals he had left by the boulder. He turned back, saying, "I will seek inspiration at the hot springs and return in 3 days." As he observed Jiraiya's fleeting smirk, Ryumoku called out, "Wait." Jiraiya turned back, but upon finding the riverbank empty, he quickly scanned for Ryumoku, who had seemingly vanished. "Where are you?" Jiraiya exclaimed, astonished. How could this 5-year-old have disappeared right before his eyes? Was it true, as his mentor had suggested, that Ryumoku possessed a body flicker technique that rivaled his own? "I'm right here," came Ryumoku's voice from afar. Jiraiya looked up to see Ryumoku atop Uchiha Madara's statue. waving down at him. No need to wait 3 days. I can show you now, and we can set off sooner. Jiraiya was taken aback. The evening glow filled the sky, a gentle breeze dispersing the clouds above. The forest creatures had paused their frolic, giving way to the chorus of croaking frogs echoing along the riverbanks. With a serene smile, Ryuki extended his right hand, fingers gathering, unleashing a series of explosive sounds. Ordinary style, continuous, ordinary punch. In an instant, stones flew and dust swirled. Jiraiya watched, astonished, as the towering statue of Uchiha Madara was shattered into countless fragments by the fists of the 5-year-old boy, collapsing with a thunderous roar. With a swift movement, Ryuki emerged from the debris, unscathed, even devoid of dust. This, Jiraiya stammered, overwhelmed. Though shocked, he found himself at a loss for words. Observing the remnants of the statue, Ryuki sighed, shaking his head in exasperation. The overwhelming influence of the One Punch Man Saitama template had rendered the ordinary statue incapable of withstanding his full-fledged continuous punches. I should have just used the ordinary punch. You. Jiraiya was utterly bewildered. At that moment, he comprehended that the third Hokage had not deceived him. Rather, Ryuki's displayed abilities surpassed even his mentor's descriptions. At midnight, as the guards of Konoha were changing shifts, 2 shadows darted out from the gate's shadow with a swish. Outside the village, a youthful voice suddenly exclaimed in realization, "Oh no, I shattered the statue in the Valley of the End. The third Hokage won't be angry, will he?" After all, the statues symbolized the alliance between the first Hokage of Konoha and the Uchiha clan, marking the unity of the village. So you understand the statue's significance. Jiraiya, who had previously been languid, now spoke with urgency, shouting, "Then hurry. If the third Hokage discovers what happened, we are finished." This fool. In the Hokage's office, an elderly man stood with his hands clasped behind his back, observing Hiruzen Sarutobi, who gazed out the window with a solemn expression. This incident could incite a backlash from the Uchiha clan. After all, that statue is akin to a religious symbol for them. Its sudden collapse. Hiruzen, puffing on his pipe, turned and replied, "But those two have already left the village." As the Hokage of Konoha, he had sensed the disturbance in the barrier the moment Jiraiya and Ryuki exited the village, naturally connecting the dots. As for the Uchiha clan, Hiruzen chuckled, shaking his head. Their relationship with us has always been tenuous. Given the current unrest, they are unlikely to take any actions harmful to Konoha at this time. Chapter 8. The Forehead Protector of Oil Master Jiraiya, please hurry. In the land of rain, under the canopy of a rain shelter, the young man Ryuki gazed helplessly at the sky, murmuring to himself, "This damned place is truly cursed. It has been raining since the day I entered the land of rain." Jiraiya led Ryuki to a stone cave, shook off the rainwater from his body, and observed Ryuki, who remained full of energy after days of travel, chuckling. The vitality of youth is truly remarkable. Hearing this, Ryuki grinned and pulled out 2 rice balls from his pack, handing one to Jiraiya. "Master Jiraiya, where are we headed?" "To find your senior brothers and sisters," Jiraiya replied, his expression suddenly turning serious as he looked out at the torrential downpour. "It has been a long time. The land of rain is in chaos, and I wonder how they are faring." Although he did not voice it, Ryuki understood who Jiraiya referred to. For as one of the few senior brothers of the future Naruto, Nagato had long been chosen by Madara as an indispensable piece in his resurrection plan. Even receiving the Rinnegan, evolved from the Sharingan. With a tragic background and a grim fate, Nagato's story was indeed sorrowful. However, now that Ryuki had inexplicably become a brother himself, he felt compelled to do something to alter their regrettable destinies. Just then, as Jiraiya was eating his rice ball, he abruptly halted, drawing a kunai from behind him, whispering to Ryuki, "Be cautious, someone is approaching." Ryuki, puzzled, stood up. Although he had inherited the template of Saitama from One Punch Man, his perceptive abilities as a ninja were not particularly outstanding. Thus, witnessing Jiraiya's sudden tension left him bewildered. Suddenly, a shadow darted by, a figure wielding a weapon, aiming like lightning at Ryuki's chest. Jiraiya, seeing this, became frantic. The sudden attack left him unprepared, and he shouted, "Ryuki, watch out." Before he could finish, he noticed Ryuki had already taken action. With a sharp sound, Ryuki, looking perplexed, raised his hand in anger at the unconscious black-clad figure beneath him, kicking the man between his legs and exclaiming, "What the hell? You scared me. Do you not know that frightening someone could kill them?" Jiraiya was left speechless. The assailant bore no forehead protector or any distinct insignia. Jiraiya examined the black-clad figure's attire, but could not discern their allegiance. After all, during the ambush, the individual did not utilize any jutsu or utter a word. Otherwise, with Jiraiya's extensive experience from traveling the world, he could have identified the origin merely by their accent. At that moment, upon hearing the term forehead protector from Jiraiya, Leomu suddenly had an epiphany, recalling his first task assigned by the system, to become a genin. He had passed Jiraiya's assessment. Yet the system had not indicated that the task was complete. I waited 5 years for this system. It can't be so unreliable. Ding. The strongest template system reminds you that the host has not yet obtained the symbolic item denoting their status as a genin, thus the task remains incomplete. The mechanical voice startled Leomu, but as he realized the significance of the forehead protector, he paused, finally comprehending. Could it be that the system means I have not yet acquired the Konoha ninja forehead protector? Recalling scenes from Naruto Shippuden, he remembered Naruto receiving his forehead protector from Iruka, marking the official declaration of his status as a ninja. However, now, Leomu, observing Jiraiya searching for clues on the black-clad figure, squatted down, curious, and asked, Master Jiraiya, why do you wear the oil forehead protector instead of the one from the Hidden Leaf Village? Oh, Jiraiya did not expect such a question, but, seeing Leomu's inquisitive gaze, he smiled lightly and replied, there's nothing particularly special about it. As Jiraiya spoke, he bit his fingertip, formed a series of hand seals, and suddenly slammed his hands down. A network of chakra webs spread across the ground, and he shouted, summoning jutsu. With a resounding boom, a cloud of white smoke erupted. And as the mist dispersed in the gentle breeze, a half-human-sized red toad appeared beside Jiraiya. Observing the creature, Leomu felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. This is Gamabunta, my summoning beast. You should greet him, Gamabunta. A flicker of confusion crossed Leomu's eyes as he leaped beside the toad, scrutinizing it and furrowing his brow, asking, why are you so small? I remember. At this point, Leomu abruptly stopped, nearly revealing his thoughts. In his memories, the size of the great toad was colossal, comparable to that of a tailed beast. In the anime, Jiraiya stood atop the great toad, dwarfed by its enormous eye. But now, my summoning beast hails from Mount Mayaboku, the abode of the sage toads. As the sole one capable of spatial summoning from there, I naturally became their representative, Jiraiya explained, pointing to the forehead protector atop his head. The oil symbol signifies Mount Mayaboku. What an impudent little brat. Gamabunta grumbled, glaring at Leomu's hand resting atop his head, and sternly remarked, Jiraiya, you didn't summon me just to introduce me to this little brat, did you? Do you intend to? Oh no, Jiraiya interjected, cutting off Gamabunta's anticipated retort. Leomu is my newly accepted disciple. As family, I must naturally introduce you. Jiraiya chuckled, patting Leomu's shoulder. Whether Leomu could sense the sage's chakra from Mount Mayaboku to become the next generation of summoners would depend on his own capabilities. Summoning beasts? Leomu perceived a hint of understanding from the exchange between the man and the toad. However, as a soul-transplanted individual with a system by his side, he certainly would not choose to be affiliated with the Mount Mayaboku clan, which could not even rival a tailed beast. With that thought, Leomu awkwardly smiled. At present, he barely had enough chakra to perform ordinary jutsu, let alone learn a summoning technique that required immense chakra reserves. After Jiraiya finished explaining his forehead protector, he exchanged pleasantries with Gamabunta, who soon vanished in a puff of white smoke. Chapter 9. Task completed. The task set forth by the system required the Leaf Village headband as a prerequisite. However, due to Jiraiya's own identity, he did not possess such an item. Listening to the demands of Ryuki for the headband, Jiraiya felt a sense of embarrassment and pondered deeply. After a moment, he finally spoke to Ryuki. Your senior brothers and sisters should have a Leaf Village headband. I recall that the foul snake left his headband behind in that little wooden house before he departed. Oh, the foul snake? Ryuki inquired. A perplexed expression etched on his brow as he looked at Jiraiya. Yes, the one known as Orochimaru, who, along with myself and Tsunade, is one of the legendary Sannin of the Leaf Village, Jiraiya explained with a hint of annoyance. Observing Jiraiya's disdain when mentioning Orochimaru, Ryuki could not help but chuckle heartily. The headband symbolizes a ninja's identity, akin to an identification card. With it, strangers can discern one's origin through the emblem emblazoned upon the headband. Let us set off, Jiraiya urged. After a prolonged rest, They discarded the unconscious dark-clad figure into the depths of the cave. Jiraiya gazed at the increasingly torrential rain outside, a rare expression of urgency crossing his features. In a vast expanse, amidst the desolate wilderness, two figures, one large and one small, braved the downpour as they hastened toward a small wooden cabin at the foot of the mountain. As the dilapidated door creaked open, Jiraiya frowned, brushing aside the cobwebs that adorned the cabin, his expression turning melancholic. Following closely behind, Ryuki glanced at the desolation within, his countenance dimming slightly. He reached out to touch the thick layer of dust on the dining table and remarked, "It appears that no one has visited this place in quite some time." He reminisced about 5 years prior, during the 37th year of the Leaf Village, when Jiraiya first encountered Nagato and his companions here amidst the Second Shinobi World War. Little did he know that in less than 5 years, this place would fall into such disrepair. As they rummaged through the cabin, Ryuki discovered a Leaf Village headband in a dark wooden box beneath the bed, alongside a dusty origami crane. "Indeed, it is here," Ryuki declared, showing the headband to Jiraiya. "Where have they gone?" Jiraiya mused, picking up the origami crane, his brow furrowing slightly. As the prophesied child he envisioned, it was unsettling to consider that Minato and his companions were merely 16 or 17 years old in these tumultuous times in the Land of Rain. Perhaps they still linger within the borders of the Land of Rain. Observing Jiraiya's demeanor, Ryuki feigned speculation. After all, this is their home. They should not have ventured too far. Should we not search for them? Jiraiya shook his head in response. Casting a casual glance around the cabin, he sighed deeply and said to Ryuki, "Let us tidy up this place and stay for a few days before we depart." Jiraiya's thoughts were as transparent as his rugged exterior. It seemed that apart from Tsunade, no one could see through his intentions. He surmised that Nagato and his companions had left to evade detection by Jiraiya, as this area, rife with conflict, might have been the original impetus for the formation of Akatsuki. They sought to transform this war-torn landscape, aspiring to alter the fate of orphans like themselves, who were born into tragedy. The cabin was modest, with precious little in terms of furnishings, and thus, Ryuki and Jiraiya quickly cleaned the space. Glancing at the headband Ryuki held, Jiraiya smiled as he took it from Ryuki's grasp and placed it on his arm. Beneath his gentle brows, a solemn sense of formality glimmered in his gaze. "By donning the Leaf Village headband, you officially become a true ninja of our village. Should you ever dare to commit any act that threatens the Leaf Village in the future, as your teacher, I will personally eliminate you. Do you understand?" Ding. Congratulations, host. You have officially become a genin. The timely task has been completed, rewarding you with an additional draw from the Fate Roulette. Please check promptly. Gone was the usual languor, replaced by a newfound seriousness. Listening to the notification in his mind, Ryuki met Jiraiya's gaze and nodded solemnly. "Rest assured, I am inherently a good person." "A good person by nature?" Jiraiya laughed heartily at Ryuki's words, then replied, "In times of peace, good people naturally earn the respect of all. But now, countless good souls have been buried upon the battlefield. Ryuki, remember that as a ninja, you may be tasked with many duties you would rather avoid. Nevertheless, I hope you never forget that before being a ninja, you are still a human being. As a human, you must possess the basic conscience that defines humanity." As torrential rain fell, the Land of Rain lay desolate. With inspiration eluding him, Jiraiya resolved to instruct Ryuki, his newly acquired disciple. Observing Ryuki struggling with the shadow clone technique, Jiraiya felt a pang of regret for his impulsive decision. Who would have thought that one capable of shattering a statue several meters high would find even a simple technique so daunting? Time slipped by unnoticed, and after repeated failures, Ryuki found his chakra nearly depleted. Glancing at Jiraiya, who had dozed off with his head resting on his arms, Ryuki sat down with a wry smile, contemplating the task rewards he had just received in his mind. Another opportunity for a draw. Noticing the one next to the draw count on the Fate Roulette, Ryuki pondered what template the system might bestow upon him this time. "Do you wish to draw immediately?" "Yes," Ryuki affirmed, watching as the Fate Roulette spun once more. A deep brown card shot forth, landing in the palm of his hand. "This is..." Ryuki glanced at the template image with bewilderment before delving into the textual description below. Taotai template, embodiment of gluttony. Possessing the head of a dragon and the body of a goat, with eyes positioned beneath its armpits, tiger-like teeth, and human claws. It boasts a large head and mouth, characterized by insatiable hunger, and is one of the 10 great divine beasts of China, bearing the 3 flames of essence, boundless in nature, a manifestation of heaven and earth. Classified by the system as one of the spirit beasts. Taotai. Ryuki coughed in astonishment at the name that existed only in his memories. The Taotai had become his spirit beast? Ryuki rubbed his eyes vigorously and pinched his arm hard. Ouch! Looking at the crimson skin where he had pinched himself, Ryuki finally confirmed that he was indeed not dreaming. Chapter 10. The Gift of the Gluttonous Beast on the Mountaintop. Amidst the torrential rain, Liubmu appeared vibrant and animated, surveying the desolate surroundings that echoed with silence. Despite the solitude, he meticulously examined the area before eagerly retrieving the gluttonous beast template. As he gazed upon the formidable visage of the beast depicted on the template, a voice resonated in his mind like a fateful revelation, prompting him to unleash its power. Suddenly, the airborne template radiated a brilliant light. With a thunderous roar, a massive paw of fur extended from the template into the void, and soon, the head of a dragon-like beast emerged with a terrifying grace. The radiant glow persisted as the gluttonous beast, adorned with a spectrum of starry light, fixed its profound eyes on Liubmu, who appeared as insignificant as an ant beneath it. The rain poured down, intensifying the three flames of divine fire that enveloped them in a steamy barrier. Young one. The gluttonous beast spoke in a voice like rolling thunder, inquiring, "Are you the one who summoned me?" Though Liubmu had merged with the Saitama template, he found himself inexplicably immobilized by an invisible pressure, unable to muster the strength to respond. While he may not have known the true might of the gluttonous beast, he was acutely aware of the tremors of fear coursing through his being, even as he stood empowered by the Saitama template. The gluttonous beast scanned the cool, shadowy skies, its fierce eyes narrowing as it howled. What a familiar aura! Yet, my presence here threatens to destabilize this realm. Time seemed to stretch as Liubmu, drenched in sweat, stood before the legendary beast, struggling against the overwhelming force pressing upon him. "Are you my summoned creature?" he managed to ask, feeling the weight of his question. Though the template categorized the gluttonous beast as a summoned creature, the vast chasm of strength between them left Liubmu skeptical that such a divine entity would heed his command. In response, the gluttonous beast leaned closer, its scorching breath evaporating the rainwater around Liubmu. "I do not belong to this world, thus I cannot aid you." As despair washed over him, a flicker of something unusual glimmered in the beast's eyes, and it continued, "Yet, I sense a trace of potential within you that I find intriguing. However, this world is too feeble, my presence would shatter it. Before I depart, I shall bestow upon you a gift." Time became a nebulous concept. As twilight descended, Liubmu lay flat atop the cliff, allowing the rain to wash over his face. The unexpected arrival of the gluttonous beast had left him astounded, for he had not anticipated that the template system could summon such a mythical being. Remembering the gift that the beast had promised, Liubmu sat up, crossed his legs, and closed his eyes, allowing his mind to gradually settle into tranquility. Legend speaks of the gluttonous beast, a creature capable of devouring the very essence of the world, its insatiable hunger vast as an ocean. What the gluttonous beast left Liubmu was its formidable power of consumption. As a ninja, Liubmu, despite possessing the physical prowess from the Saitama template, did not excel in raw strength. His innate abilities fell short in both ninjutsu and jinjutsu compared to his peers. The grand displays of ninjutsu tantalized him, while the mystery of jinjutsu beckoned him with equal allure. Now, Liubmu, while no mere novice, still bore weaknesses. His greatest vulnerability lay in the insidious nature of jinjutsu, an ability from which there was no escape. The chilling wind howled as Jiraiya stood outside, clad in a raincoat, gazing at the swirling chakra vortex atop the distant mountain, a sight that left him awestruck. Aware that this phenomenon was undoubtedly linked to Liubmu, he suppressed his astonishment and chose to remain at a distance, preserving the mystery surrounding his student. Suddenly, with a deafening crash, a green, speckled frog materialized beside Jiraiya, breaking the tranquil silence. "Have you found it?" Jiraiya asked nonchalantly. The frog responded by producing a scroll from its mouth. After perusing its contents, Jiraiya ignited the scroll in his palm, watching it turn to ash. "They have grown," he sighed, a profound sense of pride glimmering in his eyes. The bonds of fate had forged a connection among the three, akin to siblings. And having resolved to alter the tragic narrative of the Land of Rain through their own strength, Jiraiya felt a swell of happiness as their teacher. Peace could not be attained through war, yet the world often found itself entangled in conflict for the sake of harmony. As dawn broke the following day, Liubmu stirred from the rigid wooden bed, his vision still hazy, only to find Jiraiya prepared for their journey, awaiting him patiently. "Master, what are you planning?" Liubmu asked, bewildered. "We are wanderers, and countless inspirations await us. How can we remain confined here?" Jiraiya proclaimed, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. "Let us embark, young one. The path of cultivation is fraught with challenges." In the rainforests, the two figures darted through the trees, and as they approached the border of the land of rain, Liubmu inquired, "Master, have you heard of Hanzo the Salamander, the one known as a demigod?" Upon hearing Hanzo's name, even Jiraiya's gaze sharpened momentarily with intensity. "You have heard of his renown?" he asked, his expression neutral as he turned to Liubmu. Liubmu nodded. "He is quite formidable, bearing the title of demigod." Jiraiya acknowledged with a nod, reminiscing about his first encounter with Hanzo alongside Tsunade and Orochimaru. Despite their lengthy standoff, they had found themselves at a disadvantage against him. Yet, it was through that battle that they earned Hanzo's recognition, solidifying their legacy as the legendary three ninjas throughout the ninja world. Indeed, he is powerful. The Land of Rain is his domain, and his mastery of ninjutsu and strategy is unparalleled. Even Orochimaru fears the potency of his toxins, particularly after he summoned the salamander. Jiraiya remarked, seemingly lost in thought. Liubmu recalled that in the original narrative, Hanzo had plotted the downfall of the Akatsuki, leading to the demise of Yahiko during that fateful encounter. It was said that within him resided the venom of the black salamander, granting him immunity while enabling him to poison others merely through his breath. Chapter 11. The conspiracy of Danzo. As Ryumaku and Jiraiya approached the borders of the rain country, they observed the clouds clearing and the rain subsiding. Ryumaku was engulfed in thought, fervently calculating the current timeline in his mind. At this moment, Jiraiya should be around 23 or 24 years old, which implies that Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan are nearing 17 or 18. During this period, under Yahiko's leadership, the initial Akatsuki organization had already achieved remarkable accomplishments amidst Hanzo's dominion over the rain country. If Ryumaku's calculations were correct, abruptly, Ryumaku halted, standing atop a tree branch, his gaze distant and lost in contemplation. A puzzled Jiraiya turned back to him, curiosity etched on his face, and inquired, "What's wrong?" Ryumaku, at a loss for words, could not articulate his thoughts to his mentor. According to his deductions, Yahiko and the others were soon to encounter Hanzo. Moreover, at that juncture, Yahiko would meet a tragic fate due to Hanzo's kidnapping of Konan, using her life as leverage to bring about Yahiko's demise. Nagato, in the wake of his dear friend's death, would unleash the power of the Rinnegan, summoning the Outer Path's demonic statue, thus ushering in the era of the later Akatsuki. Observing Ryumaku's sudden seriousness, a stark contrast to his usual carefree demeanor, Jiraiya sighed and bit his fingertip, summoning a pale blue toad which he handed to Ryumaku. "This is the toad of war. Should you encounter any trouble, have it summon me." Ryumaku's eyes narrowed slightly as he watched Jiraiya depart, a flicker of realization beginning to dawn upon him. The exact timeline of Yahiko's demise was not specified in the original narrative. It was merely a recollection for the audience. To ascertain the precise timing, Ryumaku needed information from someone well acquainted with the circumstances in the rain country. 5 days later, within the rain country, Ryumaku concealed his visage with a black cloth and swiftly incapacitated the man before him. As the mist of rain began to rise around him, he deftly vanished from sight. "Danzo, it is you again." Ryumaku's expression turned cold as he sensed the chilling atmosphere surrounding him. According to the intelligence he had just acquired, Hanzo had departed from this location several days prior. In his memory, the rain country, situated at the crossroads of the fire, wind, and earth countries, held a strategically significant position. Danzo, fearing the burgeoning power of the rain country would disrupt the future balance among the great nations, had manipulated Hanzo into ambushing the Akatsuki members en route to a meeting. The Akatsuki at this stage was still feeble, with no means to retaliate against a foe of Hanzo's caliber. This event would ultimately lead to Yahiko's death and the fall of a demigod, while Danzo, the orchestrator of this conspiracy, would escape unscathed, leaving no trace behind. "Wait for me. Do not let my yet-to-be-seen senior perish before my arrival." Boom. Atop the mountain, a violent explosion echoed through the valley, sending plumes of smoke and fragments flying. Before a group clad in fire cloud garb. As the smoke began to dissipate, a massive figure resembling a black peppered fish gradually emerged. Hanzo, donning a gas mask, had a firm grip on Conan's neck, gazing disdainfully down at the assembly below. "Release Conan. If you have the courage, come at me." Yahiko, wielding shuriken, glared at his former friend, whose expression was increasingly pained. "If you wish to save her, then you must take your own life with the shuriken of that red-haired boy beside you." The growing strength of the Akatsuki was a persistent worry for Hanzo. Observing Yahiko, the Akatsuki leader, drawing closer to the red-haired youth upon hearing his words, a smirk crept across Hanzo's masked face. "No, you mustn't." Nagato, the red-haired boy, quickly retreated, hastily concealing his shuriken behind him. "Yahiko, do not heed his words. You are the leader of the Akatsuki, the sole leader. You cannot perish like this." Nagato's voice was ragged, veins bulging on his forehead. Yet, in the face of Nagato's urgency, Yahiko's countenance suddenly broke into a warm smile, leaving Nagato momentarily stunned. "If I cannot protect you and Conan, how can I aspire to create the peaceful world we envision?" In that instant, Yahiko accelerated his steps, and before Nagato could fully comprehend, he seized the shuriken from Nagato's grasp, aiming it towards his own chest. However, just then, a projectile, swift as lightning, whizzed past, causing Yahiko's shuriken to be deflected several meters away with a resounding clang. "Phew, that was close. Who's there?" Hanzo, who had been anticipating his plan's imminent success, was startled by the voice of a young boy echoing from beneath him. Yahiko stood frozen, and Nagato finally reacted, turning to the half-grown boy at the feet of the peppered fish, as the group displayed expressions of astonishment. "Is it a child?" The sudden appearance of 5-year-old Ryuki in such a dire situation was indeed startling. Yet, before anyone could recover from their bewilderment, Ryuki propelled himself towards Hanzo, his feet launching him like a cannonball, his right fist coiling at his waist. Serious style, serious fist. Bang! With a resounding crash, Hanzo's mask shattered, his eyes turning milky as blood erupted from his mouth, splattering across the back of the peppered fish. Without pausing, Ryuki swiftly moved towards Conan, catching her mid-fall and gently lowering her to the ground. "Conan! Conan!" Several exclamations erupted as Nagato and the other Akatsuki members rushed over, surrounding Conan. Fortunately, she was merely experiencing mild hypoxia, and after a few labored breaths, her complexion began to regain its color. "Be careful." At that moment, a shout pierced through the crowd, as the peppered fish emitted a cloud of pitch-black mist from its mouth. "It's poisonous, run." The toxin from the peppered fish, originating from its venom sac, could be lethal upon contact with blood. Such a vast cloud of poison, if inhaled, would surely lead to death. Ryuki, being the closest to the fish, found himself cornered as the noxious mist sealed off all avenues of escape. As Yahiko retreated in panic, desperately shouting, "No, that boy who just saved his comrade is about to die." Just when all hope seemed lost, a nonchalant voice emerged from the depths of the toxic mist. "Oops. Sorry about that. I accidentally killed your master and forgot about you." Ordinary fist. Boom. Another explosion of blood mist resonated, and Ryuki gradually emerged from the toxic haze, surrounded by an eerie flame as the onlookers beheld in astonishment as the poisonous cloud expelled by the peppered fish was subtly absorbed by the young boy. Chapter 12. Absorption of Ninjutsu, Divine Technique. The gluttony of Taodai, the host can accelerate chakra recovery through meditation and absorb all external ninjutsu. The 3 flavors of divine fire refines all things, purifying all negative effects, while also serving as the host's supreme treasure of ostentation. Ryomu gazed at the skill description left by Taotai in his mind, and with a playful smile, approached Yahiko, observing Conan, who could now stand unsteadily. Before Yahiko could inquire further, Ryomu innocently leaned into Conan's embrace, burying his small face deep within. With a childlike tone, he looked up and asked, "How old are you this year, sister?" Yahiko? Nagato? Onlookers? The scene of Ryomu single-handedly saving them seemed to linger vividly in everyone's minds, even though at that moment, the suffocating Conan could not see it. Yet now, she understood that it was this boy, whose eyes sparkled like stars, who had saved everyone here. With a single punch, he had slain the legendary ninja known as a demigod. With another, he had vanquished the fearsome salamander. As for why he had emerged unscathed from the poisonous mist, no one could ascertain. "I'm 18, and you?" Conan inquired, crouching down to meet Ryomu's gaze with a smile. 18? TSK, I'm only 5 years old. That is a bit. However, as the saying goes, a woman 3 years older than a man will bring in gold bricks. And considering Conan was 13 years his senior, that rounded up to nearly 4.5 gold bricks. A prophet. Konoha ninja. At that moment, Yahiko spotted the Konoha forehead protector tied around Ryomu's arm. Ryomu, upon hearing this, offered a subtle smile, stepping back a pace to face Yahiko and the others, and said, I am Ryomu, a genin from Konoha, and also a disciple of Master Jiraiya. Master Jiraiya. Hearing that name from Ryomu's lips, Yahiko immediately stepped forward, crouching to grasp Ryomu's shoulders, his expression fraught with urgency. Where is he? Is he here as well? Ryomu shook his head gently, recounting the circumstances of his and Jiraiya's quest to find them. Upon hearing this, a flicker of melancholy passed through the expressions of Yahiko and the others. If the master had indeed come, why had they not met? Ryomu offered no response to this inquiry. Glancing at the toad in his arms, he smiled faintly. Jiraiya had entrusted him with the toad as a means of crisis management, but Ryomu understood that Jiraiya's true intention was to have the toad monitor him. It was likely that the old sage was already aware of Ryomu's act of saving Yahiko and the others. The tripartite negotiations were rendered unnecessary, and Danzo's schemes had been thoroughly dismantled by Ryomu's punch. As for Yahiko and his companions, witnessing the distorted form of Hanzo before them, a glint of determination shone in their eyes. Without Hanzo, Yahiko felt more confident in seizing control of the Rain Country, and with diligent effort, altering its tragic fate seemed promising. Ryomu casually turned his gaze towards Nagato, who had remained silent. Beneath his wine-red hair lay his enigmatic Rinnegan. If it were possible, Ryomu wished to obliterate those eyes now, fundamentally altering the future narrative. Yet, for the moment, Nagato was his senior, and he was, after all, a pitiful soul. Oh, forget it. Ryomu tightened his fist, thinking that when Madara caused trouble in the future, he would also deliver a punch to him. At the Akatsuki gathering place, Ryomu and his 3 comrades sat at a table, listening to Yahiko recount the myriad experiences of the past years. Initially a feeble trio, under Yahiko's charismatic leadership, they gradually attracted numerous like-minded individuals. The Akatsuki had now grown into a formidable force, although they still faced challenges in confronting the Rain Country. Yahiko's eyes brimmed with hope. Ryomu. As the narrative reached its conclusion, Yahiko exchanged a solemn glance with Nagato, then turned to Ryomu, who was being held by Conan, and asked earnestly, Do you want to join us? Join the Akatsuki? Ryomu was taken aback, but soon shook his head. We are all disciples of Master Jiraiya. What difference does it make whether I join or not? Ryomu reclined, finding a comfortable position for his head, and continued, blushing. The situation in the Rain Country is not as simple as you think. As a border region among the 3 great nations, the threats to the Rain Country extend far beyond just Hanzo. Yahiko understood Ryomu's words, yet the prospect of Ryomu joining their ranks would undoubtedly be a tremendous asset. Will you not reconsider? He urged, reluctant to concede so easily. Once again, the response was a shake of the head. I am still young. Still young. Yahiko was taken aback by this response, then closed his eyes with a soft chuckle. Indeed, you are but 5 years old. How could I forget that? Ryomu intended to rest for a night before following the guidance of the toad to reunite with Master Jiraiya. However, during the night, a dilemma arose among them. Ryomu, crying out about being too young and fearful of sleeping alone, insisted on finding a companion. Yet, he disdainfully rejected the boys, citing their sweaty odors. Ultimately, with no other options, they had to let Conan take him into her room. A night of silence. That insufferable little brat. Conan mused, watching Ryomu's retreating figure, her mind swirling with unspoken thoughts, a faint blush unexpectedly blooming on her timid cheeks. Approaching the border of the Rain Country, Ryomu, guided by the toad, stealthily made his way, his agile form shaking off countless raindrops from the branches above. The white bouquet at his chest fluttered, signaling that the future of the Akatsuki might unfold differently. Little brat. The toad, perched on Ryomu's shoulder, pointed towards a nearby village. It's just over there. Understood. Ryomu replied, leaping down from the tree and walking directly into the village. This location lay precisely between the Rain and Fire countries, a small village under the jurisdiction of the Grass Country. Upon reaching the dwelling adorned with a fabric curtain inscribed with the character for soup, Ryomu sighed in silence. It's truly you, Master Jiraiya. At that moment, while standing in the center of the street, Ryomu sensed an inexplicable unease surrounding him. As he glanced around, several shadowy figures lurking nearby caught his attention. Little brat, you're being watched. The toad warned. There should be 6 of them, 2 squads. Do you want to capture one for questioning? Having witnessed Ryumu's prowess firsthand, the toad believed he had every reason to investigate these stalkers. However, no need. Ryumu scoffed, stepping into a nearby eatery and ordering a bowl of ramen. He had disrupted Danzo's plans and inadvertently rescued the Akatsuki, whom he regarded as an eyesore. If Danzo had not arranged for someone to monitor him, it would indeed have been perplexing. Chapter 13. Fire Release Chakra. It is he. From the shadows. A silver-haired youth clad in a crane-patterned mask, bearing a short sword, gazed in astonishment at the figure of Ryumu indulging in a feast. Who? The burly man behind Kakashi inquired. Upon hearing this, Kakashi recounted the events surrounding Ryumu, and a flicker of surprise crossed the man's features. However, there are root members present, and Lord Third has forbidden us from instigating a conflict. We should retreat. With a swish, the figures vanished in an instant. As evening approached, Ryumu, noticing Jiraiya's continued absence, ventured alone to the village's edge, intending to practice the shadow clone technique. Unexpectedly, he encountered Kakashi there. Haha, I didn't expect the one monitoring me to be you. Ryumu recognized Kakashi immediately despite the mask, thanks to his signature adornments. What brings you here? Kakashi asked directly, eschewing further pleasantries. Just traveling, Ryumu replied, spreading his hands, inadvertently revealing his ninja headband. Are you the boy who appeared in the Land of Rain a few days ago? Kakashi's gaze fixed intently on Ryumu's eyes, his tone devoid of any emotion. Humph. Ryumu scoffed, too disinterested to respond to Kakashi's interrogative tone. Aware that he was no match for Ryumu, Kakashi, who had secretly come to meet him, felt uncertain about extracting any information from him. As Ryumu's impatience became palpable, Kakashi sighed, abruptly shifting the topic. After this mission, I should begin preparing for the upcoming Nin exams. I hope you will return to participate alongside me. Kakashi, having graduated from the Ninja Academy at 5 and promoted to Nin at 6, was filled with anticipation as he extended the invitation. Ryumu chuckled softly and replied, I must decline. Kakashi, why? Kakashi was perplexed. As a ninja, who did not aspire to gain recognition and ascend through the ranks to Nin or even Nin, Ryumu's prowess was formidable, unmatched among his peers, leaving Kakashi puzzled as to why he would refuse. Little did Kakashi know, a saying had long circulated in Konoha: when Nin battle, it is earth-shattering. When Nin fight, it is merely destructive. True strength is determined not by the rank of Nin or Nin, but by raw power. Ryumu held no interest in titles and scorned the notion of vying for such distinctions. Being a humble genin sufficed, quarreling over trivial accolades seemed pointless. Kakashi's confusion remained unanswered as Ryumu, hearing the rustling in the surrounding woods, advised him, as a member of ANBU, you are already breaking the rules. You should leave before you draw unwanted attention. With that, Ryumu turned to depart, but paused to add, the people of the Land of Rain only wish for peace. The source of that hope is inconsequential. Also, let me inform you that you are not the only ones being watched. There are also root members. Be cautious not to give them leverage, or even Lord Third won't be able to protect you. With a sudden sound, Kakashi transformed into a cloud of smoke and vanished. Ryumu observed the dissipating mist, chuckling softly to himself. Is this what they call reciprocity? In the depths of night, within a modest inn, Ryumu watched as Jiraiya succumbed to slumber. Stealthily, he retrieved a provocative manual from his pack. As Jiraiya's latest creation, fresh from his quest for inspiration, Ryumu opened the book to find a series of thrilling illustrations. Wow, impressive. Oh, can this even be done? Gosh, it can be done like this too. As a product of Neon Country, Jiraiya's illustrations were devoid of any prudish censorship. Under his deft brushstrokes, Ryumu discovered several techniques he had never encountered before. No wonder even the upright Kakashi transformed into such a character after perusing this book. Ryumu chuckled, quietly returning the book to Jiraiya's bag once he ensured there were no traces left behind. Only after meticulously covering his tracks did Ryumu return to his tatami mat. While Jinjutsu required innate talent, ninjutsu had always been Ryumu's Achilles heel. The attribute panel provided by the system indicated a talent score of 59. Revealing that Ryumu needed to exert several times more effort than the average person to master ninjutsu. Moreover, the execution of ninjutsu depended on the elemental chakra possessed by the ninja, which dictated the corresponding techniques to be learned. For instance, Sasuke wielded lightning, while Naruto commanded wind. Even Sakura, who seemed confident, initially bore a talent for genjutsu as per Kishimoto's design. Yet, it appeared Kishimoto later altered her character to embody the strength of a warrior. It seemed he would need to consult Master Jiraiya about this tomorrow. The gluttonous indulgence had caused Ryuu's chakra reserves to swell exponentially, and even when depleted, they could be replenished swiftly, akin to a limitless supply of chakra. When Jiraiya complied with Ryuu's request to examine his chakra attributes, even he was taken aback by the sheer volume within Ryuu. "What is it?" Ryuu inquired, noticing the astonished look on Jiraiya's face. "Oh, nothing," Jiraiya responded, regaining his composure as he picked a leaf from the ground and placed it in Ryuu's hand. "Try to concentrate your chakra into this leaf." "Oh." Observing Jiraiya's method of testing, Ryuu recalled the scene where Yamato instructed Naruto in the wind release, Rasengan. Just like that scenario, if Ryuu's chakra attribute was fire, the leaf would ignite. If it were wind, the leaf would shatter. If it were lightning, the leaf would crumple, water would erode it, while earth would rejuvenate it. Different attributes produced distinct effects. As Ryuu channeled chakra, a faint blue flame erupted from the leaf in his palm. Upon seeing the flame, he recognized it immediately. It was the three mystical flames left by the gluttonous beast within his dantian. "So, it is fire." Jiraiya smiled lightly, noting that this was somewhat reminiscent of his own experiences. "Ugh," Ryuu grimaced, for he had anticipated all possibilities before the test. Fire was the attribute he was least eager to have. This was because, according to the smoke effect, whenever enormous smoke appeared in battle, it typically indicated that the opponent was unharmed. Recalling his memories, Ryuu realized that there were hardly any respectable fire-based ninjutsu, which left him feeling quite disheartened. Chapter 14. Instant kill. After the retreat of the Dark Forces, the only organization left closely observing Ryumaku and Jiraiya was Root. At that moment, Jiraiya, who was instructing Ryumaku on chakra control, suddenly wore a stern expression. He stood up and called out to the nearby forest, "If you have questions, come out and ask directly. Do not lurk in the shadows." Jiraiya's name, as one of the legendary Sannin, resonated throughout the ninja world, and even members of Root did not dare to show any sign of dissatisfaction in his presence. However, despite their awareness of Jiraiya's formidable strength, they could not refuse the orders issued by their superiors. Observing the stillness in the distance, Jiraiya shouted again, "I have given you opportunities. It is you who failed to seize them. If you intend to continue monitoring us, do not blame me for being merciless, even if you are a member of Konoha." As Jiraiya prepared to sit down, a man with a striped mask and tied-back hair slowly emerged from the underbrush, approaching the two. He clasped his hands in greeting and said, "Lord Jiraiya." He continued, "He wishes to know what you are doing." The he referred to as Danzo. Despite his personal feelings, Jiraiya maintained a respectful demeanor befitting a junior. The masked man bowed and responded, "Our plans for the Land of Rain have been disrupted, and the one who returned from the battlefield is him." He pointed at Ryumaku and told Jiraiya, "A traitor to the village must face appropriate punishment." "Traitor?" Jiraiya's expression hardened, an invisible aura of menace exuding from him as he coldly questioned, "Do you comprehend the gravity of your words?" If Ryumaku, as Jiraiya's disciple, had indeed betrayed the village, he would be labeled a rogue ninja in the eyes of Konoha. The treatment of rogue ninjas was universally understood. They were to be killed. Regardless of what Ryumaku had done in the Land of Rain, Jiraiya would not allow anyone to slander his disciple without consequence. The oppressive aura surrounding him caused the nearby foliage to rustle ominously. Just then, several figures appeared beside the masked man, prompting him to say, "Lord Jiraiya, the orders from Root are absolute. Regardless of whether he is a rogue ninja, that is for our superiors to decide. Do you intend to defect from the village?" As he spoke, several individuals behind him drew their long swords, their cold gleam radiating a sinister energy. It seemed that with a mere nod from Jiraiya, a deadly confrontation could ensue. Faced with this situation, Jiraiya threw his head back and laughed heartily, even as the laughter turned breathless. With a cold demeanor, he retorted, "I believe it is your master Danzo who harbors ambitions, not my disciple, but rather I, as one of the third Hokage's students." Danzo had opposed the Hokage throughout his life, ever since the second Hokage entrusted the position to Hiruzen Sarutobi. As the Hokage's subordinate in charge of the Umbu, Danzo organized talented individuals to form Root, and through his almost inhumane training methods, the strength of Root had long surpassed that of the Umbu. Danzo was not the Hokage, Yet his power was not in the slightest inferior to Hiruzen's. As one of the 3 disciples of the third Hokage, Jiraiya's suspicion was not unfounded. To be frank, I do not care how you explain this to that old dog Danzo, but today, Ryumaku, you shall not take him away. As Jiraiya spoke, his long hair began to lengthen, standing like needles behind him. The atmosphere between the 2 parties had dropped to a freezing point. Meanwhile, Ryumaku, the focus of attention, narrowed his eyes, lazily approached Jiraiya, and interrupted him, addressing the masked man. Isn't it just about wanting to take me back? Come on, make your move. Noticing the hesitation on their faces, Ryumaku sneered. Since you won't make a move, then I shall not be polite. With that, Ryumaku's figure suddenly flickered, darting into the crowd like lightning, delivering a swift chop to the back of the masked man's head. With a thud, the masked man collapsed, his eyes glazing over in unconsciousness. Attack. Fire style, great fireball technique. Earth style, earth wave. In an instant, a barrage of ninjutsu surged toward Ryumaku. Jiraiya, seeing the urgency, shouted, quick dodge, as he swiftly formed hand seals for water style, water barrier. A stream of water erupted beneath Ryumaku's feet, rising to form a protective shield. Within this sanctuary, Ryumaku smiled slightly. Under the watchful eyes of all, he extended his right hand, and in almost an instant, both the great fireball and Jiraiya's water barrier converged into a small vortex in his palm, which he promptly devoured. The ground trembled, undulating like a tide as Ryumaku pressed his hands down, and before long, the earth style, earth wave lost its efficacy. Satisfied, Ryumaku glanced at his palm, clenched his fist with great force, producing a crisp sound. The experiment is complete. You may rest now. As soon as he finished speaking, Ryumaku vanished like a specter, and soon after, a series of muffled thuds echoed as every member of Root fell unconscious without exception. Jiraiya, having witnessed the extraordinary capabilities of Ryumaku through the monitoring of the Toad Sage, was still taken aback by the sight before him. He is merely 5 years old. 5 years old. Jiraiya understood all too well what sorts of individuals comprised Root. Without exceptional talent or unparalleled genius, they would never be part of such an organization. Yet, in that instant, 3 of them had been effortlessly subdued by Ryumaku. Moreover, he possessed the ability to absorb ninjutsu. Teacher Jiraiya, let us depart. Ryumaku smiled as he tugged at Jiraiya's clothing, and together they made their way toward the exit. Having undoubtedly angered Danzo, it would be wise to leave promptly to avoid any potential ambushes from the ever-cautious Danzo. The mystery of Ryumaku's strength lingered in Jiraiya's mind. Although he was indeed lacking in ninjutsu, his prowess in taijutsu was formidable. How could he possess such astonishing abilities? Could it be? Jiraiya gazed at Ryumaku, recalling the name bestowed upon him by the Toad Sage, the Child of Hope. Had he been mistaken? Chapter 15. The shock of Konohagakure in the heart of Konohagakure. A sharp crack echoed through the air as Danzo glared intensely, his body radiating a formidable wave of chakra. The individuals seated around him stared at the shattered teacup at their feet, remaining hunched and silent. After a prolonged silence, Danzo let out a heavy sigh and returned to his seat, his voice cold as he questioned, was it truly the work of Jiraiya's young disciple? The man with his hair tied back shook his head slightly, responding, I cannot be certain. During the battle in the Land of Rain, we were far from the battlefield. Judging by the boy's appearance, it is highly likely that it was Toramatsu. At this, a glint of intensity flashed in Danzo's eyes as he snapped back. I do not wish to hear probabilities. He is Jiraiya's disciple, affiliated with the Sarutobi clan. Without absolute certainty, we cannot act recklessly. The rivalry between Danzo and Hiruzen Sarutobi had endured for ages. Even after Hiruzen had passed the title of Hokage to Minato Namikaze 6 years later, Danzo remained unyielding in his demeanor. If the Hokage represented the village's image to the outside world, Danzo was akin to a hidden dagger, ready to strike at any potential threats to Konohagakure. What is our current position? The man with the tied hair hesitated, his expression momentarily uncertain. After they rendered us unconscious, they left the village, so. Useless. Danzo slammed his palm onto the table, his shadowy gaze finally easing. Have Jiraiya send someone to continue the investigation. As for the situation in the Land of Rain in the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi was absent, leaving Minato Namikaze to listen as Kakashi relayed information about the Land of Rain. We encountered Lord Jiraiya and Toramatsu there, Kakashi reported. Moreover, Toramatsu mentioned that the people of the Land of Rain only desire peace, and who provides that peace is of no significance. As a disciple of Jiraiya, Minato was momentarily perplexed by the connection between his teacher and the unfolding conspiracy. The turmoil in the Land of Rain was not only a concern for the Land of Fire. As a central junction between the three great nations, the situation there was exceedingly chaotic. Toramatsu? Is he the same classmate from your ninja academy? Minato suddenly recalled, directing a question at Kakashi. Kakashi nodded, affirming, yes. He is also a genin like me. Recalling his first encounter with Toramatsu, Minato had been astounded by the boy's remarkable taijutsu despite being merely 5 years old. He had never considered that Toramatsu could be any less capable than Kakashi, who was often hailed as a genius. What kind of person do you believe Toramatsu to be? Kakashi furrowed his brow, replying earnestly, very strong, both in intellect and ability. If he returns for the Chunin exams next year, he is bound to make a remarkable impression. With Toramatsu being Jiraiya's disciple, Minato felt a sense of camaraderie with him. Even Kakashi, who was usually self-assured, was lavish in his praise for Toramatsu, indicating that the boy's talent was certainly exceptional. After leaving the Hokage's office, Kakashi removed his mask and returned home. His father, Tsukumo Hatake, was an elite jonin of Konoha, renowned as the White Fang. His weapon of choice was a chakra-infused short sword that emitted a radiant glow. As a scion of a notable family, Kakashi had borne the weight of great expectations from an early age, and he did not disappoint. Graduating from the Ninja Academy at the tender age of 5, thus setting a record for the youngest graduate. Yet, as Kakashi reflected on Toramatsu, a rare spark of excitement broke through his usual nonchalance. A genius without rivals is a lonely existence. Loneliness often breeds a warped psyche. While Kakashi had previously felt invincible, Toramatsu's emergence instilled an unprecedented sense of pressure within him. The appearance of Jiraiya and Toramatsu in the Land of Rain sent ripples through the upper echelons of Konoha. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the former Hokage, engaged in fervent discussions with the daimyo, defending their position, while the trust in Jiraiya's past accomplishments remained unshaken. Hiruzen had also begun to speculate about the implications of Jiraiya's mention of the Child of Prophecy. A year later, within the borders of the Land of Fire, 2 figures, one large and one small, traversed the mountains, arriving at a brook to wash their belongings. Jiraiya skillfully arranged stones to create a makeshift grill for fresh spring fish, while Toramatsu, sensing the moment, unleashed a fireball from his mouth, igniting the dry wood beneath the fish. In no time, the once delicate fish emanated a mouth-watering aroma, and Toramatsu retrieved several bottles of seasoning from his pack, generously sprinkling them over the grilled fish before offering a piece to Jiraiya. As Jiraiya took a bite, he winced from the heat but could not help but praise. Why didn't you mention this skill earlier? I suffered through half a year of wild game in the Land of Wind. What good would it have done? The Land of Wind is filled with sand. Even if I had mentioned it, could I conjure 2 fish from thin air? Over the course of a year, the initial formality of their teacher-student relationship had faded, allowing for a more relaxed and playful rapport between them. The Land of Wind, where they had previously traveled, was exceedingly barren, which was why they had chosen it. Its relative seclusion meant that even if Danzo were aware of their whereabouts, he would find it difficult to send anyone after them. During this time, Toramatsu had finally begun to grasp the nuances of chakra control. He had fully mastered the basic technique of the Shadow Clone Jutsu and was now embarking on the study of fire release techniques. Are you truly not considering learning the summoning jutsu? Jiraiya asked, exhaling steam as he regarded Toramatsu with confusion. Toramatsu shook his head, replying, I have no interest. Jiraiya was left speechless. As a teacher, it was uncommon to plead with a student to learn ninjutsu, especially one as esteemed as the summoning techniques of Mount Myaboku. Toramatsu's refusal was not due to a disdain for toads, but rather because they were simply too hideous. Within his template system, there existed summoning beasts in the reward pool, so why choose a toad that could not even match a tailed beast? Reflecting on the time he had completed a system task 6 months prior, which granted him access to a time chamber, Toramatsu realized he needed to find an opportunity to study a more advanced ninjutsu. Chapter 16. Return to Konoha. Outside Konoha village, Leomu spread his arms and exclaimed, I have finally returned. Having been reborn in Konoha for 5 years, a mere year away had imbued him with a profound sense of nostalgia for this place. Despite the absence of hardships during his travels, he yearned for the sense of belonging that Konoha provided. As Jiraiya approached, the ninja on duty at the village entrance instantly recognized him. Lord Jiraiya. Lord Jiraiya. Hearing the commotion, Jiraiya smiled and nodded slightly until he entered the village, whereupon his expression shifted unexpectedly. With an enigmatic look, he tossed a backpack to Lyomu and whispered, "Carry this back for me. I'm off to seek inspiration." Lyomu thought, "What a lecherous old man." He glared at Jiraiya's hopping figure before grabbing the backpack and heading home. Months prior, Lyomu had no intention of participating in the Chunin exams until he received a mission from the system, just as it had compelled him to become a ninja. This task required him to return to the village, partake in the Chunin exams, and successfully attain the rank of Chunin. The rewards for this mission were too enticing for Lyomu to refuse. Upon completion, he would not only gain a chance to spin the wheel of fate, but also receive 5 uses of the time house. Indeed, quite appealing. The Chunin exams were hosted by the Land of Thunder, but Lyomu needed to return to the village early to depart with those intending to participate. Once home, he spent the afternoon tidying up, and by evening, he finally had the chance to sit and rest. Gurgle. Lyomu smiled to himself and stepped outside. Strolling through the streets, he marveled at the unchanged architecture after a year, and his heart felt increasingly at ease. Lyomu. At that moment, a graceful figure suddenly leapt into view. Following the sound, he spotted his former classmate from the Ninja Academy, Yuhi Kurenai, standing at the entrance of a flower shop. "It's really you." Kurenai stepped closer, inspecting Lyomu from head to toe. "You've gotten darker and taller," she remarked with a smile. Lyomu had a vivid impression of Kurenai. During their time at the academy, she and Noera Rin represented 2 extremes of beauty. While Rin was gentle and reserved, Kurenai was a fiery little dynamo. Her wild yet refined skills allowed her to mingle with the boys and attract the admiration of many younger suitors. Her personality could be succinctly described with a phrase from a past life. "This girl is quite a character." Their reunion stretched from dinner into the late hours. Through Kurenai, Lyomu learned much about the changes among their classmates and the village over the past year. After Lyomu's departure with Jiraiya, it seemed that Konoha's leadership had embarked on a significant initiative. The village was on high alert, deploying numerous elite jonin. Though Lyomu's cohort had yet to graduate from the academy, it appeared that Guy had been greatly motivated after Kakashi and Lyomu's departure, engaging in almost self-destructive training. As for Rin and several other friends, they had also made noticeable progress. "Are you back to participate in the Chunin exams?" Kurenai speculated, recognizing that Lyomu's timing coincided with the village's major event. Lyomu nodded, "Indeed." "Wow, really? You're amazing, Lyomu," Kurenai praised. "If you succeed in becoming a Chunin, you will set a new record for Konoha. Becoming a Chunin at just 6 years old is unprecedented." Lyomu merely smiled faintly at her enthusiasm, not responding. He felt unconcerned about the upcoming journey to the Land of Thunder. Despite the turbulent relations between nations, there was an unspoken agreement to avoid conflict during the exam period. "By the way, have you seen Kakashi recently?" Lyomu suddenly recalled that Kakashi was also among the exam participants. "I'm not sure," Kurenai replied. "But you might ask Guy. He seems to always be around Kakashi." Lyomu nodded in acknowledgement. The two continued their conversation, with Kurenai eagerly inquiring about Lyomu's experiences outside the village, while he recounted various peculiar encounters from the past year. As night fell, Kurenai, being a girl, had to return home before curfew. "Goodbye, Uncle Ichiraku." Lyomu waved as he departed the ramen shop. On his way home, thoughts of Kakashi's recent circumstances suddenly occupied his mind. Lost in contemplation, he found himself wandering to the western part of the village, only to realize he had arrived at the entrance of the Uchiha clan security team. "Who goes there?" A man clad in the attire of the Konoha security unit stepped forward, preparing to check Lyomu's identity. However, just then, a figure leaped down from the second floor of the security building and halted the man with an outstretched hand. "He's just a child. No need to make a fuss." Lyomu recognized the person by the red armband on his left arm and the distinctive lines beneath his nose. "Captain, we shouldn't," began the security officer. But Uchiha Fugaku interrupted sternly, shaking his head. Lyomu felt a pang of regret towards the Uchiha clan for having destroyed their revered statue a year ago. "It's almost curfew. You should head home," Uchiha Fugaku advised Lyomu before turning and entering the building. Once home, Lyomu washed up and lay on his familiar bed, hands behind his head as he contemplated the current situation. Due to Danzo's influence, the Uchiha clan felt increasingly oppressed by Konoha's higher-ups. As the most respected captain of the Uchiha clan, Fugaku was an enigma to most. The seeds of rebellion within the Uchiha clan had long been sown, and the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was inextricably linked to this turmoil. Had he been more perceptive, Danzo would not have driven the Uchiha to the brink of rebellion. At this point, Itachi shouldn't have been born yet. Ryumu murmured, reasoning that Itachi's birth was still a while away. And even if the Uchiha were to face annihilation, it would take at least another decade. Within that time, Konoha would also endure the trials of the Third Great Ninja War. Chapter 17. The empty duel under the moonlight as the gentle night breeze wafted through the window. A faint fragrance of grass filled the air. In this moment, Lu Mu, resting his arms, wore a sudden cold smile at the corner of his lips. The sound of rustling debris overhead caught his attention. With a deep sigh, he sprang from his bed like a fish leaping from the water. A casual glance out the window revealed the distant houses, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. Within the forest surrounding the Hidden Leaf Village, the once tranquil woods were now punctuated by the sound of fabric brushing against leaves. Lu Mu observed the receding village behind him, took a deep breath, and halted, standing poised on a branch several meters high, waiting expectantly for a figure to emerge. The forest swayed, casting fleeting shadows, and within the profound silence, a sense of deathly stillness loomed. Lu Mu called out with a light smile, "All right, come out. Stop dawdling." As a ninja, vigilance was an essential skill, whether for gathering intelligence or executing missions. Yet, the individual before him evidently lacked mastery, for Lu Mu's keen perception had already detected their presence. "Are you Lu Mu?" The voice echoed as a youthful figure clad in Chunin attire stepped from behind a great tree, their blood-red eyes glinting ominously in the night, evoking an unsettling sensation. The Sharingan. Lu Mu's brow furrowed slightly, for he noted with surprise that this youth, despite their tender age, had awakened the three tomo of the Sharingan. Lu Mu was acutely aware of the progression of the Sharingan, likely more so than the Uchiha clan members themselves. Gazing at this individual, who appeared only a few years his senior, he recognized their status as a Chunin of the Hidden Leaf Village. Undoubtedly, they were a prodigy. Yet, were there not enough geniuses in the village? The last one hailed from a grave where the grass had grown tall. Lu Mu chuckled coldly. "You've been watching me all night. Surely you know who I am?" As he spoke, he leaped down from the tree, casually picking up a few pebbles at his feet, a smirk gracing his lips. "Seeing my eyes, you must understand why I seek you." The newcomer's expression was grave, their face devoid of emotion. "I know you are a disciple of Lord Jiraiya. The elders harbor caution, but I will not let you go," the young man said, his right hand slowly reaching for the hilt of his sword, his voice low and resolute. "I am Uchiha Izumi. This battle bears no relation to a duel, yet. Blades are blind, and fate governs life and death." "Huh, does fate truly govern life and death?" Lu Mu replied, lightly tossing the stones in his hand, unperturbed. "Very well. Let us engage." In an instant, as Lu Mu accepted the challenge, Uchiha Izumi's pupils dilated, and he swiftly drew a kunai from behind while forming hand seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. A formidable fireball soared towards Lu Mu, who, sensing the imminent danger, attempted to evade, only to find the blazing orb had already sealed off his escape route. Such combat experience certainly befitted a Chunin. However, others might have fallen prey to such an attack. Boom! The immense fireball exploded, sending a violent shockwave through the air. Uchiha Izumi, confident in his assault, was taken aback as Lu Mu emerged from the smoke, brushing off the dust with an air of nonchalance. The kunai aimed at him now lay several meters away, embedded in the ground. How is this possible? Uchiha Izumi's expression shifted dramatically. Realizing his strike had failed, he unsheathed his long sword and lunged towards Lu Mu, leaping into the air, gripping the hilt with both hands, and striking downwards. Clang! The blade met an unexpected resistance, and Uchiha Izumi stared in shock as Lu Mu effortlessly bit through his sword midair. What? How is this possible? Is he even human? In midair, Uchiha Izumi lost control of his body, watching as Lu Mu's expression shifted to one of mild regret. "My apologies, General." Lu Mu grinned, slowly extending his fist towards Uchiha Izumi's lower regions. Thud! Ah! A piercing scream echoed through the forest, startling a flock of dark crows into flight. Lu Mu observed Uchiha Izumi, now kneeling and clutching his wounded pride, drenched in sweat. "I'm truly sorry. It was an instinctive reaction. Is it too late to apologize?" Lu Mu scratched his head, grinning sheepishly. "I hope I haven't ruined anything important." Uchiha Izumi glared at him with bloodshot eyes, supported by his broken sword, as he slowly rose, his legs trembling. "I'm fine. Let us go again." His voice quivered. but he remained defiant. Lu Mu, however, noticed that Uchiha Izumi struggled to stay upright. He approached and patted his shoulder, advising, "Perhaps it's best to give up. You cannot defeat me." With that, Lu Mu pretended to depart. Earlier, Lu Mu had been aware of being watched, yet still dared to venture outside the village, intending to resolve his troubles directly. But Uchiha Izumi's stubbornness resembled that of a petulant child. Engaging with such an opponent was merely a waste of time. The higher-ups of the Uchiha clan wished to avoid offending Jiraiya or crossing paths with the current Hokage due to Lu Mu. Yet, Uchiha Izumi, embodying the spirit of youth, boldly challenged Lu Mu, seeking to teach him a lesson, as evidenced by that final reckless strike aimed at his face. As Lu Mu stepped on the soft fallen leaves, a rustling sound accompanied his movements. Suddenly, an enraged voice laced with resentment erupted from behind. "Fire release, great fireball technique." Uchiha Izumi's rage boiled over. Having been regarded as a genius since childhood, he had never faced such humiliation. If he had been outmatched, it would have been one thing. But to be ambushed while unprepared was intolerable. Consumed by fury, he gathered his chakra, unleashing a fireball at Lu Mu's back. Sighing, Lu Mu smirked with his eyes closed. This was a common flaw among ninjas. While launching a surprise attack, they would announce their technique, effectively revealing their intentions. Authoress note: apologies for the delay in updating due to some personal matters. As a token of my regret, I have added an extra chapter today. Chapter 18. Might Guy. The sudden assault triggered the gluttony of the Tatsuya, causing it to activate its ability to absorb ninjutsu. Just as he intended to absorb the jutsu directly, he noticed a green figure swiftly approaching. The gluttony of the Tatsuya bore a resemblance, to some extent, to the hungry ghost path of the 6 paths of pain, capable of absorbing opponents' ninjutsu. However, Lu Mu preferred to keep this ability a secret amidst the turmoil in Konoha, given the troubles he had caused. Therefore, before the figure arrived, he swiftly retracted the crimson glow emanating from him. With a whoosh of wind, the newcomer swiftly embraced Lu Mu's waist, evading the attack of the great fireball technique. "Who goes there?" Uchiha Izumi exclaimed sharply, his chakra completely depleted, rendering even standing a challenge. "You must be Lu Mu." The newcomer set Lu Mu down, grinning with his rugged square face. "I saw you at Guy's entrance ceremony." "Guy?" Lu Mu furrowed his brows, until the moonlight illuminated the stranger's features and his distinctive watermelon-themed outfit, instantly recalling the man's identity. "Might Guy, you are Guy's father?" Might Guy, upon hearing this, gave a thumbs up and replied with a smile, "Correct." In his previous life, Lu Mu had limited knowledge of Might Guy, as the character was merely a fleeting memory, with little elaboration provided by the author. His most illustrious feat was perhaps sacrificing his life to defeat the 7 ninja swordsmen, leaving only 3 standing. Despite being a veteran shinobi for decades, Might Guy's natural talent was not particularly high. In fact, he was considered rather lacking in innate abilities as a ninja. Yet, who would have imagined that this very individual had secretly trained in Konoha's forbidden technique, the 8 Gates, for over a decade? At this moment, Might Guy glanced at the increasingly unconscious Uchiha Izumi and, perplexed, asked Lu Mu, "What are you doing here engaging in private combat at such a late hour?" "Private combat?" Lu Mu immediately denied. No, we were merely sparring. How could good kids like us engage in private fights?" Private combat was a taboo in Konoha, much like the prohibition against students fighting during their time at the Ninja Academy. If caught by the village patrol, one would undoubtedly find themselves confined to a small dark room. This was a label Lu Mu was keen to avoid. "Sparring?" Might Guy spread his hands in confusion. "Is this what sparring has become?" He pointed at the unconscious Uchiha Izumi. "Kids these days are so diligent." Might Guy's eyes suddenly lit up as if an idea had struck him. "If kids stronger than Guy are working this hard, I'll double Guy's training regimen when I return." Lu Mu found it challenging to interact with someone so naively optimistic. So while Might Guy was lost in his enthusiasm, he resolved to depart. "Hey, where are you going?" "What about him?" "Just leave him here. It's quite cool despite the heat. Perhaps he'll wake up later and practice taijutsu." Lu Mu shrugged, glancing nonchalantly at the prone Uchiha Izumi. With a puff of smoke, he vanished from the scene. Might Guy scratched his head, staring at Uchiha Izumi at his feet, murmuring, "Truly, a Uchiha, practicing ninjutsu to the point of fainting is one thing, but to wake up and continue practicing taijutsu? It seems Guy is not the only one lacking in talent." Having resolved in his heart to double Guy's training when he returned, he mused, 1 times 2. Then times 2 again, For times. The following day, Ryomu lay back down at home, but his mind was preoccupied with another concern. He recalled that the Uchiha clan's Sharingan, aside from replicating abilities, could unleash immensely powerful Genjutsu at the 3-tomo level. Ryomu's formidable strength stemmed from inheriting Saitama's template. Yet this straightforward ability bore a critical flaw in the ninja world, a vulnerability to Genjutsu. With Uchiha Izumi having activated his 3-tomo Sharingan, it was certain he possessed some understanding of Genjutsu. While Ryomu's victory in their encounter was assured, it was also fortuitous. If Uchiha Izumi had opted to deploy Genjutsu instead of the more straightforward fire techniques, the one at a disadvantage would undoubtedly have been Ryomu. It seemed imperative for him to examine his weaknesses. Ryomu pondered whether he could activate his time room after falling under the influence of Genjutsu, as the time room's activation required the completion of corresponding system tasks, which limited him considerably. The next day, as the sun began to rise, Ryomu, having spent a sleepless night, felt no trace of fatigue. After tidying up his surroundings, he resolved to seek out Jiraiya to inquire about how to counter Genjutsu. Go, Guy. Push through, just 3 more laps. Ryomu stood on the riverbank, observing 2 figures racing on the track, a faint smile gracing his lips. Mike Guy, wielding a paper megaphone, was fervently cheering on Guy, whose back was already drenched in sweat. A sudden wave of admiration washed over Ryomu. Geniuses do exist, but they are not immutable. Mike Guy, and even the later Rock Lee could hardly be classified as geniuses, yet such individuals strangely manage to earn the respect of many, even true geniuses. If talent is lacking, then one must exert effort. If effort is insufficient, then one must endeavor even harder. Even if the future does not unfold as splendidly as anticipated, the belief that even fleeting moments of brilliance can leave everyone in awe is enough. Come on, Guy, the final lap. You can do it. At that moment, Ryomu had no inkling that Guy's training regimen, which originally required 100 laps a day, had quietly escalated to 400 laps due to his brief encouragement the night before. Keep pushing, future Guy. Ryomu clenched his fist in encouragement before departing. As for Jiraiya, the old pervert, Ryomu could easily deduce his whereabouts. However, he ultimately chose not to enter the onsen establishment. After all, having seen numerous films from the Neon Country in his previous life, he understood that many such places involved mixed bathing, and should he encounter any familiar female acquaintances, it could lead to an embarrassing situation. Hey, this wouldn't do. Not at all. Ryomu, what are you doing here? Just then, a voice from behind startled Ryomu, who had already reached out to lift the curtain of the onsen. Turning around, he was taken aback to see Noera-rin, holding a bouquet of lilies, gazing at him in astonishment. Is it really you, Ryomu? When did you return to the village? Chapter 19, Accusation, Additional Content. The sudden appearance of Noera-rin sent a chill down the spine of Nagamaki. Even though he ultimately managed to fabricate an excuse to deflect her inquiry, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Observing the flowers in her hand, he inquired, "What brings you out so early in the morning?" With a smile, Noera-rin replied, "Today is Obito's birthday, and I plan to buy him a gift at the ninja tool shop." Birthday? Nagamaki scratched his head, moving closer to Rin's side. Then I shall accompany you. After all, we are classmates, and I would like to select a gift for him as well. Great. The village of Konohagakure had only a few ninja tool shops, and choosing such weapons as gifts was a common practice among ninjas. For instance, the short sword on Kakashi's back was a graduation gift from the legendary Konoha White Fang. However, following the tragic demise of the White Fang, Kakashi replaced it with his father's broken blade. As Nagamaki followed Rin into the tool shop in the west of the village, the array of dazzling merchandise momentarily overwhelmed him. Upon entering, Rin presented the flowers to the shopkeeper, a kindly old woman, with a bright smile illuminating her petite face. "Grandma, these are for you. I grew them myself." It was evident to Nagamaki, through their exchange, that Rin and the shopkeeper were old acquaintances. After selecting a shuriken, Rin approached Nagamaki, who appeared troubled. "Nagamaki, have you not chosen anything yet?" Not yet," he replied with a bashful smile. However, the truth was that it was not a matter of indecision. Rather, the prices of these ninja tools were exorbitantly high. A single shuriken cost nearly 2 months of his living expenses, prompting him to reconsider his friendship with Obito altogether. What's the big deal about a birthday? Perhaps sensing Nagamaki's predicament, Rin, who had once been his classmate, understood the situation well. To spare him embarrassment, after leaving the shop, She secretly purchased the shuriken he had been eyeing for quite some time and discreetly placed it in his hand. This is. Nagamaki stared at Rin in astonishment. This is my gift to you, she said, her crescent-shaped smile radiating warmth. Congratulations on your graduation from ninja school. Nagamaki was momentarily rendered speechless by her simple, yet heartfelt words. Watching her skip away, he felt a wave of warmth wash over him. It had been 6 years since he had arrived here, and this was the first time he felt such a sense of comfort. Gazing at the shuriken in his hand, he looked up at Rin's retreating figure, his eyes glinting with a barely perceptible acknowledgement. Rin, wait for me. He hurried after her, waving the shuriken in hand. Thank you. Rin simply smiled in response, remaining silent. As they neared the Uchiha clan's residence, Nagamaki turned to her and asked, by the way, when is your birthday? I'd like to give you a gift as well. Me? Rin replied, no need. My birthday is still far off. Nagamaki quickly objected, what do you mean? No need. How can one celebrate a birthday without a gift? Just tell me. However, Nagamaki continued, you know my situation. I can't afford such expensive ninja tools. But I can compensate you in other ways. Other ways? Rin was puzzled. Such as what? Such as meat. At that moment, a stern-faced Uchiha clan member appeared, blocking their path. He scrutinized the two and barked, who are you? And what are you doing here? Leave immediately. Due to the ongoing tensions between the Uchiha clan and the higher-ups of Konoha, even children like Nagamaki and Rin were viewed with suspicion. Upon hearing the harsh tone of the dark-faced ninja, Nagamaki felt a surge of indignation. However, Rin stepped forward first, responding, we are Obito's classmates. Here to attend his birthday party. Rin introduced herself, I am Noera Rin, and this is Nagamaki. Nagamaki. Upon hearing that name, the dark-faced ninja's expression shifted dramatically. His eyes narrowed in anger as he turned to Nagamaki, demanding, are you the one who destroyed the Uchiha statue? Cursing under his breath. Nagamaki suddenly remembered that he had forgotten Obito's last name was Uchiha. To brazenly enter the territory of the Uchiha, who regarded him as an adversary, was akin to slapping them in the face. Don't listen to her nonsense. My name is Shursui. Nagamaki replied nonchalantly, claiming the name of a ninja who had not yet been born. Do you go by Nagamaki or Shursui? Nagamaki, Rin declared. Nagamaki, Shursui. I don't care what you call yourself. The dark-faced ninja stepped forward, seizing Nagamaki's arm. Come with me to the security office. We'll find out whether you're Nagamaki or Shursui. I won't go. Nagamaki forcefully swatted the ninja's hand away, causing it to swell instantly. The dark-faced ninja stared at his now puffy hand, threatening, I officially warn you, last night, one of our Uchiha clan members was ambushed and severely injured. I suspect you are involved. Come with me to the security office, or, as he spoke, a sinister smile crept across his lips. If you resist, I will be forced to use force to bring you back. As he finished speaking, the dark ninja's eyes transformed, revealing the ominous three-tomo Sharingan, startling Rin and causing her to take several steps back. Being a member of Konoha, Rin had heard tales of the Sharingan from Obito. But this was her first time witnessing its terrifying power firsthand. Though she had heard rumors about Nagamaki's past, she could never believe he would attack someone. Therefore, upon hearing the accusations against him, Rin intended to speak up in his defense. However, under the oppressive gaze of the Sharingan, she felt as if her body was paralyzed, unable to move an inch. Noticing Rin's distress, Nagamaki stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of her. Anger ignited within him as he retorted, You mean, Uchiha Izumi? It must be you. The dark-faced ninja's fury escalated, his chakra surging like a roaring lion, proclaiming his dominance. You not only destroyed the statue, but also left my brother in a coma. I will not let you escape. With that, the dark-faced ninja began to form hand seals. However, this time, Nagamaki did not wait for him to finish. With lightning speed, he swung his fist at the ninja's face before he could complete the seals. Bang! In a dazzling display of athleticism, the dark-faced ninja collapsed, his eyes rolling back as he lost consciousness. Damn it! I've stirred up a hornet's nest. Having just dealt with the small fry, now a bigger one appears. But since Uchiha Izumi has an older brother, I shall no longer feel remorse for that punch from last night. Chapter 20. The tremor of the Uchiha. The alleys of the Uchiha clan were remarkably tidy. Although they resided in the same village of Konoha, Ryuma sensed a stronger sense of unity among these people. The territory of the Uchiha clan seldom saw outsiders. On one hand, it was due to the somewhat exclusive nature of the clan members who were unwilling to endure the disdainful glances of others, and on the other hand, it might stem from the conflicts among the higher-ups. After walking several hundred meters, Ryuma and Rin arrived at the entrance of a courtyard. Even from a distance, they could hear the sounds of laughter and playful banter emanating from within. There were quite a number of people. Ryuma smiled at Rin and said, "Wasn't Obito quite solitary before? Why are there so many people here today?" Rin smiled gently at Ryuma and replied, "Ever since you and Kakashi graduated, Obito seems to have transformed. He has been diligently studying theory and practicing ninjutsu, and he engages much more frequently with his classmates." In Ryuma's recollection, Obito's world revolved solely around Rin. Aside from harboring grievances against a few boys who were close to her, he hardly socialized. However, according to Rin, Obito had indeed changed significantly. As they stepped into the house, they observed a group of people gathered under the eaves, enjoying watermelon and animatedly gesturing to one another, filled with merriment. Rin, you're here." Upon entering, Obito immediately spotted Rin, hastily wiped the watermelon juice from his hands, and stood up to greet her. However, as soon as he spoke, he noticed Ryuma following closely behind Rin, causing his steps to freeze in place. Ryuma? It had been a year since they last met, and both Obito and his classmates had evidently grown, both in stature and temperament, revealing subtle differences to Ryuma. Obito still wore his usual attire, but perhaps due to the informal setting, he was not donning his goggles today, and his neatly tousled hair appeared oddly appealing. Wait a moment. Ryuma suddenly realized something and muttered to himself, "Why am I so concerned about others' hair now?" The appearance of Ryuma was entirely unexpected for everyone. As a prodigy who graduated from the Ninja Academy at the tender age of 5 a year ago, discussions about him and Kakashi had dwindled among his classmates. And when mentioned, it felt as though those two belonged to a different generation. "Please, have a seat." Obito, with a serious expression, addressed Ryuma before turning back to Rin with a smile. "Here is your birthday gift. Happy birthday, Obito." Rin handed a shuriken decorated with colorful ribbons to Obito, who bashfully accepted it, laughing and blushing as he responded, "Thank you for your gift, Rin." Sighing in exasperation, Ryuma observed this scene. After all, they were all only 6 or 7 years old, and it was amusing that Obito, at such a young age, already knew how to orbit around girls. One might say he was either remarkably perceptive or maturing early. In contrast, Ryuma felt somewhat awkward at the gathering, as Kakashi was absent, Guy was not present, and even Akimichi, who used to be a close companion, seemed to be missing. The prolonged separation had rendered the once familiar classmates hesitant to approach Ryuma, opting instead to whisper amongst themselves from a distance. Time passed unnoticed, and just as Ryuma was contemplating excusing himself to head home, a sudden flurry of footsteps erupted from the entrance of Obito's house. As the noise grew closer, the door was forcefully swung open, revealing a tall, slender man with a forehead protector tied around his waist and a red armband of the police force on his left arm. "Yin, what brings you here?" As the host, Obito recognized the identity of the visitor immediately upon hearing the commotion. He rushed outside to join the tall man, looking up and inquiring, "What is going on?" Yin, however, did not respond to Obito's question. Instead, he cast a cold glance around the room, eventually fixing his gaze on Ryuma, who stood by the yard. "Take him away," Yin commanded his fellow clan members. Although Obito harbored a dislike for Ryuma, he could not simply ignore the fact that a guest was being taken from his home. Therefore, as the Uchiha clan members prepared to act on Yin's orders, Obito quickly stepped in front of them, questioning with a look of confusion, "What is going on? He is my classmate. Why do you want to take him away?" Seeing this, Yin reached out, ruffling Obito's hair and pushing him aside, before addressing Ryuma. "You must be Ryuma, right? Come along quietly. I don't wish to disrupt Obito's birthday gathering." Yin was the captain of a small squad in the Konoha police force, and the armband on his arm was a symbol of his authority. Being a minor leader, he was quite familiar with Ryuma's story. This mission to apprehend Ryuma was intended to alleviate the grievances of the Uchiha clan. At that moment, all eyes in the room were on Ryuma. Gazing into Obito's astonished yet resolute eyes, Ryuma responded to Yin, "Since so many mice have gathered today, I might as well catch them all at once." The reasons behind the Uchiha clan's relentless pursuit of Ryuma were unknown to the others, but both Yin and Ryuma understood all too well. The punch that Ryuma had thrown shattered not only a statue, but also the dignity of the Uchiha clan within Konoha. Even though the higher-ups had advised against overly pursuing Ryuma's accountability, his brazen appearance in Uchiha territory today clearly indicated his disregard for their authority. In response to Ryuma's provocation, Yin and his subordinates activated their Sharingan. In an instant, it felt as though Ryuma had plunged into a realm dominated by crimson-eyed adversaries. "Captain, allow me to teach this reckless child a lesson," a chubby boy beside Yin exclaimed, charging forward with a fierce punch aimed directly at Ryuma's face. As members of the police force, they had long discarded the village's rules against private dueling, willing to face the consequences together after capturing Ryuma. However, they did not anticipate that. With a simple sidestep, Ryuma evaded the chubby boy's strike effortlessly. The boy, caught off guard, had no time to react before Ryuma delivered a powerful knee strike to his abdomen. Oof! A painful cry echoed as the chubby boy crumpled to the ground, curling up like a shrimp, unable to rise for a long time. Let us not waste time testing one by one. Let us all go at him together. Chapter 21. Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Itachi's expression was somewhat displeased. After all, facing a mere child of 5 or 6 years who dared to provoke him was testing the limits of his patience. Yet, despite his anger, he did not lose all semblance of reason. The rules of Konoha had been breached. But Uchiha Itachi and the members of the security team dared not unleash their jutsu against Nagamaki. Engaging in a physical confrontation could lead to a few days in a small confinement room, coupled with a reprimand. However, releasing jutsu within the village, Uchiha Itachi could not bear such a burden of responsibility. Yet, Nagamaki seemed either to possess some form of backing or was simply naive, as he boldly faced dozens of Uchiha security personnel, defiantly challenging them. Had Jiraiya's influence instilled such fear in the Uchiha clan? No, that could not be the case. The clan leader was Uchiha Fugaku, whose standing surpassed even that of Jiraiya. He would not permit Nagamaki's audacity to go unchecked for the sake of mere appearances. It was then that Nagamaki suddenly spoke. "Is your Sharingan merely a tool for enduring?" The Sharingan, a symbol of the Uchiha clan's honor, ignited fury in everyone present. Before Uchiha Itachi could issue a command, several members of the clan advanced menacingly. "That's right, now we're getting somewhere." Nagamaki observed their movements and beckoned. "Come at me. Do not let me look down upon you. You brat, you will pay for your insolence today." A member of the security team, with sharp eyes, began to form hand seals rapidly. "Stop!" A massive wave of chakra rippled through the crowd. By the time Uchiha Itachi reacted, the air had already vibrated ominously. "Fire release, fire. Fire your grandfather." With a sharp crack, Nagamaki had somehow closed the distance to the steps, dispersing the gathered chakra with a single slap before the jutsu could fully manifest. The ninja who had intended to unleash the technique was sent flying into his comrades, his half-visible profile swelling visibly. "Charge! I will take responsibility for today. Bring him back to me for questioning," Uchiha Itachi commanded, his voice booming. The purpose of the security team was to maintain order within the village. If Nagamaki were taken back, the outcome of the interrogation would be entirely at his discretion. Nagamaki had defaced the statue of Uchiha Madara. They could easily claim he was an infiltrator from another village, inciting discord between Konoha and the Uchiha clan. If Nagamaki harmed a clan member, they could accuse him of defection, asserting that the security team had discovered his actions, leading to a physical altercation. Even if Nagamaki had done nothing, they could fabricate evidence against him, such as a forged letter from an enemy, solidifying his status as a rogue ninja. Thus, if Nagamaki were to enter the security office, a heavy accusation would already hang over his head. At that point, even Jiraiya would struggle to prove his innocence. As for the third Hokage, the Uchiha clan operated within Konoha much like a village within a village, while the Uchiha were subject to the village's governance. They maintained their own authority behind closed doors. The third could investigate or advise, but the Uchiha had the option to ignore him. Nagamaki understood this dynamic well, but he was not one to be easily manipulated. Observing the advancing Uchiha clan members, he transformed his palm into a fist, crouching slightly. In an instant, a fierce killing intent erupted, enveloping all around him. The wind howled, dust swirling. "Stop!" Just as Nagamaki was about to unleash his devastating strike, a chilling voice resonated through the air, and a pair of deep, three-tomo Sharingan appeared in everyone's minds. With a resounding boom, a cloud of white smoke erupted between Nagamaki and the Uchiha clan members, and a tall figure gradually emerged from the haze. "Captain! Captain!" Upon seeing the newcomer, the Uchiha clan members stood at attention. It was Uchiha Fugaku. Nagamaki recognized the figure immediately, his demeanor shifting as he straightened and gradually retracted his murderous intent. "You must be Nagamaki," Uchiha Fugaku said with a warm smile, bending slightly to speak to him. "I have reviewed your file, yet I did not anticipate that. In just a year, you would have honed such remarkable skills." Uchiha Fugaku laughed heartily, addressing his subordinates. Did you see that? This is what happens when you neglect your training. A mere junior has outshone you. Do you feel ashamed? Ninja life is fraught with peril. One never knows where they will awaken next, or if they will awaken at all. The phrase life and death are predestined does not apply to everyone. Rather, one's survival hinges not on fate, but on the unparalleled abilities forged through relentless training day in and day out. Ninjutsu, Jinjutsu, Taijutsu, mastering even one of these to perfection would etch a vivid mark upon a ninja's legacy. Uchiha Fugaku's prowess was a mystery to all. Even Nagamaki had only encountered speculation about him online. Yet, standing before this enigmatic figure stirred an indescribable feeling within Nagamaki. What was it? He could not articulate it. However, Uchiha Fugaku's arrival quelled the conflict, and under his protection, not only was Nagamaki's destruction of the statue overlooked, but he was also escorted back to the village. Captain, why are we? In the security office, Uchiha Itachi questioned Fugaku, his confusion evident. Yet, before he could finish, Fugaku's piercing gaze silenced him. Fugaku stood, moving to the window, observing the clansmen training below, and remarked casually, graduating from the Ninja Academy under Jiraiya's scrutiny at just 5 years old. He has only traveled for a year and now returns to participate in this year's CHNIN exams. If all goes well, he will make history. Fugaku sighed deeply as he glanced at Itachi. His abilities are far beyond what you perceive. As he spoke, he slowly closed his eyes, recalling the aura emanating from Nagamaki before his appearance. It was chilling and overwhelming. It was killing intent. How could a mere 6-year-old possess such a presence? Chapter 22. Departure to the Land of Lightning. As the time for the CHNIN exams drew ever closer, the eve of departure arrived without a sign of Master Jiraiya. It was only the sudden appearance of Gamabunta that dispelled the doubts lingering in Ryumaku's heart. What? You mean to say that Master Jiraiya has gone to Mount My Bokuzen? Ryumaku exclaimed in disbelief, his eyes wide with irritation. I thought he might have perished in the embrace of some woman after so long without a word. Gamabunta croaked and leapt onto Ryumaku's dining table, responding. Little Jiraiya is engaged in a rigorous training regimen and likely won't return anytime soon. Thus, he asked me to deliver this letter to you. A letter? Ryumaku took the scroll that Gamabunta spat out with surprise, disdainfully shaking off the saliva that clung to it. Upon unfurling the scroll, he read the simple phrase, CHNIN exam. Good luck. Humph. Ryumaku scoffed at the brevity of the message, yet a faint smile began to grace his lips. The CHNIN exam, unlike that for Genin, required participants to form teams of 3 for assessment. In the square before their departure, the leading Jonin instructed the Genin to select their teammates. Following this, Ryumaku surveyed the crowd and immediately thought of Kakashi, as he was the only one he recognized among the numerous faces. Ryumaku. Just then, as Ryumaku searched for Kakashi amid the throng, he heard his name being called. Turning towards the sound, he saw his former classmates, led by Guy and Rin, standing in a neat row at the edge of the square, waving enthusiastically. Ryumaku. Kakashi. Good luck. Rin cupped her hands around her mouth and shouted. Simultaneously, all the classmates raised their arms, cheering for Ryumaku and Kakashi. Kakashi, removing his mask, slowly emerged from the crowd and approached Ryumaku, sharing a knowing smile as they exchanged glances. Hello, I am Mizukawa, skilled in enhancing my skin with Earth-style chakra, introduced Mizukawa, who had been assigned to the same team as Ryumaku and Kakashi on their journey to the Land of Lightning. As teammates, understanding each other's abilities would significantly benefit them in the upcoming CHNIN exams. Skin hardening? Kakashi pondered, recalling a member of the Umbu whose characteristics resembled Mizukawa's. Earth-style? Skin hardening. Ryumaku murmured, glancing at the striking young woman beside him, wondering how a girl so beautiful could practice such a technique. Kakashi, skilled in. Just as Kakashi began to introduce himself, Mizukawa interjected with a giggle, You're Kakashi, right? I recognized you from your mask and hair color. Indeed, it is I. Kakashi replied softly. What on earth? Ryumaku thought, feeling like an outsider as he watched their playful exchange. You must be Ryumaku. Mizukawa turned to him and said, I believe not only I, but everyone here now knows your name. Realizing she referred to the cheers from their classmates before leaving the village, Ryumaku smiled sheepishly and replied, Yes, I am Ryumaku, skilled in Taijutsu. As he spoke of his proficiency, a moment of hesitation washed over him. It was undeniable that ninjutsu and jinjutsu were not his strengths. But did his abilities classify as taijutsu? Did he possess a technique capable of defeating an opponent? We are now a team, and we shall support each other in this nin exam, Mizukawa said, extending her palm among the three of them. Kakashi and Ryuki exchanged glances before placing their right hands atop hers. Let us do our best. The journey to the land of lightning was long, requiring the group to traverse numerous mountain ranges over the course of half a month. Along the way, Kakashi, despite his reserved nature, was aided by Mizukawa's friendly disposition and continuous conversation, which alleviated any awkwardness that arose among the trio. Are you hungry? I made rice balls. Would you like some? On the verdant slopes of the Emerald Mist Mountains, the trio from Konoha paused to rest, gathering around a large stone to replenish their energy. Sure. Ryuki boldly scooted closer to Mizukawa, marveling as she retrieved a beautifully crafted lunchbox from her backpack. Wow, did you make this? Ryuki observed the rice balls, significantly larger than the usual ones, and joked, I can only eat one of these. Mizukawa understood his implication and explained, I prefer larger portions, so naturally. My rice balls are oversized. You like larger portions? How about sushi? Ryuki inquired. I love it. Mizukawa replied, taking a bite of her rice ball. I usually add 3 or 4 times the ingredients to my sushi, so your rolled sushi is quite hefty. Ryuki laughed, thoroughly charmed by Mizukawa's cuteness. Kakashi and Mizukawa exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of Ryuki's laughter but refrained from asking. After finishing a rice ball, Kakashi unfolded a map to check their current location. At this rate, in 3 days we shall enter the borders of the Land of Lightning, he stated. The Land of Lightning, a vast territory, was marked by uneven distribution of natural resources. The southern region was lush with forests and waterfalls, while the north was barren and desolate. As the Konoha group journeyed from south to north, they found themselves situated between the Land of Sound and the Land of Lightning, and though several days remained, they could already feel a distinct change in the air. Among the 7 squads participating in the exam, Ryuki's team was notably the youngest on average. While the nin exam was typically for those aged 13 or 14, Ryuki's team surprisingly included 2 6-year-olds. Do you know who that is? Mizukawa whispered, peering at the jonin leading them. I don't recognize him, Ryuki replied with a shrug, indifferent. To him, the man appeared with dark red hair, a serious countenance, and clad in distinctive combat attire. Even during their break, he stood atop the boulder, vigilantly surveying the surroundings for any potential threats. Kakashi, with his experience in the Umbu and frequent interactions with the village's elite jonin, struggled to recall the man's identity. Chapter 23. The Concerns of Mizuki Wai Kurenai. Upon hearing this name from Mizuki's lips, the image of Wai Kurenai instantly surfaced in the mind of Ryuki. Indeed, Mizuki elucidated. He is the nin instructor of our village. Should we be fortunate enough to ascend to nin this time, we may receive his guidance in the future. Is he formidable? Ryuki inquired, hastily gulping down the last morsel of his rice ball while stealing a glance at Kurenai's silhouette. Typically, Kurenai has wine-red hair. Why does this Kurenai appear with dark red locks? Perhaps I have stumbled upon something extraordinary. Mizuki shook his head, replying, I merely happened to learn of his identity. Beyond that, I do not possess further knowledge. He is indeed formidable. At this juncture, Kakashi, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. Although Kakashi had not personally met him, he had heard this name from his father, Tsukumo Hitaki. As a ninja of the same generation, only a select few in the village could truly comprehend the prowess of Wai Kurenai. 3 days later, Team Konoha officially entered the Land of Lightning, and Ryuki was taken aback to discover that the one tasked with welcoming them would be none other than the future Fourth Hokage. Although he had yet to earn renown in the ninja world, his entrance left quite an impression on many. As the team sped through the arid landscape, a sudden flash of lightning illuminated the horizon, followed by a thunderous boom that stirred a cloud of sand. Emerging from the swirling dust was clad in his imposing lightning armor. Observing the vigilant members of Konoha, he boisterously declared, I am here to escort you to the venue for this nin examination. His identity was no secret in the ninja world, as the son of the Third Hokage. He was recognized as one of the most powerful individuals beneath his father in Kyuubi. Brother. Before the members of Konoha could fully recover from their astonishment, a yellow-haired woman wearing the Kyuubi forehead protector dashed up behind her voice laced with irritation as she reproached him. Could you refrain from being so reckless in your actions? Stern countenance showed no signs of acknowledgement towards her words. Wai Kurenai stepped forward to introduce herself to and soon thereafter, the group sped towards Kyuubi. At the rear of the formation, Ryuki observed A's muscular back with a subtle smile. After all, a master capable of severing one of the 8 tails' horns certainly had the right to such arrogance. Upon their arrival in Kyuubi, the Konoha group was allocated to a designated lodging. Kakashi, Ryuki, and Mizuki gathered by the window, discussing strategies as they watched ninjas from various villages arrive one after another. The CHNIN examination consisted of 3 phases. The first phase was a theoretical examination, an aspect that neither Kakashi nor Ryuki worried about, given their past academic prowess. As for Mizuki's theoretical abilities, when Ryuki inquired, he discovered that she too had once been a top student in the Ninja Academy. The second phase of the CHNIN examination was determined by the examiners from Kyuubi and various other villages, leaving everyone in the dark about the specific evaluation criteria until the official test commenced. The third phase involved personal combat, a commonplace occurrence for ninjas and thus not surprising. Ryuki remarked to Kakashi and Mizuki, "The second phase will likely assess our teamwork abilities. As a newly formed team, we should be particularly mindful of this aspect." Although Kakashi and Ryuki had once been classmates, Kakashi knew little about Ryuki, especially after a year of growth that had rendered Ryuki even more enigmatic in Kakashi's eyes. As for Mizuki, Kakashi was aware of her identity, yet that knowledge was limited to a fleeting glimpse during a past mission. Mizuki, her expression grave and brow furrowed as if she had resolved a significant decision, addressed Ryuki and Kakashi. "I previously mentioned that I excel in earth release, capable of hardening my skin, and I am also a sensory ninja. The existence of sensory ninjas is exceedingly rare. Even Kakashi had to concede the importance of Mizuki in this examination. I can utilize techniques from the fire, water, and earth elements. Taijutsu is Ryuki's forte, so I shall refrain from elaborating on that," Kakashi stated, accurately outlining his abilities. "And you, Ryuki?" Mizuki inquired. Her curiosity piqued as she gazed at him. In her eyes, Ryuki, having graduated from the Ninja Academy at the age of 5 and receiving such high praise from Kakashi, must possess strength beyond what he claimed. At that moment, Ryuki leaned his chin against the windowsill, observing 3 sound ninjas being escorted by Kyuubi shinobi along the path below, and replied, "I truly only specialize in taijutsu. If you insist on asking about ninjutsu, I can only say that my chakra is of the fire attribute, and the fireballs I produce can barely ignite anything. Beyond that, I possess nothing of note." "That indeed poses a challenge," Mizuki murmured, her brow knitted. As a member of the Umbu, her abilities were not particularly suited for combat. Although Kakashi was competent, he was merely 6 years old, and in the presence of ninjas averaging 13 to 14 years of age, he would certainly suffer from the disadvantage of youth. If Ryuki spoke the truth, claiming to only excel in taijutsu, it would render their examination efforts nearly futile. "Are you worried?" Ryuki inquired, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he regarded Mizuki. Though she did not respond, her expression spoke volumes. Noticing her unease, Ryuki offered a reassuring smile, patting her shoulder and stating, "The examination has not yet begun, and here you are, fretting unnecessarily. Fear not. For every road leads to a destination. Needless worry only serves to amplify our troubles." With that, Ryuki rose and exited the room. Reflecting on the trio of sound ninjas he had just seen, a vague figure flickered in Ryuki's mind. At midnight, in the back mountains of Kyuubi, a boy adorned with brown glasses sat before a waterfall, humming an odd tune as he basked in the moonlight. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, stirring an unusual sensation. The boy's previously languid demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as a massive tail erupted from behind him, pointing directly at a lurking shadow. The air crackled with tension as the boy heard a resounding boom. The immense force from the tail yanked him into the riverbed. "Who goes there?" Rising from the ground, the boy drew his long sword, his voice sharp with authority. Yet, to his astonishment, he was met with a reply from a child even younger than himself. "Damn it! Who ambushed this lost handsome figure?" Chapter 24, Temptation. The red chakra with clenched fists, Ryomu emerged slowly from the shadows, his brow furrowing as he realized that the assailant before him was a boy with a tail. Initially, he sought the sound ninjas, but the nearly identical architecture of Kyuubi, coupled with the labyrinthine pathways, had led him astray. Little did he anticipate that upon his arrival, while attempting to gain a vantage point, he would be stealthily ambushed, igniting an anger that had been brewing within him. Under the cover of night, Ryomu could scarcely discern his opponent's features. However, he deemed it inconsequential, knowing that once the battle concluded, the boy would undoubtedly bear the marks of defeat. rendering his appearance irrelevant. Resolute, he leaped down from the stone wall and approached the boy, who stood poised for confrontation. At that moment, the boy's tail, akin to a boulder, began to strike with tremendous force, creating a reverberating thrum in the air. Ryomu, instead of bracing for impact, grounded himself, commanding, "Focus. Dodge left and right." The sound of shattering stones echoed as his swift movements crushed the debris beneath his feet. To the boy, Ryomu's figure seemed to multiply into dozens, no, hundreds, of shadows, enveloping him in a flurry reminiscent of a shadow clone technique. Tension gripped the boy as he observed the encircling figures, yet no attack followed. Suddenly, he dropped to the ground, and an array of crimson chakra bubbles erupted from him, enveloping his form. In mere moments, he was shrouded in the red orbs, and the single tail behind him transformed into three. Ryomu's realization struck him. The familiar red chakra in the boy's tail revealed his identity, Killer Bee. At this juncture, he recalled that Kyuubi housed two-tailed beasts, one of which was the Eight Tails, known as Ryuki. In his memory, the Eight Tails ranked second among the nine-tailed beasts. A massive ox with octopus-like tentacles. With two horns adorning its head and a tempestuous demeanor, it had been sealed within both Burubi and Killer Bee's bodies. Burubi. The previous Jinchuriki had been Killer Bee's mentor. Following Burubi's demise, the role of Jinchuriki was passed to Killer Bee. At present, Killer Bee was merely 13 or 14. Akin to the age of the ninjas participating in the Chunin exams. Yet, as a concealed force balancing the might of the various villages, his true identity remained unknown to many. Ryomu halted, captivated by the sight of Killer Bee in his tailed beast transformation. An impulse surged within him to engage in a friendly contest with the beast-powered ninja. Killer Bee, grounded and cloaked in the aura of the tailed beast, emanated a formidable presence as his three tails whipped toward Ryomu's position. Ryomu, unfazed, unleashed a fraction of his strength, sidestepping with the speed of lightning, weaving effortlessly through the haze. Observing the fourth tail beginning to condense, he smiled and swiftly appeared before the tailed beast-empowered Killer Bee. With a powerful punch, he sent Killer Bee hurtling several meters away. As he soared through the air, droplets of blood scattered, yet upon landing, he quickly began to gather chakra in his mouth. In an instant, an orb the size of a fist materialized, a tailed beast bomb ready to launch. With a resounding boom, the tailed beast bomb was propelled towards Ryomu. In response, he harnessed his own devouring power, enveloped in crimson flames. As he raised his hand, a potent suction emanated from his palm, causing the tailed beast bomb to shrink until it was entirely absorbed. Ryomu felt a surge of power within him, invigorated by the chakra of the tailed beast being refined by his own unique flames. Clenching his fist, he reveled in the newfound strength coursing through him, the joints of his body cracking with renewed vitality. Killer Bee, known in the lore as the first to fully master the power of the tailed beast, possessed remarkable talent. Yet in the face of overwhelming strength, he remained human, unable to unleash the full potential of the beast. Content with the outcome. Ryomu recognized that unless Killer Bee could fully transform, continuing the battle would serve no purpose. Moreover, the fluctuations of the Eight Tails chakra would undoubtedly attract the attention of Kyuubi's higher-ups. Wishing to avoid any misunderstandings, Ryomu chose to depart the scene. The Sound Village, a reclusive nation, seldom engaged in the rivalries of larger countries. The three individuals that had caught Ryomu's attention earlier were likely disguised as Leaf Village Jonin. Remarkably, he recognized all three of them. After a long search, Ryomu finally returned to his accommodations in the Leaf Village, only to find Kakashi and Mizuki still awake. As a combat unit, they typically shared the same room for meals and rest. Mizuki was engrossed in a book, illuminated by the soft glow of a lamp, while Kakashi sat by the windows, his expression contemplative. Upon entering, Ryomu was met with Mizuki's inquisitive gaze. "Where have you been, Ryomu?" "Nowhere, just wandered a bit," he replied, reluctant to admit his embarrassing detour. Blushing, he retreated to the tatami mat, covering himself with a blanket. Exchanging glances, Mizuki and Kakashi, though puzzled, refrained from pressing further. With only 2 days remaining until the Chunin exams, the trio dedicated their time to reviewing theoretical knowledge, gradually gaining an understanding of one another's abilities. 2 days later, Kyuubi Ninja Academy. As the third Raikage, officially announced the commencement of the Chunin exams, a wave of enthusiastic cheers erupted from the crowd. Chapter 25. Theoretical assessment. The participants in this Chunin examination, including 7 groups from Konoha, numbered nearly 100. The first phase of the assessment, a theoretical test, divided the candidates into 3 classes: Upon receiving the examination paper, Ryumu began to answer with great enthusiasm. In his previous life, although he had not completed his graduate studies, he had at least earned a bachelor's degree, allowing him to navigate the knowledge of this ninja world with remarkable ease. What was the outbreak year of the First Shinobi World War? 17 years. What is the incantation for the jutsu represented by the sequence of signs? Een, snake. Een, snake. Een, snake. Water release, water barrier. Please elaborate on the relationships of dominance among the 5 elemental natures: fire, water, earth, lightning, and wind. As Ryumu gazed at the final question, he shook his head in disbelief. The last major question of the CH-NEEN exam was about the 5 elements. With a sigh, he took up his pen to respond. At that moment, less than half an hour had elapsed. After completing all the questions, Ryumu cast a satisfied glance at his paper and lazily stretched his back. Suddenly, Ryumu's eyes widened in shock as he observed the chaotic classroom around him. There were no invigilators for the theoretical examination, and not all candidates possessed the knowledge that Ryumu had. Yet, in a brazen act before the classroom surveillance, many were resorting to the manipulation of jutsu to cheat in order to secure satisfactory scores. Beside Ryumu, a lean man wearing the forehead protector of Sunagakure squinted his eyes and formed hand seals. In an instant, a barely noticeable fine sand began to drift from the man's waist pouch, elegantly circumventing the surveillance and appearing in midair outside the classroom. Ryumu, intrigued, focused intently, only to discover that the grains of sand, under the man's command, gradually coalesced into words, revealing the precise date of the First Shinobi World War. Just then, a scratching sound reached Ryumu's ears. Turning to investigate, he was startled to find a small humanoid puppet flying just behind him. Startled, Ryumu instinctively swatted at the puppet as one would a fly, grasping it in his hand and crushing it. How dare it steal my answers? Wait a minute. An idea sparked in Ryumu's mind, and a mischievous grin crept across his face. How audacious to copy my answers. He chuckled softly and picked up his pen once more. A few minutes later, Ryumu, appearing as if he had finally found relief, confidently declared, "This will suffice. A mediocre perfect score will do. Such simple questions are an insult to my intellect." With that, he pushed the examination paper forward and, without a care in the world, rested his head on his arms and fell asleep. At that moment, nearly all candidates in the same classroom heard Ryumu's arrogant proclamation, glancing at him as he dozed off, his snores gradually echoing through the room. Many turned their attention to Ryumu's paper. Ding, ding, ding. The bell signifying the end of the examination rang. Just as Ryumu reached the classroom door, the sand ninja who had been seated beside him suddenly appeared in front of him with a smile. The man patted Ryumu's shoulder and said, "You got the first question wrong. The First Shinobi World War did not occur in 19 years, but rather in 17. Ryumu?" Seeing the realization dawn on Ryumu's face, the man's smile widened, as if he could hardly contain his amusement, and he continued, "However, I must thank you. Without your help, I might not have been able to confirm the answer to the last question." Oh. Upon hearing this, Ryumu's lips curled slightly, but he suppressed his inner delight, feigning regret as he lamented, "You copied my answers, and yet you didn't notify me of my mistake?" "Notify you?" The sand ninja mocked. "Why would I do that? Furthermore, I must inform you that not just me, but also my teammates, and nearly half of the candidates in this examination hall, copied your paper." With that, the sand youth left, satisfied with Ryumu's stunned expression. Until all the candidates departed, Ryumu finally burst into laughter, mimicking the earlier sand ninja. "Why should I notify you? Oh, how I regret it. What a pity." Having discovered that the majority were cheating, Ryumu made subtle alterations to his previously correct answers. For instance, he changed the date of the First Shinobi World War from 17 years to 19, altered the jutsu represented by the signs to water release, water dragon bullet, and exaggerated the capabilities of the lightning element in the final question, claiming it could not only counter earth release, but could also forcibly escape jinjutsu. Once he completed these adjustments, Ryumu intentionally made those remarks to reveal his status as a top student, remaining completely unguarded, allowing others to copy his answers freely. As for himself, in the final minutes before the examination concluded, he discreetly reverted his answers back to their original forms. These fools fail to realize that one is a ninjutsu, and the other is a jinjutsu. Apart from both requiring chakra for release, they share no significant connection. Ryumu muttered as he exited the classroom. Upon arriving at the school square, he spotted Mizuki and Kakashi waiting for him at the school gate. And he could not contain his laughter. "Mizuki, Kakashi, has this child lost his mind? The questions were simple, but surely not to the extent of such glee. All right, enough laughter. We must hasten to the Valley of Thunder and Martial Arts for our second assessment, Kakashi said. Leading the way, Ryumu, still chuckling to the point of coughing, finally set off to follow. The Valley of Thunder and Martial Arts. Located less than 500 meters outside of Kyuubi, was a colossal mountain range encircling the village, formed by numerous towering peaks. This valley served as a natural barrier for Kyuubi. Although it could not provide both offensive and defensive capabilities simultaneously, every inconspicuous nook and cranny was manned with sentries, allowing this vast and desolate mountain range to effectively conceal individuals during enemy invasions, thus offering an ideal defensive mechanism for the village. As Ryumu and his companions reached the mountain's base, a dark-skinned ninja from Kyuubi was addressing the crowd, explaining the details of the second assessment. Chapter 26. Another victim. From this point onward, the other side of the Leiwu Valley marks the location of your next assessment. Observe the scrolls in your possession. They are divided into 2 volumes, Heaven and Earth. Currently, each team has only received 1 volume. Upon reaching the next station, only those teams possessing both volumes will be eligible for the third assessment. The dark-skinned ninja proclaimed loudly, "You have 7 days. If you fail to arrive within this time frame, we shall consider your team to have forfeited this Chunin exam. Do you understand?" Understood. 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 The order of departure for the second assessment will be determined by a lottery. The Ryumu team, half an hour after the start of the assessment, set out in 16th position. However, as the 3 entered the valley, they were swiftly pulled into the shadow of a massive rock by Shui Guang. "What are you doing?" Ryumu asked, puzzled by Shui Guang's caution. "Are you foolish?" Upon entering this place, Shui Guang quickly formed hand seals and then addressed Ryumu. "Did you hear what that Jainin said? Each team possesses only 1 scroll, yet to qualify for the third assessment, one must hold both the Heaven and Earth scrolls. What do you think that implies?" "Steal," Kakashi whispered from the side. "Precisely," Shui Guang affirmed, quietly sensing the surroundings. "Given our team's lack of strength, setting off recklessly will undoubtedly make us targets for many teams. Thus, I propose we avoid confrontation and let them eliminate each other, allowing us to reap the benefits." "Damn," Ryumu retorted, grinning widely at Kakashi's suggestion. "Are you two performing a comedic act? And you've managed to butcher 3 idioms in succession." "Kakashi." Shui Guang. "Comedic act? What is that?" Shui Guang looked at Ryumu in confusion. Well, Ryumu chuckled sheepishly. "It's a classic traditional art form involving. Let us discuss that later." Before Ryumu could finish, Shui Guang interrupted. "What are your thoughts?" Hearing this, Kakashi furrowed his brow in contemplation. Shui Guang's observations were astute. Given the combined capabilities of himself, Ryumu, and the inexperienced Shui Guang, their team was indeed at a disadvantage. If, as Shui Guang suggested, the examiners intended for participating teams to vie for the scrolls, their team would undoubtedly face numerous challenges. However, if their team could lie in wait until the end, targeting another team with the Earth Scroll, or even one that possessed both scrolls, they could minimize their risks significantly. Ryumu, observing Kakashi's conflicted expression, rolled his eyes. Turning to Shui Guang, he remarked, "You're overthinking it. In my opinion, we should simply make our way to the finish line. The issue of seizing scrolls can be discussed later. Besides, it's just an Earth Scroll. We can ambush someone at the finish line and take it. Furthermore, with 7 teams from Konoha participating, perhaps someone will show us mercy out of camaraderie." Just then, before Ryumu could complete his thought, Shui Guang suddenly frowned and covered Ryumu's mouth. Simultaneously, he wrote on the ground, "Be quiet. Someone is approaching, and they're moving slowly." As a sensing ninja, Shui Guang had immediately activated his sensory abilities upon arrival. The team he sensed was likely following closely behind the Ryumu team into the valley. "Where?" Ryumu asked. "For a clock direction, less than 30 meters away." "Got it." Seeing how close the other team was, Ryumu stood up and said to Kakashi and Shui Guang, "Let us go ask them which scroll they possess." Shui Guang. Kakashi. While both were still taken aback, Ryumu had already darted ahead. "Fool." Watching Ryumu's retreating figure, Shui Guang ultimately swallowed the curse that had risen to his lips. "What should we do?" Shui Guang turned to Kakashi. Kakashi, though not overly familiar with Ryumu, understood that he was not a reckless individual. Since Ryumu had chosen this course of action, he must have his own reasoning. Thus, in response to Shui Guang's query, Kakashi nodded, "Let us follow him. Regardless of who we face, we are still a team." Following the direction indicated by Shui Guang, Ryomu spotted the silhouettes of the approaching team in under a minute. Upon recognizing the Iwagakure ninja headbands, Ryomu leaped in front of the trio, grinning as he inquired, "Ah, I see we have friends from Iwagakure. Do you possess the Earth Scroll? If so, I would like to borrow it." The Iwagakure ninjas? Ryomu's sudden appearance put the three IWA ninjas on high alert. "It's you." The only female ninja among them seemed to recognize Ryomu, sneering. "I thought it was someone else. Turns out it's the fool who willingly handed over his answers during the theoretical assessment." Ryomu. Upon hearing this, Ryomu glanced at her features, confirming he had not made a lasting impression, and asked, "You know me? Were we in the same examination room? Did you copy my answers?" She smiled lightly. "Why not? I was sitting directly in front of you. Didn't you recognize me? Apologies, but I generally don't retain impressions of unattractive things." "You." The female ninja fumed. A young woman, she was particularly sensitive about her appearance. Though Ryomu refrained from using ninjutsu, his words struck a heavy blow. Just then, a robust man stepped forward from beside the female ninja, his expression devoid of emotion. He glared at the headband on Ryomu's arm and demanded, "Are you a Konoha ninja?" At 6 years old, Ryomu appeared minuscule before this man, who was undoubtedly imposing due to his physical stature. The long-standing enmity between Iwagakure and Konoha was not something that could be easily summarized in a few sentences. Despite the mutual understanding to maintain peace after the Second Shinobi World War, the specter of future conflicts loomed uncertainly on the horizon. As a member of Konoha, Ryomu naturally evoked resentment in the IWA ninja. "Indeed," Ryomu replied, displaying his headband. "However, you still haven't answered my question. Do you possess the Heaven Scroll or the Earth Scroll?" Chapter 27. The Colossus of Stone. The Second Great Ninja War left the various ninja villages in a state of disarray. Yet it is undeniable that the spark of this conflict is intrinsically linked to the Land of Fire, home to Konoha. The struggle among the three great nations, fire, earth, and wind, rendered the Land of Rain the greatest victim. This turmoil directly led to the demise of the second Tsuchikage and the third Mizukage. The sudden calamity thrust the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, into the spotlight, with many speculating that he, once a protector of the second Hokage Senju Tobirama, instigated this war as retribution for Tobirama's death in the First Great Ninja War. Although the rights and wrongs of the past have faded, the seeds of hatred buried within each village remain unscathed by time. At this moment, the ninjas of Iwagakure cast their furious gazes upon Ryumaku, whose body trembled under the weight of their wrath. Sensing the uncontrollable surge of chakra emanating from his adversaries, Ryumaku managed a faint smile and leaped back a step. Attempting to flee? Too late. Earth style, Earth Flow River. The giant IWA ninja slammed his hands onto the ground, unleashing a powerful wave of chakra, transforming the earth beneath Ryumaku into a murky, black-gray swamp. Ryumaku strained to lift his leg, but the ever-sinking mire held him fast. As he sank deeper, a mocking grin spread across the faces of the three IWA ninjas. "With your level of strength, you dare to single-handedly steal a scroll?" scoffed the giant ninja. "You are overestimating yourself. Earth style, Earth Flow Wall. Fire style, Great Fireball Technique." Just as Ryumaku found himself ensnared, two sounds suddenly erupted from behind him. Instantly, for stone walls erupted around the three IWA ninjas, confining them securely, followed by a massive fireball descending upon them. The explosion of fire sent a tremendous cloud of smoke into the air, even causing cracks to appear in the earth flow wall. "Kakashi Mizukage?" Ryumaku murmured, now deeply immersed in the swamp, unable to turn back. "Ryumaku, hold on." As Kakashi leaped into action, he retrieved an iron chain from his ninja tool pouch and deftly bound Ryumaku, straining to pull him from the mire. "Be gentle. You're choking my little son," Ryumaku shouted in agony. However, just as Mizukage and Kakashi intended to extricate Ryumaku, a deep, ominous growl resonated from the earth flow wall released by Mizukage. Earth style, Mud Clay Statue. Boom. Ryumaku and his comrades turned to witness a colossal rock giant shattering the walls of earth and rising before them, while the three IWA ninjas stood atop its head, looking down at the leaf shinobi. "That's enormous." Mizukage gazed at the giant statue, his expression frozen in shock. Kakashi, regaining his composure, temporarily abandoned the rescue of Ryumaku. He swiftly produced dozens of shuriken imbued with explosive tags, hurling them at the colossal figure. Boom, boom, boom. As the explosions commenced, debris flew in all directions, and when the chaos settled, Kakashi was astonished to find that his attack had left no impact on the statue whatsoever. Frowning slightly, Kakashi turned to the still-dazed Mizuki and barked, "Stop dawdling. I'll keep them occupied. You free Ryuki." "Huh, right." Mizuki, coming to his senses, tugged on the iron chain to rescue Ryuki. The IWA ninjas did not hinder Mizuki. They recognized that Kakashi posed the greater threat at this moment. Thus, one of the IWA kunoichi perched atop the giant's head crouched down, forming hand seals as she unleashed Earth-style, Earth Dragon Bullet. In an instant, the giant's massive head morphed into that of a dragon, launching a relentless barrage at Kakashi. Realizing that he could not escape such a widespread attack merely by relying on speed, Kakashi chose to stand his ground, forming seals to summon a stone wall adorned with 4 dog heads, blocking the dragon's assault. What now? As Mizuki's mind raced, she conceived a plan. Once Ryuki was rescued, the 3 of them would flee. Although the IWA ninjas did not seem insurmountable, the giant's attacks posed an inescapable threat. As Kakashi dashed forward, his eyes narrowed at the trio above. In their eyes, it appeared that Kakashi had suddenly abandoned his evasive tactics, charging directly at the statue instead. The giant IWA ninja, seeing this, commanded the giant's massive hands to strike at Kakashi, but each time, Kakashi narrowly evaded. As Kakashi approached the base of the statue, the big man shouted to his comrades. "Now!" The blonde IWA kunoichi smirked, sensing victory. She sprinkled a handful of yellow clay before her, forming seals as a web-like pattern spread beneath her feet, releasing a white mist, from which a faint green toxin began to seep forth. The poison rapidly expanded, encircling Kakashi. "I advise you not to move," the kunoichi warned. "This is the venom of the red-tailed scorpion. Even a mere touch could spell your doom." "Oh no." Mizuki despaired as she watched Kakashi ensnared. "You have lost," proclaimed the giant IWA ninja, surveying the trapped Ryuki and Kakashi with a judgmental gaze. "Oh, is that so?" Just then, a languid voice emerged from behind the IWA kunoichi, followed by a sharp shuriken aimed at her throat. The 3 IWA ninjas? Boom. They turned to see Kakashi, previously ensnared by poison, had transformed into a puddle of water, signifying that the Kakashi behind the kunoichi was the real one. "When did you release your water clone?" the IWA kunoichi demanded, paralyzed by her precarious situation. "Does that really matter?" Kakashi tightened his grip on the shuriken, coldly retorting, "Release my teammate and hand over the scroll." Faced with Kakashi's threat, the IWA ninjas exchanged subtle, knowing smirks, revealing that they were far from defeated. Chapter 28. A single blow shatters. Perhaps you should contemplate your own predicament. With a cold snicker, the yellow-haired rock ninja's skin immediately took on a hue of ashen gray. It turned out that this rock ninja could render his skin as impenetrable as stone. Meanwhile, the scorpion venom had quietly returned to his side from within the giant's body the moment Kakashi revealed his true form. "Surely, you can't still be a mere shadow clone?" Waterlight sighed, casting a glance at the driftwood in the swamp beneath the tree. "What are you staring at me for?" "It's rather embarrassing," the driftwood drawled lazily, even pausing to yawn mid-sentence. At this moment, the driftwood appeared not only unperturbed, but somewhat reveling in the situation, as if he were not the one ensnared. "You dare speak such nonsense at a time like this?" Waterlight retorted sharply. "Can't you see Kakashi is trapped because of you? What shall we do next? Is this where our Chunin exam ends?" Waterlight muttered, her eyes beginning to glisten with unshed tears. "What are you doing? Why are you crying?" The driftwood frowned. For as an unyielding man, he was impervious to both softness and harshness, yet tears were his greatest fear. As Waterlight's tears flowed more fervently, the driftwood exclaimed, "All right, stop crying. Can't I just get out myself?" With that, the devouring force began to absorb the chakra sustaining the earth release, and suddenly, under Waterlight's watchful gaze, the swamp hardened until it resembled the surface once more, allowing the driftwood to emerge from beneath the ground. "You've soiled my clothes," the driftwood exclaimed, noticing the mud staining his attire, and in a flash, he vanished from sight. At that moment, the rock ninja atop the giant, seeing Kakashi successfully ensnared, was about to inquire about the scroll when a gust of wind swept through the crowd like a bolt of lightning, and in an instant, Kakashi's figure disappeared from view. "What is going on?" the large rock ninja barked, turning to look down. To his astonishment, the driftwood, who had just been trapped in the swamp, had somehow freed himself. Moreover, upon seeing Kakashi beside him, the 3 rock ninjas immediately grasped the implications. After assessing Kakashi and confirming he was unharmed, The driftwood flashed a charming smile and said, "Look, I saved you. How about you wash my clothes with water release later?" Water release? Washing clothes? The driftwood's suggestion left Kakashi speechless. At the very least, let's wait until we are safe. Kakashi felt he could not outright refuse the driftwood's hopeful gaze. That can be arranged, the driftwood replied, rolling his wrist and slowly clenching his fist, striding boldly toward the stone statue. The rock ninjas, having lost their advantage due to the driftwood's interference, were now curious about how he had extricated himself from the swamp. Recalling the speed he had just exhibited, "Stone giant, don't just stand there." The yellow-haired rock ninja snapped, rousing his comrade from his stupor. He then commanded the giant to relentlessly attack the driftwood with its massive stone hands. However, to the bewilderment of everyone present, the driftwood did not flinch or evade the giant's assault, not even blinking. Boom! The stone hand struck the ground, sending up a cloud of dust, yet the driftwood, who had directly taken the blow, remained unscathed, effortlessly piercing the giant's hand with his own body. "It can end now." With a murmured declaration, the driftwood crouched, his right fist drawn back to his waist, and shouted, "Basic style, ordinary punch." Indeed. Just then, Kakashi recalled the long-standing rumors circulating in the village about the driftwood. It was said that the sudden shattering of the Uchiha Madara statue in the Valley of the End was orchestrated by him. If the driftwood could shatter such a formidable statue, what then of this so-called stone giant? Boom! A punch erupted, sending shards of rock flying. And the powerful gust from his strike shattered the stones behind the giant. Dust and debris filled the air, obscuring visibility. When the haze finally cleared, both Kakashi and Waterlight were left in shock at the sight before them. The Valley of Thunder and Martial Arts, once connected by countless mountain peaks, now bore a circular passage blasted straight through the center of the mountain range. As for the three rock ninjas perched upon the giant, Kakashi's eyes widened in disbelief, his cheeks flushing crimson as he quickly turned away. Even Waterlight, upon witnessing their unfortunate state, blushed and hastily covered her eyes. The driftwood strolled through the rubble, glancing down at the three unconscious rock ninjas, scratching his head awkwardly. "Your clothing quality is truly subpar, but your physiques possess potential for development." The driftwood's punch had sent the rock ninja team scroll flying who knows where, and after searching fruitlessly for some time, Kakashi and the others had no choice but to give up. As they prepared to leave, Waterlight glanced at the still unconscious rock ninjas and said, "Is it really right to just abandon them like this?" "Indeed," Kakashi concurred, "but I only have one set of clothes. I can't leave it for him. Besides, my slender frame would not suit him at all." The male rock ninja was far too tall. Neither the driftwood nor Kakashi could offer him suitable attire. As for the two girls, Waterlight draped her outer garment over one of the unconscious females, then glanced at her remaining piece of clothing. "Come on. There's still one more person," the driftwood urged, his gaze fixed eagerly on Waterlight. "Get lost." Waterlight shot back, noticing the driftwood's lewd expression and, to her surprise, caught Kakashi stealing glances at her as well. Countless adorable little lambs drooled in her mind, yet Waterlight, a person of discernment, refrained from voicing her thoughts. Boom! The thunderous explosion reverberated through the Valley of Thunder and Martial Arts, shocking the ninjas from various villages gathered around. Upon seeing the passage carved through the mountain, they all wondered, who is it? Who could have done this? In the Raikage office, the various J-Nin leading teams from their respective villages crowded around a table, gazing at the devastation in the distance with astonishment. Logically, the Valley of Thunder and Martial Arts was currently encircled by the Chunin from the Hidden Cloud Village. Yet within the valley, only those participating in the Chunin exam remained. Wait, could it possibly be? Chapter 29. Konoha vs. Kirigakure. Don't you say? You have the potential to become a great beauty in the future, Ryomu remarked suggestively, gazing at the Waterlight clad in nothing but a vest. Waterlight. Turning away, he warned, "Watch it, or I'll hit you." Although Waterlight did not comprehend Ryomu's insinuation, his expression spoke volumes. "Are you still watching?" On the mountain path, Waterlight raised his fist, chasing after Ryomu while chiding him playfully. Meanwhile, Kakashi, trailing behind, was still grappling with the astonishment from earlier. He found himself questioning, seeking various rationales to deny the reality that such extraordinary power could be possessed by someone of Ryomu's stature. In his recollections, Ryomu was an exemplary student who rarely engaged in conflicts, even abstaining from practical classes during ninja school. Initially, others might have perceived his behavior as mere kindness, a distaste for violence. But as time passed, doubts emerged regarding his aptitude for combat. Now, however, Kakashi sighed gloomily, pondering the vast chasm that could exist between individuals. The remarkable speed and strength exhibited by Ryomu had effectively dispelled any initial trepidation within the trio. Instead, following Ryomu's suggestion, they decided to head straight to the endpoint of the second test, awaiting other teams to fall into their trap. Yet, as they crossed a ravine and entered a dense forest, Kakashi immediately noted the multitude of black insects lying scattered across the ground. Crouching down, he picked one up, scrutinizing it closely before murmuring, "This seems to belong to the Oil Clan. Fire style, great fireball technique. Water style, water barrier technique." Boom. In the distance, the trio witnessed a sudden eruption of intense explosions deep within the forest, followed by a plume of white mist rising into the air. Kakashi exchanged glances with his companions, and they swiftly darted toward the source of the commotion. Upon their arrival at the battlefield, they discovered a team bearing the Konoha headband engaged in a fierce battle with the Mist Ninjas. Kakashi observed the chaos below and turned to his companions, whispering, "Should we intervene?" "Absolutely." Waterlight responded eagerly, but before they could make a move, Ryomu abruptly seized Waterlight's arm. "Wait, why not? We're from the same village. We should assist each other." Waterlight questioned with confusion etched on his face. Ryomu, with a derisive smirk, regarded Waterlight's naivety and replied, "Do you understand what we are doing right now, Kakashi?" "Waterlight, what do you mean?" Waterlight furrowed his brow in inquiry. With a sigh, Ryomu perched himself on a tree branch and elucidated, "We are participating in an exam, the Chunin exams. Those who pass will be promoted to Chunin. The roles of Chunin differ greatly from Genin. While Genin are led by Jounin and can rely on them during perilous missions, Chunin often operate independently, even in Umbu. If an inadequately skilled Chunin enters a battlefield, do you comprehend what fate awaits them?" At this point, Kakashi and Waterlight began to grasp Ryomu's implications. Noting their dawning realization, Ryomu continued, "Thus, while we should support our comrades in times of peril, this is an examination. It is better for them to be eliminated here due to insufficient strength than to face certain death on the battlefield. Life may be insignificant, yet even the smallest existence holds meaning. For Ryomu, it was a matter of life and death. Those deserving of death would perish, while those worthy would be spared. Hanzo, in his quest for dominion over the Land of Rain, exterminated all those who posed a threat, even including the first Akatsuki. As their junior, Ryomu would not allow Hanzo to continue living. The Uchiha clan constantly harassed Ryomu, yet they had not yet reached the point of unforgivable transgressions, which is why they still breathed. Observing the Mist Ninja unleashing their mist techniques, a thick fog enveloped the forest. Fire style, great fireball technique. As a C-rank ninjutsu, the Great Fireball was among the most utilized techniques by fire-style ninjas. The mist, composed of water droplets, was dissipated by the flames, rendering visibility clearer. After several exchanges, the Konoha squad and the Mist squad found themselves evenly matched, each technique countered perfectly by the other. However, Ryomu suddenly became aware of a particular white-haired woman among the Mist squad who had yet to engage in battle. Her demeanor was calm and indifferent, as if she had no intention of participating in the fray. "What is wrong, Ryomu?" Waterlight noticed the expression on Ryomu's face and inquired. "This battle, I fear Konoha's squad may lose." Within the Cloud Village, investigations into the valley finally yielded some information. However, the ninjas assigned to guard the examination site were unaware of the exact happenings within the valley. What was certain, however, was that there had been no enemy incursions, nor had any death notifications been received from within. During the second stage of the Chunin exams, once all participants entered the Ryujin Valley, Chunin and Jounin from the Cloud Village would enter last to investigate the valley's conditions and prevent any unforeseen incidents among the participating ninjas. Yet, when the anomalies occurred, not all teams had entered, and it was a single loud explosion that prompted the subsequent two teams to abandon the examination. "It's almost certain," the third Reikage declared, his eyes blazing like a furious lion. "But they are only Genin. How could they?" An attendant below questioned, perplexed. "Why not?" A responded with a resigned smile. As the Ryujin Valley held immense significance for the Cloud Village, as the Cloud Shadow, was acutely aware of this. Yet, as the organizer of this examination, he could not express any displeasure even if the valley were to be completely destroyed. At that moment, a member of the Cloud Village's Umbu suddenly appeared in the office amidst a burst of white mist. Rising, He leaned close to A's ear and whispered for a while. Did he say that himself? A turned, questioning sharply. The Umbu member nodded in affirmation. Seeing the certainty in the other's expression, the third Hokage sprang from his seat. And with a surge of powerful chakra, a suit of lightning armor enveloped him, emitting a sharp hum. How could a child withstand a direct confrontation with the four-tailed beast? He thought. No, I must confront him personally. Chapter 30, Bloodline Limit, Bonus Update. Is this the Bloodline Limit? In the Valley of Thunder, Lu Mu and his companions gazed at the trio from Konoha, ensnared by the icy jutsu not far away, and almost instantly recognized the technique's wielder's ability. Ice Release is a skill formed by the fusion of wind and water chakra. Unlike the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan in Konoha, which is also a bloodline limit, it is classified as a form of ocular technique. Bloodline limits predominantly stem from hereditary lineage and cannot be acquired through learning or imitation. Moreover, due to this innate, almost talent-like ability, those who possess a bloodline limit are undoubtedly formidable as ninjas. As the tailed beasts recede, the villages compete for such powers. The more bloodline limits a village possesses, the greater its combat strength is enhanced. Upon witnessing the emergence of Ice Release, Lu Mu's mind immediately conjured the image of the ice-wielding ninja, Haku, who had appeared alongside Zabuza. Had Lu Mu not encountered the official introduction of Haku, he might have perpetually believed Haku to be a girl. They must leave. Mizuki's fixated on the white-haired girl who had unleashed the Ice Release, murmuring softly. Lu Mu nodded and leapt down from the tree, directly landing before the trio of mist ninjas. Wait. Lu Mu positioned himself in front of them, pointing at the frozen figures nearby and stating, since you have acquired the scroll, why not release them as well? With Kakashi and Mizuki's abilities, they could not unravel the Ice Release. Prolonged freezing posed a grave threat to the trio's lives, and forcibly breaking the ice could lead to their bodies shattering along with the blocks of ice. Though Lu Mu could absorb the chakra from the Ice Release using his devouring technique, he chose not to do so. As Lu Mu approached the mist ninjas, he could finally discern their features clearly. Each of the three mist kunoichi possessed striking beauty, but the visage of the white-haired girl momentarily captivated Lu Mu. The Ice Release girl appeared to be around 13 or 14 years old, adorned with a crimson hairpin, her long hair cascading like a waterfall. Clad in a flowing white gown as pure as snow, she seemed untouched by dirt, resembling a priestess from an ancient temple. Her delicate features and pale blue eyes, complemented by her waist-length hair, created a harmonious aura. Do you intend to seize our scroll as well? The mist trio inquired of Lu Mu. Lu Mu shook his head. No, mine is also a heavenly scroll. I have no need to take yours. Then step aside. In response to their rebuke, Lu Mu remained steadfast, reiterating. It is not their fault for being outmatched in obtaining the scroll, but as I said before, release them. What if we do not? The white-haired girl with snow-like eyes widened slightly. Though she had remained silent, Lu Mu sensed a complete lack of vitality in her gaze. As if she were a long frozen ice sculpture devoid of emotion. Lu Mu raised his hand and declared, then I shall have to offend you. Wait. Just as the two mist ninjas prepared to engage Lu Mu, the white-haired girl suddenly spoke. Under Lu Mu's scrutiny, she extended her fair arms, deftly weaving hand seals. With a gentle utterance of the release command, the nearby ice sculpture melted away in an instant. Lu Mu looked on in confusion, but the white-haired girl lowered the veil atop her head, obscuring her original appearance. Her refusal was evident, and Lu Mu chose not to linger. After expressing his gratitude, he brushed past her. What happened? Following Kakashi and Mizuki, Lu Mu inquired as he observed the trio on the ground. They're not in danger. But their bodies have been frozen stiff, Kakashi replied, rising to gather some dry branches from the surrounding trees. After constructing a protective barrier with stones, Lu Mu ignited the firewood with his fire release technique to warm the three. So your fire release is indeed used for igniting fires, Mizuki teased with a chuckle, assisting Kakashi in rubbing warmth back into the frozen bodies. What a thing to say. My fire release can not only ignite fires, but also spark the hearts of young maidens. Mizuki retorted, ugh, how shameless. Where did such a young child learn such blush-inducing phrases? Lu Mu chuckled, my teacher is Jiraiya. Speaking of Jiraiya, Lu Mu suddenly turned to Kakashi and said, by the way, I recall you enjoy reading, right? I happen to have a few of Jiraiya-sensei's masterpieces. Perhaps I could lend them to you later? Jiraiya's works? Kakashi responded eagerly, yes, thank you, Lu Mu. No need for thanks. We are all comrades. Naturally, good things should be shared. Lu Mu grinned mischievously, glancing at Mizuki. What are you looking at me for? Mizuki, a blend of confusion and indignation, replied, why did you invite Kakashi and not me? I would love to read Jiraiya's books as well. Never mind. Lu Mu awkwardly scratched his head. Maybe you can read them in 5 or 6 years. That would be just right. Why? Mizuki questioned. Hey, why did you leave? You still haven't explained why I can only read it in 5 or 6 years. With approximately 100 genin participating in the Chunin exam, if they were grouped in threes, that would amount to over 30 teams. Although the order of departure varied once the exam commenced, Lu Mu's group had peculiarly not encountered any other teams along their path. After nearly 3 days of travel, they had arrived, yet they had not yet obtained the Earth Scroll, thus could not report to the meeting point. Do you think that ice-wielding ninja has already arrived at the gathering? As they concealed themselves behind a massive rock near the final stretch, Lu Mu and his companions awaited their chance. As they waited, Mizuki, growing impatient, repeatedly inquired about the ice release girl. Regardless of age, women are inherently envious. Mizuki, possessing considerable talent and burgeoning skills, felt a sense of inferiority when confronted with someone of the ice release girl's caliber. She likely has, Kakashi replied. Among the teams participating in this exam, their strength is undoubtedly among the top tier. Kakashi, a formidable ninja and youthful prodigy, had made history alongside Lu Mu at the Ninja Academy. Yet, upon introspection, he pondered whether he could maintain his genius reputation if faced with a wielder of ice release. Perhaps. Kakashi glanced at Lu Mu, who was lazily reclining on a rock with a blade of grass in his mouth. He might just manage it. They are coming. At that moment, Mizuki's sensory jutsu detected a shift in energy, prompting her to alert Lu Mu and Kakashi. Upon hearing this, Lu Mu spat out the grass from his mouth, lazily stretching his limbs before addressing Kakashi and Mizuki. Let us go. We shall rob the rich to aid the poor. Chapter 31. The misfortunate rock ninja. It had only been 3 days since the trio of Liu Mu arrived at the meeting point, and it was evident that the earliest arriving teams possessed the strongest capabilities. Liu Mu, invigorated, flexed his fingers in anticipation, hoping that a benevolent soul bearing the Earth Scroll would gallop towards them. The ground trembled, and the sound of shattering boulders grew increasingly louder. In the distance, the trio beheld an approaching statue, stirring a sense of deja vu within their minds. Once again, it was you. As they gazed upon the rock ninja trio, both teams were momentarily taken aback. You awakened so soon? Shui Guang inquired with concern. And your attire seems to be. At that moment, the rock ninja trio exchanged silent glances, their expressions reflecting the lingering shadow of a devastating punch that had yet to fade from their memories. You're not here because. The large rock ninja furrowed his brow, a troubling thought flashing through his mind. Seeing this, Liu Mu leapt atop the statue's head, standing beside the large rock ninja, and cheerfully replied, "Isn't it stipulated that we must gather both the Heaven and Earth Scrolls to pass? We currently possess only the Heaven Scroll. We merely lack the Earth Scroll." Feigning sudden enlightenment, Liu Mu lightly patted the large rock ninja on the back, causing him to stagger. You arrived here so swiftly. You must have already collected both scrolls, haven't you? The blonde-haired rock ninja female instinctively responded, "We have." The large rock ninja shot a furious glare at his foolish teammate. Liu Mu raised an eyebrow and chuckled. "I knew you were capable. Look, we're old acquaintances now. Would you kindly lend us a scroll?" Lend? Is this truly a loan? Who speaks of lending while clenching their fists? Furthermore, when did we ever claim to be capable? You just mentioned it, the large rock ninja retorted, unable to voice his anger but still timidly asking, "What if we refuse to lend it?" Upon hearing this, Liu Mu hesitated momentarily before responding with a smile, "We're friends. If you don't lend it, then so be it." What else could happen? Seeing that Liu Mu seemed disinclined to resort to violence, the rock ninja trio collectively sighed in relief. However, what Liu Mu said next left them utterly speechless. But this is the meeting point, bustling with people. Surely if we were to display 3 naked bodies here, a blatant threat. Yet, faced with Liu Mu's intimidation, the rock ninja trio found themselves unable to refuse. After all, as Liu Mu had accurately stated, this was indeed the gathering point for the second round of assessments, and as time passed, more teams would arrive. If Liu Mu were to become displeased and destroy the clothes they had seized, then embarrassment was trivial, but losing face for the village was unacceptable. "Here, take it," the large rock ninja exclaimed, hastily retrieving the Earth Scroll from his equipment pouch and almost forcefully thrusting it into Lyomu's hands. Losing the Earth Scroll was inconsequential. They could always seize another. However, losing face was something they could not afford. "What are you doing? Brother, don't force yourself," Lyomu said, though his hands eagerly accepted the Earth Scroll. Grasping the large ninja's hand, he shook it vigorously, exclaiming, good man, now you all carry on. We shall take our leave. Don't force yourselves, off you go." The large rock ninja hastily urged as Lyomu and his companions departed. Watching their retreating figures, he muttered angrily, "When have I ever endured such humiliation?" The assessment gathering place, which also served as the venue for the third round of individual battles, was crafted from a colossal stone chamber. Upon their arrival, Lyomu and his companions immediately attracted the attention of numerous individuals within. Among them were not only elite shinobi from various villages, but also the white-haired woman's team that Lyomu had encountered earlier. Kakashi handed over the Heaven and Earth Scrolls to the examiners of the Cloud Village, signifying the completion of the second assessment for Lyomu's team. "Kakashi, come here." Several ninjas adorned with the Konoha headbands beckoned from the second floor of the stone chamber, including the ever-enthusiastic Hinata. "Who would have thought that the first team to complete the second assessment would be you?" A Konoha Jonin remarked as they encircled Lyomu and his companions, their eyes still fixed on the entrance, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the next team. Kakashi's reputation as a prodigy had long been established in Konoha, both due to his father, the esteemed Tsukumo Hatake, and his own innate talent, which ensured that his name was remembered by all. However, this assessment was ultimately a Chunin exam, and facing competitors 5 or 6 years his senior, even a genius would struggle to gain an advantage. Yet, who could have anticipated that this group, averaging merely 8 or 9 years in age, would be the first to arrive? As Kakashi received the praise from the Jonin, he silently observed Lyomu, who was laughing with Shui Guang against the wall. Choosing not to disclose what he had witnessed earlier, "Lyomu, is Lord Jiraiya truly remarkable? After all, he is one of the legendary Sannin, right? Surely your skills are taught by him." Lyomu leaned against the cool wall, his demeanor relaxed as he removed his jacket. "Indeed, Master Jiraiya is formidable. Many of the techniques he understands are ones I have never encountered before." Recalling the time he had seen Master Jiraiya's infamous super sexy technique, he mused. Perhaps it was not entirely inaccurate to refer to it as a technique. Lyomu prided himself on having witnessed countless techniques. What had he not seen? Yet even so, in comparison to Jiraiya, he remained but a novice. "Could you share some stories about Lord Jiraiya?" Shui Guang inquired, mirroring Lyomu's posture as she sat down, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. "Oh, it's hot." Lyomu frowned, muttering as he shifted to the side, addressing Shui Guang. "Perhaps you could sit above me. Or I could sit above you. It's rather warm being so close together." Shui Guang. Lyomu had not anticipated that Jiraiya's charisma would affect such a young girl as Shui Guang. Truly, the influence was profound. Suddenly, a dull thud echoed from the entrance, and soon the trio of rock ninjas strode in, handing over the scrolls they had reclaimed. From the rock village, a Konoha Jonin discreetly warned upon seeing the newcomers. Upon hearing this, Lyomu sighed inwardly. Observing the reactions among the Konoha Jonin upon the rock ninjas' arrival, it was evident that not only did the Land of Earth maintain a wary stance towards Konoha, but even Konoha itself harbored caution towards these formidable shinobi from the great nation. The strength of the rock ninja trio was not to be underestimated, especially when the large ninja summoned the stone giant, effectively doubling their combat power. However, their misfortune lay in encountering a genius like Lyomu, who could easily overpower multiple opponents. The third group was theirs. Lyomu understood this all too well. Chapter 32. The Wooden Man 4 days later. How could it be her? As time gradually approached its conclusion, Lyomu rose to his feet and caught sight of the last team arriving at the entrance on the first floor. Who is it?" Shui Guang asked in a daze, turning to follow Lyomu's gaze. The last team to arrive was from Yunin village. There were 2 men and 1 woman, each bearing a shuriken mark on their arms. Lyomu's attention was drawn to the only female ninja among them. "Quite beautiful, do you know her?" Lyomu shook his head at the inquiry, yet his furrowed brow remained tense. In his memory, aside from the 8 tails, the Land of Lightning also harbored another tailed beast, and she was the host of the 2 tails, Yuki. The 2 tails, commonly known as the cat demon, was adorned with blue chakra flames and possessed mismatched eyes, 1 blue and 1 yellow, embodying a remarkably courteous tailed beast. If the synergy between the Eight Tails and Killer Bee was the most harmonious among all Jinchuriki and tailed beasts, the bond between the Two Tails and her host was equally unparalleled. The reason Lu Mu suddenly recalled the Two Tails was due to the girl in the Yunin team, who was indeed Yuki, the host of the Two Tails. At that moment, Yuki, with her waist-length braided hair cascading down her back, exuded an air of elegance. Her refined features hinting at a commanding presence, with delicate brows and crimson lips, her figure swaying gracefully. After respectfully handing over the scroll of heaven and earth to the examiner, she retreated to an unoccupied corner with her teammates to rest. Ordinarily, Yuki should have been discreetly protected like Killer Bee, a hidden asset of the Land of Lightning, yet here she was, audaciously appearing in public and even participating in this CH9 exam. Lu Mu was perplexed, but the thought of the striking girl potentially facing a dire fate in the future made him grimace and shake his head. What a pity. As the second round of the exam concluded, following the announcement of time end by the Yunin Jonin, the results of the first theoretical examination were compiled, leaving only 18 participants eligible for the upcoming third round of individual battles. Among them were 2 teams from Konoha, 1 team from Yunin, 1 from IWA, 1 from Kiri, and surprisingly, the last group was an unknown team from the Land of Crafts. The Land of Crafts was a small nation specializing in forging ninja tools for various countries. Although their ninja prowess was not formidable, the weapons they developed often possessed astonishing capabilities. Observing the trio from the Land of Crafts, Lu Mu's mind began to race. He recalled that after the famed craftsman, Saimai, in the Naruto, Shippuden, the ninjas from the Land of Crafts had attempted to capture the One-Tail, Shikaku, using ninja tools to resurrect Saimai. Although their plan was thwarted by Konoha ninjas, the ninja tools produced by the Land of Crafts had truly amazed Lu Mu. If he encountered them in the individual battles, he must exercise caution. Lu Mu remarked to Kakashi and Shui Guang. The third round commenced, and the names of all qualifying ninjas appeared on the large screen in the center of the stone chamber. Thereafter, the Yunin Jonin stepped forward to announce the rules for the third round. The third round would consist of one-on-one battles, where surrender was permitted, but lethal force was strictly prohibited. Should a participant concede, their opponent must cease all attacks immediately. In the event of unconsciousness or an inability to continue fighting, the referee would assess the situation and make a judgment regarding the victor. The final results of the CH9 exam would be determined by the Jonin of each village based on the comprehensive scores from all 3 rounds. Then, let the matches begin. The first group, the Yunin Jonin, called out sharply, and immediately, the gazes of the crowd shifted to the electronic screen behind him. The names on the screen began to flicker rapidly until, with a command from the Yunin Jonin, Kakashi's name appeared. His opponent was the blonde-haired woman from IWA Village, with whom Lu Mu's team had crossed paths twice before. Phew, you scared me. I thought I was so unlucky to face that person. The blonde ninja sighed in relief upon seeing Kakashi. A tall IWA ninja beside her cautioned, "Do not be careless. Better to be cautious. It's him." Kakashi regarded his opponent, slowly stepping out from the crowd and onto the arena in the center of the stone chamber. Then, "Let us begin." The blonde ninja responded to the Jonin's command, exerting force into her legs and swiftly retreating to create a distance of several dozen meters between herself and Kakashi. With a rapid series of hand seals, she shouted, "Earth Release, Earth Dragon Bullet." At that moment, a massive yellow dragon head emerged beneath her feet, unleashing a torrent of rocks towards Kakashi. Seeing this, Kakashi leaped away just in time and drew a shuriken embedded with an explosive tag from his waist, aiming it directly at her. However, boom. The crowd watched as the shuriken struck the blonde ninja accurately, only to be met with an eerie sound. Kaboom! An explosion enveloped the arena in a cloud of thick smoke. What was that noise? Someone in the audience exclaimed, bewildered. The tall IWA ninja smiled, confidence radiating from his demeanor. They may not have been able to defeat Lu Mu, but Kakashi's current tactics would be futile against his teammate. That's skin hardening. Shui Guang, observing from the second floor, furrowed her brow as she watched the scene below. She should have the ability to envelop her entire body in earth-style chakra, achieving the effect of skin hardening, just as I do. Indeed, as the smoke cleared, the blonde ninja revealed her skin, now marked with numerous cracks, which burst open to expose her original skin. Not even the explosive tags could harm her. The explosive power of the tags was equivalent to that of a grenade, yet such power merely shattered her earth-style armor. Kakashi, assessing his opponent's condition, began to think quickly But the blonde ninja did not afford him the luxury of time. With her hands crossed, she swiftly created a shadow clone, which darted towards Kakashi. The blonde ninja smiled slightly, exclaiming now, boom. The clone exploded like a cannonball. And just when it seemed Kakashi would be defeated, the crowd gasped as he emerged from the dust, evading the blast. Humph, after all, you're just a child. You fell for it. The blonde ninja declared, aiming at Kakashi's airborne figure and unleashing Earth Release, Earth Dragon Bullet once more. With no leverage to escape, Kakashi found himself in a perilous situation. As the Earth Dragon Bullet hurtled towards him, he suddenly transformed into a piece of withered wood. This is bad. Chapter 33. Ice Release vs. Giant. You have lost. As in their initial confrontation, Kakashi utilized shadow clones to divert the attention of the blonde-haired woman, while his true self stealthily approached her from behind, aided by the smoke she had created. The blonde woman sneered. Have you forgotten that your shuriken posed no threat to me? Just as she prepared to leap away, Kakashi smiled gently and replied, I advise you not to move. I declare the first match, Konoha's Kakashi as the victor. The Hidden Clouds Jonin announced the victory. But I haven't, the blonde woman protested. Yet before she could finish her sentence, she abruptly realized that Kakashi had inexplicably plastered her back with explosive tags. One explosive tag would pose no threat. What about 10? 20? Kakashi's battle strategy transcended mere ninjutsu confrontation. It was a cerebral contest, utilizing all known intelligence to outmaneuver his opponent. Having previously clashed in the second examination, both Kakashi and the blonde woman were acutely aware of each other's capabilities. Not bad. I almost fell for your trick, Ryomu remarked as he patted Kakashi's shoulder while he descended from the stage. I shall not be defeated by the same individual twice, Kakashi retorted. Huh. Ryomu chuckled lightly, choosing not to elaborate further. In the second match, it was the turn of the Mist Village S Han to face the Rock Village S Lantu. Upon hearing the name Mist Village, Ryomu immediately turned to observe the group from Mist Village. Upon spotting the white-haired girl stepping forward, he murmured, Han. That name is rather uninviting, almost cold. It's her, the Ice Release Ninja, Mizukawa remarked as he hurried to Ryomu's side, standing on tiptoe to observe the burgeoning crowd. As anticipated, Han's presence instantly captivated the attention of everyone present. It was as if the very air around her chilled upon her arrival. Lantu, a towering figure capable of controlling the stone giant of the Rock Village, quickly distanced himself from Han after the match commenced, swiftly forming hand seals. As he struck the ground, the stone giant re-emerged, with Lantu atop its head, commanding the giant's massive hand to strike violently at Han. However, in a startling display, Han, who had not moved an inch, slowly closed her eyes. In an instant, a visually perceptible chill radiated from her pristine form, enveloping the giant entirely. Bloodline limit, exclaimed Hinata, observing the icy aura surrounding Han from the second-floor stands. Her gaze sharp as she fixated on Han, rendered speechless. Within moments, the stone giant, including Lantu atop its head, became encased in a layer of frost, rendering them completely immobile. I declare the second match, Mist Village S Han as the victor, truly deserving of the title of Bloodline Limit. The battle concluded with astonishing swiftness. Kakashi observed with a slight turn of his head. After all, the pressure exerted by the stone giant had been immense during their previous encounter, yet now, under Han's bloodline limit, it had not even lasted a minute. Do not envy. Possessing a bloodline limit is not necessarily advantageous, Ryomu advised. Oh, Kakashi, puzzled by Ryomu's counsel, looked at him in confusion. Ryomu elaborated. While bloodline limits are indeed formidable, they often impose unimaginable burdens upon the ninja, both physically and in terms of lifespan, far surpassing the toll on ordinary individuals like us. Many clans in Konoha possess bloodline limits, such as the Uchiha clan with their Sharingan, which, upon excessive use, can lead to disorientation, dizziness, and even temporary blindness. How do you know all this? Mizukawa inquired curiously. Ryomu scratched his nose. Oh right. It was Jiraiya-sensei who told me. The emergence of a bloodline limit like Han's Ice Release in the third match captivated the attention of all present. The Jonin from the Mist Village, witnessing Han's impressive performance, could not suppress a smile. As the Hidden Cloud Jonin called for the next match, the fourth bout finally featured a ninja from the Hidden Cloud Village. Zolam from the Hidden Cloud Village faced off against Ching from the Land of Crafts. Chun? Brother Ching? Upon hearing the name, Ryomu's mind conjured an image of a girl with long black hair and a popular internet phrase. You laugh, Brother Ching dies early. Brother Ching laughs at you. Just then, as Lyomu was lost in thought, the audience erupted in gasps of astonishment. Turning his head toward the stage, he finally noticed that the hidden cloud ninja had collapsed, his eyes glazed over, his clothes crumpled and scorched from lightning strikes, clearly indicating the severity of the assault he had just endured. What transpired? Generally, ninjas from the hidden cloud village wield lightning chakra. So why did their ninja fall to their own specialty? Kakashi voiced in a hushed tone. It appears the ninja from the land of crafts possesses extraordinary weaponry. It was revealed that as soon as the match commenced, the hidden cloud ninja unleashed a barrage of lightning strikes upon his opponent. Unexpectedly, the ninja from the land of crafts did not evade. Instead, as the lightning approached, he drew a blunt sword from his waist, absorbing the lightning. The ninja from the land of crafts surged forward, retaliating with the very ninjutsu of the hidden cloud village to defeat their own ninja. Absorbing ninjutsu? Lyomu thought upon hearing Kakashi's description. The shock among the jonin from various villages mirrored that of the spectators below. The land of crafts, known for manufacturing ninja tools, had ingeniously developed such remarkable weaponry. And so, the land of crafts Chung emerges victorious, announced the hidden cloud jonin, who then hurried to assess the condition of the fallen hidden cloud ninja. Observing the subsequent expression of the downed ninja, it seemed he was not gravely injured. For the village, a lower ninja embodies hope, particularly those participating in the Chunin exams, undoubtedly the most outstanding talents among the lower ranks. Thus, the Chunin exams strictly prohibit any fatal incidents. Should such a situation arise, a jonin or higher-ranking ninja would promptly intervene to prevent it. The next match is yours, Kakashi informed Lyomu as he glanced at the screen. Understood, Lyomu replied, making his way through the crowd toward the stage. Observing his countenance, Han frowned and remarked, "As a boy, you dare to be called Hashimoto Asuka?" Chapter 34. All of this is accidental in the fifth match. Hashimoto Asuka from the Mist-Hidden Village faced off against Nagashi from the Leaf Village. As a staunchly masculine man, even after 2 lifetimes, Nagashi's greatest disdain remained for the exceedingly feminine boys like his opponent. While it was one thing to adorn oneself, it was quite another to audaciously insult Nagashi's 2 favorite sisters through one's name. As the competition commenced, with a commanding shout, Asuka drew several black projectiles from behind and cast them directly at Nagashi's feet. The ground erupted with explosions, enveloping him in a shroud of black smoke. Subsequently, Asuka formed hand seals and declared, "Water release," exploding water colliding wave. Upon completing the technique, Asuka stepped forward and unleashed a colossal water sphere that plunged straight into the darkness. What remarkable speed! Kakashi, observing from the sidelines, praised Asuka's swift hand seals. The strategy of obscuring Nagashi's vision with smoke before executing a rapid attack from above was astute, allowing Asuka to ascertain whether Nagashi had evaded and to survey all potential hiding spots below. He is quite clever, Kakashi concluded swiftly. Has he won already? Asuka furrowed his brow, eyes fixed on the stillness of the black mist nearby. Just then, another mist ninja beside Han called out a warning. Instinctively, Asuka sidestepped to evade. But little did he expect that Nagashi had already emerged from the mist behind him and intended to. Alas, the 1,000-year kill failed. Nagashi muttered, crouching low, when suddenly, the off-balance Asuka crashed down upon him, and they both tumbled in a heap. After a brief moment, Nagashi, dazed, felt a soft sensation at his fingertips. What is this? The bewildered Nagashi tentatively probed, even pinching gently. You, Asuka exclaimed, springing up and crossing her arms, her cheeks flushed with fury. Observing the fierce expression on her face, Nagashi glanced at his own hands and then back at her. You are a girl? You jerk! Asuka shouted angrily, unleashing the water release, mist concealment technique. Instantly, the chamber was enveloped in fog, rendering visibility non-existent. The only sound was Asuka's voice as she commanded, "Water release. 1,000 needles." In an instant, the mist transformed into innumerable sharp needles, all aimed at Nagashi, radiating a chilling brilliance. No way, is it really necessary? It was just a mere touch. Is she intent on silencing me? Nagashi thought, gazing at Asuka's tear-filled eyes. Though he felt a pang of guilt, he rationalized that the entire incident was merely an accident, not intentional. Moreover, despite being a girl, Asuka's demeanor and attire bore no difference to that of a boy. It is understandable to misjudge her. Die. Asuka slowly raised her right hand, her expression icy, and swiftly swung it downwards. Almost instantaneously, The thousand needles seemed to heed her command, striking towards Nagashi's body like lightning. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of ice shards exploding filled the air. As the fragments scattered, Nagashi's figure suddenly appeared on the ceiling of the stone chamber, having embedded his fingers into the stone wall, hanging securely in the air. This crazy woman is truly ruthless. Although he felt a twinge of remorse, Nagashi could not help but feel a surge of indignation. Releasing his grip, he dropped from the ceiling, crashing heavily to the ground, causing a resounding thud that echoed through the chamber. Asuka, observing Nagashi's descent, frowned tightly, for she had not seen how he had evaded her thousand needles technique. Watching him approach with a cold expression, she quickly began forming hand seals, preparing to cast the water prison technique to ensnare him. But before she could complete her seals, Nagashi's feet appeared before her. Before Asuka could fully react, Nagashi seized her wrist, twisting it slightly to restrain her from behind. He then gripped her neck firmly, forcing her to the ground. "Let go of me," Asuka protested, her left hand pinned beneath her, her right hand captured, leaving her no choice but to resort to verbal threats. Yet, Nagashi did not relent. Instead, he sat heavily upon her back. "Do you concede?" Nagashi inquired of the pinned Asuka. "I won't concede," Asuka retorted defiantly, struggling in vain. Being held down in such a humiliating manner by Nagashi caused even Han, watching from the sidelines, to furrow his brow. According to the rules of the match, unless a competitor faints or voluntarily surrenders, the contest cannot be declared over as long as they remain conscious. Nagashi, unwilling to inflict serious harm, glanced toward the referee. "I'll give you 10 seconds. If you cannot escape his hold, I shall have to declare you the loser," the referee from the rock-hidden village announced, commencing the countdown. 10, 9, 8. As the countdown drew closer, Asuka found herself unable to break free from Nagashi's grasp. Ultimately, as the countdown concluded, victory was awarded to Nagashi. "Just wait. Han will avenge me." Asuka shot Nagashi a fierce glare, huffing as she leapt from the platform. Meanwhile, Nagashi shrugged nonchalantly and returned to his team. The locking technique is a form of physical combat that restricts an opponent's movements by leveraging the threshold of human joints. What Nagashi had employed against Asuka was the mountain shaking technique. However, those truly ensnared by mountain shaking would not find it as easy as Asuka did. In reality, the true mountain shaking technique involves pressing the knee against the opponent's fourth and fifth vertebrae. Should the adversary dare to resist, they risk fracturing their spine under immense pressure, potentially leading to paralysis. Nagashi's use of such techniques stemmed from past interests, as he had quietly learned a few moves online during his leisure time, never anticipating that he would employ them against a girl. "Are you all right?" After the match, Mizukawa hurried to Nagashi's side to inquire about his condition. "I'm fine. Feeling quite robust," Nagashi replied, settling down nearby. As he lifted his gaze toward the mist-hidden village team, he locked eyes with Han. "I sense he is concealing his strength." Asuka, who had just faced Nagashi, confided to Han, "The thousand needles technique was taught to me by that esteemed individual. And given the vast area it covers, his ability to evade it in an instant indicates that his true power far exceeds what he has just displayed." Chapter 35. The Claws of the Traveler. As the competing parties appeared on the screen, they immediately captured the attention of many. In the upcoming match, the Yuin village would see the Wooden Man face off against the craftsman's nation, Jinlong. The first battle of Jinlong had already left the audience bewildered, and the emergence of another ninja from the craftsman's nation heightened their anticipation for the remarkable weapon he would wield. Upon taking the stage, Jinlong smiled at the Wooden Man across from him and tightened the knob at his waist. In an instant, a lion-headed armor enveloped his body. "What is that?" The spectators murmured in curiosity, their eyes fixed on Jinlong. The contest commenced. At the command of the Yuin Jonin, the Wooden Man promptly hurled a shuriken at Jinlong. With a sharp clang, Jinlong made no attempt to evade the Wooden Man's assault, instead meeting the attack head-on with the armor on his chest. The Wooden Man, unable to land a hit, was sent flying back several meters. He quickly formed hand seals and unleashed lightning release, gratitude wave. A fierce surge of lightning erupted, darting toward Jinlong and enveloping him. The audience from Yuin, witnessing the Wooden Man's strike connect, displayed smirks of satisfaction. The lightning release, gratitude wave possessed formidable electric power, particularly when wielded by the Wooden Man, making it even more impressive. "Is that all there is?" Jinlong observed the crackling lightning coursing over his body and scoffed. "If it's merely this, I shall be greatly disappointed." At that moment, A white sphere suddenly illuminated from the lion's mouth on his armor, swirling as it absorbed the lightning that surrounded him. This armor can absorb ninjutsu. Kakashi squinted, recalling how, in the first match, the double swords of Jinlong had absorbed the opponent's ninjutsu, and now this armor seemed to possess a similar ability. Ninjutsu had no effect on him. Sitting lazily with his hands behind his head, Liumu remarked, "Let us see if this lady from Yuin village has considered this." Liumu had no doubts about the wooden man's strength. If Jinlong thought he could defeat the two-tailed Jinchuriki with just one piece of equipment, then the Jinchuriki might as well be absorbed by Madara. Keeping them around would merely be a waste. As expected, just as Liumu anticipated, the wooden man suddenly manifested two blue flame cat claws, their sharp tips glimmering ominously. With ninjutsu proving ineffective, the wooden man closed the distance, engaging Jinlong in close combat. The armor, made of metal, though sturdy, produced an unpleasant screeching sound with each clash against the claws, yet the wooden man's taijutsu was evidently formidable, his speed unmatched. Jinlong, burdened by the weight of his armor, struggled to keep pace. "That claw," Xie Jinhong muttered, observing the wooden man's unusual strikes. It seems somewhat reminiscent of the two-tailed beast. The wooden man had not undergone tailed beast transformation, even now, utilizing the powers of the traveler. He did so with a normal human body, without invoking the chakra fluctuations of the beast. Hearing this, Liumu shot a glance at her before returning his gaze to the arena. Suddenly, a loud crack echoed as metal fractured. The wooden man, upon hearing the sound, quickened his movements, his claws relentlessly assaulting Jinlong, causing cracks to spread across the armor. "Jinlong!" At that moment, a ninja from the craftsman's nation shouted, prompting Jinlong to raise his hand in surrender. They must be worried about the wooden man destroying that armor, Kakashi speculated as he watched Jinlong exit the arena. Now halfway through the third round of the examination, Liumu and Kakashi had already fought a match. Only Shui Guang grew increasingly anxious as he awaited his turn. Finally, upon seeing his name appear on the screen, he immediately turned his gaze to his opponent. Konoha Village, Shui Guang versus Konoha Village's oil woman, Liang. An internal conflict. Liumu muttered, "It's over." Shui Guang's face fell as he regarded his opponent. "We haven't even started. How can it be over?" Liumu chided, "We're all genin. Don't be intimidated by their clan." Furrowing his brow, Shui Guang explained, "I'm not intimidated by their clan. It's because I know Liang." It turned out that oil woman Liang was Shui Guang's senior from the previous class, and shortly after graduating from the Ninja Academy, she had been recruited by Danzo into the route due to her exceptional talent. Back in the academy, Shui Guang had often heard Liang's name spoken by his teachers, but he never imagined he would face such a formidable opponent. On the stage, he gazed at the oil woman Liang, whose entire face was shrouded in black cloth. Feeling a wave of trepidation, the oil woman clan was one of the ancient families of Konoha, with its ninjas using their chakra to nurture insects, allowing parasitic insects to inhabit their bodies. Their ninjutsu predominantly revolved around insects. As a sensory ninja, Shui Guang was not particularly adept in combat, making his chances of victory slim against such a genius. "Senior Liang, please guide me." Shui Guang bowed, and a faint halo surrounded him. Then, the crowd witnessed what appeared to be a thin layer of earthy light armor forming around him. Seeing this, Liang extended her hands, and countless black flying insects erupted from her sleeves, rushing towards Shui Guang's body. Realizing that she stood no chance in a ninjutsu contest, Shui Guang understood her only opportunity for victory lay in close-quarters combat. Thus, before the parasitic insects could close in, Shui Guang dashed toward Liang, attacking her with hardened fists. With a resounding crash, Liang, unable to evade Shui Guang's flurry of blows, was struck directly. However, after the sound of impact, Shui Guang was startled to see Liang transform into a mass of black insects, clinging to her arm. Insect clone. With no time for further thought, Shui Guang quickly sensed Liang's true form. There, she spotted Liang in a corner of the arena, emerging from the swarm of insects. But just then, Shui Guang's expression changed dramatically as she looked down at her arm, which was now engulfed in excruciating pain, realizing that her arm had entirely turned black. The insects are toxic. The oil woman Liang's parasitic insects had not only destroyed the light armor on Shui Guang's body, but had also injected toxins into her system. As her vision blurred, the spectators could only see Shui Guang suddenly shout, drawing a kunai from her ninja pouch and stabbing it forcefully into her left arm. Blood sprayed forth, soaking her entire arm. Chapter 36. Stalemate Shui Guang. Keep it up. Kakashi and Lu Mu, observing from the sidelines, shouted in encouragement as they witnessed Shui Guang maintaining her focus in such a dire manner. Yet, at that moment, Shui Guang's complexion was ashen, and beads of cold sweat trickled down her face. Hearing their motivating words, she cast a haunting smile, tinged with despair. Her left arm was shattered, but her mind finally found a fleeting sense of relief. With unwavering determination, she wiped the sweat from her brow and retrieved a shuriken inscribed with an explosive tag, hurling it towards the position where Guang stood. Simultaneously, before the talisman could detonate, Shui Guang charged forward. What does she intend to do? Kakashi observed her actions with a soft exhale of disbelief. She had already lost much of her fighting capability, and although there was only one explosive tag, it was not something her hardened skin could withstand. Guang, as a member of the Root, had long been acquainted with the brutal realities of the battlefield. Witnessing Shui Guang's reckless decision to go all in, he promptly unleashed his parasitic insects towards her. However, surrounded by the parasitic insects, Shui Guang was not deterred. Instead, with a fierce expression, she lunged at Guang, embracing him tightly. This time, you should have no way to escape. Boom. The explosive tag detonated, engulfing both of them along with Guang's flying insects. A cloud of dust erupted, obscuring the view of the scene within. Yet, at that very moment, a voice emerged from the smoke. Shui Guang, you have grown, but... The swarm of insects surged forth, dispersing the fog, revealing Guang standing alone. A gentle smile gracing his lips as he gazed down at the collapsed Shui Guang. Her skin was cracked, and it was evident that beneath it lay a multitude of black insects. Coughing violently, Shui Guang painfully spat out a mouthful of blood and, with great effort, lifted her head to utter fragmented words to Guang. Sister Guang, be careful. Guang. Boom. An explosion erupted from Guang's back. It turned out that the moment Shui Guang had embraced Guang, she had affixed another explosive tag to his back. The parasitic insects beneath Guang's skin were her unique ability, utilizing the body of the parasites to provide herself with a tough, invisible shield. As Shui Guang's devoted admirer, she was well aware of this fact. Thus, the explosive tag on the shuriken was merely intended to destroy the insects, while the one on his back was the true key to their fates. I declare this match a draw. The Yunin Jonin, witnessing both combatants unconscious, promptly announced his decision. A draw signifies not a mutual advancement, but rather a simultaneous defeat for both Shui Guang and Guang. After the match concluded, several Jonin from Konoha swiftly entered the arena, carrying Shui Guang and Guang off the platform, where they were met by Yunin's medical ninjas for urgent treatment. You Konoha ninjas are quite ruthless to your own. 2 explosive tags in succession. This could have dire consequences. At that moment, the Iwagakure ninja, Lan Tu, had just been released from his frozen state and immediately caught sight of the tragic scene. Upon seeing the unconscious Shui Guang beside him, Lu Mu turned abruptly, causing Lan Tu to falter in speech, returning to his position with a disgruntled demeanor. The resolve within Shui Guang to secure victory was far more intense than she had portrayed. Nevertheless, judging by the prior explosion, the tag affixed to Guang's back had clearly not detonated with the expected intensity. It seemed that as a friend, an idol, and merely as a member of Konoha, Shui Guang did not wish to jeopardize her opponent's life for her own triumph. This is unacceptable. Both of them are gravely injured. And this girl named Shui Guang still harbors parasitic insects within her, gnawing at her chakra. We must take them to the medical room for treatment. Both Shui Guang and Guang had succumbed to unconsciousness, and no one could ascertain when they would awaken. After examining the injuries of both combatants, the medical ninjas from Yunin addressed their Konoha counterparts. I will take them. The setting sun, Akane, spoke up, intending to accompany the medical ninjas. I will go too. Upon noticing the questioning gaze from Akane, Lu Mu replied calmly, perhaps I possess a method to extract the parasitic insects from Shui Guang. Akane hesitated, aware that Lu Mu had emerged victorious in his first match. The duration of his absence was uncertain, and any delay could be detrimental. Do not hesitate. If you think any longer, Shui Guang may not survive. Chakra is the essence of a ninja's being, and considering that Guang's parasitic insects not only consumed chakra, but also bore potent toxins, time was of the essence. Very well, Akane responded, instructing the nearby Konoha Jonin. Inform the referee, and if possible, schedule Lu Mu's next match for last. The growth of parasitic insects relies on the host's chakra, and Lu Mu was acutely aware of this. He also understood that if Shui Guang's chakra was depleted, she would inevitably perish. Thus, in the Yunin medical room, the medical ninjas employed myriad methods to eradicate the parasitic insects within Shui Guang, but alas, the insects were impervious to toxins and even resistant to lightning chakra. What about Quang? Akane inquired of Lu Mu. The medical ninjas from Yunin indicated that Quang's condition is relatively stable, aside from a significant burn on her back. With proper hydration and care, she should recover. The two observed through the glass as Shui Guang was encircled by a throng of medical ninjas, their expressions grave. Weren't you supposed to have a solution for the parasitic insects within that girl? Akane questioned Lu Mu, casting him a sidelong glance. I do possess a method, but... Lu Mu looked at her. My approach is rather unique, and I would prefer to treat her alone. As Jiraiya's disciple, Akane was well aware of Lu Mu's identity. Perhaps when Lu Mu, in the guise of a 6-year-old child, made that statement, Akane would need to reflect deeply. Yet, the name of Lord Jiraiya inspired unwavering confidence in him. Are you certain you can cure her? Akane's gaze bore into Lu Mu's eyes, and before Lu Mu could respond, she added, I require a foolproof outcome. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Lu Mu glanced at the unconscious Shui Guang and chuckled coldly. Turning back to Akane, he suddenly adopted a serious demeanor, stating, but she is my teammate. Though this bond is limited to this Chunin exam, I would never gamble with her life. Lu Mu's demeanor at that moment struck Akane as entirely unlike that of a mere 6-year-old child. Contrarily, both his tone and gaze, even when jesting, evoked an unexpected sense of disorientation in Akane. Chapter 37. The Sound Ninja Team. In the medical room, Ryuki closed the door and turned to gaze at the bed where Mizukawa lay, a wry smile gracing his lips. Reflecting on the time they had spent together, he noted how Mizukawa had always presented herself with caution. Yet, who could have foreseen that she would resort to such a desperate measure to secure victory in this competition? Silly girl, losing is merely a part of the game. Opportunities will arise again. Furrowing his brow, Ryuki examined Mizukawa's exposed skin, which was marred by dirt and riddled with gaping wounds. Particularly alarming was her left arm, grotesquely mangled, with toxins coursing through her chakra pathways, gradually encroaching upon her heart. Without a moment to spare, Ryuki placed his hands upon her abdomen, meticulously merging the samadhi fire into a thread that infiltrated her meridians. The actions of the parasitic insects relied on Ko's chakra. If he could sever or even absorb this chakra, Mizukawa would temporarily evade danger. As for the insects within her, their extraction would have to wait until Ko regained consciousness. The control of the samadhi fire soon had Ryuki drenched in sweat, his expression a blend of agony and fatigue. Closing his eyes to attune to Mizukawa's condition, he realized her plight was even graver than he had anticipated. The toxins released by the parasitic insects had already infiltrated her heart, compounded by the severe internal injuries sustained from the 2 explosive tags used in the match. Concerned that Mizukawa might not withstand the intensity of the samadhi fire, he exerted his utmost control to navigate the flames away from her vital areas. There, the flames, guided like a needle threading through fabric, finally locked onto all the parasitic insects. Just as Ryuki prepared to absorb Ko's chakra lingering on the insects, the long-absent template system in his mind suddenly stirred to life. Ding! Host detected to be under toxin attack. Would you like to initiate detoxification? Ryuki? Poisoned? He glanced at his hands, which bore no signs of toxicity. Could it be that the samadhi fire, infused with the essence of the gluttonous beast, had melded with him so completely that the system mistook the flames entering Mizukawa's body as his own poisoning? If that were the case, after a brief contemplation, Ryuki commanded the system to activate the detoxification procedure. With the system's approval, a harmonious buzz resonated in his mind. Ryuki felt as if a torrent surged within him, flowing through his palms and into Mizukawa's body. At that moment, Mizukawa stirred, emitting a soft murmur as the pain etched on her face began to ease. As Ryuki manipulated the samadhi fire to absorb the chakra from the parasitic insects, the darkened veins tainted by toxins on Mizukawa's body gradually returned to normal. In this match, Kakashi of the Hidden Leaf Village emerged victorious. Retrieving his short blade, he descended from the arena with a measured gait. He was formidable. The white-haired girl from the Mist Village observed Kakashi's retreating figure, her gaze shifting to the defeated ninja from the Land of Crafts. The third ninja from the Land of Crafts wielded a pair of adamantine claws, capable of absorbing ninjutsu and even releasing the absorbed techniques. After gauging his opponent's abilities, Kakashi, much like the wooden warrior before him, opted for close combat with his short blade. Through a series of deceptive substitution and shadow clone techniques, he ultimately triumphed over his adversary. Evidently, following this assessment, we must pay closer attention to the land of crafts. In the shadows of the venue, a figure with golden hair concealed their features, addressing a petite girl beside them. "Leave this matter to me." At that moment, another voice, gravelly and shrouded in mystery, spoke with an eerie undertone from yellow vertical pupils. Although the ninja from the land of crafts did not match the prowess of other hidden villages, their crafted tools had undeniably showcased astonishing capabilities during the assessment. "I believe that not only we, but all villages have been stirred by their potential." The golden-haired girl smiled, surveying the assembled elite ninjas before turning to her companions. "Continue to observe here. I shall check on the two children who were just carried away." Time passed unnoticed as Ryuki gazed at Mizukawa, whose complexion had returned to its former vitality. He was panting heavily, astonished at how exhausting it had been to control the flames. After all was said and done, a cigarette would have felt like divine intervention at this moment. Ryuki muttered to himself, a self-deprecating smile crossing his face as he slumped onto a nearby chair. The toxins within Mizukawa had been thoroughly eradicated by the template system, and the now powerless parasitic insects, along with her other injuries, were to be entrusted to Ko and the medical ninjas from the hidden cloud village upon their awakening. With a sudden clang, the door to the medical room swung open. A bewildered Ryuki stared at the girl standing before him, adorned with the headband of the sound ninjas. You are Tsunade." At that moment, Tsunade appeared as a child of 13 or 14, her playful demeanor complemented by the sound ninja forehead protector upon her brow. "You must be Jiraiya's disciple." Tsunade, unfazed by Ryuki's recognition, approached the bed, examining Mizukawa's condition. Instantly, a chakra aura enveloped her hands as she began her assessment. After a brief moment, Tsunade withdrew her hands, casting a knowing look at Ryuki. "Did you do this?" Understanding the implications of her question, Ryuki pondered before ultimately nodding in acknowledgement. Seeing his admission, a smile graced Tsunade's lips as she swiftly formed hand signs, conjuring a cloud of white mist between them, from which a petite slug promptly emerged at their feet. "Return to the examination site. The rest will be handled by it." "And you? How did you come to be here?" Ryuki inquired, a frown creasing his brow. Days prior, the sound ninja team he had been searching for was in fact comprised of Tsunade, Orochimaru, and likely Minato, disguised as 3-leaf village ninjas. Hadn't Jiraiya taught him not to ask questions that should remain unasked? "Ryuki?" Tsunade, with a cold smirk, replied, "What you see is not always the truth. In these extraordinary circumstances, the reality is often far more severe than we can imagine." Disguising as sound ninjas and infiltrating the hidden cloud village, what Tsunade and her companions aimed to accomplish was beyond Ryuki's comprehension. Chapter 38, Two Tails vs. Ice release. Upon returning to the stone chamber, Ryumaku approached Kakashi's side. Under Kakashi's inquiring gaze, Ryumaku explained the situation regarding Mizuka's actions. "What? You mean, Lady Tsunade?" Kakashi's words trailed off as he prudently closed his mouth. The appearance of Tsunade and her companions in the hidden cloud village likely served to protect the Konoha assessment team. As the backbone of Konoha in these tumultuous times, it was imperative to guard against any unforeseen circumstances. At this moment, only 6 assessment ninjas remained, including Ryumaku, who still had victories to spare. This meant that after Ryumaku completed his second match, one among the remaining 5 would inevitably be given a bye in the 3rd round. The next match featured Ryumaku of Konoha against the warrior from the land of crafts. "It's your turn, Ryumaku," Kakashi remarked as he observed the competitors on the screen, advising, "Try to engage in close combat." Ryumaku scratched his chin awkwardly and replied, "Even if you want me to use ninjutsu, I must first know how." Kakashi merely sighed in response. The warrior from the land of crafts had previously vanquished a ninja from the hidden cloud village in the first match, and Ryumaku vividly recalled that blunted sword. "What a pity, I don't know any ninjutsu. What are you hoping for?" As the match commenced, the hidden cloud's Nin issued the signal, and the warrior swung his blunted sword, immediately lunging toward Ryumaku's forehead. Ryumaku, observing the attack, subtly shook his head and shifted his feet, evading the strike effortlessly. The sword, wielded with great force, struck the ground, fracturing the stone beneath Ryumaku. Noticing another impending attack, Ryumaku calmly lifted his right foot, placing it atop the blunted sword. Simultaneously, a swift hand was already approaching the warrior's side. Smack! A pain cry escaped the warrior as he flipped in the air, crashing to the ground. Chung! The ninjas from the land of crafts shouted in alarm. However, the hidden Cloud J-Nin stepped forward to assess the prostrate figure. They found his eyes rolled back, foam at his lips, and his expression vacant. I declare the victor of this match to be Ryumaku of Konoha. Ha! Well done, Ryumaku. A blond man on the second floor exclaimed, admiring the display. No wonder Master Jiraiya advised me not to underestimate him. The shadowy-eyed man with yellow irises rasped in response that immense power suits him as Tsunade's disciple. What can Jiraiya teach him? Though somewhat displeased, the blond man, one of the legendary Sannin, refrained from retorting. Ryumaku's prowess was enigmatic even to Jiraiya. Based on his exhibited strength, he seemed genuinely striving to emulate Lady Tsunade. The next match was set, Han of the Hidden Mist against the warrior from the Hidden Cloud. Youmurin. This just got interesting, Ryumaku mused, observing the names on the screen with a playful smile. This is clearly a battle between a bloodline limit and a Jinchuriki. On the arena, as the match commenced, Han promptly performed hand seals, unleashing the water release. Hidden Mist technique, enveloping the arena in thick fog. Youmurin demonstrated ferocious close-range attacks, her fiery claws appearing as though they could rend anything asunder. Han's use of the Hidden Mist technique at the outset was a strategic move to obscure her presence. Suddenly, a massive frost dragon erupted from the depths of the obscured mist, roaring as it charged toward a corner of the arena. Boom! The arena exploded, sending countless shards of stone and ice flying. Kakashi, positioned nearby, reacted swiftly, leaping aside just in time to avoid a 1-meter square ice block. Upon inspecting the ice, he noted its edges were unnaturally sharp, as if sliced by a blade, reflecting his own shadow. At that moment, a powerful blue fireball manifested. Fire release, fire mouse ball. The intense fireball surged forth, colliding with the dragon's tail, while the searing heat instantaneously evaporated the mist. As the fog dissipated, the audience regained their sight. The fireball released by Youmurin struck Han directly in the face. However, just before the fireball could make contact, it detonated as if encountering an invisible barrier, revealing cracks in the ice wall that Han had erected. When did she release her ninjutsu? I didn't see her form any seals, Kakashi murmured in astonishment. Hey, not seeing it is quite normal, Ryumaku jested. Do you think everyone is like you, forming seals when using ninjutsu? Isn't that the norm? Kakashi turned to Ryumaku, puzzled. Without forming seals, how can one channel chakra? Ryumaku glanced at Kakashi's naive expression, contemplating whether to reveal the truth, fearing it might shatter Kakashi's worldview. Noticing Ryumaku's silence, Kakashi refrained from further discussion. In Kakashi's perspective, Ryumaku excelled in taijutsu, which indeed did not require seals. The practical application of ninjutsu involved ninjas forming seals to channel chakra into a tangible form through ninjutsu. This was the foundational lesson taught in ninja school, and both Ryumaku and Kakashi were well aware of it. Short seals, or an advanced proficiency, might allow a ninja to utilize a technique with a single hand seal. But a case like Han's, where she could execute ninjutsu without seals, was practically unheard of. At that moment, Youmurin faced Han's absolute defense, bending low and leaping gracefully, akin to a cat, landing squarely in the arena's center. With hands forming seals, she called out, "Fire mouse ball." As she completed her technique, dozens of blue fireballs materialized overhead, soaring towards Han under her deft control. Perceiving the threat, Han's chakra surged, and an ice wall flickered to life before her. Humph! You cannot evade this, Youmurin declared, rapidly manipulating her hands. The fireballs, mid-flight, abruptly altered their trajectory, encircling the ice wall's defense. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions erupted, billowing smoke that engulfed Han entirely. The spectators were astounded to witness Youmurin manipulating the fireball's direction with chakra threads emanating from her fingertips. Only Ryumaku in the corner sighed in resignation, muttering to himself, "This is merely a fireball version of the chakra ball, isn't it?" Chapter 39. Surrender. In the wake of being struck by the wooden man, Han appeared somewhat disheveled, her once pristine skirt now marred by numerous stains. However, the myriad shards of ice scattered at her feet signified that the recent assault by the wooden man had yielded little effect. Both of these combatants are remarkably formidable. Kakashi observed the two women on the stage with genuine admiration, exclaiming, "If it were I contesting, regardless of the opponent, I would possess no assurance of victory. Han's abilities are indeed extraordinary. Her ninjutsu requires no hand seals, and under the auspices of her bloodline limit, she boasts an almost infallible defense. Even in the face of the Wooden Man's unexpected attack, she remains unscathed. Kakashi had never witnessed the Wooden Man's mastery over ninjutsu, and he recognized that her talents extended beyond mere technique. Her close-quarters combat prowess was what truly rendered her a formidable adversary. Ice release, snowstorm. At that moment, Han unleashed her attack, causing the temperature in the arena to plummet rapidly, resulting in a flurry of snowflakes forming in the air. Ice release, dance of the grass blades. In rapid succession, she executed 2 ninjutsu techniques, and the snowflakes began to swirl like shuriken, hurtling toward the Wooden Man with alarming speed. The Wooden Man, glancing sideways to respond, enveloped herself in blue flames that surged from her claws. In a display of agility akin to a cat, she deftly twisted her body in midair. Cats are said to possess 9 lives. Such ninjutsu shall not hinder me. Before she could finish her thought, the Wooden Man suddenly noticed that the arena beneath her was now laden with ice spikes, their sharpness halting her words. Fire release, fire mouse jewel. Faced with the lack of a stable landing, the Wooden Man promptly unleashed a fire technique, shattering the ice beneath her to create a temporary foothold. As she observed the thrilling duel between the two, Ryu suddenly felt a surge of chakra reminiscent of the earlier encounter with the Bull Demon. His gaze fixated on the Wooden Man, who was now struggling to maneuver. Is it finally time to use it? Stop. At that moment, the Hidden Clouds Jonin, who was responsible for adjudicating the match, leapt onto the stage, a crackling electricity erupting from beneath his feet as he swiftly pressed his hands onto the Wooden Man's shoulders. You have lost. The Wooden Man frowned at the Jonin, her expression rife with defiance. The Jonin whispered, have you forgotten our agreement? The Wooden Man sighed, closing her eyes, her demeanor reflecting a prolonged inner turmoil. Eventually, she lifted her gaze, declaring, I understand. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the Wooden Man raised her right hand and proclaimed to the assembled ninjas, in this match, I concede. The existence of the Two Tails is well known throughout the ninja world, yet few are aware of the identity of its host. The Wooden Man's appearance in this Chunin examination was contingent upon a private assurance made with the higher-ups of the Hidden Cloud Village. She must never utilize the power of the Two Tails. The fleeting fluctuation of chakra she had just displayed prompted the Jonin, as a seasoned referee, to intervene before she could unleash her full potential. So it was her. The yellow-eyed ninja smirked subtly, a serpentine sound echoing from his throat. The next match, Kei from the Leaf Village versus Ryu from the Leaf Village. Once more, it is my turn. Ryu stood up, brushing the dust from his trousers. Kakashi approached to offer a reminder Kei excels in. No need for reminders. As Ryu walked past Kakashi, he patted the other's shoulder, grinning, I'll be down in half a minute. Just half a minute. This duel between Ryu and Kei meant that Kakashi would be sitting out, and with just 1 or 2 more matches remaining, the competition would soon reach its conclusion. In the Chunin examination, those who reach the final 10 possess a strong likelihood of being promoted to Chunin. Thus, both Ryu and Kakashi were all but assured of their new statuses. The remaining matches were merely procedural. Kei was a member of the Umbu, directly under the Third Hokage. Hiruzen Sarutobi, and specialized in lightning techniques, often tasked with sealing missions. Kakashi intended to caution Ryu about Kei's offensive strategies, but the match commenced. Lightning release, lightning pillar. Kei struck first, his hands forming seals rapidly, as 3 stone walls erupted from the ground, encircling Ryu. Before Ryu could react, the walls crackled with electricity, and a cacophony of arcs erupted, filling the air with a resounding buzz. Ryu, Kakashi shouted from the sidelines, alarmed at Ryu being caught in the ninjutsu. However, with a resounding explosion, the 3 stone walls shattered, revealing a furious Ryu brushing debris from his face as he emerged, glaring at Kei. Look what you've done. Kei. Kakashi. The crowd. It turned out that the lightning had ignited Ryu's wig, and now he stood bald, resembling Kakashi as he had seen him on Hokage Rock. Uffed. Who just laughed? Ryu seethed, scanning the crowd with ire until his gaze landed on Han. Oh, it's you. If it's you, then it's forgiven. Uffed. Ha ha. At last, Kei could no longer contain himself, chuckling at the sight of the irate Ryu. Ryu. As the saying goes, a head may be severed. Blood may flow, but one must never forsake their hairstyle. The system had already made his hair disappear using Saitama's template. Now, being exposed with a wig was utterly intolerable. Kei, is it? Ryu's eyes blazed with fury as he spoke slowly. Don't think I am bullying you. I am now giving you a chance to retaliate. As he spoke, Ryu's hands slowly formed fists, a powerful energy resonating as his joints cracked audibly. Lightning release, six-fold lightning pillar. K, aware of Ryu's status as Jiraiya's disciple, recognized that the latter had not yet revealed his full strength. As a ninja, underestimating an opponent is the gravest flaw, and K, unwilling to suffer defeat due to carelessness, resolved to deploy his strongest technique on his second strike. Ryu, observing the 6 layers of earthen walls rising around him, lightly stepped forward, deftly leaping over the stone barriers before the lightning could erupt. And then, close your eyes. With his right fist drawn slowly from his waist, a fierce blast of energy surged forth, aimed directly at K's face. Die, Minato. In a flash of yellow light, K was abruptly enveloped, and with a whoosh, his form vanished without a trace. Chapter 40. This template is irreverent, I concede. Kakashi, facing Han, surrendered even before stepping onto the field. This act signified the intentions of the leading jonin from Konoha. Kakashi's defeat heralded the final showdown between Han of the Mist Village and Ryuki of the Leaf Village. Do you have confidence? Kakashi observed Ryuki, who was preparing for the ultimate battle. Stop eating. I'm asking you a question. Ryuki, huh? When it comes to a beautiful woman, I find it hard to resist. Ryuki glanced at Han's figure and continued. However, I am not one to easily concede, which makes this a bit challenging for me. Next match, Ryuki from Konoha versus Han from the Mist Village. The Cloud Village Jonin announced the contenders from the arena. Ryuki furrowed his brow and slowly stepped onto the stage. Gazing at the ethereal Han before him, Ryuki hesitantly proposed, "Why don't you concede? After all, you've already secured your position as a Chunin, so what does this match matter?" Ryuki thought to himself that if he didn't wish to concede, persuading Han to give in seemed the best course of action. To his surprise, upon hearing Ryuki's words, Han's expression turned even colder. "Why won't you concede?" Ryuki replied, "This is our first encounter. I hope you can take the initiative." "Why should I be the one to take the initiative on our first encounter?" Han coldly retorted, "Unless you defeat me, I shall not concede." Sigh. Ryuki, hearing this, could only shake his head in resignation. Let the match begin. With the referee's command, the crowd watched as Ryuki boldly approached his opponent without utilizing any ninjutsu or illusions. He simply strode directly forward, devoid of any prelude. Observing this, Han swiftly formed hand seals and calmly declared, "Ice release, ice explosion." Before Han could fully unleash her jutsu, Ryuki seized her wrists with a firm grip. Feeling the rapid loss of chakra, Han looked on in shock as Ryuki stood less than a step away. The rush of air hit her as Ryuki suddenly struck her on the back of the head with his palm. With a cry of pain, Han's legs weakened, and she collapsed into Ryuki's embrace. The spectators beheld the 5-year-old Ryuki lifting Han off the ground, stepping gingerly toward the edge of the arena. "You are a bit heavy. Remember to shed some weight when you get back," Ryuki remarked to Han in his arms. Han, at that moment, wanted to unleash a tirade of anger, but her fatigue rendered her speechless. Upon reaching the edge of the arena, everyone expected Ryuki to toss Han out. Yet he chose instead to leap down from the stage with her. "What are you doing?" Han noticed Ryuki's actions and furrowed her brow, mustering her strength to ask. "It's a draw," Ryuki replied, watching as Mist Village ninjas rushed towards them. "Since you refuse to concede, and I also do not wish to, let us settle for a tie." Han. The arriving Mist ninjas swiftly took Han's body from Ryuki, anxiously assessing her injuries. "No need to check, she just needs some rest," Ryuki advised from behind the Mist ninjas. "Remember what I said earlier, you need to lose some weight, or I won't be able to carry you next time." "Is that it?" Kakashi strolled up to Ryuki and remarked, "That was rather swift." "Uffed." Ryuki scoffed, "Who are you calling fast?" "Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the Chunin examination task. The timely reward has been dispatched. Please check it promptly." The sudden electronic voice in Ryuki's mind jolted him. During the first mission, the system had been dilatory, and it was only at the end that he managed to obtain the Leaf Village headband as a completion. Why is this broken system so eager this time? Without an ounce of modesty, amidst Kakashi's incessant chatter, Ryuki took the opportunity to swiftly check the task rewards. Just as previously agreed, this reward comprised a single use of the Fate Roulette and 5 opportunities to enter the Time House. Since the awakening of the system, Ryuki had yet to utilize the Time House's capabilities. Consequently, Ryuki resolved to seek a time to train within the time house. Mastery of ninjutsu was not paramount. What mattered was that he was now a ninja, a chunin at that. If he couldn't even wield a decent ninjutsu, it would be quite embarrassing. However, he found himself pondering the selection of ninjutsu. The 8 gates. Ryuki dismissed the idea outright. Having already employed the Saitama template, there was no need for the 8 gates. Given their severe drawbacks and lack of safety. The corpse demon seal? That wouldn't do either. Trading life for life is the folly of brutes. Why not live well instead? The flying thunder god? Ryuki frowned, contemplating this option. After all, what man wouldn't desire to be swifter? Although the speed attribute of the Saitama template was maxed out, the spatial ninjutsu's mobility held a certain allure. The forbidden jutsu of the Leaf Village were primarily contained within sealed scrolls. If Ryuki wished to learn them, he must find a way to obtain them discreetly, then retreat to the time house to ponder them for a decade or so. By the time he emerged, he would possess an arsenal of forbidden jutsu, able to unleash a grand technique with a mere gesture. How exhilarating would that be? Ryuki? Ryuki? Are you deaf? Ryuki? Huh. The overly cheerful Ryuki was suddenly jolted back to reality by Kakashi's voice nearby, staring blankly at him and asking, "What's wrong? Are we about to give birth? What do you mean by that?" Kakashi frowned in response. "The leading jonin just summoned us to the quarters. It seems there is something to discuss." "Oh, then let us go." After Minato rescued Q, Ryuki had already deduced the identities of the 3. He figured Jiraiya had yet to return from Mayaboka Mountain. Thus Minato had replaced Jiraiya's role in the original Sannin trio. However, the reason for their presence here eluded Ryuki for the moment. Firstly, the Chunin examination had proceeded exceptionally well. In the shared quarters of the Cloud and Leaf villages, a foreign jonin stood before the crowd, passionately delivering a speech. Meanwhile, Ryuki discreetly maneuvered to the back, preparing to claim his reward from the fate roulette. Would the host like to draw now? Yes. The fate roulette spun, emitting a dazzling aura, and ultimately, a pale yellow card emerged gracefully, landing directly in Ryuki's hands. What is this card? It doesn't seem very serious. Poliusolino, one of the 3 admirals of the Navy, codename Yellow Monkey, Best Actor nominee. User of the natural type Pika Pika fruit, possesses an enigmatic personality, adhering to an ambiguous sense of justice, and is one of the highest combat powers of the Navy headquarters. What the heck? Ryuki stared at the character description on the card. His mind flooded with images of cheerful alpacas frolicking. What does this trumpet mean? Ryuki wondered, gently tapping the icon on the card. How terrifying. I am supposed to support the young master in becoming the Pirate King. Ryuki? This cursed system. Chapter 41. The light escaped. The first template granted him a bald head, while the second bestowed upon him a lecherous old man. Even the solitary spirit beast that once appeared for him, after tossing him a gluttonous devouring, vanished without a trace, leaving him without a mount to this day. Could he retract it? Even if it meant receiving an ultra-blue Yukon. Lumu chuckled as he began to haggle with the system. Ding. Once extracted, the system template is non-refundable. Upon hearing this, Lumu's expression froze, and then he grimaced, cursing, "What a lack of humanity." Ding. The system reminds you that individual templates can only be used independently, and replaced templates will automatically be stored in the template space. Please pay attention to the usage rules. Host. To use or not to use. Lumu gazed at the template of Kizuru in his hand, engulfed in a tempest of thoughts. The Saitama template had already maxed out all attributes. In terms of both attack power and speed, it was unparalleled. Although Kizaru's abilities were formidable in comparison to Saitama, they seemed somewhat juvenile. Use it. Might as well treat it as a Kizaru experience card. Lumu concluded, and the Kizaru card began to dissolve, radiating splendid light that flooded into his mind. Ding. Kizaru template activation complete. Host attributes are being constructed. Ding. Host attribute list completed. Having lost the enhancement of the Saitama template, Lumu felt an immediate sense of great energy dissipating from him. Although the use of the Kizaru card compensated for the void, it still fell short compared to the Saitama template. Host. Lumu personal attribute list. Gender. Male. Age. 6. Combat power. 666. 6666. Under Kizaru template. Defense value. 3333. 333. 33339999999999. Under Kizaru template. Stamina. 999999. Under Kizaru template. Speed. 9999999999. Under Kizaru template. Intelligence. 125, talent, 90, spirit beast, none, ninjutsu. Body replacement technique. Shadow clone technique, fire release, fireball technique, transformation technique. Jinjutsu. None, own templates. One Punch Man, Saitama, One Piece, Kizaru, in use. Available skills. Laser, light speed kick. Yada mirror, Amaterasu sword, heavenly rock door, Yada no Kagami. Why is Kizaru's defense value a range? Lumu stared at the shifting data in his mind, utterly bewildered. It was understandable that Kizaru's combat and stamina values were inferior to Saitama's. However, the defense and speed values appeared unchanged. Wait. Suddenly, Lumu had a revelation. Kizaru utilizes the Logia-type Pika Pika no Mi, which could explain the range in defense, as Logia types are immune to physical attacks. Furthermore, the speed of the Pika Pika no Mi approaches light speed, which elucidates his rapidity. Drawing upon his knowledge of One Piece, Lumu attempted a simple self-explanation of his attributes. Yet, as his gaze gradually descended, how could the talent value change from an initial 59 to 90? Lumu was perplexed. Could the usage of the template also alter the host's talent value? It seemed plausible, for it was the only explanation. If that were the case, wouldn't he effectively be exploiting a system bug by using the Saitama template for combat and the Kizaru template for learning ninjutsu? As for the subsequent attributes, Lumu felt no surprise. Regarding Kizaru's skills, he was naturally well acquainted, having watched One Piece. The directional beam attack, laser, a kick that moves at light speed kick, the Yada mirror, which reflects light paths like a mirror for pursuit, the Amaterasu sword, a weapon formed by photon accumulation, the heavenly rock door, in the form of a giant ape beam, and finally, the Yada no Kagami, which unleashes countless light bullets for widespread bombardment. Each skill was as familiar to him as family. Perhaps, in this ninja world, Kizaru's abilities resembled those of a true ninja more so than Saitama's. Lumu could even claim to possess a bloodline limit. As a soul traveler, regarding his own bloodline limit, let us call it light escape. Lumu, it seems your hair is growing back. That night, Kakashi gazed at Lumu's bald head and remarked stoically, looks like you won't need to wear a wig anymore. Lumu had always felt self-conscious about his baldness. As a handsome individual, he perceived lacking a hairstyle as akin to wandering the streets without pants. Thus, upon hearing Kakashi's words, Lumu urgently retrieved a mirror from the table to inspect his crown. Does it have a slight wave? At that moment, a thin layer of black stubble had emerged atop Lumu's head. Though subtle, it was a semblance of a hairstyle, akin to wearing at least a pair of underpants. The more he looked, the more familiar it seemed. Could it possibly be? The Saitama template had turned Lumu into a bald version of himself. And now, under the Kizaru template's influence, wouldn't he also sprout Kizaru's hairstyle, would he? Just then, a shuriken suddenly soared through the window, embedding itself in the pillar beside Kakashi. Kakashi quickly leaned out of the window to investigate, but found not a single figure in sight. Lumu removed the shuriken, uncovering a note tied to its handle. Midnight, meet at the Bailiang Bridge outside Yunin village. The note bore the signature of his senior brother. Upon seeing this, Lumu immediately deduced that the note must have been written by Minato. A mission? Kakashi inquired after reading the note. Lumu shook his head, glancing at the time. 2 hours remained until their rendezvous at midnight. He then told Kakashi, I'm not sure for now. If I return before heading back to the village tomorrow, there will be no issues. If I don't return, you should proceed with the team back to Konoha. In the early morning, beside the Bailiang Bridge, Lumu flew swiftly to the designated location, spotting several figures standing at the bridge's head. As he approached, he recognized that this small team consisted of himself, Minato, Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Konoha's Jonin instructor, Hinata Kagura. Lumu. At that moment, Minato and the others were not using transformation techniques, but presenting themselves in their true forms. Lumu, seeing this, asked, what is this about? The team, aside from Lumu, included the future Fourth Hokage of Konoha, 2 legendary Sannin, and the highly skilled Jonin Hinata Kagura. Lumu could scarcely fathom what urgent matter warranted such formidable strength to gather here. The little girl is fine now. After awakening this afternoon, I informed her of your heroic deeds, Tsunade said as she approached Lumu, wrapping her arm around him. The close proximity left Lumu momentarily dazed by the 2 magnificent figures before him. Such large assets. Chapter 42, S-Class Mission S. S-Class. In the valley, several figures darted by, and Lumu furrowed his brow, his voice hoarse as he protested, "No way, I'm still a genin. This task isn't suited for me." Orochimaru, overhearing, smiled darkly and replied in a gravelly tone, "Kid, this mission was originally meant for us, the legendary Sannin. But Jiraiya is unavailable." "Indeed," Tsunade chimed in, continuing Orochimaru's thought. "He believes his two disciples can completely substitute his capabilities and personally recommended you to the third Hokage." "And what about him?" Lumu asked, glancing at Akatsuki Shinra. It turned out that Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Minato had come to the Land of Clouds to protect the Konoha exam team and would undertake the mission after the assessment concluded. As for Akatsuki Shinra, he was to serve as a guide. This time, we were headed to the village hidden in the mist. Akatsuki had previously spent considerable time there during a mission, and having him would alleviate many of our troubles. The village hidden in the mist? Upon hearing this name, Lumu's mind immediately conjured the chilling figure of the tailed beast. The specific details of the mission would be disclosed as we neared our destination, but, Tsunade remarked, turning to Lumu's languid expression, "Though this mission will delay your Chunin promotion ceremony, we must still congratulate you on successfully completing the exam." With that, Minato, standing beside Lumu, patted his shoulder gently, offering a quiet, "Congratulations." Despite Orochimaru's perpetually cold demeanor, Lumu had not expected any warmth from him, so he did not dwell on it. Becoming a Chunin at the tender age of 6 was an extraordinarily historic achievement within the entire shinobi world, making Lumu's status as a Chunin particularly significant. The Land of Water, where the village hidden in the mist lay, was directly south of the Land of Thunder, with nearly 4/5 of the journey traversing ocean waters. As inland-born individuals, they felt quite uncomfortable with the sudden onslaught of humid air. 3 months later, Lumu leaned over the side of the boat, gazing at the boundless sea before him, suddenly pondering whether he, inheriting the template of Kizaru, might also be unable to swim. Perhaps he should give it a try, though he entertained the thought. Lumu was not foolish enough to leap directly into the water. After all, if he truly suffered from aquaphobia, such a jump would spell his doom. Instead, he secured a rope to a bucket and drew up a bucket of seawater. "What are you doing?" Tsunade emerged from the cabin, her gaze landing on Lumu, who was drawing water. "You can't drink seawater. It's salty." Assuming Lumu was fetching water for thirst, she was taken aback as he poured the seawater directly over himself. With a bewildered expression, Lumu glanced at his drenched clothes, then at his hands, gently clenching them, which produced a series of crisp sounds. It seemed there were no issues. Lumu reasoned that the template provided by the system was Kizaru's personal attributes, and both skill and combat capabilities were based on tangible values. As Kizaru's fruit abilities replaced those of his personal template, the symptoms of aquaphobia had not been inherited by him. As they approached the Land of Water, Tsunade gathered everyone to explain the current mission details. It turned out that the village hidden in the mist had reported sightings of the Three Tails, Isabu, a few months prior, and intelligence indicated that Isabu was being pursued by a rogue ninja in a black cloak and had gone into hiding. The Three Tails was the only tailed beast yet to be sealed by a Jinchuriki. Whoever could capture it would significantly bolster their village's strength. Three Tails? Upon hearing the name, Lumu immediately visualized a turtle and Noira Rin. The name of the Three Tails, Isabu, was familiar to Lumu. It was a turtle-like tailed beast covered in sharp spines and possessing 3 tails. In the original storyline, the first Jinchuriki of the 3 tails was Noira Rin, used by Obito to plot against Konoha. However, at this point in the timeline, Rin was still in the Ninja Academy and would not appear here. The second Jinchuriki was Yagura Karatachi, the fourth Mizukage who initiated the era of blood mist in the village hidden in the mist. Lumu contemplated that if the intelligence was accurate, Isabu had not yet been captured by Obito. If they could subdue it now, or even bring it back to Konoha, they could directly alter the future for Noira Rin. That rogue ninja surely wouldn't be Obito, would he? This mission, guided by Akatsuki Shinra and under Orochimaru's orders, was crucial. Everyone needed to remember their roles. Upon reaching the Land of Water, the group disembarked and donned the Mist Village headbands they had prepared in advance, using transformation techniques to disguise their appearances as they began their advance toward the village hidden in the mist. The village hidden in the mist was a unique place, one that revered martial prowess and often employed incomprehensible methods to achieve their goals. Akatsuki Shinra stated quietly, "We once came to investigate the bloodline limits of the village hidden in the mist, but upon arrival, We witnessed firsthand that their ninja would abandon children who had not awakened their bloodline limits to fend for themselves, indifferent to their survival. Even those who had awakened their bloodlines were treated as mere tools of war, devoid of any humanity. Hearing this, Lumu's lips curled into a faint, cold smile. What Akatsuki described was likely the precursor to the Blood Mist Village. Although the words were alarming, Konoha was hardly more democratic in comparison. The various clans within Konoha were among the most numerous of all the shinobi villages. Among them were the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, the latter of which was not driven by greed. While the clan placed great importance on the inheritance of their bloodline, the upper echelons of Konoha could not control them. The Uchiha were formidable. Once a child from that clan awakened their talents, they exhibited a distinct bloodline advantage over their peers. The decline of the Uchiha in later times was a result of Konoha's trepidation and decay, an absurdity and a tragedy. The creation of a new era was indeed fraught with challenges, yet no one, including the third Hokage, could escape responsibility. Lumu glanced at Minato and Tsunade beside him. Perhaps some matters needed to be altered in the course of history. Up ahead lies the village hidden in the mist. Everyone, proceed with caution. By now, winter had set in, and the five of them, cloaked in white capes, crawled in the snow outside the village. Observing the patrolling ninja at the entrance, Orochimaru retrieved a caterpillar the size of a finger from his ninja tool pouch. This can disable the village's protective barrier. After dark, we'll infiltrate from the north of the Mist Village and commence our investigation. Information about Isabu was scarce. To capture it, Orochimaru's group would not only need to locate its position, but also evade the watchful eyes of the Mist Village's shinobi. Chapter 43. The Village of Blood Mist. I believe it is best to let those with reconnaissance abilities infiltrate. In the night, several individuals, including Ryuki, gathered to discuss their subsequent course of action. Orochimaru's ability to transform his body into that of a serpent serves as an exceptional means of stealth. Tsunade, with her immense strength and healing capabilities, is ill-suited for this task. As for Yakushi Kabuto, he too may not be appropriate, considering Tsunade has indicated that his expertise lies more in fire-based ninjutsu. Currently, the whereabouts of Isabu remain uncertain. And given the secluded nature of the village hidden in the mist, the faces of its inhabitants are familiar to one another, making disguise and infiltration quite implausible. Tsunade gazed at Ryuki in astonishment, awaiting his further analysis. The primary objective now is to locate Isabu. As for the subsequent capture, a flawless plan must be devised. For even the Three Tails is still a tailed beast, is it not? Minato produced a three-pronged kunai from his ninja tool pouch and placed it in the center of the group, stating, "Whoever goes can take this. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, I will be able to provide support or relocation at any moment." "Then I shall go," Orochimaru said, his slitted eyes fixed on Ryuki. "You are far more composed than that lazy frog." "No, my teacher Jiraiya is called bold. I prefer to think of myself as prudent," Ryuki replied with a playful smile. "I could also go. For the more individuals we have scouting, the fewer concerns we will harbor." Ryuki had already deduced that the identity of the black-robed ninja was likely Obito, and to capture Isabu before Obito could act, every moment must be seized. Naturally, encountering Obito directly would also suffice. At this point, he had entrusted his eyes to Nagato. As an elderly man, even with the Yellow Flash's abilities, Ryuki could still eliminate him with ease. "You?" Tsunade queried, her expression filled with skepticism. "You can scout as well?" In response, Ryuki smiled and, slowly opening his palm amidst the group, transformed it into glowing specks of light. "This is," Minato exclaimed, astonishment etched on his face. "Indeed, as you can see, I also possess a bloodline limit," Ryuki declared, retracting the light back into a normal hand. "This ability," Minato exclaimed with delight. "Why did Jiraiya-sensei never mention that you were also a bloodline limit user?" "Well," Ryuki chuckled lightly, fabricating a story effortlessly, "I awakened my bloodline limit not long ago. At that time, Jiraiya-sensei had already gone to Mount Myaboku, so I had yet to inform him of this development. The timing of the awakening of a bloodline limit is directly related to the individual ninja's talent. Although some bloodline limits have stringent awakening requirements, Ryuki's explanation seemed to hold no flaws. Jiraiya had indeed gathered an eclectic group of disciples. Minato was one thing, but finding a talent like Ryuki was quite another. A subtle smile graced Orochimaru's pale face as his crimson tongue flicked across his thin lips, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. The temporary mission was thus set in motion. Tsunade, along with Minato and Yakushi Kabuto, would remain outside the village on guard, while Ryumiku and Orochimaru would enter the village in search of Isabu's whereabouts. As Minato handed his shuriken to Ryumiku, he cautioned, "Be careful, do not act recklessly." Ryumiku nodded in acknowledgement, and alongside Orochimaru, they departed from the snowy mound, approaching the walls of the village hidden in the mist. "Regardless of whether or not we find him, we shall regroup here in 2 hours," Orochimaru instructed before his body suddenly softened and transformed into countless small white snakes, slipping through the village's barriers. Though this was not his first encounter with such a technique, Ryumiku still found it rather distasteful. With a grimace, he murmured under his breath, his form shifting into a scattering of light that flew into the village. The village hidden in the mist, under the leadership of the second Mizukage, Terumi Mei, had emulated the administrative systems of Konoha Gakure, establishing an Umbu and a ninja academy. Among them, the most renowned Umbu organization was the legendary Seven Ninja Swordsmen of the Mist. The name of the Seven Ninja Swordsmen held considerable weight in the shinobi world. Yet the selection of ninjas to wield the seven swords was shrouded in darkness. This, ultimately, is what led to the village hidden in the mist being dubbed the Village of Blood Mist. Once Ryumiku infiltrated the village, he ventured into the less populated areas to conduct reconnaissance. As the Three Tails, Isabu must conceal its chakra to avoid capture by ninjas, and being an aquatic creature, it is ideally hidden within water bodies. The land of water, where the village hidden in the mist is situated, is surrounded by the sea. But there are few water bodies large enough within the village to accommodate such a massive creature. Ryumiku surmised that the immediate priority was to identify potential water bodies as targets for future exploration. "Stop! Let go of my child! Return my child to me! Wah! Wah!" At that moment, near a lake to the north of the village, less than 300 meters from Ryumiku, a small earthen dwelling stood atop a mound. In front of it, an elderly woman knelt, weeping, her tear-filled eyes tightly gripping a mist ninja holding a baby. "Release him," the mist ninja barked, delivering a swift kick that sent the woman sprawling to the ground. "Without life, what is there to be born?" The mist ninja stood tall, looking down at the woman, and continued, "The bloodline he possesses is a great strength for the future of the village hidden in the mist. You should feel proud of this child." "No, no," the woman sobbed, her flushed cheeks glistening with tears. "The child's father is already dead. He is all I have left. If you take him away, is that not the same as killing me? To be separated from flesh and blood?" Ryumiku, concealed in a withered tree, observed the scene unfold on the mound. As the woman clung desperately to her child, the mist ninja suddenly smiled, cryptically stating, "Perhaps, you are correct. Your existence is this child's only vulnerability." The woman? Before she could respond, the mist ninja swiftly executed a water technique, entrapping her in a water prison. In the frigid winter, it took less than 10 minutes for the water prison to solidify into ice. The mist ninja gazed at the weeping child in his arms, addressing the woman. "This child may lead the village hidden in the mist into a new era. As his mother, you may now rest." With a flash of deadly intent, the ice prison disintegrated into fine ash, carried away by the biting wind. Chapter 44, Longblade. Needle. Though Lu Mu had long heard of the name Snow Mist, witnessing the actions of the ninjas from Mist Shadow Village firsthand filled him with ire. If there were no pressing mission at hand, Lu Mu would certainly not let such a humanoid beast escape. Suddenly, a ninja atop a mound unsheathed his weapon and slashed towards Lu Mu. Startled, Lu Mu swiftly concealed the light spot within the lake's reflection. So it was him. Recognizing the distinctive weapon, Lu Mu identified the assailant immediately. The long blade needle belonged to Kurasame Tsukimaru, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen. In the original narrative, Kurasame Tsukimaru was slain by Might Guy, who had opened the 8 gates, alongside others like KT, Dabutsu, T-Sai, Yabito, and others. Yet now, Lu Mu never expected that the first ninja he encountered in the Village of Mist would be such a formidable adversary. Kurasame Tsukimaru's perceptive abilities were undoubtedly exceptional. Otherwise, he would not have noticed the elementalized Lu Mu. However, observing the silence of the lake, Kurasame Tsukimaru, cradling an infant, lingered for an extended period. A sudden gust of wind heralded the arrival of a shadow beside him, who gazed at the infant and inquired, "Since you have found it, why do you remain here?" Kurasame Tsukimaru offered no reply, merely departing with the shadow after a brief silence. Meanwhile, Lu Mu remained motionless, still concealed within the lake, smiling as he watched Kurasame Tsukimaru reappear from behind the mound, a playful grin on his face. unaware of Lu Mu's presence. Kurasame Tsukimaru's lingering doubts compelled him to return briefly, only to be reassured by the lake's unchanged demeanor before finally taking his leave. That was close. Lu Mu murmured to himself, memorizing the location of the lake before proceeding to the next water body. Outside Mist Shadow Village, Minato had arranged his flying thunder god shuriken and was attentively observing the patrol at the village entrance. Just then, several familiar figures emerged. The ninjas from Mist Shadow Village who had participated in the Nin exams in the Land of Lightning had finally returned. It was them, Minato muttered to himself, immediately recognizing Han. Although Han did not know Tsunade and her companions, she had crossed paths with Lu Mu. If Han were to catch sight of Lu Mu, it would undoubtedly compromise his identity. It seemed imperative to inform Lu Mu of this development. Tracking down Isabu's whereabouts was not a daunting task. The true challenge lay in capturing the Three Tails. While Mist Shadow Village may not possess the strength of Konoha or Cloud Ninja, their unique Suiton techniques and the prowess of the 7 ninja swordsmen should not be underestimated. Even with Tsunade and Orochimaru present, they could not afford to let their guard down. At the temporary gathering point outside Mist Shadow Village, upon Minato's arrival, the slug that had been in front of Tsunade greeted him before vanishing in a puff of white smoke. Tsunade informed Minato, "The Nin exam team from Konoha has returned safely. Does this imply that the intelligence we received was unreliable?" Minato responded, crouching before Tsunade. "Is it possible that the ninjas from the Land of Wind did not attempt to ambush Konoha?" Tsunade shook her head slightly. "Kakashi should currently be in the Land of Wind. We will have to consult him for information on that front. The animosity between the Land of Wind and the Land of Fire has deep roots. Orochimaru and his companions had secretly protected the Nin exam team due to prior intelligence indicating that the Land of Wind would send ninjas to ambush Konoha. However, until the completion of the exam, the ninjas from the Land of Wind never appeared, prompting Orochimaru and Tsunade to focus on their mission in Mist Shadow Village. "Did you observe anything unusual?" Minato replied, "I monitored the shift changes at the entrance of Mist Shadow Village, and my shuriken are now all set." Noticing Minato's hesitation, Tsunade urged, "Speak freely." Minato smiled slightly, contemplating before saying, "I just saw the team from Mist Shadow Village that participated in the Nin exam return. They are acquainted with Lu Mu." Upon hearing this, Tsunade immediately grasped the implications of Minato's concerns. "I can't believe their speed is so swift," she thought, pondering deeply as she bit her finger. "We will discuss this matter further once they return." Based on the intelligence Jiraiya provided about Lu Mu, even Jiraiya could not fully comprehend his capabilities. The extreme power and speed displayed during the Nin exam revealed that Lu Mu was still a wielder of the bloodline limit of the light release. No one knew what his next trump card would be, but he was Jiraiya's disciple. Lost in thought, Tsunade was abruptly roused by Minato's voice. Reflecting on Minato's words, eventually, sometime later, Tsunade's furrowed brow began to relax, a smile gracing her lips as she murmured, "Indeed, he is Jiraiya's disciple, a member of Konoha." 2 hours later, Orochimaru and Lu Mu returned to the gathering point. The two shared the intelligence they had gathered with the group. "I have recorded the locations of 3 lakes in Mist Shadow Village suitable for Isabu's concealment. I've noted the precise locations on the map provided by the evening's Jonin," Lu Mu declared, raising a cup of snow water to his lips. Orochimaru's brow furrowed slightly at this, his voice raspy as he noted, "Lu Mu's scouting direction is indeed correct. However, while I did not detect any tailed beast chakra in the hidden prisons I surveyed, I did discover a training ground used by Mist Shadow Village to cultivate bloodline limits." "Training? Bloodline limits?" Tsunade inquired, her brow furrowing in concern. "Can bloodline limits also be cultivated?" Orochimaru nodded, producing a bloodstained scroll from his robe, laying it before the group. "They concentrate on training the descendants of bloodline limits alongside ordinary children, using talent stimulation and internecine conflict to cultivate the children's battle experience." Bang! Bang! 2 sharp sounds rang out as Tsunade's eyes flashed with murderous intent, her voice harsh as she reprimanded, "That is utterly inhumane. Tsunade, do not forget our mission." Orochimaru reminded her, his demeanor serious. "I understand," Tsunade muttered angrily, rising to depart. With the evening's crimson sun still absent, Tsunade and the others could not leave just yet. Lu Mu observed Tsunade's silhouette, lost in contemplation beneath the moonlight, and with a sigh, he approached her, quietly taking a seat beside her. Producing a few tissues from his robe, he gently offered them to her. Having lost her beloved and clan members to war, Witnessing the ongoing training of killers in Mist Shadow Village stirred a profound hatred within her, likely leading her to utterly despise the current state of the ninja world. Chapter 45. Gathering in the Hidden Mist. A good companion does not offer comforting words akin to absolute truths. The best way to respond to tears is through silence, a quiet companionship. Ryumaku does not offer counsel. He can only sit beside Tsunade, sharing her silence. Tsunade gazes at the tissue in front of her, then looks up at Ryumaku, her clear eyes shining with a transparency reminiscent of the full moon. In the frigid air, as nature lies still, the flickering candlelight of the hidden mist village glimmers in the distance. Only Ryumaku and a few others bask in the moonlight, contemplating their next actions amidst the cold and vigilance. Can you tell me about your brother? Ryumaku asks, supporting himself with his hands while gazing skyward. Shoshin? He nods in response. Upon seeing Ryumaku's agreement, Tsunade seems to drift into memory, a gentle smile gracing her face. He is nothing like a genius such as you. He was rather simple-minded, she says, wrapping her cloak tighter around herself, resting her hands on her knees. When we were children, I often bullied him, making him my subordinate. And whenever we misbehaved and the elders found out, I would make him take the blame. His most frequent declaration was that he wanted to grow up to be the Hokage of Konoha, just like our grandfather, so I often undermined his confidence. As she recounts these memories, tears well up in her eyes once more, cascading down her cheeks as her voice begins to tremble. Then he left during the war. When I heard the news, I thought he was joking like he always did, until I saw his lifeless body. My world collapsed. Words falter, and silence envelopes the surroundings once more. Ryumaku glances at Tsunade and slowly rises, shedding his cloak and draping it over her back, feeling the weight upon her. Tsunade looks at Ryumaku in confusion. At that moment, the 6-year-old Ryumaku stands beside her, bearing a demeanor that conveys both nonchalance and determination. Someone once told me that the sky is vast, and if you wish to lift it, you must exert more strength than others. However, if you grow weary as an adult, do not hesitate to let your arms fall, for there are many others around you supporting it. Even if the sky were to collapse, there would be tall individuals to uphold it. We insignificant beings merely need to lower our heads and cheer them on. As Ryumaku speaks, he gazes toward the distant thicket, a faint smile gracing his lips as he turns to meet Tsunade's eyes. I will surely grow taller than you, so I will take responsibility for your sky. With that, Ryumaku leaps into the air, soaring like a meteor into the enveloping darkness. That boy. Tsunade smiles as she watches Ryumaku disappear, a fluttering sensation stirring within her heart. It's you. It's you. Ryumaku exclaims, facing a group of wooden figures and several ninjas from the Cloud Village, including EI and Killer Bee among them. Lightning style. Stop. Upon seeing Ryumaku, the Cloud ninjas prepare to unleash their jutsu, but EI intervenes, stepping forward to assess Ryumaku with his signature mustache. So, you are from the Leaf Village, are you? Ryumaku responds with a calm smile. He reflects on why the ninjas from the Cloud Village are here, deducing it is for the same reason he has come. Everyone is aware of the situation. There is no need for further probing. Killer Bee, recognizing Ryumaku's silhouette in the darkness, feels an odd familiarity. Confirming his identity when Ryumaku speaks. It was indeed you that night, Killer Bee states, his demeanor shifting into one of readiness. EI glances at Killer Bee, then back at Ryumaku, connecting the dots in his mind. Though their encounters have been limited, the Cloud ninjas are well aware of Ryumaku's capabilities after witnessing him easily subdue Konoha. The gathering of 2 Jinchuriki from the Cloud Village, alongside EI and Killer Bee, indicates their utmost seriousness regarding the Three Tails. Do not be alarmed, Ryumaku gestures to Killer Bee. I won't be attacking you this time. Moreover, we are all in the territory of the Hidden Mist. Infighting is unnecessary. Just as Ryumaku finishes speaking, a rustling sound emerges from the distant withered woods. Ryumaku focuses intently, while EI grunts. That must be the Rock Village S group. We saw them before we landed on the island. Ryumaku chuckles softly. So, the group from the Chunin exams has gathered here once more? The emergence of the Three Tails is an opportunity that no faction would dare overlook. The significance of Jinchuriki to their villages is undeniable, otherwise, they would not all be present. Despite being merely a 6-year-old child, Ryumaku is not seen as just a child by the Cloud ninjas. Furthermore, the incident where Killer Bee was defeated is no secret among the upper echelons of the Cloud Village. Who would dare regard someone capable of confronting a tailed beast as an ordinary child? Returning to the Konoha base, Ryuki promptly informs his comrades about the presence of the Cloud and Rock ninjas. Orochimaru speaks with a hint of obscurity. Their appearance here may not necessarily bode ill for us. The whereabouts of the Three Tails remain unknown. If all the village ninjas seek it out, the likelihood of its emergence will increase. This is preferable to the two of us searching in vain. And if we do find it? Uzumaki Kushina inquires, looking at Orochimaru with a serious expression. Orochimaru smirks slightly, his gaze glinting with a predatory light. Then we seize it. As the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru and Tsunade are undoubtedly aware of the formidable duo of EI and Killer Bee. Moreover, both Killer Bee and the wooden figure are adept at controlling tailed beasts. Konoha's current forces would find it exceedingly challenging to contend against the Cloud Village. During the Chunin exam, the strength of the wooden figure was not merely a fade. Her true power was manifested in her tailed beast transformation, making her a complete Jinchuriki. You all should rest. Tonight, I will investigate their underground prison, Orochimaru declares before rising, his voice firm. Minato, maintain vigilance. Within the cave, the Konoha team conceals their tracks with snow, beginning their shifts for rest. Minato pairs with Kushina, while Ryuki teams up with Tsunade. The cave is not spacious, and Minato uses boards to divide it into two makeshift rooms. Tsunade watches as Ryuki boldly burrows into her blanket, astonished as she pulls him out by his ear. You sleep over there? No. Ryuki clutches a makeshift pillow made of clothing, his expression one of terror. I'm scared to sleep alone. Scared? Tsunade furrows her brow at the half-grown boy standing before her, his eyes resolute. After a prolonged silence, she sighs, lifting the edge of her blanket. At this moment, you truly embody your age. Chapter 46. The final examination. The reconnaissance of the Hidden Mist Village had persisted for over half a month. During this time, the Konoha squad had made contact with both the Cloud Hidden and Rock Hidden squads. However, for reasons unknown, the Rock Hidden squad had departed from the Hidden Mist Village prematurely. Flowingwood speculated that the Three Tails might be hiding at the bottom of the lake, a notion that had been systematically dismissed by Orochimaru. Could it be that the Three Tails had already fallen into the clutches of Uchiha Madara? At this moment, Flowingwood found himself ensconced in a dimly lit tunnel beneath the Hidden Mist Village. After diligently searching for so long, he had nearly conducted a thorough investigation of the village. If he still could not uncover the whereabouts of the Three Tails, then this hypothesis might indeed be the only viable explanation. Before him lay a stone chamber illuminated by flickering candlelight, and as he crouched down, a faint, metallic odor wafted through the air. Blood. The chamber was small, its walls etched with an array of orderly marks. The stone surfaces were stained with blood, casting an eerie and unsettling atmosphere throughout the room. Recalling Orochimaru's recent investigations into the breeding of bloodline limits, Flowingwood was struck by a chilling possibility. Suddenly, the crisp sound of footsteps echoed from the distant corridor. Flowingwood, upon hearing the noise, took on a shimmering form and concealed himself within the flickering candlelight on the wall. This batch of children had undergone half of their training, and among them were a few promising candidates. A few? One will suffice. We only require the strongest. As for the inferior ones, understood, my lord. Gradually, as the footsteps drew nearer, 3 ninjas adorned with the Mist Village forehead protector entered Flowingwood's line of sight. Among them were a man and a woman leading the group, both adults, and the woman's commanding presence was unmistakable. Following closely behind them was a girl in white robes. Han. Flowingwood recognized her immediately. How could she be here? Han, once this batch of test subjects has completed their training, you shall be responsible for the evaluation, the woman commanded. Me? Han's initially icy demeanor flickered with a hint of fear at the woman's words. What? You are unwilling? The woman halted, turning to question Han directly. And no, for the sake of the Mist's plan, I shall exert myself to the utmost. It's just, my lord, you mentioned that upon returning from the Cloud Village, you would reveal my origins to me. It has been over 10 days, and you have yet to. Slap. Before Han could finish, a sharp sound resonated through the corridor. The woman's palm left a crimson imprint on Han's cheek as she warned, do not forget your identity. In response to the reprimand, Han kept her head bowed, too frightened to look up, even as the man beside her assisted her to her feet after the woman departed. Observing Han's expression and the mark on her face, the man sighed and shook his head before slowly following the woman's retreating figure. The Mist, what plan? Who is Han? A cascade of questions flooded Flowingwood's mind, reminiscent of the scene he had witnessed upon his first arrival at the hidden mist village, where ninjas had seized an infant. Silently, he trailed behind Han as she exited the underground passage. They arrived at a modest dwelling, and after Han pushed open the door and entered alone, Flowingwood slipped inside through a crack, taking refuge in the shadows of the ceiling. He beheld the sparsely furnished room, where Han, in the cold of winter, slid down against the wall, covering her face as she began to weep. How could this be? The first time Flowingwood had encountered Han, he had been captivated by her unique, frigid aura. Regardless of her appearance or her ice-release bloodline abilities, she would undoubtedly have been treasured in any other village. Yet, why was she now? Who? Han suddenly exclaimed, her voice sharp with alarm. Instantly, a barrage of ice needles shot towards Flowingwood's concealed position. Yet, in his current form, Flowingwood was impervious to all physical attacks. He swiftly descended, enveloping Han in his shimmering form before activating a time-space, drawing her into his mental realm. Is it you? Han gazed at the now corporeal Flowingwood, her astonishment mingled with caution. This was Flowingwood's inaugural experience within the time-space. He observed the immense clock-like apparition at the center of the room, surrounded by an endless mist. Not pausing to explore the time-space further, he approached Han directly. Sensing the chakra within her rising in agitation, she unleashed her ice release, thousand needles technique against him. However, to her astonishment, Flowingwood did not retaliate. He allowed the needles to pierce him. Yet, upon the technique's conclusion, the countless shimmering holes in his form gradually mended, restoring him to his original state. Where's this? And why have you appeared within the confines of the Mist Village? Han questioned, her vigilance palpable. Flowingwood offered a slight smile, sitting down on the ground before her. You should join me. I have a story that I believe will pique your interest. Despite his friendly overture, Han remained unyielding, her demeanor still wary, resembling a frightened kitten. When I first arrived at the hidden Mist Village, I happened to witness a scene in which ninjas slaughtered villagers. If I am not mistaken, that child must also possess the bloodline of a Kekkai Genkai. What are you trying to say? Han asked coldly. Flowingwood cast a disinterested glance at her and continued, I observed everything that transpired in the underground corridor. I do not expect you to disclose the so-called plan you mentioned, so I will simply share my deductions. The hidden Mist Village cultivates bloodline limits, even striving to produce the most powerful ninjas among them. With ice release abilities, Han is likely the last victor from previous generations. She has been confined within the underground stone chamber since birth, and every day of her life has been consumed by relentless training and battles with her peers. Han is both fortunate and unfortunate. Fortunate to have survived, rising above numerous children of bloodline limits through sheer will. Unfortunate in that her childhood has been spent in darkness, and to this day, she remains unaware of her true parentage. The woman in the corridor had promised Han that after the CH9 exams, she would reveal her origins. Yet it had been quite some time since then, and she still remained in ignorance. Now, the woman had tasked Han with participating in the next so-called evaluation. Flowingwood paused, lifting his gaze to Han with an indifferent expression. You must know the reason for this, right? Because I lost. Han muttered, her head bowed. Because I lost to you. Even if it were a tie, they would not accept me as I am, an inferior being. The purpose of the evaluation is to erase Han. For in their eyes, I have lost my former brilliance. Chapter 47. The Choice of Han, updated. What you wish to know, they will not provide you. Or rather, they are incapable of doing so. What do you mean? Han hissed, directing his anger towards Ryuki. Because Ryuki observed Han's gradually crumbling emotions, approached him, squatted down, and said, Why seek answers from my lips when you already know them yourself? The child possessing the bloodline limit will have all their family members executed after being taken by the Mist Ninjas. What Han yearned to discover was not the answer from that unfamiliar woman, but rather a response that would extinguish his hopes. Growing up in such an environment, how could Han remain oblivious to the bitter truths? He merely sought a definitive answer. This answer would signify both despair and a sense of finality, despair towards the village, despair for the hopes he had harbored, and even despair for himself. Yet even so, Han could not attain what he desired. Even after being forsaken, he would be drained of his last vestige of value. The bloodline limit that should be envied by ordinary ninjas became the very cause of Han's familial ruin within the Mist Village. Why do I find myself here? Forgive me for being unable to disclose that. Ryuki sighed with a hint of helpless laughter, then looked up to continue. As for why I brought you here, perhaps it stems from my own selfish desires. You are likely more aware than I of the current state of the Mist Village, so if you wish to stay, I will let you return. However, if you wish to live." Ryumaku clenched his fists and resolutely declared, "I will take you away. No one shall stop us." Han needed time to contemplate, not a negotiation between life and death, but rather a contest between hope and despair. Ryumaku granted her that time. Before the Leaf Village departed from the Mist Village, she had ample opportunity to determine her future. Yet, to prevent any leakage of information, Ryumaku ultimately decided it would be better to confine her in the time house. Multiple days of fruitless patrols led Ryumaku to suspect that the Three Tails had likely been captured. Even Orochimaru and others began to doubt the accuracy of the information. The investigation into the Mist Village had been ongoing for over 2 months, and apart from the underground chamber, they had not even caught a glimpse of the Three Tails. On this day, upon returning to the rendezvous point from the Mist Village, Orochimaru heard Minato summon a pale blue toad through a summoning technique. "Jiraiya asked me to inform you all that the third Hokage has decreed that if the Three Tails remains elusive, you may return to the village soon." Orochimaru nodded in agreement, stating that he felt the same. After such an extended investigation in the Mist Village without results, and given the recent increased activity in the village, it was likely that the higher-ups had sensed something amiss. Continuing the pursuit would be futile and exceedingly dangerous. But the mission? Tsunade hesitated at that moment. Minato said, "Since the third Hokage has issued the order, it suggests there may still be a sliver of doubt regarding the information about the Three Tails." Orochimaru's observations are also valid. The Mist Village has recently intensified its patrols, likely aware of someone spying within the village. "Then, let us return." After consulting with everyone, Orochimaru made the final command. At that moment, Ryumaku, who had remained silent, suddenly halted before the ferry and addressed the others. What is it? Ryumaku, did you forget something?" Minato turned, concerned. "It's fine. We can get you something new upon returning to the village." Orochimaru, through these months of interaction with Ryumaku, had come to recognize her abilities. This mission was classified as S rank. Although they had not completed it, a substantial reward awaited them. In time, whatever you desire, you may indulge in freely. Ryumaku shook her head and replied, "I have matters to attend to, and I hope to have 3 days." Minato, Tsunade, Orochimaru, a ninja team acting independently is a significant breach of protocol. No matter how formidable a ninja may be, it is impossible to be aware of everything around them. Ryumaku's request for solo action, needing 3 days, was something Orochimaru, as team leader, would categorically refuse. Aware that her actions were somewhat unreasonable, Ryumaku eventually disclosed Han's situation to Minato and the others. Upon hearing Ryumaku's account, Orochimaru's expression suddenly turned cold, his eyes narrowing as he said sharply, "No." "Indeed," Minato chimed in, addressing Ryumaku. "She is a ninja from the Mist Village. Even if her background is touching, it remains uncertain what will happen if she accompanies you back to the Leaf." Before Minato could finish, Tsunade pulled Ryumaku aside, squatting down to meet her gaze. "I know you are more mature than we imagined and will not do anything foolish, so go ahead. We will wait for you here for 3 days. That village. I will speak on your behalf," Tsunade said, patting Ryumaku's shoulder and smiling as she tousled her hair. "Ryumaku, Tsunade." Tsunade watched Ryumaku's retreating figure, her hand brushing her cheek as she stopped Minato and Orochimaru. Inside the time house, Han observed Ryumaku's recent actions clearly. Whether it was the snowstorm governance of the Mist Village or Ryumaku advocating to the Leaf, all unfolded before his eyes. Ryumaku arrived at a location not far from the Mist Village, releasing Han from the time house and stating, "Before you lie 2 paths, one leading back to the village, the other following me." Although the Leaf Village is not the utopia one might envision, rife with corruption and intrigue, trust me, with my presence, you can pursue your desires. Ryumaku gazed towards the distant entrance of the Mist Village and continued, "As for what fate awaits you upon returning to the Mist Village, you are well aware. So I shall not elaborate further. Now make your choice." The Mist Village is Han's birthplace and where she grew up. Yet it is also a place filled with despair and suffering. Han does not doubt Ryumaku's words, but leaving home for an entirely new environment requires courage and resolve. At this moment, Han is but a half-grown child. This choice could very well shape her entire future. Ryumaku stood silently at the side, relinquishing the decision entirely to her. Finally, as the sky darkened, the lights of the Mist Village flickered back to life, casting shadows of a family gathered around a table. "Han, her knees buried in snow, gradually turned to face Ryuki. I will go with you, but... Chapter 48, Declaration of War. The seven ninja swordsmen as a human being. One's parents are akin to heaven, and one's beliefs serve as the earth. Han's ultimate desire is to uncover the truth of his lineage. Is it too much to ask? At that moment, Han's eyes were reddened. His solitary coldness in the world now tinged with an unexpected softness. He understood that Ryuki was a Leaf Village ninja, and if he wished to investigate his origins, it would be an arduous task. The events of decades past had long been buried by history, and to resurrect them would undoubtedly require considerable effort. Furthermore, he must remain vigilant against the gaze of the Mist Village ninjas during this period. Ryuki observed Han's resolute expression and coldly gazed towards the distant Mist Village, replying with a hint of disdain. I do not favor the strong oppressing the weak, but in the face of my beliefs and what I stand for, I have no qualms about crushing any obstacles that stand before me. Ding. A hidden mission has been activated. The sealed family letter is officially connected. Please locate the corresponding item within 3 days. At that moment, the template system in Ryuki's mind suddenly issued a task. Glancing at the task description under sealed family letter, he noted a glaring red 0 next to it. The ultimate reward was a randomly selected item of his choosing. In other words, upon completing this task, Ryuki could select one option from character templates, ninjutsu, taijutsu, jinjutsu, or even summoning beasts, after which the system would randomly determine the corresponding reward. Another random selection. Ryuki cursed under his breath, but he mused that this method of reward was far more democratic than a roulette system. At least he could choose what he needed, which was preferable to receiving an unexpected template like the yellow monkey after acquiring the Saitama template. The responsibility of seeking out the bloodline limits primarily fell to the 7 ninja swordsmen, who were directly subordinate to the village leader of Mist. After hearing Han's intelligence report, Ryuki nodded slightly. I may need to take you to that previous location. With Han's consent, Ryuki opened the time chamber once more and ushered Han inside. The time chamber could be opened a total of 7 times. Ryuki had already expended 2 of those instances on Han. Though it pained him somewhat, he hesitated not. His impression of the 7 ninja swordsmen was limited. Yet at this time, the Mist Village should still be in the era of the first generation of the 7 ninja swordsmen. To uncover Han's lineage, Ryuki needed to put effort into dealing with them. Within the Mist Village, Han had been missing for over half a month, which had stirred unease among the upper echelons of the village. Could she have escaped? A man wearing a white fox mask murmured within the village leader's office. Perhaps, replied a black-haired man, squinting as he spoke. I'll leave this matter to you 6 to investigate. If you find her, there's no need to bring her back. Lord Third, regarding the broken blade, I've dispatched the Umbu to investigate. You know the consequences of dealing with a rogue ninja, don't you? At this moment, Ryuki had transformed using the transformation technique, concealing his Leaf Village forehead protector before boldly pushing open the gates of Mist Village. Who goes there? Eichaku. Yada mirror. Without further ado, Ryuki leaped into the air, whereupon countless photons converged around him, and under his manipulation, they erupted like dazzling projectiles, utterly demolishing the gates of Mist Village. The bombardment lasted nearly a minute, and only when he noticed several figures approaching from the distance did Ryuki gradually retract his abilities and descend to the ground. You brat! How dare you charge through the gates of Mist Village? Exclaimed a man. With a swift motion, a shadow as swift as lightning darted past, and Ryuki, observing the steel wire at his chest, chuckled. A long knife. Stitching needle. Is it? Kurama Suramaru, seeing the unfamiliar man he had struck directly still standing as if unscathed, immediately adopted a wary demeanor. You're unhurt? Ryuki replied with a faint smile. Han, you should recognize her, right? Han. Upon hearing that name from Ryuki's lips, Kurama Suramaru immediately pressed. What is your relationship with her? It seems you are acquainted. Very well, I shall not waste time. I give you 3 hours to provide me with all the information you have about her. With that, Ryuki feigned to depart, but after taking 2 steps, he turned back and added, of course, I could investigate myself, but the commotion it would cause might be far greater. The mysterious affliction of Mist Village indeed drew attention. Yet following the reign of the 5th Hokage, Terumi-Mei, a new transformation awaited Mist Village. Ryuki, fully aware of the underlying truth, did not wish to obliterate the village over Han's matter. The 7 ninja swordsmen, as subordinates of the 3rd Hokage, were notorious for their ruthless methods. Although Ryuki granted Kurama Suramura 3 hours to investigate Han's lineage, he did not genuinely expect him to comply. The primary purpose of this strategy was merely to draw out the 7 ninja swordsmen, facilitating the investigation considerably. Sure enough, half an hour later, what awaited Ryuki was not the information about Han from Kurama Suramura, but rather the encirclement by the 6 remaining ninja swordsmen, himself included. Why does it seem one is missing? Ryuki pondered, scanning the weapons surrounding him. After comparing with his memories, he confirmed that the absent individual was the wielder of the broken blade, decapitating sword, Uchiha Juz. He mused that at this time, the third great ninja war had yet to commence, and Uchiha Juz had not yet faced Mado Dai's 8 gates. He should still be in Mist Village. Before Ryuki could contemplate further, Kurama Suramura launched an attack, the rapidly flying long knife, stitching needle piercing through Ryuki's body, gradually forming a trap of steel wire at his feet. Heh! Kurama Suramura shouted, quickly retracting the steel wire, while the trap he controlled severed Ryuki's ankle, dispersing into light particles that mingled with the ground beneath. The onlookers observed Ryuki's calm demeanor, seemingly unscathed, while the wielder of the dull blade, takedown, Sasuke, leaped overhead, aiming a massive blade directly at Ryuki's face. Tengaku no Amatsu. Ryuki, seeing this, lightly scoffed, as light immediately coalesced between his palms, forming a radiant sword that blocked the dull blade effortlessly. Sasuke chuckled, raising the enormous hammer overhead, sneering, "There is no blade that cannot be severed by takedown." As the giant hammer descended, the air resonated with the sound of blades scraping against one another. And Sakuye's expression drastically changed upon realizing the integrity of the blade in his hand. "How can this be? Why is your sword still intact?" Ignoring the bewilderment of his opponent, Ryuki faced the imminent threat of the explosive blade. Splash, as Nanbara Shinbashi stealthily approached, his blade laden with explosive tags poised to strike Ryuki's back. Chapter 49, The Loquat and the 10 Caves. Boom, boom, boom. The incessant sounds of explosions echoed as the 6 members of the ninja blade gazed with cold smiles at the figure of Ryumu, surrounded by explosive talismans in the heart of the crowd. The long swords posed no threat, and the blunt blades could not sever the youth's sword. However, the blade, known as Fama, concealed within it countless explosive talismans. Under such bombardment, no one could hope to escape. It was surprisingly warm. Amidst the cacophony, Ryumu's voice emerged once more, as he leisurely stepped out from the explosive talismans, even brushing off the dust from his clothing. "On such a cold day, you even took the trouble to warm me up. Boy, take this." The wielder of the Raikiri, Haishu Raiga, barked as he scraped his dual blades against the ground. Instantly, 2 serpents of lightning shot forth, aimed directly at Ryumu's feet. Lightning could counter ninjutsu. Although the others were puzzled by Ryumu's capabilities, they believed Raikiri's diversion would surely render the opponent's techniques ineffective. A feint. Ryumu, enveloped in lightning, observed the dual blades, Hiramiki, and the great sword, Semigawa, approaching from either side. He transformed into a burst of light, dissipating amidst the crowd. "What?" The wielder of Samigawa, Sukawashin, realized too late as Raiga's voice rang out from behind. "Watch your back." But it was too late. Reforming from the light behind Sukawashin, Ryumu's right leg glowed with a brilliant light. With a light exhale, he executed a swift kick that sent Sukawashin flying, the force propelling him like a lightning bolt, crashing against the stone wall at the entrance of the hidden mist village. Unparalleled speed and ghostly prowess rendered the 6 members of the ninja blade speechless. Almost simultaneously, a single word resonated in their minds: "Flee! Flee!" Ryumu observed the scattering foes and shook his head helplessly. He gathered his hands before his chest, and a radiant mirror materialized. Yada mirror. With a gentle breath, Ryumu unleashed a beam of radiant light that traced a winding path through the air. The light encircled the ninja blade members, and before they could comprehend, Ryumu, previously hundreds of meters away, suddenly stood before them, delivering a decisive kick to the face of Kurosaki Maramaru. The sound of impact echoed as his form crashed heavily beside Sukawashin. As for the remaining members, moments later, Ryumu approached the now huddled group of the ninja blade, crouching to pat each of their faces. "Hey, wake up. It's time to rise. You haven't answered my question yet." Gazing at the dazed figures, Ryumu pressed the blade of his sword, Amatsukakashi, firmly against Kurosaki Maramaru's forehead. Wait. Kurosaki, realizing he could no longer feign unconsciousness, sprang up and quickly said, We can negotiate, we can negotiate. Liumu inquired. I will ask one last time. Tell me everything about Han. As he spoke, the grip on his sword tightened. She. Upon hearing Han's name, a flicker of hesitation crossed Kurisaki's face. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, though I know you may not be satisfied with my answer. The one who knows the most about Han is Juzong. Juzong? Liumu furrowed his brow at the mention. Indeed, Kurosaki affirmed, adding, he is one of the 7 ninja blades, wielding the broken blade, the decapitating great sword. And the others? Kurosaki glanced at his fallen comrades before responding. Juzong has been imprisoned in the depths of the Third Hokage's office. Oh, Liumu turned, intrigued. Juzong, a member of the 7 ninja blades and a wielder of a broken blade, held a status of significant importance. How could he be confined? Sensing Liumu's contemplative expression, Kurosaki hurriedly recounted the entire backstory to prove his honesty. Juzong was indeed one of the 7 ninja blades, yet he had refrained from participating in the cultivation of bloodline limits, focusing solely on fulfilling the Third Hokage's missions. Several months prior, a child who had befriended Juzong was discovered to possess the bloodline limit. To prevent the child from being imprisoned, Juzong had secretly released him under the cover of night. Upon learning this, the Third Hokage had been furious and confined Juzong since. As for the child who escaped, he had already been pursued by the Umbu of the Hidden Mist Village. The original text provided scant information about the Third Hokage of the Hidden Mist Village. It was known he had once been the personal guard of the Second Hokage, and throughout the entirety of the Wind and Wave saga, he remained nameless, the least prominent among the shadows. Liumu had no time for further contemplation. He struck Kurosaki unconscious with the blade of Amatsu Kakushi and transformed into light, directly entering the Hidden Mist Village. In the office of the Hokage, the Third Hokage's gaze sharpened as he beheld the sudden manifestation of Liumu. A tremendous killing intent radiated from his eyes. Your presence here indicates that they have been defeated by you. In response to the veiled threat, Liumu merely smiled faintly, pulling the chair before him and seating himself directly opposite the Third Hokage. So, you still refuse to reveal your identity? Liumu shook his head, his eyes fixed intently on the Hokage. Or perhaps, you were sent by them? The Hokage's words ignited a spark of doubt in Liumu. The piercing gaze suggested deeper secrets lay beneath. Yet, Liumu's sole objective remained to uncover the truth of Han's origins. He was indifferent to the Hidden Mist Village's intrigues. I demand to see Juzong, Liumu declared, revealing his purpose. The Hokage frowned slightly, his gaze unwavering as he scrutinized Liumu, as if seeking some clue from his expression. There is no need to look at me like that. I am here solely to learn about Han's lineage. As for anything else, you need not be anxious. I have not been commissioned by anyone. As Liumu spoke, he gathered a sphere of light in his palm, raising his gaze to meet the Hokage's once more, reiterating, I know he is below. I will leave after my inquiries. The Hidden Mist Village will remain as it is, that is all. To defeat the 6 members of the Ninja Blade was a feat even the Hokage found daunting. In the face of Liumu's capabilities, he recognized his own limitations. Moreover, a true powerhouse need not disguise their intentions before the weak. Under the weight of overwhelming strength, all machinations become mere trifles. Juzong was imprisoned under the Hokage's orders. Hence Liumu's presence here. Very well, but I want to accompany you. Chapter 50. The Origins of Han Within the Dungeon. Guided by the enigmatic Mist Shadow, Liu and his companion deftly navigated a myriad of traps. After half an hour, they finally arrived at the cell where Pai Pa Shirzong was held. Lord Mist Shadow. As the heavy door creaked open, Mist Shadow entered first. Upon recognizing the visitor, Shirzong immediately knelt on one knee and offered a respectful greeting. Soon, the sound of light footsteps echoed as Liu stepped inside as well. Having been confined for so long, have you come to a realization? Mist Shadow stood before Shirzong, gazing down with an air of indifference. A broken blade remains a broken blade. Even if shattered, it can be reforged by the blood of its enemies. The blade itself does not change, but its wielder can. You are still alive, and you must understand why. Shirzong responded, I am well aware of your benevolence, my lord. But, as he spoke, his emotions began to swell, causing his chakra to surge violently. He had always been kind-hearted. He could not bear to harm even a snow hare. Thus, he lamented, I do not wish for the light within me to extinguish. Though Yoshu only grasped fragments of Shirzong's plight, it was not difficult to comprehend his sentiments upon deeper reflection. Under Mist Shadow's leadership, The 7 ninja swordsmen engaged in actions that evoked the ire of both gods and men. For instance, the plan involving bloodline limits. Confining individuals to the underground prison to fight amongst themselves was no different from outright murder. Even if one survived to the end, they would merely become an emotionless puppet. Shizong's hands were stained with sin, yet in his eyes, the child he had rescued was a delicate flower in a boundless expanse of snow. She symbolized hope and the last remnants of his humanity. To die for hope is not terrifying. What is truly frightening is witnessing that hope gradually descend into darkness. At this moment, Shizong had already resolved to sacrifice himself. However, upon observing Shizong's determined expression, the third Mizukage sighed in resignation and turned to the cell door, speaking over his shoulder, "After tonight, you shall emerge. The broken blade will still be your broken blade." With that, he departed. As Liu stood before Shizong, a flicker of confusion crossed his face. In his memories, this person should not have been a villager of Kirigikure. "Do not look at me like that. I have come to inquire about Han." Han. Liu nodded and reiterated her origins. He chose not to release Han from the time house. If he desired, she could sense everything happening outside through her own perceptions. "What is your connection to Han?" Shizong asked, a look of astonishment flashing across his features. "Could it be you are her kin, Yoshu?" It turned out that Han was not a citizen of Kirigikure, but rather an orphan from the farthest reaches of the Land of Water. Once, Shizong had stumbled into that remote place while competing for a position among the 7 ninja swordsmen during a covert mission. According to Shizong's recollections, Han's homeland was a true city of ice, populated by robust individuals with white hair and beards. Alas, by that time, the city was already in decline. The vast island had fewer than 20 inhabitants, and Han was the youngest among them. When Shizong departed, Han's kin were reluctant to leave but entrusted her to him to preserve their bloodline. Upon returning to Kirigikure, the plan regarding bloodline limits had just been initiated. It was then that Han's ice-release bloodline limit had officially awakened. Han's parents had already passed, but they left her a small stone box. "A stone box?" Liu inquired, turning his gaze. "What kind of stone box?" Shizong replied earnestly, "I do not know. I never opened that box. When I brought Han back, she was not yet 4 years old. To help her truly integrate into Kirigikure, I buried that box, which represented her past, beneath an ancient tree 10 miles to the east of the village. Take me there." "Them?" Outside Kirigikure, Shizong glanced at a group of individuals near the village entrance and turned to Liu in shock. "Oh, them." Liu casually glanced before responding lazily, "Just some kind-hearted souls. Without them, I would not have found you." Following Shizong's guidance, the two arrived beneath a towering ancient tree after an hour's journey. The endless white snow concealed the world. Yet this solitary tree stood as the only sign of life in the desolate landscape. After unearthing the stone box, Shizong handed it to Liu, who regarded it with keen interest, as if intrigued by its contents. "Do not look at it. It is not mine, nor will I open it," Liu stated. And suddenly the stone box vanished from Shizong's sight. Space-time ninjutsu. Facing the question, Liu offered no response. Noticing Shizong's despondent expression, he scoffed, muttering to himself, "What man does? Heaven observes. Some things are destined, just as the third Mizukage said, while the blade remains unchanged, the wielder can." Under Shizong's bewildered gaze, Liu abruptly turned and smiled. "I shall share a secret with you. There is a watermelon rind that may seem unreliable, but once he turns his back on his kin, the 7 before him will no longer be 7. Shizong." The wind howled, and snow cascaded from the heavens. The fierce gusts swept across the land, leaving a thick layer upon Liu. Gazing at the boundless expanse of snow, he could faintly hear the heart-wrenching cries of anguish echoing in his ears. He could not bear to disturb Han. All he could offer was companionship. The 3-day deadline had arrived. Minato and his companions stood at the water's edge, smiling as they boarded the boat at the sight of an approaching figure. "Ding! Congratulations, host. For completing the hidden task, the sealed family letter. The timely reward has been triggered. Please select your reward item." At the dock, as Liu entered, Tsunade seized his hand and led him to the hearth, gently warming him. Upon hearing the mechanical voice in his mind, Liu immediately selected the option for a summoning beast. "What about her?" Minato queried upon seeing Liu return alone. Liu chuckled, subtly pointing to his own head. "Minato?" Before his departure, Liu had shared everything regarding Han with his companions. Now, seeing him return alone, They inevitably assumed that Han had chosen to remain in Kirigakure, thus declining Liuxiu's goodwill. However, only Liuxiu understood the truth, which was also his most helpless predicament, because the girl cried far too much for the past 2 days of travel. Her sobs had not ceased in his mind. Hence, to hasten their journey, he had decided not to release her. Chapter 51. You are pressing on my hair. As the group returned to the Land of Fire, the season had already transitioned into spring. After freshening up by the riverside, everyone praised the exquisite technique with which Ryumoku grilled the fish. Even Orochimaru, who was typically taciturn, couldn't resist indulging in a couple more pieces during the meal. After months of companionship, the bonds among them had grown closer, particularly with Tsunade, who would often pull Ryumoku into bed with her at night, affectionately stating that the child was a natural furnace, providing comforting warmth. At this moment, Minato surveyed their surroundings and remarked, "We have half a day left before we return to the village." Upon hearing this, Orochimaru stood up to pack his belongings, saying, "I have some matters to attend to. You all may head back first." Both Minato and Tsunade understood Orochimaru's solitary nature. His decision to part ways did not surprise them. As for Hinata, she had already returned to the village ahead of Tsunade and the others, reporting all the details of their journey to the Hidden Mist Village. "I will go fetch her," Ryumoku said, unable to disclose the existence of his time house to everyone, and thus fabricated a story about Han coming by ferry closely behind him to the Land of Fire. "I will accompany you," Tsunade offered, rising to follow. However, Ryumoku gently stopped her. "I prefer to go alone." Without waiting for Tsunade's response, he leaped away. Outside the Hidden Leaf Village, Ryumoku arrived at a tranquil stream and released Han from the time house. Observing the unfamiliar surroundings, Han's eyes were filled with bewilderment. "We are almost at the Hidden Leaf. Let me show you the way." In response to Ryumoku's kindness, Han nodded obediently. The two walked side by side, the occasional crisp chirping from the woods capturing Han's attention. The Hidden Leaf Village differed from the Hidden Mist Village, which was an island territory characterized predominantly by warmth. The Hidden Leaf was more inland, with dry and warm air, and distinct geographical and ecological features. In the spring, the roads were lined with tender new sprouts, surrounded by countless butterflies flitting about in search of nectar. I feel a bit scared," Han suddenly confessed, halting amidst the flowers, a hint of worry crossing her face. Ryumoku, upon hearing this, smiled gently and took her slightly cold hand, resolutely continuing forward. "There is only one path. We must move ahead. Besides," he murmured softly, "I am here with you." The fact that Han possessed the ice release bloodline limit was no longer a secret after the ninja examination in the Cloud Village. Although her presence in the Hidden Leaf would undoubtedly draw attention, those familiar with the history of the Hidden Mist Village, including Ryumoku and Tsunade, would understand Han's choice. Upon returning to the Hidden Leaf Village, Ryumoku settled Han in his home before heading alone to report to the Hokage's office. However, the office was empty save for Tsunade, who had waited for Ryumoku. She handed him a box, saying, "This is the reward for this mission. What about the others?" Ryumoku inquired, puzzled. A fleeting shadow crossed Tsunade's eyes, barely perceptible. She quickly put on a forced smile and urged, "Don't ask too many questions. You've been weary for months. Go home and rest." With that, she vanished in a puff of smoke. As twilight approached, Ryumoku went to a general store to procure some essentials and fresh produce for Han before returning home, his mind filled with questions. There should have been no significant events occurring in the Hidden Leaf at this time, yet Tsunade's earlier expression concealed something. "You're back." At that moment, Han, dressed in a white outfit and an apron, emerged from the bathroom, broom in hand, smiling as she greeted Ryumoku. "Are you cleaning?" Ryumoku asked, astonished. After months of his absence, dust had accumulated thickly in the house. Yet, with Han's help, the room now appeared almost reborn, even cleaner than when Ryumoku had lived there before. "Having a girl in the house makes all the difference," he chuckled, carrying his items straight into the kitchen. After some culinary activity, 3 dishes and a soup were presented at the table. "Is it okay?" Ryumoku asked. Han eagerly nodded, patting her round little belly, replying, "Delicious. Even better than the meals in the Cloud Village." Han's previous living conditions had been quite dismal, and her experience during the exam in the Cloud Village marked her first venture beyond the Hidden Mist. Ryumoku's dietary preferences remained unchanged from his previous life, so there had been no significant alterations in his cooking style. After a slight smile, he suggested to Han, "I will take care of the cleaning. You should take a bath and then go to sleep." Ryumoku's home, the only inheritance from his parents, had 3 bedrooms despite being occupied solely by him. Han's presence would not make the house feel cramped. Rather, it infused Ryumoku's solitary environment with a hint of liveliness. After cleaning the dishes and taking a shower, Ryumoku returned to bed, contemplating Tsunade's earlier demeanor, suspecting something significant had transpired in the hidden leaf. Just then, he felt something cool slither beneath the covers. A chill creeping upward. Han. He looked over to see Han, resembling a kitten, emerging from the bedding. Her white hair brushed to one side as she quietly nestled beside him. I feel a bit scared, she murmured softly. Ryumoku, though unsure of what exactly frightened her, recalled the day he graduated from university and ventured north alone, standing at the train station. Overwhelmed by the unfamiliar environment and uncertainty about the future, feeling as if he were being silently consumed by a colossal beast. Having arrived at the hidden leaf without friends or family, Han was entirely alone here. Perhaps that was the source of her fear. Though Han was slightly older than Ryumoku, their roles seemed reversed, as he appeared to be the one offering warmth and comfort. Gently wrapping his arm around her shoulders, Ryumoku whispered, "There's no need to be afraid. Sleep now, and tomorrow, I'll introduce you to some friends." However, under the dim moonlight, with steady, soft breaths filling the air, Han gazed at him with her bright eyes, curling her body slightly, fixating on Ryumoku without moving. Still not asleep? Ryumoku noticed her gaze, assuming she was still worried. No. Han replied softly, "Your arm is pressing on my hair. It hurts." Chapter 52, The Spirit Summoning Scroll, Bonus Chapter. 1 sheep, 2 sheep, 3 sheep, roasted whole sheep, braised mutton, clear broth lamb, joyous. I am hungry, oh. Feeling the soothing rhythm of breath beside him, the young Lu Mu lay in bed, his eyes wide open like saucers. Torture. A tremendous torment. With a beauty by his side, yet Lu Mu remains merely a 6-year-old child, a heart full of desire but powerless. Alas. After a heavy sigh, Lu Mu quietly removed the jade foot that Han had pressed against his waist and slowly climbed down from the bed. The sleepless nights that should belong to his coming of age felt like a distant realm to him. Glancing back at Han on the bed, Lu Mu decided to retreat into the time house within his mind. Regarding the hidden mission related to Han, Lu Mu ultimately chose the Spirit Summoning Scroll. During the journey back to Konoha village, he had found no opportunity to activate it. Now, with idle time at hand, he thought it best to draw this reward. However, to avoid the massive disturbances caused by the previous emergence of the Taotai, Lu Mu chose to conduct the summoning within the confines of the time house. Does the host choose to summon now? Yes. With Lu Mu's nod of affirmation, a spirit summoning scroll suddenly soared into the air, accompanied by an unparalleled radiance. The scroll gradually unfurled, and before Lu Mu's gaze, a pair of delicate, white hands slowly emerged from within it. Soon after, the sound of song and dance filled the air, imbued with an aura of sorrow and empathy, as if intertwined with endless grief and resentment. A beautiful maiden, stepping upon a veil of mist, gracefully descended to the ground, resembling a dancer, her translucent garments enchanting in their allure. This, a human? A song? Lu Mu was taken aback, unable to comprehend. Wasn't he the template he had drawn a spirit beast? How could it manifest as a person? Moreover, a person clad so lightly. What to do? At that moment, Lu Mu wished to roar in indignation, lamenting the unfairness of fate, yet regretting that he was merely a child in form. Faced with such temptation, in a flash, the spirit summoning scroll transformed into a card before Lu Mu, silently absorbing the maiden. With a swift motion, it flew into Lu Mu's palm. Lu Mu? He lowered his gaze to observe the information on the card. Celestial Fox, one of the 12 immortal beasts of the north, fox-like in form, bearing 3 tails. Possessing knowledge of 100 miles. Its body can transform into ethereal flames, and it carries the essence of Danzo. It is adept at bewitching, communicating with the heavens. At 50 years, it can attain human form. At 100 years, it can fully transform into a deity. Celestial Fox? As Lu Mu beheld the name on the card, memories of the classic of mountains and seas flooded back. In his recollection, the celestial beasts of the world were divided into 2 categories, the sun and the moon. Beneath them lay the 4 spirits, azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise. The celestial fox, however, was a distant legend subordinate to the realm of the north. Unlike the 9-tailed fox of this ninja world, The celestial fox bore 3 tails, growing one every 10 years until it achieved 9 tails and ascended to immortality. At 50, it could attain human form. At 100, it could fully transform. It was said that once transformed, the celestial fox would often accompany immortals as a goddess of the mundane realm, knowledgeable about the affairs of heaven and earth. While it was not known for its offensive capabilities, the celestial fox's dual eyes were adept at bewitching and creating illusions, capable of dispelling worldly confusion and maintaining tranquility of the heart. Compared to the Taotai, one might consider the celestial fox a step toward immortality, though it could not rival the divine beasts, nor could it compare to the legendary 4 calamities and 6 disasters. Yet Lu Mu understood that the celestial fox's powers were not of cataclysmic proportions. In this world, its existence equated to possessing an invincible illusionist. Gazing at the 9 tails behind the celestial fox on the card and recalling its graceful dance in human form, Lu Mu surmised that the template bestowed upon him by the system was already a celestial fox of 100 years. Quite considerate indeed. However, at that moment, the crimson ethereal flame within Lu Mu's dantian spontaneously ignited, and the Taoye's insatiable hunger activated, crawling up to the right hand that held the celestial fox template. Lu Mu? What on earth? Before he could react, the celestial fox template suddenly ignited in flames, and countless shards of brilliance scattered, turning to ash amidst a roaring inferno. Lu Mu? Damn it! Give me back my, oh no, my celestial fox! Lu Mu held. But as he watched the template vanish piece by piece, he remained utterly powerless. The Taotai, a devourer of all, embodied greed, yet ultimately became one of the 4 calamities. Ding! The divine skill, Taotai's Devour, has been automatically upgraded. Lu Mu? Automatically? Is that what you call it? It should be termed as forcefully. Without his consent, the Taotai had audaciously consumed the celestial fox template, an act akin to robbery. Despite his protests, Lu Mu began to scrutinize the skill description. He noticed that beneath the original gluttony of the Taotai, 2 dimly lit lines of text had been added. Divine skill, Eye of the Celestial Fox, capable of bewitching the heart and creating illusions. Divine skill, Heart of the Celestial Fox, capable of dispelling all miasma and maintaining the essence of the heart. Upon reading the descriptions, Lu Mu plopped down onto the ground. In comparison to these 2 divine skills, he would have preferred to retain the celestial fox template. Wait. A thought struck Lu Mu. Why was the system always bestowing templates of spirit beasts that fell short of expectations? It was one thing for the Taotai to be unusable in this world, but why couldn't he control the celestial fox template either? I suspect this treacherous system is out to deceive me, but I have no evidence. While the thought of possessing a spirit beast was temporarily out of reach, he had, however, perfectly compensated for his shortcomings with illusions. Alas, such a pity. The more he pondered, the more vexed Lu Mu became. Recalling the ethereal beauty of the celestial fox in human form, akin to a celestial maiden from myth. But, Taotai, oh Taotai, you truly are a monster. Returning to reality, Lu Mu glanced at the clock on the wall, which displayed the same time he had seen before entering the time house. The time house possessed the ability to suspend time, controlled by Lu Mu. As long as he entered, the external time would come to a complete halt. Conversely, if someone like Han were to enter without Lu Mu, the external time would proceed normally. Tapping his toes, Lu Mu still felt no inclination to sleep. Instead, after witnessing the celestial fox, his spirit seemed to be even more invigorated. Just then, several figures darted past the window, immediately capturing Lu Mu's attention. Nighttime patrols in Konoha village rarely featured figures flitting across rooftops, as it was meant to avoid disturbing others' rest. But today, Lu Mu mused, moving to the window, peering in the direction of the departing shadows. Chapter 53. The Fractured Chakra Short Blade in the Estate of the Hitaki Family. Ryuki surveyed the surroundings filled with Konoha ninjas clad in dark attire, bustling about. A certain possibility immediately flickered in his mind. Kakashi had recently attained the rank of CH Nin, merely in his 2nd year after graduation, and now, it was none other than Kakashi's father, the renowned White Fang of Konoha, Tsukumo Hitaki. With this thought, Ryuki burst through the door and swiftly made his way to the main hall, where he beheld a circle of Konoha's high-ranking officials gathered within. To his surprise, even Jiraiya, whom he had not seen for ages, was present. Ryuki. At that moment, Tsunade noticed his figure and called out. Ryuki stepped into the hall, his gaze fixed upon the black and white photograph hanging beneath a white cloth, rendered momentarily speechless. The death of Susanoo Hatake was a profound regret for the village of Konoha. Renowned as the White Fang, he possessed a strength that even Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru could not rival. With a chakra short blade, he traversed the ninja world, demonstrating unparalleled intellect and capability, truly deserving of his elite J-nin status. Yet, who could have anticipated that such a person would meet his end in a manner so absurd? In the past, Ryuki had intended to prevent the tragedy of Susanoo due to his connection with Kakashi, but even the most meticulous plans are prone to flaws. And he never expected everything to unfold so swiftly. "Ryuki, what troubles you?" Tsunade inquired, gently grasping his right hand with concern. At that moment, Ryuki's expression was as stern as iron, a torrent of murderous intent brewing within him, as if it could erupt at any moment. Ryuki shook his head and asked, "Where is Kakashi?" Having recently endured the pain of losing his father shortly after his promotion to Ch-nin, how many truly cared about his emotional turmoil? Tsunade scanned the room, but no one had an answer. Seeing this, Ryuki turned and departed. He soared towards the Konoha water tower, seeking Kakashi's silhouette from a lofty vantage point. After a prolonged search yielded no results, Ryuki suddenly recalled a certain location. Under the night sky, Konoha felt slightly noisy. Ryuki noticed a small figure before the Hokage rock and, with a sigh of sorrow, approached quietly. At that moment, Kakashi held a broken sword in his hand, a red and white umbu mask lingering by his side. "You've returned?" Kakashi spoke, his gaze fixed on the entirety of Konoha, tightening his grip on the broken sword. Ryuki settled beside Kakashi, resting his feet over the cliff edge and softly murmuring in acknowledgement. The two sat in silence, neither speaking, their eyes fixed on the unmoving Konoha below. As time passed and the chill of early spring enveloped the air, the dawn gradually revealed itself on the horizon. Kakashi murmured, "Why would he make such a choice?" It sounded less like a question and more like an inquiry directed at himself. Though Ryuki understood Kakashi's meaning, he still asked, "Are you referring to suicide or the choice he made at that moment?" Susanoo Hatake had always been Kakashi's pride. Even after graduating from the Ninja Academy early and becoming a Ch-nin at the age of 6, he was the first to share such achievements with his father. How could the beloved White Fang of Konoha, cherished by all, become a figure of disdain overnight? Even those whom his father had once saved now voiced their grievances. Was the mission truly more important than the lives of comrades? As a ninja, missions came first, but when faced with such choices, what was the genuinely correct decision? Kakashi found himself bewildered, even doubting his own convictions. Observing Kakashi's increasingly distorted expression, Ryuki reclined on the ground and softly replied, "I cannot say whether his actions were right or wrong, but for me, life surpasses all else." Upon hearing Ryuki's response, Kakashi abruptly turned to face him, his gaze piercing. Ryuki continued, "In this world, choices abound, and no one knows which option is the correct one. Errors are not to be feared. What is truly frightening is the relinquishment of the ability to choose. If someone disagrees with my choices, I shall not argue. He is he, and I am I. Even if my choices contain flaws, I firmly believe that as long as one is alive, there are no irreparable regrets." Ryuki spoke candidly, his words flowing forth. Though he did not mention Susanoo Hatake, every sentence revolved around him. "Are you not afraid of public opinion?" Kakashi asked. "Sometimes. The words of the crowd can be sharper than this broken sword." "Why fear?" Ryuki chuckled lightly. "I have never concerned myself with the opinions of those more foolish than I. It remains as I stated. He is he, and I am I, nothing more. He is he, I am I." Kakashi repeated the phrase, lowering his gaze to the broken sword in his hand, falling into a contemplative silence. Finally, as the sun illuminated all of Konoha, Kakashi abruptly rose, grasping the mask nearby as he prepared to descend the mountain. However, after taking several steps, he suddenly turned back, looking at Ryuki, who was lost in thought against the wind. "So, you two have chosen your comrades, have you? What else could I do? I thought you understood." Ryuki replied with a smile, glancing back at Kakashi. "Humph." Kakashi scoffed, sheathing his broken sword behind him, slowly bringing the umbu mask to his face, and stated, "It is precisely because of your line of thought that you are unworthy of being a ninja." Ryuki merely smiled slightly in response. "But you will make a good comrade," Kakashi added before leaping off the cliff. Watching Kakashi's retreating figure, Ryuki's expression gradually turned serious. The departed are gone, and the living must bear the weight. The coffin of the dancer is forever adorned with fresh flowers, Yet it is the silent genius who truly deserves vindication. Tsukumo Hataki's choice led him to forsake his mission and, along with it, the responsibilities of a ninja. However, life calls for life. And the silent decay within Konoha has unjustly burdened a genius with blame, delivering a resounding slap to the faces of the living. Ryuki could not, nor would he, allow the imprint of such a slap to mar his countenance. Thus, with the intention of subtly instigating change in this world, he found himself constrained by the unfolding circumstances. Therefore, let it all be overturned from this very moment. Upon returning home, Ryuki observed the approaching figure of Han and softly inquired, "What is the matter? I woke up and found you gone. I thought." Han's expression was tinged with urgency. "I left you a note." "Did you not see it?" Ryuki asked. "I did see it, but..." Noticing Han's awkward demeanor, Ryuki smiled and set the breakfast he had prepared on the table, cheerfully saying, "It's nothing. Eat up, and afterward, we can go take on a boss." Chapter 54. Rasengan in the realm of ninjas, tranquility is but an illusion, overshadowed by bloodshed and regret. The covert and overt rivalry between Danzo and Sarutobi has left the villagers of Konoha in a state of unease. Both Root and the Umbu, organizations operating under their command, undoubtedly encompass a significant portion of the village's prodigious talents. Ryuki is acutely aware of Danzo's tragic, detestable, and even pitiable nature. Once a guardian alongside the Third Hokage, he labored tirelessly yet perpetually fell short of attaining the coveted title of Hokage. In a bid to compensate for his unfulfilled aspirations, the original narrative bestowed upon him a hypothetical experience card for the roles of the Fourth and Fifth Hokage. As Ryuki observed Han, who was delicately savoring his meal at the table, a glimmer of coldness flickered in his gaze. Danzo's experiences undoubtedly mirror those of many, striving for a lifetime, yet failing to realize one's ambitions. Even when fate finally bestows an opportunity, it may cruelly wrench one from the dream before they can fully embrace it. Nevertheless, Danzo persists in doing all he can. He eliminates those whom the Third dares not touch and oversees matters that the Third dares not govern. Indeed, he would confront the entire Uchiha clan for the sake of Konoha's peace. In his former days as an antagonist, Ryuki harbored a fondness for Danzo, yet now, as a denizen of Konoha, he cannot allow Danzo's unchecked ambitions to continue. Just as thoughts of vengeance began to brew within him, an unexpected figure intervened. Before the Hokage's office, Jiraiya stood with his arms crossed, leaning against a stone pillar, quietly observing Ryuki's approach. As Ryuki reached the entrance, Jiraiya extended his hand, pulling him in. "Jiraiya-sensei." At the sound of Ryuki's address, Han immediately recognized him as Ryuki's mentor. Jiraiya turned to Han, a smile breaking through his previously stern demeanor. "You must be Han. Quite charming." Flattered by the compliment, Han blushed slightly and instinctively edged closer to Ryuki. Jiraiya then inquired, "What do you intend to do?" Ryuki, unresponsive to the question, merely smiled coldly and gazed towards the Hokage's office. "They must be inside. I simply wish to pose a question." Noticing the simmering rage radiating from Ryuki, Jiraiya's hands subtly shifted, and the previously serene alley began to morph into a grotesque representation of crimson entrails. Ryuki, seizing Han's hand, surveyed his surroundings and remarked, "Remarkable, but it cannot hinder me." "I understand," Jiraiya replied, "but I still wish to ask. What do you hope to achieve by entering? If the answers you receive differ from your expectations, what then?" From the moment Jiraiya laid eyes on Ryuki last night, he had sensed the turmoil within him. Having known each other for a considerable time, he had never witnessed such a side of Ryuki before. Jiraiya stepped closer, placing a comforting hand on Ryuki's shoulder, and spoke gently, "You are my disciple. Though I may not fully discern your thoughts, I can surmise that having lived alone since childhood, you are intimately familiar with hardship. Seeing Kakashi in a predicament similar to your own must be distressing." "Huh," Ryuki scoffed, glancing at the Konoha headband on his arm, and asked Jiraiya, "So does that mean the living must continue to endure this foolishness after death?" As Jiraiya's ninjutsu dissipated, he regarded the firmly shut door of the Hokage's office and muttered to Ryuki, "If it is an error, it will be rectified. If not, it shall be excised." The matter of Hatake Tsukumo had plunged Konoha into a profound silence. Both the Third Hokage and Danzo, along with even the rarely seen daimyo, had been frequenting the Hokage office of late. "As your teacher, I have not imparted any practical ninjutsu to you until now. Recently, however, I have acquired something quite remarkable. Would you care to see?" At that moment, Ryuki awaited the outcome, hoping for news from the Hokage office. Jiraiya, jesting with Han, turned to Ryuki with a curious expression. "Oh, what ninjutsu?" Ryuki inquired. "Huh, follow me outside," Jiraiya responded, excitement evident in his tone. At the Valley of the End, Jiraiya raised his right hand before Ryuki and Han. Instantly, a tremendous surge of chakra erupted forth, coalescing into a faint blue aura that gathered in his palm. In mere moments, a sphere of chakra, resembling a fist, materialized in Jiraiya's hand. Behold, Jiraiya grinned, striking a nearby tree. The bark exploded, and countless splinters cascaded from his palm. This technique is called Rasengan. While it demands exceptional control over chakra, its power is undeniably classified as A rank. Ryuki, who had never excelled in chakra manipulation, having spent nearly half a year learning the shadow clone technique under Jiraiya, perceived the ulterior motive behind Jiraiya's sudden instruction. Nonetheless, he understood the necessity of learning, if only to appease Jiraiya's expectations. However, Jiraiya-sensei, you are aware that I have awakened my bloodline limit, correct? Jiraiya fell silent for a moment before nodding slightly. Yes, I learned about it from Tsunade upon my return from Mayaboka Mountain. She informed me of everything that transpired in the Land of Mist. Whether the Yellow Monkey's abilities qualify as a bloodline limit is inconsequential. Jiraiya remained uncertain whether the light-based abilities Ryuki spoke of could truly be classified as ninjutsu. Not quite, it resembles it. Perhaps it does. Though I've never heard the term light release before. Knowing is sufficient, Ryuki replied, harboring respect and admiration for Jiraiya's selfless character. Yet, such reverence is predicated on Ryuki's familiarity with Jiraiya's future actions, and in the current climate, Jiraiya's influence seemed insufficient. Sensei, at that moment, Ryuki hesitated, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Sensing Ryuki's indecision, Jiraiya chuckled heartily, removing his wooden sandals and jovially declaring, "What is this? Has our time apart transformed you into a bashful girl? After this incident, I wish to travel together as we once did." Chapter 55, The Recruitment of Danzo, Update. The ice release Kekei Genkai of Han had already come to the attention of Konoha's upper echelon after the return of the Crimson Sun. The contract for the flowing wood combined with the light release had appeared on the desk of the third Hokage. However, before Sarutobi could respond, Shimura Danzo abruptly materialized before the flowing wood. Upon seeing the elderly figure before him, half of his body wrapped in bandages, the flowing wood immediately recognized his identity. "You are the flowing wood? Jiraiya's disciple?" At that moment, the flowing wood was on his way home after grocery shopping with Han. Faced with Danzo's probing question, the flowing wood nodded in acknowledgement. At this point, Danzo had yet to transplant the Uchiha clan Sharingan, and the bandages likely concealed the cells of the first Hokage on his shoulder. Could it be that Danzo was already entangled with Orochimaru at this stage? After all, it was Orochimaru who assisted in transplanting the Hashirama cells, and recalling the intense interest Orochimaru had shown during the period in the Hidden Mist Village regarding the cultivation of bloodline limits. "Is there something you wish to discuss?" The flowing wood inquired, tilting his head. As Jiraiya's disciple and a pupil of the third Hokage, what could Danzo possibly want from him, the old rival of his mentor? The flowing wood found himself momentarily perplexed. Join route. Join route. Upon hearing this, the flowing wood could not help but laugh. Is this a request or a command? He directly questioned. In response to such insolence from the 6-year-old, the two men behind Danzo stepped forward, seemingly preparing to take action. However, as they approached, Danzo raised his cane to halt them. "Neither," Danzo replied. "Consider it an invitation." Turning to gaze at the gentle stream beneath the riverbank, he continued, "You are Jiraiya's disciple, so you must know a fair amount about root. Your abilities are commendable. Graduating from the Ninja Academy at 5 and becoming a Chunin at 6, not to mention awakening the unique light release Kekei Genkai. I must admit, you are one of the most exceptional talents I have encountered. Root is a secret organization entrusted with the protection of Konoha. Joining us would allow you to fully realize your potential." At this moment, Danzo endeavored to portray the image of a benevolent elder. Yet the sharpness emanating from his eyes betrayed a different intent. Even Han subtly tugged at the flowing wood's sleeve from behind. The flowing wood turned to offer Han a reassuring look before addressing Danzo. "Is Root truly for the defense of Konoha, or merely a means to facilitate your own agenda?" The flowing wood understood that, in many respects, Root indeed gathered talented individuals, and the power Danzo commanded within Root surpassed that of the third Hokage Zambu. However, Observing the waning intensity of Danzo's presence, the flowing wood scoffed, "I find you unworthy, and rude even more so. I have no desire to serve Konoha, nor do I wish to serve you. I am who I am. If you are dissatisfied, feel free to act. I have accumulated quite a bit of pent-up frustration lately that I would be eager to release." Frustration? Han, overhearing the flowing wood's words, leaned in to whisper, "What frustration? Why can't I see it? You are still young." The flowing wood replied with a smile. "Wait until... Oh no. We must first wait until I grow a bit older, and then you'll understand." Observing the agitation of Danzo's two bodyguards, the flowing wood handed the bag he was carrying to Han and said to Danzo, "I know what you fear. We are within Konoha. You dare not act against me. Doing so would not only be a slap in Jiraiya's face, but also an open challenge to the third Hokage. Don't say I haven't given you a chance. Let us step outside the village and find a secluded spot to converse." During the era when Danzo served as a guard, his protectors had been Tsurugi of the Oil Woman clan and Kaze of the Yamanaka clan. However, the guards accompanying Danzo at that moment were clearly not those two. Yet, the flowing wood could hardly be bothered by such trivialities. While the heart-to-heart technique may not have many countermeasures, employing such ninjutsu required time, and given the time it would take Danzo to form hand seals, the flowing wood could have already delivered over 100 kicks. As for Tsurugi of the Oil Woman clan, perhaps for others, Tsurugi's mastery of toxins and insect manipulation was impressive, but to the flowing wood, he was no different than any other insignificant opponent. Danzo was unaware of what the 6-year-old flowing wood was depending on, but the incessant mockery from the flowing wood provoked not himself, but rather his two bodyguards, who could no longer contain their frustration and insisted on teaching this disrespectful little brat a lesson. In the Forest of the Guardians, the group strolled until the flowing wood addressed the two guards. "Go ahead, I am pressed for time." Upon hearing this, one of the black-haired men restrained his companion and stepped forward alone. "Isn't it better if you both come at me? That way, we could save some time." "No need. I alone am sufficient," the man proclaimed, swiftly slamming his hands onto the ground. Suddenly, the surrounding space began to warp, transforming the lush forest into a steel prison, filled with piercing sounds that blurred the vision. "What is this?" The flowing wood lazily surveyed the sudden changes around him, just as a long sword erupted from in front of him, aiming straight for his heart. At that moment, the flowing wood attempted to sidestep the attack, but for some reason, his body felt as though it were bound, rendering him unable to move even a fraction. As the sword approached, he realized that the black-haired man's technique was not a ninjutsu, but rather a true illusion. The illusion blurred the lines between reality and deception, making it impossible to discern the authenticity of the scenes and attacks. However, the flowing wood was currently employing the template of the yellow flash, rendering such ordinary physical assaults incapable of inflicting any harm upon him. With a cold smirk, a glimmer of brilliance flickered in his eyes. Suddenly, the black-haired man outside the illusion realized that his strike had not only failed, but that the world around him had morphed into a stone chamber. The chamber was in disarray, containing only a single wooden chair. The chair seemed to possess an irresistible force, binding the black-haired man, while two feathers appeared in the space, incessantly bothering his feet. "What has happened to him?" Han observed as the black-haired man suddenly collapsed in laughter, even to the point of tears. "Who knows?" The flowing wood replied with a faint smile. "Perhaps he consumed something foul before arriving here. An illusion." But when another smaller man beside Danzo quickly perceived the predicament of the black-haired man, placing his hand on the man's forehead while exclaiming, "Release." Chapter 56. The most tender cruelty. How could this be? The diminutive man gazed at the dark-haired figure, who remained ensnared in the illusion, his face instantly reflecting shock. The essence of illusion lies in disturbing the enemy's chakra, plunging them into a dreamlike reverie. However, within this realm of deception, the caster wields complete control over the world. Once the illusion cast by the dark-haired man was discerned by Ryumu, the heart of the celestial fox was activated, thereby unraveling the opponent's technique. And with the eye of the celestial fox, Ryumu ensnared the adversary in an illusion of his own. Tickling the soles of the feet is a common prank among mortals. Yet it once bore the formal title of the torture of itch, a practice that has been referred to as the most tender cruelty. Release. Ryumu, observing the persistent diminutive man, sighed and said, "It's futile. You cannot break the illusion. Just strike me. If you defeat me, I shall help him escape the spell." Realizing his limitations, the small man assumed a combat stance, acknowledging his inability to dispel Ryumu's enchantment over the dark-haired figure. In an instant, he vanished from sight, leaving only a few fallen leaves swirling in his wake. Suddenly, Ryumu sensed a sharp glint flash past his ear, and a shuriken shot toward him from behind. With a resounding thud, it struck Ryumu's head, but as the smoke dissipated, his original position was revealed to be nothing more than a piece of withered wood. "What are you searching for? Show me." Just then, Ryumu's voice echoed from above, startling the diminutive man, who quickly formed hand seals with his back turned. A thunderous explosion erupted beneath his feet, as the small man utilized his lizard-like ability to blend seamlessly with his surroundings, concealing his presence. However, he had not anticipated Ryumu's swiftness, nor did he realize when the substitution technique had been employed. The small man's abilities were ill-suited for direct combat. Perhaps they would serve well for reconnaissance or stealth. But now, Ryumu had already vacated the area before the blast could reach him. Gazing at the diminutive man from a distance, Ryumu chuckled lightly at Danzo and, in a flash, appeared before the small man. The eye of the celestial fox narrowed, and a beam of otherworldly light pierced the small man's gaze. Done. After executing his plan, Ryumu clapped his hands gently and returned to Han's side, both preparing to leave the village. However, Danzo, who had been silent for some time, suddenly addressed Ryumu. "Are you truly planning to depart so soon?" "Well," Ryumu halted, turning to Danzo, "I assumed you were disinterested in engaging. Let us hasten, the night approaches." Initially, Danzo had indeed hesitated to confront Ryumu, for the boy was merely 6 years old. Despite being a chunin, in a village teeming with such ranks, he was but a minor figure. Danzo, a veteran elder of the third Hokage's generation, held little regard for a child of such tender age. Yet Ryumu's displayed prowess had altered Danzo's perspective entirely. "I had hoped to witness your light release firsthand, but to my surprise, you vanquished them using mere illusion." The abilities of the Eye of the Celestial Fox were not precisely illusions, but rather a unique racial ability of the Celestial Fox clan. Nevertheless, in the ninja world, labeling it as an illusion was not entirely inaccurate. Ryumu, unwilling to engage in lengthy discourse with Danzo, who had become quite verbose in his elder years, decided to clarify his intentions. "Then I shall employ my light release against you." Yet, as he spoke, a mischievous thought crossed his mind. "Oh, by the way, I will ultimately use an illusion against you, so prepare yourself accordingly, Danzo." Observing the fleeting surprise on Danzo's face, Ryumu chuckled, explaining, "The illusion I have prepared is quite alluring. Once it dissipates, do remember to take care of yourself." At this moment, Danzo, compared to the third Hokage, did not yet appear aged. Ryumu surmised that he was still far from achieving the state of serene detachment. "I shall also apply this illusion on Jiraiya. It might spark a wealth of creative inspiration within him." Danzo's ninjutsu predominantly leaned towards wind release, and he had previously engaged in a battle with Sasuke, effectively aiding him in achieving a significant feat. Thus, Ryumu felt no trepidation facing Danzo. With a flick of his wrist, Danzo cast aside his cane and swiftly formed hand seals, inhaling deeply before exclaiming, "Wind release, vacuum wave." A piercing gust surged toward Ryumu. Immediately, Ryumu pushed Han aside and strode directly into the oncoming vacuum wave. "Danzo." The vacuum wave, a technique that compresses chakra to unleash formidable destructive power, could even sever stone. Yet Ryumu did not evade or flinch. He boldly advanced toward it. "Is this boy seeking his own demise?" Danzo pondered, his expression one of disbelief as Ryumu smiled faintly. The vacuum wave sliced through Ryumu, seemingly cleaving him in two. "This boy framing? Setting me up? No, this cannot be. Would he truly gamble his life to incriminate me?" Danzo was utterly bewildered. However, at that moment, Ryumu's severed form erupted in a radiant glow, and within mere moments, streams of light converged at his waist, restoring him to his original state. "Enough of this," Ryumu declared, transforming into a cascade of light that surged toward Danzo. Wind release, vacuum continuous wave. By now, Danzo comprehended Ryumu's abilities. The so-called light release included the power of resurrection. As Ryumu advanced in this light form, Danzo unleashed a series of vacuum waves, attempting to hinder Ryumu's approach. Yet he failed to realize that Ryumu, in his luminous state, was immune to all attacks. The barrage of vacuum waves merely sliced through the surrounding trees, and even the guiding stones along the path were not spared from Danzo's onslaught. Suddenly, Ryumu's visage loomed before Danzo, and a command, almost like an imperious directive, resonated in his ears. Behold, my mesmerizing eyes. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Ryumu strolled hand in hand with Han along the riverbank, reflecting on the peculiar events that had transpired in the village's protective woods. Unable to contain her curiosity, Han inquired, "What was that old gentleman's transformation all about?" Facing her question, Ryumu awkwardly scratched his head and replied with a charming smile. He fell victim to an illusionary seduction technique. A man at 40 is like a blooming flower, and when confronted with such a plethora of intriguing maidens, who could possibly remain composed? Chapter 57. The old man who would have thought that Han, possessing the ice-release Kekii Genkai, would fall ill. The temperature fluctuations between the hidden mist village and Konoha rendered Han's complexion particularly pallid that day. Early in the morning, the moment Ryuki laid eyes on Han, he sensed something was amiss. "You don't look well," he remarked. Han nodded slightly, one hand pressed against his forehead, the visible fatigue in his eyes prompting Ryuki to realize that Han might be coming down with a cold. Testing Han's temperature with his hand, Ryuki noted a slight warmth. Seeing this, Ryuki quickly assisted Han to his bed, fetched a basin of water, dampened a towel, and placed it on Han's forehead. There are many methods for cooling down a fever: physical cooling, chemical cooling, or medicinal cooling. At this moment, the use of cold water was the most common form of physical cooling. "Do you feel any discomfort?" Ryuki inquired with concern. "My head aches a bit. But other than that, I'm fine. A cold can be endured, but a fever cannot." Thankfully, Ryuki had the habit of keeping emergency medications on hand. After learning of Han's symptoms, he retrieved a small first aid kit and handed Han a few tablets. After Han swallowed them with water, Ryuki encouraged him to close his eyes and rest. Meanwhile, Jiraiya had just returned from outside. Ryuki guided him to the table and spoke directly. "I wish to learn a powerful jutsu. The Rasengan, being an A-rank jutsu, possesses immense destructive power, yet the control required over chakra for such a task is exceedingly high." Ryuki did not want to expend the limited usage of the time-space room on something that would rarely be needed. Thus, after some contemplation, he decided to seek Jiraiya's counsel. Noticing Ryuki's eager expression, Jiraiya seemed to sense an undercurrent of scheming. "What do you wish to learn?" "The multiple shadow clone technique from the Book of Seals," Ryuki replied, furrowing his brow. The Book of Seals. Upon hearing that title, Jiraiya gasped, exclaiming, "Do you not know that the jutsu within the Book of Seals are forbidden techniques? Moreover, do you think it is as simple as just wanting to learn it? That's none of your concern. I have a plan." The location of the Book of Seals in Konoha is not a secret. However, the place where it is stored is filled with numerous traps, making it difficult for an ordinary person to approach. Yet, with the use of the Yellow Monkey template, Ryuki could enter as a beam of light, bypassing all the traps entirely. Furthermore, it seemed only Ryuki could accomplish this unnoticed. "Then why are you telling me about this?" "Wait." Before Jiraiya could finish, he caught sight of Ryuki's sly grin and immediately felt as though he were being manipulated. "Oh dear, you wretched child. Last time, when you shattered the Uchiha statue, you already got me into trouble. Now you want to drag me into stealing the Book of Seals?" Jiraiya typically refrained from interfering in Ryuki's endeavors. But now that Ryuki sought to secretly learn the jutsu within the Book of Seals and had the audacity to inform him beforehand, it was clear he intended to use Jiraiya as a scapegoat. Even if this matter were to reach the Third Hokage, Ryuki could easily claim he had Jiraiya's permission. At that point, when faced with the Third's admonishment, Jiraiya, as Ryuki's mentor, would find it impossible to clear his name. Jiraiya's concerns were evident. He feared that something might go awry during the theft of the Book of Seals. Additionally, the book contains all the powerful jutsu cataloged by the Second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, leaving no guarantee that Ryuki would limit himself to merely learning the multiple shadow clone technique. Night fell. Konoha was enveloped in silence as Ryuki, disguised, made his way to the wooden house storing the Book of Seals, seizing the opportunity while patrolling ninjas changed shifts, transforming into a ray of light. Ryuki stealthily slipped through a gap in the roof. The Book of Seals is an enormous scroll containing records of various jutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu, as well as many ancient techniques long forgotten. Prior to his arrival, Ryuki had prepared paper and a pen, intending to transcribe all the intriguing jutsu contained therein. Wow! Even the 8 gates technique is here. Incredible! The 8 trigram seal, techniques of the Uzumaki clan. Ryuki murmured to himself as he copied, continuously commenting on the findings. "Oh, so the Reaper Death Seal has such effects. No wonder one dies after using it. As Ryuki diligently transcribed, he spent nearly half an hour recording the contents of the scroll, carefully omitting anything that did not pique his interest. Sighing, Ryuki gazed at his densely packed notes. He pondered that he could take his time learning these jutsu. Even if he struggled, who knows when they might come in handy. Moreover, once he mastered the multiple shadow clone technique, his efficiency in learning both ninjutsu and taijutsu would increase exponentially. Upon returning home, Ryuki removed his stealth attire and found Han sitting up. "How are you feeling?" Han, leaning against the table, managed a faint smile despite his pale complexion. "At first, it hurt a little, but after using the towel on my forehead, the pain lessened significantly. It's quite soothing, but after such a long time, I feel a bit worn out." Dressed in a pink nightgown, Han's slender form accentuated her delicate collarbones and graceful figure. The dim light in the living room cast a soft glow upon her, creating an ethereal ambience in Ryuki's eyes. Clearing his throat, Ryuki snapped back to reality, quickly coughing to mask his momentary distraction. "If you're feeling unwell, make sure to bundle up. I'll prepare some porridge for you to soothe your stomach." With that, he hurriedly retreated to the kitchen. After splashing cold water on his face a couple of times, Ryuki began cooking dinner. He was aware that Han had no friends in Konoha and felt uneasy leaving her alone. Should some unassuming brat cause trouble, it would be his loss. Thus, Ryuki contemplated bringing Han along on future travels. Of course, he would also need to keep an eye on Jiraiya. However, Jiraiya typically seemed more interested in those closer to his age and showed little interest in someone as young as Han. "Ryuki." At that moment, Han's voice rang out as she suddenly appeared at the kitchen door. Startled by her unexpected presence, Ryuki turned to her and asked, "Didn't I tell you to put on another layer? What are you doing here? Quickly, go back and rest. I'll call you when dinner is ready." Chapter 58. A night of thunderstorms. Upon hearing Lu Mu's slightly reproachful words, a glimmer of tears suddenly welled up in Han's eyes. Her nose twitched, and an overwhelming sense of sorrow enveloped her. With a swift motion, she lunged forward and embraced Lu Mu tightly. Having lived alone since childhood, Han had never experienced such familial warmth. Despite their past as strangers and rivals, beneath this shared roof, they felt like a true family, wholeheartedly caring for each other without seeking anything in return. Let go a little, let go a little. It's too tight. I can hardly breathe." With Lu Mu's exclamation, Han finally released her grip, and as she observed Lu Mu gasping for air, laughter erupted from her. "What are you laughing at, you mischievous girl? Are you plotting against me?" Lu Mu shot a glare at Han before inquiring, "Why aren't you resting? What brings you here?" Han replied, "I just saw lightning outside. It might rain tonight." "Rain?" Lu Mu recalled that after trapping Danzo and his companions with Jinjutsu in the forest of Konoha, she had set the automatic release time for 3 days. As a ninja, enduring a night of rain shouldn't be a concern. I left the clothes I washed today outside." "Then just say that. You had me guessing," Lu Mu retorted, hastily wiping her hands with a rag before striding outside. At that moment, the sky was densely shrouded in dark clouds, and thunder rumbled ominously. Although rain had yet to fall, the air was already thick with moisture. A deafening crack of thunder split the sky, resembling a colossal dragon twisting and writhing through the darkness, howling as if to instill a shiver in the heavens. The dragon seemed to tear apart the galaxy, and with a fierce gust of wind, the dark clouds trembled. Ultimately, with a resounding roar, the thunderous dragon let out a long cry that pierced the clouds, sending torrents of rain cascading down, dotting the earth as if stars had fallen from the sky, soaking the ground below. Seeing this, Lu Mu quickly grabbed the clothes from the drying rack and rushed back inside. She tossed them onto the bed and began folding them one by one. "What is this? What is it for?" Lu Mu pondered, holding up a delicate garment, inspecting it from every angle, utterly baffled by its purpose. In a flash, a fair arm brushed past her, and Han, blushing, buried her face in response. "That's mine." "I'm sorry. I forgot I washed this too." "Lu Mu? What on earth?" Perplexed, Lu Mu folded the clothing neatly and placed it in the wardrobe. Long accustomed to Jiraiya's habit of not returning home, Lu Mu prepared dinner and dined with Han. Lu Mu brought up her earlier desire to travel, and upon receiving Han's enthusiastic agreement, the plan was set in motion. With a thunderous clap outside, the rain poured down. As they fell asleep, Lu Mu and Han returned to the time house together. This time, Lu Mu intended to master the shadow clone technique here before venturing back into the real world. Although Han possessed the rare ice release bloodline limit, a gift unattainable by most, It also significantly impacted her future as a ninja. The sealing book contained little information on ice release. Even when mentioned, it was merely glossed over, providing scant opportunity for learning. However, when Lumu offered her handwritten notes for Han to choose from, she surprisingly selected a medical ninjutsu. I want to stand behind you. If one day you need me, my ice release will be the final barrier of light. Lumu smiled gently at Han's choice, choosing not to interfere. With me around, you can rest easy. I will handle everything, Lumu assured, flexing her not-so-muscular biceps. Thus, both immersed themselves in their training. Lumu's first chosen technique was the Shadow Clone technique. Despite its classification as merely an A-rank ninjutsu, it demanded an exacting amount of chakra from the user. Yet, with Lumu's insatiable appetite for chakra, she felt no shortage. Imagining the scene if she used the Saitama template to unleash countless clones was too exhilarating to comprehend. With a chuckle, Lumu began to study the incantation for the Shadow Clone technique. Cho Su, Chun, Zi, Su, Hai Siin. In contrast to the 3-word incantation for the clone technique, the Shadow Clone required 8 words to be completed within 4 seconds, while simultaneously channeling an appropriate amount of chakra. Lumu was confident in her hand speed, having practiced extensively. With a resounding bang, she successfully created 3 clones on her first attempt. After dispelling them, Lumu decided to use more chakra for further testing. Bang, bang, bang. As she glanced back at the several clones of herself, Lumu felt a wave of astonishment wash over her. Was it really this simple? She had struggled significantly to learn the clone technique. Yet mastering this more complex ninjutsu occurred nearly effortlessly. Could it be the Yellow Monkey template had elevated her talent to 90 points? Lumu was uncertain whether 90 points was considered high or low compared to others, but she realized that, with the Yellow Monkey template, learning ninjutsu was no longer a daunting task. Once Lumu grasped the nuances of the Shadow Clone technique, she committed the 8 incantations firmly to memory. Then, her mind began to ponder the astonishing ninjutsu developed by Naruto Uzumaki. However, which template should she use for the appearance? In her past life, Lumu had encountered countless beautiful women. While the first glance might have stirred something within her, the allure faded with time. Now, the only faces that remained etched in her memory were those she could only view through screens. Suddenly, Lumu turned to see Han absorbed in her own training. Leaving no time to observe Lumu, immediately she formed hand seals, summoning the visage of the character that floated in her mind. Bang! As Lumu beheld the transformation, she gasped in astonishment. It was strikingly similar, almost identical, even down to the lack of clothing. Without the irritating mist from the Shippuden series obscuring her view, the figure stood before her in all its glory. Teacher, is that really you? Foolish Lumu, I am your clone. Lumu. The uncanny resemblance momentarily dazed Lumu. However, now that she had mastered the Shadow Clone technique and thoroughly studied this transformation technique, a grin spread across her face as she contemplated her next move. Chapter 59. Do not claim we bully you. What shall we learn next? Time seemed to slip away unnoticed. When Lyomu and Han emerged from the time house, their entire aura appeared to have undergone a profound transformation. However, after a prolonged period of sleeplessness spent in training, upon returning to the realm of reality, both collapsed onto their beds, succumbing to a deep slumber. The affairs of the Hitaki family remained unresolved. 2 days after Jiraiya's return, he observed the two still languishing in bed. Had he not known they were unharmed, he might have believed they had fallen into a permanent sleep. During Lyomu's days of unconsciousness, Jiraiya endured immense pressure. For reasons unbeknownst to him, the usually indifferent Danzo had unexpectedly begun to target him. In the village council, Danzo asserted that Jiraiya, as a ninja of Konoha who held no official duties, represented a waste of resources and was displaying a lack of responsibility. The third Hokage's leniency towards Jiraiya was also criticized as negligence. Reluctantly, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, after inquiring about Jiraiya's intentions, planned to assign him a role as an elite jonin, even if it were merely a nominal position, to avoid further gossip. However, Jiraiya, with his carefree nature, abhorred the deceit prevalent in the village and refused the offer. Moreover, recalling Lyomu's earlier desire to journey beyond the village, he used that as an excuse to decline the third Hokage's proposition. Damn it, if you don't wake up soon, I won't even dare to step outside. Jiraiya muttered in frustration, feeling utterly helpless. Finally, a week later, Lyomu stirred, shaking his head as he slowly sat up from his bed. After a delightful yawn, He sensed a chilling gaze fixed upon him. Jiraiya-sensei, when did you arrive? Jiraiya replied, it's been 8 days. I've been waiting for you for 8 days. Do you have any idea how I've spent this time? 8 days. Ryomu exclaimed, astonishment washing over him. Could it be that he had slept for a full 8 days? Yet, considering the time he had spent training in the time house, such a lengthy slumber seemed hardly surprising. Faced with Jiraiya's ire, Ryomu chuckled and noticed Han still asleep beside him, resembling a little kitten, suddenly springing from the bed. He declared, let me show you something magnificent. Please don't be angry. With a flourish, Ryomu unleashed his chakra, swiftly forming hand signs, and with a bang of smoke. A myriad of modestly clad young women surrounded Jiraiya, their movements swaying enticingly. Jiraiya felt a sudden warmth at the tip of his nose. In the restroom, Jiraiya splashed cold water on his face, glancing at his reflection and then at Ryomu outside, cursing, that little brat. He has learned such cunning tricks. It's simply delightfully infuriating. Have you offended Danzo? He asked, glaring at Ryomu in a ramen shop. You need to accumulate some virtue. Stop causing trouble for me. What about Danzo? What is wrong with him? Ryomu replied, slurping his noodles and popping a clove of garlic into his mouth, a puzzled expression crossing his face. During the period of Ryomu and Han's slumber, Jiraiya had noticed that their surroundings were under constant surveillance. The number of watchers was considerable, and it was impossible for the third Hokage's Umbu to be responsible for this. Among the remaining individuals, only Danzo, who controlled the root organization, had the authority to command such a large number of skilled operatives. That old man is relentless, Ryomu remarked suddenly, prompting Jiraiya to inquire further. After Ryomu explained, Jiraiya chuckled, clapping Ryomu on the shoulder. I never expected even Danzo would take an interest in you. He used to only seek out geniuses. Ryomu refrained from mentioning that he had trapped Danzo with an illusion, simply stating that Danzo had intended to recruit him into the root, but was declined. Am I not a genius? Jiraiya replied, have some dignity. Who claims to be a genius themselves? Their conversation was overheard by the owner of the ramen shop, who could not help but laugh at Jiraiya's words. After a long pause, Jiraiya remarked, if we must speak candidly, you are hardly a genius. A genius is someone whose accomplishments can be traced. For instance, Kakashi graduated from the Ninja Academy at 5 and became a Chunin at 6. That is the mark of a genius. Jiraiya cast a complex glance at Ryomu, shaking his head with a wry smile. Ryomu was unperturbed by Danzo's surveillance. Rather, he believed that the most effective way to deal with pests was not to set a trap, but to bait them into consuming poison. Once they returned to their lair, the poison would take effect, allowing him to eliminate them all at once. That evening, after Jiraiya left, Ryomu attracted the attention of his watchers and once again ventured outside the village, arriving at the protective forest surrounding Konoha. Just as Ryomu had anticipated, the moment he departed, the group followed closely behind. Shadows danced among the trees, and numerous figures scurried about, showing no intention of concealing themselves. Ryomu reached a clearing and halted, awaiting the arrival of the root members. Before long, the rustle of leaves announced their approach, and as they gathered, Ryomu counted 24 figures with a grin. Enough chatter, Ryomu. How dare you defy Lord Danzo's orders? Today, we are bringing you back. Exactly. Don't think we're bullying a mere child here. Ryomu couldn't help but laugh at their words, clutching his stomach as he waved his hand dismissively. Ha ha ha, no. You're mistaken. How could I think that way? The root members exchanged glances, bewildered by Ryomu's laughter. Has this child gone mad? After a moment, Ryomu stopped laughing and spoke. In fact, what you just said is precisely what I wanted to convey. Therefore, I am least concerned about being outnumbered. With that, Ryomu swiftly formed hand signs, and an explosion of white smoke enveloped him. Hundreds, if not thousands, of clones appeared throughout the protective forest. Now let us dance. Though the clones could not utilize the abilities bestowed by the gluttonous beast and the celestial fox, they perfectly commanded the powers of the yellow ape template. Chapter 60. Kakashi immersed in darkness as the day of departure drew ever closer. The matter that weighed heavily on Lu Mu's heart remained unresolved. He had visited the Hitaki household multiple times, yet Kakashi was nowhere to be found. Reflecting on Kakashi's departure from Hokage Rock, it felt akin to the closing of a heavy bronze door, completely shrouding him from view. Following that moment, Kakashi had fully immersed himself in the Umbu, sealing himself away and becoming a figure hidden behind a mask. Opinions regarding Hitaki Sakumo were divided within the village of Konoha. The exact nature of the mission they had undertaken was shrouded in mystery. although some understood his decision to abandon the mission in favor of saving his companions. The voices of support were painfully scarce. Even the two comrades Susanoo had rescued upon returning to the village voiced their grievances in secret, further silencing the majority from expressing their thoughts. Third Hokage intends for you to lead a small team, Jiraiya suddenly remarked during dinner. Why? Wasn't it agreed that we would travel? I have neither the time nor the inclination to lead a team, Lumu retorted with an eye roll and a scoff. I certainly don't wish to be remotely controlled. Find someone else. Who has ever heard of a 6-year-old leading a team? Jiraiya anticipated this response from Lumu and decided against further persuasion. After all, when the third Hokage had first mentioned this matter, Jiraiya had already been forewarned. Nevertheless, the third Hokage insisted that Jiraiya inquire with Lumu, harboring a glimmer of hope. The previous expedition to the Mist Village had consumed over half a year, a significant drain on Lumu's time. Had he remained in Konoha during that period, perhaps he could have preemptively dissuaded Susanoo from his dire course of action. Then how about assisting Jinhong in evaluating a new team? You are familiar with him, and he has been preoccupied with Umbu duties. Upon hearing this, Lumu finally discerned an underlying implication. Jinhong was the father of Yuhi Kurenai, and despite their generational gap, a slight familiarity had formed during the Mist Village mission. However, Lumu doubted that Jinhong would directly request his assistance in evaluating a team. The only plausible reason for this would be you're not making me do this because you don't want to, are you? Lumu furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Jiraiya's evasive expression, and his suspicions were confirmed. Hey, what kind of expression is that? I'm your teacher, after all. Isn't it reasonable for you to help me? Jiraiya playfully punched Lumu. Besides, the team you are assessing is a newly formed group of genin. You haven't had any experience with such a team since graduating from the Ninja Academy. This opportunity is meant for you to experience the bonds that form within a team. Bonds. Atmosphere. What atmosphere? Lumu pondered, somewhat bewildered but ultimately acquiesced to Jiraiya's request, noticing the genuine effort his teacher had invested. 3 days later, at the training ground, Lumu perched on the treetops, observing the 3 genin below, 2 boys and a girl, reminiscent of his own days at the Ninja Academy. Back then, he had been inexperienced, with no remarkable qualities aside from his academic prowess. Aspiring to become a genin seemed an unattainable dream. Yet, in just 2 short years, he had undergone a profound transformation. I heard that our examiner is a chunin younger than us, one boy exclaimed, squatting on the ground while gazing at the blazing sun with eager anticipation. Could it be Yuhi Jinhong? I've heard his name since the 1st grade, and I know his daughter is that Yuhi Kurenai from the 4th grade. How has he become a chunin now? The only girl in the group queried, standing demurely to the side. Are you daft? Didn't you hear me? I said our examiner is a chunin younger than us. The boy retorted with exasperation, springing to his feet. I can't wait to see who this person is. A chunin younger than us implies they graduated early from the Ninja Academy. Besides those 2, I can't think of anyone else. Are you suggesting? Indeed, the boy declared proudly. Have you forgotten the sensation that shook the Ninja Academy 2 years ago? Hatake Kakashi. Lumu and he made history by completing the genin exam at the age of 5. What's with the bravado? The girl interjected, chuckling. Don't you think it's a bit embarrassing for someone younger than us to be our examiner? Is it embarrassing for me to assess you? Just then, a voice emerged from behind a wooden stump, startling the trio. Ah! The girl shrieked, and all 3 turned to see Lumu lounging at the edge of the stump, exuding a relaxed demeanor that left them momentarily puzzled. Given the haste of Lumu's graduation, the Ninja Academy had not captured his image, resulting in his absence from the honor roll as one of the historical figures. It was understandable that they could not recognize him. I am Lumu, responsible for evaluating your group. Should you pass my assessment, you will become members of Yuhi Jinhong's elite team. Otherwise, you will return to the Ninja Academy for further training. Lumu stated matter-of-factly. You are Lumu. The boy who had eagerly awaited Lumu's arrival instantly donned a starstruck expression, stepping closer with a grin. Could I get your autograph? You have no idea how the teachers at the Ninja Academy rave about you. Whenever something happens, they use you as an example to chastise us. Lumu responded with a smirk. Is that a reprimand directed at me or at you? Don't force a conversation if you have nothing to say. Noticing Lumu's serious demeanor, the trio's expressions shifted to one of apprehension. Lumu's experience in assessing genin was limited. Aside from the bell-stealing competition reminiscent of Kakashi and the spirited evaluations of Guy, he was otherwise at a loss. However, contemplating their eager anticipation, Lu Mu's lips curled into a smile. Since this is an evaluation of your team, my criteria will revolve around the three of you. I will disclose the correct answers to one of you, and you may employ any means necessary to deceive or acquire information to succeed in this assessment. It is not overly difficult, yet it is not trivial either. The time limit is set before sunset today. Now disperse. Chapter 61. The Cat and Mouse Game. Added update. At this moment, the Flowing Wood perched atop a tree branch, observing the three individuals below who were exchanging playful smiles. As ninjas, once forming a team, one must harbor unbounded trust in their comrades. Although Flowing Wood had never experienced the routine of a lower ninja team, the essence of unity and trust had already manifested itself when witnessing Kakashi's evaluation of the prince's team. The answers Flowing Wood spoke of were utterly ephemeral, devoid of any concrete solution, and certainly not explicitly conveyed to any individual among them. What Flowing Wood sought to evaluate was how the three below would treat their teammates when confronted with a situation where perhaps only one among them possessed the answer. The black-haired male lower ninja crouched low, glancing sideways at his companions, and suddenly broke into a grin, saying, "Little Jean, it wouldn't be you, would it?" Flowing Wood. The middle ninja told you the answer, right? Little Jean was the sole female ninja among the trio, and if there were any gender advantage in the assessment, she would undoubtedly be the most likely beneficiary. No, absolutely not. Little Jean hurriedly clarified, then turned to her brown-haired companion, stating, "I think it must be Matsushita. He speaks the least. If Flowing Wood were to share the answer with one of us, Matsushita would undoubtedly be the most suitable candidate." "Not me," retorted the ninja called Matsushita succinctly. "Hichi, could it be you, making a ruckus to obscure our vision?" Little Jean turned to the one who had spoken first, her tone indifferent. "If it's you, just hand over the answer. It's so hot today, the sooner we finish, the sooner we can go home." Flowing Wood had given the trio only half a day for their assessment. Before sunset, anyone without an answer would face elimination. As the sun gradually dipped towards the horizon, beads of sweat began to form at their temples. "Not me, not you, and not Matsushita. Then who could it be?" Hichi squinted at Little Jean, his words tinged with increasing coldness. After finally graduating from the Ninja Academy and obtaining their headbands, he did not wish to be sent home merely due to a binary assessment. Thus, confronted with this dilemma, Hichi began to channel the chakra within him. "What I can ascertain now is that I do not know the answer, so the only candidates left are you and Matsushita," Hichi declared, his hands rapidly forming seals. Looking at the two before him with a stern countenance, he continued, "Those who know the answer, hand it over voluntarily. This way, all three of us can pass smoothly. However, if you refuse to speak now, I will have no choice but to resort to force." Having completed his hand seals, Hichi prepared to unleash his jutsu. "Hichi, stop!" Little Jean exclaimed, immediately intervening upon seeing Hichi's hands. Hichi was the strongest among them. Even during their graduation assessments, his prowess had been formidable. If he truly decided to use force to extract the information from the one who knew the answer, injuries would be inevitable. Yet, Little Jean's call did not deter Hichi. With a sharp command, he invoked water release, water barrier. With a series of splashes, 3 water walls rose, completely encircling the trio. Hichi summoned a shadow clone, proclaiming, "Now, no one can escape." He and his clone advanced towards Little Jean and Matsushita, their fists and feet converging in a display of overwhelming force that quickly overwhelmed the two. "Stop, Hichi. Can't you sense something amiss?" Little Jean urged. "Amiss?" Hichi scoffed. "It is indeed strange. We could easily achieve a mutual victory, yet one of you insists on concealing the answer. Could it be that Flowing Wood has devised a rule where anyone who knows the answer will be eliminated if others find out?" Little Jean, do not speak. Matsushita, usually reticent, fixed his gaze intently on Hichi and remarked to Little Jean, "Though Hichi has always had a fiery temperament, he is not unreasonable. His current aggressive approach may indicate he is hiding something. He is the one with the secret, unwilling to share." As he spoke, Matsushita swiftly retreated until he was near the water barrier, then unleashed his jutsu. Fire release, fireball technique. With a tremendous explosion, the water barrier behind him shattered, granting him freedom. He quickly beckoned Little Jean to join him, and the two faced Hichi, whispering, "He is powerful, but if we join forces, we may not be unable to defeat him. At that point, we can compel him to divulge the information." Little Jean found herself in a predicament, as both Hichi and Matsushita had once been her dear friends. Now, merely due to an assessment, they were at odds, compelling her to choose between them. She felt utterly incapable of making such a decision. After a prolonged contemplation with no resolution, tears began to well in little Jin's eyes. Why have we come to this? So it is you isn't it, little Jin? Faced with the sudden accusations from Hachi and Matsushita, she was completely taken aback. Me? Indeed, Hachi asserted, since Flowing Wood is responsible for our assessment, he must have prior knowledge of our identities. He knows that both Matsushita and I would protect you fiercely. Whatever you say, we would not doubt. Therefore, he conveyed the answer to you, calculating that as soon as you shed a tear, we would abandon our quest for the truth, which makes you the one who possesses the answer. At that moment, Matsushita also found Hachi's reasoning compelling. Moreover, given that little Jin was a girl, Flowing Wood might have presumed that two boys would not press a girl too hard for information, hence imparting the answer to her. In that instant, each of the three harbored their own suspicions. Hachi's abnormality, Matsushita's character, and little Jin's reluctance. They stood in a triangular stalemate, each regarding the other as a potential suspect. As the sun set, only the softest light lingered. The sweeping clouds of fiery hues painted the sky, casting a warm glow upon their faces. Time was running out. They needed to make a final decision before Flowing Wood arrived. Observing the trio below, Flowing Wood closed his eyes and slowly shook his head. This advanced cat-and-mouse game bore no true culprit. Anyone could be the mouse, yet simultaneously, anyone could be the cat. The significance of the assessment had completely dissipated when fissures began to emerge among the three. The bonds of camaraderie, once unbreakable, were shattered by temptation. Alongside the solitary pride that bred mistrust, Flowing Wood stood up, preparing to announce the final results of elimination, but at that moment, an eerie scene unfolded upon the training ground. Chapter 62. The Ritual. I am famished. Did you bring sushi? The tense atmosphere was abruptly shattered by Hachi's unexpected honesty. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jin sprang to her feet and hurried to a nearby wooden post, retrieving a meal box wrapped in a checkered cloth. I made this morning. It should still be edible. Hachi chuckled in response. Of course, it can be eaten. He plopped down on the ground and directly grabbed a roll of eel sushi, shoving it into his mouth. What are you standing there for? Aren't you hungry? Hachi inquired, glancing at the astonished Matsushita. Hungry? Then come and eat with us. After indulging in various flavors, the sky had darkened, and the three lay on the ground, gazing at the stars that had begun to twinkle above. The surroundings were utterly silent, enveloped in stillness. Suddenly, Hachi shyly addressed the other two. I apologize. Xiao Jin. Matsushita? Hachi elaborated. I realized earlier that I was too impulsive this afternoon. I shouldn't have acted against you. Xiao Jin smiled upon hearing this. Matsushita added, I also want to apologize. I shouldn't have doubted you. But is it true that I have a fiery temper? Hachi frowned as he lay on the ground, addressing Matsushita. Am I usually hot-headed? I've always thought I was quite easygoing. How shameless. Xiao Jin teased playfully. Even Matsushita shot a couple of eye rolls in response, prompting Hachi to reflect on the situation. What are you two doing? I am genuinely easy to get along with. After defending himself, Hachi reclined again, saying, I might be a bit tough on others. But when have I ever been rude to you two? After Hachi's words, the three fell silent once more. It wasn't until Ryumu appeared above them that they finally stood up. Without waiting for Ryumu to speak, Hachi directly stated, I have been eliminated. I did not obtain the answer. I have not either. Nor have I. Hachi looked quizzically at Xiao Jin and Matsushita, unable to comprehend how all three of them had been eliminated. Wasn't one of us supposed to know the answer? Seeing Hachi's bewildered expression, Xiao Jin and Matsushita exchanged knowing smiles before simultaneously delivering a punch to Hachi's belly. You silly fool, you really are foolish. It turned out that while Hachi was the first to forfeit the answer in exchange for food, Xiao Jin and Matsushita had already anticipated that this assessment had no actual answer. The answer Ryumu had mentioned was merely a ruse, non-existent in reality. Why didn't you tell me earlier? I've been silently cursing you both for hundreds of times. Hachi started, but abruptly stopped, quickly hiding behind the smaller Ryumu. Now that you're about to be eliminated, do you have anything left to say? Ryumu brought the earlier reprimand back to the forefront. Addressing the trio, nothing more. I concede, Matsushita succinctly replied. Me neither, Xiao Jin added, her expression somewhat forlorn, as this assessment failure meant she would have to return to repeat a year at the Ninja Academy. And you? Ryumu turned to Hachi. At that moment, Hachi felt a mix of anger and a hint of relief. Actually, I have come to understand that this assessment is akin to a battlefield. among the three of us. If there exists any rift within the team, we will inevitably face trouble. Rather than that, it is better for us to recognize this point now. I am not afraid of returning to repeat at the Ninja Academy. As long as I can be with the two of them, I can go anywhere. Ryuma chuckled heartily at this. He walked over to a wooden post in front of the three and said, "Making mistakes is not frightening. What is truly alarming is committing an error without any opportunity to rectify it. You are older than me, so it would be inappropriate for me to preach to you. But through this assessment, I hope you will remember the scene of confrontation between the three of you today." Upon hearing this, the trio exchanged faint smiles and nodded solemnly at Ryumu. Since it is so, Ryumu stood up, brushing off the dust on his clothes, and addressed them. "In 3 days, the Crimson Sun Nin will conduct your first group training. Make sure not to be late. He is quite serious." "Hachi? Xiaojin? Matsushita? Weren't we eliminated?" Xiaojin asked timidly. "Who said that?" Ryuma rubbed his head and replied, "I don't recall saying such a thing. What do you mean by that?" Hachi inquired eagerly, moving closer to Ryumu. "Keep your distance. I am not interested in boys." Ryumu pushed the sweaty Hachi away with annoyance, saying, "Since you all recognize your mistakes, then why bother with elimination? Just remember to improve in the future." To Ryumu, trust was an enigmatic concept. With a mere glance at a person or a situation, one could foster an emotion that lasts a lifetime. This team of young ninjas had been forged through years of camaraderie. Although a rift had initially arisen, it was fortunate that they ultimately recognized their faults. Even brothers might find themselves at odds. What right did these three have to compare their bonds to that of blood? "I want to eat Aunt Aiko's homemade eel rice. I just want to take a bath. Then let's go to my place. After the bath, we can enjoy eel rice." As the three departed, Ryumu smiled gently. "They have left. You may come out now." Following Ryumu's words, a white-haired boy wearing a mask with red patterns appeared beside him with a swish. "I heard you are about to leave again." Kakashi followed Ryumu's gaze to the sky. "Yes, it was a last-minute decision. We will set off soon," Ryumu replied candidly. "They came to apologize, and the third Hokage personally bowed before your father's spirit." Kakashi spoke in a low voice. "The third Hokage intends to abdicate." But he was stopped by two prominent figures from the clan. "Them? Your father's two teammates?" Ryumu turned to ask. Kakashi nodded slowly in response. "Humph," Ryumu scoffed. "Now that the man is dead, do they think a simple apology suffices? What significance does this hold for the deceased? The third Hokage apologizing? Bowing? Is this merely a common tactic of those in power? Why is it that this is the case in every world?" Ryumu's brow furrowed deeply, his fists clenched tightly. "Let this matter pass." Suddenly, Kakashi looked earnestly at Ryumu. Through his mask, a trace of tears glimmered in his eyes. If it were him, he certainly would not want his death to bring any shame or blame upon others. Chapter 63. Jiraiya, here you go? What is this? Ryumu gazed in bewilderment at the object Kakashi had placed in his hand before departing. "A birthday gift," Kakashi replied, soaring away without another word. "Birthday?" Ryumu pondered, counting the days on his fingers. After a moment, he realized he was about to turn 6 years old, just one step closer to 18. However, Ryumu had never truly celebrated a birthday in his life, and Kakashi's present marked the first birthday gift he had ever received. How did he know it was my birthday? Ryumu wondered, absent-mindedly rubbing his head as he made his way home. After 2 days and nights of rest, Han's illness had significantly improved. Although his nose still twitched slightly, his temperature had returned to normal. Upon seeing Ryumu return home in the middle of the night, Han hurried over and asked, "Are you going to celebrate your birthday?" Ryumu was taken aback. "How do you know?" he inquired, astonished. "Jiraiya-sensei told me," Han replied candidly. How did he know? Ryumu was at a loss for words. It was his birthday, yet everyone seemed to be aware of it, while he had only recognized it thanks to Kakashi's reminder. It dawned on him that the process of Ryumu's promotion to Chunin had been handled by the responsible team leader, Yuhi Kurenai, who had accessed his information from the Ninja Academy. When Kurenai retrieved Ryumu's data, she learned all about him, including his upcoming birthday. She had previously entrusted Jiraiya with the Chunin team assessments and had casually mentioned Ryumu's impending celebration. As for Kakashi, Ryumu couldn't be bothered to dwell on it. After all, he was now a member of the Umbu, and acquiring information about anyone was a trivial task. Growing up in the Hidden Mist village, Han had never celebrated a birthday either, so he was filled with anticipation for this mythical occasion. Thus, he grasped Ryumu's hand and directly asked, "Since it's your birthday, should I prepare a gift for you?" Ryumu was taken aback. The question felt rather sudden. It was neither right nor wrong to say yes or no. Moreover, Han had no money, so suggesting he prepare a gift seemed unreasonable, while declining would dismiss Han's enthusiasm. Seeing Liumu hesitating, Han declared, "I've already prepared your birthday gift. I just need to wait until the day after tomorrow." Liumu was bewildered. The package Kakashi had given him contained a group photo of their classmates from the Ninja Academy. Due to Kakashi and Liumu's early graduation, neither of them had the opportunity to appear in the photo. To make up for this, Kakashi had used a transformation technique during a class to join his classmates for the picture. "This guy?" Liumu chuckled as he looked at the familiar faces in the photo. "It's not like there won't be other opportunities. We can just take a picture when they graduate. Why go through the trouble of a transformation technique?" Though he said this, he promptly tucked the photo into a gift box, placing it in a brand new frame on his bedside. 3 days later, early in the morning, Liumu, still deep in slumber, suddenly felt the piercing gaze of numerous fiery eyes upon him, initially believing it to be a nightmare. He groggily opened his eyes to find dozens of figures gathered at his window. Bang, bang, bang. "Happy birthday. Happy birthday." A cacophony of colorful streamers shattered Liumu's sleep, followed by a chorus of well wishes. Jiraiya crowned him with a hat emblazoned with the character for longevity, and Liumu suddenly found his vision filled with a multitude of white, liquid-like objects heading straight for his face. After a while, Liumu, dressed in a brand new outfit, sat regally in the main hall. A stream of guests entered the restroom to wash up, their faces smeared with cake. How cunning. Using the light release technique to dodge the cake. "This is everyone's blessing to you, you know?" Jiraiya remarked, exasperated, standing beside Liumu. "Blessing?" Liumu pointed at the crowd. "Then this is my blessing to everyone. Why are you so upset?" Understanding that his disciple did not appreciate such exuberance, Jiraiya had taken the reins of the birthday celebration almost entirely. Every guest had been meticulously selected by him. "So these waves of women are the candidates you selected?" Liumu shot Jiraiya a disapproving glare. "What kind of talk is that? You're still young and don't understand. You'll realize my good intentions when you grow up a bit," Jiraiya replied. Liumu, observing Jiraiya's lecherous expression, couldn't be bothered to expose his ulterior motives. To him, a birthday was merely a small gathering of acquaintances. Though it had a host, Liumu felt more like a puppet. Especially after reaching adulthood, this sentiment intensified. The well-wishing was feigned, and the joy of reunion was just an illusion. The true thoughts in people's hearts would only surface as the gathering progressed. At that moment, Han was nowhere to be found, leaving only the lively crowd in the room. Liumu surveyed his surroundings, sighed, and then transformed into a burst of light, vanishing from the scene. "How wonderful this is!" Atop the Hokage rock, Liumu lounged with his legs crossed, observing the vibrant Konoha village below, allowing the morning breeze to billow through his garments. He closed his eyes, relishing the infinite comfort. As evening approached and the sun dipped low in the sky, Liumu returned home to find familiar smiling faces awaiting him, and he immediately fell into a silence. "Liumu? Happy birthday. Happy birthday, Liumu." Lin, representing Yuhi's classmates, brought forth a cake adorned with lit candles. "What is this?" "It was Han who informed us that you were celebrating your birthday today," Lin replied. "We had classes during the day, so we could only come after school. And you all?" Liumu looked at Tsunade and Mizukage standing behind his classmates. "I drank too much yesterday and just woke up," Tsunade said nonchalantly. Raising the beer bottle, she clutched tightly in her hand, gesturing toward Mizukage. "She's been learning medical ninjutsu with me lately and just got off work from the Konoha hospital." At that moment, a bruised Jiraiya squeezed his way to the front of the crowd, casting a wary glance at Tsunade before shouting, "All right, 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday, Liumu." Tsunade pulled Liumu into her embrace, drunkenly rubbing her face against his. Chapter 64, The Ultimate Essence of Taijutsu, Additional Update. Jiraiya squinted, his gaze fixed intently on the boy, Ryumu, nestled in Tsunade's arms, his mouth and nose covered. A flicker of envy crossed his mind. No, it was jealousy. Enormous jealousy. "Make a wish, Ryumu," Lin announced as she brought out the cake. In the past, Ryumu had dreaded his birthday, akin to the awkwardness of dining alone or watching a film by oneself in a previous life. However, faced with the expectant eyes of the crowd, Ryumu smiled and closed his eyes, blowing out the flickering candlelight in one breath. With the cheers of the onlookers ringing in his ears, Ryumu did not shy away from the eager hands that smeared frosting on his cheeks. Rather, he willingly leaned into them. Eventually, his blurred vision caught sight of Han, who had been quiet at the back of the crowd. Ryumu chuckled, stepping forward to playfully smear some frosting on Han's face. This is a blessing. How can your face be so clean? Do you know why you're getting hit? Tsunade questioned. Her eyes narrowed as she fixed her stare on Jiraiya, who knelt before her. I do, Jiraiya replied, feeling wronged as he recalled the fierce manner in which Tsunade had dismissed the large wave of visitors she had summoned. Reminiscent of a man-eating tiger. You are now Ryumu's teacher. How could you invite those people into my disciple's home? Tsunade, filled with exasperation, kicked Jiraiya again, her anger mounting. You are utterly unreliable, she exclaimed, glancing at Ryumu, who was enjoying the company of his classmates. Turning back to Jiraiya, she said, Why don't you let Ryumu come to me instead, Jiraiya? At that moment, Jiraiya sensed something amiss. Observing Tsunade's evasive eyes, he quickly grasped her intentions. So, you came to steal my disciple? Hitting me was merely a side note, wasn't it? In response to Jiraiya's inquiry, Tsunade casually remarked, I had grown accustomed to holding Ryumu at night in the Mist Village. Now that I no longer can, I find myself somewhat out of sorts. Jiraiya? How could I not know about this? The fact that Ryumu, his own disciple, shared such history with Tsunade left Jiraiya wide-eyed with astonishment. Is it possible that Ryumu, as a child, can be so audacious? Should I simply hand him over to Tsunade to bask in familial bliss? That is a privilege I have never had the chance to experience. Absolutely not. Jiraiya resolutely sprang to his feet, declaring, No, absolutely not. Ryumu is my disciple, and I shall not relinquish him. His determination was palpable, a sense of desperation in his stance. If one is to be single, let us remain single together. Do not think to pry him away from me to cozy up to Tsunade. I will not allow it. If you say no, then it's no. Do you think I care? Tsunade retorted with irritation, her gaze shifting back to Ryumu, filled with anticipation. While others might be oblivious, Tsunade understood well what Jiraiya had been doing all this time in Mayaboka Mountain. It was said that only the chosen could partake in such training. And now that Jiraiya had returned to the village, he must have successfully completed the trials. Ryumu remaining by his side might offer a brighter future than being with her. Reflecting on their conversation in the Mist Village, Tsunade's anticipation grew even more. The birthday celebration lasted for 2 to 3 hours. But with Lin and the others having school the next day, they could not linger for long. After bidding farewell, Ryumu observed Tsunade and Jiraiya inebriated and took it upon himself to assist Tsunade to a side room, while Jiraiya, being in good health, could manage on the sofa. Noticing the worried expression on Han's face, Ryumu comforted him directly. Why do you look at me like that? Han, appearing somewhat fatigued, felt a bit flustered under Ryumu's intense gaze. Nearly 2 years had passed since Ryumu graduated, and he had lost touch with his classmates from the sunset of their youth. Yet, Han had managed to gather his old friends to celebrate on Ryumu's birthday, demonstrating his keen understanding of what Ryumu truly lacked in the present. Thank you. In response to Ryumu's sincere gratitude, Han merely smiled faintly after a brief moment of shock. That night, Ryumu and Han sat cross-legged on the bed, unwrapping gifts from the gathering. Among various ninja necessities like shuriken and kunai, as well as rarely used food pills, Ryumu's ire ignited upon uncovering a watermelon rind outfit. Kakashi didn't even attend my party. Who sent this? Why send me this, along with an abundance of toilet paper? Ryumu was at a loss. In the past, he had gifted dolls, USB drives, and even designer items for birthdays, but had never once considered sending toilet paper. Besides, at his tender age of 7, he had no use for it. Was this not a cruel imposition? People mean well, Han reassured him, quickly setting the toilet paper aside with a gentle touch. What is this? Just then, Ryumu stumbled upon a hard object nestled within an exquisitely wrapped red box. Upon retrieving it, he found it to be a book that had not even shed its cover, The Intimate Heaven Ryumu. Seizing the opportunity while Han was distracted, Ryumu hurriedly flipped through a few pages. To his astonishment, he discovered it was Jiraiya's latest work, filled with versions he had never seen before. Uffed. Ryumu, what are you looking at? Han returned from the bathroom, only to find Ryumu entranced by something. Leaning closer, he caught sight of 2 figures in the book engaged in an unusual entanglement. What kind of taijutsu is this? It looks so difficult. And why are they not wearing any clothes? Ryumu, how am I supposed to explain this? This is a remarkable form of taijutsu. I merely study it for knowledge, as for their lack of clothing. Ryumu pondered for a moment, his mind racing. Oh, I see. The essence of taijutsu lies in every detail. Perhaps the author chose not to depict clothing to allow readers a more profound understanding of this art. After all, clothing can be an impediment to human advancement. Is that so? Han nodded, suddenly enlightened. As he reached for the book, eager to examine it further, Ryumu instinctively jumped back. P.S. Do not dwell on the events that transpired in the Land of Sound. My writing serves a purpose related to the development of the plot, which I cannot explain in the comments. Chapter 65. The Trial of the Watergate Boss. 2 live fish, please. What kind of fish would you like, esteemed guest? We have a promotion today. Buy 3, get 1 free. Buy 5, get 2 free. I only want 2. But this is a package deal with significant discounts. Would you reconsider? At that moment, a head, lazy yet tinged with excitement, suddenly poked into the seafood stall, inquiring, "Package? What package?" Liuli, holding a basket, cast an irritated glance at the boss behind her before turning her attention to other stalls. With little time left before she had to leave, she was hoping to prepare something delicious to nourish Han. However, Liuli soon sensed a gaze fixed upon her from behind. Turning around, she found Mizukage with arms crossed, a smile lighting up his face. "Didn't he expect to see you here?" Hearing this, Liuli was filled with disbelief. What did he mean by didn't expect? Hadn't he been watching her since she left home? Though she thought this, she replied, "Indeed, quite a coincidence. Come with me to a place." Yoli? Before she could react, Mizukage stepped forward and grasped her shoulder, and in a flash, the bustling market transformed into a desolate grassy field. Flying Thunder God? Liuli was taken aback. This was incredibly cool. If only it could be used for deliveries. "Liuli, would you like to spar with me?" Mizukage's sudden proposition caught her off guard. "Spar?" Liuli looked at her supposed senior, confused. "Why?" "Because I want to test your strength." Without allowing her a moment to respond, Mizukage's right hand began to gather chakra. Then, with a piercing cry of chakra, "Rasengan, Liuli, what is this?" He just jumped straight into action? As Mizukage lunged toward her, Liuli smirked, gathering her own energy swiftly, condensing a Rasengan the size of a fist in an instant. "Mizukage?" Seeing the Rasengan in Liuli's hand, Mizukage's expression shifted from shock to a smile. It was no surprise that she could perform the Rasengan. After all, he had previously demonstrated it to Jiraiya, who then passed it on to her. The fact that she had mastered it in such a short time spoke volumes about her talent. Boom. The collision of Rasengans created a powerful shockwave. Before Liuli could fully process what was happening, she noticed Mizukage tilt his head, and suddenly, a thrown kunai appeared right in front of her. So fast, when did he? Liuli had not noticed Mizukage's kunai launch, and now she could only brace herself against it using the yellow monkey template to ignore physical attacks. With a swift sound, the kunai passed through her, and Mizukage smiled slightly, vanishing from her sight. So that's the move. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of Mizukage reappearing above her, a gigantic Rasengan fully formed. "You've lost." His voice echoed ominously as the attack descended upon her. "Not necessarily." Buzz. Mizukage had intended to retract his jutsu just before the Rasengan hit Liuli, but to his surprise, she did not resist. Instead, she lightly tapped her toes on the ground, propelling herself toward his attack. Just as Mizukage felt a sense of foreboding, his Flying Thunder God technique struck her back. Yet, his surprise was fleeting, for Liuli's back suddenly radiated a brilliant light, and a surge of crimson flames erupted, consuming his Rasengan in an instant. "Mind your own business." Liuli leaped aside, muttering under her breath. Mizukage's unexpected attack was impressive, but the Rasengan posed no threat against the yellow monkey template. The devouring flames, driven by her protective instincts, surged forth, absorbing Mizukage's jutsu before it could reach her. "I just thought of something brilliant." Liuli smiled faintly at Mizukage, extending her hand forward as a whirlwind of pale blue chakra began to swirl rapidly in her palm. Under Mizukage's watchful gaze, Liuli managed to condense a Rasengan the size of a boulder in mere moments. Such immense chakra. The breeze stirred by the Rasengan rustled Mizukage's clothing. Yet Liuli showed no signs of stopping. Eventually, the sheer size of the Rasengan made the 7-year-old Liuli appear diminutive, as if holding up a meteor overhead. Is this the limit? Observing her creation, Liuli couldn't help but smile wryly. Merely utilizing the chakra within her, she had expanded the Rasengan to this extent. Even so, its scale far surpassed that of a large Rasengan. Let's test its power. This thought flashed through her mind as she hurled the massive Rasengan toward Mizukage, then quickly jumped back several hundred meters to a clear area. Boom. The fiery chakra she had learned to shape into a Rasengan had taken considerable effort. Yet after much training, she had finally mastered it. Now, Her speed in forming the Rasengan was on par with anyone. This will make things much easier in the future. As they both observed the explosive scene before them, Mizuki's figure appeared beside Ryuki, and together they witnessed the true destructive power of her enormous Rasengan. As an A-rank ninjutsu, the power Ryuki had gathered was nothing short of terrifying. The third Hokage wishes for you to stay. Yoli? I don't want to. She firmly rejected. Her tone resolute and unwavering. Not a chance. What about me? Mizuki turned to Ryuki, a serious expression on his face. You? Ryuki furrowed her brow, questioning. Why? Because soon. I will undertake a very challenging mission. Handling it alone may prove quite difficult, so. A mission? What kind of mission? As soon as Ryuki asked, she realized the implications of her question. Ninja missions were typically classified, especially for someone of Mizuki's caliber. Before he could respond, she found herself deep in thought. Ryuki knew little of the Fourth Hokage's future endeavors, and given that it was currently a time of peace with no major events transpiring, Mizuki's expression suggested he was not lying. Could it be? P.S. The errors in this chapter have been corrected. I apologize for any confusion. Chapter 66. Bold Ideas, the Ancient Kingdom of Lulan? How do you know? This task should be classified. Observing the astonished expression on Mizuki's face, Lu Shui was utterly taken aback. Wasn't the Ancient Kingdom of Lulan from the theatrical version? How could memories from the time of the prince manifest so vividly in the present? As Lu Shui fell silent, Mizuki's astonishment deepened. His disciple exhibited a level of maturity that was extraordinary for his age, even in terms of strength. Recalling Jiraiya-sensei's vague remarks about Lu Shui, Mizuki's mind was flooded with thoughts, his gaze toward Lu Shui now tinged with mystery. I can accompany you. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Shui finally acquiesced to Mizuki's request. However, I will not remain in Konoha. My journey is already determined and cannot be altered. What about you? Lu Shui replied thus. I have conceived a bold idea. Could it be the shadow clone technique? As Lu Shui transformed into a cloud of white smoke and vanished, Mizuki instantly recognized the technique. So, it was merely a clone that had expended such a large amount of chakra. Even so, how could he have fought with Mizuki for so long? What are the limits of his strength? Lu Shui, are you alright? Han glanced at Lu Shui, who suddenly trembled beside him. Concern etched on his face. Oh, nothing, haha. The information from the clone returned to Lu Shui after its disappearance. As for that so-called bold idea, he had long been prepared. Currently, Lu Shui was alone in the tragic Konoha, unable to voice his concerns, which was the primary reason he decided to learn the multiple shadow clone technique. Template switch. Ding. Template switching program initiated. Please select an appropriate template. Saitama template. Ding. Template is connecting, connection complete. As the progress bar in his mind filled, a surge of power flowed back into Liu Shui's body. Clenching his fists, he felt an invincible confidence return. Wait, I hope I won't go bald again. It took so long to grow this little bit back. Cautiously, he touched the top of his head and exhaled in relief. Fortunately, after experiencing baldness once, there were no side effects. After a hurried meal with Han, while Han washed the dishes, Lu Shui moved to a secluded area and utilized the multiple shadow clone technique to create several clones. They exchanged knowing nods and promptly scattered in different directions. Days later, Lu Shui and Jiraiya departed from Konoha with Han, carrying large bundles on their backs. Regarding their next destination, Jiraiya, watching a fleeting bird overhead, smiled and said, You haven't been to the land of grass, have you? The scenery there is beautiful. I'll take you to see it. In the Hokage's office, Mizuki relayed Liu Shui's ideas to the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who, with a furrowed brow and pipe in hand, asked, I have already prepared the personnel for this task. But can what you mentioned truly be accomplished? Mizuki nodded in response. It should be feasible. He took one of my kunai. If he employs the reverse summoning technique, theoretically, it can indeed be realized. Liu Shui's intention was to enable Mizuki to summon his chakra to the clone during the mission whenever he needed him. Having witnessed the clone's capabilities firsthand, Mizuki had no reason to doubt it. This method of chakra transfer was unprecedented, yet according to Liu Shui's explanation, it was theoretically sound. The summoning technique, an art that calls forth summoned beasts through a blood contract, would involve Liu Shui entrusting the clone to Jiraiya, who would then use the reverse summoning technique to summon it to Mayaboka Mountain. Thus, whenever Mizuki required Liu Shui, he could sense the chakra from Mayaboka Mountain and summon Liu Shui akin to summoning the Great Toad Sage. We are still unaware of the nature of the mission concerning the ancient kingdom of Lulan, which is precisely why I am sending you. The third Hokage rose and gazed out the window with concern, saying, however, as the once mysterious Lulan kingdom reemerges, our Konoha cannot afford to miss this opportunity to explore the ancient nation. What kind of strength does Lu Shui possess? Not only you and I, but even Jiraiya speaks highly of him. And Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to Mizukage with a serious expression, saying, in fact, he may now surpass even Jiraiya. Did the teacher truly say that? Mizukage, astonished, inquired, but hasn't he already mastered Sage? Before Mizukage could finish, the third Hokage smiled subtly, the implication clear. Moreover, we must not overlook Liu Shui's age. Lulan, the name feels so familiar. Beneath the night sky, Liu Shui gazed at the cunning moonlight outside the tent. Lost in thought, the sound of steady breathing nearby continued, and Han softly asked, Liu Shui, are you asleep? Not yet. Oh, Liu Shui, are you asleep? Not yet. Oh, Liu Shui, you're pushing against me. Liu Shui exclaimed in alarm, quickly retracting his body. Why are you still wearing your forehead protector while sleeping? It's digging into my arm. Hearing this, Liu Shui promptly sat up, removed the forehead protector from his arm, and then gently lay back down. All set, you can sleep now. We have a long journey ahead tomorrow. I know, you should also get some rest. Soon, Han's breathing became steady. Liu Shui once again reflected on his memories of the ancient kingdom of Lulan. In his recollections, the prince's new team had pursued a character named Hachi, who coveted the dragon vein of Lulan after Sai's inclusion. It was rumored that the dragon vein contained nearly infinite chakra, and Hachi's true aim was just that. Lulan was none other than Liu Shui's former homeland, a relic located in the far north. Yet, without the prince this time, what reason would Mizukage have to venture there? The dragon vein? Unlikely. Ancient relics? Probably not. Moreover, how could Konoha, so distant from Lulan, have acquired information about the dragon vein? This was something Liu Shui found particularly intriguing. However, if the mission concerning the ancient kingdom of Lulan unfolds as in his memories, would the future landscape shift due to his presence? With this thought, Liu Shui smiled softly. After all, the current Yahiko had already been saved by him, and the Akatsuki organization would no longer develop as originally intended. If that were the case, the future was already undergoing tremendous transformations, not to mention other matters. At that moment, Liu Shui's expression suddenly shifted, and a wealth of information flooded his mind, causing a smile to grace his lips. The clones sent to the land of rain had dissipated, marking the formal completion of the first step toward his grand ambition. Chapter 67. Reversal, the pitiful trick, additional update. Little Flowing Wood, why are you in a daze? Quickly eat up. Miamu Mountain. Flowing Wood gazed at the feast of insects laid out before him, his stomach already in turmoil. Beside him, Shinsaku, wearing an apron, brought over a plate of dark, cockroach-like delicacies and placed it before Flowing Wood. Ugh, Master Shima, I'm not hungry. Please enjoy it with Master Shinsaku. At this moment, Flowing Wood was at a loss for words, his face adorned with a forced smile as he hurriedly offered his polite refusal. That's simply one do. If your true body goes hungry and suffers any mishap, your scattered avatars will also vanish, Master Shima said, transferring a few wriggling maggots from his bowl to Flowing Wood's, expressing concern. They're quite delicious, you know. Back when little Jiraiya trained here, he used to feast on several bowls at a time. Jiraiya? Several bowls? Are you jesting? Does he have such a heavy palate? Recalling the chopsticks Jiraiya used during his meals at his home, they were all communal chopsticks. Ugh, help, someone save me. I can't possibly punch these two old frogs to death. Just then, a dazzling purple light suddenly erupted from beneath the chair where Flowing Wood sat, enveloping him in an instant. Here it comes. Observing the rapidly forming seal beneath him, Flowing Wood quickly realized a savior had arrived. The summoning technique? Shinsaku looked at the bright light, immediately recognizing the technique. But why would Flowing Wood be the one summoned? With a whoosh, before the two frog sages could react, Flowing Wood erupted into a fit of liberating laughter, instantly transforming into a flowing shadow and vanishing from sight. Desert ridge. Endless winds swept through, stirring up waves of shifting sands. The sun blazed overhead, yet not a single ray of sunlight pierced through. In the distance, the sound of camel bells rang out, seemingly guiding the lost souls. Where's the way home? Where's my family? Do not fear. Lift your head, and your heart will illuminate the path of your confusion. Bang! On the sand dune, a sudden explosion of white smoke erupted in midair, and amidst the dispersing winds, a figure accompanied by a scream plummeted into the sand. H. 2. Where's Master Minato? Huh? Where's everyone? Flowing Wood propped himself up with his hands, exerting effort to lift his head from the sand pit. After expelling the searing sand from his mouth and nostrils, he realized that he was surrounded by an endless expanse of desert. As for Minato, who had used the reversal summoning technique to bring him back. Flowing Wood, who am I? Where am I? Where is Minato? This reversal summoning technique is utterly unreliable. It's nothing but a pitiful trick. Where has it sent me? Wasn't I supposed to go to Lulan? Could it be that here lies the fervent 4-year legacy that should guard the dragon vein? As blades of white light shoot forth, gazing up at the starry sky, the sands are in disarray. O glorious sun that blooms! Suddenly, amidst Flowing Wood's fury, he heard a delicate melody. Beautiful, serene, yet tinged with melancholy, like petals scattered in the wind. Following the ethereal sound, Flowing Wood turned his gaze, exerting force with his legs, causing the ground beneath him to tremble and form a massive crater. His figure flickered as he followed the direction of the song, and moments later, a colossal tower city gradually came into view. Could it be the ancient city of Lulan? Flowing Wood halted, staring at the legendary ruins that had only appeared in tales, overwhelmed with astonishment. The ancient city of Lulan, a realm formed by countless towering structures, now vividly manifesting before his eyes, the shock causing his breath to quicken. The melody continued, breaking Flowing Wood's reverie. Once again, he leaped towards an abandoned stone well, listening intently. Indeed, the song emanated from here. It must be her. Flowing Wood smiled and leaped into the well. At that moment, a red-haired little girl sat atop the rubble, her head tilted back, tears streaming down her innocent face. Sunlight streamed through the cracks above, illuminating the girl's visage. Pure and sacred, the song whispered, filled with sorrow, as if recounting a tale or perhaps reminiscing. Who? Startled by Flowing Wood's sudden appearance, the girl exclaimed sharply. But he smiled back, offering what he thought was a friendly gesture. But, why did you run away? Watching the girl swiftly retreat into a stone chamber, the door mechanism activated, sealing shut. Flowing Wood scratched his head in confusion, gazing at the stone wall. Was my expression not charming enough? Why did she flee? However, based on his memories from a past life, Flowing Wood was nearly certain that this girl was none other than the current queen of Lulan, Sarah. With the 100-foot curse seal absorbed into her body, she would disrupt the dragon vein-s seal, assuming the identity of an Lushan upon entering Lulan, becoming one of its rulers. And Sarah, though a queen, was merely a puppet in an Lushan's hands. In fact, her mother, the previous queen of Lulan, had been secretly assassinated by an Lushan. This mission must undoubtedly relate to an Lushan. At this moment, Flowing Wood was still unaware of the specifics of the mission mentioned by Master Minato, but there was no doubt that the primary antagonist was him. In other words, a single punch could conclude this mission perfectly? So simple. Flowing Wood chuckled lightly, leaping out of the well, strolling through the vast ancient city, surrounded by towering structures that resembled a labyrinth. The advanced architecture revealed itself in every foundation and edifice. Pipes pulsating with purple energy crisscrossed the city, supplying energy to every household. Recalling the rudimentary structures of Konoha, Flowing Wood shook his head with a grin. Alas, so backward. At that moment, a sudden explosion echoed from a distance. Flowing Wood looked up to see countless fireworks erupting, painting the sky with a spectrum of colors. Simultaneously, a thunderous roar surged forth, creating a cacophony akin to a grand celebration. Moments later, Flowing Wood found himself atop a tower, surveying the heart of the festivities. Whoa! The long horn blared as the grand gates atop the royal city slowly opened. Sarah, adorned in regal attire and a queen-s crown, stepped forth, her gaze sweeping over the citizens of the ancient city below. A flicker of emotion shimmering in her eyes. This is Lulan. They are all subjects of Lulan. And she is now the new queen of Lulan. This foolish girl must be nearsighted. Flowing Wood shook his head in disbelief, observing the stiff movements of the ancient city's citizens, all of whom were mere puppets in disguise. P.S. Though I do not wish to evoke pity, I have been burning with fever for nearly 4 days. Medication has yielded little relief, so I will be receiving 4 treatment this afternoon. Tomorrow's update may be slightly delayed, but the 2-1 update quantity will remain unchanged. Here's to Honan. Chapter 68. The Puppet Queen. The sudden demise of the queen of the ancient city of Lulan left Sarah, at such a tender age, not only grappling with the heartbreak of losing her mother, but also shouldering the immense responsibilities of her kingdom. gazing at the jubilant citizens below. A glimmer of tears welled in the corners of her eyes. Once, Lulan had languished in desolation, but under her mother's guidance, and with the assistance of Lushan, it had blossomed into the thriving realm it was today. This was the culmination of her mother's lifelong dedication, a treasure that Sarah had inherited and cherished above all. With fervor, Sarah waved her arms, greeting the masses beneath her. However, unexpectedly, a sudden tightness gripped her back, and an overwhelming force surged forth, causing the unsuspecting Sarah to lose her balance and stumble perilously towards the edge of the high platform. Boom! How could this happen? To her astonishment, both the railing and the stone platform beneath her shattered, leaving Sarah defenseless as she plummeted from a height of 100 meters. Just as she was about to meet her demise, a swift figure darted in, catching her mid-fall and whisking her away from the cascading debris. "All right, you may open your eyes now," said Lu Mu, gently placing the curled-up Sarah onto the ground. Sarah, upon hearing a voice, opened her eyes in bewilderment, only to find herself enscathed in a dim alleyway of the ancient city of Lulan. Why did you hit me?" In a moment of fright, Sarah, upon seeing the unfamiliar face of Lu Mu, instinctively slapped him several times. Lu Mu was taken aback. "Is this how one behaves? I am your savior. In gratitude for saving your life, the saved should traditionally become a concubine. Yet here I am, receiving slaps instead? Have you lost your mind? I just saved you." As Lu Mu's voice echoed with indignation, flashes of her fall from the high platform raced through Sarah's mind. Now safe on the ground. "So it was you. I apologize. I mistook you," she said, bowing her head in contrition. Seeing Sarah's earnest apology, Lu Mu sighed in exasperation but chose to let it go. "By the way, who are you? Your attire does not seem to belong to the people of Lulan." As Sarah scrutinized Lu Mu with a furrowed brow, curiosity peaked within her. Lulan, nestled within the desert, seldom welcomed outsiders. The last foreigner to visit was Lushan. The sudden appearance of this stranger intrigued her. "Who are the people of Lulan you speak of?" Lu Mu asked with a playful smile, pointing to the crowd in the square. He then leapt into the throng, seizing one individual, and with a swift motion, several crystalline chakra threads erupted, only to snap apart. Yet, with this encounter, in a dark chamber of the ancient city, a corpulent figure stirred from the shadows, his piercing eyes glinting as he murmured, "The distant guests have finally uncovered our secret. Look, these are what you refer to as your subjects," Lu Mu declared, tossing the puppet he held onto the ground. Sarah's expression morphed into one of shock as she beheld the frenzied crowd, each one a puppet. As she knelt in despair, tears brimming, Lu Mu crouched beside her, gently patting her back. "You are the queen of Lulan. Do you truly think it appropriate to weep here? How could this be?" Sarah cried, her gaze shifting from Lu Mu's unfamiliar face to the adornment on his arm. Sensing her scrutiny, Lu Mu replied, "My name is Lu Mu, a ninja from the village hidden in the leaves." "Hidden in the leaves?" Sarah pondered, her brow furrowing in confusion. The significance of this name eluded her, but what mattered was that she had seen through the facade and needed to act. Still, Sarah felt like a child who had yet to step out of the shadows of protection, having just lost her mother. She regarded Lushan as both Lulan and her most trusted advisor, unaware that this elder statesman had conspired to murder her mother for the sake of the dragon vein. At this moment, Lu Mu had yet to earn Sarah's trust, meaning even if he possessed knowledge, he could not share it with her. "I shall confront Lushan," Sarah declared, determination igniting within her as she wiped away her tears and stood resolutely. Among all, Lushan held the clearest insight into Lulan's affairs. If the citizens had transformed into puppets, he could not possibly be ignorant of the details. The reason he had not informed her was undoubtedly his own machinations. Moreover, only Lushan possessed the capability to craft such puppets. Without allowing Lu Mu a chance to speak, Sarah followed the overhead conduits to a drainage well, discarding the cover and leaping down. However, as she traversed the underground passage towards the imperial city, she was suddenly seized by hands emerging from the darkness and dragged inside. "Don't move, return what you have taken." Sarah was bewildered. As the candlelight flickered to life, she beheld a group of ragged Lulan citizens, revealing their true forms. "You are..." Sarah stammered, shrinking back in trepidation. "Queen, return our families to us," implored a petite, freckled woman among the citizens, her expression one of desperate supplication. "Families?" Sarah's brow furrowed deeply upon hearing this. "What families?" The woman replied, 6 months ago, soldiers invaded my home, taking my father and brother. claiming it was by your decree that they were to serve in the imperial city for 3 months. Yet, half a year has passed, and those sent have not returned. My decree? Sarah was perplexed, but I have never issued such orders. The citizens froze, realizing the gravity of her words. Everyone knew of Queen Sarah's identity. They would not mistake her. Yet, faced with her denial, they were at a loss. Just as the freckled girl was about to speak again, a tall woman intervened, stepping forward to address Sarah. Your Majesty, not just her, but all the men in the households of the women here have been taken. If this order did not come from you, then, I understand, Sarah affirmed with resolute clarity, addressing the crowd. I will investigate this matter immediately. With that, she exited the room, only to encounter Lu Mu, who had just leapt down from the roof as she arrived at the main hall. Where is Lushan? Sarah muttered in confusion, when suddenly, a cacophony of mechanical grinding erupted from both sides of the main hall. Be careful. In an instant, several beams of cold light flashed, and Sarah felt an abrupt tightening around her, followed by the chaotic sound of shattering glass echoing in her ears. Chapter 69, Centipede. In Lushan, the sudden ambush left Sarah breathless, her previously fair complexion now flushed with a captivating crimson hue. Lu Mu swiftly crushed the puppet that had attempted to assault Sarah and approached her. Before he could utter a word, a puppet, adorned in attire identical to Sarah's, materialized at a nearby window in the main hall. Did you see that? Lu Mu scoffed, addressing Sarah. Now he seeks to turn you, the queen, into a puppet as well. Just then, several strands of green chakra shot forth from behind the screen in the main hall, reattaching the puppet that Lu Mu had just obliterated. With energy coursing through the airways, the puppets astonishingly regained their mobility. It was none other than the ninjas from Konoha. Amidst the astonished gasps, a man clad in military attire emerged slowly, his gaze piercing as he surveyed the distance where Sarah and Lu Mu stood. You are in Lushan? No, you should rightly be called Centipede, Lu Mu declared, stepping forward to position himself protectively before Sarah, his expression one of disdain directed at the opponent. Centipede? The man's expression seemed to drift into reminiscence upon hearing the name. It had been ages since anyone had uttered it. And Lushan chuckled softly, his expression twisting into one of rage as he glared at Lu Mu, snarling, but now I go by in Lushan, Lu. Shan of Lulan. With that, and Lushan waved his hand, and the puppets surrounding Lu Mu and Sarah began to move as if receiving commands, brandishing gleaming blades aimed directly at their hearts. You think these shabby contraptions allow you to act so arrogantly? Lu Mu retorted, forcefully stomping the ground, causing the blue bricks to shatter and a flurry of debris to erupt. His eyes sparkled like lightning as he launched the airborne stones at the puppets. The sound of explosions echoed as Lushan's puppets were obliterated into mere splinters scattered across the ground. Impressive tactics. Lushan raised an eyebrow, responding with a mocking tone. But human strength is finite. There will come a time when you cannot throw a punch. At that moment, amidst the statue behind the throne, a glimmer of green energy flowed through the pipes, mingling with the splinters, and astonishingly, the remnants reassembled into a puppet once more. That is the power of the dragon vein, Sarah interjected urgently from behind Lu Mu. In Lulan, both the queen and in Lushan can harness the power of the dragon vein. What truly lies within it? Lu Mu pondered, recalling that he had once heard it said that the dragon vein contained an almost limitless chakra. But why could chakra restore puppets? And how was it that in Lushan, as a subject of Lulan, could command the dragon vein's power with the same ease as the queen? Only in Lushan held the answers to these mysteries. With the puppets undeterred, Lu Mu fixed his gaze squarely on Lushan himself. Turning to Sarah behind him, he said, the puppets will take time to regenerate. I will shatter them, and you must find an opportunity to escape. Leave the rest to me. Sarah nodded resolutely in response. However, just as Lu Mu readied himself for the fight, several figures clad in black cloaks and masks suddenly soared into the air. Ninjutsu, Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Ninjutsu, Partial Multiplication Technique. Ninjutsu, Insect Ball. Only now do you arrive? Lu Mu muttered in disbelief as he observed the newcomers showcasing their skills. Countless shurikens rained down like a storm upon Lushan, stirring up a cloud of dust. A ninja from the Akimichi clan crushed the 4 puppets beside Lu Mu with a single blow. As for the flying insects in the air, oh dear, I can't look. My fear of clusters is acting up. Lu Mu shielded his eyes and asked Minato, what is going on? Why did you arrive so late? Minato leaped to Lu Mu's side, removing his mask and explaining that ninjutsu was executed for the first time and I mismanaged the chakra amount, leading to a spatial deviation. Thankfully, you carried the kunai I gave you earlier, allowing us to locate you swiftly. Good thing the deviation wasn't too great, otherwise. If it had ended up thousands of meters in the air. Lumu cast an exasperated glance at him, not continuing his thought. You take the queen to safety. We'll handle things here, Minato instructed before donning his mask once more, his gaze fixed on the massive silhouette emerging from the mist. Pulling a shuriken from his ninja tool pouch. Sarah, you must die? The piercing voice echoed like a harbinger of death, resonating throughout the main hall. Almost immediately, a colossal puppet, towering several meters high, emerged from the dust, its gaze fixed menacingly on Sarah behind Lumu. Rasengan, Minato shouted, a sphere the size of a fist swirling into existence in his palm. He dashed forward, aiming directly for Lushan's heart. However, unexpectedly, the body of Lushan's puppet split open, creating a vortex that instantly absorbed Minato's Rasengan. Is absorbing ninjutsu now so commonplace? Is every boss capable of it? Lumu, having almost forgotten much of the theatrical lore, felt a mix of shock and anger as he witnessed Lushan siphoning the chakra from the Rasengan. I'll take care of it. Akimichi Choza, witnessing the futility of ninjutsu, retrieved a green pill from his ninja tool pouch and tossed it into the air. With a powerful leap, he consumed the pill, simultaneously forming hand seals, an immense chakra enveloping him. Ninjutsu, super multiplication technique. Ninjutsu, meat-egg battle car. As Choza executed these two techniques in succession, he expanded to several times his size, coiling into a stone-like sphere that began to spin rapidly. The sheer force shattered the stones beneath their feet, and the very air seemed to tremble as he barreled toward Lushan's puppet. Boom! A tremendous explosion rocked the area, the powerful shockwave nearly toppling Sarah. As the smoke settled, Lushan's puppet lay in ruins, riddled with spiderweb-like cracks. But before anyone could celebrate, the green energy from the throne reappeared, enveloping Lushan, and in a matter of moments, the puppet visibly repaired itself, returning to its original form. Haha, Lushan, am the true king. That must be the power of the dragon vein. If only we could sever this energy source. Lushan would no longer be able to restore his form. Sarah addressed everyone, I am the queen of Lulan. Only I can control the mechanisms of the dragon vein here. Lumu, take her away. Remember, she must not come to harm. Chapter 70, The Queen's Awakening, Additional Update. Under the instruction of Watergate, Lumu followed Sarah as they crawled through a pipe that led them to what appeared to be a puppet manufacturing facility. They observed the assembly line-like equipment methodically piecing together puppets. In the center of the factory, a green energy pillar pulsated with life, infusing the puppets with vitality. He had actually constructed a puppet factory within the eye of the dragon vein. Sarah's voice was thick with hatred as she gazed at the patrolling puppets below, turning to Lumu and asking, Can you take me there? Following the direction of Sarah's finger, Lumu noticed a profound purple-red sealing spell beneath the energy pillar at the heart of the factory. Within it, a sphere resembling an eye emanated a strange crimson glow. That energy pillar served as the lifeblood of the entire Lulan, while the eye symbolized the key to unlocking the dragon vein. It became clear that the successive rulers of Lulan had constructed energy extraction stone pillars at the heart of the dragon vein to sustain the city. After Lushan arrived in Lulan, he assisted Sarah's mother in reconstructing the energy pipeline, transforming Lulan from a barren desert town into its current splendor. The energy from the dragon vein flowed ceaselessly, with a significant portion now diverted to puppet manufacturing. And Lushan's ambitions extended beyond merely being second to one. Rather, he sought to usurp that position and become the master of this realm. Voices of the Lulan people echoed. Lumu strained to listen, and through the intricate network of pipes beside him, he finally caught sight of the citizens under the energy pillar, tirelessly extracting energy from the dragon vein. It was no wonder the square was filled with puppets. All the able-bodied men of Lulan had been captured to serve as laborers. Sarah, following Lumu's gaze, saw the citizens as well. A circle of dozens stood, their faces pale and gaunt, clearly being relentlessly drained. Surrounded by supervising puppets, they had no means to resist. Hurry, take me there. I must seal the dragon vein, Sarah exclaimed as she jumped to the ground. Lumu shook his head in resignation, lightly tapping his toes to follow her. As outsiders intruded, the puppet guards in the factory immediately took notice, rushing toward the two with a menacing wail. Lumu, reacting swiftly like lightning, shattered one puppet with a punch while continuously circling around Sarah to shield her from danger. At last, Sarah reached the sealing spell, her eyes glistening as she touched the key to the dragon vein, her mother's greatest achievement in life. Yet now, to thwart in Lushan's ambitions, she had to seal it herself. Make haste, these creatures are never-ending, Liumu urged, realizing that the puppets he had destroyed were self-repairing with the aid of the dragon vein's energy. Moreover, the production line was still operational, meaning more puppets would soon join the fray. Nodding, Sarah bit her finger, pressing her blood against the eye of the key. Instantly, the eye blinked and spun, an even more eerie red glow erupting as the mechanisms on either side began to slowly close. Success! But before she could finish her thought, Sarah's smile froze, shock filling her eyes as she watched the key suddenly halt its sealing process. How is this possible? Why can't my blood activate the seal? Haha, foolish Queen Sarah. The key has long been modified by me. Your blood is, of course, ineffective. At that moment, the iron wall beside the factory exploded, and in Lushan, resembling a centipede, emerged from the hole. Soon after, Watergate and others reappeared beside Liumu, their backs pressed together as they warily stared at Lushan's colossal form. Why can't we destroy this creature? Xiao Dao Dingzhu gasped, leaning on Watergate's shoulder. Moreover, it can absorb chakra from the insect jade. My ninjutsu is utterly ineffective against it. Watergate, with a serious expression, fixed his gaze on Lushan's centipede puppet, sighed, and said to his companions, "Help me buy some time." Recognizing Watergate's hand signs, Liumu immediately understood the ninjutsu he intended to perform. "Let us do it together," he declared, quickly forming his own hand signs. In an instant, two spiraling spheres materialized in their hands, growing larger until they resembled stone-sized orbs of energy. "Sarah, take those people away. Ensure they are not caught in the crossfire." Yes," Sarah responded, hastily running toward the energy pillar. Under Dingzhu's protection, she blocked the path of the Lulan citizens, urging, "Quick, follow me." To her astonishment, the citizens had fallen into a stupor, staring blankly at their queen standing before them, failing to react. Seeing this, Sarah turned back to witness the extraordinary energy of Liumu and Watergate's attack. She quickly crouched down, unlocking the shackles binding the citizens' feet, and pushing them toward a hidden door on the side of the factory. The door was massive, with intricate mechanisms, and at its center were three sequential activation levers. However, Sarah, small and weak, could not budge the mechanisms. The two spiraling spheres whipped up a tremendous wind, rustling everyone's clothing. Gritting her teeth, Sarah exerted her strength, her hands pierced by the stone spikes of the mechanisms, blood flowing through her fingers. Nevertheless, she refused to give up, and Lushan sought to kill her, to eliminate the future threat. The Lulan citizens present would certainly not be spared. As queen, Sarah had been instilled with the principles of rulership from her mother. Without subjects, there is no king. Without subjects, Lulan would cease to exist. Though she felt frail, as a queen, how could she stand idle while her people were slaughtered? No, she could not. At that moment, Sarah's veins bulged, her face flushed, and her eyes were bloodshot. Her pupils constricted as she struggled to maintain her footing, leaving marks on the blue bricks beneath her. Suddenly, a hand reached out from beside her, pressing against the mechanism. Before long, more hands appeared, warmth spreading across her back, a tremendous force surging within her, seemingly boundless, continually increasing. Turning to look, the citizens of Lulan smiled at Sarah, saying, "Queen, do not give up." "Yes, do not give up. We shall assist you together." Time was of the essence, and Sarah quickly wiped away her tears of emotion, returning to push the mechanism. Finally, as the first lever embedded itself into the wall, a glimmer of hope ignited in Sarah's eyes. P.S. Matters of illness are trivial, yet I felt quite uncomfortable today after enduring 5 needle pricks while receiving for treatment. Chapter 71. The Tai Chi Spiral Sphere and the Shadow Clone Technique. Utilizing the hand of the flowing wood, both he and Watergate simultaneously unleashed their shadow clones. Instantly, a multitude of white smoke erupted, as nearly 100 clones prepared to partake in the endeavor of activating the mechanism behind the wall. Unexpectedly, at that moment, the clone wielding the spiral sphere shouted from a distance, "Everyone, stand back." With that, one of the clones of Flowing Wood swiftly darted forward, crouched low, and delivered a powerful punch against the wall. Boom! A tremendous sound echoed, stones scattered, the clone of Flowing Wood dissipated, and a massive hole had already formed in the wall before the onlookers. What a mechanism this is, just opening a door, so tedious, Flowing Wood muttered in exasperation. Behind the mechanism door lay the dilapidated ruins where Flowing Wood first encountered Sarah. From here, everyone could traverse the pipes to reach the safety outside. However, perhaps due to the influence of the shadow clones, the chakra sustaining the spiral spheres in the hands of Watergate and Flowing Wood began to blend seamlessly. To Flowing Wood's astonishment, the blue and green hues gradually coalesced, fully merging within mere breaths. This, Watergate explained, two similar chakra energies can merge, and the spiral sphere follows suit. Regardless of rotation frequency or size, they naturally combined. Feeling the fierce energy emanating from the fused spiral sphere, Watergate's expression shifted to one of shock and pride as he declared, "This new form of the spiral sphere, I shall name it the Super Great Tai Chi Spiral Sphere." "Flowing Wood, let's go," shouted Danzo beside him. Flowing Wood nodded in response. Watergate took the lead in the offensive, employing the Shuriken Shadow Clone technique to hinder the self-repair of Enlushan's centipede-like puppet. Flowing Wood, the true body of Enlushan, is located in the puppet's chest. "All right," Flowing Wood roared, raising the spiral sphere high and leaping towards Enlushan's colossal form, aiming directly at his chest. The Tai Chi spiral sphere possessed a rotational force magnitudes greater than the spiral sphere, and in its great sphere form, its attacking potency was multiplied several times. With a resounding boom, the spiral sphere enveloped the centipede entirely, shattering the puppet, which could not even match the self-repair speed of the energy column. At this moment, within the factory, debris flew, and fierce winds howled. The production line of the puppet was obliterated by the falling stones, and even the surrounding steel walls began to warp. The centipede, though seemingly lifeless, still stirred. After the spiral sphere dissipated, a battered Enlushan crawled slowly from the chest of the puppet. He was now covered in wounds, his forehead stained with blood, and his right hand hung limply, revealing hints of bone through the gaping wound. "Cough, cough," Enlushan rasped, spitting out blood, and with a twisted expression, he addressed the assembled leaf ninjas. "I am Enlushan, the king of Lulan, with the aid of the dragon vein. Do you think I would fail so easily?" Enlushan stepped back, and before everyone's gaze, he opened the conduit behind him that transmitted the dragon vein energy. Instantly, countless streams of green energy cascaded over Enlushan, and he began to grow in size, resembling Danzo when he had previously utilized the multiplication technique. "Damn it, he has turned his own body into a puppet," Danzo exclaimed angrily, already depleted of chakra, struggling to support himself. Stumbling, Watergate immediately stepped forward, placing his arm around Danzo's shoulder. Not only that, but he was now fused with the dragon vein. As for attacks, we couldn't possibly harm him. This mission from the Leaf was a bounty issued during Sarah's mother's lifetime. Lulan, as a concealed ancient nation, was already sufficiently intriguing to draw the interest of various ninja villages, and with the knowledge of the dragon vein, it naturally captivated the desires of many ninjas. The Leaf was fortunate to intercept this bounty, being the only village aware of Lulan's tale. The bounty had two primary demands: to protect Sarah, the new queen of Lulan, and to eliminate the menace that was Enlushan. However, Sarah's mother had evidently underestimated Enlushan's true abilities. He had long since investigated the dragon vein and fused with it, becoming a colossal entity that no single ninja could withstand. Observing the worried expressions of Watergate and the others, Flowing Wood understood that although he was employing the Saitama template, dealing with such a puppet would be a mere trifle. Unfortunately, with the assistance of the dragon vein, Enlushan could recover infinitely, rendering ordinary physical attacks ineffective. Genjutsu? That likely wouldn't work either. Gazing at the dragon vein energy flowing around Enlushan, he realized he couldn't approach him. Damn it. Had I known, I would have killed him from the start. Flowing Wood regretted his earlier hesitation, as he had clearly known that the primary antagonist of this mission was Enlushan, yet he had lingered with Sarah, the queen, in Lulan for so long. Beep. A timely mission has been triggered. Please restore the Lulan dragon vein. Reward: increase in time room usage by 5. And an additional chance for the fate roulette draw. Flowing Wood. Oh, a mission now? And to restore the dragon vein. Flowing Wood gazed at Enlushan, who was being eroded by the dragon vein energy. How am I supposed to restore it? I'm not a deity. Can I even move mountains and fill seas? Beep. The strongest template system reminds you that the energy of the dragon vein is also a form of chakra. Flowing Wood. What does that mean? What is the system implying? At that moment, Enlushan's dragon vein form had absorbed all the energy. and he was now enveloped in a strange green glow, his body sprouting numerous spikes. Rising with a howl, his height exceeded 100 feet. Wait! Suddenly, Flowing Wood appeared to have an epiphany, resting his right hand on his chin, his gaze fixated on Lushan's chest. Absorb energy? Energy is chakra. A flash of insight struck him. The energy of the dragon vein is chakra, and the voracious devouring is precisely for the purpose of absorbing chakra. Now a complete dragon vein lay before him. Could it still be called a dragon vein? No. It should be called the feast of the voracious beast. If that is the case. Flowing Wood's eyes glinted as he looked at Lushan, akin to a wolf eyeing its prey, a hunger stirring within. However, in the presence of Watergate and the others, Flowing Wood refrained from showcasing the voracious beast's abilities. Thus, he leaped beside Watergate and said, "Leave the rest to me. You two take this esteemed Akimichi J. Nin and everyone to safety." This is unacceptable. Dingzu was the first to refuse, incredulous that Flowing Wood, a mere chunin, would consider fighting alone at such a moment. Chapter 72. Double Happiness. It was inconceivable that one would attempt to flee at such a critical moment, leaving the CH Nin behind to meet their demise. Dingzu propped up his weary body, trembling as he fished out a crimson pill from his ninja tool pouch, poised to swallow it. However, enough! Liumu intervened, halting Dingzu's hand. Such thoughts are perilous. What obstacle cannot be overcome without resorting to this? Liumu was aware of the Akimichi clan's method of unleashing potential, and the red chili pill was akin to the final gate of the 8 gates, a life-for-life exchange technique. Dingzu was not Dingji. Not everyone possessed a fortunate aura. Who could predict whether Dingzu would fare as well as Dingji upon consuming the chili pill? I am merely being courteous by urging you to flee. Should true danger arise, you need not remind me. I would be the first to escape, Liumu remarked, casting a disapproving glance at Dingzu before shifting his gaze to Master Minato. The resolute look in Minato's eyes conveyed his understanding of Liumu's intent. Without consulting Dingzu, he hoisted him up, and, alongside the Oil Girl clan's ninja, they made their hurried exit. As Liumu observed the retreating figures, his attention turned to Lushan. At that moment, Lushan appeared engulfed in molten lava, steam billowing forth, enveloping the dilapidated factory. It was grand, yet its utility remained uncertain. Liumu crouched, condensing his imposing aura, his right fist clenched tightly as a powerful energy distorted the air, producing a resounding shockwave. According to Sarah, the energy column was an extraction device built upon the dragon vein. Undoubtedly, to sever Lushan's connection with the dragon vein, one need only pierce the factory beneath his feet, revealing the true form of the dragon vein. Thus, he unleashed a series of standard punches. His arms whirled, creating countless phantasms that relentlessly bombarded the ground. As the earth cracked, a vast, bottomless pit emerged at the factory center. The green energy of the energy column surged forth, accelerating Liumu's onslaught. At last, witnessing the emergence of several green beams from the depths, the dragon vein erupted forth. Without hesitation, Liumu enveloped himself in crimson flames. Under the full force of the devouring technique, the flames around him subtly formed the visage of a colossal dragon's head, roaring forth. The dragon's head, adorned with pearls, ravenously consumed the dragon vein energy that surged from the earth. Ah, how delightful! Lushan, immersed in the abundance of dragon vein energy, suddenly sensed something amiss. He opened his eyes to find Liumu beneath him, competing for the dragon vein energy as well. Consequently, he slammed down with a molten fist, intending to crush Liumu. The gusts of wind howled, swirling like the peak of Mount Fuji, an imposing force. Yet, Lushan, as his hand descended, Lushan felt an unusual sensation. When he attempted to retract his hand, he discovered that it was utterly immobile. The dragon vein within the pit continued to be absorbed, while the energy from his own dragon vein began to flow toward his fingertips. Indeed, double happiness. At that moment, Liumu clung tightly to Lushan's fingernail, fervently siphoning the dragon vein energy from his body, merging it with that from the ground, all within the devouring technique. Lushan, witnessing this, struggled fiercely, but inexplicably. His hand was ensnared by an overwhelming force, rendering him utterly immobile. As the green light from his body rapidly coursed toward his fingertips, disappearing, Lushan resorted to severing his own arm. His expression twisted as he fixed his gaze upon Liumu, who appeared as insignificant as an ant. How do you possess such power? Lushan, in his dragon vein form, had now completed his transformation into a giant, resembling a lava beast, breathing forth waves of energy. Hearing the astonishment in his voice, Liu playfully tapped his ear, responding, "Your question is rather naive. If you can, why can't I?" Moreover, Liu smiled cunningly as he felt his power surging, and within his chakra pathways, distinct strands of green light, characteristic of the dragon vein, flickered. He continued, "And now, the situation hinges on who can absorb faster, yourself or me. Great Fire Dragon Flame Technique." And Lushan unleashed a fire technique, staring incredulously at Liu. "You can utilize ninjutsu in this form?" Liu retorted with amusement, observing as the fireball, upon contact with his body, was greedily absorbed by the devouring technique. With arms outstretched, he called out, "Save your effort. Unless you sever your connection with the dragon vein right now, mere ninjutsu will not be able to harm me." "And what of it?" And Lushan bellowed, "Do you think I will concede? Humph. Even if ninjutsu cannot harm you, you cannot harm me either." Oh. Hearing this, Liu swiftly formed hand seals. Instantly, countless clones of Liu appeared in every corner of the crumbling factory. "You are correct. You can leverage the dragon vein to recover, and shattering you would bear little significance." "But," Liu declared, sweeping his hand as innumerable clones charged at Lushan's face, delivering a punch. Boom. And Lushan's form shattered into dust. Even with the dragon vein's aid in recovery, the moment he began to restore himself, another clone would strike him apart again. Thus, Liu sat idly upon the ground, watching as Lushan's dragon vein form continually fragmented and restored, only to fragment again in an endless cycle. What a nuisance. If only I could sever his dragon vein supply. While the devouring technique could compete with Lushan for dragon vein energy, Liu was uncertain of the extent of the dragon vein's size. As the sole resource supplying the entire Lulan, he did not wish to drain it completely. A forceful severance. As this thought crossed his mind, Liu suddenly recalled his time chamber. The time chamber was a separate space, not primarily designed for combat. Yet it proved highly useful in severing Lushan's dragon vein supply. With this realization, Liu halted the devouring technique, lifted the restriction of the time chamber, and seized Lushan's toe, pulling him into his time chamber. Time outside came to a standstill, yet Lushan's true self was ensnared by Liu. As long as he could eliminate Lushan within the time chamber, he would not regain the dragon vein's restoration. Indeed, as Lushan beheld the sudden transformation of his surroundings into an unfamiliar realm, his contorted expression shifted to one of shock. Realizing the dragon vein energy beneath him had vanished entirely. Serious style, continuous punch. Within the time chamber, Liu could unleash the full might of the Saitama template without fear of cleaving the earth in twain. With 100% of his power, he delivered a punch. The overwhelming force enveloping the shockwaves, evaporating the bewildered Lushan without leaving a trace. Chapter 73, The Pulsating Dragon Vein, Additional Update. Brother, Father. Within the ancient city of Lulan, Sarah, in collaboration with the Lulan citizens she had just rescued, arrived at the Grand Hall Square. From a distance, a woman soared through the air, reuniting with her family. "Sarah, my queen, what troubles you?" At that moment, Shinobi took out a military ration pill from his equipment pouch and handed it to Dingzhua. Noticing Sarah's sudden change in expression, he immediately inquired. "I sense the power of the dragon vein surging," Sarah replied. "The blood of the king can perceive the fluctuations in the dragon vein's energy. Even though Lushan has altered the control of the sealing spell over the royal blood, he cannot interfere with the power of the dragon vein. The power of the dragon vein is immense. If this energy continues to overflow unchecked, it will not only affect Lulan, but likely the entire desert as well." As she spoke, Sarah produced a chakra blade from somewhere, quietly gripping it in her hand. "What do you intend to do?" Sarah nodded. "The royal blood can activate the sealing spell to calm the dragon vein. And Lushan has removed the key. I must restore the closure of the key before disaster strikes." With that, Sarah turned her back to the Lulan citizens and stealthily re-entered the puppet factory's cave. "What should we do?" Dingzhua looked at Shinobi. "Sarah is the focal point of this mission. We cannot afford for anything to go wrong." The key was enveloped in the energy of the dragon vein. Alone, the corporeal Sarah could not approach the sealing spell. After a moment of contemplation, Shinobi spoke to Dingzhua and the others, regardless of the outcome. "You must lead the Lulan citizens to safety. The rest," he gazed toward the horizon, "perhaps it is to be entrusted to fate." Liu observed the ashes of Lushan and slowly withdrew his fist. Were it not for being within the time house, even Liu could not predict the calamity that would ensue in the real world from his relentless strikes. Upon exiting the time house, Liumu immediately spotted Sarah, who appeared furtive outside the cave. She approached the sealing spell enveloped in dragon vein energy, her face filled with hesitation. At that moment, Shinobi swiftly flew in, lifting Sarah by the waist and bringing her beside the key. Sarah nodded slightly at Shinobi, grasped the chakra blade, and forcefully pierced her palm, causing blood to flow profusely and drench the blade in crimson. Under Shinobi's watchful gaze, Sarah knelt on the ground, her hands gripping the now blood-red chakra blade as it plunged into the center of the key's eye. She murmured, "Mama, Mama, hush." In an instant, the sealing spell erupted with brilliance, enveloping both Shinobi and Sarah within its magic. A strange sound echoed as the eye of the key reactivated, greedily siphoning Sarah's blood under the influence of the royal blood. Sarah's complexion turned pale, beads of sweat dripping from her forehead. In mere moments, her regal attire was soaked through. Shinobi stepped forward to steady her faltering form, offering a resolute nod. "You are on the verge of success." The light from the eye of the key gradually constricted, eventually closing, while Sarah, through sheer willpower, managed to seal the key completely. The radiance of the sealing spell faded, transforming into a dull gray. Shinobi smiled at Liumu, who stood not far away, withdrawing the chakra blade and stabbing it directly into the key, simultaneously reconstructing a new sealing spell to entirely seal the dragon vein. "Can she still recover?" Liumu asked Shinobi after the sealing was complete. "It may take a long time to recuperate," Shinobi replied, then inquired, "What of Lushan?" Liumu chuckled softly but did not respond. Observing Liumu's expression, Shinobi understood without further questioning. However, prior to Lushan's absorption, a significant amount of energy had escaped from the dragon vein. Now that it was sealed by Shinobi's new spell, the released energy permeated the entire palace underground. Without the dragon vein, and with Sarah as queen, it seemed, the power of the dragon vein was far too vast for humanity to control. Thus, sealing it may not be a misfortune for Sarah and all of Lulan. The ruler of the capital, like the villagers, relied not on celestial favor, but on benevolent policies, effective and prompt measures, and a heart that cherished the people. Though Sarah was young, she had awakened to her role as queen the moment she discovered Lushan's scheme. That Sarah, who fought desperately to save others. That Sarah, who risked her life to seal the threat. Even that Sarah, who laughed and cried. Shinobi glanced at the unconscious queen of Lulan beside him and said to Liumu, "The remaining energy." Liumu nodded thoughtfully, replying earnestly, "Leave it to me." With that, red flames reappeared, and the gluttonous beast resumed its consumption of the dragon vein's energy. In an instant, a vortex of energy began to form around Liumu. Shinobi cradled Sarah and watched from a distance as Liumu absorbed the dragon vein energy entirely. "This is camel meat, quite delectable." In the main hall of the palace, Sarah invited the ninjas from Konoha to share in the feast. Gazing at the roast meat, which was nearly as tall as Liumu, he fell into speechlessness. "Camel? That ship of the desert? This is rabbit meat, desert rabbit, nearly twice the size of the ordinary rabbits you've seen." "Rabbit? But rabbits are so adorable, why eat them?" At this moment, Sarah's complexion remained somewhat pale. However, after consuming the military ration pill brought by Shinobi, her spirit had improved significantly. As the meal progressed, Sarah sighed deeply, asking, "Was it truly a bounty issued by my mother?" Shinobi nodded, replying, "Indeed. Your mother had sensed Lushan's plot while she was still alive, but at that time, Lushan's power had already grown formidable. Your means alone could not contend with him, so, and my mother's sudden passing." Sarah's eyes turned red as she spoke. Shinobi pursed his lips and nodded slightly. "It is likely so." Tears streamed down her face, and this time, neither Liumu nor Shinobi interrupted her, allowing her to release the emotions within her heart. She now, and even in the future, would be the queen of Lulan. This would likely be her last moment presenting such vulnerability to others. The mission in Lulan lasted merely 3 days. After a period of rest, Shinobi and the others planned to return to their village. Standing at the palace gate with her pack on her back, Sarah was flanked by numerous Lulan citizens. "Why don't you help Sarah like you did with Han?" Liumu asked. Shinobi replied, "Sarah is still too young to govern an entire Lulan." Liumu smiled and shook his head slightly. "This is her fate. No, it should be said, her destiny." Gazing at the arid desert before him, he turned back to look at Sarah. "What use would it be for me to take her away? Don't you think the citizens of Lulan need her to remain?" "But you two clearly spoke all night last evening," Shinobi stated, revealing Liumu's intentions. Liumu paused in shock before responding. She said she wants to stay to guard the dragon vein. She is the key to the dragon vein. Only she can control it, so. P.S. I only received 2 injections today. Oh yeah, Chapter 74. Farewell, I had initially wished to extend your stay with us. Sarah adjusted the log's backpack, ensuring everything was in order before resuming her regal composure. No need for that. The distance to Konoha is considerable. It would be wise for us to set off promptly, Minato remarked, handing his chakra blade to Sarah as a parting gift. What sort of gift is a blade for a girl? Muttered the log beside them, casting a bemused glance at Minato. Well, I have nothing else to offer. Did you bring anything? The log shook his head. No. Minato hesitated, taking a deep breath, contemplating the matter before relinquishing it. Although I lack a gift, I can extend an invitation to Sarah, he suggested, directing his gaze towards her. Whenever you find the time, do visit us in the land of fire's Konoha. I would be delighted to treat you to a meal. Minato nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the log was indeed an excellent cook, but due to the urgency of their return journey, there was no opportunity for a demonstration this time. The citizens of Lulan presented gifts in abundance, yet with their bags already bulging, the log and his companions had to politely decline. After the farewells, Minato and the others returned to Konoha, while the log prepared to head south in pursuit of Jiraiya and Kansas. Initially, the log had intended to dispatch a shadow clone to assist Minato with the Lulan task. However, reflecting upon the challenges faced during the Lulan chapter, he realized that a mere clone would struggle to accomplish the task effectively. Although Lushan was not particularly skilled as a puppet ninja, his abilities were not significantly superior to those of Scorpion. Yet, being entrenched in Lulan, Lushan had the advantage of the Dragon Vein support, which complicated the mission considerably. Half a month later, the log followed the trail of Jiraiya and Kan to the Land of Rain. According to the information relayed by the Shadow Clone, Jiraiya intended to visit his 3 disciples, Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan. At this juncture, the Akatsuki organization had undergone a monumental transformation following Hanzo's demise. Yahiko, as the leader of Akatsuki, had now claimed a significant portion of the Land of Rain. If the current momentum persisted, the future landscape of the Land of Rain could become even clearer. Suddenly, just as Jiraiya and Ken were about to rest before heading to the Akatsuki headquarters, they witnessed the log transform into a cloud of white smoke. It seems he has returned, Jiraiya remarked with a smile. What do you mean by returned? Ken inquired, perplexed. Since their departure from Konoha and their stay in the Land of Grass, Ken had been unaware that the log accompanying him to the Land of Rain was merely a clone. The original had long been taken by Jiraiya to Mount Myaboku, awaiting Minato's summons. Consequently, the sudden disappearance of the log startled Ken profoundly. Hey! Just then, a figure materialized behind Jiraiya and Kansas log. What Jiraiya-sensei said was true. The log, confronted with Kan's questioning gaze, particularly her mildly irritated expression, quickly feigned ignorance. The gentle rain enveloped the log, soaking him thoroughly. After Ken assisted the log in changing clothes, they set off with Jiraiya to find Yahiko and the others. Having completed the Lulan mission, the log had not only gained an additional 5 uses of the time room, but also an extra chance at the Wheel of Fate. At this moment, the log hesitated, contemplating whether to take a chance at the lottery. After all, if he were to draw another summoning beast, it was uncertain whether it might be absorbed by the gluttonous entity. However, if it were a ninjutsu, it would be of little use, as he had already transcribed numerous jutsu from sealed scrolls, making another draw redundant. As for Jinjutsu, with the Ten Tails Eye and heart bestowed upon him, there was no necessity to learn any more illusions. Yet, he wondered if his Jinjutsu could rival that of Itachi. Teacher log. At the entrance of the Akatsuki headquarters, Konan awaited Jiraiya's arrival. Observing the log, who had visibly grown taller in the 2 years since their last meeting, she exclaimed, "You've grown," as she affectionately ruffled his hair. The log, feeling the warmth of her gesture, bounded forward and clung to her. "We've all grown." "Hello, Sister Konan. I'm Kan," she chimed, approaching Konan with a cheerful greeting. Konan noticed Ken's newfound confidence, no longer the shy girl she once was. Instead, she had blossomed under the log's influence. "Hello, I'm Konan, Log's senior sister. We have heard about you." The log responded with a puzzled expression. The Land of Rain sought to expand, particularly Yahiko, who aspired to stabilize the nation among the 3 great powers through his own means. Such covert strategies would undoubtedly involve numerous clandestine actions, while simultaneously fortifying their own authority and remaining vigilant of all secret maneuvers among the 3 great nations. As one of these nations, Konoha, particularly with the connections between Jiraiya, the Log, and Yahiko, would likely be the first to gather intelligence on them. Let us go inside. This rain dampens the spirits, the Log muttered, detaching himself from Conan and voicing his complaint. No need to worry, if you dislike the rain. I can ask Nagato to stop it shortly, Conan replied. The Log raised an eyebrow. Is that even possible? With a knowing smile, Conan did not provide an answer. The Akatsuki headquarters occupied the very building once belonging to Hanzo. Since Hanzo's defeat at the hands of the Log, Yahiko and his companions had succeeded in unifying the fragmented Land of Rain in less than a year. Yahiko had gone to attend the inauguration of the Land of Rain's Ninja Academy and would likely return soon. As Conan led Jiraiya and the others through the headquarters, she nodded in acknowledgement to the Akatsuki members they encountered. Where's Nagato? Nagato is responsible for monitoring any potential intruders, Conan explained, guiding them into a room. He was aware of your entry into the Land of Rain as soon as you arrived. I will send someone to summon him shortly. At this point, Conan subtly glanced at the Log, a knowing smile playing on her lips. According to Minato's intel, Nagato had been aware of Jiraiya's arrival the moment he entered the Land of Rain. However, he had not sensed the Log's presence. The identity of Kan was not a secret to Conan and the others, which led them to initially assume that the Log had not accompanied Jiraiya. To their surprise, the Log had indeed come along with Jiraiya, catching Conan off guard. The rain in the Land of Rain was not mere precipitation, but a manifestation of Nagato's ninjutsu. By controlling the rain through chakra, he monitored the activities within the Land of Rain. Yet, while the rain had detected Jiraiya, it had failed to sense the Log. Was there an issue with Nagato's jutsu? No, that couldn't be the case. Conan smiled at the Log, recalling the crimson flames that emanated from him when he absorbed the poison gas during his battle with Hanzo. Perhaps that was the answer. Chapter 75, Recommendation of Jonin Luki, along with Yuin and Han, lingered in the Land of Rain for an extended period. During this time, Jiraiya, serving as Yahiko's mentor, was invited to the ninja school to impart knowledge to the children of the Land of Rain. Han's comprehension of bloodline limits also became a significant source of information for the region. However, Luki, when invited by Yahiko to teach the children, resolutely declined. I am still but a child myself. How could I possibly teach them? At merely 7 years of age, Luki found himself in a classroom filled with children ranging from 5 to 9, akin to those in the Hidden Leaf Village. What could he possibly teach them? Ninjutsu? Jinjutsu? Or perhaps taijutsu? Luki knew that he could not teach ninjutsu, as apart from the most basic techniques, the rest were secrets of the Hidden Leaf. He could not instruct them in jinjutsu either, for his heavenly fox eye was a gift from the celestial fox template, and he could not elucidate its intricacies. Taijutsu, being the simplest and his forte, posed a dilemma as well. His mastery lay predominantly in overwhelming opponents with sheer strength, raising concerns of leading the children astray. Ultimately, Yahiko conceded to Luki's stance and allowed him to frolic in the Land of Rain. One day, Frosmith appeared abruptly, regurgitating a scroll that he handed to Jiraiya. Observing Jiraiya's contemplative demeanor, Luki surmised it contained vital information from the Hidden Leaf. Indeed, upon perusal, Jiraiya's expression grew notably grave. With only Luki and Han at his side, Jiraiya remarked, the situation between the Fire Country and its neighbors appears increasingly dire. The Earth Country has engaged in several skirmishes with the Hidden Leaf, and even the Mist Village seems to have ventured into Fire Country territory. What does that imply? Luki inquired directly. Jiraiya chuckled softly, exhaling a long breath. What else could it imply? This information suggests that some are unable to contain their restlessness. Luki, well aware that the Third Great Ninja War was still 4 or 5 years away, noted that Obito and his cohort had yet to graduate from the ninja school, rendering the onset of eye-swapping unlikely. Moreover, the war would not ignite until they ascended to Chunin, and the current tensions between the great nations were merely localized disputes. The grand scale of conflict synonymous with the Third Great Ninja War was indeed inevitable. The aftermath of the Second Great Ninja War could not simply be washed away with time. The Earth Country, Water Country, and even the Fire Country were embroiled in retaliatory conflicts. Oh, by the way, Jiraiya interjected, suddenly turning to Luki. You have now attained the rank of Chunin. Since the last mission, your brother Minato, along with Akimichi Choza and Yamanaka Shimi, has recommended you for promotion to Jonin. Jonin? Luki exclaimed in astonishment. What madness is this? Why would they recommend me? To Luki, the hierarchical structure of ninjas bore a distinctly task-oriented distinction. Genin, under the guidance of Jonin, were frequently dispatched on missions. In contrast, Jonin were allocated to various positions within the hidden leaf according to their abilities. They even had responsibilities akin to future Kakashi, mentoring young ninjas through their progression. Conversely, as a Chunin, especially under Jiraiya's tutelage, Luki neither needed to join the Umbu nor concern himself with village missions. It was a rather leisurely position. The prospect of becoming a Jonin. I refuse to be a Jonin. Luki sprang up from beside Han, raising his brow defiantly. I do not wish to be burdened with responsibilities. How could that be considered a burden? Jiraiya retorted, momentarily speechless, before offering reassurance. Nevertheless, you need not worry. I have already suppressed this matter. Luki. It turned out that upon returning to the village after the Lulan mission, Minato, along with the other two team members, had promptly proposed recommending Luki for Jonin promotion. The criteria for advancing to Jonin differed from those for Jinin and Shunin. It merely required an assessment of the ninja's qualifications for executing missions. Luki's demonstrated prowess during the Mist Village and Lulan missions had been on par with any Jonin-level expert, often playing a crucial role. For the Hidden Leaf, promoting Luki to Jonin was a bold move, considering that while he had excelled in his missions, the frequency of his assignments fell short. However, through the fervent endorsements of the Akimichi and Yamanaka clans, the third Hokage eventually relented. Just as the plan for Luki's promotion to Jonin seemed set in stone, Jiraiya intervened at the last moment. Aside from previous reservations held by the third Hokage, Jiraiya believed that Luki's youth rendered him ill-equipped to shoulder the composure and adaptability expected of a Jonin. Furthermore, having graduated from ninja school at 5 and attained Chunin at 6, a promotion to Jonin at 7 might not bode well for him. A fine blade requires meticulous forging. Without sufficient refinement, even the best materials would be squandered. Luki's rapid growth over the years raised concerns for Jiraiya that too swift an elevation could lead to arrogance or hubris. Even prodigies require the crucible of time to hone their abilities. Thus, Jiraiya was reluctant to allow Luki's ascent to Jonin. Master Jiraiya, this is the wisest decision you have ever made. Luki joyfully seized Jiraiya's arm, patting him on the shoulder with satisfaction. Ugh, you little brat. Jiraiya suddenly scolded, grimacing as he rubbed the spot where Luki had patted him. You nearly dislocated my shoulder. Luki. Since absorbing the power of the dragon vein during the Lulan mission, Luki had noticeably lost control over his strength. Although the data from the Saitama template within his mind remained unchanged, he frequently found himself making mistakes. Was his control deteriorating? Luki pondered. Could it be that he was simply growing stronger? As night fell, Conan and Han slumbered on either side of Luki, listening to the rhythmic sound of their breathing. Luki ventured into his mindscape, seeking counsel from the system. System, I currently possess the gluttony of Tautai within me, and it threatens to devour my summoning beast. You cannot simply turn a blind eye to this. Ding, the templates within this system vary in strength. The Tautai template ranks among divine beasts, while the Heavenly Fox is an immortal beast, rendering coexistence impossible. What do you mean by that? Are you saying there is nothing to be done? Ding. The System S template manual does include summoning beasts that rival Tautai. If the host can draw one of them, there will be no need to fear being consumed by Tautai. Luki. Chapter 76. Deadline. 3 years the system intends to abandon me. What should I do? I'm quite anxious about this. Liumu, renowned for his connection with the legendary beast Tautai. Is it truly so easy to summon it? 2 years ago, on my second lottery draw, I managed to summon Tautai, which was nearly the result of years of sheer luck. Now, with the system's declaration, it clearly wishes to evade responsibility. Ugh, this wretched system. Beep, does the host wish to draw a lottery now? I might as well draw. Holding on to it serves no purpose. At this point, Liumu has given up all hope. As Fate's wheel spins rapidly, the pointer gradually settles on a template of a spirit beast. Observing the card transforming into radiant light and coalescing in his hand, Liumu shakes his head in resignation, not even bothering to read the card's description. What is this? I've never even heard of it. It seems I will be treating Tautai to a feast again tonight. Unexpectedly. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Nearly a minute passes, and the template remains as pristine as ever, showing no signs of dissipating like the previous Huli. What is going on? Wasn't it supposed to devour? Tautai, are you picky about your food? Just because this one is an unattractive fish doesn't mean you can turn your nose up at it. Beep. The system reminds you that the bloodline possessed by He Luo in this template resembles that of Tao Tai, hence it cannot be devoured. Liumu. He Luo? Curiosity piqued, Liumu glances at the template in his hand. He Luo, a fish, one body with 10 forms, transforms into a bird, named Xiujio. It moves like shadows in the night, its voice thunders, and it is known to ride ghostly vehicles. It can be fed, a descendant of dragons, and holds a divine status. Xiujio. Suddenly, Liumu recalls this name. In the Shanhai Ji Lu, Xiujio is depicted as a spirit beast possessing the blood of dragons. Although it resembles a fish and can be domesticated by humans, Xiujio is known for its formidable attack power. It has been recorded that the 10 forms of Xiujio can rival 10 extraordinary spirit medicines, often leading to miraculous healing and longevity when consumed. So Xiujio's real name is He Luo. No wonder I didn't recognize it. Liumu nods in understanding. However, treating He Luo as a spirit beast, its inherent attack capability is rather disappointing, and as a nocturnal aquatic creature, its limitations are quite significant. If a peculiar circumstance arises and He Luo happens to be asleep upon summoning, wouldn't that be a waste of time? But, as this thought crosses his mind, Liumu's eyes gleam with cunning. He Luo is indeed a spirit beast, but it's also a fish, isn't it? If it's a fish, it can be eaten. Liumu recalls that he has seasoning for grilled fish in his backpack. No. He quickly retracts this notion, placing the He Luo template back into the storage. As a spirit beast, each of its forms equates to an additional life. Wasting it would surely displease the heavens. Although times are currently peaceful, there will undoubtedly come a time when He Luo may be needed. Beep, a timely task has been triggered. Liumu. Goodness, you startled me, he exclaims, hurriedly paying attention to the task information announced by the system. As long as it doesn't involve promoting to a jonin, I'm fine. When I graduated from the Ninja Academy, the system issued tasks for both my promotion to Genin and Chunin. Just thinking about the promotion to Jonin that Jiraiya-sensei mentioned earlier makes Liumu anxious. Beep, a timely task has been triggered. Please promote to Special Jonin within 3 years. Reward, 10 uses of the time room and 1 lottery draw on the fate wheel. Liumu. Just what I feared. I just said please not a Jonin promotion. And here comes the task. Wait, a Special Jonin? In the hierarchy of Konoha ninjas, upon graduating from the academy, one becomes a Genin. And the promotion from Genin leads to Chunin. A Special Jonin is a unique position between Chunin and Jonin. A Chunin can directly ascend to Jonin, but may also pass through the role of Special Jonin. Above Jonin are the elite Jonin, like Kakashi's father, Hatake Tsukumo. Liumu recalls that in the original tale, the character Ebisu, who was humorously drained of blood by the prince, was a Special Jonin. Although he appears unimpressive and somewhat quirky, his strength is not to be underestimated. During the invasion of Konoha by Pain, Ebisu was capable of matching him in close combat. Liumu ponders that the system has consistently assigned task limitations regarding his rank, including this Special Jonin task. It is certain that there will be subsequent tasks for promotion to Jonin. And what comes after Jonin? Elite Jonin? What? Will they expect me to become Hokage? Becoming the Hokage of Konoha? Liumu has no interest in that. The world is vast, brimming with intriguing experiences that he cannot wait to explore. He has no desire to spend his days seated in an office, shuffling paperwork. Besides, he certainly cannot follow the prince's example, using shadow clones to shirk responsibilities. This task has a 3-year deadline. 3 years. 3 years from now will coincide with Obito and Rin's graduation, and the Third Shinobi World War is soon to ignite. At this moment, in the ninja world, there are no grand battles, yet minor skirmishes persist. Everyone is tacitly maintaining a fragile peace. However, this peace is fleeting and easily shatterable, as even a small spark can ignite a widespread conflagration. Liumu is well aware of this reality, and he opens his eyes, gazing at Konan beside him, as well as the enigmatic Pain with his Rinnegan flashing in his mind. The Third War, indeed, marks the time of Yahiko's demise in the original narrative. Now that Hanzo has been eliminated by me, how will Yahiko and his companions develop in the future? The original Akatsuki has already had its historical trajectory altered by Liumu, yet as the sole remaining organization, they still embody the existence Liumu wishes to witness. Liumu, are you still awake? At that moment, Conan's voice breaks through the silence beside him. Liumu turns to face her. Nodding earnestly, I wanted to ask how you all have prepared regarding the information I sent through my clone. Upon hearing this, Conan slightly nods. Initially, We found it quite strange why your clone would say such things. However, after some reflection, Yahiko agreed that it is a wise allocation to have him manage the overt matters while Nagato handles the covert ones. Additionally, we have dispatched individuals to secretly investigate those mentioned in the information, but the feedback we received isn't very promising. Chapter 77. The descendants of Akatsuki. Lucifer aspires to resurrect Akatsuki in accordance with his own expectations. Although each member of the original Akatsuki carries a past that shapes their character, this will not hinder Lucifer's ambitions. The only significant obstacle he faces is Uchiha Itachi, codenamed Ju. Lucifer is reluctant to interfere too deeply with the fate of the Uchiha clan, for no living being desires to witness a massacre. However, Itachi serves as the backdrop of the entire storyline, and the unresolved tensions between the Uchiha clan and the higher-ups of Konoha weigh heavily on Lucifer's mind. Xiaonan's remark about the less-than-ideal situation refers to the fact that many of the candidates Lucifer has suggested are not easily traceable, with several being pivotal figures within various ninja villages. They cannot simply be recruited through mere persuasion. There is no need for concern on this front, Lucifer reassured. After all, according to the timeline, many members of Akatsuki, including Itachi, have yet to be born. Even figures like Kakazu and Kisame have not yet gained notoriety in the shinobi world. Their rebellion requires narrative support. It is merely a matter of time, not ability. Lucifer's proposal is simply to prepare Yahiko so that the future Akatsuki, led by Nagato, can establish a foundational model. Yahiko is responsible for managing the Land of Rain, and every nation requires a hidden strength, much like Konoha's Umbu and Danzo's Root. Not everything can be handled overtly, and Nagato, along with the future Akatsuki, bears the responsibility of being the dagger lurking in the shadows of the Land of Rain. How do you know so much about ninjas from other villages? Xiaonan finally voiced her long-held curiosity, a question that mirrored the bewilderment in both Yahiko and Nagato's hearts. Lucifer muttered, fabricating a response. I've traveled extensively with Jiraiya-sensei, so I've naturally come to know quite a few people. Then I'm feeling tired. Just as Xiaonan was about to inquire further, Lucifer interrupted her. Shrinking his neck, he said, Sister Xiaonan, I'm feeling a bit cold. Cold. Despite it being July, the scorching heat of summer, the Land of Rain remained perpetually drenched due to Nagato's influence. Hearing Lucifer's slightly petulant tone, Xiaonan smiled and pulled him into her embrace, playfully cradling his head against her chest. When will you ever grow up? You can't expect me to carry you to sleep every time you visit the Land of Rain, can you? Another night passed in silence. The next day, after a modest breakfast with Han Xiao, Lucifer headed directly to the tall tower in the Land of Rain to find Nagato. His arrival surprised Nagato, as their interactions had been sparse since their acquaintance, with Lucifer appearing intentionally evasive. Lucifer, what brings you here? Nagato inquired, as a cold breeze swept through the window, lifting his long hair and revealing his expressionless eyes. Lucifer smiled faintly, finding a clean spot to sit on the floor. I came to see you. Nagato's mastery of the rain technique is crucial for the Land of Rain. Observing Nagato's silhouette, Lucifer abruptly asked, You know, don't you? Know what? Nagato replied, perplexed, turning to face Lucifer. Your origins. Nagato remained silent for a moment, contemplating. Nagato, who is actually 2 years older than Yahiko, had already matured beyond mere childhood when they encountered Jiraiya amidst the chaos of the Land of Rain. The war had ravaged their homeland, leaving the three of them to grapple with the painful truths of their lineage and the secrets behind his Rinnegan. Lucifer's demeanor shifted, a hint of menace creeping into his voice as he fixed his gaze on Nagato's back. After a moment of hesitation, Nagato finally spoke. Yes, I know. My parents perished in the turmoil instigated by Konoha, and I vowed to avenge them. Lucifer scoffed coldly, a surge of murderous intent surging with the chill of the tower's summit. However, Nagato continued, Later I met Yahiko and Xiaonan, and eventually Jiraiya-sensei. As he spoke, he lifted his gaze to the overcast sky, reminiscent of days gone by, a gentle smile gracing his lips. In my childhood, I often went hungry and dared not venture outside. The village was rife with ninjas bearing different headbands. My parents warned me that they were invaders, villains who forbade me from leaving. Eventually, my parents were gone, and my home was lost, the village transformed into a desolate ruin. On that day, the rain fell heavily, and I sheltered in a cave at the mountain's base, unsure of where to go. In that moment, fear gripped me, causing my body to tremble. I yearned to understand why things had turned out this way. If I could, I would protect my village, my friends, and my family. But as Nagato's voice began to quaver, Lucia rose and joined him by the window, both gazing out in silence. I contemplated death, for I felt utterly alone. Yet unexpectedly, I encountered Yahiko, who had also lost his family, but remained optimistic. His dreams were grander than mine. He aspired to create a world devoid of conflict. In my eyes, when Yahiko uttered those words, he shone like a rare sun in the land of rain. He was light, hope. As Nagato turned to Lucia, a bittersweet smile emerged on his stern face. He shook his head slowly, stating, "You grew up in Konoha. You cannot fathom the plight of children from war-torn lands." When Shounen joined us, and we met Jiraiya sensei, he bore no resemblance to the Konoha ninjas I had imagined. He taught us ninjutsu and taijutsu, often playing frog games with us during training. It was he who transformed my perception of Konoha's ninjas, despite the fact that Orochimaru was indeed difficult to deal with. Nagato continued, recounting his past, sharing tales of himself, Shao-nan, and Yahiko, including the struggles faced by the original Akatsuki. As time passed, he came to understand the unavoidable circumstances surrounding ninjas amidst great nations, and his initial ideals were irrevocably altered by Yahiko's vision. Together, they aimed to forge a peaceful land of rain, a realm free from the ravages of war. "Will you join us?" Nagato asked, fixing his gaze intently upon Lucia as he extended a pale arm, awaiting Lucia's response. "Me?" Lucia suppressed his aura, managing a wry smile. "Indeed," Nagato clarified. "2 years ago, you turned down our invitation. Thus, I wish to extend it once more, inviting you to partake in the plan you proposed." Chapter 78. Code Zero. Nagato's sudden invitation caught Ryuki completely off guard. Initially intending to probe into Nagato's true intentions, Ryuki nearly found himself ensnared in the process. Faced with the invitation, he remained resolute in his refusal. "Do you still wish to reject us?" Nagato pressed. "You are now a chunin. No longer that fledgling genin you once were." In the eyes of Yahiko and the others, this little junior brother possessed an unfathomable strength. Despite his youth, his intellect was far beyond that of ordinary individuals. The Akatsuki's plans placed Nagato at the forefront, yet if this organization could also bring Ryuki into its fold, it would undoubtedly surpass his descriptions of it. However, I must still decline this time, Ryuki replied with a faint smile, retrieving a piece of black cloth from his ninja tool pouch and presenting it to Nagato. Upon unwrapping it, Nagato discovered a meticulously arranged collection of rings, each inscribed with distinctive markings. "What is this?" he inquired, perplexed. Ryuki, noticing Nagato's confusion, selected a ring marked with the character for 0 and handed it to him. "I have my own reservations regarding joining," he explained. Nagato struggled to grasp Ryuki's concerns, yet the significance of the character 0 was not lost on him. 0 signifies both a beginning and an end. As the sharpest dagger of the Rain Country, it shall be your code name. As Ryuki spoke, he took the ring marked with white from Nagato's hand. "Do not forget the ideals you just mentioned. I will place my trust in you this once. As for the plan I mentioned, there is no need to rush. Before that, focus on mastering the use of your eyes." The secrets of the Rinnegan were little understood, even in Konoha, a village known for its Sharingan. Thus, both Yahiko and Nagato were oblivious to its profound mysteries. Ryuki was uncertain how much of the Rinnegan's power Nagato could currently wield, but in the original narrative, Nagato had demonstrated the ability to summon the Outer Path's Geto statue in a fit of rage. As for the power of the Deva Path, that would come in time. The ring marked white belonged to Konan, the strongest aide of the Akatsuki, who secretly possessed considerable wealth. According to the prices set by Konoha's ninja tool shop, a single explosive tag was worth as much as a chunin's reward for completing a B-rank mission. Konan's vast collection of explosive tags was worth billions. "What is this?" Konan curiously inquired, examining the ring on her finger. "Identity," Ryuki replied. "Identity? What do you mean?" Konan asked, puzzled. "And aren't rings typically worn for marriage? Then if I place a ring on your finger now, does that mean you are marrying me?" Ryuki quipped with a playful smile. "Humph, you little rascal," Konan retorted, affectionately tousling Ryuki's hair. "Aren't you afraid of making Han angry?" "Not at all. She won't be upset," Ryuki replied nonchalantly. Konan was momentarily taken aback, even pleasantly surprised. Had he truly struck gold? Han was not opposed to this arrangement. Well then, ahem. Konan found the situation both amusing and infuriating. After casting a mock glare at Han, She playfully punched Ryumaku. What are you thinking? Look at how you've influenced Han. Wishful thinking. Oh no, such a grave misunderstanding. Ryumaku protested, realizing that Han was older and he had taught her nothing. Han's background was so peculiar that her thoughts differed from those of normal girls. Ryumaku understood this well. Hence, he refrained from allowing Han to venture out alone. In some respects, he sought to protect Han from harm, yet on the other hand, he wished for her to maintain her innocence. The world of ninjas was fraught with complexity, filled with treachery and deceit. If there existed a sanctuary in this world, it was where Han resided. This was also the primary reason Ryumaku had taken Han away from Konoha. With regard to the Akatsuki's future, Ryumaku had made thorough arrangements. As for Yahiko, he believed Yahiko would serve as the primary representative of the Rain Country, both now and in the future. There was no need for him to join the Akatsuki. For with Nagato and Konan, the organization was already sufficiently fortified. Other members could be gradually gathered over time, as there was still ample opportunity. Regarding certain characters from the original narrative that could not be swayed, including the manipulative figure Toby, they were staunchly loyal to Madara and integral to the Moon Eye plan, making it impossible to incorporate them into the current Akatsuki. To compensate for these gaps, Ryumaku had deliberately chosen 2 additional ninjas. Whether they chose to join would ultimately depend on their own desires. At that moment, while Ryumaku was playfully interacting with Konan, he suddenly noticed Yahiko entering from outside. Observing the serious expression on his face, Ryumaku immediately adopted a more somber demeanor. Konan, you and your senior sister can continue playing. I need to speak with Yahiko for a moment, he instructed. Seeing Ryumaku's expression, Han nodded obediently. As Ryumaku followed Yahiko outside, he was led to a small, enclosed room. Yahiko gestured for Ryumaku to sit and inquired. Nagato mentioned that your refusal to join our plan stems from some concerns. Would you care to share what those are? Ryumaku had not anticipated that Yahiko's serious summons would be due to this matter. In many respects, Yahiko was kind-hearted and possessed grand aspirations, making him an admirable leader for a nation plagued by conflict like the Rain Country. However, as the future sovereign of a stabilized Rain Country, his benevolence might not serve its advancement well. Fortunately, with Nagato and Konan by his side, the situation was unlikely to spiral into chaos. Under Yahiko's earnest gaze, Ryumaku slightly turned his body to reveal the forehead protector on his arm. I do not wish to become a rogue ninja, he declared. Yahiko responded with surprise. Just as you would not expect Jiraiya-sensei to accept an invitation from us, I too cannot betray Konoha. Though it has its imperfections, it remains my homeland, where I have people I care for. Ryumaku had no immediate solutions regarding Konoha's issues, but betrayal would never be his first choice. Sensing Yahiko's helplessness, Ryumaku comforted him. As I have said before, we are all disciples of Jiraiya-sensei. Even if I do not join, I am still your junior brother. Should the Rain Country require my assistance, as long as it does not conflict with my principles, I will certainly help. However, Yahiko seemed determined to persist, but Ryumaku interrupted him directly. There are no buts, Ryumaku said, locking his gaze with Yahiko's and gently added, do not resist. Just look for yourself. As Ryumaku moved closer, the eye of the fox activated, ensnaring Yahiko in the illusion he had crafted. Chapter 79. Who are you? What could this possibly mean? In the dead of night, Yahiko's voice suddenly pierced the silence, and with a thunderous crash, the wooden table before him shattered into splinters. Ryumaku stood, pressing him back into the chair, and inquired, do you see it clearly now? The illusion Ryumaku had conjured was, in fact, a modified version of the original plot that transpired after Yahiko's demise. Although it was confined to the Land of Rain and Jiraiya's narrative, it was sufficient to leave Yahiko utterly shocked and disconcerted. You mean to say that Nagato's eyes could be? Yahiko's voice faltered as he recalled the years spent alongside Nagato, now transformed into something so unfathomable within the illusion. His heart clenched tightly in response. What you perceive is not the entirety, but it is indeed so. Ryumaku resumed his seat, speaking earnestly. You are the only one, aside from me, who has witnessed this content. You are an astute individual. You must understand the primary reason for my visit to the Land of Rain. Yahiko lowered his gaze, his expression dark and contemplative. Suddenly he looked up, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. With icy words, he asked cautiously, who are you truly? How do you possess this knowledge? Even foreseeing events that transpired after my death? What is your motive for all that you have done in the Land of Rain? To Yahiko, Ryumaku no longer resembled the young he once knew. The enigma surrounding him had been completely unveiled the moment his eyes transformed into slitted pupils. Ryumaku was unconcerned about Yahiko losing his composure. Revealing this information now only brought him closer to his aspirations. Furthermore, Nagato and Konan would inevitably alter their fates due to his foresight. I possess the gift of prophecy. Ryumaku maintained his smile, striving to preserve the appearance of a 7-year-old child. And my predictions are remarkably accurate. What you have just witnessed is a reflection of my earlier foresight. As for my identity, Ryumaku stood, smiling as he proclaimed, I am simply your little, nothing more. With that, he left Yahiko in a daze, pushing the door open and departing. He felt no trepidation regarding Yahiko's potential loss of calmness, for Hans, the cause of his demise, had been eliminated the moment Ryumaku made his entrance. What Yahiko needed most was to comprehend Nagato and the significance of those eyes, assisting Ryumaku in reshaping the Akatsuki and its future trajectory. Jiraiya's involvement was intended to heighten Yahiko's awareness of these matters. In his heart, Yahiko likely regarded Jiraiya as a paternal figure, having rescued him from the tragedies of the land of rain. The night rain drenched Ryumaku completely, and as he gazed at the scenery of the land of rain beneath the night sky, he was reminded of Jiraiya's initial infiltration into this very place. He clenched his fists, joints cracking with determination. Jiraiya would not perish, nor would Yahiko. The future of Nagato remained uncertain. Ryumaku was convinced that by altering Madara's plans, he was engaging in a subtle contest with him. The player was Nagato, yet the outcome would not unfold as he desired, ensuring that he would not be checkmated. Ryumaku's ambitions for the Akatsuki had begun to take shape, and the following day, Yahiko, as Ryumaku had anticipated, returned to his former self. Although there was a hint of hesitation upon seeing Ryumaku, the glint in his eyes revealed the information Ryumaku sought. As time passed, even the first snow had gradually melted away with the arrival of spring. At this juncture, Jiraiya's team had explored numerous locales after departing from the land of rain, experiencing the diverse customs and cultures. The thick, plush shoes crunched on the snow, producing a soft sound. The sun overhead gleamed brightly, piercing through the eyes. At the border of the land of fire, Ryumaku hid behind a tree, preparing to hurl a large snowball at the figure clad in white fluff. However, before he could act, numerous snowballs, each the size of a fist, appeared before him, rapidly growing larger. Bang! 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 How cunning! Ryumaku exclaimed, shaking off the snowballs that clung to him, pointing at the figure in white. Shall we engage in a snowball fight? How can you use shadow clones? More players make it more fun. The figure chuckled from a distance, teasingly responding, besides, you never said it was forbidden. Ryumaku. All right. So you can use shadow clones, huh? Gritting his teeth, he quickly formed hand seals. Instantly, 1,000 white misty figures burst forth from the woods. Come on, let's have a snowball fight, just like in the hospital. 1,000 needles technique. Ryumaku watched as the snowballs, infused with 1,000 needles, approached. He hastily pleaded, no more. No more. Are you trying to kill me? With that, he returned to the riverbank and plopped down beside Jiraiya, grinning in disbelief. Humph, not playing anymore. Once the shadow clones dispersed, the figure, now unencumbered, leaped joyfully in the snow, resembling a sprite. Jiraiya observed the playful exchange between the two and smiled knowingly, glancing at the grilled fish beside him. You know, this girl is no longer the same as she was 3 years ago. Do you really think you can bully her like before? When did I ever bully her? Ryumaku shot a glare at Jiraiya before turning back to the girl. After a moment, as the aroma of grilled fish intensified, Jiraiya called for her to join for lunch. This is all your fault. Look at me, I'm soaked. Snowball fight. Ryumaku exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. He quickly ignited the firewood with fire release, fireball technique, telling her, sit here, you'll dry off soon. At this moment, she had blossomed into a vibrant young woman. Gone was the childish visage from 3 years prior. She now radiated beauty. Her fair face glowed. Her expressive blue eyes sparkled with life, and her long hair cascaded down to her waist, casually draped over her shoulders. She had grown to nearly 5'5", and now, she requested Ryumaku to style her hair daily, as if it were an unnegotiable task. From here, you and she should return to the village first. I must visit my Bokuzen. Ryumaku nodded at Jiraiya's words. Although he had mastered sage techniques, his ability to gather sage energy had stagnated. Relying solely on his own strength made the process of entering sage mode exceedingly challenging. Of course, Ryumaku replied, taking a hearty bite of grilled fish. By the way, I've been meaning to ask, what prompted your sudden desire to return to the village? P.S. A new cover is coming soon. Chapter 80. The true skill of Ryuki. In the 46th year of Konoha, the village was unusually tranquil. The remnants of snow lingered, with piles accumulating along the roadsides. Vendors were energetically calling out their wares, harmonizing with the distant clamor of the ninja academy, creating a uniquely harmonious atmosphere. "Let me wash," said Kei, taking the clothes from Ryuki and placing them in the basin. As he drew water, he inquired, "What would you like to eat tonight? We should go buy some ingredients soon." Ryuki smiled and nodded in response. "You seem to have something on your mind," Kei remarked, noticing Ryuki's distracted demeanor. However, Ryuki merely smiled, gazing towards the direction of the ninja academy, murmuring to himself, "From now on, everything is still possible." Within the ninja academy, Rin tugged at Obito's ear, leading him to the doorway with a serious expression. "Are you planning to prank the teacher again by taking down the eraser?" Obito grimaced, his mouth twisted in pain. "We are about to graduate. I just wanted to leave an impression on the teacher. Impressions should be made with this." At that moment, Guy entered, carrying a bucket of water and giving Obito a thumbs up. "With this bucket, the teacher will remember you for a lifetime." Rin interjected, "Guy, why are you encouraging him?" She swiftly snatched the eraser and water bucket from the two, averting any further antics. Graduation was imminent, with less than 3 days remaining until the exams. Ryuki had returned at this time, primarily for the mission in his system task to become a special jounin. Additionally, with the upcoming Third Great Ninja War, the small skirmishes between the nations were gradually escalating. In the past 3 years, the Third Hokage had summoned Jiraiya back to the village multiple times. However, during that period, the trio had found themselves in desolate deserts or vast, empty fields, devoid of any human presence, making it nearly impossible to receive information from the Third. Even when messages did arrive, Jiraiya would concoct various excuses to delay his return, leading to a noticeable loss of hair in his attempts to deceive the Third. As in previous years, the content of the graduation exam was still the shadow clone technique. The teacher earnestly encouraged the students to practice diligently over the next 2 days, hoping for excellent results. Meanwhile, Guy and several familiar friends huddled together, discussing something. "Did you hear? Among the jounin leading our graduation class, there's the one known as the Yellow Flash, Minato. Is that true? How do you know? Weren't you at school this morning? Did you not see the announcement at the gate?" Obito leaned back in his chair, shaking his head. "I heard he used to oversee the Third Zanbu. I certainly do not wish to be under him. He is so formidable. I can only imagine how strict he will be." Guy chuckled. "You speak as if you can choose whether to go or not. I want to be under Minato's guidance." At that moment, Rin clutched her textbook and eagerly said, "He will surely teach us a great deal." Lower-ranked ninjas. Inuzuka Kiba squeezed through the crowd, her brow furrowed. "My father's team is always busy, either catching cats for neighbors or fetching water for villagers. I heard that the last time they caught a dog, someone got bitten and had to get 4 or 5 stitches in their calf." The group fell silent. Inuzuka Kiba had inadvertently delivered a stark reminder that being a lower-ranked ninja was not all that thrilling. Ryuki and Kakashi are so fortunate. After their graduation as lower-ranked ninjas, they won't have to deal with so many trivial tasks. Obito spoke, a hint of envy flickering in his eyes. Becoming a ninja was a dream for everyone. But as lower-ranked ninjas, their assignments were largely insignificant, mere trifles. Only upon advancing to the rank of Chunin, whether entering Umbu or being assigned various village roles, would their status as ninjas gain true significance. What's the point of catching cats and teasing dogs? The rewards barely suffice for a bag of rice dumplings. Oh wait. Inuzuka Kiba suddenly recalled something. When Obito mentioned Ryuki, it reminded me that my dad said the village seems to be promoting Ryuki to be our examiner for the graduation test. Obito exclaimed. "The exams have always been overseen by school teachers. What do you mean promote? Is he becoming a jounin?" He was skeptical, given that Ryuki's promotion speed had already been swift. He and Kakashi had become Chunin while Obito was just about to graduate. Would the villagers accept such a promotion? "I'm not sure," Inuzuka Kiba replied with a laugh. "My dad just mentioned it when he scolded me last time. Who knows?" Guy, who had been silent until now, became visibly excited upon hearing about Ryuki. He sprang from his seat, asking, "If Ryuki is going to be our examiner, then he must be coming back in the next couple of days." Without hesitation, Guy swiftly packed his bag and squeezed through the crowd, preparing to leap out of the window from the 3rd floor. "Guy, where are you going?" A flash of green blurred through the air, leaving only Guy's excited reply behind. I'm going to check if Ryuki is back. Oh no. Rin and the others felt a familiar sensation wash over them. When Ryuki was away from the village, Guy always acted this way before challenging Kakashi to a duel. Now that Ryuki's return was imminent, Guy reverted to this eager demeanor, likely seeking to spar with Ryuki. Ryuki was not Kakashi. The latter often approached their matches with a half-serious attitude. Their contests had always been a back-and-forth affair, which had become one of Guy's most frequently recounted glorious tales. Should we go watch? Obito tentatively suggested to the others. Let us go. Obito's competitive spirit extended beyond Kakashi, ever since Ryuki graduated and was promoted alongside Kakashi. He had also begun to view Ryuki as a benchmark. Ryuki's skills remained enigmatic, even though they had sparred previously. That had merely been playful exchanges during their time at the academy. Having trained under the legendary Jiraiya for so long, Ryuki must have grown even stronger. Most of their classmates shared Obito's sentiments. If Guy, the strongest in their class, were to spar with Ryuki, they might truly witness Ryuki's genuine abilities. Let us hurry. Ryuki's house isn't very close to the academy. Inuzuka Kiba urged as she packed her bag. Consequently, the group surged out of the classroom, racing towards Ryuki's home. Chapter 81. The Thousand-Year Kill Barrage. With an excited shout, Kai forcefully pushed open the door of the Lyomu residence, resulting in a sharp crack. Kai. Oh no. I got too carried away. I hope Lyomu isn't angry. Gazing at the broken lock, beads of sweat trickled down Kai's forehead. Although the house was empty, freshly washed clothes were drying on the balcony, indicating that Lyomu had returned to the village, albeit not at home. Should I sneak away? Just as this thought crossed his mind, Lyomu and Han appeared behind him, carrying a basket of vegetables. A chill ran down Kai's spine as he turned around. Locking eyes with Lyomu. If I say it was unintentional, would you believe me? Lyomu. I believe you, dear uncle. Lyomu spat in annoyance and approached to inspect the lock. He extended his hand toward it, saying, 3,000, please. Kai, have you taken up a life of crime? It's just a lock, 3,000? Otherwise, Lyomu retorted, his demeanor unabashed. A string of meatballs costs 500, so 3,000 for a lock is hardly excessive. Besides, look at that big footprint on the door. I'll have to put in some effort to clean it. And I haven't even charged you for the emotional distress of damaging my door. Kai was left speechless. It appeared Lyomu had indeed turned into a robber. What emotional distress could possibly stem from a door? Fine, I know you're broke. Lyomu waved dismissively, feigning pain as he glanced at the door. Noticing Kai's backpack, Lyomu curiously inquired, did you just get out of school? Why the rush? Upon hearing Lyomu's question, Kai remembered the purpose of his visit. A smile returned to his troubled face as he excitedly exclaimed, I heard you were back, so I came to challenge you to a duel. Lyomu. Dinner is almost ready. Why not skip the duel? Han interjected, attempting to dissuade him. However, before Kai could respond, Lyomu jumped in, saying, then let us fight. We might as well do something since we're free. Han stood in shock. Typically, Lyomu rarely engaged in combat. He would rather bask in the sun or take long naps, claiming that he didn't want to harm any living being. Yet, he would indulge in grilled fish, eating just as much as Jiraiya, the adult. But now, Lyomu would argue that everything is part of an ecological chain, and he was merely helping to maintain its balance. You don't understand. With Kai's temperament, if we don't duel today, he'll be kicking down my door every day, Lyomu whispered to Han, explaining the situation. Han didn't know Kai well. He only heard some information from Lyomu's classmates during Lyomu's birthday. However, Kai had been training and consequently missed the celebration. Well, you two go ahead. I'll cook dinner tonight. The earlier you leave, the sooner you can return. Lyomu handed the basket to Han and pulled Kai toward the training ground. Moments later, they arrived at their destination, standing face to face. Lyomu beckoned. Let us get this over with quickly. I'm starving. All right. Kai readily agreed, squatting in an attacking stance. Suddenly, his expression shifted. He stood erect and called to Lyomu. Before we begin, let us agree that you can't use that. Whatever that killing technique was from before. Lyomu. Sure. Lyomu readily accepted, a challenging smile on his face. Bring it on. I will take this seriously. At that moment, Kai, brimming with confidence, launched himself forward, kicking up a cloud of dust as he vanished from sight. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared beneath Lyomu, pushing off the ground with both hands and aiming a powerful kick at Lyomu's chin. A new move, Lyomu teased, blocking Kai's attack by propping his chin with his palm. However, sensing the defense, Kai quickly shifted his stance, spinning rapidly like Chun-Li, his legs targeting Liu's torso. Leaf Hurricane. Interesting, Liu remarked, continuously retreating while deflecting Kai's strikes. Seizing the moment when Kai's momentum waned, Liu crouched and executed a sweeping kick aimed at Kai's face. Huh. To his surprise, after years of training, Kai displayed remarkable strength, using only his arms to evade Liu's attack. Liu, have I grown stronger? Kai proudly gave himself a thumbs up before turning to deliver another flying kick. You have indeed improved, but you're not the only one who has grown stronger. Liu's lips curled into a mysterious smile as he swiftly formed hand seals. Two shadow clones detonated beside Kai, swiftly restraining his arms and legs, rendering him immobile. Huh. Kai struggled, but it felt as though Liu's clones possessed boundless strength, and he couldn't break free. Liu chuckled softly, rubbing his hands as he approached the immobilized Kai. He crouched down slowly, a mischievous grin plastered across his face. As Kai's mind raced back to the technique Liu had once used on him, he exclaimed, "Wait, weren't we supposed to avoid that?" Liu raised an eyebrow and replied with a smile, "This is an advanced version of the 1,000-year kill. Prepare yourself." In the distance, Rin and a group of classmates arrived at the training ground, witnessing the final moments of the duel. Look, they're really there. But it seems Kai is trapped by Liu's clones. What is happening? Above, silence enveloped the air, save for the cawing of crows echoing ominously. Here comes the secret technique of the leaf, 1,000-year kill. Barrage. Puff, 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 puff. Rin watched the brutal scene unfold in horror, unable to suppress the urge to shield her eyes with her hands. The cries echoed relentlessly in her direction. Beside her, Obito felt a chill run down his spine, as if every strike of the 1,000-year kill was aimed at him. He discreetly tightened his legs, casting a sympathetic glance toward Kai. Note: in the world of Naruto, currency consists of banknotes and something akin to checks. A string of meatballs costs 500, likely in yen. The price of the lock is speculative. So enjoy the read without getting too caught up in the details. Further developments will unfold with the Akatsuki storyline, which I will research in depth. Chapter 82. Special Jonin Examination. How can you eat so much when you're injured? In the Liu household, Han, clad in a chilly apron, beamed at the sight of everyone at the dining table indulging heartily. Unlike his classmates, Guy was not seated. Liu narrowed his eyes, speechless, as he observed Guy frantically piling meat into his bowl. I train exceptionally hard, every day, Guy declared, his mouth stuffed with a fish head, mumbling his explanation. Liu frowned as white juices sprayed from Guy's mouth. Can you swallow that bite before you speak? Gulp. Sighing, Liu remarked. I have no idea what has gotten into my father. A few years ago, he suddenly doubled my training regimen and then quadrupled it. Since then, my appetite has skyrocketed. As he spoke, tears glistened at the corners of Guy's eyes. Seated closest to him, Liu noticed the sorrow reflected in Guy's gaze. He picked up his chopsticks and offered Guy a piece of grilled meat, comforting him. Then eat more, don't let yourself get too thin. Thank you, Liu. That gratitude is undeserved. Once friends, they now gathered at the Liu residence. Rin and Hinata were unlike the boys, taking their time with their meals. Han leaned in closer to Liu, whispering, you should eat too. Don't just sit there. Me? How can I eat? Liu replied with a frown, gesturing towards Guy. I'm already full. Liu, are you back in the village to supervise our graduation? After tasting the myriad flavors, Hinata finally voiced her lingering question. Supervise? Liu frowned in response. I'm not supervising anyone. Besides, don't the teachers at the ninja school usually oversee the graduation exams? What does that have to do with me? Upon hearing Liu's denial, everyone exhaled in relief. After all, just a few years ago, they were all classmates. Liu and Kakashi had graduated early, and it would indeed be an awkward scenario if Liu were to appear as a supervising teacher before his former classmates. Of course, the embarrassment would not fall on Liu, but rather on his peers. Then why have you returned? Guy turned to ask. I have no missions. Liu shook his head. I just came back to have a look and may stay in the village for a long while. That is wonderful, Guy exclaimed, his excitement palpable at the thought of Liu remaining in the village. You don't know how busy Kakashi has been lately. I can never find him. If you're staying in the village. Guy? Obito interjected, casting a wry smile at him, his gaze shifting slowly from Guy's face to the space behind him. Don't overextend yourself. What if Liu upgrades that jutsu again in the future? Haha. Afterwards, the group engaged in lively conversation with Liu, sharing amusing anecdotes from their daily lives. The excitement intensified when they mentioned that Minato Namikaze would be the leading teacher for this year's graduates. After all, the title of the Yellow Flash was renowned throughout the ninja world. Anyone fortunate enough to be under his tutelage would undoubtedly take great pride in it. Ryomu was not surprised by this news. Instead, he discreetly glanced at Rin and Obito. The following day, Ryomu arrived early at the Hokage's office to report in. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, sat at his desk, slowly closing a classified document. Upon noticing Ryomu's arrival, he inquired, "I heard you have mastered the Shadow Clone Jutsu?" Ryomu, as expected, this moment has come. Years ago, after mastering the Shadow Clone technique, he had demonstrated it in front of Minato. Now that the third Hokage was aware of his clandestine study of the Forbidden Scroll, he would undoubtedly pose challenges. A storm was brewing, and Ryomu instantly adopted a nonchalant demeanor. However, to his surprise, what awaited him was not the anticipated reprimand from the third Hokage. "Well, you learned it. So it's done. Even if you hadn't, Jiraiya might have taught you anyway." The Shadow Clone Jutsu isn't particularly advanced. The reason it became famous was that the prince had the assistance of the Nine Tails, granting him chakra several times greater than that of an ordinary ninja. In the original narrative, Kakashi once mentioned that the prince's chakra was tenfold his own. Thus, he could deploy 10 times the number of clones. "Here, this is your next mission." Mission? Ryomu frowned as he looked at the classified document handed to him by the third Hokage. "I've just returned to the village. And you want me to take on a mission? This is too much." Just like Jiraiya, you have the same expression of disdain when receiving a task. The third Hokage jested, lifting his pipe and taking a deep puff. Ryomu was speechless. Upon opening the document, he found a single line neatly written. Task, Srank. Proceed to the Konoha Ninja School to supervise the graduation examination. Information, none. Ryomu. Old Village Head. What are you doing? Old Village Head. The third Hokage was momentarily taken aback by Ryomu's address, then burst into laughter, explaining, "It's merely a supervision role, nothing significant." "What? Are you facing difficulties?" "This is more than a difficulty. This year's graduates are from my own class. If I supervise, it will put pressure on my former classmates." Upon hearing Ryomu's explanation, the third Hokage suddenly understood. "Ah, I almost forgot you graduated early." However, the third Hokage stood up and continued. "I have already informed the ninja school about this matter. Furthermore, pressure can be a good thing. It helps to assess true talent. Just go without worry. This is your special Jonin assessment task." Assessment? Special Jonin? Ryomu's brows furrowed at the mention of these terms. For the reason behind his return to the village was precisely this matter. The system had tasked Ryomu with becoming a special Jonin. However, he had not anticipated that the third Hokage had already devised such a plan, and that the task for his promotion to special Jonin would be so simple. "If there are no issues, you may prepare for your task. I will notify you of the schedule later." On his journey home, Ryomu stowed the secret scroll into his ninja tool pouch, feeling quite helpless. The task assigned by the third Hokage left him with no room to refuse. It was not only the Hokage's intention, but also the mission the system had revealed to him 3 years prior. Even for the sake of the 10 uses of the time-space room, Ryomu was unwilling to forfeit this opportunity for rewards. Sighing, he lamented, "Just last night, I said I wouldn't supervise, and today the situation has changed." 2 days slipped by in the blink of an eye. On this day, before Ryomu had fully awakened, a gentle knock echoed from outside his door. Groggily getting out of bed, he rubbed his sleepy eyes and opened the door. "Ryomu, today is the day of the ninja school examination. Let us set out together. P.S. I will try to write the daily occurrences quickly. I'll save wherever possible." Chapter 83. The Genin Examination. The graduating class of Ryomu consists of 3 groups. By a twist of fate, the class Ryomu is reviewing happens to be the very same one he belonged to years ago. Gazing at the familiar smile of the man before him. Has it really been years, and does he no longer recognize me? Ryomu. It is no wonder, for I have married in these years and have gained quite a bit of weight. Hearing the teasing tone of the other, a figure suddenly materializes in Ryomu's mind. Is it you, teacher Meichuan Naiku? Meichuan Naiku, the lead instructor from Ryomu's past, the very same Chunin who had assessed Ryomu when Jiraiya was conducting evaluations, is now before him. Observing his former teacher, who now appears almost unrecognizable due to his weight gain, Ryomu cannot help but chuckle. How have you become so plump? Teacher Naiko laughs heartily, showing no shame regarding his weight. This is a happy weight, you'll understand in due time. Within the ninja school, Upon seeing Lyomu enter the classroom alongside teacher Naiku, the students gaped in astonishment. Kai, standing at the back of the room, called out, "Lyomu, did you not say you were not responsible for the assessments?" Naiku, upon hearing this, admonished, "Silence. The examination is about to commence. Shouldn't you all familiarize yourselves with the shadow clone technique?" Lyomu's class had learned the shadow clone technique years ago, so the graduation examination was hardly a daunting task. Indeed, the first to take the stage, Chueshing Yinzi, did not wait for teacher Naiku's prompt and completed the technique in an instant. With a resounding bang, the clone greeted Lyomu, appearing as perfect as the original. "That is sufficient. Next," Lyomu stated, taking the ninja forehead protector from teacher Naiku and handing it to Chueshing Yinzi. "Thank you." In response to the gratitude, Lyomu smiled slightly before turning to the next student. The examination continued vigorously, with most of the class succeeding quite smoothly. After about half an hour, Lyomu looked at the sole remaining student, Obito, and called out, "It's your turn." Since graduation, Obito has become significantly more proactive. Observing him step forward, teacher Naiku beside Lyomu remarked with approval, "It seems Obito has made quite a good impression on the teachers in his class. Does he still play pranks on you?" Naiku sighed and nodded vigorously. Fortunately, everyone has learned to keep their jokes within limits. During Lyomu's time in class, students not only tossed flour at teachers, but occasionally doused them with water, a typical case of mischief led by Obito and his group of rascals. As Obito successfully executed the shadow clone technique, teacher Naiku personally removed his protective goggles and adorned him with the forehead protector. Prepare well. The lead jonin will soon arrive to select candidates. Upon hearing this, Obito respectfully bowed deeply to teacher Naiku. "Thank you. Go on, hurry along." As the teacher and student parted, emotions ran high. Despite Obito's past mischief, after years of interaction, it could be said that he had grown up under teacher Naiku's watchful eye. The once playful child had finally found his path. There is nothing more for a teacher like Naiku to take pride in than this transformation. With the assessments completed, Lyomu stood and stretched his back. Just then, teacher Naiku spoke up. "I hear you are about to be promoted to special jonin. Congratulations." Lyomu was momentarily taken aback, then nodded with a smile in response. He did not know many of the lead teachers for this cohort, as he watched classmates from the setting sun being taken away one by jonin. Only Rin and Obito remained, anxiously awaiting their turn. Oh, while Lyomu waited alongside the two, a voice greeted them from the window. Turning, they saw Kakashi perched on the windowsill, leaning in with a smile directed at Lyomu. Then addressing Obito and Rin, he introduced himself, "Uchiha Obito, Noira Rin. I am your lead jonin, Minato Namikaze. I look forward to working with you." Rin, Obito. With the inclusion of the lead jonin, the Jinin team now consisted of 4 members. At this moment, however, Minato's team was 1 member short, unable to form a complete squad. Rin looked quizzically at Lyomu, and then asked Minato, "Sensei, we are 1 person short." "Not at all," Minato replied with a gentle smile. "1 person is already waiting for us at the training ground. Let us proceed together." "Someone is already there?" Obito exclaimed in surprise. When the jonin chose candidates, they had already selected everyone. Who could this person be? "Well then, you all go ahead. I'll head home first." Lyomu expressed disinterest in the team evaluations. Since Obito and the others had joined Team 7, he felt no further concern. "Oh, no, you must come too and assist me in evaluating their abilities." "Kakashi, what are you doing here from a distance?" Obito spotted Kakashi at the training ground, his eyes widening in disbelief. No amount of planning could have prepared Obito for the revelation that the person Minato referred to was none other than Kakashi, now a Chunin. And Obito eagerly scanned the training ground, but aside from Kakashi, there was no one else present. This completely dashed his hopes. "Kakashi." Rin smiled and ran forward to greet Kakashi. At this moment, Lyomu crouched on a branch not far from the training ground, watching how Kakashi and the others would face the examination set by Minato. The familiar bells appeared as Minato addressed Kakashi and his teammates. "This is a method used during the trials of the 3 legendary ninjas. I shall employ it to assess you as well. The rules of the bell test are straightforward. Kakashi and his team must seize the bells from Minato before sunset. This method is both simple and challenging. After all, he is known as the Yellow Flash, and speed is his forte, as freshly minted genin. Even with Kakashi's status as a Chunin, Obito and Rin faced a daunting task against Minato's prowess. Attempting to seize the bells would be a near impossible feat. Touching them counts as a victory. The ultimate aim of the assessment is not the bells. Leaning against the branch, Ryomu wore a smile as he watched Team 7 being playfully toyed with by Minato. With 2 explosive sounds, Kakashi created 2 clones, including his real self, simultaneously sealing off Minato's escape routes from 3 angles. Meanwhile, Obito had appeared above Minato, rapidly forming hand seals as he prepared to unleash a fire release. Great fireball technique aimed directly at Minato's head. Chapter 84. Crisis and imminent attack loomed. As a searing fireball erupted with a fierce intensity, instantly engulfing the location of Minato. Did it hit? Kakashi and Obito exchanged a fleeting look of uncertainty. As the dust settled, a charred piece of wood emerged before them. Just then, Kakashi furrowed his brow and swiftly hurled a kunai behind him. With a sharp clang, he turned around to find Minato crouched atop a wooden stump, casually jingling the bells at his waist, a smile gracing his face. Obito, Kakashi called out sharply. With a sudden comprehension, Obito quickly formed hand seals and unleashed another fireball. Meanwhile, Kakashi discreetly completed his own seals, causing a stone wall adorned with dog head carvings to rise up and encircle Minato. I'm also here. A voice rang out from above as Rin, who had been lying in ambush since the beginning of the examination, descended from the air, casting a massive net down upon Minato. The Earth-style technique, Earth Flow Wall, blocked Minato's escape route, while the Fire-style technique, Great Fireball technique, was poised to attack. Rin's arrival effectively sealed off Minato's only avenue for escape. As a team, their synergy was evidently remarkable. But, Rasengan, Minato's voice echoed as the Earth Flow Wall erupted, creating a massive breach. Rin, soaring through the air, watched helplessly as her teacher emerged from the obstruction, unable to devise any countermeasures in time. A gust of wind whipped past, and unprepared, Obito suddenly felt a chill on his back as a swift hand strike landed on his neck. Obito. His mind spun, and his limbs felt devoid of strength. Through hazy vision, he perceived a sky full of stars. Should you find yourself unoccupied, accompany me to the front lines. In the forest, Minato and Ryuki sat together, observing Obito bound to a wooden post in the distance, discussing matters of secrecy. The front lines? Ryuki frowned, puzzled by Minato's cryptic words. ISNT at a time of peace? Where could the front lines be? Minato's expression revealed a hint of resignation in response to Ryuki's confusion. The unseen is often the most perilous. It seemed that after years of tranquility among the ninja villages, subtle unrest had begun to stir. Most of Konoha's elite had already been dispatched. The decision to promote Ryuki was a calculated risk, driven by the urgency of the situation. While the fragile peace had yet to be shattered, skirmishes had continued in remote areas, with the potential for escalation looming. Recently, numerous advance teams from various ninja villages had arrived in the Land of Fire, and my mission is to provide them with a warning. Minato spoke, his eyes glinting with a barely perceivable chill. You're sufficient alone. What could I possibly do? Ryuki hesitated, leaning against a nearby tree, refraining from further argument. I need someone to protect them. Minato smiled as he glanced toward Team 7, his meaning unmistakable. The genin represented the future hope of Konoha, yet they remained vulnerable. The brutality of war could threaten these tender seedlings, and Minato wished to shield them from such harsh realities for as long as possible. In the conflict between blade and sword lies cruelty and bloodshed. Who among us would wish to draw these children into a hellish existence? So, when? Ryuki finally relented. If possible, tomorrow. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the evening in Konoha appeared somewhat desolate. The cold wind howled, causing Obito, bound to the post, to sneeze repeatedly. Eat this. Kakashi, sitting nearby with an indifferent expression, extended his lunchbox towards Obito. Kakashi. Obito's expression reflected shock, recalling Minato's earlier words, that anyone who offered him food would be eliminated. Even Rin's gaze held a hint of surprise. Previously, Kakashi and Obito had been rivals, often exchanging barbs. This sudden display of kindness felt as rare as winning a grand prize in a game. Take mine. If we're to be eliminated, we'll go together. Rin smiled gently at Obito, her charming face revealing no hesitation. You. Obito stammered, but his stomach growled as the aroma wafted before him, leaving no room for doubt. With a hearty bite, he devoured a large portion of Kakashi's meal. Kakashi, you're certainly not shy. Now there's only rice left. What shall I eat with it? Rin still has chicken legs in her box. Why not eat that? I'm worried about Rin going hungry. Obito replied honestly. his eyes devoid of any insincerity. Kakashi. Haha. With a rustle, the sound of fabric brushing against leaves echoed from the distant woods. Minato observed Ryumaku's departure, turning back to Kakashi and the others with a satisfied smile. The following day, as dawn broke, Team 7, under Minato's guidance, had been waiting for some time. Spotting Ryumaku approaching, yawning and shuffling his feet, Kakashi turned to Minato with a look of surprise. "Ah, you all arrived quite early. So the person Minato-sensei mentioned is you. You're late by several minutes," Obito remarked, casting a disapproving glance at Ryumaku as he removed his protective goggles and placed them on Rin's face. "Today's winds are strong. Protect your eyes." "All right. Since everyone is here, I'll explain the mission." Minato cheerfully addressed the group. "Today, we are to assist Grandpa Hachio in finding his dog, which he has raised for many years. Here is the photograph. Everyone, take a good look." As he spoke, Minato retrieved a photograph from behind him, placing it in the center for everyone to commit to memory. Indeed, becoming a genin entails such tasks as dog catching. Obito recalled a previous lesson from Irika at the Ninja Academy. "Don't look down on it," Minato said, ruffling Obito's hair. Meanwhile, Ryumaku cast a casual glance at the photograph, not taking it too seriously. Minato's position in Konoha was unique, and this mission was merely a FAAD. Finding a dog? That was unlikely. The true objective was likely to locate a spy. Ryumaku's task was straightforward, to safeguard Team 7 as per Minato's instructions. Any unexpected incidents during the mission would be Minato's responsibility. Outside the forest village, Minato led the group, observing a crushed piece of dry grass beneath his feet, his expression contemplative before directing his team northeast. "Ryumaku," Minato called out, his tone implying a deeper meaning. Ryumaku instantly understood, nodding in acknowledgement. Chapter 85. Your body seems quite robust. Additional update. Everyone here, disperse and search, but remember to stay within proximity of one another. After Watergate issued the command, his figure flickered and vanished from sight. The three members of Team 7 gazed at their departing teacher, their expressions filled with confusion. "Enough staring. Let's get searching," Kakashi urged. K9 refers to both ninja dogs and ordinary dogs. The dog at 8 Precept's grandfather's house appears utterly mundane, yet it managed to slip away unnoticed to the outskirts of the village. As the leader of Team 7, Watergate's sudden departure during the mission raised questions that did not escape Kakashi's keen observation. Noting the evasive glances of Ryuki only strengthened Kakashi's suspicions. "Kakashi, you should search as well. Don't you possess that summoning technique? Summon some help." Obito called from a distance. "I believe your chakra is running low," Ryuki suddenly interjected, darting to Kakashi's side and whispering in his ear. Kakashi replied, "I trained all night. My chakra hasn't recovered enough to utilize that technique." Though puzzled by Ryuki's intent, Kakashi decided to heed his suggestion. What Obito had referred to was the Earth Release, tracking Fong technique, which allowed the summoning of ninja dogs through earth manipulation, relying on their acute sense of smell for tracking. Obito shot a disapproving glance at Kakashi, grumbling, "Knowing we had our first team mission today, you still squandered your chakra. Truly remarkable. Quit complaining. Completing our first mission on our own merits holds greater significance," Rin interjected, wiping the sweat from her brow as she continued to scour through the underbrush. At that moment, an almost imperceptible sound reached Ryuki's ears. He turned to observe the serene woods, devoid of any unusual occurrences. A slight frown crossed his face. He discreetly performed a shadow clone technique, leaving one behind while he sped off into the distance. Clang, clang, clang. After rushing several hundred meters, Ryuki soon heard the intense clashing of ninja tools, accompanied by a few ominous wails. Water release, hidden mist technique. A thick fog began to envelop the entirety of the woods. Suddenly, Ryuki spotted a Konoha ninja nearby, their face obscured by a black cloth, eyes rolled back. Upon closer inspection, he reached out to check their pulse at the neck, only to find it was too late. This is lightning release ninjutsu? The gruesome wound on the individual's chest, charred and mangled, suggested they had been struck by lightning techniques. Could it be them? Ryuki pondered, envisioning the figures of A and Killer B. "Xiaoze, you all run. I'll hold them off." Xiaoze, that name felt familiar. Just as Ryuki was taken aback, several dark figures emerged. As the two Konoha ninjas cut through the mist, they were followed closely by shurikens adorned with explosive tags, aimed directly at their backs. In the blink of an eye, before the two could react, Ryuki dashed forward and seized their collars, yanking them to safety. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions erupted behind Ryuki, and only then did the two realize the peril they had just escaped. Who are you? Leave this place. I'll handle it, Ryuki commanded, plunging into the thick fog. Moments later, a bloodied long blade sliced through the mist, aiming straight for Ryuki's neck. Humph, quite ruthless. In that case, Ryuki's brow furrowed as he swiftly grasped the blade, snapping it in two. He then propelled his right fist forward, striking the assailant's face. Splatter. Before a scream could escape, a cloud of blood erupted, staining the surrounding grass. Bending down, he picked up the fallen forehead protector, which bore the emblem of the Mist Village. Fire release, great fireball technique. With the emergence of a colossal fireball nearby, the dense fog began to dissipate. As visibility returned, Ryuki spotted a man with a kunai in his mouth, his face pale. Blood dripped from his combat attire, his swaying body held in place by the long blade. It's you? Upon recognizing Ryuki, the man's eyes flickered with surprise and anger. Ryuki? Before the man could explain, Ryuki moved to assist him, only to realize the man bore a striking resemblance to someone he knew. You are Uchiha. Izumi? At that moment, Izumi, fatigued, had not activated his Sharingan, and during their earlier match in the woods, the dim light had obscured their features. Years later, encountering each other again, Ryuki instinctively lowered his gaze to Izumi's lower half. Watch out. Just then, Uchiha Izumi's expression twisted in alarm as he looked behind Ryuki. Splatter. Another eruption of blood filled the air as Ryuki turned, seizing the assailant by the neck. With a twist of his fingers, a sickening cracking sound signaled the end for the intruder. Water release, water. What nonsense. Suddenly, Ryuki's voice rang out from behind. Hearing the sound, the mist shinobi faltered in their technique. Such speed. They had been so far just moments ago. How could they? Is there anything unclear? Perhaps you should inquire with Yamadash. With that, the mist shinobi's head spun 180 degrees, their bodies slumping as life slipped away. As the sun shone brightly, the remaining mist evaporated from the woods. Surveying the scattered bodies around him, Ryuki returned to Uchiha Izumi's side. He scrutinized him and inquired, Are you all right? Can you make it back on your own? I'm fine. Izumi responded resolutely, seemingly ungrateful for Ryuki's concern. As for the reasons behind his demeanor, Ryuki didn't need to speculate. It was evident. However, out of respect for Izumi's earlier warning, Ryuki chose not to take offense. Your body seems quite robust, as long as you're fine. That's what matters. With the threat of external enemies looming, Uchiha Izumi set aside personal grievances and advised Ryuki, there is another team of Cloud Shinobi to the southwest. Before he could finish, Ryuki called over the two Konoha ninjas he had just rescued, and said, You don't need to worry about the rest. I'll take care of it. P.S. You may have noticed that I have condensed and edited several chapters of my daily writings, resulting in a somewhat hasty narrative. However, starting from the first day of August, I will commence the main story with daily updates of 2-1, and will continue to add more. If you don't enjoy the daily segments, feel free to skip them. Of course, if possible, even a quick skim would contribute to the completion rate. Thank you all, August. Let's go. Chapter 86. The Race of Speed. He is indeed the Yellow Flash. Deep within the forest, atop a colossal boulder, the Cloud Ninja quietly reminded AI beside him, gazing at the yellow-haired man in the distance. Adorned with a Konoha forehead protector, AI's expression suddenly brightened, and his chakra began to boil with anticipation as he asked Minato, Your speed is indeed remarkable. Shall we have a contest? Before Minato could respond, AI roared, Lightning release armor. With a thunderous boom, a fierce burst of lightning erupted around AI, forming a dazzling armor. The shrill hum of energy sliced through the surrounding grass with sheer force. Observing this, Minato furrowed his brow slightly, and, with a subtle gesture, a figure darted like lightning to stand before him. You are the candidate for Raikage from Kyuubi, AI. You are indeed as swift as the rumors suggest. As Minato faced the fist that was now mere inches away, he discreetly hurled a kunai towards the back of AI's head, stating, You have lost. AI let out a cold chuckle, promptly declaring his judgment. The lightning release armor was the ultimate form of lightning technique he had cultivated, granting him unparalleled speed. Now, standing against Minato, the Yellow Flash, who was equally renowned for his swiftness in the shinobi world, AI was eager to test his mettle. However, disappointment soon washed over AI, for Minato did not respond to his attack in the slightest. Just as AI believed victory was in his grasp, with a whoosh, Minato transformed into a mere afterimage and vanished. A sound of air being sliced followed, and AI turned to see Killer Bee suddenly shielding him with one of the Eight Tails tentacles. While the disappeared Minato stood behind him, kunai in hand, eyes fixed intently on the back of AI's head. "It's you," Minato exclaimed, glancing at the tentacle that thwarted his attack, then thoughtfully regarding Killer Bee. With a single leap, a series of subtle characters were inscribed upon Killer Bee's tentacle. "You are formidable." AI, realizing he had underestimated his opponent, became serious. "But I will not make another mistake." "Of course," Minato replied, retrieving dozens of kunai from behind him, fully prepared. As AI launched another assault, Minato immediately released the kunai. "Humph. Your movement relies on this special space-time ninjutsu with the kunai, does it not?" AI declared, swiftly locking on to the positions of all the kunai in his mind. The moment Minato employed his technique, AI would be able to pinpoint his location. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Minato appeared behind Killer Bee, kunai gleaming ominously, aimed directly at his head. However, upon closer inspection, one would notice that Killer Bee, seemingly indifferent to the match, held a short blade in his right hand, its tip directed squarely at Minato's chest. "Worst case scenario, we both go down. Yo medicine, let us get a pancake roll. Yo Killer Bee." A splendid rhyme. The sudden rhythm that reached Killer Bee's ears ignited his inspiration, prompting him to grab a pen and jot it down in his notebook. The onlookers, unlike Killer Bee who was lost in his creativity, turned to the source of the sound and immediately spotted the entranced Flowing Wood, rhythmically clapping his hands and swaying into view. Flowing Wood? Minato pondered, perplexed. According to the mission's directives, Flowing Wood should have been safeguarding the 3 members of Team 7 at that moment. So how did he suddenly appear here, several kilometers away? Medicine. Look at this pancake, it's long and wide. Just like this bowl, it's large and round." AI. Minato. Cloud Ninja. Flowing Wood. AI recognized the now noticeably grown Flowing Wood in an instant. Once, during the Chunin exams, Flowing Wood single-handedly captivated nearly every ninja village. Although a comical incident ensued, his prowess was undeniable. Moreover, AI glanced at the enraptured Killer Bee, momentarily at a loss for words. "A race of speed, is it?" Flowing Wood cheerfully approached AI, raising an eyebrow. "I just saw your intense competition. Just right. I also have some insights into speed. Shall we have a match?" "You?" AI frowned at the unexpected challenge, unable to fathom Flowing Wood's intentions. With renewed vigor from his lightning release armor, he surged forward, poised to strike Flowing Wood. Impressive speed," Flowing Wood remarked with a smirk, calmly extending a palm wreathed in enigmatic flames to block AI's attack. AI, thwarted in his strike, instinctively retreated, only to find Flowing Wood seemingly glued to him. No matter how fast he ran, Flowing Wood remained in close pursuit. "My speed appears to surpass yours by a fraction." As he spoke, one of the Eight Tails tentacles lunged once more, but before AI could react, Flowing Wood seized it with ease. With a powerful tug, he yanked Killer Bee towards him. Raising his right leg, Flowing Wood addressed Killer Bee. "You're always meddling, wanting to get involved in everything." "Oh wait, in every tentacle." Bang! A heavy kick landed on Killer Bee's back, sending him soaring through the air. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of trees snapping echoed as Killer Bee, shielded by the chakra of the Eight Tails, finally came to a stop. Flowing Wood's kick was not intended to be fatal, for he had plans involving a tailed beast in mind. Should he accidentally kill Killer Bee, future selections for the Eight Tails Jinchuriki would become exceedingly difficult. "Let us race," AI exclaimed, ready to leap towards the propelled Killer Bee. Yet, as he moved, he suddenly realized that his lightning release armor had inexplicably dissipated. Moreover, AI felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over him, and his chakra was inexplicably drained. Flowing Wood extinguished the flames on his hand and stood beside AI, coldly whispering, "Did you kill a Konoha ninja?" With a seemingly friendly smile, AI discerned a palpable aura of menace in Flowing Wood's eyes. Startled, AI replied, "No. We encountered the yellow flash as soon as we arrived. He was the first Konoha ninja we met." "The first?" Flowing Wood mused, frowning slightly, as he had come to this place due to Uchiha Izumi's information about cloud ninjas. If that were the case, before Flowing Wood could contemplate further, AI continued, "We initially came to pursue Mist Village ninjas, but were obstructed by him, so what you mentioned could not have been our doing. P.S. The first chapter of August, a small question. Does Uchiha's Susanoo rely on the eyes or the bloodline?" Chapter 87. Kushina Uzumaki in the original narrative. A is depicted as an upright and honorable man. Regardless of right or wrong, he steadfastly adheres to his convictions. The village of Kyuubi is distinct from other ninja villages. Much like the rogue ninjas within the Akatsuki organization, it has managed to attract top defectors from various villages, yet conspicuously lacks ninjas from Kyuubi. Looking sideways, Kyuubi observes a beside him, surmising that the reason for this is closely intertwined with the leadership of their village. The Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails from Konoha, the Jinchuriki of Shikaku from Sunagakure, and even the former Jinchuriki of Yanbi who chose to leave his village, all come to mind. Reflecting on the Jinchuriki of all-tailed beasts, only the Jinchuriki of Kyuubi, Ujito, and Killer Bee enjoyed the most radiant childhoods. Moreover, Killer Bee was chosen by A to be his sole partner. The Jinchuriki are the absolute power of their villages in times of war. Yet they are often reviled by others due to the tainted beast within them. Kyuubi harbors doubts about the inherent goodness of humanity. If goodness were the default state, then evil would cease to exist. What remains unseen is often the most terrifying. Yet, does visibility guarantee truth? The last rogue ninja from Kyuubi can be traced back to the first Great Ninja War, a matter of several decades past. Has no need to speak falsehoods, for he knows that as a ninja of Konoha, his words will be met with skepticism. At this moment, the balance of the ninja world cannot afford the slightest ripple. The death of a single ninja could potentially embroil all villages in turmoil. A, as the candidate for rakeage, is undoubtedly aware of the associated risks. Observing Minato in the distance, Kyuubi advises A, "We are now on the territory of the Land of Fire. It would be wise for you to depart swiftly." After speaking, Kyuubi approaches Minato, and the two exchange glances before walking away. Kyuubi relayed his encounter with the Mist Village ninja to Minato. Minato inquired, "What about Kakashi and the others?" The location of the Mist Ninja was not far from where Kakashi and his team were situated, prompting Minato's immediate concern for Team 7's safety. "Do not worry. I left a shadow clone there before I departed." Kyuubi's prowess rendered any doubts about his capabilities moot. However, the simultaneous appearance of ninjas from Kyuubi and the Mist Village within the Land of Fire casts a more pessimistic shadow over Minato's perspective on the current landscape. "Minato-sensei." On their way, Kyuubi abruptly halted, gazing up at Minato. "What is it?" Minato queried, puzzled by the unusual expression on Kyuubi's face. "I have a question I wish to pose." Minato gestured for Kyuubi to continue. Hesitating momentarily, Kyuubi finally asked, "If you were to become Hokage, do you genuinely believe that Konoha is thriving?" He shared his views on Kyuubi, particularly regarding the relationship between the tailed beasts and their villages, waiting patiently for Minato's response. To Kyuubi's surprise, upon hearing his words, Minato momentarily froze before smiling and replying, "In my eyes, the Jinchuriki are no different from ordinary villagers. Moreover." Minato paused, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips as he continued, "To be candid, my wife is a Jinchuriki." "Wife?" Kyuubi was taken aback. Was Minato already married at such a young age? The original narrative does not mention the timeline of Minato's marriage, leaving Kyuubi in the dark. Indeed, her name is Kushina Uzumaki, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. As he spoke, a look of happiness illuminated Minato's face. "We were classmates in the Ninja Academy. Much like you and Rin, but Kushina's temperament is far more fiery than Rin's. We secretly referred to her as the Red Hot Pepper." Minato quickly added, "Oh, by the way, you mustn't mention this to her when you meet her, haha." "Seriously? We're discussing serious matters here, and suddenly I'm inundated with your personal anecdotes." Kyuubi thought to himself. However, Minato's expression returned to normal as he candidly addressed Kyuubi. "In the world of ninjas, it is impossible for everything to unfold as anticipated. Konoha has numerous clans, and even the Hokage cannot exert control over them all. A sound system necessitates a harmonious mode of interaction. Yet, Minato playfully asked, "What do you consider harmony?" Before Kyuubi could respond, Minato elaborated, "Harmony is easy to articulate, yet exceedingly challenging to actualize. When interests are at stake, it is impossible to cater to everyone's needs. Much like missions, the prominent clans monopolize the majority of valuable tasks, leaving ordinary ninjas with only the scraps." He added, "Of course, this is merely a private conversation between us. You may choose to take it seriously or not, but it aligns with the realities we face. So, if you were in my position, what would you do?" Kyuubi pressed on, eager to hear Minato's thoughts. After all, according to the timeline, the Third Great Ninja War was imminent, and post-war, Minato would ascend to the role of Hokage. If it were me, Minato regarded Kyuubi and produced a photograph of a red-haired woman from his combat uniform, stating, "I maintain my stance. Jinchuriki are also human, part of the village. There is no distinction. As for the discrepancies, they require something to balance them out. However, this equilibrium is challenging to achieve." It was evident to Kyuubi what imbalance Minato referred to. As a prominent clan, the Uchiha clan posed greater challenges than the others. Fortunately, Kyuubi was aware that Fugaku Uchiha was not one who craved power, otherwise. Oh, by the way, Kyuubi suddenly interjected that, "Kushina, your wife? Is she from the Uzumaki clan? Do you still know any other members of the Uzumaki clan?" Minato shook his head in response. The Uzumaki clan dispersed long ago, with its members scattered across the world. Kushina was brought to Konoha as the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, and that is how we met. As for the other members of the Uzumaki clan, Minato shook his head again. "When we return to my home, I will introduce you to Kushina." Upon arriving at the forest where Team 7 was located, Kyuubi quietly dispelled his shadow clone while observing the trio still searching for the lost dog of the 8th Hokage's grandfather. Minato called out, "The sun is setting. It is time to return to the village." But the mission? Rin and Obito expressed reluctance. After all, this was their first mission since the team's formation, and failing to complete it would surely leave them feeling unsatisfied. Noticing Kakashi's inquiring gaze, Kyuubi nodded in agreement. Once they returned to the village, Minato led Team 7 to the home of the 8th Hokage's grandfather. He intended to inform him of their mission's failure, but before he could speak, a sudden cacophony of barking erupted from the drainage pipe on the roof. Obito exclaimed. The group hurriedly dismantled the pipe, and immediately, a tearful little puppy burst forth, racing towards the direction of the 8th Hokage's grandfather. Chapter 88. Uchiha Kagami. Before departing from Team 7, Minato informed Ryuki that tasks akin to today's would become a frequent occurrence. Dejected, Ryuki returned home, only to catch sight of a man adorned with the Uchiha insignia, standing beneath a street lamp not far from his abode. Approaching the man, Ryuki was met with a subtle nod of acknowledgement, a gesture of goodwill. The man then produced a letter from his ninja tool pouch and handed it to Ryuki. Tomorrow marks the full moon celebration for the clan leader's son. The leader has commissioned me to extend an invitation to you, hoping you will grace our humble abode with your presence. Ryuki was taken aback. A sun? A full moon? After a moment of confusion, realization dawned upon him. Could it be Itachi? However, after the initial thrill, Ryuki bid farewell to the man, pondering why he, whose relationship with the Uchiha clan was rather delicate, would receive such an invitation from Fugaku. Could it be due to his association as Jiraiya's disciple? Yet that seemed implausible, as Fugaku and Jiraiya seldom communicated. With Jiraiya absent, it would be more fitting to invite Minato instead, making Ryuki's inclusion perplexing. Nevertheless, with the invitation now in his possession, he found no reason to decline. The full moon celebration for Itachi, an event anticipated by all. Hurry up, Ryuki. We still need to buy a gift. Early in the morning, Han, who was attending her first full moon celebration, was particularly excited. Even before dawn, she had risen, grooming herself in eager preparation. The night prior, Ryuki had shared with her his intention to accompany her to Uchiha Fugaku's son's celebration, resulting in Han's sleepless night filled with joy. Until Ryuki dozed off, Han had been incessantly inquiring about suitable gifts for the occasion. Exhausted, Ryuki reluctantly opened his eyes to the dimness outside, a wave of melancholy washing over him. Yielding to Han's persistent calls, he begrudgingly got out of bed. After a zombie-like wash-up, Han suggested they dine out for breakfast instead of him cooking, proposing they head straight to select a gift afterward. For Ryuki, the full moon celebration was not an unusual affair. In his previous life, he had often played the role of a groomsman, reluctant to be ensnared by the grave of early marriage. Consequently, he had attended many such celebrations for his friends' children. As it was Han's first experience at such a gathering, Ryuki allowed her to take the lead in choosing the gift. Eventually, they arrived at the Uchiha territory and made their way directly to Fugaku's residence. Contrary to expectations of opulence, Fugaku's home exuded a warm, familial charm, resembling that of an ordinary household. After presenting the invitation, Ryuki and Han were ushered into the main hall. The clan leader will be with you shortly. Please wait a moment, said a woman whom Ryuki did not recognize. Placing the gift aside, he and Han settled in, waiting patiently. The courtyard was filled with people, predominantly members of the guard, With various clans from Konoha gathering to extend their congratulations, their demeanor less relaxed than one might have anticipated. Ryuki. At that moment, Fugaku entered through a side door, cradling a child swathed in a soft blue blanket. Upon hearing his name, Ryuki stood to express his congratulations. Congratulations, clan leader Fugaku, on the birth of your son. He extended the gift. Fugaku smiled, handing the child to a woman behind him, then looked at Han beside Ryuki and said, "May I have a word with you in the side courtyard?" Ryuki nodded and exchanged a glance with Han. She, clearly fond of children, stepped forward to join the woman, engaging the child in playful antics. Once in the side chamber, Ryuki and Fugaku seated themselves opposite each other. "First, congratulations on your promotion to Special Jonin," Fugaku exclaimed with evident joy. "At your age to attain such a rank, you are the first in all of Konoha." "I'm not worthy of such praise," Ryuki interjected, somewhat uncomfortable with the flattery. He then inquired, "Clan leader Fugaku, you summoned me here for a specific purpose, I presume? Though barely over 10 years old." Ryuki's demeanor evoked a sense of caution in Fugaku, who chuckled lightly. "Since you've mentioned it, I want to beat around the bush. I've heard that you rescued our Uchiha clan member Izumi from the hands of the Mist Ninjas yesterday. Regardless of family ties, in such situations, I would save any Konoha citizen," Ryuki replied candidly, unbothered by the implications of his words. "But a rescue is a rescue, and I must express my gratitude on behalf of Izumi's parents." Fugaku nodded slightly, sincerity evident in his demeanor. As a ninja, even the Uchiha clan, known for their Sharingan, faced the harsh realities of life. When donned with headbands, death became a tangible possibility. Izumi was a rare talent among the Uchiha. Her demise would surely evoke widespread lamentation. However, Ryuki sensed that Fugaku's invitation extended beyond mere gratitude. Observing Fugaku's stern countenance, he inquired, "By the way, has the clan leader named the child yet?" Fugaku's expression softened, and he replied, "Indeed, during Mikoto's pregnancy, we had already chosen a name, Itachi, Uchiha Itachi." Itachi. Ryuki smiled knowingly at the name, saying nothing further. He awaited Fugaku to reveal his true intent, and after a prolonged silence following their discussion about Itachi, Fugaku suddenly turned serious. "Actually, I have a favor to ask of you." "Me?" Ryuki raised an eyebrow, perplexed. "I am merely an ordinary person. What could clan leader Fugaku possibly require of me?" "I seek your assistance in looking after someone." Ryuki's confusion deepened. Fugaku sighed, subtly shifting his posture and glancing cautiously at the door before confiding in Ryuki. "Have you heard of Uchiha Kagami?" "Uchiha Kagami." Ryuki turned his head, hazily nodding. "Is he not one of the members of the second Hokage's guard?" "Indeed. But he has passed away." At this, a flicker of barely contained fury flashed in Fugaku's eyes. "Yet I assure you, Kagami loved this village more than anyone else." Uchiha Kagami, along with Sarutobi Hizashi and Danzo, had once been part of Tobarama's guard. Though not extensively detailed in the original texts, the rare memories of him exude his formidable strength. Chapter 89, Burdened with Hatred, Part 4. Lumu recalled that in his youth, Mirror possessed strength that rivaled even the third Hokage and Danzo. With the absolute illusion of the Sharingan, he had joined forces with the second Hokage to thwart the invasion of the Cloud Village against Konoha. After Tobarama's death, Sarutobi became the clan leader, and during a mission, Uchiha Mirror was ambushed by Danzo, who seized his left eye to conceal his own possession of the Sharingan. Utilizing his eye, Danzo established the Root organization. Fuyue whispered to Lumu, "In truth, aside from our Uchiha clan members, few outsiders know that Mirror has a son." Upon hearing this, Lumu finally understood. "Thus, I hope that if possible, you could discreetly look after this child." Lumu was taken aback. His suspicions had indeed been confirmed. The child's name was Shursui, and he was nearly 3 years old, though still young. Glimpses of Mirror's prodigious talent were already evident in him. When discussing Shursui, Fuyue's face radiated an indescribable tenderness. "Why me? I am still but a child myself." Lumu thought to himself, unable to comprehend why he, with no particularly close ties to the Uchiha clan, was entrusted with such a responsibility. In fact, he had often been a source of trouble in the past. Addressing the matter, Fuyue seemed somewhat resigned but explained, "It is because you are Lumu, a prodigy in your own right, and there is also the influence of Jiraiya. Jiraiya abhors conflict and often operates outside the third Hokage's jurisdiction. He disregards missions. Yet like Mirror, he possesses a willingness to sacrifice for Konoha." Lumu bore the essence of Jiraiya, being his disciple. Naturally, there were additional reasons. Meeting Lu Mu's gaze, Fuyue did not hide his intentions. Shirsue's father, Uchiha Mirror, had died under circumstances intricately linked to the Third Hokage and Danzo. Now, Sarutobi was the leader of Konoha, while Danzo had established his own power, root. Regardless of who it was, they were formidable adversaries. Shisui was born bearing immense hatred, with his father's murder stirring the sentiments of the entire Uchiha clan. However, Fuyue understood that a single Shisui, even with the entire Uchiha clan behind him, could hardly threaten those two individuals. Shisui inherited Mirror's genius, rather than being influenced by the Uchiha clan's mentality after becoming a ninja. It would be better for him to remain close to a person who cherishes peace. In truth, you are much like Mirror. Lu Mu remained silent for a long while after hearing this. Gazing at Fuyue, he finally grasped the true essence hidden beneath the past's mysterious veil. Then why don't you care for him yourself? If it were you, Shisui would not only thrive, but also be shielded from the whispers of other Uchiha clan members. Fuyue gave a wry smile, glancing at the Uchiha totem beside him, and asked in solitude, "Do you know why the Uchiha clan has become a thorn in the side of Konoha's upper echelon?" Before Lu Mu could ponder further, Fuyue elucidated the reason. Because of this. As he spoke, his crimson, three-tomo Sharingan flared to life, its swirling design chillingly captivating. The Uchiha had never truly integrated into Konoha, particularly after that individual departed. No Hokage has ever ceased to be wary of us. Awakening the Sharingan is a necessary process, especially in this turbulent era. Once awakened, the Uchiha clan can fully unleash the unique talents of these eyes. Do you think that having such a group under my leadership is a trivial matter? Fuyue's Sharingan bore down on Lu Mu, his expression devoid of jest. Lu Mu was familiar with the name Shisui, but his concerns were solely about caring for the child. A mere 3-year-old, Lu Mu had no experience with children. Previously, Fuyue had seemed enigmatic to Lu Mu, but now, having glimpsed his inner thoughts, Lu Mu felt a sense of reassurance. For deep within, Fuyue yearned for peace, even if the Third Hokage and Danzo subtly opposed the Uchiha clan. Like Uchiha Mirror, they were individuals capable of great love. Can you promise me this? Fuyue asked earnestly, directing his gaze at Lu Mu. Caught in hesitation, Lu Mu's expression shifted rapidly. After much contemplation, he ultimately chose to acquiesce. Shisui was a friend and mentor to Itachi. If he could alter the boy's fate, Itachi and the future of the Uchiha would not be destined for annihilation. After the Third Great Ninja War, Fuyue would awaken the Manjiki Sharingan, a power that could control the Nine Tails, which would force him into a position where he would have to rebel against Konoha. Lu Mu, recalling memories from his mind, asked with a detached expression, "What can I do?" "I will provide you with Shisui's address. If possible, spend more time with him," Fuyue replied. As Lu Mu nodded, Fuyue had already taken care of everything, as if he had anticipated Lu Mu's agreement. Watching Lu Mu depart, Fuyue's earlier smile gradually faded, his expression returning to normal as his Sharingan dissipated and his aura softened. The single-eyed Susanoo was a remarkable scene for Shisui. Even now, Lu Mu remembered his shock upon seeing it for the first time. As he contemplated this, night fell. Lu Mu shared Shisui's situation with Han, seeking her opinion. After all, if he were to take responsibility for Shisui, they would essentially become a family. Fortunately, Han had a natural affinity for children, and upon learning that Shisui was not yet 3 years old, she nearly instantaneously agreed. Lu Mu felt a wave of relief wash over him. Perhaps I should start learning how to care for a child, laying the groundwork for the future. What groundwork? Han furrowed her brow in inquiry. As dusk deepened, a gentle rain began to fall over Konoha. In a narrow alley of the Uchiha clan, a young boy with dark eyes placed cat food beneath a stone pillar, illuminated by a street lamp. Soon, 3 yellow-spotted kittens emerged from the shadows, joyfully scampering to the boy's feet. The boy tenderly stroked the kittens, a smile blossoming on his youthful face. "Eat slowly. I must head home now. I'll come back tomorrow." With that, the boy stood, took a few steps, then, hearing the patter of raindrops on his umbrella, turned back to place the umbrella over the kittens' heads, before covering his own head with his hands and running off. "Is that him?" From the treetops in the distance, 2 figures, one large and one small, concealed themselves in the shadows, watching as the boy entered a house. Only when the light illuminated the window did they leap down from the tree. The kittens, now comfortably munching, perked their ears but showed no inclination to approach the pair. Returning to their meal, he was astute, He grasped concepts effortlessly, and most importantly, he shared a profound love for this place, just like his father. Chapter 90. The Genius Training Plan. This won't do. This won't do either. Inside the Flowing Wood household, both Ryuki and Han opened their notes on the forbidden techniques, flipping through the pages of ninjutsu one by one. In the original text, Shirsue's signature techniques were the body flicker technique and Jinjutsu. As for Jinjutsu, Ryuki had no means to teach it, as it was a gift inherent to others. Moreover, his own Jinjutsu was not suitable for teaching. He couldn't possibly gouge out his own eyes to replace Shirsue's, could he? Although exchanging eyes was a common practice in the world of Hokage, Ryuki would never entertain such thoughts. Ouch! However, when it came to teaching ninjutsu, Ryuki turned to the body flicker technique he had meticulously transcribed, a sly smile creeping onto his face as he glanced at Han. All right, come in. Uchiha clan. Ryuki and Han presented the identification documents prepared by Fugaku to the patrolling guards. After successfully passing through, they made their way directly to Shirsue's home. At that moment, Fugaku had been waiting for them. As Ryuki and Han entered, he introduced himself. I am Ryuki, and this is Han. I know. Uncle Fugaku has already informed me. Shirsue replied, standing obediently beside Fugaku, nodding slightly to Ryuki and Han, his demeanor remarkably charming. Hello, Uncle Ryuki. Hello, Sister Han, my name is... Uncle? Wait a minute. What uncle? Upon hearing those two words, Ryuki cupped his ears and asked earnestly, what did you just say? I said, silence. Before Shirsue could finish, Ryuki interrupted him. He crouched down to meet Shirsue's gaze and said, look at Uncle Fugaku beside you. He is so old. Yet you call him uncle. I am still so young, and you dare call me uncle? Fugaku. Ignoring Fugaku's bewildered expression, Ryuki continued to Shirsue. A good child, upon meeting an elder of my age, should refer to me as big brother. Remember, you must call me big brother. As Ryuki pressed Shirsue, a wave of fragrance wafted by, and Han quickly pulled Shirsue closer, complaining to Ryuki, look at you, you frightened Shirsue. Ryuki, try not to come here during the day. If someone sees you, it could be detrimental. Fugaku glanced at Han playing with Shirsue and advised Ryuki. Detrimental? To whom? The third? Or Danzo? Ryuki scoffed, taking a hearty bite of the watermelon in his hand. Perhaps both. Fugaku raised the watermelon in his hand, showing no intention of eating it. Do you think I fear them? Ryuki cast a glance at Fugaku, unwilling to elaborate further. He continued, just place the burden of this matter on me. I shall bear the consequences myself. In fact, I am now quite intrigued by his future. I hardly slept last night. Nonsense, you were snoring loudly last night. Han, who had been listening, immediately called him out. Ryuki. TCH. How did you sigh? Ryuki was at a loss for words. Fugaku, looking between Ryuki and Han, burst into laughter. Then, he asked seriously, have you thought of anything? Humph. Ryuki sneered, replying, since he will be learning under my guidance, I must mold him into a genius. Ryuki's plan for cultivating genius had already formed vividly in his mind. Shirsue's talent was considerable, but it would only awaken once he manifested his Sharingan. Until then, Ryuki had prepared an entire set of body flicker techniques from the Forbidden Tome for him. 3 years, just 3 years, Ryuki could almost guarantee that Shirsue would become renowned throughout Konoha. Perhaps even the entire ninja world. Observing Ryuki's expression, Fugaku appeared perplexed. Yet, genius was inherently peculiar. If everyone were the same, what distinction would there be in talent? At that moment, Shirsue was gradually developing under Fugaku's tutelage, but from that day forth, whenever Ryuki found leisure, he would visit Shirsue's home alongside Han to provide him with rudimentary instruction. Though Ryuki was not particularly adept at teaching, he was fortunate that Han possessed a talent for it as well. Thus, whether it was sensing chakra or ordinary theoretical knowledge, with the perfect collaboration of Ryuki and Han, they were able to elucidate concepts to Shirsue. As tensions between external ninja villages escalated, Minato's Team 7 began to receive numerous missions with the passage of time. One day, after accompanying Team 7 on a mission, Ryuki unexpectedly received a secret letter from Yahiko of the Land of Rain. The information within was meticulously encrypted. Ryuki deciphered the code and read it carefully. The letter stated that among the candidates Ryuki had previously mentioned, they had found one individual. However, this person's identity was somewhat peculiar, and their skills were formidable. Their greatest passion was making money, and upon investigation, they discovered that this person seemed to possess an immortal nature. Simultaneously, The letter brimmed with Yahiko's astonishment, for the notion of immortality was something deemed impossible. Yet, after delving into this person's abilities, the initial Akatsuki had nearly confirmed this hypothesis. It was no wonder Ryuki had included this person on his list. Although the letter did not reveal the person's true name, the mere mention of a love for wealth was sufficient to identify them. As for immortality, it was not entirely accurate. True immortality did not belong to that individual, but rather, their abilities were merely a matter of possessing multiple hearts. Yahiko had yet to recruit this person into the ranks of the Akatsuki. He merely wanted to inform Ryuki. As Ryuki observed the Akatsuki beginning to align with his expectations, he offered a reassuring smile. Flames of crimson erupted from his palm, incinerating the letter to ashes. In the summer of the 48th year, Konoha village was unusually gloomy, enveloped in a tense atmosphere that pervaded the entire village. The number of patrolling ninjas at the entrance had significantly increased. Even atop the village's tall towers, there were individuals constantly surveying the surroundings. Within the Uchiha clan, a group of ninjas clad in combat attire stood ready, their expressions solemn, exuding an aura of lethal intent. As the clan leader, Fugaku sat in his office, assigning tasks with a serious demeanor to the 4 squad leaders under his command. Suddenly, a shadow darted by. After instructing everyone to leave, the shadow emerged from behind and sat directly across from Fugaku. Are you all departing? Yes. You've heard about that incident, haven't you? Fugaku said, pushing a task scroll toward the man. Indeed, that group of Awagakure ninjas is ruthless. They actually worked 1,000 men to death against the 3rd Raikage, the shadow remarked, opening Fugaku's task scroll to review the details. Fortunately, this mission does not require a lengthy journey. A lengthy journey? Fugaku smiled wryly, shaking his head slightly, then inquired, what of Shursui? Is he well? Quite well. Not as mischievous as one might think. Han usually teaches him. I just returned from outside the village and haven't seen him in several months. Chapter 91. The Third Great Ninja War begins in the Hokage office of Konohagakure. A group of ninjas clad in combat attire stood solemnly, their gazes fixed upon the speaking figure of Akane Yuhi. I oppose allowing these children below the nin rank to participate. The 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, placed his Hokage hat on the table and gently shook his smoking pipe, which emitted wisps of white smoke. Is there any dissent regarding this matter? After a brief silence, noticing no one spoke against it, Sarutobi rose slowly from his seat, his tone icy as he declared, in that case, the proposal by Akane Yuhi is hereby approved. Months prior, Iwagakure had besieged Kumogakure, resulting in the death of its 3rd Hokage. From that moment on, the conflict between Kumogakure and Iwagakure escalated into a fierce war, with the front lines engulfing much of the ninja world. Just days ago, Konoha ninjas stationed in the Land of Grass had discovered a number of IWA ninjas stealthily advancing towards the Land of Fire. Now, it was not just the Land of Grass that faced danger. Even the Land of Rain had become a significant battleground. Sarutobi issued a stern command, immediately initiating team assignments. At this moment, Ryuki, a special jonin, stood at the end of the line, quietly contemplating the events about to unfold. A year prior, his contemporaries, including Obito, had successfully completed their nin examinations. Under Akane Yui's proposal, they were positioned to meet the requirements for this 3rd war. However, Ryuki, you will lead the supply line as a jonin, responsible for the resources of the Land of Rain's forces. No. Suddenly, in defiance of the 3rd Hokage's order, Ryuki directly rejected the command in front of all Konoha's jonin. Sarutobi's expression turned chilly, a rare glimmer of frost appearing on his aged visage. In times of peace, he might have overlooked Ryuki's insubordination, but now, amidst the throes of war, hesitation was intolerable. Observing the contemplative expression on Ryuki's face, Sarutobi inquired, "What is your reasoning?" Under the curious gazes of his peers, Ryuki responded without hesitation, "It's simple. The IWA ninjas are flanking through the Land of Grass to invade Konoha, taking advantage of our forces being stretched thin across the front lines, leaving our rear vulnerable and unprotected. Therefore, rather than focusing on the mist ninjas in the Land of Rain, we must first address the threat posed by the IWA ninjas in the Land of Grass. The IWA, seeking to maintain a balance of power among the great nations, will not allocate excessive forces to the Land of Grass. They are merely a disorganized mob for a surprise attack. Troops may march, but supplies must precede them. While supplies are indeed critical, Resolving the situation in the Land of Grass will ensure the supply line remains secure. Thus, I am confident in my ability to assist Brother Minato in the campaign against the Land of Grass. Ryuki's reasoning captivated everyone present, particularly the notion of IWA ninjas launching a surprise attack on Konoha, which struck an unsettling chord among them. The gravity of the situation transformed their expressions as they acknowledged the cunning nature of the IWA ninjas. Once war commenced, each village would inevitably extend their front lines, and the competition would not solely rely on individual village strengths. If the supply lines faltered, even the mightiest forces would be rendered ineffective. The assembly turned their gazes towards Sarutobi, awaiting his command. Indeed, after absorbing Ryuki's insights, Sarutobi's demeanor shifted dramatically. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he addressed Minato and Ryuki. Very well. Since Ryuki has articulated such thoughts, I shall grant his request. However, the supply line must not be interrupted. We will need someone to fill Ryuki's position. I shall take on that responsibility. Akane Yui stepped forward, assuring Sarutobi. The supply line will be under my supervision alongside my team, the third squad. I guarantee it will remain uninterrupted. Turning to Minato and Ryuki, she offered a bittersweet smile. Our safety is now in your hands. Thus, all battlefield assignments were finalized. The Uchiha clan would maintain guard outside Konoha, while the ninjas led by Minato and Ryuki would advance into the Land of Grass to intercept the invading IWA ninjas. The situation in the Land of Rain was dire, becoming the principal battlefield, with the majority of Konoha's strength deployed there to exert control. Disperse. With the third Hokage's command, the assembly vanished in a flash, their presence dissipating like shadows. The third great ninja war was rife with tragedy. Might Guy would perish, leaving Lee an orphan. 1,000 IWA ninjas would invade the Kamizuk Bridge, pushing the front lines directly to Konoha's doorstep. Ryuki resolved to join Minato's Team 7, motivated not only by the reasons stated in the Hokage's office, but by an even more compelling cause, Rin. In the original narrative, during the Third War, Rin would be used as a three-tails bomb, sent to Konoha, while Obito would fall, giving rise to the Masked Man, with Kakashi inheriting Obito's eyes, achieving the status of copy ninja. This trajectory was one Ryuki sought to avert. Thus, joining Team 7 was a means to eliminate the IWA ninjas while safeguarding the trio within. Before departing Konoha, Ryuki made a brief visit home. Han, having no official position in Konoha, was exempt from the conflict. Observing her instructing Shisui, who had just entered the ninja academy, Ryuki smiled softly. He discreetly led her aside and summoned several shadow clones imbued with the templates of Saitama and Kizaru. I am heading to the Land of Grass. These clones will remain here. Do not let anyone know. As Ryuki prepared to leave, he was met with Han's concerned grasp on his arm. Take care of yourself, she implored, a rare display of emotion from her after all these years. Ryuki nodded slightly, warmth flooding his heart at her words, resonating with the essence of home. In an instant, he transformed into a puff of white smoke and vanished. Where did Brother Ryuki go? Shisui set his book aside, turning to Han with concern. Upon hearing this, Han offered a sorrowful smile, explaining, Brother Ryuki went to fight the bad guys. He will return soon. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A series of shadows darted through the forest, startling numerous crows. The atmosphere was tense, silence reigning among them as they moved with swift, ghostly motions. Remember, this mission is of utmost importance. None of you are permitted to act impulsively. Minato had always maintained strict discipline with Team 7, especially during such perilous times, where even the slightest misstep could lead to grave consequences. Chapter 92, Indiscriminate Bombing, Part 3, a fortnight later. Ryuki and Team 7 reached the border of the Land of Grass in just half a month. Standing atop a hill, they gazed upon the distant village, engulfed in the chaos of war, with plumes of black smoke rising ominously into the air. The buildings lay in ruins, and the area was desolate, reminiscent of a site ravaged by natural disaster. From here on, maintain constant vigilance, Minato commanded, leaping forward into the thicket. Kakashi and the others exchanged glances and nodded slightly before following suit. After a brief moment, they arrived at a dense forest. A gentle breeze wafted through, mingling with a faint scent of blood. Silence enveloped them, with not even the sound of insects or birds breaking the stillness. They crouched slightly, on high alert for any unexpected occurrences. Kakashi unsheathed his broken blade, inching closer to Rin's side. Let us move. Minato urged softly. The five advanced cautiously. Just then, several swift sounds sliced through the air from their right. Kakashi's expression sharpened. He quickly formed hand seals, and with a resounding boom, the ground beneath them cracked open, and a wall of earth erupted to shield them from the ambush. Minato sprang atop the earthen wall, his gaze fixed intently on the shuriken hurtling towards them. However, the forest remained eerily quiet. Their assailants had vanished. Be careful, Minato advised. After a while, when no further attacks materialized, they took turns keeping watch. Following a simple lunch, they pressed deeper into the land of grass. Suddenly, a distant cry pierced the air. Help! Help! A blurry figure appeared within the woods, desperately calling out. As the figure ran, it suddenly froze, and then fell to the ground, lifeless. Minato rushed forward, but before he could reach the fallen individual, a forceful grip seized his back. Turning to look, he found Ryuki standing behind him, expressionless, shaking his head disapprovingly. Without hesitation, Ryuki retrieved a kunai from his pouch and hurled it towards the distant figure. Ryuki! Obito exclaimed, alarmed by Ryuki's intent to attack an unknown person. But before Ryuki could explain, a violent explosion erupted where the figure lay, revealing a water clone embedded with explosive tags. The blast sent debris soaring, resembling a torrential downpour as it rained back down. Ryuki turned to Kakashi and the others, gravely stating, "This is war. Remember, in the absence of absolute certainty, your foremost priority is your own safety." But what if that was an ordinary citizen of the land of grass? Rin questioned, struggling to comprehend Ryuki's words. If that person had indeed been innocent, should she too have tested their identity with a kunai? Ryuki sighed deeply in response. Minato, witnessing this exchange, offered a wry smile and explained, "We are on the border of the land of grass. Even in peacetime, this area is fraught with unknown dangers. So ordinary people would not venture here. I was careless as well." Minato's explanation left Rin and Obito blushing with embarrassment. However, Ryuki refrained from admonishing them, recognizing their lack of experience with life and death situations. The teachings of textbooks provided only basic knowledge. As ninjas, there is no better opportunity to hone their potential than in the crucible of war. As raindrops fell, soaking their hair, the five huddled closely together against the encroaching fog. "Kakashi, use fire style," Ryuki commanded sharply. Kakashi stepped forward, swiftly forming hand seals and calling out, "Fire style, great fireball technique." A blazing fireball erupted forth, colliding with the fog and generating a thick cloud of white smoke. Observing the scene, Ryuki immediately switched his inner template. Suddenly, he leaped to the towering trees above, spreading his arms wide as he shouted, "Yada mirror!" Bang! 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 Countless light orbs rained down upon the fog like indiscriminate bombs, nearly engulfing the majority of the forest before them. The trees shattered, flames erupted, and soon, the air was filled with anguished cries. The sounds were haunting, sending shivers down their spines. The bombardment persisted, and Kakashi and the others gazed up at Ryuki, their expressions filled with unfamiliarity. When had Ryuki become so cold-blooded? No, this was war. The term cold-blooded seemed inadequate. If it had to be described, Ryuki, in this moment, resembled a deity of death, unrelenting in his assault, crushing the enemy with overwhelming force irrespective of their identities. The onslaught continued for a full 10 minutes before Ryuki finally ceased, leaping down from the tree. Rin, witnessing this, retrieved a soldier pill from her pouch and handed it to Ryuki to help replenish his chakra. To her surprise, Ryuki merely glanced at the pill and shook his head, declining her offer. The abilities of the Yellow Monkey template did not require chakra support, alleviating Rin's concerns. "Let us unleash another fire style to completely dissipate the fog," Ryuki ordered. Kakashi complied without hesitation. As a new fireball met the mist, visibility in the forest gradually returned to normal. Now, as Team 7 surveyed their surroundings, the once dense woods lay in tatters, the ground littered with corpses of many black-clad ninjas, their faces obscured by veils. Some grotesquely hung from broken branches. The chilling scent of blood filled the air, overwhelming Obito and Rin, who had never encountered such scenes before. Kakashi stated, "I'll check their identities. You two stay here." With a resigned glance at the two, Ryuki said to Kakashi, "Take care of them." Kakashi's expression was far from ideal. The mask concealed a pallor, but he replied, "I understand." With that, Kakashi retrieved a water flask from his waist, offering it to Rin while gently patting her back. Ryuki, navigating through the sea of corpses, covered his mouth and nose, crouching beside a relatively intact body, searching meticulously. Moments later, he produced a blood-stained forehead protector of a mist ninja, presenting it to Minato. Minato's tone turned grave as he remarked, "It appears the situation in the land of grass is more dire than our intelligence suggested." The reports failed to mention the presence of mist ninjas, only indicating that rock ninjas intended to circumvent Konoha's main forces to strike at their supply lines. But now Chapter 93, The Battlefield of the Land of Grass, Part 4. How far are we from the front line indicated in the intelligence? Ryomu inquired directly of Minato. "It will take us another half a day to reach," Minato replied, placing the map back into his backpack. With a contemplative expression, he added, "We cannot afford to be late. Every minute we delay increases the danger to our leaf ninjas on site." Observing the resolute demeanor of Minato, Ryomu surmised his intentions. As before, "Ryomu, you will protect Team 7 as we advance towards the front lines. I shall proceed ahead to gain control of the battlefield." Ryomu had no doubts concerning the Yellow Flash's capabilities. However, memories lingered in his mind. After Minato departed alone previously, Obito and the others had been ambushed by the enemy. To prevent a recurrence of such tragedy, Ryomu felt compelled to remain with Team 7. Nevertheless, he utilized the shadow clone technique to create a clone, stating to Minato, "My clone will accompany you. It will be under my protection." Ryomu's use of the shadow clone was not due to skepticism regarding Minato's abilities, but rather to expedite the resolution of the battlefield dynamics. Currently, he utilized the template of the yellow monkey, whose ability to disregard physical attacks would prove invaluable in combat. Minato nodded in acknowledgement, and, in an instant, vanished from sight before Obito could utter a word. "We do not require protection," Obito asserted after calming the turmoil within. He then addressed Ryomu. "The front line is tense and requires additional manpower. The enemies here have already been eliminated by you. What further danger could we encounter?" Ryomu fell silent upon hearing Obito's words, for the recent attack had left his eyes filled with murderous intent. He fixed his gaze firmly on Obito, questioning, "What makes you believe that these foes represent the entirety of the ambush? Do you think the enemy is as foolish as you? Are you aware of reconnaissance? Do you understand what it means to have an advance force? If more enemies appear, can you ensure everyone has safety?" The barrage of questions ignited Ryomu's anger. After a moment of reflection, he recognized his emotional outburst and, exhaling deeply, said to Obito, "I apologize. I was too agitated." This was the most ruthless and lethal display Ryomu had exhibited since his rebirth, resulting in a significant transformation within him due to the overwhelming bloodlust. Fortunately, he realized the need for composure in time. "Deep down, I trust you to protect this team, but everything remains uncertain until you awaken your Sharingan." The Sharingan had always been a source of pain for Obito, as he had yet to achieve its awakening despite being a Nin. Among his peers in the Uchiha clan, most his age had successfully awakened it, yet he remained without. A fleeting expression of anguish crossed Obito's face. The gentle Rin, sensing his turmoil, approached and gently grasped his arm, saying, "Ryomu is correct. Not only him, but I and Kakashi also believe in you." At this moment, Kakashi had surpassed Ryomu, having achieved Nin status at the tender age of 12. Nevertheless, Kakashi understood that in terms of practical combat, Ryomu was someone he still looked up to. The immense chakra displayed in the recent light release bomb was something Kakashi felt he could never rival. Although Kakashi held the rank of Nin while Ryomu was a special Nin, the latter's orders still took precedence in this era. Ryomu slowly crouched down, his fingers pressing firmly against his forehead as he contemplated their next course of action. In the original narrative, Obito's tragedy was indeed lamentable, yet in that battle, he not only awakened his Sharingan but Kakashi also completed his transformation. If they were to eliminate that conflict at its inception, it would constitute a unique tragedy for both Obito and Kakashi. The enemy was hidden in the shadows, while they remained in the light. To fulfill the plan in his heart, some risks must be taken. 3 days later, Kakashi and the others found themselves resting beside a treehouse. Rin, pulling food from her backpack, remarked to Kakashi, "I apologize, Kakashi. I haven't had the chance to congratulate you on becoming a Nin before we arrived here." Kakashi merely shook his head in response. The path to becoming a Nin had presented Kakashi with numerous trials, stripping him of the excitement he once felt upon achieving a new rank. Being a Nin meant that the weight of responsibility upon his shoulders had grown heavier and that he would face even more challenges ahead. His experiences with the Umbu had imparted the harsh realities of being a shinobi. Kakashi was indifferent to Rin's apology. Obito, observing this exchange, scoffed and turned away. Kakashi glanced at Obito and teased him with a stoic expression. "What's the matter? Don't you plan to give me a gift for my promotion to Jonin?" Obito remained silent. Just then, an unusual sound emanated from the branch upon which the trio sat. Instantly alert, they braced themselves for potential danger. Kakashi, seeing the situation unfold, drew his blade from behind, positioning himself protectively in front of Obito and Rin as he scanned their surroundings with vigilance. Obito, observing Kakashi's stance, felt a wave of darkness wash over him. Kakashi had earned his J-Nin status through his own merit. Yet, despite being a CH-Nin, Obito, as a member of the Uchiha clan, had not awakened his Sharingan. Jealousy? Obito did not deny it. But what came after jealousy? Life continued as it always had. Kakashi remained the prodigy, while Obito remained the subject of ridicule. Obito, Kakashi suddenly addressed him seriously. Focus. We are a team. Without any one of us, we are incomplete. You, I, and Rin have been a collective since our first day in Team 7. I have always believed in you. Without anyone here, this team cannot truly be called Team 7. With a piercing whistle, a barrage of shuriken suddenly flew from the branches above. Kakashi swiftly brandished his blade, spinning his arms as the shuriken clashed against his weapon, sending sparks flying through the air. The assault was effortlessly thwarted, but as Kakashi's eyes darted, he thrust his blade into empty space, causing blood to spatter as a figure materialized before him, questioning in a halting voice, "Are you the legendary Konoha's White Fang?" As the figure collapsed, Kakashi wiped the blood splatter from his cheek, responding, "That was my father." Having failed in their ambush, Kakashi resumed his vigilance, eyeing the Iwagakure headband atop the fallen foe. Be cautious, they can merge their bodies with the surrounding environment. Before Kakashi could finish his warning, a barely perceptible sound emerged behind Obito. Chapter 94. The crimson glow of anger. Both Obito and Kakashi simultaneously detected an unfamiliar sound of breathing. At that moment, Obito, armed with shurikens, found himself unable to react in time. Accompanied by a sinister, maniacal laughter, a cold gleam flashed before Obito's eyes, aimed directly at his heart. It was over. Obito watched as the attack approached him from behind, mere millimeters away. A violent impact thrust Lin aside, and it surged toward him. Splatter. Blood erupted, splashing onto Obito's protective goggles. Before him, Kakashi, with a wounded eye, resolutely drove the broken blade through the enemy's chest. The adversary fell. Kakashi collapsed as well. On the shattered mask, Kakashi had lost one eye. Warmth gathered at the corner of his eye, and his nose suddenly tinged with a sharp sting. Tears streamed down his cheeks, dripping onto the dry wood beneath his feet. Kakashi! Obito screamed in despair, and Lin, shocked by the scene, quickly reacted, shedding tears as she employed her medical ninjutsu to aid Kakashi's recovery. Cough. Suddenly, Kakashi emitted a light cough, and with a mocking tone, he gazed at Obito with one eye, smilingly taunting, "See, I saved your life again. And by the way, you look truly hideous when you cry." "Kakashi, why? Why did you save me?" Obito nearly shouted, his face flushed, veins bulging. If he could, he would not want Kakashi's help. He did not wish to owe Kakashi anything. As rivals, why was Kakashi the first to act without hesitation? Tears were warm. The fog on his goggles thickened. Obito yanked them off, discarding them without a second thought. They were goggles he had purchased in his youth to protect his eyes. But now, Kakashi had sacrificed that precious item to save him. Why? Kakashi pondered, then stated, "Did I not tell you? We are teammates. If I cannot protect my teammates, I am unworthy of being a ninja and of remaining in Team 7. Do you remember what Sensei Minato said during our assessment?" Back then, Obito frowned. Kakashi elaborated, "It doesn't matter if you forgot. My saving you is akin to when I shared my lunch with you back then. No reason needed." How touching. Just then, a mocking voice echoed above the trio. Obito looked up to see an increasingly distinct Iwagakure ninja perched upside down on a branch. With a disdainful expression, he surveyed Kakashi below, chuckling. "So it turns out you are not the Konoha White Fang, just a bunch of children." After speaking, the Iwagakure ninja flickered and vanished in the blink of an eye. Hearing the surrounding footsteps, the potential for attack loomed. Suddenly, Obito closed his eyes, gripping his forehead protector tightly, and slowly stood. Under Lin and Kakashi's watchful gazes, he retrieved a kunai from behind, bracing himself. Die! Splurt! Blood sprayed, splattering across Obito's face. At this moment, with the shuriken embedded in the enemy's heart, Obito's temples throbbed, and his eyes glinted with an otherworldly crimson light. Under the gaze of the Sharingan, every movement you make escapes not my watchful eyes. Obito. Lin, witnessing Obito awaken his Sharingan, wept profusely, just as Obito had moments ago. The Iwagakure ninja was slain by Obito, yet more footsteps approached relentlessly. Kakashi, incapacitated, and Lin, a medical ninja, faced overwhelming odds. Quick, let us take refuge in the cave below, Kakashi urged, struggling to rise from Lin's embrace. Seeing this, Obito bent down, hoisting Kakashi's body alongside Lin as they leapt down to the decayed wood. The cave was vast and entirely hollow. The three knew well that there was no hiding spot within. Should even a single Iwagakure ninja enter, their fate would be dire. Obito's Sharingan had awakened, yet he needed time to acclimate to this newfound power. Against these bloodthirsty foes, time was not on their side. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Bathed in sunlight at the cave's entrance, several figures emerged. Kakashi turned to Lin, who was cradling him, and said, "I'm sorry for not protecting you." Upon hearing this, Obito felt a deeper sense of guilt. "I'm sorry, I haven't had the chance to give you a gift, and now." Obito hesitated, tears once again welling in his Sharingan eyes. In the face of death, all past grievances seemed to fade into insignificance. Bang! Suddenly, a loud explosion erupted, followed by a chorus of anguished wails. A figure, Ryuki, stormed into the cave, clutching several Iwagakure ninjas under his arms, squinting as he surveyed the surroundings. "Ryuki, huh?" Ryuki responded, exerting a slight force with his arm, snapping the necks of the captured ninjas and discarding their lifeless forms. "Are you all in there? It's so dark. I can't see anything." It takes time for one's eyes to adjust to darkness. Yet Kakashi and the others could clearly see the bewildered Ryuki fumbling about. Obito dashed to Ryuki's side, catching a whiff of a smoky aroma. He helped Ryuki to Kakashi, who was now regaining some sight. Gazing down at Kakashi in Lin's embrace, he noted that one eye of Kakashi's mask was utterly shattered. Blood flowed profusely, soaking Lin's arms. TSK, disfigured. Kakashi's appearance was the subject of many legends in Konoha. Some claimed that beneath his mask lay a visage capable of captivating any woman, while others insisted he possessed large, protruding teeth. Ryuki, indifferent to the truth, fished out a fragrant grilled fish from somewhere and thrust it into Kakashi's hands. "Don't ask. Don't refuse. Open your mouth and eat it." Kakashi and the others were perplexed by Ryuki's insistence, exchanging bewildered glances. Seeing Kakashi remain still, Ryuki, fearing his own regret, firmly grasped Kakashi's chin, ripping off the mask and stuffing the grilled fish into his mouth. This fish was prepared by Ryuki after leaving Team 7. A special treat he had grilled. Though merely one of 10 bodies, it was sufficient to mend Kakashi's wounds. Moments later, the fish, almost forced into Kakashi's mouth, slid down his throat like water. The bleeding ceased, and under the watchful eyes of his comrades, Kakashi's previously shattered eye suddenly shimmered with a strange light. As if time itself had reversed, the wound disappearing entirely. Simultaneously, Kakashi sensed an inexhaustible energy coursing through his chakra network. "Say nothing, just open your eyes." Chapter 95, Kakashi's transformation at last? It's truly over. Within the cave, Rin gazed at Kakashi's eyes, restored to their former brilliance, her heart brimming with exhilaration. Even Obito, who stood nearby, was taken aback by this miraculous spectacle. A body so severely impaired had been healed solely by the essence of a fish. Moreover, witnessing Kakashi in his current state, Obito's Sharingan flared to life once more. Ryomu sat to the side, feeling a pang of regret. That was Luo, a spirit beast. Sighing heavily, he turned to observe Kakashi, who was gradually regaining his mobility, and secretly smiled. Days prior, Ryomu had intentionally departed from their trio under the pretense of assisting Minato, wishing to ensure that this performance unfolded as anticipated. Now, with Obito's Sharingan awakened and Kakashi's eyes returned to normal, even more importantly, "Kakashi, how do you feel?" Ryomu approached Kakashi, scrutinizing him closely. Incredible. Kakashi clenched his fist with vigor, his expression astonished as he replied to Ryomu. "I feel as though there is an inexhaustible well of power within me, as if my chakra has transcended its previous limitations." According to the system's explanation, the energy of all things in this world of Naruto manifests in the form of chakra. Thus, as a spirit beast, Luo's innate spirit must also equate to chakra. The ninja previously dubbed a deficient blue ninja will no longer be confined to that measure of chakra. The 7th squad prepared to set forth, and Ryomu retrieved a map from Kakashi's backpack, unfurling it amidst the group. Observe, this entire mountain range constitutes the primary front line of the Land of Grass. Should this position fall, it would not only invite the Rock Ninja, but also the Mist Ninja to breach Konoha's borders. Ryomu bit his finger, explaining the dire circumstances they were about to confront. Minato-sensei has gone here, right? Kakashi pointed to a hollow on the map. Indeed. This hollow is defensible yet challenging to assault. It serves as an excellent sniping point for Konoha. The group gazed at the convoluted battle lines on the map, unease creeping into their hearts. The Rock Village had dispatched 10,000 ninjas seeking to circumvent the front line and advance on Konoha from the Land of Grass. However, Konoha's main forces had largely been dispatched to the battlefield in the Land of Rain, including the 7th squad. The number of Konoha ninjas stationed to intercept in the Land of Grass was scarcely a fraction of the enemy's forces. If the Rock Ninja were to promptly recognize this weakness and extend their lines, bypassing the Konoha ninjas, the consequences would be dire. What if we go support Minato-sensei? Rin's expression revealed her concern. No, no, Kakashi and Ryomu exclaimed almost in unison. Ryomu looked up in surprise at Kakashi, who returned his gaze. They shared a knowing smile. And Ryomu said to Kakashi, since you've recognized the situation, you take the lead. All right, Kakashi affirmed, pointing to a towering mountain on the map. Do you see this? The mountains rise steeply, with narrow gaps between them. If I were a rock ninja, and if the hollow could not be breached swiftly, I would risk traversing this route. Ryomu continued Kakashi's line of reasoning. The hollow where Minato resides lies at the heart of the front line. For the enemy, while a direct route is the shortest, they are aware that Minato's infamous yellow flash is not a mere legend. To conserve their fighting strength, they would not recklessly engage here. To the southeast of the hollow lies a marshland, devoid of trees for cover. Should they attempt to navigate this path, the concealed Konoha ninjas would detect them immediately. Thus, as Kakashi has indicated, the hollow is their sole and essential route. So what do you both propose? Obito inquired, dawning realization illuminating his expression as he looked towards Ryomu. We shall position ourselves here and ambush them, Ryomu replied resolutely. But what if the enemy discovers us? Would they not retreat, consolidating their forces back to Minato-sensei? In response, Ryomu inhaled deeply, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He folded the map and handed it back to Kakashi, turning to Rin with a grin. Trust in your Minato-sensei. He is not as weak as you perceive. Days flew by. Ryomu and the trio arrived at their destination. Observing the narrow gap beneath their feet, Ryomu stepped aside and delivered a powerful punch, shattering several stones. He instructed the others to transport the debris to the cliff's edge and secure it. All right, the group responded. Immediately springing into action, Rin retrieved dozens of explosive tags from her pouch, affixing one to each stone. However, Ryomu remained vigilant. He understood that the individual they sought in the Land of Grass had yet to make an appearance. While Obito's fate had shifted, Ryomu was uncertain whether that person still had a backup plan. Moreover, there was Rin. The appearance of Mist Village ninjas here was anything but ordinary. Yet, if one considered the plan involving the three-tail self-detonation, Rin was evidently their target for this mission in the Land of Grass. Boom, boom, boom. A series of shadow clones detonated in succession. Kakashi, standing nearby, utilized ninjutsu to accelerate the trap setup with his clones. Kakashi, Obito, and even Kakashi himself were astonished at the sight of over 50 clones. The shadow clone technique, taught to Kakashi by his father, Tsukumo Hitaki, had always seen Kakashi peak at around 30 clones, yet now, feeling the abundance of chakra within him after completing the technique, Kakashi turned to Ryomu, instantly comprehending the implication. With the traps set, Ryomu and the 3 members of Squad 7 concealed themselves behind the stones atop the mountain. Now, they awaited the arrival of their prey. In the hollow, the relentless assault from the Rock Ninja had severely compromised Konoha's front line. Only upon retreating to this position could they barely withstand the enemy's onslaught. Captain, we may not hold out much longer. Their numbers are overwhelming. At that moment, a beleaguered Chunin, adorned with a Konoha forehead protector, narrowly dodged an explosive tag-S blast and rushed to a bearded Jonin clad in battle attire. The Jonin rasped, "We are about to receive reinforcements from the village. Hold your ground. We must not let a single one through." Just then, a gust of wind swept past. "It's you." The bearded Jonin's expression shifted from shock to elation upon recognizing the newcomer. Minato produced dozens of kunai, instructing everyone, throw them into the enemy ranks. Leave the rest to me. One person, the Chunin, not recognizing Minato's identity, was bewildered, about to voice his thoughts when he was abruptly silenced by a slap from the Jonin behind him. Enough chatter. Do as he says. P.S. I cannot quite articulate why, but while writing this, I inexplicably felt a sense of déjà vu reminiscent of wartime. Chapter 96. The Power of Annihilation in a Secluded Valley. A group of Konoha ninjas cautiously peered over the parapet, their eyes fixed on a man whose form flickered like a flash of light. Even their eyes struggled to keep pace with his speed. Amidst the chaotic slaughter, the Iwagakure ninjas found themselves thrown into disarray, suddenly exhibiting signs of retreat. The bearded Nin chuckled. Did you see that? This is the yellow flash of our village. The nearby Nin, realizing the gravity of the situation, turned to the bearded Nin with astonishment, asking, that person just now, is he really the Hokage? The enemy was stealthily maneuvering towards the northwest. Moments later, a High-GA ninja crouched beside Minato, his Byakugan activated to its fullest extent, furrowing his brow. Northwest, Minato muttered, scanning the map. Should we pursue? They must be trying to bypass this location. The bearded Nin, having discerned the enemy's intentions, turned to Minato, questioning, can we leave this place? Minato sighed deeply, his tone laced with resignation. Due to his arrival on the battlefield, the Iwagakure ninjas had recognized his identity. The moniker of the Yellow Flash was known throughout the ninja world, and many of his own clansmen had fled at the mere mention of it. This was the mindset that the Iwagakure ninjas now held. However, in the face of war, they neither fled nor attacked. Their sole aim was to keep Minato anchored here. A small unit was tasked with flanking, whether to encircle or outmaneuver. At that moment, Konoha's defenders had suffered significant casualties. If Minato were to depart, the Iwagakure forces would undoubtedly launch an immediate assault, leaving him overwhelmed and outnumbered. Boom. Bang. Suddenly, a series of explosive sounds erupted from the northwest. The High-GA ninja, alerted by the noise, began to investigate. It seems like a battle has broken out over there. After a brief pause, he added, it appears that someone on the mountaintop is assisting us by ambushing those Iwagakure ninjas. Minato glanced sideways. The only support team aside from him was Team 7, led by Ryu. Could it be? Quick, check if those people are all children. Indeed, they are. The High-GA ninja exclaimed, but abruptly. His expression twisted in pain, and he fainted. Minato? Bearded Nin. A Nin? Oh, Rin is clever. She placed explosive tags on each stone. On the mountaintop, Obito praised Rin as he pushed a boulder. As for Ryu, he looked down in bewilderment at the voracious hunger of the tailed beast within him, perplexed at how it had emerged spontaneously. Why is this thing coming out on its own? Strange. He then stomped on a boulder weighing around a ton. Earth release, earth flow rampart. Just then, a deep rumble resonated from the gorge beneath their feet, shaking the mountain. Several stone walls erupted halfway up the slope, effectively blocking Team 7's rock traps. Although Rin's explosive tags could shatter the walls, the sheer number of Iwagakure ninjas was overwhelming, with layer upon layer of stone barriers. What should we do? They're about to run past the gorge. Obito, now activating his Sharingan, observed the enemies below with clarity. I want them to run through. Ryu replied with a cold smirk, urging Obito and the others to continue pushing the boulders. While they were uncertain of Ryu's intentions, the three members of Team 7 understood his character well. He would never engage in actions without confidence. Sure enough, at the gorge's entrance, the Iwagakure ninjas saw the light ahead growing larger and realized the exit was within reach. In their haste, their expressions turned contemptuous. But at that moment, with a thunderous crash, a massive stone ball, several dozen meters in diameter, plummeted from the mountaintop, landing before them. Captain, there is someone on top. One of the Iwagakure ninjas shouted in alarm. Perched atop the enormous stone ball was a boy with an air of languor, a sly grin on his face, and a sprig of mousetail herb in his mouth. Why does he seem somewhat familiar? The leading Nin of Iwagakure pondered, his face betraying a flicker of doubt. He didn't recognize any Konoha ninjas personally, but he knew that anyone appearing here could only be from Konoha. If he recalled correctly, the last encounter with Konoha ninjas had been during the Nin exams in Kyuubi. Wait a moment. This person couldn't possibly be. As the ominous realization struck him, He was further taken aback by the sight of the Konoha ninjas silhouetted against the sun, casting a shadow that highlighted the boy's bald head. No way, it's that bald kid. The memory of Ryu's punch that had shattered the Shinkai Mountains during the Shichinin exams lingered vividly in his mind, an awe-inspiring display of might. But now, facing the same mountain, the same Konoha and Iwagakure, could history be repeating itself? Just then, Ryu slowly rose atop the stone ball. Crouching down as he spat out the mouse-tail herb, his right arm curling at his waist, and declared, "Template switch, normal type, ordinary punch." Boom. The earth trembled, and rocks flew. The surrounding mountains quaked as if an earthquake had struck, sending tremors rippling through the land. In the distance, Minato and his companions watched as the mountains to the northwest erupted, clouds of dust rising, a tremendous force shattering the terrain effortlessly. As Minato gazed upon the spectacle, he was reminded of a similar scene he had witnessed in Kyuubi. "Minato-sama, we." Before the bearded J-nin could finish his thought, Minato smiled gently, turning his gaze toward the Iwagakure stronghold, saying, "It seems that the battle over there has come to an end." Prior to leaving Team 7, Ryu had left a shadow clone beside Minato. However, for reasons unknown, the clone had suddenly departed mid-journey, as if pursuing something. If only Ryu, with his light release, had been present on the battlefield, the situation would have been far more manageable. "Rin, are you all right?" At the mountaintop, Obito dusted himself off and hurried to Rin's side. "I'm fine. Where's Kakashi?" Rin brushed off the dirt and began scanning the area. "I'm right here." Kakashi stood at the edge of the gorge, his eyes wide with shock. "Kakashi, what?" Before Rin could finish her sentence, she and Obito were both stunned by the scene before them. The mountains had vanished, leaving behind a vast pit over 100 meters deep. The walls of the pit were smooth, as if chiseled by a knife. And the Iwagakure ninjas that had been in the gorge moments ago. "Kakashi, what is this?" Understanding Rin's confusion, Kakashi's expression turned grave as he replied, "This is the power of annihilation possessed by Ryu." Chapter 97. The Infiltrator, Part 4, Sensei Minato. In a secluded valley, Rin suddenly dashed into Minato's embrace, trembling uncontrollably. Kakashi and Obito, witnessing Rin's emotional release, felt a pang of sorrow in their hearts. In less than half a month apart, Team 7 seemed to have endured trials akin to life and death. Observing the weary yet determined expressions of the 4 members of Team Yamaki, Minato offered a gentle smile, affectionately ruffling each of their hair. Yamaki had garnered significant notoriety within the Hidden Leaf Village, thanks to his affiliation as Jiraiya's disciple and the rumors surrounding his accomplishments in becoming a CH-nin and Special J-nin. Now, with the legendary Yellow Flash and the village's most formidable genius united on the battlefield, an air of confidence surged through the ranks of Konoha's shinobi. Yamaki reported to Minato about the skirmish in the ravine and then gazed towards the distant Iwagakure encampment, inquiring, "What is the situation over there?" Minato shook his head in response. Although the current stalemate had been maintained, his greatest concern lay with the group of mist ninjas lurking within the dense forest. It was well known that the Iwagakure shinobi had launched a surprise attack on Konoha, but the sudden emergence of the mist shinobi, who vanished after the battle in the forest, was unsettling. They seemed to be lurking like predators, waiting for Konoha to make a misstep. The visible threats were not frightening. It was the unseen eyes hidden in the shadows that instilled dread. Minato understood this all too well, yet he was currently restrained by the Iwagakure shinobi and had no time to investigate the whereabouts of the mist ninjas. What if they had already circumvented the front line to ambush Konoha's supply lines? This troubling thought prompted Minato to voice his concern. Yamaki chuckled softly, calming Minato's anxiousness. "Rest assured, Konoha will remain safe." Before departing the village, he had left a shadow clone behind. If anything were to happen, he would be informed. Moreover, the mist ninjas who had attacked outside Konoha were none other than the infamous 7 ninja swordsmen, with whom Yamaki had previously interacted. Their fate was sealed, and with the presence of a shadow clone, Might Guy would not need to open the 8 gates to confront them. The notion of a fire at the rear was a cardinal sin in warfare, and Yamaki would not permit such an occurrence to transpire. As for the Iwagakure shinobi ahead, he would handle them. For the sake of precaution, a decisive victory must be achieved on the battlefield of the Land of Grass. With that, Yamaki shifted his chakra template to that of the Yellow Flash. He then turned to Minato, suggesting, "Would you care to join me? I can take you to the heart of their formation." Meanwhile, within the Iwagakure encampment, thousands of ninjas lay low, bracing themselves. Amidst the somber atmosphere, a sense of foreboding loomed. "Captain, there was a strange phenomenon to the northwest. Silence. A dark-skinned ninja fixed his gaze on the distant figures of Konoha's ninjas with unwavering intensity. He refused to believe the recent occurrence, nor did he wish to speculate. In warfare, the most crucial elements are confidence and courage. If possible, he could dismiss the event as an earthquake or even an energy explosion. The survival of his dispatch team felt almost fated. Konoha was under the protection of the Yellow Flash. Even if the Iwagakure shinobi lacked the confidence to seize the position from Minato, as long as they could keep him occupied, the other battlefronts would face less hardship. It was a win-win scenario. Captain, how can there be stars in the daytime in the land of grass? Suddenly, a curious comrade glanced at the sky. Stars. How could there be stars during the day? Are you dreaming? The leading Iwagakure ninja, intrigued by his comrade's rapt expression, also looked up at the sky. With a piercing whistle, countless shuriken descended from the heavens, embedding themselves into the ground. Bad news. The leading Iwagakure ninja instantly recognized the shuriken's origin. Before he could issue any commands, two figures suddenly flashed into the center of the encampment. Yamaki, your lightspeed technique is truly convenient. Minato, supporting himself with one hand, pulled one of the shuriken from the ground, his gaze fixed upon the Iwagakure shinobi nearby. That is, with a confident exclamation, the light spots in the sky, mistaken for stars, began to coalesce around Minato, revealing Yamaki's form, brimming with pride. Using the sun as cover, the light spots could seamlessly blend into the brilliance of daylight. Though Yamaki was aware that dealing with this group of Iwagakure shinobi would not pose a challenge for him alone, he chose not to take the lead to enhance Minato's sense of involvement and to shield his own prowess. In the realm of shinobi, those who shine too brightly are vulnerable to the winds of envy. Yamaki's strategy needed to unfold in the shadows, should his radiance be too conspicuous. It might disrupt the forthcoming developments. The two entered the Iwagakure encampment like harbingers of death, their forms slicing through the air as they swiftly dispatched every foe that dared to stand. In an instant, Konoha's forces watched as chaos erupted within the Iwagakure ranks, blades clashing, explosions resonating. Countless limbs and bodies were hurled into the air, drenched in blood, painting the ground crimson. Ninjutsu, taijutsu, and even techniques reserved for samurai battles unfolded within this mayhem. Yet, the outcome belonged solely to these two warriors. Should we pursue? The blood-soaked duo locked eyes on the fleeing Iwagakure shinobi, sharing a knowing smile. Yamaki shook his head. Letting them escape holds greater significance than slaying them. The disruption of Iwagakure's plans in the land of grass could be achieved if these fleeing soldiers relayed information about their encounter with Minato. Even gazing upon the blood-stained earth littered with corpses, Yamaki let out a long sigh. War carries memory. Only through such means can they instill fear of Konoha in their enemies. Yamaki, I fear that from this day forth, your name will appear on many lists of great nations. They do not know me. Any resentment should be directed towards you. Your prowess is far too evident. Yamaki shrugged nonchalantly, and with that, Minato draped an arm over his shoulder. Utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique to instantaneously return to Konoha's encampment. The members of Konoha gathered in a circle as Minato produced a map, scrutinizing the surrounding battlefronts once more. The Iwagakure shinobi would likely hesitate to launch an ambush on Konoha for quite some time. The current positions could not be withdrawn to prevent any desperate retaliatory maneuvers. As Minato spoke, his gaze shifted to the marshy area that had been overlooked by all. A slight frown formed on his brow as a possibility flickered in his mind. Yamaki, perceiving his thoughts, nodded in silent understanding. Chapter 98. Footprints in the Swamp. Sensei Minato. Aren't we heading directly back to the village? What is the purpose of our visit here? The marshlands lay before them, a desolate and humid expanse, saturated with an unpleasant stench. Class 7 and the enigmatic Ryumu had taken a detour to arrive at this dire scene. Yet there was a glimmer of determination in their expressions. The mountains and forests of the land of grass were now under the watchful eyes of all the villages. It was likely that the previous mist ninja had traversed this seemingly impossible terrain to bypass Konoha's defensive line and appear in the dense woods. The marsh's miasma was laden with toxins. However, the quicksand posed little threat to the shinobi. Yet, the poisonous vapors could erode the health of any individual. Furthermore, to evade Konoha's defenses, they would need to endure at least 3 days in the treacherous swamp. On top of that, the time spent lurking to avoid detection by any potential observers would undoubtedly extend their journey. I had heard from a certain Chunin of the Hyuga clan that a thunderstorm had swept through this area before we entered the land of grass. A thunderstorm? Ryumu's expression fell, for the marsh was inherently unstable, and any heavy object would quickly be engulfed by its depths, leaving no trace. If the mist ninja truly had traversed this way to reach the forest, they would surely leave no signs behind, no matter how cautious they were. Yet, the ferocity of the thunderstorm would scatter whatever scant traces remained, posing unforeseen complications for Team 7. Regardless, we must investigate, Minato declared, unwilling to concede. He turned to Kakashi and the others, instructing, stay vigilant here while I scout for any valuable clues. I think that won't be necessary. Just then, Ryumu, who had already covered his mouth and nose, called out from the marsh's edge, come over here. The group hurried to his side. Ryumu crouched at the marsh's border, his demeanor serious as he searched through the underbrush with his kunai. Do you see it? Footprints, Minato exclaimed, his brow furrowing in intrigue. Indeed, and judging by their appearance, they likely belong to the same group we encountered in the forest. How can you be so sure? Questioned Obito, perplexed by Ryumu's confidence. A sentiment echoed by Kakashi. Ryumu raised his gaze, elucidating. Do not forget, shinobi are still human, and like all humans, they share a common weakness, the propensity to relax after prolonged tension. There are two reasons for this. First, when the mist ninjas circumvented Konoha's defenses through the marsh, they were undoubtedly under immense stress. To conceal their tracks, they would have exercised extreme caution. Coupled with the prior erosion caused by the thunderstorm, it would be exceedingly difficult for Minato to trace them. However, paradoxically, human frailty often leads to a lapse in vigilance at the boundary between the marsh and solid ground. It is akin to an examination. When the paper is first distributed and one realizes they know the answers, they write with confidence. Yet, as the exam progresses, the likelihood of errors increases. This error could be numerical, a misplaced decimal, or even an inconspicuous contradiction. The mist ninja, upon seeing solid ground, would surely let down their guard. The second point concerns the depth of the footprints we have discovered. The surface of the marsh differs from solid ground, particularly after rainfall. Ordinary footprints gradually dissipate due to the tremors of the earth. However, the land of grass, with its relatively humid climate, alongside the marsh, causes vegetation and fauna to decay at a rate 3 to 4 times faster than in the land of fire. The footprints Ryumu observed were accompanied by wilting grasses, their stems devoid of leaves. Had they been in Konoha, Ryumu would deduce that this phenomenon indicated at least 3 days had passed since the grass had died. Yet, being in the land of grass, especially after the rain, the time frame could only extend further. Ryumu's insights were rooted in counter-surveillance knowledge, a subject he had ardently studied as a military enthusiast in his past life. But do you see? The footprints vary in depth, and there are only a few deep imprints, incomplete. Rising, Ryumu postulated. Thus, it is evident that someone has passed through this marsh, and based on the footprints, at least 2 groups have traversed this area. The first group was comparable in size to the mist ninja we encountered in the forest. As for the second, how many? Obito appeared bewildered, while only Kakashi and Minato began to grasp the implications. 2, though there could be more. In the mountain ravines of the land of grass, 2 figures suddenly appeared, surveying the smooth pathway beneath them, their voices resonating with a chilling tone. It seems your plans have been systematically dismantled. One figure, ensconced in shadow, spoke with a tone laced with reverence towards his companion. What of the mist team? They have successfully entered the land of fire. However, my clone appears to have been detected. As the shadowy figure spoke, his companion stepped into the sunlight, revealing half of his aged visage, pale skin, a defiant expression, and even with eyes shut, an air of superiority permeated his speech. With a sharp crack, a metallic sound echoed from the vial at their feet. The shadowy figure regarded the 4 bottle and inquired, how much longer can you endure? Not much longer, the man replied, inhaling deeply, a nostalgic smile creeping upon his face. Ah, the scent of blood, so familiar. But fret not, a new vessel is prepared, and I shall return shortly. With the conflict in the land of grass nearing its conclusion, if Ryumu's conjecture held true, the IWA ninja who had learned of Minato and Ryumu's presence would hesitate to launch another ambush in the short term. Moreover, the remaining Konoha teams could continuously monitor the enemy's movements and promptly relay any findings to Konoha's higher-ups. Obito, congratulations. On their journey back to the village, Minato praised Obito for awakening his Sharingan. Obito felt a mix of shyness and pride, for within the Uchiha clan, The true path of a ninja commenced only upon the awakening of the Sharingan. Only Ryumu was privy to Kakashi's peculiar condition, yet he felt immensely satisfied with the outcome. Chapter 99. The watermelon rind. In the fable, it has been over 6 months since the onset of the Third Great Ninja War. On this day, outside the village of Konoha, several figures suddenly flashed by, hastily rushing towards the village entrance. Jinin? What is happening with the Jinin? But I am already a Chunin. A robust boy clad in green abruptly halted, his expression one of dissatisfaction. A companion beside him stepped forward, placing a hand on his shoulder, and earnestly said, "Do not think that way. Being a Jinin or a Chunin is inconsequential. What matters is that he is your father and our comrade. After decades of being a ninja, he has failed to master ninjutsu or jinjutsu, and even the taijutsu he often spoke of was merely a slogan. Guy, do not make a sound." At that moment, a man wearing black-rimmed sunglasses beside Might Guy suddenly fixed a serious gaze ahead into the dense forest. "There is a scent of blood. Be cautious." A scent of blood? Might Guy took a few steps forward, his expression instantly sharpening with vigilance. They were not far from Konoha, and since the war began, members of the Uchiha clan had been assigned to guard the outskirts. If a bloody incident were to occur here, there could only be one reason. A sharp whistle pierced the air, and before Guy could contemplate further, a slender blade shot forth like a needle, slicing through the air and leaving a gash on his face. "Stay alert. We are under attack." This time, Might Guy's squad was responsible for relaying intelligence between the front lines and the land of rain. Observing the steel wire trailing from the long knife beside him, Might Guy quickly leaped back, tightening the scroll at his waist discreetly. "Just a group of Chunin." A somewhat heavy voice emerged from the forest, and the long knife suddenly flew back into the depths of the woods. "Then allow me." "No, let me do it. Let me handle it." The enemies seemed to be bickering, treating Guy's squad as mere prey on a chopping block. Accompanying the voices were 7 figures that suddenly appeared near a large rock not far from Guy's team. The newcomers varied in height and build, each bearing the forehead protector of the Hidden Mist village and wielding uniquely shaped blades. "This is bad. It's them." "Who?" Guy's gaze remained fixed on the adversaries as he questioned his teammates. "The 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist." Upon hearing this name, Guy's brow furrowed instantly. The reputation of the 7 ninja swordsmen was notorious in the ninja world, equipped with blades that differed in both form and function, held by ninjas of Jonin caliber. They were infamous for their cruelty and cunning, with a remarkable synergy among them. But now, why were they here? How did they bypass the layers of surveillance? Guy had no time to ponder, for he possessed confidential intelligence from Konoha, and the 7 were all of Jonin strength, while his squad consisted merely of 4 Chunin. Utterly outmatched. "Guy, we will hold them off. You take the intelligence and hurry back to the village." A bespectacled Chunin behind Guy whispered tactical arrangements, his tone resolute. "This cannot be. If I stay here, you will all be. Enough talk. The intelligence is paramount. Guy, do not forget, you are a ninja." At that moment, Might Guy's heart was tumultuous, finding no grounds to refute his comrade's decision. The intelligence at his waist, if it fell into enemy hands, could expose all of Konoha's strategic arrangements against the Hidden Rain village. However, if he returned to the village, leaving his teammates behind, those he had fought alongside for so long, would surely lead to their demise. Caught in a web of conflict, an agonizing pain surged within him, and he lowered his head, loathing his own inadequacy while harboring a profound aversion towards war. "Guy." Suddenly, just as Guy's squad prepared to force their way through, a familiar voice echoed from the distant woods. With a flash of green light, a tall figure, identical to Guy in appearance, materialized before him. "Father, what are you doing here?" The upper echelons of Konoha had decreed that during this third war, no Genin-level ninja were permitted to participate, yet now. "Guy, you all return to the village. I will handle this." Might Daisuke raised his thumb, commanding his son. "Handle it? They are all Jonin from the Hidden Mist. You are but a Genin. How can you stand against them?" Might Guy nearly shouted in desperation for his father to retreat. "Guy, calm down." In response to Guy's outburst, Might Daisuke appeared serious, an unusual demeanor for him. "The 7 ninja swordsmen, huh? As my opponents, I can finally unleash that technique." As he spoke, Might Daisuke slowly drew his arms to his waist, an overwhelming energy surging forth, releasing a tremendous aura. The 8th gate, the Death Gate, open. With a thunderous roar, a massive crimson wave erupted, uprooting several willow trees in the vicinity. Might Daisuke, observing the red aura enveloping him, clenched his fists tightly. Red aura. Might Guy was left astounded, gazing at his father, who appeared transformed, his veins bursting as blood evaporated into a dense crimson mist enveloping him. Guy, do you remember what I told you before? Daisuke turned slowly, his eyes now a ghostly white, the pupils entirely vanished. I remember. When we decide to protect what we cherish most, our youth and fervor become immensely significant, and now. Might Daisuke's gaze shifted toward the distant 7 ninja swordsmen. For me, this is the moment. You all, take Guy back to the village. As Daisuke's request resonated, his teammates, faced with the gravity of the situation and the resolve of a father and Konoha ninja, swiftly reacted, gripping Guy's arms and propelling him toward the direction of Konoha. Father. Listening to the cries fading into the distance, a smile finally crept onto Might Daisuke's bloodied face. Guy, after I'm gone, you must grow up well. Oh no. The green watermelon ride. Only 3 remained of the 7 ninja swordsmen. At this moment, the figure of Kisame Hoshigaki looked towards the distant Might Daisuke. The intense aura emanating from him triggering memories of words spoken long ago. As he observed the increasingly formidable Might Daisuke, a sense of foreboding began to take root in Kisame's heart. Quickly, flee. Kisame roared, and before the other 6 could inquire about his sudden fear, they witnessed Might Daisuke suddenly position both hands before his chest. Release. Chapter 100. It's you. With a swift movement, a figure appeared, effortlessly blocking a barrage of powerful kicks. The immense crimson mist surged even more fiercely, creating a deep pit beneath the feet of Might Guy. Uncle Dai, remain calm. There's still time. A languid voice suddenly echoed amidst the swirling dust. At that moment, the usually fervent Dai's expression turned serious, and he halted his advance. As the smoke began to dissipate, he realized that Ryuki had unexpectedly materialized before him. Moreover, it was he who had thwarted Dai's attack. Might Guy held an unwavering belief in the potency of the 8 gates, especially after opening the Death Gate, which exponentially enhanced his strength and speed. However, he scoffed quietly, knowing that such power came at the cost of his life, a one-time ultimate ability for a single lifetime. Uncle Dai? Observing the once unreliable Might Guy transform into a figure of astonishing prowess, Ryuki approached with a grave demeanor, retrieving a body from the time room. You cannot perish. If you do, who will care for Kai? The implication of Ryuki's words was abundantly clear. Yet, the secret of the 8 gates was scarcely known even in Konoha. Dai was well aware of the fatal outcome of opening the Death Gate, a fate he had long prepared for. Leave them to me. Rest assured, with me here, they will not escape, Ryuki declared, presenting the body to Dai. It seemed he was aware of the secret of the 8 gates. Dai's gaze fell upon the object in Ryuki's hands, his resolve already firm. The Death Gate represented the culmination of all chakra, pushing the body's limits to the extreme. Dai explained as the red mist enveloping him began to twist ominously. Even if I cease my actions, I will perish. My body has surpassed the bounds of medical ninjutsu. Thus, you must consume it, Ryuki insisted, just as the sound of disturbance erupted from behind them. Turning swiftly, he unleashed the power of the 8-span mirror. The familiar path of light re-emerged, revealing the identity of the 7 ninja swordsmen to be a shocking revelation. They recalled the events at the entrance of the Hidden Mist Village, never expecting to encounter him again, initially only intending to confront a sage Nin from Konoha. You'd best not move. Otherwise, the consequences will not be as simple as merely being knocked unconscious last time. A palpable aura of menace radiated from Ryuki as his gaze locked onto them. However, time was of the essence. With the Death Gate opened, Dai's body would deteriorate rapidly, making his life's safety the utmost priority. Uncle Dai, I understand this may seem unfathomable, but trust me. I swear by the name of my master Jiraiya. If you consume this, not only will you survive, but I shall also deal with the 7 ninja swordsmen. Dai regarded Ryuki with a different perspective than he held for Kai. This genius youth, who had set numerous records in Konoha, was now able to keep the 7 ninja swordsmen at bay. Dai seemed to recognize the fear they harbored towards Ryuki. The 8 gates exist to protect what you hold most dear. Now that Kai is out of danger, you need not continue this. Due to the constraints of time, Ryuki had not prepared the body for cooking, yet Dai would likely not object to consuming it raw. Observing Ryuki's unwavering determination, Dai turned to glance in the direction where Kai had departed. Extending his hand, he received the body, his gaze fixed resolutely on Ryuki. Consume it, Ryuki urged with a smile, then shifted his attention to the intruders from the Hidden Mist Village. Fresh meat isn't palatable. Take your time. As for them, Consider it an appetizer I've prepared for you." With that, the body transformed into shimmering particles. With a resounding crash, a man wielding dual blades erupted into a cloud of blood mist, staining the ground crimson. "Watch out, he is coming." Kurosame, sensing the danger, instinctively moved closer to his comrades, sweat pouring from beneath his mask. He was acutely aware of Ryuki's prowess, possessing the ability to nearly disregard all physical attacks, rendering him an absolute nemesis. Boom! Another explosive sound erupted, this time from Kurosame's own chest, as a fist withdrew slowly. He had no time to cry out in pain. His eyes rolled back as he collapsed to the ground. The slaughter continued. The 7 ninja swordsmen could not even catch a glimpse of Ryuki's figure, merely witnessing their comrades disintegrate before their eyes, one after another. Finally, Bijou Shizuku, realizing there was no escape, relinquished his resistance entirely, plunging his decapitating blade into the ground. "Just kill me. I know I cannot contend with you." With that, Bijou closed his eyes slowly. Ryuki regarded Shizuku, shifting back into human form before gently patting his shoulder. A man should die in battle, not like a fish awaiting slaughter. Shizuku, dazed, opened his eyes to see Ryuki less than half a meter away, and he let out a hollow laugh. Though no words were exchanged, the despair in his gaze was unmistakable. "I will not kill you." To his surprise, Ryuki extended mercy to Shizuku. Shizuku, bewildered, looked at Ryuki, furrowing his brow. "Why? Even if you spare me, our mission is doomed. Upon returning to the village, I am met with death. Thus, it would be preferable to be obliterated like my comrades. Surely your mission was to capture a girl named Rin?" Upon hearing Ryuki articulate their mission so clearly, Shizuku's hope faded entirely. "What I can tell you now is that from the very beginning, this task was unattainable," Ryuki said, glancing back at Dai, who was now consuming fish, feeling somewhat relieved. He reached into his ninja tool pouch and pulled out a slip of paper, handing it to Shizuku. "If you wish to live, take this and, with your decapitating blade, seek out a man named Yahiko in the land of rain. He will reveal everything." The Akatsuki organization requires growth. Although Shizuku's abilities were lacking, he was still a true man. Regardless of the previous events in the Hidden Mist Village or his recent willingness to sacrifice himself, Ryuki needed him to survive and join the next generation of Akatsuki. "What about these?" Shizuku gestured to the scattered weapons around him, looking up at Ryuki. "Consider them safely kept by us of Konohagakure for the time being." Shizuku's survival piqued Dai's curiosity, yet Ryuki's identity left no room for doubt. Since Ryuki had decided to let him go, it was clear he had his own intentions. At that moment, Dai finished the last morsel of fish, and a soft gurgle echoed from his stomach. Chapter 101. The Vanishing Byakugan. "Are you all right?" In the dense forest, Liu Xiang covered his mouth and nose while rummaging through his ninja tool pouch. "It seems I've forgotten to bring any paper." Suddenly, a loud roar emerged from the grass nearby, prompting Liu Xiang to leap back a few steps. Tat 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 tat. A moment later, "What on earth did you bring me, Liu Xiang? Why is it so prickly? Are you all right, Uncle Dai?" On the way back to the village, Liu Xiang gazed curiously at the limping Might Dai and burst into laughter. After opening the 8 gates, Dai had not executed the legendary technique, and with Hiro's assistance, his body eventually returned to normal. However, the dissipated chakra had been completely ignited. Even the once empty chakra pathways required Dai to gradually recover. Earlier, Kakashi had only healed one eye, so the energy within Hiro's body accumulated, filling the pathways with chakra. As for Dai, just take your time to recover. Being alive is already a blessing. Weren't you supposed to go to the land of grass? When did you return to the village? Dai glanced at Liu Xiang with a pained expression, his curiosity piqued. After a moment's hesitation, Liu Xiang replied honestly, "This body is merely a clone. I deliberately left it in Konoha before departing the village." At that moment, Dai, who was already struggling to move, suddenly stumbled, and they both looked down. To their shock, a pale arm emerged abruptly from the dense thicket. Seeing this, Dai quickly pushed aside the underbrush and pulled the body out. "This is," Dai exclaimed, his expression instantly one of shock. He seemed to be a member of the Hyuga clan, but why did his Byakugan? Looking closely, the man wore the distinctive attire of the Hyuga family. Despite some facial injuries, one shattered Byakugan remained, while the other eye was completely absent. The chakra pathways at the corners of his eyes were still wrinkled. It was evident that this Byakugan had been forcibly removed from a living person. The Hyuga clan places immense importance on their Byakugan. The distinction between the main and branch families exists to ensure the purity of the Byakugan. As for the branch family, upon birth, they are marked with a curse seal to protect the Byakugan of the main family. Now, the unexplained disappearance of a Byakugan from a member of the main family would surely cause a significant uproar within the Hyuga clan. Liu Xiang and Might Dai understood the gravity of the situation. Rising to his feet, Liu Xiang said to Dai, "Uncle Dai, take this body back to the village immediately. I must convey the news of the stolen Byakugan to my original self." All right. Without a moment's hesitation, Dai agreed, and Liu Xiang instantly transformed into white smoke and vanished. At that moment, Liu Xiang's original body, located at the border of the Land of Fire, suddenly trembled. Mitsumyan, sensing the anomaly, cast a questioning glance at Liu Xiang. "Kakashi, shall we take a break?" "Sure," Kakashi replied, and as he did, Liu Xiang pulled Mitsumyan aside to relay the message from his clone. "The Byakugan of the Hyuga clan?" Mitsumyan inquired. "Indeed, and it belongs to the main family." Having coexisted in Konoha for over a decade, both Liu Xiang and Mitsumyan were well aware of the sacrifices the Hyuga clan made for their Byakugan. Much like the Uchiha clan, although the Hyuga clan did not display overt combat prowess, they maintained strict regulations to protect their bloodline limit, even in matters of marriage, to prevent the dilution of their Byakugan. Upon reaching adulthood, eligible Hyuga women, when considering marriage, must adhere to the family rules, ensuring the male partner is from the clan. Women from the main family lack the freedom to choose their spouses, with elders selecting more distinguished descendants of the Hyuga clan for them. The Byakugan of the main family, in terms of talent and bloodline, undoubtedly represents some of the finest candidates among the contemporary clan members. While their demise may be an inevitability of war, the loss of the Byakugan, however, is a transgression the Hyuga clan would never permit. Upon receiving this news, Liu Xiang's mind quickly pinpointed the direction of the stolen Byakugan. Yet, the location of Team 7 was still far from Konoha, making it impossible to pursue the stolen Byakugan in time. Sighing deeply, Liu Xiang remarked to Mitsumyan, "It must have been seized by the hidden mist village of the Land of Water." "Oh, how do you know?" Mitsumyan looked at Liu Xiang with curiosity. Liu Xiang nodded. "My clone spotted the 7 ninja swordsmen outside Konoha. An adversary capable of defeating a Hyuga clan master from the main family must possess considerable strength. Their appearance there, coupled with the disappearance of the Byakugan, is quite telling." Liu Xiang conveyed his insights to Mitsumyan. The 7 ninja swordsmen had perished, and no Byakugan was found among them. Thus, if my conjecture is correct, that I may very well. The loss of the Byakugan is a significant event for the Hyuga clan, and indeed for Konoha as well. However, Liu Xiang remained curious about whether the current Hyuga clan had misinterpreted the capabilities of the Byakugan. It is worth noting that in the original narrative, Kaguya, the progenitor of chakra, also possessed the Byakugan. Furthermore, in the sequel, the evolved Byakugan is referred to as the Tensigan, which can only be wielded by the son of the prince. At present, the abilities the Hyuga clan has developed seem primarily focused on perception, observing the flow of chakra within their opponents to predict their attack methods. While they do possess a perfect 360-degree field of view, compared to Kaguya, their abilities appear rather feeble. Liu Xiang's actions in eliminating the 7 ninja swordsmen had been intentionally glossed over. He had not wished for Mitsumyan to catch on, yet ultimately, Mitsumyan did sense something amiss. However, Liu Xiang's prowess had already astonished Mitsumyan countless times in the past, so upon realizing this, Mitsumyan merely chuckled wryly, not dwelling on it further. "What are you thinking about?" Mitsumyan asked, observing Liu Xiang's contemplative expression with curiosity. "Oh, nothing. We must hurry back to the village. We've wasted too much time in the Land of Grass, searching for the owners of those 2 footprints." Meanwhile, upon Might Dai informing the Hyuga clan and the higher-ups of Konoha about the body and the theft of the Byakugan, an immediate uproar ensued. The Third Hokage swiftly issued a high-priority wanted notice to assist the Hyuga clan in retrieving the stolen Byakugan. "Chase them down. We cannot allow the Byakugan to circulate." At that moment within the Hyuga clan, numerous ninja clones departed the village, racing towards the front lines. P.S. Finally, we reach Chapter 100. Chapter 102. The gloom within the borders of the Land of Fire. Team 7 journeyed back to the village, their hearts shrouded in an oppressive gloom as they surveyed the remnants of the ravaged landscape. The once vibrant chirping of birds was now absent, and the fish and shrimp that once populated the rivers had vanished. Even the incessant buzzing of cicadas was eerily silent. As far as the eye could see, the remnants of war lay scattered, charred, lifeless trees sprawled across the barren, scorched earth. A nearby waterfall had been interrupted, its flow redirected by a massive stone that had been thrust into its path by the devastation of conflict. This was the reality of warfare. Minato gazed calmly at Kakashi and his companions beside him, reaching into his ninja tools pouch to retrieve a kunai embedded with an explosive tag. He hurled it toward the stone at the center of the waterfall, which exploded with a resounding crash, shattering the rock into pieces. With the obstruction gone, the river resumed its natural course. In this manner, all we can do is safeguard what we possess and improve upon what we are compelled to relinquish. But why must they instigate war? Rin's expression was one of anguish. The once beautiful flower beds were no more, and the birds had disappeared, leaving behind a suffocating silence. This was not the world she yearned for. She longed for the carefree days of her time at the Ninja Academy. Ninjutsu should not be wielded as a weapon, for it possesses myriad other applications. You are mistaken, Rin, Minato said, kneeling to gently pat her shoulder. War knows no right or wrong. Those who partake in it are never innocent. The lines of justice and injustice are not ours to define, for the conspiracies and machinations behind it all are often beyond even my comprehension and that of those above me. A sudden rustle interrupted their conversation. Obito, bewildered, had his clothing snagged by a branch, which Rin held out to him. Her eyes reddened from tears. "Stop crying," she said softly. Just then, an ominous cry of a crane echoed above them. Minato, noticing this, unfurled a blank scroll from behind him. A dark crow swooped down, diving into the scroll, dissipating into droplets of ink that coalesced into a message. "The third Hokage has instructed us not to return to the village, but to proceed directly to the Land of Rain for support," Minato declared, incinerating the scroll with a burst of fire release. "To the Land of Rain?" Obito frowned slightly. "Indeed. The hidden sand village from the Land of Wind has also entered the fray. The pressure on the front lines of Konoha is immense, and we are in desperate need of reinforcements." As they journeyed toward the Land of Rain, Minato intended to send Team 7 back to the village. However, Obito insisted they remain, for Kakashi and his comrades had already achieved the rank of Nin. If Minato truly wished to protect them, he would not still be doing so at this stage. As ninjas, they must eventually confront the reality of life and death in war. Those nurtured in the cradle of conflict are but fragile flowers, easily toppled by the winds of fate. Yet, Obito had another motive for his decision. At that moment, Obito had awakened his Sharingan, and its evolution required stimulation. Witnessing the horrors of war in the Land of Rain might catalyze his progression further. "I heard that your brother Yahiko is in the Land of Rain," Minato remarked, glancing at Obito, who nodded subtly in response. The Land of Rain lay at the heart of the three great nations, a place of strategic significance and the epicenter of this conflict. Yahiko and his companions aspired to forge a realm of peace, yet they had unwittingly become sacrifices in the Third Great Ninja War. Nevertheless, Obito could at least ascertain that Yahiko would not perish in this war. As for the Land of Rain, before they could strengthen, they might still suffer losses. In a world dominated by powerful nations, the smaller ones often bore the brunt of the suffering, with countless families caught in the crossfire. Obito's seemingly casual remarks did not escape the attention of Team 7, including Minato. As they observed Obito's calm demeanor, they felt no deep sense of realization among themselves. Time passed. Upon entering the Land of Rain, Team 7 was met with an unexpected sight. The typically dreary skies were unusually bright. The sunlight beat down, amplifying the stench of decay that lingered in the air. "The front lines of Konoha should be here," Minato stated, spreading a map before them and indicating a treacherous terrain. "We shall head here. We should arrive in about 3 days. Shouldn't we go directly to the front lines?" Obito interjected, only to be silenced by Obito's sharp gaze. "Are you foolish? Are you eager to rush into battle as mere cannon fodder?" Minato, however, took a more measured approach, explaining, "The current dynamics in the Land of Rain are primarily dictated by the major nations. The conflicts related to Konoha are minimal. Our presence here is merely precautionary against potential invasions. As for the battles on the front lines, we cannot intervene. The clashes between the major powers were devastating, and Konoha was not the instigator of this war. Hence, even amidst the turmoil, the confrontations remained largely minor skirmishes. Moreover, villages that had previously clashed with Konoha were now ensnared in their own conflicts, unable to divert their forces without incurring the wrath of the Land of Fire. Team 7 arrived at the battlefield, where the command was under the capable hands of the renowned strategist, Kakazu, and his aide, T. The legendary trio of Boar, Deer, and Butterfly from Konoha was well known, and both Obito and Rin could not suppress their excitement upon witnessing Kakazu in person. Indeed, the situation was dire, with reports indicating that both the third Mizukage and the third Reikage had fallen. Kakazu briefed Minato on the current circumstances, revealing that the Hidden Mist village had seemingly vanished from the conflict, leading the Hidden Cloud and Hidden Stone villages to shift their focus toward Konoha. What concern is that to us? We did not slay the third Reikage, Obito muttered in disbelief. It was the Hidden Stone that trapped him. If anyone should be furious, it should be them. Yet, Obito understood that the ignition of the Third Great Ninja War was directly tied to someone significant. The Hidden Cloud's outrage was merely an expression of their frustration, and Konoha had become the scapegoat for their grievances stemming from the conflict of the Second Great Ninja War. The Hidden Sand, the Hidden Cloud, and even some lesser-known nations might all direct their ire toward Konoha simultaneously, which could spell disaster for them. By the way, we received a rather peculiar secret letter this morning, Minato mentioned. Chapter 103, The Six Paths of Pain. Indeed, Ryuki retrieved a note from the table beside him and handed it to Minato. Ryuki stepped forward to join Minato in examining the information contained within. They proclaimed themselves the rulers of the Land of Rain. Anyone who entered their territory was deemed an enemy. The intelligence revealed that Sunagakure had previously launched an offensive against the Land of Rain to assert its dominance over the region. Curiously, a formidable ruler had emerged in the Land of Rain, a nation that had historically been at the mercy of great powers. When the ninjas from Sunagakure invaded the Land of Rain, a man clad in a black cloak adorned with red clouds, fighting under the name of Pain, stood against them. One man opposing an entire nation? Minato gasped and immediately glanced at Ryuki. Indeed, the intelligence corroborated this. Ryuki nodded in affirmation. At that moment, Dingzu greeted Ryuki and added, "It is rumored that Pain possesses immense power and is exceptionally skilled in summoning techniques. He managed to fend off all the ninjas from Sunagakure solely with his peculiar summoned beasts. And guess what? Ryuki, Minato? The Rinnegan. Pain possesses a pair of Rinnegan, and even his summoned beasts bear the Rinnegan. It is extraordinarily bizarre. The name of Pain, though unknown to the current members of Konoha, was well understood by Ryuki. Rather than asserting himself as Pain, it was more accurate to say that the figure battling Sunagakure was merely one of Pain's manifestations. Pain. No, it should be referred to as the Six Paths of Pain. The six paths are categorized into Deva Path, Asura Path, Human Path, Animal Path, Hungry Ghost Path, and Hell Path. The Pain capable of summoning should belong to the Animal Path, as the creatures he summons are often exceedingly powerful. The Deva Path serves as Pain's brain, wielding formidable abilities such as Shinra Tensei and Basho Tenin. The Asura Path specializes in assault and can summon weaponry. The Human Path is responsible for capturing and extracting human souls. The Hungry Ghost Path can devour chakra and ninjutsu, resembling the insatiable greed of the Tautai within Ryuki. As for the final Hell Path, it is tasked with information interrogation. When summoning the Gate of Yama, anyone caught lying would suffer the punishment of having their tongue extracted, making it an exceptionally effective method for intelligence gathering. In Ryuki's memory, the six paths of pain were controlled by Nagato, manipulating six corpses to execute their will. The mysterious Black Rod must be responsible for receiving commands. How he has grown so quickly, now wielding the six paths of pain, Ryuki muttered to himself, uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow. Perhaps noticing Ryuki's contemplation, Minato approached him after finishing his conversation with Ryuki. Ryuki stated, "I need to visit Yahiko." At this time, Minato frowned slightly. "Rest assured, nothing will happen. There is something I must ascertain," Ryuki replied, turning to leave. However, just a few steps out, he suddenly turned back to Minato and added, "Regarding today's matters concerning Pain, I ask you to keep it confidential and not inform Jiraiya-sensei." Minato? Minato was somewhat perplexed. What connection does Pain have with my teacher? What difference would it make to know? Ryuki chose not to disclose the intricacies to Minato, preferring to take action himself once he had confirmed the situation. Should Nagato not develop as he anticipated, Ryuki would not hesitate to eradicate the Akatsuki. Yet, if Nagato, under Yahiko's influence, made significant deviations from the original narrative, it would undoubtedly be a fortunate event for both himself and the future of Konoha, as well as for Jiraiya and the entire ninja world. The battlefield in the Land of Rain predominantly stretches towards the southwest, not far from Konoha's stronghold. Thus, as Ryumaku made his way toward Yahiko, he faced minimal interference. However, the Land of Rain was on high alert. Ryumaku, adorned with the forehead protector of Konoha, found his movements considerably hindered. He was questioned repeatedly, and on several occasions, he nearly had to resort to combat. Fortunately, Ryumaku was utilizing the template of Kizaru. After transforming into a beam of light, he stealthily infiltrated the base of the Land of Rain within just 3 days. Before the Third Great War, Nagato was responsible for monitoring the Land of Rain, employing the Rain Tiger's free technique to oversee every corner. Yet, the current weather in the Land of Rain was dry, indicating that Nagato was likely unaware of Ryumaku's arrival. Knock, knock, knock. 3 successive knocks echoed at the door. In what was once Conan's room, playful sounds suddenly erupted. Come in. With a creak, Ryumaku stepped inside, observing a strange woman beside Conan. Ryumaku? How could it be you? When did you arrive? Seeing Ryumaku's sudden appearance, Conan stood up in shock, quickly pulling him closer. After sizing him up, she curiously gazed into his eyes. I snuck in, Ryumaku admitted candidly, turning to the unfamiliar woman and inquiring, who is she? You little rascal, can't take your eyes off a girl, can you? No, no, no. Ryumaku hastily waved his hands. His keen interest in the girl stemmed from the peculiar black rod earrings adorning her ears, identical to those in the original narrative. Additionally, the enigmatic Rinnegan gracing her eyes left Ryumaku even more astonished. Hello, you must be Ryumaku. Sister Conan often speaks of you. Before Conan could introduce him, the girl stepped forward, smiling as she introduced herself. My name is Kyuu, Nakayama Kyuu, but here in the Land of Rain, I am known as Pain. Pain. Hearing that name escape the girl's lips, Ryumaku was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, Conan interjected, pulling Ryumaku onto her lap and explaining, over a year ago, when Nagato was following the list you provided to seek targets in the Land of Water, he discovered her in an abandoned village. Her family had been slaughtered by the ninjas of Kirigakure, leaving her the sole survivor. But what of the name Pain? Ryumaku questioned, looking puzzled at Conan. Conan chuckled softly, replying, You've seen her eyes, haven't you? It would be best for Nagato to explain this matter himself. Subsequently, Conan led Ryumaku to a particularly concealed chamber beneath their base. Oh, by the way, that individual named Kiba JZ from the previous list has also found his way here. I know. Ryumaku replied with a faint smile as he followed Conan into the room. The interior was shrouded in darkness, and with a flick of a switch, the dim lights illuminated the space, revealing Nagato resting on the bed. The sudden brightness seemed to disturb Nagato, who, originally in a deep slumber, slowly raised his head and turned toward the entrance. Ryumaku, when did you arrive? P.S. The Kyuu of the Animal Path is a specially designed character and is not the same as the hydrangea from the original narrative in the Land of Rain. Chapter 104. The Secret of Pain. At this moment, the Land of Rain required heightened vigilance. Therefore, after Conan brought the driftwood to Nagato, she returned to the base on the ground. The driftwood observed Nagato's somewhat fatigued expression, a thread of doubt creeping into his brow. I wish to inquire about the Animal Path. Before Nagato could respond, the driftwood directly stated his intention. You seem to know everything. Upon seeing the driftwood's serious demeanor, Nagato immediately fell silent, pulling aside the covers and struggling to rise from the bed. It appeared you are already aware. Indeed, pain is the Animal Path, and the Animal Path is pain. Ever since the driftwood had prompted Nagato to study his Rinnegan thoroughly in the Land of Rain, Nagato had kept this matter in mind. The secret of the Rinnegan, which he had researched extensively through numerous texts, yielded no useful information, no matter how hard he tried. Until one day, while searching for candidates on his list in the Hidden Mist Village, he was surrounded by ninjas. In a moment of desperation, he summoned the Outer Path Golem. The Outer Path Golem possessed a remarkable ability, not only capable of devouring human souls, but also capable of creating a black rod akin to a signal receiver. After researching the black rod, Nagato finally uncovered its secrets. He understood how pain was produced and why the Rinnegan had manifested in someone named Kyuu. However, Nagato did not delve into the details with the driftwood. He merely informed him that, aside from Kyuu, the Animal Path, there was another pain in the Land of Rain. Based on Nagato's description, the driftwood could almost ascertain that the other pain was likely the human path, capable of extracting souls. If I implant the Rinnegan into them, they will gain one of Pain's abilities. However, regrettably, I was still researching the third Pain when the Third Great Ninja War commenced. For a long time, I have relied on Pain to protect the Land of Rain, but with prolonged consumption, my chakra has gradually diminished. The emergence of Pain was something the Driftwood had not anticipated, or rather, he had not expected it to manifest so swiftly. However, with Pain safeguarding the Land of Rain, Yahiko's ambitions could advance rapidly. Nagato chose not to disclose the secret of the Deva Path to the Driftwood. The Driftwood was indifferent to this omission. Whether it was Nagato's deliberate concealment or not was no longer of importance. The Driftwood's doubts had been resolved, and he felt a sense of reassurance. Kyu was neither a corpse nor a puppet of Nagato. In this lifetime, Nagato utilized the Black Rod for chakra and information transmission, allowing Kyu, who possessed the Rinnegan, to wield the powers of the animal path to ensure the safety of this place. From this alone, the Driftwood could confirm that the current Nagato was entirely different from the person he remembered. So, you are familiar with the future 6 paths of Pain? The 6 paths? Observing Nagato's puzzled expression, the Driftwood realized he had let something slip. However, considering that Nagato was already researching Pain, the future emergence of the 6 paths was merely a matter of time. Thus, he decided to be forthcoming and shared all he knew about Pain. Altogether, including the animal path, I can create 6 Pains. Nagato took out paper and a pen, meticulously recording the information relayed by the Driftwood. But remember, you can only have one. If your chakra is too dispersed, it could impose a significant burden on your body. Nagato nodded thoughtfully and explained to the Driftwood. The Ku of the animal path possesses an exceptionally rare bloodline. Although young, their chakra is abundant, alleviating some of my strain. The Driftwood refrained from revealing the true background of the outer path golem in front of Nagato. After all, certain matters were not yet ripe for disclosure. Moreover, Nagato currently required the power of the outer path golem. It was better for everything to remain buried for now. What about Yahiko-sensei? In the living room, Conan, the Driftwood, and Kyu sat together, gazing at the Rinnegan, which seemed peculiar to the Driftwood. Yahiko has gone to negotiate with the leaders of the great nations. He will likely be a while. Conan replied candidly. Is he being protected? Yes, those selected by Nagato. Upon hearing this, the Driftwood nodded, his gaze inadvertently shifting towards Kyu. Could you not stare so intently at me? It's rather frightening. Kyu burst into laughter at the Driftwood's words. Sister Conan said that although this junior is young, he is quite extraordinary in every aspect, but who would have thought he'd be afraid of these eyes? The Driftwood interjected, that is not fear. The Driftwood felt rather disheartened as he watched the younger girl tease him. Although he didn't wish to quibble, Kyu kept encroaching upon him, relying on her Rinnegan. Stay away. If you come any closer, we might end up kissing, and I'm still a young man. I cannot allow that. Kyu. At this moment, Kyu appeared to be around 10 years old. Though she had received the Rinnegan transplanted by Nagato, at heart, she was merely an ordinary little girl. Seeing the Driftwood continuously evade her, Kyu suddenly leaped into the air and landed directly on him. In front of Conan, Kyu wrapped her legs around the Driftwood's waist and her arms around his neck, staring into his eyes with wide, innocent eyes. Now you can't escape. The Driftwood. Sister Conan, could you please intervene? Observing the Driftwood's desperate expression, Conan stifled a laugh, having no intention of intervening. In truth, Kyu is still young. She simply enjoys being clingy. Be patient for a while. Is this something one can endure? When emotions run high, nothing can be resisted. At this moment, the Driftwood spread his hands and slowly rose from the sofa, attempting to shake Kyu off him through movement. However, he found that this little girl, despite her age, possessed considerable strength. Her arms clung tightly to the Driftwood's neck, showing no signs of loosening. The Driftwood was at a loss for words and eventually resigned, allowing Kyu to continue her antics before his eyes. What are you pressing against me? Suddenly, Kyu uttered these words inexplicably. Conan's cheeks turned crimson as she glanced down in confusion, discovering the Driftwood's ninja tool pouch had somehow shifted from behind him to the front. Oh, it's a kunai. The Driftwood reached out to touch it and hurriedly moved the pouch back behind him. Driftwood, how old are you this year? At that moment, Conan abruptly inquired about the Driftwood's age. What do you mean by how old? Oh, I'm 18. 18? I was asking about your age. In front of me. You still pretend to be mature? Have you forgotten who used to say they were afraid of sleeping alone and insisted on squeezing into my blanket? The Driftwood. Chapter 105. Kakashi's mysterious mission in the front lines of Konoha. A familiar flash of lightning erupted from the position of the rock-hidden ninja team. Minato and Jiraiya exchanged glances, handing a three-pronged kunai to the nearby Dingzwa before Minato vanished in an instant. "Is it you?" The appearance of Minato startled both A and Killer B. The AB duo's presence on the battlefield in the Land of Rain was something Minato had not anticipated. According to the intelligence reports, the Third Hokage had already perished, and thus they should rightfully be commanding the village as the Fourth Hokage. Seeing A here underscored the significance of the Land of Rain to the Cloud Village. A and Killer B intended to stealthily maneuver behind the Konoha front, planning to launch a pincer attack on the frontline troops. However, A's prowess was unmistakable. His lightning armor made it impossible for anyone not to recognize him. The tragedy of the Third Hokage had no bearing on Konoha. Minato was baffled by the reason for their assault on his village. Observing the change in A's demeanor upon having their strategy unveiled, Minato drew a kunai and called out, "Last time we didn't reach a conclusion. Shall we compete once more?" A's expression momentarily shifted in surprise, but after a brief pause, he readily agreed. Minato's body flicker technique had already piqued A's interest during their previous encounters. As the surrounding ground was barren, A felt confident in his ability to defeat Minato and shatter the legend of the Yellow Flash's invincibility. "Let us compete. Wait here." A grunted, stepping forward as his chakras surged, the lightning armor enveloping him. After half a month back on the Konoha front, Ryuki learned that A and Killer B were also in the Land of Rain, competing against Minato several times. With a faint smile, Ryuki jestingly asked Minato, "Did you win?" Minato shook his head slightly. "A's skills are indeed commendable. In terms of speed, we are evenly matched." Minato's response was somewhat vague. Although he addressed Ryuki's curiosity, he did not disclose the final outcome. Ryuki, understanding, smiled knowingly and refrained from probing further. In the original tale, Minato and the AB duo had fought several times without resolution. Ryuki surmised that this narrative choice was likely made to uphold the dignity and strength of both the newly appointed leaders of the Cloud and Konoha villages. The prolonged rivalry between the great nations in the Land of Rain persisted for 2 full years, incurring significant losses for all villages involved. After 2 years, observing the gradual reduction of hostilities, the Cloud Village quietly began to reposition its forces. Just as it seemed the Third Great Ninja War was nearing its end, and the weary clansmen could finally return home, a secret missive from Konoha summoned the frontline troops back. The missive revealed that the Sand Ninjas had unexpectedly appeared near Konoha, in the vicinity of Kaiki Mountain. During the troops' gradual withdrawal, the sudden and fierce assault inflicted severe damage upon Konoha, and were it not for the valiant resistance of the Uchiha clan and the village's ninjas, the Sand Village's scheme to penetrate the heart of Konoha would have succeeded. The Third Hokage ordered the frontline troops to return to the village for reasons unknown to all. Nevertheless, the cessation of war was ultimately a positive development, especially with the reminder of the Kaiki Mountain battle, necessitating the village to bolster its forces in preparation for any imminent crises. Kaiki Mountain? Indeed. On the journey back to the village, Minato explained to Ryuki, Kaiki Mountain is a natural fortress outside the village, rarely visited. Had it not been for Lord Orochimaru's timely return to assist in the defense against the Sand Ninjas, the consequences could have been catastrophic. Listening to Minato, Ryuki subtly shook his head. While Orochimaru had aided the village, what his true intentions were remained a mystery, known only to him. Ryuki had only heard snippets about the Kaiki Mountain battle. In the original narrative, the Sand Ninjas attacked Konoha there, but were defeated, leading Orochimaru to take in Kabuto, a former prodigy who had once served under Sasori in the Sand Village. Since joining Orochimaru, Kabuto's abilities and cunning had undergone significant development. Few could manipulate Kakashi with such ease, and Kabuto certainly qualified as one. Thus, engaging in a battle of wits with someone like him required utmost vigilance. Ryuki, what are you pondering? Minato, noticing Ryuki's contemplative expression, inquired. Ryuki, hearing this, smiled playfully and replied, I was just thinking that upon returning to Konoha, I must visit Uncle Ichiraku for a bowl of ramen. It's been so long, and I miss it dearly. After the war, Konoha felt particularly desolate. The loss of many ninjas in battle left a heavy emotional toll, and the oppressive atmosphere lingered for a long time. Upon his return, Ryuki was promoted to Jonin. The Third Hokage intended for him to prepare to take over the next cohort of Ninja Academy students, but Ryuki declined the offer. One day at Ryuki's home, Kakashi arrived with news of the temporary dissolution of Team 7, looking at Ryuki with a curious expression. Kakashi explained, now that we are all Chunin and above, Rin has been assigned to the Konoha hospital to study medical ninjutsu. Obito returned to the Uchiha clan to join the security force, and I have received a secret mission. Now 50 years had passed in Konoha. As a Jonin, Kakashi remained a part of the Umbu. The task assigned to him was singular, to protect the pregnant Kushina. The promise Minato made to invite Ryuki over had been delayed by the war for several years. Now that Kushina was expecting the prince, Ryuki seized the opportunity to congratulate his senior. However, when Ryuki and Han arrived at Minato's home with gifts, they were surprised to find the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, present. Ryuki, Han, come sit. Minato, dressed in casual home attire, appeared notably more handsome without his battle gear. Old man Sarutobi, Ryuki and Han greeted with a slight bow. Sarutobi returned the gesture with a warm smile. You must be Han, the third Hokage remarked, looking at Han beside Ryuki. You've been in Konoha for so long, yet I have yet to meet you. As the wielder of the ice-release bloodline limit, Han should have had ample advantages and resources in Konoha. However, Ryuki had kept her away from the struggles of the ninja world, ensuring she remained uninvolved in its conflicts. Chapter 106. A remarkable revelation in the past. Ryumu had always lamented the presence of the third Hokage. Therefore, when faced with the third's kindness, Han seemed rather indifferent. In fact, while conversing with the third, Han discreetly leaned away from Ryumu. At that moment, Minato emerged from a side door to inform Kushina of the situation. Haha, what are you all discussing? The gathering turned to see a red-haired woman with a slightly protruding belly, wearing a radiant smile and gently cradling her abdomen as she approached. Lord Third. Kushina greeted Sarutobi before her gaze fell upon Ryumu, who was seated beside Han. You must be Ryumu. I've heard Minato speak of you often. As she spoke, she attempted to step forward to greet him. However, being pregnant made her movements rather cumbersome. Noticing this, Ryumu promptly rose to assist her in sitting down. Observing the blissful smile on Kushina's face, Ryumu cast a discreet glance at Han, who was intently focused on Kushina's belly. May I touch it? Han asked shyly, his voice tinged with timidity. Oh, of course, Kushina replied, shifting slightly closer to Han. Upon receiving her consent, Han eagerly knelt before her, carefully placing his hand on her belly. Silly girl, you can't feel anything yet. It's only been a few months, Ryumu teased with a smile, only to receive a pointed glare from Han in return. Feeling slightly chagrined, Ryumu scratched his head in resignation and exchanged a knowing smile with Minato. In the cozy room, filled with both old and young, the group engaged in lively conversation, joyfully discussing potential names for the child. Just as Minato was about to speak, he was abruptly silenced by the third Hokage and Kushina. With your so-called extraordinary naming abilities, perhaps it's best to spare this child, Kushina quipped, initially hoping the third would assist her in naming the baby. However, the third's several suggestions had all been dismissed by Ryumu. Yuan? What does that mean? It's just a cliff, a single character isn't fitting. Foam. Too simplistic. Tings. Doesn't sound like a ninja's name at all. Then why not let Ryumu come up with one? Minato suggested, his eyes glistening with anticipation, as did the others around him. Feigning deep contemplation, Ryumu's expression shifted dramatically before a sudden spark of inspiration struck him. Let us name him Naruto, meaning to soar to remarkable heights. I believe it fits. Upon hearing this name, Kushina pondered briefly before raising her hand in agreement. Naruto. Naruto. It's catchy and carries a lovely meaning. As she spoke, she gently caressed her belly, as if conversing with the child within. Though I wish for you to live a simple, peaceful life, if your uncle holds such high hopes for you, please don't disappoint him. Uncle? What uncle? Ryumu mused, feeling the oddity of the title. After all, he was Minato's junior, and Minato was Kakashi's teacher. Shouldn't Kakashi then refer to him as Ryumu? May I have a word with you? Just then, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, stood up and addressed Ryumu. In the backyard, where Kushina tended to a variety of colorful flowers, the third and Ryumu squatted down, surveying the surroundings. With an unusual expression, the third spoke. You contributed significantly during the Third Great Ninja War. I should commend you for that. While the third's tone hinted at reluctance, Ryumu sensed an underlying nuance. Could you share your thoughts with me? On war, on peace, and on Konoha? The third's gaze bore into Ryumu's eyes. After a brief moment of surprise, Ryumu smiled and replied, Do you truly wish to hear them? You may not like what I have to say. Ah, it matters not. The third chuckled softly, using his hands to prop himself up as he stood. You remind me of Jiraiya, blunt and straightforward. Yet at my age, what is there that I cannot hear? With a deep exhale, Ryumu rose and followed the third, a rare seriousness replacing the smile on his face. You yourself have acknowledged that you are of advanced age. Hiruzen raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Ryumu, seated on the steps, continued, the third great ninja war was inevitable. Whether viewed as a continuation from the second or as a result of the rapid expansion of the villages. War brings bloodshed, and bloodshed invites tragedy. Though we are ninjas, we yearn for peace. At the onset of the war, you failed to perceive the enemy's intentions promptly. This I can understand, for perfection is a rarity. If the Hokage were to foresee everything, then who would keep the position of village leader? Yet, as I said, you are aging. If the old branches are not pruned, they will deprive the new growth of nourishment. Moreover, the current Konoha is struggling to flourish. The implications of Ryumu's words plunged the third into contemplation. He was aware of the potential to offend the third, yet he understood that the truth, though often unwelcome, must be voiced. Konoha had just emerged from the devastation of the third great ninja war, in dire need of fresh blood and vigor. While I do not wish to claim that you have erred during your leadership, it is evident that the current state of Konoha is no longer compatible with previous lifestyles. So, do you believe I have made a mistake? The third inquired, a hint of incredulity in his voice. Ryumu offered a wry smile, but did not respond. His profound gaze conveyed a message the third instantly grasped. The third had wished to pose similar questions to Jiraiya, but as his disciple, Jiraiya would not speak candidly. Ryumu, however, shared a disposition akin to Jiraiya's. Both were unconventional, yet neither shunned the unfamiliar. Being straightforward, while not necessarily a virtue, often elicited the most honest reactions. Thus, it is time for you to retire. With that, Ryumu settled onto the ground, his eyes fixed on the contemplative third, falling into silence. Eventually, as twilight descended and the insects began to flit about the flowers, the third let out a profound sigh. He turned to Ryumu, looking earnestly into his eyes, and said, "Some truths can only be perceived from certain vantage points. Yet, you are correct. Konoha requires new blood and fresh perspectives. The older generation tends to hinder the progress of the youth. Thank you for your honesty." Chapter 107. The Fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze 2 weeks later. The third Hokage announced his abdication, appointing Minato Namikaze as the fourth Hokage. He was currently overseeing the completion of his statue on Hokage Rock. At that moment, Sarutobi, holding a pipe, sat atop the village's water tower alongside Nagamaki, watching the stonemasons working diligently on Hokage Rock in the distance. Are those feudal lords truly so accommodating? It only took 2 weeks for this to be decided? Sarutobi chuckled. You underestimate Minato. His reputation in Konoha is soaring. Even the clan heads speak highly of him. The succession of the Hokage requires the approval of the feudal lords in the leadership of the Land of Fire. After Sarutobi expressed his intention to retire, he casually mentioned Minato's name as a candidate. Within 2 weeks, the matter was firmly settled. The statue on Hokage Rock was nearing completion, and the day for Minato's Hokage inauguration ceremony drew ever closer. I heard Jiraiya is in the Land of Crafts? The third Hokage took a puff from his pipe, asking with a casual tone. Nagamaki nodded, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. Yes, Master Jiraiya found something intriguing in the Land of Crafts and asked me to take a look. Therefore, I may not be able to attend Minato's ceremony. The weapons from the Land of Crafts had captured Nagamaki's attention since his promotion to CH Nin. However, during that time, even though Konoha had dispatched ninja to investigate, they yielded no results. Nagamaki speculated that Jiraiya's discovery might be related. If both Jiraiya and you are absent, Minato will surely feel disheartened. Not at all. Nagamaki laughed heartily, rising to brush the dust off his clothes, which drew an annoyed glance from Sarutobi. I'm still here. Dust is flying onto my face. Nagamaki chuckled. We will see each other again. I doubt Minato will mind. As he turned to leave, he paused and addressed Sarutobi, third Hokage. There's something I believe you have already realized. Spit it out. Sarutobi replied succinctly. Orochimaru. Nagamaki slightly shifted his gaze, looking down at Konoha, and continued, as a junior. It may not be appropriate for me to say this, but it is undeniable that Orochimaru has changed. Whether you believe it or not, the Orochimaru of today is not the same person you once knew. Once Minato ascends to the position of fourth Hokage, he will inevitably be unable to investigate Orochimaru's contributions during the Third Great Ninja War, which would dishearten many. However, as a former leader of Konoha, he remains your disciple. and you must remain vigilant. With a swift motion, Nagamaki leaped down, his form flickering across the rooftops, disappearing in an instant. Alone atop the water tower, Sarutobi narrowed his eyes, reflecting on Nagamaki's warning, a hint of hesitation appearing on his face. How could Sarutobi be unaware of Orochimaru's transformation? Since their mission in the Land of Mist to track the Three Tails, Orochimaru had exhibited marked changes. The Land of Sound, once merely a small tribe, had surged into prominence adjacent to the Land of Fire, prompting Sarutobi, then Hokage, to investigate. The various pieces of information gathered were increasingly pointing towards Orochimaru, marking the beginning of Sarutobi's doubts about him. The Orochimaru he remembered was the most gifted among Jiraiya's trio, although he was reclusive and withdrawn. He was the one who garnered the most favor from the third Hokage. Orochimaru, what are you truly up to? Nagamaki and I. Today Uncle Fugaku told me to ask you to visit the clan's security team tomorrow. At the Nagamaki household, Shisui had awakened his Sharingan during the Third Great Ninja War, setting a record for the youngest Uchiha to do so. Upon hearing this, Nagamaki nodded, continuing to pack for his impending journey. I'll be gone for a few months, but I will return soon. He said to Han, I apologize for leaving you to care for Shisui all this time. Han gently shook her head, folding clothes as she replied with a smile. Shisui is very clever and well-behaved. He is not difficult to teach. Nagamaki felt a sense of unease. Ever since he brought Han to Minato's house, she seemed to have something weighing on her mind. He cast a curious glance at her, hesitating to voice his thoughts. Shisui had learned the body flicker technique remarkably fast. His sudden visit to the Nagamaki household was not solely to convey Fugaku's invitation. There was another matter at hand. However, with Nagamaki's decision to leave, Shisui opted to keep the other matter to himself. Fugaku's invitation took Nagamaki by surprise. But as he observed Minato on the cusp of becoming the fourth Hokage, he had already contemplated discussing matters with Fugaku. Their meeting was fortuitously timed. Before departing the village, Nagamaki aimed to finalize all pressing matters. The next day, the security team was deserted. Curiosity piqued, Nagamaki entered Fugaku's office. To his astonishment, he was greeted by a pair of dark crimson Sharingan. Furrowing his brow, Nagamaki regarded Fugaku, who gestured for him to sit, seemingly indifferent to extinguishing his Sharingan. Nagamaki was puzzled by Fugaku's intentions. Suddenly, the Tomo in Fugaku's eyes began to spin, and three dark patterns extended, revealing a brand new Mangekyou Sharingan on his visage. The Mangekyou Sharingan. Indeed, the sight before him aligned perfectly with his memories. After the Third Great Ninja War, Fugaku had successfully awakened the Mangekyou. During the war, a dear friend sacrificed himself to save me. From that moment, my Sharingan evolved, Fugaku recounted, his tone measured, observing that Nagamaki appeared unfazed, which left him slightly perplexed. Why are you telling me this? Nagamaki straightforwardly expressed his confusion. Aside from my wife, you are the first outsider to know the secret of these eyes, Fugaku declared, his gaze resembling blood and tears as his Mangekyou Sharingan began to spin. I summoned you here to show you this. Fugaku's voice resonated in Nagamaki's ears. But the scene abruptly shifted, transporting them back to the battlefield of the Third Great Ninja War, where corpses lay strewn across the ground, a horrific sight. Before them lay a field littered with the bodies of Uchiha clan members and their enemies. To Nagamaki's astonishment, he noticed that, aside from the wounds inflicted by war, the eyes of the Uchiha clan members were inexplicably missing. Chapter 108, The Vanished Sharingan. As Fugaku unleashed his Genjutsu, Remu had already sensed the anomaly. However, he understood that Fugaku had no reason to target him at that moment. Thus, the heart of the celestial fox within him remained dormant, allowing Uchiha Fugaku to narrate his tale in close proximity. We strive tirelessly to safeguard our village, yet the outcome is this, Fugaku lamented. Suddenly, Remu found himself ensnared in a temporal distortion, and while Fugaku's voice lingered in his ears, the scene quietly shifted to a battlefield under the cloak of night. The distant sounds of combat enveloped him, making it feel as though he were truly present in the fray. Members of the Uchiha clan activated their Sharingan to counter the onslaught, employing ninjutsu, hidden weapons, and even engaging in close-quarters combat. The intensity of the atmosphere compelled Remu to clench his fists. Observing the bodies collapsing before him, Fugaku continued, in this battle, I lost a dear friend and two captains of the security forces. Yet, that night, we had not yet extricated ourselves from the clutches of war. His voice was laced with fury, but beneath that fury lay an overwhelming sense of disappointment. After we vanquished the enemy, we intended to return our clansmen's bodies to the village for burial, but instead, we were met with this tragic outcome. The sight of the Uchiha clan members, their eyes hollowed and bleeding, gradually magnified in Rimu's vision. Their empty eye sockets bore witness to their suffering. As Rimu's gaze intensified, his eyes suddenly transformed. The heart of the celestial fox activated, and a resonating hum echoed in his mind. The scene before him began to dissipate, revealing the weary figure of Fugaku before him. Rimu inquired. Once again, I posed the same question. You could have escalated this matter upwards. Why confide in me alone? Fugaku, with a bitter smile, regarded Rimu as he extricated himself from the illusion. Do you believe that I, or the Uchiha clan, could bring this matter to the higher-ups in Konoha, given our current circumstances? With that, Fugaku rose slowly, gazing out at the empty training grounds below the window. We are currently amidst a transition in Konoha's leadership. Minato has ascended to the role of Hokage. This should be a momentous occasion for the village. Rimu, perplexed, pondered this statement. Minato's ascension to Hokage seemed unrelated to the Uchiha's loss of their Sharingan. However, after a brief moment of contemplation, Rimu began to grasp a deeper understanding. For me, Minato's leadership is indeed a boon for all clans. Fugaku elaborated on his perspective on Minato. Firstly, Minato does not hail from a prestigious lineage, nor does he possess the backing of any prominent family. His rise poses no threat to any existing power structures. Moreover, throughout his life, Minato has demonstrated exceptional talent, intelligent, decisive, and well regarded by all. His willingness to marry Kushina, a host of the Ninetales, further earned him the admiration of the villagers. If one so accepting of a Jinchuriki were to become Hokage, it would surely foster an atmosphere of equality within the village. This is what everyone yearns for, especially since the Uchiha clan has endured oppression for far too long, desperately needing a leader who embodies fairness. Minato's ascension is something that both I and the entirety of Konoha can accept. Yet, Fugaku's tone shifted. However, Hokage remains merely a title. The upper echelon of Konoha is not solely dictated by him. Above lies the land of fire, and below, the Daime. Even with the third's retirement, Minato still faces an organization that commands respect. At this juncture, Rima comprehended the gravity of the situation. So, you already know who the perpetrator is, he exclaimed. It could only be him or someone else, right? Fugaku smirked coldly. When Kagami's Sharingan was taken, he immediately covered his left eye. Did he truly believe that a mere scrap of cloth could conceal him from our sight? Rimu realized that Fugaku had chosen to confide in him rather than direct his concerns to Minato for a reason. Minato has just assumed the role of Fourth Hokage and has yet to conduct a formal succession ceremony. He is unable to address Danzo directly at this juncture. With the third having retired, Danzo is now the most senior figure within Konoha's upper ranks. Even with his roots, Danzo can wield his seniority as leverage. In contrast, Rima was different. His prowess remained a mystery, and his ties to Minato ran deep. The ease with which Rimu had extricated himself from the Genjutsu had left Fugaku unable to gauge Rimu's capabilities. If Rimu, as an outsider, were to bring up the Uchiha tragedy in front of Minato, it would not only dispel any suspicion regarding the Uchiha's motives, but also ensure a thorough investigation into the matter. If action were required, the entire Uchiha clan would bear responsibility for their kin and their honor. I will certainly address this matter, Fugaku asserted, but you must understand, Minato. I comprehend that. Yet we must endeavor to trust the higher-ups in Konoha one more time, unless absolutely necessary. The planned journey to the Land of Crafts was momentarily abandoned. After leaving the Uchiha clan, Rimu went directly to Minato's residence to disclose the situation. The Uchiha clan had lost their Sharingan, and it was highly likely that individuals from within the village were responsible. Minato, furrowing his brow, regarded Rimu with grave seriousness. You must understand that this matter holds immense significance, not just for the Uchiha clan, but for all of Konoha. He led Rimu to a secluded room, deliberately avoiding Kushina's presence, and with a solemn expression, he declared, if we ascertain the identity of the perpetrator, I will not stand idly by. However, I require evidence. Rimu's brow furrowed at these words. Indeed, everything Fugaku had shared was merely conjecture. Even if he suspected Danzo was behind the Uchiha's loss of their eyes, he lacked tangible proof. Rimu knew that eliminating Danzo was within his capabilities, but every action must be justified. Removing Danzo would not be difficult. The challenge lay in assuaging the villagers' concerns. Having just taken office as the Fourth Hokage, Minato's first act against the village's elders would require a compelling rationale strong enough to convince everyone, not only the villagers, but also the daimyo and the Land of Fire. "Are you unwilling?" Minato queried, noticing Rimu's contorted expression. Though Rimu did not respond, his face conveyed everything. The greatest thief was right before him, and he possessed the strength to eliminate the threat, yet various reasons held him back. This was not Rimu's character nor his nature. If it were possible, he could venture to the root space and drag Danzo out into the light. "Then, I happen to have a mission in mind. If you were discontented, I believe you would be quite eager to accept it. P.S. Initially, I intended to write about Fugaku separately, thinking it would allow for more elaboration. But upon reflection, I decided to intertwine his fate with Danzo's instead." Chapter 109. The Sealed Bloodline Ding. Hidden mission has been triggered. The Sealed Bloodline officially commences. Please proceed to the Land of Sound to acquire the cultivation vessel. Final rewards: 10 openings for the Time House, 1 autonomy in template selection. A mission? Another hidden mission? At that moment, Ryuki, seated opposite Minato, was taken aback. He recalled his last hidden mission, which had taken place in the Hidden Mist Village while assisting Han in uncovering his lineage. The prolonged absence of system tasks left Ryuki feeling quite intrigued. "As for Jiraiya-sensei, I shall have Frost explain it," Minato said, producing a scroll and handing it to Ryuki. "For this mission, you will be devoid of allies, and the information available is pitifully scant. Thus, you must rely solely on your instincts to accomplish it. No matter." After perusing the details within the scroll, Ryuki let out a cold chuckle, stowing the scroll in his ninja tool pouch. He turned to Minato and declared, "I accept this mission, but I cannot guarantee the outcome." After leaving Minato's home, Ryuki made his way to the Uchiha clan. What transpired during his visit remained a mystery to all. 1 week later, at the border of the Land of Sound, Ryuki followed the intel to arrive before a mountain gate resembling a meteorite crater. The gate was minuscule, barely allowing passage for a single individual. Utilizing the light form of the yellow monkey template, Ryuki slyly slipped through the crack, revealing a dark tunnel that descended into the depths. The tunnel was chilly, shrouded in darkness where one could not see their own hand before their face. The continuous downward slope stretched endlessly, and sensing an anomaly, Ryuki gently twitched his nose. In addition to the dampness of the air, he detected a faint whiff of formaldehyde mingled with a metallic scent of blood. "It appears I have arrived." In the original narrative, Orochimaru's strongholds were numerous and exceedingly well concealed. Minato had expended considerable effort to ascertain the location of this hideout. By dispatching Ryuki to investigate, he sought to uncover Orochimaru's activities while also discerning whether the Land of Sound had any ties to him. Within the passageway, countless dim red eyes flickered overhead, causing disturbances each time Ryuki passed beneath them. The ominous atmosphere urged him to quicken his pace, and after traversing several thousand meters, a faint light suddenly flickered in the distance. This is the final injection. The power of the bloodline is immense, especially since it is derived from that esteemed individual. From within the stone chamber, a somewhat effeminate voice emanated. Ryuki peered through the door crack and beheld Orochimaru wielding a slender syringe, injecting it into the arm of a figure beside him. The figure's back was turned, but the white cloth draped over his head allowed Ryuki to instantly recognize him as Danzo. However, Danzo appeared somewhat peculiar at this moment. Ryuki observed that the arm in Orochimaru's grasp bore an eerie hue, significantly paler and dimmer than that of an average person. Moreover, the pale green fluid within the syringe flowed steadily, and Danzo seemed to endure excruciating torment, his veins visibly pulsating as anguished cries echoed throughout the stone chamber. Yet as time passed, Danzo's cries began to sound more subdued. Orochimaru withdrew the syringe, lightly tapping Danzo's arm, and with a mocking smirk, remarked, "Apart from that child, you are the fastest to adapt to this cellular composition." Danzo, upon hearing this, draped his clothing over his shoulder and cast a glance at Orochimaru. "I simply did not expect you to seek my collaboration. There is nothing unexpected about it," Orochimaru replied, while gathering his instruments with a smile. "People have their own aspirations. Some revel in the study of ninjutsu, others in taijutsu, while I have merely chosen a different path." "A different path?" Upon hearing these words, Danzo's expression darkened, and he threatened Orochimaru. "I care not which path you tread, but should I discover any actions that jeopardize Konoha, I will not spare you. Ah, indeed. Orochimaru chuckled quietly, seemingly unfazed by Danzo's words. After organizing his equipment into a box, he gazed at Danzo's other arm wrapped in white cloth and mused. Could it be that the Uchiha clan? For reasons unknown, as Orochimaru spoke, Danzo's hands suddenly began forming seals. Orochimaru's expression shifted in surprise. But before he could react, Danzo rose abruptly and unleashed a brilliant wind-based attack toward the entrance. With a resounding explosion, a massive cloud of dust erupted within the stone chamber. Who dares eavesdrop? Step forth, Danzo bellowed, and Orochimaru's expression turned lively. At that moment, both men braced themselves, their gazes fixed on the hazy figure emerging from the smoke. I initially came to investigate the land of sound, yet it appears you two are fortuitously present here as well. The languid tone was familiar to Orochimaru, and after a moment of contemplation, his eyes widened in recognition. He then grinned ominously, positioning himself in front of Danzo. It has been many years since we last met. I never expected our reunion to occur here. Orochimaru smiled at the figure emerging from the smoke, producing a Kusanagi sword and instructing Danzo, you may leave. Indeed, it has been several years since our parting in the Hidden Mist Village, but as a disciple of the Third Hokage, isn't it rather unseemly for you to collude with this old dog, Danzo? At this moment, Ryuki emerged slowly from the smoke, casting a cold smile at the back of Danzo before addressing Orochimaru. He cannot leave, nor can you. Since fate has brought me to encounter both of you here, let us settle matters once and for all. As Ryuki spoke, he glanced at the Kusanagi sword in Orochimaru's hand, noting its striking resemblance to the legendary sword, Ama no Murakumo. However, it is said that Ama no Murakumo was forged from the tail of the Yamada no Orochi after it was slain by Susanoo. Alongside the Yada no Kagami and the Yasakani no Magatama, it is revered as one of the three sacred treasures, acquiring numerous aliases such as the Kusanagi sword, the Great Sword of Kusanagi, and various others. Your sword pales in comparison to mine. As Ryuki declared this, a brilliant orb of light coalesced in his right hand, rapidly forming an elongated sword that materialized before them. You possess the sacred sword, Ama no Murakumo. Orochimaru gazed at the weapon in Ryuki's hand, his eyes gleaming with avarice. Not only that, but I also possess the Yada no Kagami and the Yasakani no Magatama. Ryuki, perceiving Orochimaru's intentions, provocatively remarked, do you desire them? If so, come and take them. P.S. Due to the recent deletion of several chapters, I have been writing and posting in real time. Although I consistently proofread my work, I occasionally overlook errors. Therefore, if anyone notices discrepancies, please feel free to leave a comment, and I will rectify them promptly. SKR Chapter 110, The Heavenly Curse Seal, Wind Release, Vacuum. You would do well not to move. At that moment, just as Danzo prepared to use ninjutsu to carve a path for his solitary escape, the previously stationary Ryuki suddenly materialized before him. With an air of haughty disdain, the blade of Tsumegakure was already poised against Orochimaru's throat. Danzo, taken aback, was struck by the speed of his opponent, and with a sardonic smile, he inquired, what is this? Do you intend to kill me? I harbor no objection to such an eventuality. Indeed, I would relish the opportunity to end your life. However, Ryuki retorted with a chilling laugh, stepping aside to allow Danzo passage. You may leave. Orochimaru? Danzo? Seeing that Ryuki truly intended to spare him, Danzo's demeanor shifted to one of arrogant self-satisfaction as he declared, you have some sense. If I were to die, Konoha would. No, I believe you are mistaken. Before Danzo could finish, Ryuki interjected coldly, I do not intend to spare you. Rather, there are others who desire your life far more than I. With that, the space around them began to distort, and suddenly, Uchiha Fugaku appeared. Observing the tense atmosphere within the stone chamber, Ryuki addressed the still-dazed Fugaku, I offer you a chance, and by extension, your Uchiha clan as well. Danzo stands before you now. Settle your grievances as you see fit. Both Uchiha Fugaku and Danzo were taken aback. However, as Ryuki's words lingered, Fugaku cast Ryuki a grateful glance before fixing a cold stare upon Danzo. His body radiated a potent energy, and an unmistakable aura of murder enveloped him. Under the scrutiny of Danzo and Orochimaru, Fugaku activated his Sharingan, revealing an astonishing kaleidoscope of patterns. Clear the area for them. We shall relocate. Upon witnessing this, Ryuki smiled faintly, seizing Orochimaru's arm, and in an instant, they vanished from sight. Outside the cave, amidst the crater, Orochimaru surveyed the surroundings before redirecting his gaze at Ryuki. I knew this day would come, but I never anticipated that you would be the first to strike. Light release, a rare bloodline limit, whether in speed or strength. Even if not for the 3 sacred treasures, I would eventually find you. Ryuki scoffed, allowing Orochimaru to revel in his arrogance. After witnessing Orochimaru's repugnant licking of his crimson lips, Ryuki inquired, "What is this? Using my body as a mere vessel, is it not rather delightful?" Orochimaru's expression hardened at the remark, his face turning frigid as he questioned, "What do you know? Are you asking about the vessel?" Ryuki replied, "Not much, but certainly more than you presume." Orochimaru had long harbored an unusual fascination with bloodline limits, having pursued the 3 tales with this obsession. Ryuki, aware of the unfolding narrative, swiftly recognized Orochimaru's unusual interest. Orochimaru aimed to utilize the forbidden S-rank technique, impure world reincarnation, in his pursuit of immortality. His primary targets were the wielders of bloodline limits, seeking to preserve their combat prowess. The allure of light release had also drawn his attention. Suddenly, Orochimaru, using blood as a medium, discreetly unleashed his jutsu. With a sharp incantation, 2 long white serpents erupted from the ground, coiling around Ryuki's form. As the serpents sought to restrain his movements, their heads, dripping with crimson, slithered toward Ryuki's ears. "Humph." Ryuki exhaled with disdain. "In my lifetime, I detest 2 creatures above all, mosquitoes and snakes. And yet, what of it?" Orochimaru responded, pleased that his plan had succeeded. As he stepped closer, a pale gray python emerging from his sleeve. "You ought to be grateful. My body remains quite useful. Thus I intend to preserve you for the time being." As he spoke, a fit of uncontrollable laughter escaped him. "Tell me, should Jiraiya encounter you as my vessel, what expression do you think he would wear?" "Ryuki, you are truly revolting." Ryuki spat in disgust. Template switch, activating Saitama template. Beep. Switching templates, Saitama template has been connected. As the mechanical voice echoed in his mind, Ryuki felt a tremor in his arms. In an instant, the 2 white serpents binding him were shattered, falling to the ground. "Jiraiya-sensei may not witness the scene you envision, but I am indeed curious to see the expression on the 3rd Hokage's face once he learns I have imprisoned you." With a swift motion, Ryuki saw Orochimaru's serpentine arm lunging toward his neck, and he instinctively seized the man's head. However, to his astonishment, Orochimaru's form dissolved into countless tiny white snakes, scattering in every direction. Thud! Ryuki felt a sudden sharp pain at his neck and, upon inspection, discovered a trace of blood. "This is the heavenly curse seal I have been researching. It must be quite painful." Behind him, the white snakes coalesced once more, and Orochimaru, observing the mark on Ryuki's neck, chuckled wryly. "Such is the nature of mortals. They often talk too much and make mistakes. With the 3 sacred treasures at your disposal, I may indeed need to tread carefully, but, ha ha ha, it does hurt somewhat. But have you misjudged something?" Orochimaru, initially expecting Ryuki to writhe in agony from the cursed seal, faltered as he noticed Ryuki's disdainful gaze. "Impossible. How could you, afflicted by the heavenly curse seal, appear to suffer no consequences?" Orochimaru was taken aback, but a wild thought crossed his mind. Could it be that your body can fully withstand the power of the heavenly curse seal? His expression twisted in madness, eyes wide with disbelief. "You truly are an exceptional vessel." Enough. Ryuki could no longer tolerate Orochimaru's loathsome demeanor. The devouring force within him surged, enveloping the heavenly curse seal in otherworldly flames. "I'm eager to witness the performance on the other side, so I have no time for idle chatter." With that, Ryuki vanished, a gust of wind sweeping past. Before Orochimaru could react, he found himself trapped within the time room. "Stay there. Upon my return, someone will deal with you." At that moment, a thunderous explosion echoed, and a massive black Susanoo erupted from the tunnel, tearing through the earth. Chapter 111. The Black Skeleton. Moments prior, within the stone chamber, after Ryu and Orochimaru had departed, Fugaku faced Danzo, his gaze fixed intently upon the arm wrapped in white cloth. "Fugaku, do you intend to betray the village?" Danzo inquired, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of greed as they met Fugaku's Mangekyou Sharingan. Since the time of the first Hokage, the remarkable abilities of the Mangekyou Sharingan had remained enshrined in rare legend. As the leader of Root, Danzo had coveted the Sharingan, yet had never had the opportunity to wield its Mangekyou potential. His left eye still bore the Sharingan of Uchiha Kagami, though not on par with the Manjiki. Its Jinjutsu was undeniably formidable. However, to Danzo's astonishment, Fugaku had activated his Manjiki, and his ambitions now extended beyond merely obtaining Kagami's eye. Danzo's avarice was unabashedly laid bare before Fugaku. I did not anticipate that Ryu possessed space-time ninjutsu, but I surmise he brought you here to keep it secret from others. Danzo remarked with a cold smirk, as if already concocting his justifications for seizing Fugaku's Manjiki once acquired. You, the Uchiha clan leader who has awakened the Manjiki Sharingan, have managed to conceal such a powerful eye so deeply. In response to Danzo's probing, Fugaku remained silent, the entire exchange being a soliloquy of Danzo's self-indulgence. Observing Fugaku's expression, Danzo understood that confrontation was inevitable. Thus, before Fugaku, he tore away the white cloth from his arm. Instantly, as the fabric slipped away, familiar Tomo of the Sharingan appeared before Fugaku's eyes. Danzo, you old dog, it truly is you. Fugaku's fury peaked, his Sharingan glowing a vivid crimson. Danzo, regarding Fugaku's fierce visage, chuckled, indeed, but I owe much to Orochimaru. Without his assistance in transplanting the first Hokage's cells, I could not possess so many Sharingan simultaneously. Danzo continued his actions, removing the white cloth from atop his head. The moment Fugaku beheld the swirling Sharingan, he felt as though he had plunged into a sea of blood. Surrounded by silence, he stood upon a tranquil blood ocean, where ripples undulated gently. Suddenly, chains emerged from the sanguine depths, binding him tightly. This is Kagami's Jinjutsu. Indeed, Danzo's shadowy figure manifested, extending his right hand and, with a sinister smile, pointed directly at Fugaku's eyes. Kagami's eye is quite impressive. Even I find it regrettable. However, if you were to use your eyes in its stead, Kagami should not be angered, right? So, you did kill Kagami, rather than him perishing in battle as the intel suggested. Correct. Danzo no longer feigned deceit. Kagami's prowess was acknowledged even by Sarutobi, and the likes of Akimichi Choza, Mito, and Narashikaku were similarly esteemed. At this moment, Danzo's fingers pressed against Fugaku's eyelids. But at that time, Kagami had sustained severe injuries. Otherwise, I could not have so easily acquired this eye. With that, Danzo's shadowy visage erupted into laughter, his fingers applying pressure as his expression suddenly froze. The surrounding reality shifted. What had been a sea of blood transformed almost instantaneously into a fiery mountaintop. Flames roared behind them, exuding an apocalyptic aura. Clouds of thick smoke billowed upward, and Danzo found himself hovering above the volcano's mouth. What is happening? Why is this so? Danzo realized that Fugaku had not only shattered his Jinjutsu, but had ensnared him within one of his own illusions. Impossible. Kagami's Jinjutsu was praised even by the second Hokage. How could it be undone? Impossible? With a chilling laugh, Fugaku materialized, his gaze upon his former comrade revealing a hint of sorrow. Once, they had been comrades in arms, united in safeguarding the second Hokage. Yet, for the sake of a mere Sharingan, Danzo had betrayed and murdered Kagami, who had cherished the village above all else. And what of Mito and Shikaku? Now esteemed advisors of Konoha, they preferred to trust a cunning rogue like Danzo rather than thoroughly investigate the matter. Fugaku's expression shifted rapidly. Drawing a long blade, he pressed it against Danzo's eyes. Gazing into the eyes of his once dear friend, he shut his own tightly and thrust downward with great force. Farewell, Kagami. With a sickening thud, a warm sensation hesitated at his grip. Fugaku suddenly felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, prompting him to open his eyes wide. The Jinjutsu has been broken. Yet, rather than losing Danzo's Sharingan, it was Fugaku who had suffered a grievous blow from Danzo's wind technique. Blood flowed profusely from his abdomen, soaking his garments completely. Danzo, witnessing his regained freedom, saw his left eye turn pale. As the leader of the Uchiha clan, you should be familiar with this technique, Izanagi. Izanagi, the ultimate forbidden technique known only to the Uchiha, allowed the user to transform all adverse conditions, including death, into a dream, while manifesting their attacks into reality. It was a technique that countered Izanami. Fugaku watched as Kagami's eye was lost, even as it was used to protect the one who had slain him. In a fit of rage, an eerie black chakra surged around him. Danzo, I shall not spare you today. Danzo was taken aback. Stripped of Kagami's eye, he beheld a tortured Fugaku enveloped entirely by a dark aura. As Fugaku shouted, the black energy coalesced rapidly, forming a towering black skeleton behind him. The stone chamber began to crumble. The skeleton waved its arms, as if breaking free. and shattered the stone walls with ease. In that moment, a ray of sunlight streamed down, illuminating both Fugaku and Danzo. Pooh! Fugaku coughed up a mouthful of blood, his pallid face devoid of color. What is this? Danzo stared in astonishment at the skeletal figure looming behind Fugaku. Is this the power of the Manjiki? With no time to ponder further, Danzo noticed Fugaku's bloodshed, and his expression hardened. His hands swiftly formed seals. Wind release, vacuum wave. In an instant, under the gaze of the Manjiki, the inescapable ruse of the wind technique materialized in Fugaku's vision. Chapter 112. Susanoo. In the face of Danzo's onslaught, Fugaku did not retreat. Rather, the injuries to his chest and abdomen rendered him incapable of evasion. Surprisingly, however, he chose to confront Danzo's ninjutsu head-on, shielded by the black skeletal figure. Wind release is one of the most potent forms of attack. As Danzo observed that his assault failed to inflict even the slightest harm on Fugaku, he swiftly produced a kunai. With a series of vacuum waves relentlessly bombarding the area, he darted forward, seemingly employing a technique akin to the body flicker technique, and appeared instantaneously beside Fugaku. Nearby, Ryuki's expression hardened. He heard a clang, almost mistaking it for the system in his mind about to speak again. Good heavens! A kunai piercing Susanoo? Ryuki grinned and nodded enthusiastically, exclaiming, Danzo, you truly are remarkable. The kunai snapped, sensing Danzo's presence. Fugaku was struck hard in the chest by one of the skeletal arms. The tremendous force sent Danzo hurtling backward, crashing through countless stones. With a resounding crash, an arm adorned with Sharingan emerged from the rubble, one of the eyes slowly closing. Remarkably, Danzo found himself back in his original position before launching his assault. The ninjutsu had proven ineffective, and he could not close the distance. Biting his fingertip, Danzo swiftly formed hand seals. Summoning technique, Dream Baku, he called out, pressing his palm against the ground, whereupon a massive chakra web swiftly spread across the terrain. With a thundering sound, a yellow and white ninja elephant burst forth, shattering the mist's confines. Dream Baku attack. At Danzo's command, the creature opened its mouth wide, creating an immense suction that seemed to consume everything in its vicinity. Fugaku, encased within the black skeleton, braced himself against the ground, his fingers digging in. Unexpectedly, a startling voice erupted from nearby, startling both Danzo and Fugaku. Baku, you can't do this. Do you see that fellow over there? Can it even swallow a rock? In an instant, the ground trembled as Ryuki slammed his fist down, lifting a boulder the size of a small mountain to present it before Dream Baku. I mean, no offense. I merely wish to test whether it can fit this in its mouth. You continue your battle. Don't mind these trivialities. With that, Ryuki hurled the massive stone into Dream Baku's mouth. Danzo, Dream Baku, with a frustrated grunt. Dream Baku realized the boulder was too large and promptly shut its mouth, attempting to shatter the stone with its tusks. Observing his curiosity crushed by the creature, Ryuki picked up a fist-sized rock and, with a swift motion, threw it at Dream Baku. Useless creature, you can't even satisfy the curiosity of an innocent child like me. With a resounding thud, the stone pierced through Dream Baku, which let out a deafening roar before dissipating into white smoke. Danzo? Fugaku, you must hurry. With your injuries, do not let your desire for revenge against Danzo cost you your life. Upon hearing this, Fugaku nodded at Ryuki. His aura intensified, and blood streaked from his eyes, marking the awakening of his Manjiki Sharingan. The skeletal figure evolved. As if undergoing a rebirth, muscles began to form around the skeleton. And with a roar, the physical body gradually took shape, a brilliant light emanating from the giant's eye sockets, which were soon enveloped in armor. Fugaku slowly rose, making his way toward Danzo. The Sharingan is the pride of our Uchiha clan, yet you trample upon our dignity for your selfish gains. Today, I shall make you comprehend the true power of Susanoo once one awakens the Manjiki within the Uchiha bloodline. At this moment, the Susanoo above Fugaku extended its left hand, seemingly to suppress Danzo's movements entirely. Have you forgotten? Danzo strained against the binding force, but to no avail. As he watched Susanoo slowly draw a long blade aimed at his head, he sneered, there are still 10 Sharingan on my arm. As long as I can activate his Anaji, I cannot die. I have not forgotten. Fugaku spat blood as his legs buckled, collapsing to the ground. Despite his dire state, a smile graced his face. Wiping the blood from his lips, he addressed Danzo. Thus, in that other realm, I shall kill you 11 times. Surely they are not kissing? Ryuki pondered in surprise. Since Fugaku's Susanoo had evolved, its blade remained poised before Danzo, neither attacking nor defending. To Ryuki's perspective, it appeared as though Fugaku and Danzo were either exchanging insults or sharing a kiss. Just then, Ryuki observed that Danzo's arm, filled with Sharingan, trembled, followed by the sudden closure of one eye. Remarkably, without discernible cause, the Sharingan continued to shut one after another until the last one closed completely. At that moment, Danzo, who had been motionless, trembled violently and coughed up blood. Fugaku's Susanoo shuddered slightly, its armor receding, muscles fracturing, and in an instant, it reverted to its original skeletal form. Coughing violently, both men collapsed to the ground. Danzo glanced at his arm, then raised his gaze to Fugaku, whose Susanoo was wavering precariously. He tore open his clothing, exposing his chest. "You want to kill me? Then I shall drag you down with me." With that, Ryuki, recognizing the familiar sealing technique of the four symbols from Danzo, leaped into action. Before Danzo could channel his chakra, Ryuki swiftly absorbed it using the Baku's power. Fugaku, unaware of Danzo's desperate gamble, mistook Ryuki's sudden appearance as an attempt to thwart his revenge. Little did he know, leave him intact, I still have use for him. With that, Ryuki tossed the utterly weakened Danzo toward Fugaku, turning his back. "Do not worry. I came to the land of sound on the Fourth's orders. Here, I have neither met you nor Danzo, and I know not how Danzo met his demise. All I know is that I found his corpse in the land of sound. Nothing more." As dusk fell, dark clouds enveloped the sky. Thunder roared, and the rain began to pour, saturating the earth in mere moments. Listening to the furious howls behind him, a torrent of blood mingled with raindrops flowed around his feet. P.S. Fugaku's Susanoo is purely fictional. Chapter 113. The Land of Sound. The young man possessed striking features, tall, handsome, and exuding an extraordinary demeanor. His physique was notably more robust than that of my companion at home. "Young man, I can only manage a single drink. Would you care to join me for a modest libation? I assure you, there will be no charge. Why have you come here? Is my establishment not to your liking?" In a dimly lit alley within the land of sound, Ryuki employed a transformation technique to alter his appearance. Unexpectedly, his casual change attracted the attention of several women nearby. In the midst of their advances, the inexperienced Ryuki, intent on preserving his dignity, hastily discarded a sleeve before making his escape. As for your companion, in that moment of urgency, he could have withstood even 10 kidneys without faltering. Ryuki spat in disdain, adjusting his disheveled attire as he made his way towards the heart of the land of sound. This small nation, unlike the grandeur of the hidden leaf village, nestled within the fire country, was marked by its desolation. The more impoverished the land, the more prevalent were such sordid trades. This is the lament of an entire nation, and indeed, of individuals. Everyone yearns for progress, striving to better their lives through their own efforts. Yet, like the inhabitants of the land of sound, they find themselves ensnared in a path of desperation. Ryuki, though not haughty, harbored no contempt for anyone. His own beliefs prevented him from lingering in such places as others might. After the battle in the stone cave, Orochimaru was confined within Ryuki's time chamber. Uchiha Fugaku, having avenged his clan, did not reclaim his Sharingan but executed Danzo himself. Ryuki, witnessing Fugaku in a weakened state, feared he might need to offer him assistance once more. However, Fugaku proved remarkably resilient, utilizing the supplies and medicine Ryuki had prepared prior to his departure from the Hidden Leaf Village to tend to his wounds. As for Danzo's remains, they were indeed a grim sight. Though Ryuki had previously insisted on the necessity of a complete corpse, by the time Fugaku had exhausted his emotions, all that remained for Ryuki was a half-body and a right arm devoid of all Sharingan. Observing Fugaku's maniacal laughter amidst the carnage, Ryuki sighed deeply, ultimately choosing not to chastise him. The system had assigned Ryuki the task of seeking the so-called forgotten bloodlines, most likely referring to the cells of the first Hokage, Hashirama. Orochimaru had perfectly implanted Hashirama's cells into Danzo, and should Ryuki desire them, he must await the return of the Hidden Leaf's small team to extract the cells from Danzo's remains. Ugh, the thought was quite revolting. Ryuki promptly dismissed it. However, he suddenly recalled the reward of a fate roulette he had yet to use. Upon completion of this task, he would have 2 opportunities to spin the wheel. Yet, regarding his combat prowess, he currently possessed 2 templates. The absolute power of the Saitama template needed no elaboration, while the Kizaru template offered immunity to physical attacks and proved useful for stealthy endeavors. Summoning beasts were a source of pain for Ryumaku, but fortunately, the Horo bloodline triumphed, preventing him from being devoured by the Taodai. At present, he harbored no aspirations of possessing a summoning beast to aid him. Lastly, there were ninjutsu, jinjutsu, and taijutsu, none of which Ryumaku deemed necessary. For him, ninjutsu and taijutsu were superfluous, while jinjutsu was utterly worthless, with the Tenkanomi. Even Fugaku's jinjutsu had been easily dispelled. I have adopted a carefree attitude. Whatever comes, comes. Nevertheless, Ryumaku ultimately resolved to use both spins of the roulette upon completing this task. Glancing up at the nearby Sound Ninja village, Ryumaku switched to the Kizuru template and, under the cover of night, stealthily infiltrated. The Sound Ninja village was minuscule, scarcely one-third the size of the Hidden Leaf village. Upon entering, Ryumaku was taken aback by how remarkably easy it had been. Stealing a glance at the guards stationed at the entrance, a series of question marks flashed above his head. What was the purpose of these patrols? He was clearly an unfamiliar face, yet they paid him no heed. Pondering this, Ryumaku wandered about until he spotted several children adorned with various headbands emerging from a courtyard. It was then that he comprehended the situation. What are you doing here? Hurry inside. Just then, a voice called from behind, and before Ryumaku could react, he was thrust into the courtyard. The sky was overcast. Standing alongside Ryumaku were nearly 30 children, ranging in age from the very young to those on the cusp of adolescence. A tall, pallid man emerged at the forefront of the group, addressing the others. The activity period has concluded. Let us return. Activity period? Return? Where to? Confused, Ryumaku followed the crowd into a dimly lit entrance. Inside, darkness persisted, yet the children's destination was evidently not here. The tall man turned a candle holder in the entrance, causing the floor in the center of the hall to tremble. Gradually, the ground began to crack, revealing a long tunnel before them. Another tunnel. Could there not be a mechanism in the surface world? Though he grumbled internally, Ryumaku was curious to investigate what lay within. Thus, he followed the others into the tunnel. Along the walls, torches illuminated the path, and at the tunnel's end, an expansive space awaited. Compared to the Sound Ninja village above, this was an entirely different realm of the sound. As Ryumaku scanned the surroundings, he noted numerous test tubes filled with a faint green solution lining the walls, and he could faintly detect signs of human activity. Stop dawdling, let us move. Suddenly, the tall man spotted Ryumaku and urged him forward. Unlike the dimness above, this space was well lit, and the man regarded Ryumaku's unfamiliar face with a hint of suspicion. Ryumaku was taken aback when the man swiftly approached him, clapping him on the shoulder with a jovial laugh. "Gene, it's been a few days. You've lost so much weight. I almost didn't recognize you." Chapter 114. Mitarashi Anko Shinichi? What the hell is Shinichi? If I were Shinichi, I would perform a bass piece for you right here. Shinichi, a character from Nana, which is quite an excellent series. Shinichi, do you not recognize me? It is I, Sanada. Observing the other's excited demeanor, Ryuki feigned confusion and said, "I'm sorry, Before Ryuki could weave his fabricated tale, the man claiming to be Sanada looked at Ryuki's pained expression, as if recalling something, and said, "I'm sorry, I forgot you have already accepted Orochimaru's cursed seal." Ryuki, I can comprehend. Sanada smiled understandingly at Ryuki and continued, "Those who accept the cursed seal exhibit various physical reactions. Nevertheless, the fact that you are still alive is quite remarkable. Most of those who came with us have already." Ryuki. Bewildered, Ryuki felt a surge of surprise. Could this be the legendary genius assist? Though it was merely a few sentences, Sanada conveyed everything Ryuki yearned to know. With a deep sigh, Sanada joyfully addressed Ryuki, "However, you are still alive. I will have a companion in the future. You must leave quickly. Time is running short. Remember to take your medication. Your memories will eventually return." Ryuki. Time. What time? Moreover, what is this about medication? Could it be that after accepting the celestial cursed seal, these children could somehow improve their condition through medication? Ryuki was perplexed. However, to avoid revealing any suspicion to Sanada, he ultimately feigned agreement and nodded. At Sanada's gesture, Ryuki hastily joined the group. At the end of the line stood a row of houses, pairs of individuals, with door numbers inscribed as indicators. Unsure of which room belonged to Shinichi, Ryuki observed all the door numbers before entering the one that was notably unchosen. As the door creaked open, Ryuki was immediately enveloped by the darkness within. Just as he reached for the switch, a frail voice unexpectedly emerged from a corner of the room. "Who are you?" Why have you entered this room? Startled by the sudden voice, Ryuki promptly replied, I am Shinichi. Shinichi? The individual seemed taken aback by the name. Nakamura Shinichi? Is that Shinichi's name? Ryuki's mind raced. Shinichi had been tortured to death by the cursed seal over a year ago. You cannot be Shinichi. At that moment, Ryuki was frozen, for this person clearly possessed a profound familiarity with Shinichi, not only knowing his history but also instantly discerning his masquerade. At that moment, as his fingers brushed against a hard object, the lights flickered on with a snap. In that instant, Ryuki's gaze fell upon the individual lying on the bed, causing him to frown. The person had short, slightly disheveled lavender hair, and her face was obscured by a black hood, rendering her features unrecognizable. Even her body was bound by restraints. On a steel bed devoid of bedding, she lay in the chilling depths of the underground. Why have you stopped speaking? The person inquired. Ryuki snapped back to reality, approaching her. Observing that she wore a garb resembling prison attire that was evidently several sizes too small. With her midriff exposed and only short pants akin to her top, he wondered, who is she? Could she also be a test subject for Orochimaru's cursed seal experiments? Reflecting on the appearance of the children he had just encountered, it was evident that this person was deliberately imprisoned. Ryuki reached out and removed the hood from her face. The glaring light compelled her to tightly shut her eyes. A round, fair face with exquisitely delicate features instantly invoked a figure in Ryuki's mind. Slightly tilting his head, he noticed the mark of the celestial cursed seal on her neck. Could it truly be her? Ryuki speculated that it was Orochimaru's disciple, Mitarashi Anko. However, he recalled that in the original narrative, although Anko ultimately chose to betray Orochimaru, he had explicitly stated during the Prince's Chunin exam that Anko was his favorite disciple. But what is the current situation? Bound? Who are you? Finally, Anko cautiously opened her eyes, regarding Ryuki, who bore a resemblance to Shinichi, and promptly asked, Do you go by Mitarashi Anko? Ryuki did not answer her inquiry. Instead, he directly posed a question to her. Upon hearing this, Anko's expression faltered momentarily, and she absent-mindedly nodded, a slight smile curving at the corners of her mouth. You are the first person to dare enter this room in over a year. Humph. Ryuki chuckled softly, settling beside Anko's bed and effortlessly tearing apart the restraints binding her. He casually remarked, What is there to be afraid of? Will you bite me? I do not bite, Anko replied, and as her restraints fell away completely, she sat up straight and teasingly whispered in Ryuki's ear, But I will kill. Ryuki. This time, Anko did not answer but instead gestured with her lips towards Ryuki's back. Confused, Ryuki turned to gaze at the surrounding crimson walls, chuckling. Orochimaru is rather considerate, giving you a room with red walls. No, those are not red walls. The original walls were white. They have merely been stained red with blood. Ryuki. Witnessing Ryuki's sudden change in expression, Anko erupted into laughter, her body shaking, her voice booming. The already snug prison attire, ill-fitting due to her early development, quivered with her mirth. Stop shaking, it's making me dizzy. Ryuki retorted, exasperated. Are you not afraid? Observing Ryuki's flushed face, Anko appeared somewhat disappointed, as if her carefully orchestrated prank had failed. There is nothing to fear. I do not faint at the sight of blood. Anko. Anko appeared to be only a few years younger than Ryuki, yet seeing her current demeanor left Ryuki perplexed. What on earth did Orochimaru feed her to grow up? Perhaps he should inquire about it and have Hanyu try it as well? Such thoughts flickered through Ryuki's mind momentarily, but ultimately, he could not muster the courage to voice them. You are quite unamusing, Anko pouted, casually stretching her body before skipping a few steps on the ground, and then leaning against the door, gazing out the small window for an extended period. Ryuki, observing her demeanor, inquired, Why are you confined here, and why are you bound with these strange things? Chapter 115. Elimination of the Heavenly Curse Seal. Hondo is a disciple of Orochimaru. Logically, her status in the Land of Sound should be exceedingly noble. Yet, how has she fallen to such a dismal fate, not only deprived of her personal freedom, but also? Faced with Lyomu's confusion, Hondo's expression suddenly hardened. Her gaze relentlessly scrutinized Lyomu, exuding a chilling aura that made him feel as though he were being preyed upon by a serpent. You are not one of the base personnel. Hondo spun around, her body instinctively adopting an attack posture. You not only impersonate me, but you also fail to comprehend the significance of this room. Speak. Why are you here? In response to Hondo's inquiry, Lyomu's expression shifted dramatically. Oh no, I've been exposed. But how could this girl change so quickly? Is she a dog-faced? Nonetheless, with a decisive thud, Liumu dispelled his transformation technique, revealing his true appearance before Hongdo. Her eyes widened in astonishment as she noticed the forehead protector on his arm. "You are from Konoha," she exclaimed, leaning in closer with a look of surprise. "You surely do not intend to kiss me, do you?" Liumu frowned and leaned back slightly, showing her his forehead protector. "Isn't it obvious? However, you still haven't answered my question. How did you end up bound here?" It turned out that, as Orochimaru's disciple, Hongdo, like other test subjects, had undergone the heavenly curse seal a year ago. The overwhelming power of the curse seal, while not immediately lethal, had caused her to lose her humanity at times. Whenever her will was overtaken by the seal, she transformed into a bloodthirsty killing machine. Thus, the blood on the walls was that of her companions who once shared this room with her. However, unlike the other test subjects, Hongdo had learned considerable skills from Orochimaru. To prevent her from inadvertently harming others in her deranged state, her movements were completely restricted. Yet, unbeknownst to Liumu, there was another layer to her captivity: defection. She had escaped Orochimaru's control. Once revered as one of the legendary three ninjas, Orochimaru was a figure of admiration in Konoha, and the young Hongdo had once shared that reverence. However, after being chosen by him, her training had been nothing short of brutal. Initially, she accepted it all, but subsequent events diverged from her understanding of reality, particularly after Orochimaru discovered that boy. The base of the curse seal shattered Hongdo's faith completely. "You must find an opportunity to return to the village and inform Lord Third Hokage of what transpired here," Hongdo urged as she grasped Liumu's arm. Her expression filled with urgency. The Third Hokage has already retired. The Fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, now governs Konoha," Liumu replied, scratching his chin. "You wish to return to the village? It shouldn't be too difficult, considering you are Orochimaru's disciple. Can those little lackeys outside really stop you?" Hongdo let out a bitter laugh, pointing to the heavenly curse seal on her neck. "Before this, I longed to return, but now." Her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Her smile belied the sorrow that resonated within, evoking a sense of empathy in Liumu. The influence of the heavenly curse seal remained unresolved, rendering her unable to return to the village. If the seal were to activate, it could unleash significant calamity upon the village. "I believe your worries are unfounded," Liumu reassured, gently patting her back. "There are plenty of skilled individuals in the village. Moreover, isn't Tsunade-sama there? Perhaps she could devise a solution to alleviate your concerns." "That's futile," Hongdo replied, wiping the tears from her face, clearing her throat. "Orochimaru has stated that the tolerance for the curse seal varies among individuals. My constitution is somewhat compatible, which is why I haven't perished, but even he cannot completely resolve my current affliction." Liumu raised an eyebrow in response. He was aware of what Hongdo described. In the original story, Orochimaru had begun his research on the heavenly curse seal while still in Konoha. However, after being discovered by Kakashi and the Third Hokage, he defected from the village. "What if I told you I have a solution?" "Hongdo, the essence of the curse seal is akin to a force tolerance process resembling a blood disease. The voracious entity within Liumu could absorb the chakra it contains, while the foreign fire could directly eliminate the impurities affecting the host. Previously, Orochimaru had intended to control Liumu with the curse seal, but within seconds, the seal was eradicated by the voracious entity. Observing the eyes of the crimson foreign fire at that moment, Liumu quietly addressed it. "I can assist you, but let it be known that what you witnessed today must remain confidential. Is that agreeable? Can you truly? This is something even Orochimaru could not resolve. Why would I deceive you?" Before Hongdo could finish, Liumu reached out to touch the curse seal on her neck. "It may hurt a little, bear with it." As Liumu spoke, he summoned the voracious entity within him to commence the absorption of the heavenly curse seal from Hongdo's body. With a sizzling sound reminiscent of roasting meat, Hongdo's face contorted in pain. Observing her struggle, beads of sweat forming on her brow as she bit her lip in silence, Liumu felt a surge of admiration for her resilience. Despite being merely a teenage girl, she exhibited remarkable fortitude in the face of such anguish. Indeed, delicate flowers cannot bloom in a greenhouse without experiencing the trials of wind and rain. Even the most exquisite blossoms are ephemeral. The removal of the curse seal progressed rapidly. Once Liumu concluded, Hongdo collapsed in exhaustion. "If you wish to return to the village, I can accompany you." "I cannot go back," Hongdo panted, her recent torment having soaked her thin prison garb in sweat. As Leomu averted his eyes to the ceiling, he hastily removed his jacket and tossed it to her. Why not? If you want to return, what is stopping you? Because I am Orochimaru's disciple. At that moment, Hondo caught Leomu's coat, glancing at him in confusion before looking down at her own body. The nearly transparent prison garb reddened her cheeks. However, seeing Leomu's reaction, she smirked and did not immediately don the coat. Suddenly, a warm sensation brushed against Leomu's arm, startling him. Looking down at Hondo, who was attempting to grasp his arm, he exclaimed, "Wait, what are you doing? Don't come any closer. Help. P.S. Today I will post 2 chapters temporarily. I have matters to attend to this afternoon. If I return promptly, I will write and supplement more. Apologies." Chapter 116. The temptation of meatballs. You are yourself, and he is himself. Even if Konoha harbors doubts about him, those suspicions are directed solely at him. As long as you remain true to yourself, the higher-ups will not abandon you after their investigation. At this moment, Flowing Wood crouched in the corner, earnestly persuading Red Bean, who was about 2 meters away. But, just as Red Bean was about to say something, she hesitated. Why so many concerns? Flowing Wood stood up decisively and said, "At worst, I will vouch for you. Given my reputation in Konoha, guaranteeing your safety should pose no issue. Besides, Konoha is your home. Would you really leave it behind?" Red Bean replied. "What about your friends? They would surely be thrilled to see you." Red Bean continued. "It's been a while since you savored Uncle Yao's ramen. Hasn't he? He recently introduced a new dish that is simply delightful. Don't you want to try it?" Red Bean added. "What about snacks? Like steamed dumplings, grilled fish, glutinous rice meatballs, and jam." As Flowing Wood observed Red Bean shudder at the mention of meatballs, he cautiously repeated, "Meatballs." Red Bean trembled. "Meatballs," she exclaimed again, visibly affected. "Meatballs, meatballs, meatballs." Red Bean gulped anxiously. Flowing Wood sighed, realizing how easily he could entice her. Had he known it would be this simple, Orochimaru needn't have gone to such lengths to bind her. Delivering a few skewers of meatballs daily would have sufficed. "How do we get out of here?" Red Bean inquired, tapping the metal door and turning to Flowing Wood. "Are you aware of the matters concerning the Land of Sound?" "Every detail." Red Bean nodded, lifting her chin with a hint of pride. "What do you think? Over a year ago, I was still Orochimaru's disciple. How could I not know? Then there's no need for further trouble. It saves me from making repeated trips," Flowing Wood remarked as he grasped Red Bean's wrist. "Watch closely, we will exit this way." With that, Flowing Wood delivered a powerful punch, shattering the metal door, which immediately drew the attention of all the guards outside. "Are you really that strong?" Red Bean gasped, glancing at the ruined door, only to turn and spot the Sound Ninja rushing towards them. "I'll handle this," she declared. And without waiting for Flowing Wood, she flexed her joints and moved to engage. Shadow Snake Hand. In an instant, 2 enormous serpents surged forth from her sleeves, roaring into the throng of Sound Ninja. The air was filled with the sounds of fierce combat as Flowing Wood observed the children peering curiously from the door and windows. He turned to Red Bean and asked, "What about these children? Should we leave them here?" Before Red Bean could respond, Flowing Wood continued to shatter every door in sight with relentless punches. Soon, a group of bewildered children in prison garb stood at the entrance, staring blankly at Flowing Wood and Red Bean. Though Flowing Wood was not adept at dealing with children, he mustered the courage to say, "I will lead you out of here, and then you can return to where you came from." With that, he took Red Bean's hand once more, and together they descended to the ground. After a decisive battle, they reached the entrance of the Sound Village. Looking back at the desolate village, Red Bean cautioned, "There are many ordinary people in the village. Do not harm them." Flowing Wood nodded in agreement, and the 2 of them set off towards the Land of Fire. However, Flowing Wood was unprepared for what came next. He believed his actions had rescued numerous orphaned families, but after leaving the Sound Village, the children did not depart as expected. Instead, they returned to the village of Sound on their own. They were orphans saved by Orochimaru, and their loyalty was beyond what one could imagine. Red Bean initially refrained from sharing this with Flowing Wood, wishing to preserve his sense of pride. Yet, upon crossing into the Land of Fire, she felt compelled to reveal the truth. Many of the test subjects chosen by Orochimaru were the orphans left in the aftermath of war. Not only did Orochimaru save them, but he also provided them with food and drink, even empowering them to protect themselves or others. For them, Orochimaru was akin to a reborn parent. In truth, Red Bean herself shared a similar fate. Her upbringing was tragic. She had no parents and, by nature, found it difficult to forge friendships. When Orochimaru appeared and offered to take her as a disciple, she experienced a blind admiration for him during that time. The people of the Land of Sound were no different from Red Bean back then. They would not betray Orochimaru. Everyone has their beliefs, and for them, Orochimaru represented that belief. Flowingwood scoffed at Red Bean's explanation. Don't talk to me about faith. As the two descended from the trees and reached the stream, Flowingwood rolled up his pants and waded downstream, catching 2 delicious grass fish. Under Red Bean's watchful gaze, Flowingwood began to kindle a fire for grilling. Within an hour, the 2 fish, emitting an enticing aroma, were ready. I saved them. That is my affair. Their choices are theirs to make, and I am guiltless. Faith should not be blind. When such nobility is clouded by ignorance, it ceases to be faith and becomes mere delusion. I do not deny that the war orphans will undoubtedly feel gratitude towards Orochimaru, but if they cannot discern right from wrong, even as they grow, they will remain mere shells of humanity, for their faith has been. Flowingwood chuckled lightly, choosing not to elaborate further. Red Bean's moral compass was accurate. Even with Orochimaru as her mentor, Flowingwood's choice to rescue her stemmed from this very principle. Otherwise, had he not been swayed, he would have intended to obliterate the Sound Village entirely after uncovering its secrets to prevent any further complications. As for the whereabouts of Kabuto, Flowingwood had yet to uncover any clues. Nevertheless, there was no need for haste. After all, with the Dream Master as the orphanage director, he could easily reclaim his innocence, appearing quite charming in the process. Wow, this tastes incredible. Flowingwood smiled as he watched Red Bean inhale the freshly grilled fish, reminding her, take your time. It's just been cooked, and you should wait a moment before indulging further. At that moment, Red Bean's face displayed a hint of embarrassment. Since you learned of my identity back in the Land of Sound, I realize I don't even know your name. Flowingwood replied, I am Flowingwood. Currently a humble J-nin from Konoha. Please treat me kindly. Chapter 117. I know nothing, having spent a brief period together. Lu Mu and Hong Do had grown quite familiar with one another. Her personality was impulsive, playful, and brimming with curiosity. Whenever something piqued her interest, she would dash towards it before Lu Mu could even intervene. Perhaps due to the long confinement by Orochimaru, their journey back to Konoha took them twice as long as anticipated. Upon finally returning to the village, as Lu Mu had previously informed Hong Do, she would be subjected to an investigation for a while. However, once she passed this period, everything would return to normal. Hong Do possessed considerable intelligence regarding the Land of Sound, which led Minato to hand her over to Konoha's interrogation room. As for Lu Mu, what was this? This should be Danzo. In the Hokage's office, Minato and the 2 special advisors gazed at the severed arm at Lu Mu's feet, their brows furrowing in unison. What? This is Danzo. Mito, with his hands clasped behind his back, widened his typically narrowed eyes upon hearing Lu Mu's words. Indeed, this was discovered in the intelligence from the Land of Sound. Minato frowned slightly, noticing the innocence in Lu Mu's demeanor, which clearly masked some hidden truth. However, the 2 advisors, having once been Danzo's comrades in their youth, refrained from exposing Lu Mu's little ruse in front of Minato. Instead, he asked, this is merely an arm. How do you know it belongs to Danzo? Lu Mu grinned and shook his head, responding to the 3, how could I not recognize it? When I encountered him that day, the scene was utterly revolting. Lu Mu feigned disgust, and after regaining composure, he continued, it was too gruesome. Apart from this arm, I could scarcely find a whole piece left intact. The task Minato assigned to Lu Mu was clearly known to the 2 advisors. Upon learning of Danzo's identity, suspicion immediately took root. Could it have been Orochimaru's doing? Mito furrowed his brow slightly, while the elderly woman beside him tapped the ground lightly with her cane. In a hoarse voice, she remarked, that seems unlikely, given Danzo's prowess. Even if he could not defeat Orochimaru, he could certainly evade him. Moreover, as the leader of Konoha's route, why would he be found in the Land of Sound? This situation itself warrants skepticism. Lu Mu stood silently by, choosing not to interject. Listening to their ongoing speculations, he merely lowered his head with a cold smirk. The 3 continued their inquiries into the information Lu Mu brought back until nightfall. It was only after the advisors departed and Lu Mu closed the door that Minato finally asked, now that everyone has left, can we speak the truth? Hee hee. Lu Mu chuckled foolishly as he retrieved the remnants of Danzo's body from the time room. Although Lu Mu had expressed his desire for a complete corpse before dealing with Fugaku, little did he know that Fugaku, consumed by vengeance, had left most of Danzo's body in a state that was rather unsightly. This is an arm that has undergone Sharingan transplantation. As Lu Mu addressed Minato's confusion, he squatted down, revealing the Hashirama cells embedded in Danzo's chest. Orochimaru had acquired the cells of the first Hokage and implanted them within him. And these now dormant Sharingan were from the batch the Uchiha clan had lost during the Third Great Ninja War. As for the left eye, it belonged to Uchiha Kagami, one of the members of the second Hokage's guard. Minato remarked, Danzo used Kagami's Sharingan Genjutsu to manipulate the thoughts of root members, compelling them to serve him. When I visited that intelligence outpost, I fortuitously uncovered their secret. This matter is of grave significance. Minato frowned and slowly stood, inquiring, how did Danzo meet his end? And where is Orochimaru? Upon hearing this, Lu Mu chuckled softly. I have confined Orochimaru. If you require him, I can release him. However, as for how Danzo perished, I can only assert that I was not his killer. Beyond that, I must admit ignorance. Are you truly unaware? Minato pressed, his brow furrowing. Indeed, Danzo's corpse held immense research value for Konoha. Investigating the truth behind his demise was one matter. On another front, there were the Hashirama cells. At present, the only known descendant of the first Hokage in Konoha was Tsunade, who did not inherit the first Kekei Genkai, thus failing to preserve the wood release perfectly. If they could successfully cultivate the Hashirama cells. Lu Mu pondered, before finding an excuse for Danzo's death, should we not consider another matter more urgently? Minato queried, you mean the Uchiha clan? Precisely, Lu Mu nodded. The Uchiha clan is also a part of Konoha. Their eyes were seized by Danzo, leaving them with no opportunity to report to the higher-ups in Konoha. Now that the truth is revealed and Danzo is deceased. As Minato contemplated Lu Mu's suggestion, he pinched his brow. After a moment of reflection, he ultimately acquiesced. What about Orochimaru? At that moment, Orochimaru remained locked away in the time room, and Lu Mu realized that keeping him confined there was not a sustainable solution. You may detain Orochimaru for now. I wish to discuss this matter with the third Hokage. Handling Orochimaru would prove to be exceedingly challenging. Firstly, he could not be allowed to perish at this juncture. As a disciple of the third Hokage and one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru had contributed significantly to Konoha during the Third Great Ninja War. Even if suspicions surrounded his research into Hashirama's cells, that alone was insufficient grounds for his disposal. Lu Mu then shared the details concerning the cultivation of the Cursed Seal orphans and the discovery of Hongdo with Minato. Minato fell into deep contemplation. It was indeed unexpected that the events in the Land of Sound were closely tied to Orochimaru. Lu Mu, hearing this, chose to remain noncommittal. However, he refrained from withholding any further information from Minato, although Jiraiya had always been at odds with Orochimaru. The narrative in the original story indicated that Jiraiya held considerable regard for him. By the way, just then, Minato suddenly looked up at Lu Mu. A few days ago, the Ninja Academy conducted an early graduation ceremony for Shursui. He mentioned that his body flicker technique was taught by you? Lu Mu. TSK. That rascal. Why does he disclose everything? However, Lu Mu reflected that it was also his fault for not reminding Shursui that the body flicker technique should be kept confidential. Wait, what did you say? Shursui graduated early? Minato responded. You were unaware? This decision was made before you left Konoha. Chapter 118. Due to poverty before Ryumu departed from the Hokage's office, she found herself perplexed by how to handle Akane. Currently, Akane required investigation to prevent her from meeting a fate akin to Orochimaru's. During this period, her whereabouts became a matter of contemplation for Minato. Hey, don't look at me. I'm quite impoverished myself. It's already a struggle to support both me and Han at home, so don't even think about placing her under my care. Minato was left speechless. Ryumu possessed undeniable talent. She had even managed to capture Orochimaru, yet she consistently hesitated when it came to village missions. Is poverty truly an excuse? The root of her poverty lay in her laziness. She was a resident of Konohagakure. Surely there was somewhere she could stay. Couldn't they just arrange for someone to keep an eye on her? It couldn't be that troublesome. But what about Root? Danzo was the leader of Root, yet he was currently lying here. The entire Root organization also needed to be dealt with. Minato, with an expression of calm resolve, stared directly at Ryumu. This gaze ignited an unsettling thought within Ryumu. The 36 strategies, flee. Just as Ryumu contemplated her escape, Minato's unhurried voice arose from behind her. There was no use in hiding. Although they had yet to uncover the murderer of Danzo, the truth would eventually come to light. The significance of root in Konoha need not be elaborated upon. Consider the position that is one beneath the heavens, where even mistakes go unpunished. Ryumu. A blatant temptation. But am I, Ryumu, one who cannot withstand temptation? Indeed. Yes. However. Fine, I understand. I shall visit root tomorrow. But it is agreed that once I resolve matters there, you must find someone to take my place. I have no desire to leave such a significant issue lingering in the village, restricting my freedom. Danzo's mind-control jutsu relied on the Jinjutsu of the mirror. This was not a difficult task for Ryumu. Furthermore, within Root, there were numerous talents. Having grown accustomed to Root's operational methods, Ryumu had yet to devise a suitable alteration. Unless, Han, I have returned. Upon entering the house, Ryumu called out while removing her shoes. However, this time, it was not Han who greeted her, but Shizune. In response to Ryumu's curiosity, Shizune explained, Sister Han has gone to the Fourth Hokage's house. And you? Ryumu approached and ruffled Shizune's hair, asking, Why didn't you inform me about your graduation before I left the village? I didn't want to delay your mission, Shizune replied honestly. It's merely a task. Whether it happens today or tomorrow, it is of no consequence. Shizune, having lost her parents, felt an intense loneliness during such significant milestones in life. Ryumu empathized deeply with this sentiment. Growing up alone, she relied solely on herself. In contrast, Shizune's mindset was that of a native of this Hokage world. Thus, after a moment of contemplation, Ryumu said to Shizune, You know that I am quite poor, so, here, a graduation gift for you. As she spoke, Ryumu opened her palm to reveal a delicate miniature shuriken glimmering with a cold light before Shizune. This is, oh, it's nothing. Ryumu scratched her head and casually remarked, I happened to see the ninja tool shop still open when I returned home and found the shuriken. It was surprisingly discounted. Quite cheap. I originally intended to buy it for Sister Han, but now I'll just give it to you. Be careful with it. It's sharpened and particularly sharp. Shizune accepted it slowly, taking heed of Ryumu's caution. Just at that moment, a sudden knock echoed from outside the door. Ryumu, are you there? Ryumu? Upon hearing the voice, Shizune hurriedly approached and opened the door. Outside stood an elderly woman, who, with a large backpack in hand, addressed Shizune. Where is Ryumu? She left her bag at the ninja tool shop. Thank you, ma'am. I will pass it on to her, Shizune responded sweetly as she accepted the backpack. No need to thank me. Just tell her not to knock on my door at such an hour again. It's merely a purchase of ninja tools. She could have waited until morning. Must you disturb my rest? Ryumu? Shizune. After Ryumu inquired if anything unusual had occurred lately, Shizune informed her that Han had been frequently visiting the Fourth Hokage's residence. Moreover, each time Han returned, she diligently recorded numerous events in her notebook. Though Shizune had asked Han what she was writing, it was peculiar that Han, who usually explained things enthusiastically to Shizune, remained absolutely tight-lipped about this matter. Once Shizune returned home, Ryumu, seizing the opportunity before Han arrived, promptly released Uchiha Fugaku from the time room. Having undergone self-healing, Fugaku's injuries had significantly improved. Although the wound on his abdomen still hindered his movements slightly, he was now capable of walking independently. Let it be. That matter shall remain buried. He expressed his gratitude. In response to Ryumu's dismissal, Fugaku did not exhibit anger. After all, without Ryumu, the animosity between the Uchiha and Danzo might have lingered indefinitely. What if they discover it? After all, Orochimaru. They would surely learn of this, but how to address it would be my own concern. As for Konoha's stance towards your Uchiha clan, Ryumu paused, smiling softly. Rest assured, I believe you will soon receive an explanation. As Fugaku departed, Ryumu rose to her feet. Unlike the previous friendly atmosphere, she rarely met Fugaku's gaze directly, her tone serious as she posed a poignant question. If one day, the peace you desire is shattered by those closest to you, what would you do? Fugaku. For instance, your clansmen, your friends, or even your family. Ryumu locked her eyes onto Fugaku's, not flinching in the slightest. Ryumu, have you returned? Just then, Han's voice resonated from outside as she pushed the door open, immediately spotting the intense exchange between Ryumu and Fugaku. Fugaku smiled at Han, who slightly bowed in greeting. Subsequently, Fugaku turned to Ryumu and declared, I, Uchiha Fugaku, am the head of the Uchiha clan. Is that your answer? Ryumu raised an eyebrow, a smile gracing her lips. Indeed, Fugaku affirmed, pointing to the leaf headband on his forehead, replying earnestly, of course, aside from that identity, I, like you, wear the leaf's headband. After Fugaka left, a curious Han approached Ryumu, inquiring, "What were you two discussing?" "I didn't quite understand." "Not understanding is precisely the point," Ryumu chuckled heartily. Then turned her attention to Han, asking, "I heard that you've been getting quite close to Kushina lately. What have you been discussing so mysteriously?" Chapter 119. Whispers among women. In a moment of irritation, Han tightened her hold on the small bundle in her arms and, under the curious gaze of Lu Mu, hurried inside the house. Just as Lu Mu was about to enter to inquire further, Han unexpectedly tossed a blanket into his embrace. "Lu Mu? From today onward, let us sleep separately," she declared. "Lu Mu? Why?" he asked, perplexed, with a blush adorning her cheeks. Han gazed into Lu Mu's eyes and shyly replied, "Because Sister Kushina said that if a man and a woman sleep together, a Naruto will be born." "Lu Mu? What nonsense is this?" He sighed deeply, contemplating the absurdity of Kushina's words. He realized he must take the time to enlighten Han about basic physiological knowledge. Ignorance can indeed be detrimental. Even if Han had her reservations, she ought to consider her age. After all, it is uncommon for someone in their teens to become a parent. Nevertheless, it was understandable that Han, at her blossoming age, would harbor curiosity about certain matters. Yet, Kushina's influence was rather misguided. "So, have you been studying such things with Kushina lately?" Lu Mu inquired, raising an eyebrow in a probing manner. "I won't tell you," Han replied with a slight smile, her flushed cheeks resembling ripe fruit. "It's a secret among us girls." Lu Mu. The following day, after preparing breakfast for both himself and Han, Lu Mu set off for the headquarters of Root, located in the northwestern part of the village. Root was a highly secretive establishment. Upon arriving at its entrance, Lu Mu immediately noticed no fewer than 3 teams of ninjas patrolling outside. Among them, a ninja wearing a white fox mask approached and stated, "This is a restricted area, please leave." Rather than responding to the dismissal, Lu Mu activated the eye of the celestial fox, locking his gaze onto the ninja's eyes. He intended to erase the illusion that Danzo had imprinted in their minds. However, Lu Mu had made a grave mistake. Danzo was already dead. Any jutsu or illusion created by a practitioner perishes with them. Thus, the individuals remaining en route did not require Lu Mu's intervention to dispel the effects of Danzo's illusion. Upon witnessing the pain in the ninja's eyes, Lu Mu quickly recognized the error of his ways. He hastily retracted the illusion and offered an apologetic smile. "My sincerest apologies." The sudden attack heightened the vigilance of the Root member. Lu Mu introduced himself. "I am Lu Mu, a Jonin of Konoha." "You are Lu Mu, the Jonin," the Root member exclaimed, his expression shifting dramatically. "Oh, you know me?" Lu Mu replied with a wry smile. "That makes things easier. In 5 minutes, I want to see all members of Root here. Please relay the message." As Lu Mu turned to leave, the Root member interjected, "Your name is well known in Konoha, and we hold great admiration for your actions during the Third Great Ninja War. However, this is Root, and the leadership here only. Danzo is dead." Lu Mu interjected without looking back, making it clear that he was aware of Danzo's current situation. "Do you have any further questions? If not, I suggest you follow my instructions." The members of Root, comprised largely of young ninjas, were left in a state of confusion. Lu Mu observed the group of dozens before him and took a seat on a wooden stump. "I am Lu Mu. I trust my previous introduction has reached you." From his elevated position, with his arms resting on his knees, Lu Mu endeavored to maintain a congenial demeanor. "You are all prodigies among your peers, and I have always held a deep respect for talent. Therefore, I will refrain from excessive chatter. What I can tell you is that Danzo has been dead for half a month. The reason for my presence here, I believe, you can surmise." As Lu Mu spoke, murmurs erupted among the crowd. He allowed them a moment to express their thoughts, patiently waiting for the noise to diminish before rising once more. "The Fourth Hokage wishes for me to take Danzo's place, but I have declined. Therefore, I present you with 2 choices. First, remove your masks and return to your homes, living as ordinary ninjas of Konoha. Second, join the Umbu under the Hokage. You can rest assured, with Danzo gone, past grievances will not be pursued. Of course, there is a third option," Lu Mu added with a smile, "and that is to leave this place." Although the members of Root were primarily the village's elite, Lu Mu believed that joining the Umbu would be the best path for them. While living as a ninja was not a disgrace, relegating them to the ranks of the ordinary would be the greatest insult to their talents. Lu Mu was not entirely comfortable with this notion, yet he could not dictate others' thoughts. Thus, the third option was presented. "Leave," he reiterated. However, I must inform you that departing from Konoha may result in being branded as a rogue ninja. You all understand the fate that befalls rogues. So I shall not elaborate further. You have 10 minutes to decide. I shall await your choices here." Having concluded his address, Lu Mu stood alone on the stump, observing the contemplative expressions of the crowd without rushing them. In less than 5 minutes, the first man stepped forward, removing his mask and placing it at Lu Mu's feet. "I am going home." "Very well, go," Lu Mu replied, not surprised. "I am going home too." "So am I." With the first declaration made, a second, third, and increasingly more individuals began to express their choices. Once more than half had voiced their intent to return home. Lu Mu realized he had not heard a single individual express a desire to join the Umbu. The reasoning behind this was clear. Danzo had been at odds with the third Hokage for a lifetime, and his subordinates en route in the Umbu shared a similar legacy. Although Lu Mu assured them that they would not face repercussions upon joining the Umbu, such assurances were ultimately unsubstantiated, and no one dared to take that risk. "Lu Mu, can we follow you?" Chapter 120. No one available. Ryuki, may we accompany you? Indeed. Faced with these three choices, there was no option for them to select. As voices echoed one after another, the crowd gradually removed their masks, casting them aside at Ryuki's feet. No option? What does that mean? It turned out that many among the remaining individuals were orphans of war. Even those with families often hailed from exceedingly ordinary backgrounds. They did not wish to become traitorous ninjas, as those who betrayed their village were once their targets for assassination. However, the first two choices presented by Ryuki were equally unappealing. They were reluctant to join the Umbu, for the current Umbu was still a force nurtured by the third Hokage. Ryuki's assurances were intangible, and none dared to take the risk. As ninjas and the pillars of their families, they needed the bounties from completed missions to support their households. Thus, they could not simply return home as the scions of prominent clans would. The task allocation in Konoha was exceedingly unfair, with large clans monopolizing over 90% of the high-reward missions, leaving only meager scraps for the ordinary ninjas. Even so, what use is it for you to follow me? Ryuki spread his hands in exasperation. At this moment, a woman with long hair stepped forward from the crowd. Addressing Ryuki, the name of Ryuki is surely known by the children of Konoha, having graduated from the Ninja Academy at the tender age of 5. "All right, let's skip the nostalgia and get to the point," Ryuki interrupted her, clearly frustrated. He had heard such sentiments far too often, to the point where his ears felt calloused. The long-haired woman nodded and continued, "Therefore, before us, you need not feel ashamed. In comparison to us, you are the true genius. Since you do not wish to inherit Danzo's roots, you could easily establish another organization equivalent to the Umbu." "Precisely." Another muscular man emerged, echoing the sentiments of the long-haired woman. "You and the fourth Hokage are brothers. He will undoubtedly understand your reasons for forming your own organization. Besides, we were already engaged in clandestine activities before. The Umbu's duty is to protect the Hokage, but for a village to exist, someone must undertake those tasks that cannot be performed in the light, and we are those individuals. The roots may vanish. Indeed, we hope they do, but as ninjas, we cannot afford to lose our value. Humans possess a sense of dignity. Once elevated to positions of power, it is challenging to descend. Having grown accustomed to the operational style of the roots, it is difficult to alter it now. They can remain in the shadows and exist in darkness. Yet their intrinsic value is something they cannot forsake, apart from their humanity. In truth, the crowd's proposal to Ryuki aligned with the fourth's intention for Ryuki to take over the roots. However, Ryuki's nature was inherently wild and free-spirited, akin to Jiraiya. He disliked being tethered by responsibilities. If he acquiesced to their request, he would find himself irrevocably bound. As he listened, Ryuki began to waver. He wished to decline them as he had rejected Minato, yet upon witnessing their hopeful gazes, he could not extinguish their aspirations. After much contemplation, a figure suddenly flickered in Ryuki's mind. However, Ryuki thought, addressing the crowd, compile a list and gather here in 3 days. At that time, I shall provide you with an answer. The person he envisioned was none other than Kakashi. Yet, Kakashi was still quite young and entrenched in the Umbu, making it challenging for him to command respect among these individuals. Their desire for Ryuki to lead the organization stemmed from their recognition of his intellect and prowess. After all, leading a group of geniuses is no simple task without exceptional capabilities. Kakashi was not yet ready, and time did not allow Ryuki to deliberate excessively. Ultimately, He resolved to consult Minato regarding this matter. I find this quite agreeable, Ryuki mused. At the Minato household, after serving a bowl of fruit, Minato seated himself beside Ryuki. Placing an apple into Ryuki's hand as he spoke, they have analyzed much. If you do not wish to inherit the roots, why not simply reorganize a new team? I sought your counsel precisely because I did not want to form a new team, Ryuki replied, exasperated. He had not anticipated Minato's reluctance to concede. Were Jiraiya present, he would undoubtedly have seized Ryuki's hand and fled Konoha without hesitation. However, Minato was different. As the village chief and Hokage, he prioritized the interests of the village above all else. Jiraiya, carefree, could depart without consequence. In fact, I had hoped to assign you to oversee the Umbu. Minato casually dropped another bombshell. Yet, before Ryuki could respond, Minato continued, given their concerns about the acceptance of the Umbu members. You could assure them in your capacity as the Umbu's manager that we would welcome them, putting their minds at ease. Although the Umbu's capabilities may not equal those of the Roots, I believe this issue would not pose a challenge for you. You must be joking. I can scarcely manage a small team of a dozen, and you expect me to assume command of the Umbu? Have you lost your mind? Ryuki retorted, tossing the apple he held into the basket with indignation. Minato refrained from pressuring Ryuki, instead explaining, but have you considered that Konoha is approaching a point where there seems to be no one available for use? Upon hearing Minato's words, Ryuki furrowed his brow. Minato smiled slightly, calmly peeling the apple with a small knife, stating, certain positions are crucial for Konoha, or rather, for me. Ordinary individuals are not suitable due to their lack of competence. Members of prominent clans cannot be chosen for fear of inciting dissatisfaction among other families, and strangers are unreliable. The Umbu is an exceedingly important position inherited from the second Hokage. When the third entrusted it to me, it was under immense pressure. Now, as the fourth Hokage, I can think of no one but you. Minato's explanation illuminated Ryuki's understanding. If he wished, Minato could appoint Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, to manage the Umbu. Yet, Jiraiya's temperament, Tsunade, was similar. Aside from her vices of drinking and gambling, she rarely returned to the village. Orochimaru, with his dubious motives, was never a viable option. Presently, apart from Ryuki, it was exceedingly difficult for Minato to find someone he could trust utterly, possessing both intellect and strength. Chapter 121. The disappearing Orochimaru. Ryuki was taken aback to discover that the Orochimaru he had confined within the time house was merely a shell. By the time he realized this, an indeterminate amount of time had already passed. Orochimaru's abilities were indeed astonishing. Ryuki pondered how Orochimaru managed to escape right before his eyes. At that moment, a memory flashed in his mind of the time he had captured Orochimaru, who had evaded him with countless small white snakes. Could it be that those small white snakes were the true essence of Orochimaru? Ryuki conveyed this revelation to Minato, who, while astonished, acknowledged that Orochimaru's methods were truly extraordinary. As for the Root organization, Ryuki decided to temporarily take it under his wing. If he were to find suitable personnel in the future, he would gladly pass on the position to them. Captain, just call me Ryuki. Most of you are older than I am. There's no need for such hierarchical distinctions here. At the headquarters of Root, dozens of individuals gathered to discuss the future developmental path of the organization. Although it retained the name Root, in terms of Ryuki's identity, they were essentially on par with the Umbu, albeit with potentially different missions to undertake. A purple-haired woman spoke up. If that's the case, what shall we do next? Ryuki took the list of current Root members from a burly man's hands. The list included each individual's code name, age, and specialized abilities. Using this list as a foundation, we shall reorganize our teams, Ryuki announced, lifting his gaze to address everyone. Of course, before the distribution, feel free to form teams with those you are familiar with, though I may not hesitate to rearrange them if necessary. The composition of the teams would be diverse, encompassing offense, defense, genjutsu, taijutsu, and ninjutsu. For instance, Kai's team would focus solely on physical prowess. While such a team might appear somewhat monotonous in executing missions, their strength was undeniable, with 3.5 members being exceptionally formidable. Kai needed no introduction. Niji's Byakugan and ability to use the 8 trigrams, along with Lee's prowess as a top contender among the 12 ninja warriors, further solidified their strength. Though Tintin may not have stood out as much as her 2 teammates, she was not only affluent, but also a representative of spatial ninjutsu. Captain Ryuki. Upon hearing this title, Ryuki was rendered speechless, yet he ultimately allowed it. Our previous team has mostly disbanded, but we are still well acquainted. Feel free to distribute as you see fit. Lucky reflected on the fact that the tasks Root would undertake in the future would likely be far from simple. Based on his recollections of the original storyline and the evolution of abilities, Lucky divided the teams into 8 groups, consisting of those skilled in sealing techniques, ninjutsu, and even those responsible for information relay. While there were not many ninjas proficient in taijutsu, several excelled in swordsmanship, a skill Lucky had long admired. As a young man, who wouldn't dream of wielding a sword with grace, conquering foes, and reveling in the glory of battle? Once the team allocations were complete, Lucky promptly issued the first combat mission for the newly established Root. Due to his assignment in the Land of Sound, he had not followed Jiraiya's instructions to gather in the Land of Crafts. Thus, he arranged for 2 teams to head to the Land of Crafts to await further instructions from Jiraiya. The mysterious ninja tools of the Land of Crafts could absorb ninjutsu and even chakra. If they could fully comprehend this technology, it would undoubtedly trigger a seismic shift in the ninja world. At Lucky's home, Han was showing him several outfits for newborns, smiling as she inquired which looked best. I've separated the boys' clothes from the girls. Once Kushina gives birth, I'll deliver them all together. Lucky shook his head inwardly. For infants, did it truly matter whether they wore boys' or girls' clothing? After all, they would all be in diapers. Moreover, if she had been interested in gifting something when Naruto was born, that would have been splendid. With Madara's whereabouts unknown and Obito yet to become the masked man, Lucky pondered who would replace Obito should the Nine-Tails Knight arrive as expected. Would he be capable of extracting the Nine-Tails? Or could he perform space-time transfers like Obito? These were the thoughts occupying Lucky's mind. The powers of the Sharingan were indeed overwhelming in the world of Naruto, severely impacting the life experiences of someone like Lucky, who had traversed into this realm. Is it beautiful? Suddenly, Han appeared in a red qipao. The fitted dress accentuated her exquisite figure, exuding a unique charm. Is it beautiful? She asked again. Absolutely. Lucky chuckled and shifted the conversation. Have you asked Kushina how long until Naruto is born? Less than 2 months. Kushina has been experiencing back pain from sitting for too long, and I'm considering ways to help alleviate it. The decision to bear children is a woman's prerogative. Yet the exhilaration and awe of holding a newborn life in one's hands is an indescribable sensation for many. Lucky felt a pang of regret. Having lived 2 lives, he had never had the opportunity to experience such a feeling. However, he reassured himself that there would certainly be chances in the future. 2 months. Time flew by in the blink of an eye. Under Lucky's guidance, the trajectory of Root gradually fell into place. Moreover, after new recruits joined the Umbu, Lucky arranged for his subordinates to mentor them. One day, as was his custom, Lucky visited the Hokage's office to present the information relayed by Jiraiya from the Land of Crafts to Minato. What a pity. When I first encountered those ninja tools, I was indeed quite astonished, but I never anticipated the production process to be so stringent. The falling stars are already rare. Yet the people of the Land of Crafts devised a way to fuse meteorites into their tools. We must acknowledge that both Konoha and other villages have underestimated this group. Jiraiya had thoroughly investigated the secrets of the Land of Crafts. Fortunately, such items could not be mass-produced, thus not jeopardizing the future of ninjas. After hearing the intelligence, Minato prepared to leave, his handsome face adorned with a blissful smile. How many days do we have left? Lucky inquired from behind. Just a couple of days. So I must hurry to be with her. Lucky was aware of Minato's bronchitis, but he would never describe a man who dotes on his wife in such a manner. There are many ways to express affection. However, what harm is there in being henpecked? After Minato departed, Lucky turned to gaze out of the window at the village of Konoha, a cold smile gracing his lips as he gently clenched his fist. The time had finally come. P.S. I sincerely apologize. Today consists of 2 chapters. I've been occupied with some matters, but I expect to complete them within the week. Once I finish, I will return to the usual 4 updates, and I will make time to respond to comments, as tradition shall not be forsaken. Chapter 122. The 3 Tails. Did everyone hear clearly? Yes. Ryomu sat in the main hall, observing the figures of the departing individuals, and in an instant, his silhouette blurred and vanished from the spot. The time for Kushina's delivery was drawing near, and Ryomu had finally allocated his ideal arrangements. At this moment, within the Uchiha clan, Ryomu approached Fugaku, noticing that both Obito and Shursui stood beside him. Ryomu smiled faintly. Obito, you've attained the double tomo. Congratulations. Compared to before, Obito appeared significantly more composed. In response to Ryomu's commendation, he offered a subtle smile. During the Third Great Ninja War, Obito not only awakened his Sharingan, but also witnessed the tragic death of his clansmen at the hands of invading Iwagakure shinobi on Jikyu Mountain. Life and death are but a fleeting moment. Former friends fell before him, victims of the enemy's kunai. This shocking reality plunged Obito into profound sorrow, culminating in another evolution of his Sharingan. "What brings you here today?" Fugaku inquired, having received intelligence of Ryomu's unusual behavior in recent days. After taking over the remnants of Root, he seemed to be engaged in some significant task, creating a solemn atmosphere. Moreover, since Danzo's demise, it had been a long time since Ryomu visited the Uchiha territory. His sudden appearance was indeed unexpected for Fugaku. Noticing the seriousness in Ryomu's eyes, Fugaku sensed something amiss. After dismissing Obito and Shursui, he turned his attention back to Ryomu. "In the coming days, Konoha may face a disaster," Ryomu stated. "A disaster? What kind of disaster?" Fugaku questioned, puzzled. "You need not concern yourself with the details. I came to inform you that I will protect the village. The Uchiha territory is under your watch. Should you require assistance, signal me." Ryomu contemplated leaving a shadow clone within the Uchiha clan, yet due to the current discontent among the Uchiha members towards Konoha. As the Fourth Hokage's disciple, his presence here was indeed inappropriate and could incite dissatisfaction among the clan members. "If that is the case, I will certainly protect our people. But what disaster are you referring to?" Fugaku pressed. Ryomu chuckled softly, rising and moving towards the door. As he opened it, he turned back and remarked, "What is destined to come will eventually arrive. You shall soon find out." With that, he departed. Meanwhile, Kushina was under Kakashi's protection, and Han had been accompanying her. If that individual truly arrived as anticipated, his first course of action would undoubtedly be to seize the nine tails within Kushina. "Ryomu, is something wrong?" Han asked while packing her belongings, knowing she would not be able to return home in the coming days as she awaited Naruto's birth alongside Kushina. "Nothing much. By the way, what did the doctor say?" "They said it could be tomorrow or the day after. Kushina is in considerable pain and cannot be left alone for even a moment. I managed to come back to pack while the fourth was at home," Han replied. Ryomu nodded in acknowledgement. Suddenly, a shrill cry of a crane pierced the sky outside. Upon hearing it, Ryomu stepped outside. He retrieved a blank scroll from his ninja tool pouch and unfurled it. As the crane dove down and entered the scroll, words began to form gradually. The three tails. The intelligence came from a root ninja responsible for reconnaissance. The scroll detailed that a man wearing a Konoha headband had appeared 10 kilometers outside the village. However, this individual exhibited a dazed demeanor and vacant eyes, moving with a gait reminiscent of a zombie. Root members discovered that he was not a citizen of Konoha. Furthermore, his life force was extremely faint, as if he were on the brink of death. Noticing this anomaly, they reported the situation to Ryomu. After reviewing the information, Ryomu swiftly made his way outside the village. Upon encountering the man, Root members followed closely behind him. The man's appearance was peculiar, and he continued to move toward the village entrance. Could he be a Konoha citizen? Impossible. I've seen the roster of villagers, and this person does not match anyone. Listening to the analysis, Ryomu slightly turned his head, gesturing for one of the members behind him to initiate a water release technique to probe the man's condition. With a splash, the water barrier emerged. In a dazed state, the man's arm suddenly flickered with a red chakra aura, effortlessly dispersing the water barrier with a mere wave. "Red chakra. I feel like I've seen this before," one of the male members exclaimed, astonished, as if recalling something. Could it be a Jinchuriki? The moment Ryomu witnessed the red chakra, he realized that this individual must harbor a tailed beast within. Yet, he could not recall any Jinchuriki fitting this man's description, especially one adorned with a Konoha headband. "No, wait," Ryomu shouted, turning to the others. "The mission has been expedited. Hurry back to the village and protect the Konoha hospital. This matter is under my jurisdiction. I will follow shortly." Ryomu's expression shifted dramatically. Without delay, he leaped from the tree, observing the figures retreating as instructed. Ryomu activated his devouring technique, transforming his inner template into a unique one. "Stop," he called out to the man, but it seemed the latter did not hear him, continuing to advance. Seeing this, Ryomu drew a kunai from behind, throwing it with precision to pierce the man's right arm. Blood splattered everywhere, and the immense force shattered the man's bones, breaking his entire arm in the process. "This is not right." Ryomu sensed something was wrong. Despite sustaining such severe injuries, the man appeared devoid of any sensation of pain. With no time to investigate further, Lyomu swung his fist, instantly rupturing the man's flesh. Amidst a thunderous roar, a figure enveloped in tailed beast chakra emerged from the smoke, revealing itself before Lyomu. Time and space trembled as waves of red and blue chakra surged into the man's mouth. Tailed beast bomb. Boom. The colossal tailed beast bomb hurtled towards Lyomu. Observing the fierce attack, he glanced at the nearby village, and to prevent the bomb from striking it upon evading, he raised both hands to intercept the tailed beast bomb. A crimson glow erupted as the tailed beast bomb diminished in size, ultimately absorbed into Lyomu's palms. So, you are the missing three tails. As he spoke, the man, clad in the tailed beast's exterior, began to fracture, muscles tearing apart. From his very flesh, a massive white skeletal exterior suddenly emerged. Chapter 123. The mysterious masked man. Who is this individual? And why has the three tails manifested upon him? In the original narrative, this man's identity was meant to be assumed by Rin. However, during the Third Great Ninja War, Rin's fate was altered by the actions of Shimoku. She was not captured by the Mist Ninjas, nor did she become the Three Tails Jinchuriki bomb sent to Konoha. The sudden appearance of this person, coupled with his evident abnormalities, instantly prompted Shimoku to consider a particular possibility. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions erupted in the village of Konoha behind him. Shimoku turned in shock, momentarily paralyzed by the sight of flames reaching toward the sky. He had fallen into a trap, becoming a victim of a diversionary tactic. This individual before him was evidently bait. The turmoil of the Nine Tails had arrived prematurely, and Shimoku failed to perceive the intricacies of the plot against him. Memories had been rewritten, leading to a cascade of unforeseen events. Shimoku turned to face the transformed Three Tails Jinchuriki before him. His fist crackled with energy as he surged forward like a bolt of lightning, delivering a powerful punch that obliterated the man into nothingness. The crimson chakra of the tailed beast spiraled out of control. With a deafening roar, the true form of the Three Tails manifested before Shimoku, resembling a turtle. Sharingan. Shimoku gasped in astonishment as he beheld the Sharingan within the Three Tails' eyes, momentarily entranced. Not only was it a kaleidoscopic Sharingan, but its pattern was one he had never encountered before. Roar. The Three Tails bellowed, its formidable energy causing Shimoku's cloak to flutter violently. Boom. Another explosion reverberated through Konoha. In an instant, Shimoku's eyes transformed into slits, and he lunged forward, pressing his fist down upon the Three Tails' head. The insatiable hunger of his palm began to absorb the chakra of the tailed beast. With another powerful strike, he rendered it unconscious. Within Konoha Hospital, a mysterious masked figure appeared. He gazed down at the pallid face of Kushina lying on the hospital bed, and the kaleidoscopic Sharingan behind his mask glowed with an ominous intensity. Stop! Stop! Beside the bed lay several individuals, one of whom was Han. A bizarre black blade protruded from Han's shoulder, blood seeping forth, leaving him looking exceedingly pale. He appeared as though he had just escaped from a jinjutsu, his expression waning. The masked man snapped, a surge of chakra igniting in his right hand. In an instant, it enveloped Kushina's core. Under Han's watchful gaze, it seemed as if the masked man wielded some arcane power, retreating while a despairing crimson chakra was abruptly drawn from Kushina's body. Kushina! Han cried out, but the woman on the bed had already succumbed to unconsciousness. The ceiling barrier was breached, and the chakra of the Nine Tails surged forth uncontrollably. Due to her state of childbirth, Kushina, as the Jinchuriki, was at her most vulnerable. The sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan had been shattered. Within mere seconds, a violent explosion shook the Konoha hospital. Roar. The Nine Tails emerged, and the masked man stood upon a nearby rooftop, observing as the beast wreaked havoc upon the village. Suddenly, a figure darted forward, a three-pronged kunai materializing before the masked man. It was Minato, clad in the Hokage's cloak. He looked at the rampaging Nine Tails, his eyes ensnared by the Sharingan's control. Who are you? Where is Kushina? Minato demanded furiously, his gaze fixed on the masked figure. Fourth Hokage, we are here. From the ruins of the hospital, two voices called out. Minato turned to see Kushina, supported by Han, emerging from the wreckage. Roar. The Nine Tails, furious like a tempest, raised its claw, poised to strike down Han and Kushina. However, Minato's flying thunder god technique surpassed that of the second Hokage, and just as the claws descended upon them, he vanished, reappearing in a mysterious dwelling with Kushina and Han, cradling Naruto, gently placing Kushina upon the bed. Minato turned to Han with a glimmer of warmth in his eyes. Please, look after them. Han nodded resolutely, though he said nothing. Minato, seeing this, utilized the Flying Thunder God once more. In Konoha, the various clans mobilized their formidable forces in response. The Akimichi clan's Choza employed the multi-expansion jutsu to engage the Nine Tails. Yet, the Nine Tails moved with the grace of human arms, and its sporadic use of tailed beast bombs demanded the utmost attention from all. Lightning release, lightning pillar. The root ninjas descended. Shimoku's team, stationed throughout Konoha, swiftly surrounded the Nine Tails. With a crack of lightning, the ground shook as three towering walls encircled the beast, unleashing a barrage of electric arcs that relentlessly assaulted it. Wind release, vacuum bullets. Transparent gusts of wind sliced through the Nine Tails, etching numerous wounds upon its form. Enraged, the Nine Tails lifted its head haughtily, and in an instant, a massive sphere of red and blue chakra began to coalesce. As everyone gazed at the colossal chakra energy orb, despair flickered in their hearts. Should this compressed chakra strike the heart of the village, Konoha would likely cease to exist. Don't just stand there. Seal this creature. Just then, a voice as if from a savior echoed from atop the Nine Tails. With a thunderous crash, a massive beast with three tails was hurled to the ground. The figure crouched slightly, his right hand forming a fist. A shockwave of astonishing force struck the Nine Tails on its head, obliterating the tailed beast bomb it had just gathered. Oh dear, I might have overdone it, Shimoku exclaimed in surprise. If the Nine Tails perished, Naruto would be unable to become the Jinchuriki. However, before Shimoku could lament, the crimson chakra of the Nine Tails began to coalesce once more, indicating that the beast had not met its end. The three tails. The creature Shimoku had thrown down was indeed Isabu. As the members of the Umbus stood in astonishment, Minato appeared before them. Upon witnessing the three tails on the ground, he too was taken aback. In the deep of night, chaos ensued. The Nine Tails had emerged, and the three tails stood nearby. Observing the state of the Nine Tails with a resolute gaze, Minato determined, according to Shimoku, we must seal the three tails first. With a command, Minato swiftly formed hand seals, his eyes fixed on the still-living Nine Tails. Shimoku, get back! A figure wielding a blade materialized behind Minato, a harbinger of death, gazing at the Nine Tails and the masked man. Addressing Shimoku, he warned, Shimoku, should I no longer be here, you must protect the village. If possible, I entrust Naruto to you. Chapter 124. The enigmatic masked man. The words of Watergate echoed like a final farewell. With a tranquil demeanor, the Grim Reaper behind him prepared to pierce through his body. Upon witnessing this, Ryumaku's figure flickered. Feeling the sudden grip of a hand on his shoulder, Ryumaku spoke. Do not act rashly. While I do hold affection for children, I intend to reserve my first experience for my own offspring. The insatiable hunger of the beast, Tautai, ravaged as it voraciously absorbed Watergate's chakra. In but a fleeting moment, the sorcerer dissipated, and the Grim Reaper vanished with a wisp of wind, leaving behind a feeble Watergate. The third Hokage appeared, wielding the sacred staff of the Monkey King, leaping into the fray. He regarded the weakened Watergate beneath Ryumaku's feet, a flicker of confusion crossing his aged gaze. Do not inquire further. Take him away. I shall deal with this fox and the masked man. Before the third could respond, Ryumaku vanished, leaving only an afterimage that left the third in stunned silence. The Nine Tails was formidable, exhibiting greater wisdom than the three tails. Yet, at this moment, it was under the control of the masked man. Its thoughts and actions reduced to the primal brutality characteristic of tailed beasts. Ryumaku soared forward, gazing at the masked man perched atop the Nine Tails' head, and asked in a mournful tone, Who are you? The masked man was not Obito. Then who could he be? Me? The masked man chuckled coldly, his Sharingan gleaming ominously. Observing the desolate Konoha below, he shook his head slowly. I had anticipated the three tails to be of greater use. As he spoke, the Nine Tails began to stir beneath him, silently gathering chakra. This time, it was not one, but nine-tailed beast orbs coalescing simultaneously. Abomination! Ryumaku shouted, delivering a powerful punch to the Nine Tails' head. The impact echoed with a thunderous boom, creating a massive crater upon contact. The Nine Tails, now with glazed eyes and frothing at the mouth, succumbed to unconsciousness as its Sharingan faded. Ryumaku, a Jonin, had effortlessly knocked the Nine Tails out. Those within Konoha, tasked with containing the beast, were utterly astounded. The third Hokage, seeing the threat of the Nine Tails dissipate, turned to Watergate, who was slumped on his back. Do not be complacent. There is still another, a figure in a white mask. One who controls the Nine Tails. Moreover, he wields a Manjiki Sharingan. Manjiki? The third inquired, could it be Uchiha? No. Watergate interrupted, it should not be. The reasons eluded him. Only when Ryumaku's battle concluded could the true nature of this individual be ascertained. Watergate had faith in Ryumaku, with his prowess. No one in the ninja world could surpass him. Ding! Ryumaku grasped the shuriken hurled by the masked man, crushing it in his hand. With a swift motion, he returned it to sender. However, Kamui? No, it is not Kamui. As the shuriken passed through the masked man, it was reminiscent of Obito's Kamui, inflicting no harm whatsoever. The masked man's brow furrowed as he raised his arms, causing the ground to tremble as if Konoha were undergoing an earthquake. From the debris, countless phantoms erupted, hurtling towards Ryumaku. Bang! 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 Ryumaku transformed into the yellow flash, employing his ability to negate physical attacks, revealing the true nature of these projectiles. They were merely mundane iron implements from ordinary houses. The masked man waved his hand, directing the sharp iron toward Ryumaku. It appears you possess capabilities akin to mine. Let us see whose strikes will land first. Ryumaku scoffed, leaping into the air, unleashing a barrage of light orbs towards the masked man. The masked man smiled in response, manipulating the iron to attack Ryumaku while simultaneously employing a power akin to Kamui, allowing Ryumaku's strikes to glide past him. The third was astonished from a distance. Watergate explained, Ryumaku's light release grants him immunity to all physical assaults, while the masked man's abilities likely stem from his eyes. Furthermore, observing the myriad of attacks colliding, Watergate continued, this mysterious masked man may also possess the power to control metallic weaponry. Does this battle then become an endless stalemate? Watergate smirked. No, for every ninja's chakra is finite. The one with greater reserves shall emerge victorious. He added, in all my time knowing Ryumaku, I have never witnessed his chakra deplete. Watergate's assertion held truth, mirroring the masked man's thoughts. Once chakra reserves dwindled, defeat would surely follow. Ryumaku's ability to knock out the Nine Tails in a single blow meant that keeping him at bay was the best defense. Yet, Ryumaku's perspective diverged. The masked man's abilities, reminiscent of Kamui, astounded him. However, controlling mere iron was of little concern. Thus, Ryumaku employed the Yata mirror to propel himself beside the masked man. Ah! The masked man exclaimed in surprise. Ryumaku's radiant crimson hand aimed to grasp the masked man, intending to extract his chakra. Unfortunately, his hand passed through the masked man's body, failing to achieve its intended purpose. Sensing Ryumaku's failure, the masked man quickly leaped back. The surrounding space began to distort, swirling like a vortex, threatening to engulf him. As Ryumaku recognized the masked man's intent to escape, he unleashed another barrage of light against him. The masked man chuckled. I know your name. Ryumaku, correct? Do not worry. This matter will not conclude so simply. With that, the space around him dissipated. The masked man's appearance left Ryumaku perplexed. An ability akin to Kamui, yet aside from Obito. Who could this new masked man be? Would he inherit Madara's will and tread the same path as the Obito of his memories? The trajectory of the Hokage's fate had shifted, no longer allowing Ryumaku to dictate the course of his aspirations. Lord Fourth, trouble approaches. Watergate heard the call. Turning sharply, his body trembled. As a Jinchuriki, if the tailed beast was extracted from him, his life would inevitably come to an end. Ryumaku, acting swiftly, retrieved a body from the time house and handed it to Watergate. What is this? Rescue him first. Ryumaku urged, have your wife consume it. She is of the Uzumaki clan. Her vitality will not fade so swiftly. Trust me, with this, her life can be saved. Chapter 125. The seal of the Nine Tails. Kushina's body had grown exceedingly frail. As the vessel for sealing the Nine Tails, she was no longer capable of fulfilling this role. Yet, for ordinary individuals lacking the unique constitution of the Uzumaki clan, no one could serve as this so-called vessel. Have you ever considered sealing the Nine Tails within two individuals? Two individuals? Minato gazed at the one who had proposed this idea, Tsurugi. Tsurugi elaborated, beyond their exceptional sealing techniques. The Uzumaki clan possesses an innate strength supported by formidable chakra, rendering them perfect vessels. While we may lack such gifts, if one person cannot suffice, then perhaps a second could. By dividing the Nine Tails chakra into two portions, we could seal it within both of them. Indeed, This appears to be a feasible approach. However, the selection of candidates. The third Hokage wore a troubled expression. The Nine-Tails is often referred to as the demon fox in the ninja world. Furthermore, within Konoha, aside from Minato, the majority of the populace harbored a profound fear of Jinchuriki. Identifying two individuals for this plan would undoubtedly be an arduous task, especially within such a limited time frame. I shall do it. Minato suddenly stepped forward, addressing the third Hokage. My wife is the previous Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails. And now that the Nine-Tails has emerged as the fourth Hokage of Konoha, if I do not take action, who else would? No, you are the village leader. If you were to become the Jinchuriki and something were to go awry. Moreover, Tsurugi, no, aside from him, Konoha still possesses many talented individuals. Becoming a Jinchuriki is not a matter of mere desire. The arrogance of the tailed beasts necessitates an immensely powerful sealing technique to be imposed upon the Jinchuriki. As Kushina's husband, Minato's sealing techniques are indeed formidable. Yet, what the third Hokage feared most was whether Minato could withstand the chakra of the Nine-Tails. Even if you are willing, what of the second candidate? The third Hokage initially intended to dissuade Minato step by step. However, Minato smiled and replied, there is already another candidate who has just been born. Minato's plan astonished the entire village of Konoha. Yet, his resolve was firm as he looked upon the fourth Hokage and the newborn Naruto. Kushina, who had just given birth, approached Minato and whispered something. Minato nodded, and then his hands swiftly began to weave seals. Simultaneously, Kushina's crimson hair lifted, and to everyone's astonishment, dozens of chakra chains extended from her back, piercing directly into the body of the Nine-Tails. Like a tug of war, a massive amount of Nine-Tails chakra was drawn forth by the chains, ripping it into two portions. At that moment, the seal inscribed on Naruto's belly button was also completed, as Kushina drew the Nine-Tails chakra into their bodies. Minato employed the 8-trigram seal to execute the sealing technique to confine the Nine-Tails. A loud roar erupted as a tremendous cloud of smoke billowed forth, signaling the end of the night of the Nine-Tails. Izumi, what are you doing? Are you inviting me to eat dango? Within the Uchiha clan, a boy and girl sat on the riverbank. The boy appeared somewhat shy, stubbornly turning his head away, yet his eyes constantly darted towards the food in the girl's hands. Go ahead, eat. The girl produced a dango stick from her bag and offered it to the boy. After much hesitation, he ultimately accepted it. Itachi, you are incredible. You managed to defeat 3 upperclassmen all by yourself. In response to the girl's words, the boy seemed indifferent, taking a bite of the dango, his cheeks puffing out like a hamster. On the riverbank, Shursui had told me to inquire if Itachi could, in the future, study with you as he did before. No, Tsurugi flatly refused. Fugaka did not expect such a swift rejection from Tsurugi and momentarily appeared distracted. Itachi has shown remarkable talent among his peers. If it were you, I believe Itachi would be quite pleased. Tsurugi smiled slightly and turned to ask, would you be willing if I allowed him to join Root? Why would I object? Fugaku replied with a non-committal smile. Root is no longer what it once was. Under your guidance, many clan leaders wish to send their talented youths to you. Yet I am not an orphanage. I cannot take care of your children. As a member of Konoha, you know well the nature of the tasks my subordinates undertake. Should a scion of a prominent clan encounter misfortune, I would not wish to bear the responsibility. Gazing at the distant children, Tsurugi smiled before feigning to depart. However, before leaving, he remarked to Fugaku, let Shursui teach him for now. Once he graduates from the Ninja Academy, he may report to me. Oh, by the way, congratulations on becoming a father again. Root. Captain Tsurugi, here is the list of new members joining the Umbu and Root. Seated in the main hall, Tsurugi took the list and immediately spotted the name associated with the body flicker technique. A burly man beside him glanced at the name Tsurugi focused on and introduced. His swordsmanship is quite impressive. We have assessed his abilities, and he possesses the body flicker technique, allowing him to blend seamlessly with his surroundings, akin to invisibility. We initially intended to place him in the intelligence unit, but he insisted on joining the combat unit. No problem, let us allocate him as per his request. More than half a year had passed since the night of the Nine-Tails. Both Minato and Naruto were in good health. Now, as dual Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails, they were respected and beloved by all. Tsurugi, as an elite Jonin, discreetly managed both Root and the Umbu. However, based on his recollections, he sought out several capable leaders to assist him, such as Kakashi and an individual named Haruna. So, this is why you haven't been to the Umbu for several days? Kakashi squinted at Tsurugi, who was engrossed in reading Jiraiya-sensei's latest work and shook his head slightly. Can't you lend it to me for 2 days? What? What are you insinuating? Once you read it, you'll understand. You're not so young anymore. It's time you grasp a few adult matters, if you catch my drift. The phrase "you understand" evoked more imagination than any ornate expression could. Had Kakashi not yet experienced the might of Jiraiya, he might have been genuinely captivated by Tsurugi's words. This is the intelligence regarding the land of rain that Lord Fourth instructed me to deliver to you. Remember to take a look. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. As Kakashi spoke, he prepared to depart. Wait, what could possibly be more important than this? Shouldn't you be with those kids? Guy is looking for me, Kakashi explained. Guy? Hasn't he gone out on a mission? What could he possibly want with you? What else could it be? Kakashi sighed deeply, utterly exasperated. Upon observing Kakashi's expression, Tsurugi smiled in understanding and said, "All right, just remember not to carelessly toss around pots and pans this time." Last time. They ended up hitting the villagers. Chapter 126. Afe, what are you looking at? Looking at the window again. It's pitch black outside. What could possibly be interesting? Because your reflection is on the window. In the home of Lu Mu, Han stood holding a bowl and chopsticks, gazing in surprise at Lu Mu across from him. Wan Er smiled and replied, "I am right here in front of you. Why do you still look at the reflection?" "Because I'm shy." Lu Mu's state of mind had matured significantly, particularly after the events of the Nine-Tails Night, where he took charge of the roots in the dark faction, leading to a noticeable restraint in his previously mischievous demeanor. In the past, he was but a child, acting solely on his initial impulses. However, now, "Oh, by the way, the Fourth Hokage asked me if I wanted to take a position at the Ninja Academy." Han abruptly introduced this topic. His previously cold gaze now seemed to flicker with a hint of anticipation. "You can decide this matter for yourself. I respect your choice." Han smiled slightly and nodded. The Fourth Hokage had long discussed the prospect of Han working at the Ninja Academy with Lu Mu. Han had a fondness for children and, contrary to her icy exterior, was quite patient with them. Yet Han was no longer the little girl she once was. Every decision now required her own judgment. "If you agree, I will report to the academy in a couple of days." Lu Mu smiled in response. "All right, I understand. Is the system present? If so, respond with a chime." Ding. "Why have you been so quiet lately, with no tasks or communications?" Ding. "Task has not been triggered. Is this your answer?" Lu Mu found the template system's tasks utterly unpredictable. Previously, rescuing Han and obtaining the certification for the Uchiha clan had almost always triggered a task. However, this time, amidst the Nine-Tails emergence, the system surprisingly refrained from issuing any tasks. The appearance of the masked man was something Lu Mu had never anticipated. In the original story, Obito was rescued by him, and Madara's schemes had now taken on a different candidate to replace Obito. At this moment, lying on his bed and gazing at the moon outside, Lu Mu's thoughts were tumultuous. Madara had bestowed the Rinnegan upon Nagato, hoping that he could utilize its powers to grant him resurrection. If circumstances shifted, would this new masked man reappear? With a sudden breath, Lu Mu sat up, his eyes sharp as he swiftly pinned a letter to Han and set off for the Land of Rain. Shadows flickered, leaving trails in the air. Inside the Land of Rain, a group led by Yahiko sat together, observing the enigmatic masked man at the head of the table with suspicion. "We cannot allow you to join Akatsuki," Yahiko stated. "We will not accept someone who dares not reveal their true identity as a companion." Yahiko's reasoning appeared valid, yet it was merely a pretext. The roster of new members for Akatsuki had been meticulously arranged by Lu Mu in advance. This self-proclaimed Afe had unexpectedly appeared, not included in Lu Mu's plans. Furthermore, Yahiko and his group had already received news of the Nine-Tails attack on the Leaf Village. The reports detailed not only the chaos during the Nine-Tails emergence, but also the mysterious masked man wielding the Sharingan. Yahiko could not ascertain whether this individual before him was indeed the assailant of the Leaf. After all, many in the ninja world donned masks, and Yahiko could not generalize. "I truly admire the name of Akatsuki. Please allow me to join you." The masked man clasped his hands together, his words brimming with hope. Yahiko replied, "Scorpion, I hold you in high regard. Do me a favor and speak on my behalf." At that moment, a hunched figure seated beside Yahiko, cloaked in a billowing black robe, replied, "Why should I plead for you?" Upon hearing this, the masked man began to weep. "I am your little fan. How could you break my heart like this?" The masked man moved about, professing loyalty to everyone present. His seemingly frivolous demeanor surprisingly conveyed a touch of endearment. Let him stay, even if he cannot officially join Akatsuki. Allowing him to be an auxiliary member would not be unreasonable. The members of Akatsuki bore the weight of bloody pasts, and Ah-Fei's arrival injected a newfound liveliness into the otherwise somber group. Although Yahiko could discern no visible reaction from his companions, their silence affirmed his thoughts. He mused that as long as Ah-Fei did not officially join the organization, it would not breach his agreement with Lu Mu. Very well. Since Scorpion has interceded on your behalf, you may temporarily accompany him. Oh, Ah-Fei cheered. Yahiko glanced at Ah-Fei with exasperation. Chuckling softly before exiting the meeting room, he instinctively concluded that this Ah-Fei was certainly not the masked man responsible for the attack on the leaf. For if he were truly the one capable of controlling the Nine Tails, he seemed far too frivolous for a strong individual. Lu Mu arrived at the Akatsuki headquarters in the Land of Rain, greeted by none other than Yahiko himself. At that moment, the entirety of Akatsuki was out on missions, leaving the headquarters deserted. When Lu Mu inquired about any peculiar individuals, Yahiko refrained from mentioning Ah-Fei, merely stating, "We have located the majority of the ninjas on our list and successfully persuaded them to join Akatsuki." Lu Mu nodded in acknowledgement. Suddenly, he gazed intently into Yahiko's eyes, as if trying to glean something from them. Yet, alas, Yahiko remained unchanged. Lu Mu longed to trust him, but the unfolding events left no room for personal sentiments. Without complete preparation, the consequences could be unfathomable. However, with Akatsuki absent from the Land of Rain, Lu Mu found no reason to linger. His visit had been hasty, and his departure would be just as swift. Half a month later, he returned to the Leaf Village. To his surprise, the first person he spotted was the long-missed Jiraiya-sensei. "Jiraiya-sensei, when did you return?" Lu Mu approached, examining Jiraiya closely. "Let me see, did you lose any parts?" "Get lost." Jiraiya scoffed, directing a disparaging glance at Lu Mu. "Now that you've spread your wings, you don't even bother to come see me. You just send a few subordinates to handle it?" Though Jiraiya did not state it outright, Lu Mu understood he was referring to the affairs in the Land of Crafts. He offered a sheepish smile in response. "How could that be? I was merely hindered by circumstances." While Jiraiya expressed grievance, he seemed unconcerned. Upon hearing Lu Mu's words, his expression suddenly turned serious as he pulled out a chair and sat down. "It is fortunate you did not go to the Land of Crafts. Otherwise, during the Night of the Nine Tails." Chapter 127. The terrifying Kanai. The events that transpired in Konoha left even Jiraiya feeling a sense of trepidation. Had Ryumu not been present in the village, the combination of the Nine Tails and that enigmatic masked man would likely have caused significant turmoil. Could that masked figure be a member of the Uchiha clan? Jiraiya regarded Ryumu with a serious expression, acutely aware of his long-standing rapport with Fugaku, the clan leader of the Uchihas. Nonetheless, he felt compelled to voice his inquiry directly. The masked individual possessed the Sharingan, and notably, the Manjiki Sharingan. It was likely. Ryumu pursed his lips and replied, "It is indeed possible that he is of Uchiha descent." He did not wish to refute the notion, nor did he have any grounds to do so. Apart from Fugaku, no other Manjiki had emerged from the Uchiha clan. Given the masked man's prowess, it was reasonable to conclude that he bore the Uchiha bloodline. Jiraiya's doubts were fleeting, and upon noticing that Ryumu did not exhibit any bias towards the Uchiha in his words, he felt a sense of reassurance. As a senior figure in Konoha, it was imperative to refrain from favoritism, which could lead to a distortion of one's judgment. However, Ryumu was not one to succumb to such inclinations, prompting Jiraiya to refrain from further elaboration. Jiraiya's return to the village was primarily to report on matters concerning the Land of Crafts. After briefing Minato, he presented a fist-sized black stone to him. It doesn't emit any radiation, does it?" Minato asked, puzzled. "Radiation? What is that?" he inquired, glancing at Ryumu. Upon hearing this, Ryumu was momentarily taken aback before responding with a smile. "Oh, it's nothing at all." The intelligence indicated that the ninja tools from the Land of Crafts were crafted from a celestial meteorite. These so-called celestial meteorites are, in fact, meteors that have fallen to Earth. Such extraterrestrial materials often carry some form of energy radiation. However, considering that the inhabitants of the Land of Crafts have been researching this for quite some time without incident, it suggests that this particular meteorite poses no danger. I have documented the crafting techniques in this scroll, but given Konoha's current capabilities, it would be exceedingly difficult to replicate, Jiraiya stated, retrieving a scroll from his ninja tool pouch and placing it upon the desk. "That should suffice." I have conveyed everything I needed to. As he spoke, Jiraiya slung his bag over his shoulder and cast a glance at Ryumu, yet refrained from extending an invitation. At that moment, Ryumu had changed from his previous self. Both Root and the Umbu required his leadership. A nostalgic smile flickered across Jiraiya's face as he recalled the times they had traveled together, one large and one small. I'm off, Jiraiya declared, his form dissipating into a cloud of white smoke. Ryumu watched Jiraiya's departing gaze, feeling an inexplicable flutter in his heart. I'm fine. I'll visit the Uchiha clan, he stated before departing as well. Within the Uchiha clan, at the training grounds, Ryumu and Fugaku stood atop a tree, observing Shisui and Itachi as they practiced their kunai throwing skills. Do you have any questions for me? Fugaku inquired, his gaze fixed on the distance. Questions about what? Ryumu replied, puzzled. About the masked man in the Sharingan. Fugaku pressed. There is nothing to ask. If he were one of your Uchiha, you wouldn't have the opportunity to stand here and converse with me, Ryumu remarked. Fugaku remained non-committal, asserting, I do not know him. And he certainly is not of my clan. Since the first generation, only Fugaku had achieved the evolution of the Mangekyou Sharingan within the Uchiha clan. Although the appearance of a Sharingan during the Nine Tails incident shocked Fugaku, he was certain that this individual was not a member of his clan. Could he be a lost Uchiha bloodline? Fugaku pondered in shock. That point is no longer significant. Ryumu observed as Shisui expertly embedded 8 kunai into the target with astonishing precision, a smile of satisfaction gracing his features. Why is it insignificant? Ryumu queried, aware that his vengeful nature would not allow him to overlook the masked man. Because we cannot locate him, he replied. The masked man's assault on Konoha had likely spread throughout the entire ninja world. At present, Konoha had no other recourse but to pursue him. Furthermore, possessing the Mangekyou Sharingan and abilities akin to Kyuubi and metal manipulation rendered him impervious to ordinary ninjas. Even if one felt indignant, it was ultimately futile. Ding ding. Ding Itachi truly was impressive. Shisui's minor guidance had enabled Itachi to master such precise kunai techniques. Itachi had awakened his Sharingan, even surpassing Shisui's record for its earliest activation. Ryumu turned to Fugaku, noting the pride that could not be concealed behind his otherwise placid expression. Fugaku, well aware of the methods of awakening and evolving the Sharingan, felt no need for modesty regarding Itachi's remarkable performance as a father. Should we consider allowing him to graduate early? Ryumu suggested. Given his current abilities, he has likely exhausted what he can learn at the Ninja Academy. If you agree, I can make arrangements. Fugaku glanced at Ryumu, a slight smile gracing his lips. Yet he offered no response. After all, Ryumu had previously stated that as soon as Itachi graduated from the academy, he could report directly to the Umbu. Thus, it seemed that Ryumu was not merely seeking Fugaku's opinion, but was intent on facilitating Itachi's entry into the Umbu. Do as you wish. We are largely uninvolved in Itachi's affairs, Fugaku replied. Ryumu and Fugaku Ajisen, come down quickly. The two youngsters had evidently known of their presence all along. With a smile, Fugaku and Ryumu leaped down together. Ryumu and could you demonstrate your kunai throwing technique for us? One of them asked eagerly. Me? Ryumu chuckled inwardly, thinking that kunai throwing was a specialty of the Uchiha clan. How could he possibly perform it better? Aware that he could not replicate the flawless attacks exhibited by Shisui and Itachi, he contemplated the power comparison instead. Glancing at the kunai in Shisui's hand, he shook his head with a smile, crouched down, and picked up a pebble from the ground. Since you wish to see, I shall indulge you. With that, Ryumu pressed the pebble against his thumb. With a whoosh, an explosive sound erupted from the seemingly unassuming pebble in his hand. Boom! The tree splintered, and a deep crater formed in the ground. Witnessing this astonishing spectacle, the 3 Uchiha clan members wore expressions of utter disbelief. A mere pebble could possess such immense power? Shisui, having never witnessed Ryumu in action before, was left astonished. Yet, Ryumu lamented, alas, I did not execute it perfectly. I slipped a bit. Chapter 128. Itachi's assessment. Early that morning, after preparing breakfast for himself and Han, Ryumaku made his way to the Ninja Academy. As he strolled through the campus, memories from the past flickered through his mind like a film. Ryumaku, what are you looking at? A voice chimed in beside him. Oh, nothing, Ryumaku replied with a chuckle. Han, the newly appointed teacher, was responsible for organizing student records and did not serve as a guiding instructor. This was a standard procedure all teachers underwent. So Han bore no complaints. Upon receiving Itachi's file, Ryumika glanced over it briefly. Itachi had consistently ranked first in theoretical knowledge and was equally impressive in practical combat. Ryumika's presence caused quite a stir at the academy. As a senior who had directly defeated the Nine Tails, his arrival drew a crowd at the office door. "It's him." Ryumika handed the documents to Itachi's guiding teacher, who smiled knowingly and proceeded to his class. Moments later, Itachi stood before Ryumika. "Ryumika and I," he greeted. "I am not your brother right now," Ryumika replied earnestly. "I am here as the leader of the Umbu. Your father must have informed you that I am here to conduct your early graduation assessment." Itachi nodded obediently upon hearing this, his large eyes filled with seriousness. "Do not worry. Although the early graduation assessment is more challenging than the usual exams, it should not be overly difficult for you," Ryumika reassured him, placing a hand on Itachi's shoulder. In an instant, the two transformed into white mist and vanished from the ninja academy. At the training ground of Konoha, Ryumika faced Itachi, stating, "Your assessment consists of two parts. The first is an attack test. You may utilize ninjutsu, genjutsu, or taijutsu, and as long as you make contact with my body, you will pass. Let us begin." "Attack you?" Itachi was momentarily taken aback. After all, Ryumika was a village hero, rumored to have defeated the Nine Tails with a single punch. How could he possibly strike him? Moreover, his father had long warned him that ordinary genjutsu and physical attacks would be ineffective against Ryumika. Wasn't this assessment supposed to be simple? Itachi sighed and reached for his pouch of ninja tools. With a flurry of swift movements, countless shurikens shot toward Ryumika's face. Ryumika smiled slightly and, with his hands behind his back, deftly evaded all of Itachi's attacks. However, Itachi felt no regret at Ryumika's ability to dodge his strikes. Suddenly, he noticed Itachi's wrist flicker. A series of metallic clinks echoed from the shurikens he had previously dodged. At that moment, Ryumika realized that Itachi had attached a thin line to the shurikens. As they shot toward his back, Ryumika deftly leaped forward, evading the incoming projectiles. The barrage of shurikens enveloped both himself and Itachi. However, as Ryumika reached Itachi's position, one shuriken struck his back. With a loud bang, a cloud of white mist erupted, leaving behind a wooden stump still holding a shuriken. Substitution jutsu. Itachi, unable to react in time, was pierced by his own shuriken. Yet, much like Ryumika's substitution technique, Itachi's body also transformed into a cloud of white mist. "Impressive, utilizing the clone technique just in time," Ryumika remarked as he emerged from the wooden stump. Observing Itachi's timely use of the technique to evade the attack, "Ryumika and I, this assessment is too difficult," Itachi expressed. Ryumika's strength lay in his speed, and given Itachi's current abilities, it was indeed challenging to meet his demands. Nevertheless, Ryumika encouraged, "How will you know if you do not try?" The true essence of a ninja's capability extends beyond formidable ninjutsu and exceptional chakra. It fundamentally lies within the mind. Ryumika pointed to his head and reiterated, "Before launching an attack, one must think critically, not only about the opponent's evasion but also about the potential subsequent attacks one must face." The contests between ninjas often hinge on life and death. A momentary lapse in thought during a duel could lead to one's demise. Itachi listened intently to Ryumika's teachings, a flicker of contemplation crossing his eyes. After a brief pause, he nodded firmly. His black pupils transformed as the iconic Sharingan appeared. "I understand," he declared before launching another assault. As before, Itachi shot shurikens toward Ryumika while swiftly forming hand seals. His speed surpassed even that of a Beto. Fire style, great fireball technique. A massive fireball surged along the thread connected to the shuriken, its scorching energy radiating outwards. Ryumika smiled slightly, leaping into the air. Seeing the inferno below, Itachi prepared another great fireball technique. "That clever little rascal is waiting for me here." Itachi recognized that, no matter how well he trained, landing a hit on Ryumika was an uphill battle. Yet, he knew that Ryumika would have to choose one of three directions, up, left, or right, to evade his shurikens. The first fireball aimed to block Ryumika's lateral escape, forcing him upward. The heat from the fireball ignited the dry grass in the training ground, sealing off Ryumika's landing options as he leapt into the air. However, to account for any unforeseen maneuvers from Ryumika, Itachi prepared a second fireball. Water extinguishes fire. This is an immutable law of nature. Ryumika chuckled, pondering what hand signs would be required for the water technique. Recalling his past experiences, he quickly formed seals mid-air. Hands coming together, and a buzzing sound filled his ears. "Done." Water style, water barrier. As Ryumaku's water barrier extinguished the flames Itachi had conjured, Itachi was left momentarily speechless. You're being too unfair, Ryumaku and I. Just testing it out. I didn't expect to actually use the water barrier, Ryumaku admitted with an awkward smile. He felt somewhat guilty for using such advanced techniques against someone still in ninja school. Alright, I'll consider this round a pass for you. With a gentle smile, he approached Itachi and said, now for the second part. This will be a simple question and answer session. Speak your mind freely without hesitation. Chapter 129, Visual Deception, Questions and Answers Indeed. Ryuki and Itachi sat on the pipe beside the training ground. The question was simple. However, it did not assess textbook knowledge. Observing Itachi's serious demeanor, Ryuki instantly adopted a solemn expression. He inquired, if you had to choose between your village and your family, which would you select? Itachi. As he gazed at Ryuki's earnest expression, Itachi too became serious. With a somber look, his mind raced to comprehend the weight of such a question, which was indeed challenging for the young Itachi at that moment. Yet, after a brief moment of contemplation, Itachi raised his head and asked, is it limited to just one choice? Ryuki nodded. But why should it be limited to one? The family and the village are not adversarial. Such a choice is fundamentally flawed. Noticing Ryuki's silence, a flicker of unease crossed Itachi's eyes. After a moment of struggle, he replied softly, if I must choose between my family and the village, then I would choose the path that diverges from the masses. What does that mean? Ryuki asked. I choose justice, peace, and the choice anticipated by the public. As Itachi stated, the village and the family are not in opposition, thus such a choice should not exist. Furthermore, if such a scenario were to arise in the future, the one making such a choice would not be Itachi. When a clan breeds treachery, Ryuki would be capable of making a choice himself. Itachi would have no say in the matter. Ryuki ruffled Itachi's hair and chuckled softly. It's merely a test question. There is no need to overthink it. Now, for the next query. Itachi nodded and looked back at Ryuki. If during a mission, you and your teammates are surrounded by enemies, and only one person can escape to deliver information back to the village, whom would you choose? I would send the weakest among us to deliver the message while the stronger ones stay behind. Oh, Ryuki remarked, elaborate. Because the stronger members need to hold back the enemy and buy time for our teammate to return with the information. If the weakest remains, they would only be a burden. Their ability to deliver the information is paramount. Ryuki nodded in agreement, but suddenly smiled, posing another question. But what if that weakest person is you? Would you abandon your teammates to survive alone? Itachi. If that were the case. Itachi pursed his lips, his gaze no longer confused. If that were the scenario, I would assess the importance of the information. Delivering the message is indeed essential. But I could never forsake my teammates. So you would choose to stand and fight alongside your comrades, sharing life and death? I neither confirm nor deny that. Itachi replied cleverly. His answer seemed to address Ryuki's question while withholding a definitive conclusion. The condition of delivering information was hypothetical. Both Ryuki and Itachi could fabricate it at will. However, Itachi's unwillingness to abandon his companions was indisputable, and it was precisely this that prompted Ryuki to ask the question. Nonetheless, Ryuki continued. I recall a saying that might offer you some insight. A gentleman's revenge is not too late, even after 10 years. One must act according to their capabilities. Blindly charging forward cannot be deemed heroic, it is rather foolish. Foolish? Ryuki nodded. Indeed, some matters transcend our understanding. If we proceed recklessly, we merely add another corpse to the ground. Yet, for the sake of revenge, it is wise to endure, waiting until one possesses enough strength to exact it. Observing Itachi deep in thought, Ryuki did not expect immediate comprehension. How many is this? Ryuki extended one finger. One? Surely one. Now how many is this? Ryuki extended 2 fingers. 2. 1 plus 1 equals how many? Ryuki extended 3 fingers. 3. Itachi. Ryuki. Brother Ryuki. Ryuki laughed heartily, leaping down from the pipe and brushing off the dust from his trousers. I was merely jesting. Seeing Itachi sulking, Ryuki spoke earnestly. Though this is a game, it carries meaning. Do you understand? Meaning? Within the Uchiha clan, Fugaku, upon hearing Ryuki's test questions for his son, felt a flicker of uncertainty. He could comprehend the first 2 questions. As Ryuki was now a high-ranking member of the village, his thoughts centered around the community. However, the concept of 1 plus 1. Could it be visual deception? Father, what does visual deception mean? The thoughts within a person's mind are often fleeting. Commands and actions require time to convey. What one perceives may not necessarily be the truth. Without contemplation, relying solely on sight may lead to incomplete understandings. The glory of the Uchiha clan lies in the Sharingan. Its abilities are undeniable, yet they have also become the primary hindrance to the clan. Due to an over-reliance on ocular prowess, the development of Uchiha ninjas is severely constrained. While the Sharingan is impressive, it remains just one of the body's organs. The growth of a ninja encompasses not merely the eyes, but also ninjutsu, genjutsu, taijutsu, and even the knowledge within their minds, all of which hold significant importance. Guy, as a mere low-ranking ninja, possessed no extraordinary traits beyond hard work. Yet, he mastered the 8 gates. If Guy is considered an exception, then take the Fourth Hokage as an example. His origins were humble, yet he was exceptionally intelligent. Such talent is not uncommon within the Uchiha clan. Yet, why is it that there is only one Minato in Konoha, and no other genius has risen to the rank of Hokage? Fugaku pondered, casting a gentle smile at Itachi beside him. Because of the heart. The strength of a ninja is the foremost requisite for their role. However, being strong yet unkind, or kind yet weak, will not garner universal admiration. The clan members of Uchiha, upon awakening the Sharingan, exhibit capabilities that surpass their peers. Yet, such individuals do not receive much regard within Konoha. Ryuki is using your assessment to send a message to me. Fugaku sighed, recognizing the Uchiha clan's insular nature. Despite residing within Konoha, they confine themselves to a singular territory. The Hyuga clan, though also a prestigious family adhering to their own rules, willingly engages in village activities and does not shun friendships with outsiders. Thus, the Hyuga clan earns great respect within Konoha. Father, then, I will handle this matter. By the way, you are to report to the Umbu tomorrow. You may not have much personal time from now on. Be sure to say goodbye to your friends. Chapter 130, Lifelong Matters, A Glimpse into 3 Years. On this day, Ryumu donned a simple white short-sleeve shirt, seated helplessly across from Minato. What happened to the promised 3 years? Why have you changed your mind again? Ryumu lamented, as Minato once more denied his request to join the Umbu en route. Why not? Under Kakashi's leadership, everything is functioning splendidly. Without me, they would still accomplish the tasks you've assigned, Ryumu challenged. I wonder what excuse you will concoct this time. Minato responded with a faint smile, sliding the scroll beside him into the drawer. I have no intention of fabricating excuses. Ryumu was taken aback. Is it no longer necessary to create excuses? He was at a loss for words. Let us not dwell on that. I summoned you today for another reason. Confused, Ryumu leaned back lazily in his chair. Minato, undeterred by Ryumu's rudeness, spoke earnestly. Do you have any idea how old Han is now? Ryumu blinked in confusion. What do you mean? Minato chuckled. It seems you've caught on. So, when do you and Han plan to marry? Ryumu was taken aback. Wait, are you pressuring me to get married? Ever since I graduated, my mother has incessantly urged me to settle down, and now in the world of Hokage, I have you doing the same. This matter was not solely his. Many in Konoha were watching. Minato's implication was straightforward. At this juncture, Ryumu had become the focal point of the village, and his lifelong commitments would not escape scrutiny. Just days ago, several elderly women had approached Kushina with matchmaking proposals for Ryumu. However, as Kushina and Han were close friends, she could not entertain such suggestions, thus entrusting Minato to gauge Ryumu's thoughts. Are you planning to follow in Jiraiya-sensei's footsteps? No. Ryumu quickly denied. Then are you afraid of marriage? Preferring to frolic among all the girls? Ryumu faltered, unsure how to respond. His feelings for Han were profound. They had traversed the trials of a typical couple, 3 years of pain and 7 years of itch. Long ago, the question of willingness was moot. At this moment, Ryumu hesitated. Feeling an inexplicable fear, their relationship had evolved into something akin to family, and the idea of discussing marriage felt oddly foreign. Sighing, Minato observed Ryumu's silence. Jiraiya-sensei is our mentor. We cannot speak ill of him, but you must not forsake Han. How could I ever betray her? Ryumu exclaimed, standing abruptly. For me, one may play the field, but one must not be a scoundrel. To indulge in casual affairs is an attitude towards life. To be untrustworthy is a matter of character. Han, with her graceful stature and gentle demeanor, had become an idol in the eyes of many men. For Ryumu to win her heart would indeed be a stroke of fortune. Moreover, Han's reliance on him was extraordinary. Even if they never wed, their lives could continue in harmony. But now we are all grown up. When I was your age, I was already discussing marriage with Kushina. Minato's matchmaking words had taken root in Ryomu's mind, resistant to persuasion. Are you afraid? Minato seemed to perceive Ryomu's melancholy. Afraid? Huh. Ryomu scoffed, though his tone betrayed a hint of insecurity. When have I ever been afraid? Are you apprehensive about Han's standpoint? Why not give it a try? If you fail, you lose nothing. But if you succeed, you gain a wife. Ryomu fell into contemplative silence. Upon returning home that evening, Han had already returned from school, preparing dinner in the kitchen. Ryomu, you're back? She greeted. Now a teacher, she was imparting ordinary knowledge to young children. Yes, I'm back, he replied, leaning against the kitchen doorframe, watching Han as she busied herself. He remembered that while proposals are solemn, sometimes casual words reveal true feelings. Recalling Minato's parting words, Ryomu shook his head and asked, when does your ninja school have its holiday? In a couple of days. No, I mean a long break. In another half-month. This batch of students will be assessed. Why? Han looked at him, puzzled, as if sensing his hidden thoughts. I want to take you somewhere. Marriage is a significant matter, especially for Ryomu, who had never experienced such a thing in either life. He felt a heightened sense of caution, compared to Minato's ill-conceived suggestions. Ryomu had already devised a plan in his heart. Half a month later, Ryomu packed his bag, reminiscent of past adventures with Jiraiya and others. And together they departed from Konoha. The journey was far less arduous this time, as Ryomu had meticulously prepared for their travels. By the way, about that first-generation cell task. Haven't you any rewards left for me? Ding. The dormant bloodline task remains incomplete and will not be processed as a completed task. Ryomu grumbled, stingy. At the riverbank, Han expressed her desire for Ryomu's grilled fish. Having spent so long in Konoha, he hadn't grilled fish for her in ages. Seizing the opportunity during their outing, Ryomu rolled up his pants and waded into the river, catching 2 small fish within mere minutes before grilling them for Han. I wish Jiraiya-sensei were here, Han mused quietly. That would not be good. With him around, we wouldn't make it in 3 months. Han was intrigued by Ryomu's cryptic comments, unaware of their travel plans. Where exactly are you taking me? Don't ask, you'll find out soon enough. In the following days, they visited the Land of Rain, meeting Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan. Then traveled to the Land of Grass, where Jiraiya happened to be exploring. Curiously, they had heard that Tsunade was also in the Land of Grass. But by the time they arrived, she had already departed. After a lengthy detour through the Land of Grass, they entered the Land of Lightning and finally boarded a ship heading south. At last, Han realized the destination. With a look of astonishment, she turned to Ryomu, who stood behind her, wrapping his arms around her. Indeed, our destination is the Land of Water. After all these years, I wish to take you back to see it. Chapter 131. To live together and to rest together. The Land of Water is the homeland of Han, where she also has family ties. Although the dusty family letters have indicated that her kin have vanished, her roots still linger there. The two ascended the riverbank, gazing toward the distant mist village, sharing a knowing smile. The last time they visited this place, Ryuki was merely 6 years old, freshly emerged from the Chunin exams, and filled with excitement for his first S-rank mission. Yet now, his heart harbors a different serenity. What was once a fervent desire to propose to Han has transformed into a subdued calmness upon arriving in the Land of Water. Ryuki spoke of Mist Village's current leader, Terumi Mei, a commendable figure, while draping his leather coat over Han's shoulders. He continued, noting that the village has changed. The Blood Mist era is a relic of the past, and it bears little resemblance to its former self. Despite his words, his gaze remained fixed on Han. For Mist Village had once been her nightmare. Having been imprisoned since childhood, she endured a brutal upbringing where blades and blood were her companions. Only with Ryuki's arrival did the crimson sunlight finally illuminate her world. They wandered outside Mist Village for a while, drawing the attention of the guards at the entrance. When Ryuki suggested they explore the village, Han shook her head with a wry smile. The memories of her past filled her with trepidation, even with Ryuki by her side. She was reluctant, if not afraid, to confront those haunting recollections. Moreover, Ryuki's identity had changed. Their uninvited presence in another's village could arouse suspicion. Understanding her gaze, Ryuki did not press her. After their visit to Mist Village, he led Han to a remote expanse of ice in the far north. Towering icebergs loomed in the distance, resembling a pristine sanctuary devoid of impurities. The sea surged with vapor, casting a myriad of colorful glimmers in the sunlight. Is this? Indeed. It is your homeland. My homeland. Such a foreign and stirring phrase. It evoked memories of her childhood, born from such a place. The heavens met the sea, with ethereal lights encircling the icebergs. Han's body suddenly emanated a gentle aura of chakra, forming a frosty pathway across the ocean toward the ice mountain. Do you wish to go there? Han shook her head. I merely wish to draw a little closer. The two stepped onto the ice, pausing in the vast sea. Ryuki's plan had nearly reached fruition. However, when Han discerned his intentions, confusion clouded her mind. As night fell, the moon hung high in the sky. Ryuki retrieved a tent from his time-space pocket and laid it upon the ice. Inside, they reclined, gazing at the stars above, as if transported to another realm. Ryuki. Han's voice broke the silence. Yes? Why did you choose to bring me here? Finally, she asked, yet Ryuki hesitated. Instead sharing, did you know? I once heard that when a person passes away, their spirit inevitably returns to their birthplace, regardless of their physical remains. As he spoke, he sat up, taking her hand, and they emerged from the tent. Beneath the shining moon and beside the ice mountain, countless stars reflected on the misty ocean, resembling a celestial river. Ryuki tightened his grip on Han's hands, gazing into her eyes. Thus, within the ice mountain lie your kin, your ancestors, perhaps even your parents. Han fell silent. From the moment I first laid eyes on you in the hidden cloud village, I was taken aback by your beauty, your aloofness, and your extraordinary strength, an exceptional wielder of a rare bloodline limit. My initial impression was not solely of your prodigious talents, but of the resolute determination in your eyes when I pleaded for the safety of my comrades. You forged my first impression of you, yet you also altered it thereafter. Later, upon seeing Han again in Mist Village, I learned of her lineage and witnessed her brilliance amid her dire circumstances. I wished to aid her, devoid of any ulterior motive. She was pure, kind-hearted. It seemed a travesty for someone like her to suffer a life of sin. When she agreed to leave Mist Village for Konoha, I felt as though I had performed a noble deed. But as our time together unfolded, my perception of you transformed. The once frigid demeanor of yours now radiates warmth, with expressions beyond mere indifference gracing your features. I have grown fond of you. Though it may sound juvenile for someone my age to admit such feelings, I refuse to deny it. Recently, Kakashi-sensei imparted to me the art of proposing, yet after much contemplation, I chose to bring you here instead. At that moment, Han's eyes sparkled with anticipation, even excitement, as she watched Ryuki kneel before her, retrieving a black ring from his breast pocket. This was crafted from a meteorite that Jiraiya-sensei brought back from the land of crafts 3 years ago. Today, here, in your homeland, before your ancestors, I beseech you, will you marry me? Tears welled in her eyes, shimmering like stars. The once reluctant Ryuki had taken this monumental step. Yet there was no rush or fervor. Everything unfolded as if destined to occur in due time. Once, Ryuki had been playful and mischievous, relishing in fantastical tales of harems. Yet, one must mature, and who could rival the indelible memories shared between them? A cold wind whispered through the crevices of the ice mountain, producing a delicate melody. The rippling ice beneath them reflected their expressions upon the surface of the sea. Han gazed at Ryuki, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Her trembling arm extended toward him. I adore twins. Wait, what? I said I like twins. Naruto, from Kushinane's family, can be quite dull on his own. Realizing the jest, Ryuki slipped the ring onto Han's finger, then embraced her, whispering, 1 or 2 is insufficient. A crowd brings warmth. Within the shimmering black ring, a strange glow flickered. Under the moonlight, intricate patterns revealed 2 Chinese characters etched upon it. To live together and to rest together. Bound for eternity, we shall lean upon this solitary vessel. P.S. Many have inquired whether this story will continue. I have refrained from responding directly until now. The answer lies within a phrase used in the text. Waves represent a life stance, while debris signifies intrinsic flaws. Writing such narratives is not challenging, and I could easily fill many chapters with them. Yet, as I mature, indulging in a bowl of romance can be quite comforting, even if it frustrates me. Chapter 132. The infrastructure enthusiast. The winter in Konoha is exceedingly frigid, with the biting wind causing pedestrians to huddle deeper into their collars. However, on this particular day, a few masked ninjas entered a gift shop that is usually devoid of visitors. I cannot afford such gifts. My usual missions are primarily B rank, yielding me a meager bounty. One of them protested. What should I give? A wedding is a significant event, and it poses quite a challenge for many of us. Do not you possess the wood release? Surely, it cannot be too difficult for you, another replied. Observing the innocent expression of the boy across from him, The masked figure slowly removed his mask. Tenkai, I must say, you tend to be overly modest, he remarked. Tenkai glanced around the gift shop, a hint of disappointment crossing his face. I am not being modest, he replied softly. When Lord Ryumiku entrusted me to Kakashi, I was still in the research phase of mastering my wood-release abilities. He picked up an exquisitely carved wooden figurine, and as he concentrated, a similar wooden branch sprouted from his palm, emanating a gentle ripple of chakra. Look at how convenient your ability is. Why not carve one for me as well? Meanwhile, at the Namikaze residence, Kushina knelt in a long gown, attentively watching her toddling son, Naruto. Minato, on the other hand, was engrossed in a book, searching for something within its pages. Ryumiku and the others should be back soon, right? Kushina suddenly inquired. They should be arriving shortly. Their last letter indicated they planned to stop by the Land of Rain before returning to the village, likely in about half a month, Minato replied. As a senior, you should prepare well for their return, Kushina added with a gentle smile. Han is a wonderful girl, beautiful, innocent, and full of compassion. It seems she and Ryumiku are destined for each other. Minato chuckled, pulling out a toy to entertain the crawling Naruto. Jiraiya-sensei will also be returning. I can only imagine the shock on his face when he learns Ryumiku plans to marry. In the Uchiha clan, Itachi stood beside Shisui, who held a vine-like object. What do you think of this? Shisui asked. I am not certain, but why would you gift this to Lord Ryumiku for his wedding? Itachi queried. Do not underestimate it. I procured this during a mission in the Land of Lightning. It is a rare flower that blooms for only about 7 days each spring. Although it appears unremarkable, its fragrance is exquisite once it blossoms, Shisui explained. Oh, Itachi mused, glancing at it curiously. Yet, apart from the thorny vines, there seemed to be nothing of note. By the way, what are Uncle Fugaku's plans? Itachi chuckled, leaning closer to whisper to Shisui. At that moment, in an open area adjacent to the Ryumiku residence, Fugaku had gathered several Uchiha clansmen. They were inspecting a solidly constructed foundation, meticulously measuring distances. Finding a plot of land in the village is quite challenging. Fugaku murmured to his second-in-command. Everyone, let us work diligently to prepare this site within the next few days. Fugaku intended to gift Ryumiku a house, but not by outright purchase. Among the members of the root organization was a man named Tenkai, a remnant of Danzo's faction, possessing the same wood-release abilities as the First Hokage. After Kakashi located him, Fugaku arranged for Tenkai to assist him in this endeavor as a gift. However, finding a suitable plot in Konoha was arduous. After much searching, Fugaku finally found a vacant piece of land near Ryumiku's home. This area had once served as a venue for village events, but had fallen into disrepair over the years. Fugaku approached Minato to secure this land in Ryumiku's name, finally alleviating a concern that had weighed heavily on him. Oh, by the way, have Tenkai and the others arrived? Fugaku suddenly asked, recalling something. They should be here shortly. They just completed a mission outside the village and are on their way, a clansman replied. That is good to hear. The wood release makes constructing a house seem like childish play. It can be completed in mere seconds, Fugaku mused, recalling how Tenkai had rebuilt the structures damaged during the Ninetales incident. Ah, just as I speak of them, here they come, Fugaku exclaimed, turning to see the newcomers. Their faces were pale, eyes dark, and one even bore a metal headband. Lord Fugaku, you must be Tenkai. I truly appreciate your assistance, Fugaku greeted. Tenkai smiled gently and shook his head. It is no trouble. However, I am no longer Tenkai. Upon my return to the village, I have taken the name Daigo. Fugaku looked puzzled, prompting a member of the root organization to clarify. Lord Ryumiku has assigned Daigo to the Umbu, directly under Captain Kakashi's command. Therefore, all records of Tenkai in the root must be obliterated. Ah, I see, Fugaku responded, now understanding. Ryumiku simultaneously managed both the root and Umbu. Although Kakashi currently led the Umbu, Ryumiku was the true architect behind the scenes. Tenkai wielded the unique wood release of Konoha, and it was likely Ryumiku's decision to assign him for this reason. Meanwhile, far from Konoha, in a remote valley, Ryumiku suddenly sneezed. The wind here is indeed strong. He chuckled. Han, gifted with the ice release, was unfazed by the cold, moving through the winter as gracefully as a fish in water. The winter landscape, blanketed in pure white snow, adorned the earth in a shimmering silver cloak. Standing atop the mountain, Ryumiku gazed out at the vast white expanse, feeling as if the world had come to a serene halt, instilling a profound sense of tranquility within him. Draped in a white fur cloak, Han opened her arms wide, allowing the mountain winds to envelop her. Ryumaku, standing nearby, watched her profile with a gentle smile. He slowly rose and approached her from behind, wrapping his arms around her waist. "It feels like a dream," he suddenly remarked. Han looked slightly puzzled, but chose not to voice her thoughts. Instead, she gently patted his hand resting on her waist and smiled softly. "This is no dream. It is all very real." Upon hearing her response, Ryumaku, though taken aback, smiled and kissed her cheek, his gaze drifting toward the world below the mountain. Chapter 133. Escape from Konoha village in his past life. Ryumu never imagined he would find himself in such a situation. His days were monotonously filled with work, sleep, and meals, much like any other corporate worker, devoid of leisure time and seldom having the opportunity to flirt with girls on the street. Time was a precious commodity, one that many could hardly afford. After much effort, he finally managed to secure a girlfriend, a campus beauty, only to be met with a cruel twist of fate when the time came. He found himself transported to another world. Ryumu had always harbored a deep fondness for Naruto, diligently watching each episode as they were released from middle school through college. Yet, he could never have fathomed that he would traverse into the very realm of ninjas. Like protagonists in countless novels, he was inherently solitary, bereft of friends or family, and even stripped of any innate talent for ninjutsu. He had resigned himself to a life of obscurity, waiting for the moment when Kaguya would imprison the world in illusions, merely existing as an inconsequential bystander. However, unexpectedly, he awakened a system, and fortune smiled upon him as he drew the template of Saitama, granting him unmatched power. From that moment forth, Ryumu understood, or rather, he came to a realization. He intended to leverage the system to alter the trajectory of the Naruto universe. Unfortunately, despite his intentions, Obito and Kakashi intervened. The situation began to unfold in a manner that was utterly foreign to Ryumu. Who was this new masked man? Moreover, it appeared that Yahiko was hiding something as well. Ryumu? Huh. Sensing Ryumu's increasingly chaotic aura, Han was taken aback and promptly roused him. Upon regaining his composure, Ryumu offered Han a warm smile. "I'm fine." At that moment, he suddenly moved in front of Han, raising an eyebrow as he said, "Han, I have an idea I wish to discuss with you." After a moment of hesitation, Ryumu finally spoke. "How about we not return to the village for now?" Han looked puzzled. Ryumu elaborated. "I know of a way to wed through travel. The ninja world is currently peaceful, and with Minato-sensei in the village, there shouldn't be any significant issues arising, so. You want to substitute a wedding with a trip?" Han perceived Ryumu's intentions, but he was acutely aware that Han's background mirrored his own. Unlike him, however, Han had once been a member of the Mist Village, despite currently residing in Konoha. She deserved a warm wedding blessed by all. Yet, Ryumu's thoughts seemed somewhat selfish. He simply found the idea of organizing a wedding cumbersome. The notion of gathering the villagers for a ceremony akin to a festival was not what he envisioned. "I think it sounds wonderful," Han unexpectedly replied. She explained, "I don't mind as long as I'm with you." At that moment, Ryumu was overwhelmed with excitement. Grasping Han's hand, he expressed his gratitude. "Forgive my selfishness this time, but when we return to the village, we can hold a wedding ceremony. Then, let us escape from Konoha village." 3 years later outside Konoha village, countless shadows darted swiftly among the trees, concealing themselves as they sped toward the village. A piercing cry echoed as 4 Konoha ninjas appeared atop a massive tree at the village entrance. As their eyes scanned the surroundings, one of them suddenly bore crimson eyes. The 3-tomo Sharingan whirled rapidly, fixating on the dense forest in the distance. The shadows paused, startling a myriad of crows. Suddenly, an oddly discordant tune wafted from the path beneath the two groups. The Sharingan-wielding youth glanced downward. The newcomers were tall, their demeanor relaxed. And beside them stood a woman with fair skin and snow-white hair elegantly pinned up. They walked side by side, humming the peculiar melody together. "Brother Shirzue." Those two seemed to be. Before Shirzue could respond, he fixated on the figures in the distance, suddenly bolting away in a frenzy. Seeing this, he extinguished his Sharingan and leaped down. "Ryumu and Hanne, you have finally returned." "Shirzue?" Ryumu looked at the now tall Shirzue with familiarity, extending a hand to tousle his hair. Noticing the individuals behind Shirzue, Ryumu smiled gently. "What is the matter? Did those people leave?" Upon hearing this, Shirzue's expression shifted. It seemed Ryumu had already sensed their presence. Han smiled softly, and with a slight surge of chakra, A lingering mist in the woods dissipated. Sasuke realized instantly, using the mist as a medium for reconnaissance. Indeed, Han's abilities were far from ordinary. Let us head back to the village. They want to be coming. With that, Ryumu wrapped an arm around Sasuke's shoulders, and together they made their way into Konoha village. Is that Lord Ryumu? Hey, you little rascal, you've never met Lord Ryumu before? No. I joined the Umbu when Lord Ryumu had already left the village. Well, now you have. Within half an hour, the news of Ryumu's return had spread like wildfire throughout the village. As Ryumu approached his home, he was taken aback by the newly erected building next door. He wondered who had moved in beside him. Uncle Ryumu. Uncle? Again with the uncle? Who is so blind? He turned to see a boy with yellow hair and a red scarf standing beside Sasuke and Kushina, staring wide-eyed and timidly greeting Ryumu, with yellow hair and whisker-like markings. Who else could it be but Naruto? Wow, you can walk now? When I left the village, you still needed to be carried. Before Ryumu could respond, Han swiftly scooped Naruto up. Ryumu then greeted Minato and Kushina, saying to Naruto, remember to call me brother. Minato? Kushina. I call your dad senpai. You call me brother, and we'll each have our own titles. Han shot a bemused glance at the overly serious Ryumu and turned back to playfully tease Naruto. At that moment, Minato and Kushina, noticing Han's slightly rounded belly, instantly understood. This is, Ryumu chuckled heartily. Han is currently unable to do much, so we decided to return. Everyone entered the house together. However, Ryumu was curious. Despite being uninhabited for 3 years, his home was remarkably clean. During your absence, Sasuke came by every few days to tidy up, Sasuke explained, seemingly sensing Ryumu's confusion. That kid. Ryumu smiled gently, encouraging everyone to sit down. Kushina supported Han, who quickly insisted, it's only been a few months. I'm still capable. What do you mean capable? During this time, you require special care. No accidents can occur. Chapter 134. The matchmaker Ryumu leaned against the wall, panting heavily, a faint flush creeping onto his pale face from the exertion. He glanced back at Kakashi and Might Guy, who were closely following behind. With a sudden motion, Ryumu sank to the ground, tilting his head back to gaze at the sun, which, while not particularly warm, still shone above. Hey, Akai is sprinting over, he thought, as Akai leapt over Ryumu's head in one stride. Once he landed, he gave a thumbs up to Kakashi behind him, exclaiming, Kakashi, you've lost again. That makes it 46 wins to 45 losses for me. At that moment, Kakashi strolled over, leisurely holding a comic book. All right, I get it, he replied, tucking the comic into his pocket. Mimicking Ryumu's earlier posture, the two of them settled down beside him. It's been a while since I exercised like that. I'm quite exhausted, Kakashi remarked as he lay back, allowing the snow to blanket his body. Akai turned his gaze toward Ryumu, who immediately sensed it. Don't look at me like that, Ryumu said, quickly shifting aside. With a mischievous grin, he added, I've already devised an advanced version of the 1,000 Years of Death technique. Want to give it a try? Akai shook his head vigorously. No way. The last time, I couldn't even turn over in bed for a week. At that moment, Han and Kushina were engaged in mundane conversations about family matters, making it rather inconvenient for a boy like Ryumu to listen in. After finally returning to the village, he had been promptly summoned by Kakashi and Akai. His former classmates had dispersed across various positions in Konoha, but among them, these three maintained the closest bond. Ryumu glanced at Kakashi and raised an eyebrow, inquiring, How is Sambu these days? Pretty good. It's been relatively peaceful lately with fewer missions, so I arranged for everyone to train, Kakashi responded. And Root? Ryumu couldn't help but worry about that. Root held a unique status. Although his senior, Minato, had allowed him to manage the new Root with his authority, Ryumu was aware that as a leader, he wouldn't want a rebellious subordinate under his watch. Thus, 3 years ago, when Ryumu departed, he and Kakashi had already discussed the gradual dissolution of Root. Former members of Root required Umbu's approval, so Ryumu refrained from pressuring anyone. After such a long time together, their perceptions of Root should have significantly shifted. The plans for Root were progressing smoothly, they just needed the right opportunity. Akai showed little interest in such bureaucratic matters, so while Ryumu and Kakashi deliberated, he hardly paid attention. The prince's group was now over 3 years old, and in 2 years, they would be entering the Ninja Academy. Kakashi had once secretly protected Kushina for an entire year, but had been outmaneuvered by the masked man at a critical moment. What about that incident? Ryumu did not elaborate, but Kakashi understood immediately. We're still investigating. The informants from the Land of Rain provided some information about that person, but by the time our team arrived, he had vanished. The Land of Rain? Ryomu frowned slightly, a glimmer of intensity flashing in his eyes. Oh, by the way, are you two interested in leading a team? Kakashi responded. This suggestion sounds oddly familiar. In the past, Ryomu had often been urged by the third Hokage to take on a team. Yet he had consistently declined with firm resolve. Now it seemed Ryomu had transformed into that very person. Kakashi shook his head, pulling out the comic book from his pocket. I have no time. Akai, however, was unfazed. Even if I were to lead a team, I'd only choose 3 bright and sunny kids. I couldn't teach anyone else. Although Ryomu posed the question, he had no intention of pressuring the two. He merely wanted to gauge their thoughts. After all, the prince's group would soon be starting school, and their future would require both of them to step up as leading jounin. As for Kakashi, Ryomu observed him with a wry smile. Since his father Sakumo's suicide, Kakashi had displayed a darker demeanor, despite the sunshine and warmth emanating from within him. After all, he wouldn't be able to play so recklessly with someone like Akai if he weren't. He struggled to break free from his internal turmoil. Over time, Ryomu began to worry about his mental state. It seemed necessary to find an opportunity to shift Kakashi into a different work environment. Constantly lingering between Umbu and Root was undoubtedly detrimental to him. Speaking of which, we grew up together, and I'm about to have a child. Why haven't you two made any moves? Kakashi responded with a confused expression. Akai echoed the sentiment. Kakashi's appearance required little elaboration. Ryomu had seen his true self countless times during their childhood. Although perhaps not as striking as himself, he was hardly lacking in appeal. Given that he possessed the kind of looks that young girls adored, it was perplexing that he had yet to make a romantic advance. As for Akai, it was better not to scare off any potential partners. How can you even ask that? Kakashi replied grumpily as he sat up. I'm busy every day, surrounded by masked weirdos. Where would I find the time? Don't Umbu have girls too? And quite a few at that. What's the deal? Is it because they're wearing masks that you can't find a girlfriend? You wear a mask too, don't you? Kakashi did not respond, shooting Ryomu an exasperated glare. Indeed, there were girls in Umbu, but any girl who could qualify for Umbu was no ordinary person. They were fiercely ambitious and strong-willed. Otherwise, they wouldn't have passed the rigorous evaluations. Ryomu's inquiry was simply an exercise in futility. Why do you keep asking him? Ask me instead. Akai nudged Ryomu's arm playfully. Ask you? Akai nodded seriously, his eyes filled with anticipation. Your girlfriend is probably still in her mother-in-law's womb. It's pointless to ask. Akai fell silent. But don't worry, I'll find someone to introduce you to. Ryomu chuckled heartily, amused at the unexpected opportunity to play matchmaker after living 2 lives. After resting, they went out to dinner together. To their surprise, they encountered Obito at the entrance of a ramen shop on a date with Rin. See, this is what happens when you don't take the initiative. Rin is being swept away, Ryomu remarked, observing the couple inside the enclosure. The 3 of them walked in together. Kakashi, Ryomu, Akai, you all came too, Rin exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy as she stood up to greet them. Obito, meanwhile, looked bewildered. He had finally managed to secure a date, only to run into so many familiar faces. Obito, where are your goggles? Ryomu noticed the absence of the iconic item on Obito's person. I stopped wearing those ages ago, Obito replied, signaling the ramen shop owner for 3 more bowls of noodles. Chapter 135, Choices at this moment. Rin was employed at the Konoha hospital, collaborating with Mizukage, who had participated in the Chunin exams alongside Nagamaki and Kakashi years ago. It is said that Tsunade once took the time to mentor several individuals at the hospital. By the way, is Mizukage married? Nagamaki recalled that Mizukage was approximately 6 years his senior. Furthermore, she was not only attractive but also possessed a pleasant disposition. Kakashi, upon perceiving Nagamaki's gaze, Kakashi immediately associated it with the earlier mention of matchmaking, leading him to deliver a silent glare that promptly silenced Nagamaki. Mizukage's child was on the verge of entering the ninja academy. One could hardly question her marital status. Rin offered a gentle smile. Meanwhile, Obito gazed at his former classmates, now matured into their present selves, a wave of nostalgia washing over him. By the way, Obito, what are you currently engaged in? Since departing from Team 7, Obito had been assigned by Fugaku to the Konoha Guard. I am now the captain of the first squad. Not bad, Nagamaki nodded in acknowledgement. My responsibilities include mentoring newly inducted ninjas, which is quite fulfilling. As Obito spoke, a spark of inspiration illuminated his eyes. He quickly maneuvered past Rin to confront Nagamaki, his gaze intense, inquiring, "How did you train Shursui, Nagamaki?" It turned out that Obito had once had an opportunity to spar with Shursui. However, due to his seniority, he refrained from exerting his full strength. To his surprise, Shursui's body flicker technique was astonishingly formidable, had it not merely been a friendly match. Obito might have been compelled to utilize the powers of his Sharingan. Shursui had been placed in the Umbu from a young age. Thus he had not worked in the guard. Teach me. Today as children are far more challenging to manage. If they possessed Shursui's level of intelligence, I wouldn't feel so exhausted every day. Nagamaki chuckled wryly, shaking his head. You mentioned Shursui's intelligence. I merely taught him ninjutsu, not how to become clever. Birds of a feather flock together. Minato, Nagamaki, Kakashi, Shursui, and later Itachi are all regarded as prodigies of Konoha. Are you implying that I lack intelligence? Obito seemed to detect an underlying meaning in Nagamaki's words, though he hesitated to confirm it. Absolutely not. Nagamaki patted Obito's shoulder reassuringly, saying, Children are often like that. Weren't you once slow to grasp things too? Teaching the young requires patience. One cannot be overly eager for results. Nagamaki had returned to Konoha nearly a week ago, but had hardly seen Fugaku. Today, by chance, he encountered Obito, making it the perfect opportunity to join him for drinks at Fugaku's home that evening. Uncle Nagamaki. At the Fugaku residence, Nagamaki sat on a cushion, gazing at the young child concealed behind Itachi, his eyes nearly rolling to the heavens. Sasuke, do not be afraid. Uncle Nagamaki brother is very nice. Itachi cast a fleeting glance at Nagamaki, his hands lifting Sasuke under the armpits. At this age, Sasuke was comparable in size to Naruto, and being 3 years old, he was at a stage of clinginess and mischief. After hearing Fugaku's lamentations, Nagamaki learned that as long as Itachi was home, Sasuke would incessantly cling to him, causing great disappointment for Fugaku as a parent. Han is about to give birth. I will find a time to discuss arrangements with my wife. Fugaku raised his glass towards Nagamaki. Nagamaki nodded, taking a small sip before waving his hand in response. Perhaps it's best to wait. I hardly dare to return home during the day. Besides, it's only been a few months. There's no rush. Nagamaki intended to converse with Fugaku a bit more, but an unintentional glance revealed a hint of unspoken meaning in Itachi's eyes. Night. Umbu. Itachi knelt on one knee, his dark eyes fixed on the ground beneath Nagamaki's feet. Beside him stood a youth with a short sword strapped to his back, his expression grave. You may rise. There are no outsiders present, so there is no need for such formality. Nagamaki turned to Itachi, asking, Is there a matter you wish to discuss away from your parents? Today marked Nagamaki's first visit to the Umbu since returning to the village. Brother Nagamaki, Itachi encountered that masked man from a few years ago. Nagamaki's brow furrowed, his demeanor turning serious. Elaborate. Itachi opened his eyes wide, the red hues swirling rapidly, momentarily merging into the pattern of a shuriken. Observing this, Nagamaki understood. Did he take you to see the stone tablet? You are aware of the Uchiha clan stone tablet? Do not concern yourself with how I know. I am merely stating the facts. It turned out that over 6 months ago, Itachi and Shursui had just returned to the village after completing a mission. On their way home that night, they sensed a chilling aura. Looking up, they spotted a pair of Sharingan, unique to the Uchiha clan, glimmering in the lamplight nearby. It was the masked man. However, Itachi had never encountered him during the chaos he wrought upon Konoha. He only identified him based on the lingering rumors surrounding the masked man. What did he say? He said nothing. Itachi did not conceal anything, simply informing Nagamaki of being brought before the stone tablet. He is powerful. Itachi assessed the masked man. Certainly, if he were an ordinary ninja, he would not have escaped from Brother Nagamaki's grasp back then. The space-time ninjutsu is a method that Nagamaki found inescapable. The masked man is not Obito, but he possesses a similar space-time ninjutsu akin to Kyuubi. Then what about your eyes? In response to Nagamaki's inquiry, Itachi seemed to harbor some unspeakable concerns. However, currently, the Uchiha clan is in turmoil, and the voices of the populace are growing louder, not only regarding my father, but also towards me and even Shursui. Everything Itachi spoke of was familiar to Nagamaki. Fugaku possessed the Manjiki, and after the incidents involving the masked man, the Uchiha clan understood the Manjiki as a means to control the Nine Tails. They aspired to rise from adversity, hoping Fugaku's Manjiki would restore the Uchiha clan's prominence in the eyes of the people. Itachi and Shursui were prodigies of the Uchiha clan, Yet having grown under Nagamaki's tutelage, they had consistently served the Umbu led by Minato. Thus, members of the Uchiha clan regarded them as traitors within their ranks. Why did you disclose this matter to me? Or rather, you must understand that given my position, should I choose to act ruthlessly, your Uchiha clan might. Upon hearing Nagamaki's words, both Shisui and Itachi's expressions shifted, revealing a hint of alarm. However, Shisui stepped forward, stating, "It is precisely because we understand the gravity of this matter that we trust in Brother Nagamaki's wisdom, which is why we have divulged everything. Not all members of the Uchiha clan are fond of conflict. Most yearn for peace." Nagamaki fell silent. Observing the two before him, he suddenly let out a cold laugh. Ultimately, he stated, "Do not inform the Fourth Hokage of this matter. I will handle it." With that, Nagamaki rose to depart, but before leaving, he turned to address the two. "Should the situation reach a point of no return, what will your choice be?" Chapter 136. Dread regarding the rebellion. Ryomu remained indifferent. At this moment, the phenomena surrounding the Uchiha clan struck him as the boastful antics of a child who had just received a perfect score. He reveled in his achievements, unburdened by fear. Yet, parents must occasionally administer a measure of discipline at the appropriate juncture. When mistakes have yet to materialize, all remains salvageable. However, when the reality of error confronts one, indulgence becomes an act of irresponsibility, both to oneself and to others. The following day, Ryomu arrived early at Fyake's office. Together, they gazed down at the dozens of Uchiha clan's key members assembled below. Expressions of surprise were evident among the crowd. Ryomu was present. Fyake murmured softly beside him. Acknowledging the remark with a nod, Ryomu gradually rose and strolled before the assembly with a slight smile. "I understand that my sudden summons may seem perplexing to you all," he began. "Regardless of my identity or that of the Uchiha clan, the current situation remains beyond your comprehension. Indeed," as he paused, he surveyed the gathering, a glimmer of mockery in his gaze. "I have even heard whispers of your supposed desires for rebellion." His voice resonated like thunder in the minds of those present. How could this young man, seemingly relaxed, utter such words within the Uchiha clan? Did he harbor no trepidation? Or was his confidence derived from something greater? Fyake furrowed his brow, for this matter was known only to the Uchiha clan and no one else. How could Ryomu have come by such knowledge so soon after his return to the village? "Do not be alarmed, whether this rumor holds any truth. I shall not impose any punishment upon you," Ryomu reassured with a smile. "However, I must confess that I find it hard to believe that you would entertain thoughts of rebellion. Yet, since such a rumor has reached my ears, I would like to present something for your consideration." With that, his eyes transformed, and the eye of the celestial fox was activated. The crowd was caught unawares, including Fyake, as they were ensnared within the illusion crafted by Ryomu. Within this illusion, Fyake activated his Susanoo, surveying the peak of Konoha. Below, the Nine Tails rampaged, and the Uchiha clan's blazing yet chilling Sharingan wreaked havoc throughout the village. This was the spectacle they had sought, and Ryomu had even woven additional elements into the illusion. At that moment, two Susanoo figures materialized from thin air, one blue and one green. Their colossal sword energies loomed overhead, sealing all in their path. The green Susanoo stood firm, and from its chest emanated the limitless 8 trigrams, reshaping the entire village of Konoha into barren land. These two figures were none other than Fyake's eldest son, Uchiha Itachi, and Uchiha Shisui, who had gradually matured under Ryomu's guidance. Ryomu wished for them to witness this, to comprehend the luster that their family's glory could bestow upon their domain. Yet, inevitably, darkness would descend. Even the most radiant light would eventually wane. The bloodstained earth lay littered with corpses. With the power of Susanoo, all ninjutsu and taijutsu became futile. The villagers perished one by one. And even the Uchiha clan's own kin could not escape the devastation wrought by war, leaving nothing but desolation in its wake. The triumph that stood amidst the corpses was both brutal and tragic. Blood flowed into rivers, pools, and the very corners where they once played joyously. Could victory truly be deemed victory under such circumstances? Was it merely a harbinger of warning from the victors? Ryomu did not subscribe to such notions. Gradually, he retracted the illusion, revealing the fearful expressions etched upon the faces of those present. Beads of sweat clung to their brows, and they collapsed to the ground, gazing up at Ryomu, who remained steadfast before them. How could his illusion ensnare a gathering almost entirely comprised of 3 Tomo Sharingan wielders? They had no time for contemplation. The succeeding illusion unfolded. In the first segment, Liu Mu had shown them the grim aftermath of war. This time, he intended to impart the harrowing truth that the bloodshed of genuine warfare could surpass their worst imaginings. As the Fourth Hokage and the current leader of Konoha, the Uchiha clan's ambition to control the Nine Tails necessitated extracting it entirely from the Fourth and Naruto. The esteemed Hokage, revered as the Yellow Flash, would inevitably clash with Fyake, who wielded Susanoo. Yet, they had forgotten that Konoha boasted not only Minato but also numerous formidable clans, and, indeed, Liu Mu himself. Beyond Fyake, the remaining Uchiha clansmen were but shadows. In the ensuing pursuit, few emerged unscathed. The assembly felt as though they were ensnared in their own reality, witnessing kunai raining down upon them, their bodies racked by the relentless pain of arrows piercing through. Whether the Uchiha clan would triumph remained obscured from their view, for they would likely perish before such a conclusion could manifest. Liu Mu dispelled the illusion and returned to his seat beside Fyake. Observing the exhausted assembly, he smiled and remarked, "There is no need for astonishment or fear. All that transpired was but an illusion. Of course, I shall pretend I have not heard that rumor. However, should I ever come to acknowledge such a matter from some clandestine source?" Here, Liu Mu paused abruptly, rising as if struck by a revelation, and turned to Fyake. "I have heard you wish to establish a training ground within the Uchiha clan?" Fyake, taken aback, eventually nodded. "Yes, it was Shirsue's suggestion. We intend to build a training ground in the back mountains to assist our clan members in their training." Liu Mu nodded thoughtfully, pointing to the hillside outside the window. "Is it here?" Fyake did not deny it. "Indeed, it is not far from the security office. After work, we could have the guards train the children there. So we decided to set the location here." Liu Mu, upon hearing this, smiled faintly. He approached the window, turning his back to the assembly. Excavating and leveling land is no small task. Considering the Uchiha clan is a large family, the training ground must be substantial. If we continue digging at this rate, when will we see the end? He turned to address the assembly. "Allow me to assist you. Consider it my contribution to your endeavor." With that, Liu Mu clenched his fist, and an immense surge of chakra swept through the office, stirring a gale. Garments fluttered as the assembly braced against the force. Suddenly, Liu Mu pivoted, directing a punch at the hillside. Instantly, the window shattered, and a deafening explosion reverberated before their eyes. In the chaos, dust billowed, and the once towering peak, hundreds of meters high, was mysteriously reduced to half its height. The edges were unnaturally smooth, as though meticulously sculpted. Chapter 137. The young boy, Liu Mu, did not intend to intimidate anyone, yet if they chose to perceive it that way, he would not contest their interpretation. "Come forth," Liu Mu called softly. In an instant, two dark figures materialized, kneeling before him. "Inform the Fourth about the situation here, and ensure he does not react with surprise." Upon his command, the shadows departed. Liu Mu flicked his wrist and addressed the gathered crowd. "It should be about time. Later, you may verify the goods." Liu Mu's arrival was unannounced, without prior communication with Fugaku. As they departed, Fugaku walked alongside Liu Mu toward the Uchiha clan's entrance. "Do not inquire or comment, considering my disposition. This is the greatest concession I can offer," Liu Mu said with a gentle smile, causing Fugaku to shiver slightly. It became evident to Liu Mu that he was not merely aware of rumors. His visit today, cloaked in the guise of gossip, was intended to present an opportunity to the assembly. "I have heard you wish for the Uchiha clan to integrate into the village," Liu Mu suddenly queried. Fugaku halted, nodding slowly. "Since you are aware, I shall not conceal it any longer," he replied, revealing that this aspiration had been in the works for quite some time. However, with the emergence of rebellion, his plans had stagnated. "Such a course of action is unnecessary," Liu Mu stated as they arrived at a small eatery and took their seats. "Lord Fugaku, what would you like for breakfast this morning?" "The usual, please," Fugaku replied, appearing quite familiar with the establishment. He adeptly retrieved a stool, crouched down, and produced a pair of chopsticks, rubbing them together until the wood shavings were removed, before offering them to Liu Mu. "What did you mean by that remark?" Liu Mu responded, "The existence of a clan is inherently a source of honor, especially for the Uchiha." The words Liu Mu spoke took Fugaku by surprise, as he had presumed Liu Mu would comprehend his intentions. Instead, it seemed Liu Mu held a deep regard for the concept of honor. The Uchiha clan had indeed flourished, standing equal to any other clan, and their pride in the Sharingan was palpable. Strength attracts strength, and they took pride in their lineage, a sentiment Liu Mu could easily grasp. Furthermore, the current state of Konoha was a testament to the prominence of clans. Even if the Uchiha were to initiate change, it would not alter the village's dynamics. Moreover, the clan's long-standing presence rendered such actions unnecessary. I understand your thoughts, but I cannot support them, Lu Mu concluded. Additionally, Lu Mu continued, the matter of the stone tablet is, in fact, a fabrication. Fugaku was taken aback. As Itachi's father, he had undoubtedly examined the stone tablet, and, having awakened his Manjiki Sharingan, he had perceived even more. Regardless of future developments, Lu Mu resolved to divulge this information to him. How do you know about the stone tablet? Fugaku stammered, momentarily stunned, and then recalled a particular individual. Itachi? Lu Mu shook his head. No. To alleviate Fugaku's confusion, Lu Mu merely chuckled. I am aware of many things, more than you might imagine. Yet the matter of the stone tablet is true. Its contents have been altered. Thus, while you may trust the first half, disregard the latter portion. The infinite Tsukuyomi will not usher in a peaceful world for the shinobi, but rather another calamity. Lu Mu's character and thought process remained an enigma to Fugaku, yet it seemed he held steadfast beliefs regarding various matters. Altered? By whom? Fugaku inquired. Lu Mu chose not to respond directly, stating, for now, it is better that you know less. The time for revelations will come. At the eatery, the breakfast consisted of seaweed soup and rice balls, the latter filled with sweet fruits, making for a delightful meal. I can never quite understand you, Fugaku remarked, whether intentionally or inadvertently. Lu Mu smiled and replied, not just you. At times, I find myself difficult to comprehend as well. At that moment, Lu Mu appeared to have shed the demeanor of a commanding figure, resembling a spirited youth of his age. This is quite delicious. I shall return frequently, Lu Mu proclaimed, paying for the meal before rising to depart. Watching Lu Mu's retreating figure, Fugaku unexpectedly smiled faintly amidst his serious demeanor. As midday approached, dark clouds suddenly gathered in the clear sky. Observing the snowflakes drifting outside once more, Lu Mu returned indoors. How can it still be snowing at this hour? Han, standing beside Lu Mu, glanced outside, seemingly perplexed. Perhaps this is the last snowfall of the year, bidding farewell before its departure. Telling everyone it once graced this place, Lu Mu mused poetically. Though Han found it to sound somewhat childish. The two snuggled closely together as Lu Mu retrieved a book penned by his teacher, Jiraiya, and began to read aloud to Han, who leaned against his shoulder. I wonder when teacher Jiraiya will return, Han suddenly murmured, eyes closed. He will return before the child is born, of that I am certain. Meanwhile, in Sunagakure, endless yellow sands drifted, forming an unbounded sea of desert. Deep within the desolate expanse, a young boy, breathless and disheveled, was surrounded by a boy and a girl. Wow, you're amazing. You can do this. They gazed in awe at the ramen crafted from sand. Can you create other things too? Like dumplings or takoyaki? Of course, the young boy replied. A hint of pride evident, yet delight dominated his expression. Without warning, he extended his hands, and the yellow sand beneath them remarkably coalesced into the desired forms. What are you all doing here? At that moment of joy, a man in black clothing appeared atop a nearby sand dune. Father! Father! The trio stood frozen, a flicker of fear crossing their faces. The man turned away from them, addressing the older children, return to your studies and refrain from playing here. With that, he departed. The two older children exchanged resigned glances before following suit. Suddenly, a blond-haired man appeared behind the young boy, observing the departing trio. He knelt and affectionately tousled the boy's hair, his expression troubled as he spoke. We should head back. Nightfall is approaching. The young boy remained motionless, his innocent eyes brimming with tears. With a quivering nose, he turned and asked, why doesn't Teehee like me? Chapter 138. The piercing scream in the darkness under the moonlit sky. Countless dark figures flickered amidst the buildings. Outside a dimly lit windowsill, a small silhouette swayed gently in the candlelight. Suddenly, a howl of anguish echoed, and the boy's reflection underwent a startling transformation. A beastly roar filled the room. More figures gathered outside the boy's window. A fine stream of sand seeped through the cracks, silently enveloping the ankles of all present. Blood burst forth, leaving no trace of the bodies. Only the remnants of blood faintly attested to the recent events. Had the village of Yunnan signed a peace treaty? In the Hokage's office of Konohagakure, a ninja adorned with a white fox mask handed a scroll to Minato. After a year of conflict, the war had finally ceased. Yet, it felt trivial, and an inexplicable sense of unease lingered. Just then, a violent explosion erupted in the northeastern corner of the village. Minato rose to his feet, but before he could give orders, a figure had already shattered the window and leaped out. Observing the figure that had evaded into the outskirts of the village, Minato noticed an arm clutching a half-grown child. Following closely behind was a man in white robes, whose form drew nearer. It soon became clear that this individual was Hayashi Hyuga. What transpired? Someone had taken one of our clan members hostage. Who? Hinata. Hayashi recognized the figure as Hiromu. However, given the urgency of the situation, there was no time for elaborate explanations. With a sharp command, Hiromu propelled himself forward. The massive tree beneath him shattered with a resounding crash, and he ascended like a bolt of lightning. A splatter of blood followed. A bloodied fist slowly withdrew from the assailant's body. The arms slackened, and with the girl's terrified scream, Hayashi leaped down to embrace her securely. Witnessing others still fleeing, Hiromu kicked the remaining corpse away and continued his pursuit. In less than 5 minutes, all 5 intruders, including the earlier corpse, lay by Hayashi's side. Speak. Who are you? These thieves bore no forehead protectors and, upon capture by Hiromu, chose to commit suicide instead. Hiromu noted their resolute demeanor but refrained from intervening. Having kidnapped a member of the Hyuga clan, their intentions were unmistakable. The Hyuga clan had long regretted the loss of a single Byakugan. Now, these outsiders dared to infiltrate the village and brazenly abduct Hinata, indicating the immense value of the Byakugan in their eyes. Lord Hiromu, just call me Hiromu. Hayashi, being older, felt uncomfortable with such formalities. Observing the skin tones of the assailants, it was highly likely they were ninjas from Yunnan. With the recent peace treaty, the situation was precarious. Hiromu had killed one of Yunnan's ninjas to save Hinata, and if these tensions escalated, the recently halted war could reignite. Hiromu cast a sideways glance at Hayashi, noting the depth of his Byakugan. With a cold snort and a smile, he asked, "Shall I help you find a scapegoat?" Hayashi, wishing to avoid complicating matters for Hiromu, immediately responded, "What scapegoat? Who do you intend to use as my scapegoat?" With a mocking laugh, Hiromu absorbed the remaining assailants into his time-space, stating, "I need no scapegoat. Moreover, it's merely war. If it cannot end, then let it be fought to the finish." Hiromu was not a warmonger, lamenting the needless deaths caused by unwarranted conflict. Yet, given that the enemy had plotted first, showing weakness would only embolden them. If memory served, in the original tale, there was no Hiromu, and it was Hayashi who personally dispatched the kidnappers of Hinata. However, to avert catastrophe, a branch member of the Hyuga clan took the blame, facing dire consequences. "This matter concerns me and the fourth. The child is frightened. You should take her home." Hayashi's expression hardened slightly. As the clan leader, he had never encountered such a tone from Hiromu, disdainful, speechless, even tinged with arrogance. Yet, as clan head, he keenly sensed that the man before him was far more formidable than the rumors suggested. Even the speed of pursuit was something he could only aspire to. Seeing Hiromu's determination, Hayashi understood that further discussion was futile. He swiftly scooped up Hinata and prepared to leave. However, stop lurking in the shadows. "Come out," Hiromu commanded, glancing towards the depths of the nearby woods. Uncle Hiromu, a bashful Naruto, clad in sportswear and sporting a red scarf, emerged from behind a tree. "What are you doing here?" "I came to play." Hiromu was speechless. Thankfully, the prior group of ninjas had not spotted Naruto, otherwise. "Lord Hayashi, please take him back with you. Is he truly the son of the fourth?" Hayashi asked, intrigued, as it was his first encounter with Naruto. Hiromu nodded, glancing at Hinata and Hayashi's arms, and then at Naruto. "The child is timid. It would be best for both to play together and forget this incident." Hayashi, momentarily taken aback, nodded in agreement. "Indeed, your consideration is commendable. But what about you? Will you not return to the village with us?" "Not for me," Hiromu replied, turning away. "I must head to the negotiation site and inquire about their intentions before they depart." Hiromu was decisive, a figure Naruto had always feared. Once Hiromu departed, Naruto felt a wave of relief wash over him. Gazing at Hinata, held securely in Hayashi's arms, he softly introduced himself. "I'm Naruto Uzumaki. What about you?" Hinata's cheeks flushed crimson at his words. Shyly clutching her father's neck, she whispered, "I'm Hinata Hyuga." Perhaps due to the relationship between the fourth and Kushina, the village's perception of Naruto as the Jinchuriki was still underdeveloped. Yet, Naruto remained as mischievous as ever, and Hinata's shyness only endeared him more. "Since we're not far from the village, let us walk back together." Naruto's eyes sparkled with friendliness, sparking a sense of longing in the usually disciplined Hinata. Hayashi watched Hiromu's departing figure. It seemed prudent to inform the fourth upon their return to the village. Chapter 139. Interrogation at the border of the Land of Fire. Within a quaint wooden house nestled beneath the cascading waters of the Tsuaping Mountain, a grand banquet was underway. Suddenly, a loud explosion reverberated through the air, silencing the lively chatter within. The guests turned to see a figure hastily downing a cup of sake from the table before unceremoniously taking a seat among the villagers of Konoha. Lord Ryumaku. Lord Ryumaku. What brings you here? Is that truly Ryumaku? Indeed, I have seen him once, and it is undeniably he. But how could he possibly be here? Whispers of confusion filled the room as the onlookers exchanged glances. Ryumaku surveyed the assembly from the hidden cloud village, yet he recognized none of them. Who is in charge here? I am, replied a weathered, dark-skinned ninja from the hidden cloud village, stepping forward. Ah, so it is you. I have no particular business here. But there are two matters I wish to address. First, I shall deliver a few individuals to you, and second, I have a question to pose. The man appeared perplexed. With a disdainful smirk, Ryumaku waved his hand, and 5 corpses materialized in the center of the room. Gasps of shock rippled through the crowd as they beheld the lifeless forms of the ninjas. Are these ninjas from your village? The man's expression hardened, his brow furrowing in alarm. Yet, faced with Ryumaku's menacing inquiry, he replied, No, I do not recognize them. The remaining ninjas echoed his denial. Ryumaku slowly shook his head. With a snap of his fingers, the 5 bodies were engulfed in flames, a foul stench permeating the air and causing many to grimace in disgust. If you do not recognize them, then so be it. It is rather troublesome to carry these corpses, so I shall simply incinerate them for convenience. A flash of malice flickered in the man's eyes, which Ryumaku promptly noted. Now for the second matter. I wish to inquire if your intentions for peace are genuine. The ninjas from the hidden cloud village looked perplexed. They had already signed a ceasefire agreement. What did Ryumaku, as a ninja from Konoha, mean by such a statement? Ryumaku discerned their thoughts and continued, As you well know, my temperament is rather straightforward. If war is to be waged, let it be so. If not, do not engage in petty schemes. Should I become irritated one day, I may very well pay a visit to your hidden cloud village. At that time, you will not only be responsible for your sustenance, but also for a plethora of delightful surprises. With a dismissive wave to his comrades from Konoha, Ryumaku instructed the hidden cloud ninjas, Convey my words to A. Inform him that this is a personal message from me, Ryumaku. Should he doubt it, let him test my resolve. A blatant threat. Yet, the ninjas present were prominent figures within their village. During the war, the Fourth Hokage, A. had previously declared that should both Watergate and Ryumaku appear on the battlefield, regardless of the enemy's numbers, his team must retreat. While Watergate, as the Hokage of Konoha, would not be found at the front lines during a conflict, Ryumaku's identity remained ambiguous. Despite a year-long war, his presence had been notably absent. Now, Ryumaku had suddenly materialized, unreservedly issuing such statements before a crowd. It was evident he intended to issue a warning to their village. Just how formidable was Ryumaku? He graduated from the Ninja Academy at the tender age of 5 and became a Chunin by 6. Furthermore, at that young age, he had bested the tailed beast-infused Killer Bee with ease. In the present day, few would dare to claim they could withstand Killer Bee's beast form. Yet, these feats had been accomplished over a decade ago. The ninjas from the Hidden Cloud Village understood that Ryumaku had come to confront them directly, having already concluded that their village was up to no good. Whether they chose to acknowledge it or not, Ryumaku's conviction would remain unchanged. Otherwise, he would not have uttered such words before departing. Previously, the Land of Water had obtained a Byakugan from the Hyuga clan of Konoha, enhancing their strength. The Hidden Cloud Village undoubtedly sought to acquire such power as well. However, with Ryumaku stationed in the village, their aspirations were now thwarted. As Ryumaku journeyed back to Konoha, he inquired of his comrades led by Kakuzu, why has the ceasefire agreement remained unsigned for so long? Kakuzu, taken aback, quickly grasped the situation upon seeing the corpses Ryumaku brought along. The ceasefire agreement between the Hidden Cloud Village and Konoha had been pending for several days. During this time, a squad had infiltrated Konoha and taken Hinata hostage. Such coincidences did not occur by mere chance. They intended to secure their target before signing the agreement, knowing that any incidents arising during the war would be deemed invalid once the treaty was signed. The Byakugan was the final trophy they sought to seize during Konoha moment of vulnerability. Cunning strategists. Despite their seemingly carefree demeanor, they were astute beyond measure. Thankfully, Ryuki had promptly thwarted their plans. Otherwise, Konoha would have been ridiculed. Ryuki, however, did not desire such flattery. The situation with Hinata had been discovered by Hisashi, and he had merely intervened to rescue her. While the matter of espionage was understood by all, Ryuki saw no need to extend any courtesy to the hidden cloud ninjas. He incinerated the corpses before them in a collective cremation. Whether the remnants were ash or splinters was for them to discern. I hear your young master has already become quite adept at shogi for one so young. Ryuki smiled at Kakuzu. Kakuzu, beaming with pride, chuckled softly but waved his hand in modesty. He still has a long way to go. However, his skills are indeed advancing rapidly, yet he is a bit lazy. Ryuki. The onlookers. What would typically take over 2 days of travel was accomplished by Ryuki in less than 18 hours. Now, the group was hastily returning home. Even Ryuki began to feel a hint of fatigue, not from physical exertion, but from mental strain. With the impending arrival of his child in less than a month, for the sake of convenience, Kushina and Rin had brought her to the hospital. Upon returning to the village, Ryuki immediately made his way to the hospital bed, recounting the recent events to his wife. Rest now, I assure you I am fine. Ryuki procured a makeshift bed from somewhere, laying it beside her. From now on, I shall rest here. Worry not, I do not snore, and shall not disturb anyone. Chapter 140. Strange phenomenon. As time flowed on, the Konoha hospital grew increasingly tranquil. The once bustling voices faded into a whisper, leaving only the occasional rustle of the wind outside, rendering the atmosphere profoundly serene. What is a nuclear bomb? Han, filled with curiosity, inquired of the driftwood on the floor beneath the dim light of the desk lamp. It is a remarkable thing. In the future, someone will present this land with 2 nuclear bombs as gifts. But how could a little girl possess nuclear bombs? Driftwood pondered. The tale was surprisingly poignant. A young girl, devoid of parents and friends, relied solely on selling nuclear bombs for survival. As the cold weather settled in, she could only wistfully gaze out the window, watching other families gather together in warmth. Driftwood chose to remain noncommittal, uncertain how to interject. In truth, the story he had just recounted was not about the little match girl, but rather the little girl selling nuclear bombs. And this was not a tale from Hans Christian Andersen, but rather a grim narrative from the village of Tuesday, intending to share a jest with Han. He was taken aback when she absorbed the story with such earnestness. I'm not tired yet. Could you tell me another story? Han, a skeptic of the supernatural, found little use for many of Driftwood's usual tales. Noticing the eager glimmer in her eyes, Driftwood contemplated and asked, have you ever seen a lion, a zebra, or a gorilla? Han nodded. Though I have not encountered them in reality, I have perused books depicting such creatures. Driftwood nodded in understanding, and thus began a simplified narrative. There was a little boy with a large family. He had parents, animals, and an older brother. His faith was diverse, and like a lamb just leaping over a fence, he was brimming with curiosity. One day, as they moved to a new home, they encountered a tempest. All aboard the vessel perished, yet in the moment of peril, the little boy found refuge in a small boat. In that small boat, there was a lion, a gorilla, and a zebra with a wounded hind leg. Eventually, they discovered that prior to their arrival, a wolf had also jumped aboard. The narrative continued, echoing a scene from a past film about life at sea. The story was brief and straightforward. The boy and the 4 wild beasts drifted across an endless ocean, devoid of sustenance and fresh water. In time, the zebra succumbed to its injuries, having been bitten by the wolf, while the gorilla was mistakenly slain by the wolf in a bid to protect the boy. To satiate its hunger, the lion also killed the wolf. Ultimately, through human cunning, the boy negotiated with the lion until they reached a deserted island, where red fruits flourished, and a small puddle provided drinkable water by day, though it turned acidic by night. They prepared all their provisions there, and upon leaving the island, they managed to drift back to human civilization, sustained by their gathered supplies. Yet, mysteriously, the rescued boy seemed to have forgotten much. The circumstances of their peril and how they returned, even the island itself, appeared to be a figment of imagination. Why wouldn't it exist? Han pondered, somewhat puzzled. The ocean is vast. Humanity cannot know every inch of it. Yet, to drift back to civilization on mere supplies suggests the island was not far away. Han's confusion was understandable, but Driftwood was reluctant to let her, in her delicate condition, grasped the tragic undertones of the story. For if the lion represented the boy's primal instincts, the zebra depicted his limping brother, the gorilla symbolized his mother, and the wolf stood for his father. This tale transformed into something far darker than a whimsical cartoon. At that moment, Han's expression shifted with surprise as she glanced at her belly, joyfully exclaiming to Driftwood, "He kicked me. Does that mean he understood your story?" Driftwood chuckled heartily, leaning down to place his ear against Han's abdomen. "Dear child, you must not understand. I was merely spinning tales." However, at that precise moment, a subtle chill began to permeate the air, gradually spreading from beneath Han. A pale mist billowed forth, reminiscent of the fog in a forest, swiftly lowering the temperature within the hospital room. Driftwood gazed at Han in astonishment, who appeared equally bewildered. As a wielder of the ice-release bloodline, no one was more attuned to the nature of this white mist than she. "I did not channel chakra. How could this happen?" Han looked to Driftwood, who inquired, "Do you feel unwell?" Han shook her head, her gaze fixed on the increasing white mist, which seemed to crystallize into ice shards by the bedside. "I'll summon a doctor. Call for me if anything arises." Inside Konoha Hospital, numerous medical ninjas clustered around Han's bedside, perplexed by the melted water pooling nearby, uncertain of the phenomenon at hand. After her examination, Rin shook her head at Driftwood. "Han's health appears stable, but as for the white mist, we can find no explanation. Perhaps we should send a report to Lady Tsunade to inquire if she has any insights into this situation." Mizukage nodded in agreement, signaling for the arrangement. As Han's labor approached, Kushina took charge during the day, while Driftwood kept vigil by her side at night. At last, as Han's contractions intensified, the gathered individuals prepared for delivery. Outside the ward, Minato gently placed a hand on Driftwood's shoulder, reassuring him. "The teachers are on their way back and will arrive shortly." "No, I'm currently contemplating names for my child," Driftwood replied, tension evident in his demeanor, though he masked it with a facade of calm. "Have you discovered the cause of the white mist?" Minato suddenly inquired. Driftwood shook his head. Lady Tsunade mentioned she has never encountered this phenomenon, but she speculated it may relate to Han's unique physiology. As a wielder of the ice-release bloodline, it is plausible that the child could inherit certain abilities from either parent from birth. The essence of the white mist undoubtedly stems from ice release. Yet this notion remains merely conjectural until the child is born. At that moment, vibrant fuchsia flames erupted spontaneously from Driftwood's body. The insatiable hunger of the creature within surged forth, leaving him momentarily frozen in place. "Minato-sensei." As Driftwood turned to respond, he realized the surrounding space seemed to freeze in time, everything pausing as he stood in a daze, gradually pushing open the door to Han's room. The first sight that met his eyes was a child enveloped in flames, cradled tenderly in Mizukage's arms. Chapter 141. Ultimate Ice. The insatiable hunger of the glutton grew ever more intense. Lu Shui slowly approached Shuiguang, gazing at the pale-faced Han on the sickbed. This child before him had eyes of a pure ice blue. Could it be that he had mutated? Han's eyes were originally blue, so Lu Shui was not surprised by the child's eye color. What astonished him was the faint aura of chakra emanating from the infant. With a sound akin to shattering ice, time and space seemed to reset once more. Shuiguang, cradling the child, was startled by Liu Shui's sudden appearance beside her. Once she regained her composure, she joyfully handed the infant to Lu Shui. "Congratulations. How is Han?" Lu Shui inquired directly. "Quite well. Han's vital signs are stable," Shuiguang replied. Hearing this, Lu Shui let out a long, relieved sigh. After placing the child beside Han, he crouched down to sweep the damp bangs from Han's forehead. The medical ninjas had already departed. Suddenly, Han's previously half-closed eyes flew open, and her pale blue irises deepened in hue as she addressed Lu Shui. "Did you see?" Lu Shui was momentarily taken aback, his raised brows slowly descending as he nodded. "Is this ice release?" Han continued her questioning. "It should be. Moreover, this ability to freeze time. It seems he has inherited the flames within you, along with my ice release." Han appeared quite pleased, offering a faint, appreciative smile despite her ghostly pallor. "But why isn't this child crying? That seems rather peculiar." This did not quite align with the image of a newborn in Liu Shui's mind. "Who says a child must cry upon birth?" Han chided playfully. Exhausted, she finally allowed herself to close her eyes and rest. A month later, at Liu Shui's home, Jiraiya was bustling around the living room, cradling the drooling Muhan, resembling an old man in his antics. "Little Muhan, call me Grandpa." Lu Shui. Minato. Han. He's only a month old. Lu Shui shook his head in exasperation. Besides, even if he could speak, shouldn't he first call his parents? Let me hold him. Tsunade interjected, taking Muhan from Jiraiya's arms and kicking him lightly in the process. Jiraiya? Little Muhan. Remember to spit at that old man. The child, a girl, aligned perfectly with Liu Shui's wishes. The obedient infant had inherited all of Han's virtues. She was clean, beautiful, and remarkably easy to soothe. Over the past month, Jiraiya had primarily taken on the role of the elder in the household. While Lu Shui worked in the Umbu, he and Han took turns caring for the baby. Tsunade returned to the village late, having been sought after by the ninja for quite some time. Only Lu Shui and Han were aware of the ability to freeze time, which had not manifested again since that day. As for the flames Lu Shui first observed in Muhan, he was all too familiar with them, for their color mirrored the insatiable hunger of the glutton residing within him. However, he wondered if Muhan would one day possess the ability to absorb ninjutsu. As a child, she lacked chakra, so Lu Shui did not concern himself with her future potential. Have you heard about the situation in the Land of Rain recently? During a rare moment of leisure, Jiraiya seized the opportunity to speak with Lu Shui. Lu Shui nodded. I want to find time to visit the Land of Rain. Lu Shui froze at Jiraiya's words, a familiar scene flashing through his mind. Before Jiraiya could say more, Lu Shui stood abruptly, his expression grave and his eyes ablaze with intensity. You cannot go, Jiraiya. Lu Shui, what is wrong? Han inquired, alarmed by Liu Shui's outburst. It was as if Lu Shui had been awakened, realizing his own loss of composure. As his demeanor shifted, he resumed his seat, addressing Jiraiya. You need not go. I intend to make the journey myself. You? Oh, come now. Jiraiya chuckled. Let me go instead. Both Han and Muhan need your care. I am but an old man with nothing to occupy me. Who else would go? Regardless, you cannot go. My decision is final. Lu Shui had never been overly concerned with the events in the Land of Rain, as he trusted Yahiko. However, recently, intelligence regarding the Land of Rain had begun to spiral into chaos. Are you hiding something from me? Jiraiya scrutinized Liu Shui's expression, attempting to glean any secrets. Yet, Liu Shui's enigmatic nature had remained unchanged since childhood. Lu Shui closed his eyes and sighed deeply. He had intended to share the truths he knew with Jiraiya, but ultimately chose to remain silent. I will depart tomorrow. You stay here to help care for the children. The following day, Lu Shui left a letter and departed alone. In the Land of Rain, within a secret chamber beneath the ground, several pale blue phantoms flickered around a massive stone statue. Upon closer inspection, the statue loomed tall, its sharp stones encasing a fierce visage like armor. Have we confirmed the child's information? One of the phantoms spoke, revealing itself to be Nagato. We have. But the tailed beast within him is quite unstable and tends to go out of control. That is of no consequence. Capture him. What of the Jinchuriki from the Cloud Village? Silence fell, the flickering figures hesitating. Nagato, observing their reticence, did not chastise them, but instead addressed another group. You go in their stead. Boom. Just then, a thunderous explosion shattered the phantoms. Within the Akatsuki organization, Konan watched as Lu Shui entered and took a seat. Her brow furrowed in confusion. Where are the two senior brothers? Yahiko is at the Ninja Academy. Nagato. Nagato. Where is he? I am here. Suddenly, Nagato entered, surveying the crumbling stone wall with little to say. He settled down and leisurely poured himself a cup of water. What are you doing? Doing what? A glimmer of something elusive flashed in Nagato's eyes. The tailed beast. Lu Shui stated succinctly, his gaze fixed intently on Nagato's Rinnegan. So you already know. Nagato revealed no intention of hiding the truth. I need the tailed beasts, so you send the Akatsuki to capture Jinchuriki across the world? Lu Shui directly conveyed the information he had learned. Before Nagato could retort, Lu Shui continued, I demand to see the members of the new Akatsuki, everyone. Chapter 142. The desolation of fine drizzle fell, and a barely perceptible shadow passed across the sky. Ryuki surveyed the introductions of all the members of the Akatsuki listed before him, and to his astonishment, he found information regarding Orochimaru and that masked man. He turned to Nagato, awaiting an explanation. Orochimaru has appeared in the Land of Rain, a fact I did not expect even myself. However, he is now a rogue ninja from Konoha, and given his presence in the Land of Rain, my subordinates, I have no reason to refuse, Nagato reasoned. His words held merit, provided he was unafraid of facing the wrath of Konoha's ninjas. Afei is certainly not the masked man who previously ambushed Konoha, Nagato continued. Though Afei has not formally joined the Akatsuki, I can discern his abilities. He lacks such prowess. Afei, you say? Ryuki inquired suddenly. Nagato nodded, responding, indeed. That is how he introduced himself. Then it must be him. Nagato looked perplexed. The timeline had shifted, and characters had transformed. The masked man had now assumed the identity once held by Obito. Where is he? Ryuki asked directly, unwilling to engage in lengthy discourse with Nagato, fully aware that as the leader of the Akatsuki, he would undoubtedly protect his subordinates. He is in Sunagakure, going after the One-Tail? Nagato's brow furrowed. So you are aware that the One-Tail resides in Sunagakure? Ryuki let out a cold laugh, patiently awaiting an explanation. To his surprise, Nagato stated, my intention is not to capture him, but to save him. The childhood of Jinchuriki is often fraught with loneliness, be it the One-Tail or the Four Tails. Yet, Ryuki recognized that Nagato's justification was disingenuous. As the dagger of the Land of Rain, the Akatsuki had no legitimate reason or authority to capture Jinchuriki, even cloaking it in the guise of liberating them from their solitude. Does Yahiko know of this? Both Nagato and Konan shook their heads. Yahiko rarely inquired about Akatsuki matters. As Ryuki regarded the two before him, he inexplicably felt a profound sense of unfamiliarity. In contemplation, Ryuki rose to his feet. Remember your childhood aspirations, he declared. Feigning a departure, Konan intended to see him off, but Nagato halted her. At the border near the Land of Rain, Ryuki shifted his form, releasing multiple shadow clones to conceal themselves in various corners of the Land of Rain. Meanwhile, his true self departed as promised. Ryuki was acutely aware of Nagato's capabilities to monitor the entire Land of Rain. Nevertheless, he was resolute in his actions, wishing to convey to Nagato that the Land of Rain was always under his watchful gaze. Time passed swiftly, and 5 anxious years elapsed. One day, Han accompanied Mu-Han to the Ninja Academy for enrollment. At that moment, Ryuki summoned Kakashi to his side. What is the situation? According to intelligence, Orochimaru had intended to ambush Nagato to seize his eyes, but it appeared Nagato had thwarted him, leaving Orochimaru unsuccessful. What about him? Is he still in the Land of Rain? Kakashi shook his head. The Umbu had lost track of him. However, it was confirmed that Nagato had issued a command to hunt down Orochimaru, suggesting that Orochimaru had likely severed ties with the Akatsuki. He remains unchanged, Ryuki mused. In the original narrative, Orochimaru coveted Itachi's Sharingan, but, unable to withstand Itachi's Genjutsu, turned his ambitions towards Nagato's Rinnegan after departing from Konoha. Over these 5 years, why have you merely monitored the affairs of the Land of Rain without taking action? Kakashi queried, perplexed. Ryuki had been observing the Land of Rain for 5 years, yet upon discovering various incidents, he had not acted upon them, leaving Kakashi bewildered as he continually dispatched Umbu members. No reason, Ryuki replied, closing his eyes and gazing into the distance, awaiting an opportunity, a chance to discern Nagato's true intentions. What of that matter? Ryuki suddenly inquired again. It is under investigation, but we've encountered several unforeseen complications. Do not worry. Jinchuriki are inherently volatile due to the tailed beasts within them. As long as we succeed, there is no need for anyone to take unnecessary risks. Initially, Ryuki had aimed to rely solely on his strength to revive the legacy of the Akatsuki. However, given Nagato's ambiguous stance, he felt compelled to exercise caution. Furthermore, the tailed beasts were once intended to be assembled into a formidable team. A coalition of 9 Jinchuriki would undoubtedly present a powerful force against any adversary. Ryuki understood that the existence of Jinchuriki served as hidden strengths among the various villages, particularly in Kyuubi, where the 2 tails and 8 tails were regarded as pillars of the village Baie. He would never relinquish them. Nevertheless, Ryuki surmised that his actions could potentially delay Nagato's ulterior motives. The outer path golem required the chakra of the tailed beasts to awaken. Without the 9 tails, Ryuki could not unleash its full power. Meanwhile, within Konoha, a young boy-esque figure appeared outside Ryuki's room, looking up to knock. Kakashi turned to see none other than Naruto, now over 8 years old. Kakashi-sensei, Uncle Ryuki. This incarnation of Naruto was notably more cheerful than the memories Ryuki held. Growing up in a lively household with Minato and Kushina, endowed with an optimistic spirit, he seemed to have inherited his mentor's intellect. The teachers at the Ninja Academy had repeatedly suggested to Minato the possibility of allowing Naruto to graduate early, yet this notion had consistently been suppressed. preventing Naruto from advancing to ninja status prematurely. Aren't you supposed to be in class? What brings you here? Kakashi inquired as Naruto, momentarily intimidated, stepped into the room. I've already mastered the knowledge from 4th grade, so you decided to skip class? Ryuki shot a disapproving glance at Naruto. It seems you're eager to get scolded by Kushina again. No, it's just that I've recently found it somewhat difficult to manage my chakra, Naruto explained. Difficult? Ryuki responded incredulously. It shouldn't be the case. He housed half of the 9 tails within him, which should provide an almost limitless supply of chakra. Yet Naruto's presence assured that he was not lying. Ryuki instructed him to lift his shirt. Indeed, upon examining his abdomen, the 8 trigram seal exhibited signs of weakening. Have you informed Minato-sensei of this? Naruto shook his head. No, father hasn't returned home in several weeks. And I didn't dare approach the Hokage office to find him, so I came to seek your counsel. What of Kushina? Is she aware? Naruto again shook his head. Chapter 143. The Fear of the 9 Tails. Naruto possesses the bloodline of Kushina, belonging to the Uzumaki clan. In terms of sealing techniques, Kushina's skills rival, if not surpass, those of Minato. At this moment, Naruto sought out Ryuki instead of his mother, Kushina, leaving Ryuki somewhat speechless. Observing the sealing technique upon Naruto's abdomen, Ryuki raised his right hand and gently pressed it against the seal. Almost instantaneously, when Ryuki opened his eyes again, he found himself seemingly submerged in a pool of water, ripples spreading beneath his feet. Looking up, he beheld a colossal gate adorned with the familiar 8 trigrams sealing technique. Suddenly, 2 dark red auras flared behind the iron door, the immense presence causing the water beneath Ryuki to surge violently. What a monstrous creature! Ryuki scoffed lightly, and the massive entity behind the gate visibly shuddered. Its enormous head leaning forward to gaze at Ryuki, who appeared to it as insignificant as an ant. A flicker of fear flashed in its eyes. It's you. Recognizing the expression of the 9 tails, Ryuki understood that it still remembered him. Approaching the great gate, Ryuki inquired with a solemn voice. I have heard that you have been quite unruly lately. The 9 tails replied, unruly? I have been sealed away, confined. How could I possibly be unruly? Ryuki observed the 9 tails expression without revealing his thoughts. The 8 trigram sealing technique is renowned among the Uzumaki clan, and it was Kushina who taught Minato. It has been nearly 7 or 8 years since Naruto sealed the 9 tails, so some loosening of the technique is entirely understandable. After all, Naruto has yet to fully awaken his Uzumaki bloodline and has not studied sealing techniques, making the situation quite reasonable. Ryuki glanced at the mechanism above, and his pupils immediately transformed, his consciousness swiftly exiting Naruto's body. He watched as Naruto and Kakashi exchanged curious glances. Ruffling Naruto's hair, Ryuki advised, this matter, aside from your parents, I fear I cannot assist you. Listen to me. Seek out Minato, inform him of Kushina. They will stabilize the seal upon your body. As for your chakra, once the sealing is perfected, it shall return to normal. Finally managing to send Naruto on his way, Ryuki turned to Kakashi. Would you be interested in leading a Genin team? Here we go again. This was not the first time Ryuki had posed the same question to Kakashi. However, before Kakashi could respond, Ryuki reassured him, there is no rush to answer. I will give you time. If you are reluctant now, who knows, you might agree later. Having Kakashi lead the second Team 7 seemed to Ryuki the best course of action. Team 7 represents a legacy, from Obito, Kakashi, and Rin to Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura. It is as if the team serves as an incubator for heroes, passing on the protagonist's aura in its entirety. Speaking of Sasuke, since his birth, Ryuki had seen him only once. In his previous life, Ryuki felt a certain sympathy for the young Uchiha. However, now that the fate of the Uchiha clan has shifted, it remains to be seen how Sasuke will develop. As for Orochimaru, should we not? No need to concern ourselves with him. Ryuki returned to his seat. Crossing his legs, he continued, the fact that he managed to slip away from me in the past indicates he still has a role to play. I find myself rather eager to see what he will do next that might excite me. In the original narrative, after departing from the Akatsuki, Orochimaru faced relentless pursuit and was in dire straits. Yet, he did achieve significant progress in the cultivation of bloodline limits. It is uncertain whether their next encounter will mirror the events of the original story, where he attacked Konoha. The Akatsuki's activities have escalated significantly, and Minato receives increasing intelligence about their movements daily. They are not only recruiting rogue ninjas from various villages, but are also secretly capturing Jinchuriki of the tailed beasts. Ryuki's clone in the Land of Rain has yet to relay any valuable information, but should Ryuki perceive Nagato engaging in foolishness, he will not stand idly by. Are you not going to cheer for Muhan during the new student assessments at the Ninja Academy? Kakashi reminded Ryuki, who sat beside him. Isn't Han already there? That is different. Observing Kakashi's expression, Ryuki promptly stood and departed from the umbu. At the Ninja Academy, Muhan, having recently enrolled, found herself unexpectedly becoming a little star at the school. The auras of both Han and Ryuki rendered her a prominent figure among the students. The so-called entrance assessments were not merely theoretical or practical evaluations, but rather a simple test of the student's abilities. Han, as the supervising instructor, stood among the evaluators, waving at Muhan, who was queuing in the distance. You can do it. Muhan smiled, revealing 2 adorable dimples on her fair cheeks. Go, Muhan. In the teaching building, Naruto, along with several friends, waved at Muhan from the window. Is she really Lord Ryuki's daughter? How cute. Indeed. And I heard from my dad that she seems to possess a bloodline limit like Aunt Han. Really? What bloodline limit? I'm not sure. But my dad said it must be true. After all, Aunt Han has the ice release bloodline limit. So it would be quite normal for Muhan to inherit such abilities. Quiet down, or you'll attract the teacher's attention. At this moment, Naruto's classmates were rendered speechless. It seemed that the loudest among them had been Naruto himself. Not long after, Ryuki appeared in the academy's training grounds, perched upon a large tree, observing the children undergoing their assessments. Ryuki leaped down, retrieving a piece of chakra attribute testing paper from his pocket, and approached Muhan. There was no doubt that Muhan possessed ice release, but it remained to be tested whether the strange fire she exhibited was fire release or the devouring of the gluttonous Tao Dai. Daddy! Muhan exclaimed, spotting Ryuki, and she leaped into his embrace. Lord Ryuki! Lord Ryuki! Ah, Ms. Nakuk, I didn't expect Muhan's teacher to be you. Meichuan Nakuk had once been Ryuki's instructor and was now tasked with guiding Muhan, a fortuitous turn of events. Ryuki, what brings you here? I am here to test Muhan's chakra. Ultimately, Ryuki did not wish for his daughter to be exceptionally outstanding. As a father and a member of Konoha's upper echelon, he simply desired for Muhan to grow up safely. The less powerful she was, the weaker the enemies she would face. Just the ability to freeze time and space left Ryuki astounded. Such a bloodline was something even Han did not possess. If she truly mastered the gluttonous Tao Tai as well. Chapter 144. Childhood. In this moment, Teacher Naiku gazed at the chakra test paper in his hand, which was encrusted with a layer of frost, and, along with the other teachers, fell into a state of astonishment. The coldness arrived, and upon witnessing the results, it took Muhan from the arms of Lu Mu, gently rubbing the tip of her nose with a warm smile. Lu Mu, look. Naiku presented the results before Lu Mu, who nodded in acknowledgement. The chakra test paper was merely frosted over and had not ignited, indicating that the flames that once enveloped her were indeed not of the fire attribute chakra, but rather something else. However, Muhan was still too young, her grasp of chakra not particularly distinguished, and she could not summon that mysterious flame within her as Lu Mu had conjectured. The revelation of Muhan's bloodline limit spread rapidly throughout the village of Konoha in a remarkably short time, reaching even the 2 esteemed figures who had long remained in seclusion. Thus, that very night, Minato mysteriously summoned Lu Mu to the Hokage's office. Do you recall the intelligence we discovered regarding the bloodline limits in the village hidden in the mist? Lu Mu nodded, puzzled. You apprehended Orochimaru back then. Oh, no, to be precise, Orochimaru had already slipped away. Lu Mu remained silent. However, you did bring back his research results, and combined with the testimony from Akane, it indeed proves that Orochimaru was conducting experiments on bloodline limits. Lu Mu's confusion deepened. What is the purpose of this discussion? Minato appeared hesitant, but continued. Actually, I wanted to ask if you would be interested in personally mentoring Muhan. After all, Lu Mu had disclosed to Minato and Jiraiya the extraordinary circumstances surrounding Muhan's birth, which had frozen time. Only 4 individuals, including Han, were privy to this information. Minato contemplated this as a means to forge a unique pathway for Muhan, a special treatment. However, to his surprise, Lu Mu declined. I do not wish to pursue this course of action. Why? Muhan clearly. Before Minato could finish, Lu Mu interrupted, explaining. A person's growth requires the nurturing of nature and time. I do not want my daughter to be deprived of her childhood. She needs companions, classmates, and must gradually recognize the warmth of this world through friendship, familial bonds, and teacher-student relationships. Lu Mu himself was a testament to this. During his childhood, he was not particularly outstanding, had few friends, and aside from his academic prowess, possessed no remarkable traits. Had it not been for his unique circumstances, it was likely that any child in such an environment would struggle to develop a healthy psyche. It was evident that Mu Bing possessed talent. But Lu Mu did not wish to strip away what rightfully belonged to Mu Han simply due to her gifts. Moreover, she was his daughter, and no one could love her as he did. Rest assured, with Han around, Mu Han's education will be well taken care of. Han is the bloodline limit user of ice release, and in this regard, there is no one more suitable to teach her in Konoha. I heard that Mu Han performed remarkably well in today's test. Lu Mu was taken aback by this. With a wry smile, he nodded. Indeed, she is far more capable than I was at her age. Lu Mu had not specifically instructed her on the techniques of Kanai, but rather, it was Shizuku, who frequently visited their home, that had provided her with guidance. Yet, he had not anticipated that Mu Han would achieve a perfect score on her very first day of school. As for her control over chakra, Mu Han demonstrated a unique talent typical of a new student. After some instruction from teacher Naiku, she had grasped the concepts quite well. He believed that soon she would master the art of standing and even moving on water with perfection. What about Naruto? He came to see me today, expressing concerns about his chakra control. Minato nodded, casting a meaningful glance at his abdomen. Even if he had not mentioned it, I had already planned to reinforce the seal. After all, Minato sighed, I have already discussed this with Kushina, and we will act tonight. The first graduation test for the ninja school is just a couple of days away, and Naruto is anxious, fearing he might lose points during the assessment. So soon? Lu Mu was typically not attentive to the affairs of the ninja school. However, it was worth noting that this year's cohort was filled with exceptional talents. Among them were Shikamaru, the son of Nara, Choji, the son of Akimichi, and even Sasuke, the son of Fugaku, as well as Naruto himself, all of whom were rare prodigies. Much like the catfish effect, when too many geniuses emerge in a class, it ignites the competitive spirit of others. No one wishes to be outdone, and as a result, after years of studying, everyone's performance and combat skills improve dramatically. This is intriguing. I shall take a look later. Lu Mu had not expected that his actions would elevate Naruto to the status of a genius, on par with Shikamaru and Sasuke. However, upon reflection, it seemed only fitting. Minato, as Naruto's father, was inherently gifted, and given Kushina's disposition, she likely maintained a strict regimen for Naruto. If such circumstances did not mold him into a genius, it would indeed be peculiar. As for Sasuke, we shall see how things unfold. At this moment, Naruto was not part of the graduating class. The so-called first graduation test was a tradition that began with Lu Mu and Kakashi's cohort, aimed at selecting prodigies who surpassed their peers, thus sparing them the time wasted in ninja school. This assessment had been conducted annually since the 4th grade. However, should such a talent emerge, the teachers would consult the parents about the possibility of allowing their child to graduate early. Approximately 10 days later, Lu Mu and Minato arrived at the principal's office of the ninja school. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, they observed the children undergoing tests in the training ground. Similar to Lu Mu's own graduation assessment, the test encompassed both theory and combat skills. Kanai, practical combat, and even simple matches among students were all recorded for scoring. As Lu Mu caught sight of familiar young faces in the distance, he smiled subtly. Naruto was the first to take the stage, testing his Kanai skills. Begin. Remember, your wrist must be agile. There is no need for brute strength, reminded a nearby Chunin instructor. Naruto nodded solemnly, and with a swift motion, he hurled the Kanai towards the target 10 meters away. A resounding clang echoed as the Kanai embedded itself in the target. Well done. 9 rings. Next, Sasuke. A figure clad in a black short-sleeve shirt approached, his fierce gaze dark and intense. While others were still preparing, Sasuke had already completed his Kanai assessment. 10 rings. Truly worthy of being Itachi's brother, just like his elder brother. Upon hearing the instructor's words, Sasuke's brow furrowed momentarily, a fleeting chill passing through his demeanor. Chapter 145. The 7 ninja swordsmen of Konoha in the office. Minato stood shoulder to shoulder with Ryuki, nodding in satisfaction after witnessing the testing taking place below. Naruto performed admirably, achieving commendable results with his 9 rings. Minato smiled faintly at Ryuki's words of encouragement, recalling how Naruto had persistently clung to Shursui during his training, displaying quite a bit of tenacity. As they spoke, a thunderous noise erupted from the Kanai testing area, sending a massive cloud of dust into the air. Ahem. You may enjoy my chips, but the last one in the bag is my dignity. No one can touch it. From within the haze emerged a chubby, almost endearing little boy, his figure gradually shrinking back to that of a student. Isn't that Dingshua's son? Ryuki inquired, to which Minato nodded in acknowledgement. The Akimichi clan's multiplication technique had always intrigued Ryuki. Having previously undertaken a mission to the Lost City alongside Dingshua, he had witnessed the impressive display of the multiplication technique firsthand. The spectacle had been truly astounding. Yet, he wondered if this technique merely multiplied the body or if it could replicate every intricate detail. If so, this ninjutsu held vast potential. Kunai are the Uchiha clan's specialty. However, with diligent training, ordinary individuals could achieve remarkable accuracy. At this moment, Sasuke had yet to awaken his Sharingan, so his kunai skills were purely a product of practice and did not possess the overwhelming impact seen in Itachi's techniques. Shikamaru, Shikamaru, the instructors called out to the students. At the back of the crowd, Shikamaru, lounging beneath a tree, weakly raised his hand. Hey, I'm here, sensei. He bore an uncanny resemblance to his former self, displaying a lack of enthusiasm for the test. When he casually tossed a kunai and missed the target, Minato seized the opportunity to tease Ryuki. That's nonsense. I've never missed a shot. I'm always accurate. Shikamaru retorted. Minato raised an eyebrow, sensing something amiss with his response. He was indeed intelligent. Even Jiraiya had remarked that if Shikamaru demonstrated the diligence of other children, his intellect could easily elevate him to the status of Konoha's second Shikaku. Ryuki remained noncommittal, aware of Shikamaru's character arc as one of the original 12 strong. Suddenly, he noticed something in the crowd that left him astonished. Wait, is that the ninja swords from the Mist Village that I brought back to the village? Indeed, Minato confirmed. They are potential members of the Umbu that Kakashi is training. Having honed their combat skills since childhood, they may very well become Konoha's version of the 7 ninja swordsmen. But that doesn't add up. I only brought back 6 swords, and there was no decapitation blade. So, who is the supposed 7th? The Kusanagi sword, Orochimaru's Kusanagi sword, Minato revealed. The Kusanagi was indeed a renowned sword. In fact, the weapons of the 7 ninja swordsmen would rank beneath it. Kakashi's formation of such a team seemed a blatant display of superiority over the Mist Village. Who is currently mentoring them? Ryuki inquired, as he typically refrained from meddling in the affairs of his Umbu subordinates. Kakashi managed their training primarily on his own. Shinden, the Moonlight Shinden, is an exceptional swordsman, which is why Kakashi assigned him to instruct these children, Minato explained. Ryuki recognized the name and felt a twinge of envy due to Shinden's ability to wield the unique technique of intangibility. If only Jiraiya-sensei could master that technique, he could wreak havoc on countless women's bathhouses. Yet, it was surprising to see this seemingly frail individual wielding such prowess, especially given that in the original narrative, Shinden met an abrupt end, failing to showcase any particularly impressive abilities during the final conflict. Ryuki recalled being inexplicably fed dog food at that time, and he couldn't help but give a middle finger to Kabuto, the Dreamweaver. Are you not concerned that this might provoke the Mist Village's ire? While the ninja world is currently peaceful, the weapons of the 7 ninja swordsmen are cherished treasures. It seems rather ostentatious for Konoha to claim them so brazenly. At that moment, a ninja standing behind Minato interjected. The Mist Village has not returned a single Byakugan from our clan. Do you think they would go to war over a few pieces of scrap metal? Ryuki turned, taken aback to discover this ninja was a member of the Hyuga clan. No wonder he spoke with such bravado and indignation. However, trading a Byakugan for weapons seemed a clear gain for Konoha, though to the Hyuga clan, the Byakugan undoubtedly held greater significance. By the way, are you from the main house or the branch family? Ryuki inquired. I am from the branch family. I am Hyuga Takashi, he replied. Ryuki nodded, glancing at the forehead protector on the young man's brow, raising an eyebrow with subtle intrigue. He then turned to see a shy little girl hiding away in the crowd near Naruto. Is there a young lad named Niji in your clan? Ryuki asked with a smirk. Hyuga Takashi nodded. Niji completed his testing yesterday. As he spoke, a nearby Chunin instructor chimed in. Niji is a year ahead of Naruto's class. His results were outstanding. The school even considered allowing him to graduate early, but Hyuga Takashi nodded in agreement. Niji's duty is to protect the young lady, so he cannot graduate early. The young lady he referred to was undoubtedly Hinata, Naruto's love interest. However, this situation sounded tragically ironic. Have you discussed this with Niji? Does he wish to graduate early? Ryuki probed. Without hesitation, Hyuga Takashi responded. The branch family has its duties. Niji does not need to have his own aspirations. Ryuki was taken aback. That seems rather authoritarian, even tyrannical, in the original narrative. Niji was indeed a year ahead of Naruto, but it seemed that for the sake of forming the 12, their relationships were not clearly delineated. Guy, as an exuberant fool, managed to govern his team with remarkable order. One could not deny his charismatic leadership. Meanwhile, the testing in the training ground continued. But Ryuki's mind drifted back to the memories of those past events. Ryuki, are you alright? He shook his head, casting a glance at Minato before refocusing on the children testing in the training ground. Content smiles spread across the faces of those present. Sasuke is quite impressive. Naruto often speaks of him, but who would have thought such a young child could master fire release so adeptly? Minato praised, then turned to Ryuki and inquired, how is the Uchiha clan faring these days? How so? Ryuki replied, puzzled. Things are quite well. There's nothing particularly unusual. Chapter 146. The self-cultivation of a father after school. Ryomu hoisted Muhan onto his shoulders, allowing her to tug at his hair. Beside him, Han wore a gentle smile, linking her arm with Ryomu's. Is this really okay? Han inquired softly. What? Ryomu asked, momentarily taken aback. Upon realization, he chuckled. Muhan is my daughter. Bringing her home is nothing to be concerned about. He even instructed Muhan to hold on a little tighter. In the past, male authority was highly esteemed within their clan, where the head of the family's reputation was of utmost importance. Ryomu, however, held disdain for such notions. After all, when with family, what need is there for pride? Let us buy some vegetables. I'll cook tonight. It had been a long time since Ryomu had personally prepared a meal since joining the Umbu. Previously, he spent nights in the Umbu or was busy running around the village, often returning home only to catch up on sleep, leaving him with little energy. Today was just right for a change, a chance to reward Han and his daughter. Little Muhan, what would you like to eat? Tell Daddy, and he will make it for you. I like everything Daddy makes, Muhan replied sweetly, prompting a shared smile between Ryomu and Han. They altered their path and headed straight for the market. Lord Ryomu, Lord Ryomu. Along the way, passers-by and shopkeepers greeted him with respect, observing Muhan perched on his shoulder. They smiled warmly. Muhan, come down, he urged. No need. Ryomu quickly replied, let them talk. It one tea cost me a thing. He playfully pinched Muhan's chubby cheek, feeling a wave of happiness as they arrived at the vegetable section. Little Muhan, remember to get along well with your classmates. They may become your most important companions in the future. Got it, Muhan replied in her sweet voice. Meanwhile, Han busied herself selecting produce while Ryomu entertained Muhan, making faces with fruits and joking around. How about fish for dinner? Ryomu suddenly proposed. Fish? Barbecue? He asked Muhan, who nodded eagerly. With a snap of his fingers, 3 masked ninjas from the Umbu appeared. Go inform the Fourth Hokage and the Uchiha clan leader that they are invited to dinner at my home tonight. Han looked puzzled as she watched the Umbu members leave. Ryomu then inquired of the vendor, how many fish do you have? About 10. Would you like me to send one to your residence, Lord Ryomu? Not necessary. Ryomu scanned the water basin and selected 5 or 6 fish. Let's take these. We can buy more later. Barbecue at home? He had never considered such a notion until this moment. If not for this sudden inspiration, he would likely have never indulged in his favorite childhood snacks again. Grilled fish, grilled shrimp, chives, garlic, and eggplant. Nothing could be overlooked. If he was hosting guests, he intended to satisfy them, even if his culinary skills were lacking. With a cart brimming with vegetables, Ryomu paid and stored them in his time-space room. The sudden invitation surprised Minato, who had just returned home after spending the afternoon together. Now, he was inviting guests over, and soon, many clan leaders and elite shinobi from Konoha were preparing to join the feast. My goodness. Outside, an overflowing crowd of people of all ages gathered. Muhan, standing on her toes behind Ryomu, waved at the throng. Xiaoqi, she called out to her new classmate from the YN clan. Minato approached, a hint of apology in his demeanor. Yet, Ryomu was not one to begrudge such things. However, with so many people arriving, their home would surely be insufficient. So he suggested, there are too many of us. Let us go to the training grounds for the barbecue. I'll have someone buy more food. At the training grounds, Minato, Dingzwa, and Ryomu sat around a fire pit. Dingzwa fanned the flames while Minato served the grilled food at their table. In the distance, children chased one another, playing gleefully. Muhan hid behind a patch of grass, cautiously watching the hawk searching for her. This tastes fantastic, Dingzwa remarked, his mouth full. He held a fan in one hand and a skewer piled with food in the other, devouring it voraciously. Ryomu, your culinary skills could easily launch a restaurant, Minato commented. If Ryomu opened a restaurant, who would manage the umbu? Ryomu merely smiled in response. Lord Ryomu, the pork you requested has arrived. Ryomu turned to see four men carrying a pig, momentarily frozen in disbelief. I wanted pork, not a whole pig. Pork? A pig? Isn't that the same thing? Han chuckled at Ryomu's expression. I'll take care of it. You continue grilling for everyone, she said, her body emanating a frosty mist. A faint chakra aura resonated as she conjured an ice blade in her hand. To avoid startling the children, Ryomu stepped aside to let her handle the pig. A moment later, the pig was prepared, its surface glistening with ice crystals, the blood frozen within the flesh itself. Han's ice technique seemed even purer since Muhan's birth. Minato nodded in approval, while Ryomu smiled, acknowledging that, had circumstances been different, Han would have been a remarkable figure in their village. For Muhan's sake. She had humbled herself to this extent. When Ryomu and Han married, they had not held a ceremony in the village, and now, many years later, it felt as though they were finally making up for it. As night descended, the Milky Way stretched across the sky, stars twinkling softly in the distance. The training grounds were illuminated by a bonfire, with everyone gathered around. Gradually, more villagers arrived to join in the merriment. Kakashi appeared unexpectedly behind Ryomu, casually snatching a freshly grilled chicken wing from his hands. That's mine, Ryomu protested, glaring at Kakashi, who had consumed his hard-earned food before he had the chance to taste it. Daddy, you can have mine, Muhan offered, bringing a plate of garlic eggplant to Ryomu. Sweetly nudging it towards his mouth, Ryomu felt a warm rush of emotion. After a gentle smile, he took a small bite. That's enough, you eat now. Chapter 147. Sasuke's request. As midnight approached, the Lushu family finally settled into bed. After Han gave Muhan a bath, the three of them collapsed onto the sofa in unison. Mom and Dad, are you tired? If you are, you don't have to tell me a story tonight. Not tired. Lushu took a deep breath, immediately sitting up and preparing to carry Muhan to bed. Then can we skip the story about the little girl selling nuclear bombs? Lushu. The little girl selling nuclear bombs. Lushu cast a bewildered glance at Han. He had never told Muhan that story. It was only mentioned once before Han's delivery. Dad, can I have a little brother or sister? Lushu. Han. What's wrong? Are you lonely by yourself? Lushu speculated. Muhan's personality was a tad more cheerful than Han's, but just barely. As an only child growing up, she might indeed feel a touch of loneliness. Muhan nodded. I want to have a little brother and sister like Xiaoqi, so I won't be the youngest in the family anymore. Lushu. The youngest? So that's the reason? Lushu sighed in resignation. Maybe you'll have a little brother or sister in the future. As he spoke, he discreetly glanced at Han. Upon noticing, Han shot him a glare. Lushu chuckled awkwardly at Muhan. It's getting late. My little girl should go to sleep. But you haven't agreed to it yet. How can I agree? Lushu muttered. If you don't sleep, how will your little brother or sister come? Are they going to pop out from a rock? If I go back to my room, can I have a little brother or sister? Muhan asked innocently, looking up at Lushu. Can I have a brother and a sister? Lushu swallowed hard. He hesitated, then nodded, sure. Both are fine. Can we have a few more? Once I graduate from ninja school, I'll team up with my little brother and sister. Team up? Lushu suddenly felt a pang in his stomach. I'll do my best. I'll work hard. Ultimately, Lushu was defeated by Muhan's innocent enthusiasm. After Muhan fell asleep, Lushu slumped back beside Han. What should we do about Muhan wanting a little brother or sister? Han let out a light hum, but offered no reply. He got up and walked into the bathroom to freshen up. However, before closing the door, Han glanced back at Lushu with a knowing look. Ahem. Lushu chuckled softly, immediately dropping to the floor to do several hundred push-ups. Sigh. Another sleepless night. Where are my little brother and sister? Early the next morning, Muhan's first reaction upon waking was to ask Lushu if her little brother and sister had arrived. Lushu rubbed his eyes groggily. What little brother and sister? Beside him, Han was already up, and the faint aroma of breakfast filled the air. Only then did Lushu realize. He pulled Muhan close and planted a heavy kiss on her little head. Don't worry, you'll have a brother and a sister. Now go eat your breakfast. It's almost time for school. That day, Lushu visited the Fourth Hokage's office. Upon entering, he tossed a scroll onto the desk. What? Minato looked up, astonished. Before opening the scroll, a leave of absence? Indefinite. Minato was at a loss for words. Why? Lushu, leaning back in the chair with his legs crossed, grinned. Muhan wants a little brother and sister, so I'm taking leave. After all, the lady has issued her decree. I must comply. Minato. This reason is quite compelling. Minato found himself at a loss for words to chastise Lu Shu as he watched him saunter away with a string of oysters. Minato shook his head, a wry smile crossing his face. On a path adorned with peach blossoms, Lu Shu bounced along happily. It was supposed to be a joyful day, yet he encountered someone who surprised him. Liu Shudaran, is that you? Lu Shu stared in astonishment at Sasuke across from him. What do you need? Sasuke nodded. Observing Sasuke's serious and cautious demeanor, Lu Shu glanced aside and beckoned, then follow me. Back at home, Lu Shu poured a glass of milk for Sasuke. Now that we're alone, he said, there's no need to be so cautious. Seeing Sasuke still on edge, Lu Shu added playfully, relax. I haven't arranged for any Umbu ninjas to be here today. Hearing this, Sasuke suddenly stood up, stepping forward to Lu Shu. I want to be your apprentice. Lu Shu? Are you out of your mind? Be my apprentice? Do I owe a favor to the Uchiha clan? First it was Shursui, then Itachi, and now you. I'm not here to run a kindergarten for the Uchiha clan. At that moment, Sasuke was in a rebellious phase. He enjoyed being with Itachi, training, and playing together. However, he despised being compared to Itachi. Itachi's brilliance was blinding. Whenever Sasuke achieved something, people would always remark, of course, he's Itachi's brother. Shursui was the pillar of the Uchiha clan. Although he didn't work in the police force, many still respected him. As for Itachi, he was even more renowned. Both were products of Ryoshu's guidance. Sasuke wanted to improve and surpass Itachi, but in ninja school, he felt powerless. His father Fugaku, like everyone else, was not someone he wished to burden with his struggles. So you come to bother me? Am I more idle than Fugaku? Lu Shu shot Sasuke a glare. Before Sasuke could respond, a glint of coldness flashed in Lu Shu's eyes. Why are you so eager to pursue strength? Don't forget, how old are you now? When I was your age, you, Kakashi, and your brother Itachi had already graduated from ninja school. Moreover, at that age, Itachi had already awakened his Sharingan, while The awakening of the Sharingan requires specific conditions. Itachi was exceptionally intelligent, but his awakening was merely a stroke of luck, coinciding with a tumultuous era. Konoha had not faced significant war for a long time. Thus, it was only natural that Sasuke had not awakened his Sharingan. Wait a minute. If the awakening of the Sharingan requires stimulation, what if I use Genjutsu to deeply provoke a member of the Uchiha clan? Would that lead to the awakening of the Sharingan? If it truly happens, would I have inadvertently discovered a loophole in the Naruto world? As this thought crossed his mind, Lu Shu's expression turned mischievous. This hypothesis was worth a try. He pondered that he would discuss it with Fugaku later. If Fugaku agreed, the Uchiha clan could potentially produce a plethora of Sharingan-wielding ninjas in the future. Chapter 148. Uchiha Izumi. Sasuke's proposal was one that Ryuki would undoubtedly refuse. It was not due to a lack of desire to teach, but rather a matter of time. The daily operations of the Umbu required his personal attention, and he was also obligated to fulfill the commands of Muhan. However, since Sasuke was eager to pursue strength, Ryuki found no reason to decline. He suggested, the teacher suited for you is not actually me. Nonetheless, I understand your feelings. I promise that once you graduate from the Ninja Academy, I will find a suitable instructor for you. Suitable for me? Sasuke inquired curiously. Ryuki's abilities stemmed from his own system, while Sasuke was a quintessential battle mage-type ninja. The ideal teacher for him would surely be Kakashi. Since consuming the flesh of Hokage, Kakashi had become abundant in chakra. Additionally, he was intelligent and powerful, a perfect match for Sasuke's temperament. After deceiving Sasuke, Ryuki originally intended to recuperate. However, having conceived ideas regarding the development of the Sharingan, he felt compelled to act immediately. Thus, they arrived at the Uchiha compound, specifically the Fugaku household. Upon seeing Ryuki, who had not visited in some time, Fugaku was naturally curious about the reason behind his sudden appearance. Once they were alone, Ryuki shared his conjecture. If your clansmen cannot discern this illusion, it could serve as the most perfect deception. Yet, Fugaku expressed concern regarding this suggestion. After all, he was aware of the intricacies involved in developing the Sharingan. Typically, awakening it was not something that could be easily stimulated. An excess of stimulation could adversely affect the mental and physical well-being of the clan members. Nevertheless, Ryuki's hypothesis was indeed accurate. No one had ever attempted such a method before. If it truly enabled the clan members to awaken their Sharingan, then in the future, Fugaku's Manjiki was already formidable in illusions, and his son Itachi was equally impressive. Even Shursui surpassed the two, possessing the legendary Kodoame Tsukumi, which even Itachi struggled to counter. This delicate balance needed to be managed, but it was certainly worth a trial. Upon receiving Fugaku's consent, Ryumaku's smile widened. In the following moments, he summoned Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shursui, and this hypothesis was also communicated to Minato, given his position as the Hokage and the sensitivity of Uchiha affairs. Upon hearing Ryumaku's suggestion, both Itachi and Shursui exhibited expressions of shock. Could it truly be executed in such a manner? However, the awakening of the Sharingan was a significant matter for the Uchiha clan. Regardless of the number of Tomo awakened, future developments would inevitably require some form of stimulation. If this method were employed at the moment of awakening, would it not complicate the evolution of the Sharingan? Thus, this illusion required meticulous design. It must provoke the awakening without revealing its nature. Ryumaku's idea was straightforward. The stimulation must be brief, yet capable of arousing vigilance. Should the illusion be recognized during the awakening, it would yield considerable side effects on future advancements. The goal was to ensure the awakening while concealing the essence of the illusion, thus crafting the perfect illusion. Ryumaku merely provided a suggestion. The execution would rest upon the three Uchiha clansmen. However, remember to invite me for the first experiment. As Uchiha Itachi escorted Ryumaku out, they encountered a girl at the village entrance. Izumi? Ryumaku thought, recognizing her as the young girl who had shared dumplings with Itachi by the riverbank. Noticing the evasive glances exchanged between the two, Ryumaku chuckled. Since you both have matters to attend to, there is no need to see me off. I'm familiar with the way. You two youngsters go enjoy yourselves, but remember to stay safe. Though uncertain whether Itachi grasped his intentions, Ryumaku mused that Itachi was no longer a child and could soon embrace fatherhood. Upon returning home, Ryumaku discovered that while Han had returned, Mu-Han was absent. After inquiring, he learned that the Fourth Hokage had invited Mu-Han to their home. Realizing this, Ryumaku was struck with clarity. Minato was rather considerate, understanding the importance of providing opportunities for him and Han to connect privately. However, a troubling thought surfaced. Why would the Fourth be so kind? Was he not weary of being around Kushina? Furthermore, Naruto was merely a young boy and unlikely to play well with Mu-Han. The notion of getting closer to her and inviting her over was shocking to Ryumaku, who trembled with rage. That old man, does he covet my daughter? Is he trying to make her his daughter-in-law? Absolutely not. Naruto should be with Hinata. No one is worthy of my daughter. With a cold snort, he glared with a fierce intensity, his aura palpable. Little Naruto, do not think that just because you are the son of the Hokage, you can act recklessly. Should I discover you daring to pursue Mu-Han, I shall reduce you to ashes and scatter your remains across the sea. I will hold true to my word. Now, off to the bath. Why are you still lingering? With that, Ryumaku shed his outer garment and entered the bathroom with Han. 3 years had passed. Life burgeoned anew, and the essence of spring grew ever stronger. Even the wildflowers along the roadside had begun to sprout. In the Ninja Academy's courtyard, rigorous examinations were underway. Next, Naruto. Bang. Two Narutos linked arms, gazing at the teachers before them, inquiring, "Are we ready?" Mizuki-sensei, Irika-sensei. Very well. Next, Choji. The examination continued. Ryumaku and Minato stood at a distance, observing Naruto's graduation ceremony unfold as anticipated. When Naruto received his headband from Irika, he beamed with pride, waving it in the direction of Ryumaku and Minato, exuding triumph. How did you manage to convince Kakashi? Convince? I merely allowed things to unfold naturally. If you inquire daily whether he would lead a ninja squad, eventually, he will be moved by your persistence, changing his internal mindset. However, Kakashi was not new to team leadership. Most of the subordinates assigned to him in the past had failed to pass his assessments. Ryumaku offered a gentle smile, patting Minato's shoulder reassuringly. Do not worry. This is a matter I am not concerned about in the slightest. Chapter 149, Poseidon Template Ding. The bloodline task has been completed. A timely reward has been triggered. Please choose the type of template. Ryomu. A sudden voice echoed in Ryomu's mind, causing him to startle. He glanced hazily at the distant children undergoing assessments and immediately left a clone behind to depart from the Ninja Academy. He arrived at the Dark Department's pavilion. Ryomu quickly entered his mind palace. Please choose the type of template. He opted for the character template. Upon completing his selection, a golden card shot forth. At this moment, aside from just acquiring the character template, Liumu also had a lottery opportunity he had yet to utilize. With both cards now in hand, it seemed prudent to clear his inventory. The wheel of fate began to spin. A faint blue silhouette gradually emerged from the golden card. With a whoosh, brilliant light surged and began to coalesce in Liumu's grasp. He lowered his gaze. The figure depicted on the card had a human body with a fish tail, wielding a trident, and was enveloped in blue scales. Poseidon, the Sea King? Isn't this the chief deity of Western Europe? This is permissible? Oh, and there's another card. Realizing this, Liumu noticed that the wheel of fate had halted its draw. The second card was a spirit beast card. Observing the peculiar and somewhat dark metallic aesthetic of the beast template, Liumu frowned. Huido, ancient demon beast, known for its affinity for fire, symbolizing disaster and ill omen. Clad in fiery armor, treading upon flames, with a voice like a bone whistle and a tail resembling five senses, a demon beast of the south, gazing upon the sea tide. Huido, a demon beast? Liumu recalled that his Hiluo was a spirit beast, and the spirit fox was a celestial beast. Now he was given a demon beast? If he counted the previously revered divine beast, Tao Tai, had he not drawn every type of spirit beast available? Gazing at the card in his hand, Liumu felt unfamiliar with it. He remembered that Huido, while indeed one of the calamity beasts in the classic of mountains and seas, belonged to the south and governed fire, historically regarded as the instigator of fires. Strangely, even its excrement was said to be encased in flames. Previously, Liumu thought this was merely a figment of people's imagination regarding fire disasters. Yet today he had truly drawn it. It was quite remarkable. At this moment, Liumu possessed a Poseidon template and had drawn a fire calamity, Huido template. Water and fire, they could counterbalance each other. Should he release Huido for a trial? Curious about Huido's capabilities, Liumu hesitated, knowing he was in Konoha village. If he unleashed Huido and harmed innocent bystanders, it would be disastrous. Wait, there's a line of small text below? Liumu inadvertently glanced and discovered a minuscule introduction at the very bottom of the Huido template. Demon beasts are spirits and require the host to tame them. Liumu. Goodness. Thankfully, he had hesitated earlier. Huido is a demon beast, and to command it, he must tame it? What does taming entail? Isn't it just a straightforward beating? With that thought, Liumu immediately entered his time room. At this moment, he pondered. Huido is a demon beast, and its body is engulfed in flames, while his Saitama template and Film Emperor template could subdue it. Looking at the Poseidon template in his hand, didn't it perfectly counter Huido's abilities? Thus, template switching. Sea King, Poseidon template is being activated. Connection successful. Suddenly, as the mechanical voice echoed in his mind, Liumu felt a strange itch beneath his skin. Looking down, he saw his exposed skin gradually hardening, feeling as if it had transformed into fish scales. Host, Liumu's personal attribute list, gender, male, age, 21, combat power, 888, 8888, Poseidon template activated, defense, 999999999, Saitama template activated, stamina, 333, 3333, Saitama template activated, speed, 111, 1111, Saitama template activated, intelligence, 125, talent, 89, spirit beasts, Hiluo. Huido, ninjutsu, body replacement technique, shadow clone technique, transformation technique, multiple shadow clone technique, spiraling sphere, big ball spiraling sphere. Illusion techniques, Heavenly Fox's Eye, own templates, One Punch Man, Saitama, One Piece, Kizuru, Sea God, Poseidon, activating. Available skills, Tidal Wave, Storm, Divine Sight. Divine Domain, Liumu. Gazing at his new template data in his mind, Liumu felt a tinge of disappointment. The full defense value of Poseidon, one of the chief gods, was unsurprising. After all, water and light, being natural elements, could ignore all physical attacks. However, Poseidon's stamina was even inferior to Kizaru's. Wasn't he that a bit excessive? And why was his speed so sluggish? Liumu was not well versed in Poseidon, and thus was also unclear about his skills. The first three were rather straightforward, given that tides, tsunamis, and storms are almost phenomenal maritime weather. However, the latter two, Divine Sight and Divine Domain, seemed somewhat abstract. Nevertheless, since he needed to tame Huido, it was also an opportune moment to test the skills of this template. With that, Liumu retrieved the Huido template and casually tossed it. The template instantly radiated a fiery red brilliance. Observing this, Liumu leaped back a few steps as the brilliant red light intensified. With a piercing howl, a lion-like beast, engulfed in flames, burst forth from the card. The illustration on the different templates depicted a more imposing Huado, with a lion's body, deer antlers, and ears erect behind its head. The sound it emitted echoed like rusted iron scraping, chilling to the bone. Its feet trod upon flames, and black mist enveloped its body. It looked quite impressive. Liumu nodded. Though Huado was a demon beast, it exuded far more majesty than Hiluo, the spirit beast. After all, a fish with 9 bodies? Such an appearance truly made Liumu hesitant to showcase it. Roar! Huado roared, its eyes blazing like the sun, fixating intently on Liumu. He felt the air around him suddenly heat up, and a bead of sweat trickled down his body. Huado! Huado, that name is quite cumbersome, from now on. I shall call you Erha. Demon beast Erha sounds splendid. Liumu couldn't help but commend his choice. He stepped forward, and the ground beneath his feet suddenly rippled as if he were treading upon water. Stretching out his right hand, the ripples surged violently. A torrent of water rushing into Liumu's grasp, gradually coalescing into a 3-pronged trident amidst a flash of blue light. Come, Erha, do not disappoint me. As he spoke, Liumu was gently lifted by the river beneath his feet. The trident in his hand whistled, radiating an arcane brilliance. Chapter 150. Divine Realm. The ominous creature, Huado, stomped its feet, its eyes glaring with fury. With a swift motion, a flaming arrow shot forth, aimed directly at Liumu's heart. How ruthless! Attempting a sneak attack, Liumu scoffed lightly, his long spear trembling slightly in his grasp, as a wall of water materialized in midair, intercepting the incoming arrow. The collision of fire and ocean water erupted into a violent explosion, shrouding both man and beast in a swirling mist of white vapor. Liumu's eyes transformed into slits, and with a roar, Huado lunged, tearing through the water wall with its sharp claws. Upon recognizing Liumu's true form, Huado opened its massive jaws, flames coalescing in its throat. Liumu, noticing this, slightly turned his head, bending his legs as he leaped into the air. With a fierce blast, the nearly black-red flames surged forth, prompting Liumu to take the situation seriously. This little creature shows no mercy, he muttered under his breath, raising his left hand above his head. A silent wave materialized behind him. At his command, it surged like a tidal wave, engulfing Huado completely. This maneuver was one of Poseidon's skills, known as tidal wave. The tide surged forth, and Liumu had no intention of halting. He swung his left hand again, and a tempest began to form, gradually coalescing into a towering vortex that reached the heavens. However, Huado, true to its nature as a beast, emerged unscathed from the depths, surrounded by a fiery aura that shielded its body from Liumu's tidal assault. As the tide receded, Huado resurfaced, but now it was far more cautious than before. Water extinguishes fire. Though Huado lacked human intellect, it instinctively recognized that Liumu's abilities countered its own. Seeing Liumu standing still, Huado began to circle him warily. Liumu furrowed his brow, his blue pupils gleaming with intensity as he activated his divine sight. A powerful, mysterious aura erupted from him, enveloping both himself and the beast. Huado seemed to lose its strength, collapsing to the ground under the weight of this overwhelming pressure. Is this divine consciousness? At that moment, Liumu's body radiated a light blue hue, complemented by an emerging golden brilliance, an embodiment of divine majesty. Under such authority, all beings would find their innate energy diminished. Huado was rendered immobile, and Liumu prepared to unleash his final move, the divine realm. A resonant hum filled the air. Liumu was taken aback as he beheld the original time room transforming into a dazzling blue expanse, with an endless ocean stretching beneath him. Initially, he thought the divine realm to be an illusion. However, he soon realized that illusions are crafted by the conjurer's will, while this was not a mere fabrication. Even Huado nearby was not trapped in an endless loop, signifying that this was not an illusion. Liumu scratched his nose, and suddenly, a fissure appeared beneath Huado, as if the ocean had turned into a watery prison, encapsulating the beast with a mere gesture of Liumu's fist. Liumu pondered, could it be? With a slight lift of his left hand, the water prison began to rise into the air. Indeed, Liumu understood, the divine realm was the ability to draw an adversary into one's domain. As Poseidon, the god of the sea, his domain was undoubtedly the ocean. Here, Liumu, embodying Poseidon, was the deity of this realm. The boundless sea obeyed his command, and his enemies were destined to be at his mercy. A subtle smile graced Ryomu's face as he retracted the divine realm. With a splash, Hodo plummeted to the ground. Ryomu approached, grasping Hodo's chin and locking eyes with it. The creature was filled with fear, for it had been utterly powerless on the surface of the ocean, as if time itself had been suspended. In the face of Ryomu's unwavering gaze, Hodo expelled a fiery red orb from its brow. Lacking the searing heat of flames, it instead radiated warmth. The fire orb entered Ryomu's forehead, and Hodo seemed to acknowledge its master, submissively bowing to the ground. A faint pattern of flames began to appear on Ryomu's brow. Having exited the time room, Ryomu felt a surge of satisfaction. His long-cherished desire to summon a genuine spirit beast had finally come to fruition. Moreover, Hodo, now affectionately referred to as Era, was no weakling. With its mastery over fire, it was a formidable force in close combat and flame attacks alike. Lord Ryomu. Just as he was musing, a shadow flickered before him. A figure in a mask knelt on one knee. The Fourth Hokage requests your presence at Hokage Rock. Understood. Ryomu replied, as the member departed. He set off to find Minato. Hokage Rock, adorned with the faces of past Hokages, concealed a secret prison within the village of Konoha. What brings me here? Ryomu inquired, joining Minato at the site. He observed a dim seal mark on the ground. Minato pointed towards the center of the seal, explaining, the seal containing the three tails has suddenly loosened. I've summoned you to help guard it while I reinforce the 8 trigram seal. Loosened? Ryomu recalled how, during the ambush on Konoha, the masked man had used the three tails to lure him. After Ryomu had subdued it, Minato had sealed it here. As the three tails, it currently lacked a Jinchuriki, which was a significant concern for many high-ranking officials in Konoha, including Minato. Wait, Ryomu interjected. If the seal has loosened, why not find a Jinchuriki? After all, while tailed beasts are notoriously difficult to control, if sealed within a Jinchuriki, they could offer Konoha not only safety, but also become an invisible asset. Much like Minato and Naruto, who could harness the chakra of the Nine Tails. Although this idea seemed straightforward, selecting a suitable Jinchuriki was an exceedingly stringent process, requiring careful consideration of both mental fortitude and strength. Minato's words were clear. Choosing a Jinchuriki would take time, and even the entirety of Konoha might struggle to find one. Additionally, the societal stigma surrounding Jinchuriki was far from favorable. Persuading someone to become the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails would be no simple task. Chapter 151. The Jinchuriki of the Three Tails. With a subtle smile, Remu harbored concerns for his clan. In the original narrative, the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails was not a resident of Konohagakure. However, during a past meeting, a member from Konoha had indeed served as the Jinchuriki for the Three Tails. This individual was none other than Rin, a familiar figure to Minato, who was part of the original Team 7. In the original storyline, she was manipulated by Madara to serve as a pawn against Konoha. Yet, in this iteration, the plot has been altered by Remu, although Rin remains fundamentally the same. Unless unexpected circumstances arise, Rin's physique aligns perfectly with the requirements for becoming the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails. I know someone who might fit the role, but as you previously mentioned, we should seek her out and inquire about her thoughts. Remu's intentions were straightforward. However, to be candid, it seems that throughout the shinobi world, apart from the Cloud Village, the remaining villages harbor an unwelcoming attitude towards Jinchuriki. Even though the perception of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki has improved significantly in Konoha due to Minato's influence, Remu still requires Rin's consent. Night fell within the Umbu headquarters. Minato and Remu sat side by side as the sound of approaching footsteps echoed from outside. Several figures cloaked in black robes entered the room. Upon spotting Minato and Remu, they removed their hoods, revealing their true identities. Teacher Minato, Remu. The newcomers were none other than Kakashi and Rin, who had previously informed Rin of the situation. Remu nodded, signaling the other Umbu members to exit. Kakashi gestured for Rin to take a seat while he positioned himself behind Remu. Rin, it's been a while. Has Konoha Hospital been busy lately? Rin responded with a gentle smile, shaking her head slightly. Despite her words, the deep shadows under her eyes indicated the demanding nature of her work at the hospital. Minato-sensei, Remu, please feel free to speak your minds. Do not forget, I am still a member of Team 7. Although Team 7 had been temporarily disbanded, over the years, their former leader Minato had ascended to the role of Hokage, while Remu had achieved a status just beneath him. Kakashi, without needing further elaboration, held significant authority within the Umbu, second only to Remu. Although Obito had not joined the Umbu, he had taken on the role of captain within the Uchiha police force. As the sole female member of this small team, Rin's medical prowess had earned her training under Tsunade, and she had since become the head of Konoha Hospital. Minato's expression turned serious, while Kakashi remained oblivious to the true purpose of Minato and Rimu's invitation to Rin. Rimu glanced at Kakashi, indicating for him to take a seat, before turning to Rin and asking, "What is your perspective on Jinchuriki? We are among allies here, so feel free to speak freely." Rimu's inquiry was, in essence, a subtle probe into Rin's stance. After all, if Rin held a disdainful view towards Jinchuriki, Rimu's plan to have her become the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails would be rendered impossible. Without the consent of the individual involved, Rimu couldn't proceed with sealing her. Rin, initially puzzled by Rimu's question, replied, "Jinchuriki? Why do you ask this suddenly?" Before Rimu could clarify, Rin smiled and continued. "Although many in the village hold extreme views on Jinchuriki, as a medical ninja, I find Minato-sensei, as the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, to be truly admirable." Thus, Rin's inherent kindness shone through, as she understood the arduous process endured by those who became Jinchuriki. Consequently, rather than feeling repulsed by their existence, Rin held them in great esteem. After all, those who sacrificed their lives to seal the tailed beasts did so for the sake of their village. Upon hearing Rin's response, both Minato and Rimu visibly relaxed. Kakashi, observing their expressions, suddenly realized their intentions. Rin, being a medical ninja, was not particularly skilled in combat. Yet Rimu and Minato had summoned her here for a matter seemingly unrelated to her expertise. Kakashi was taken aback, even feeling a sense of resistance. After all, for an ordinary person to become a Jinchuriki was perilously dangerous. Rimu refrained from explaining to Kakashi. In the original narrative, Rin was indeed well-suited to seal the Three Tails. But Rimu could not elaborate to Kakashi at present. Rimu rose and walked over to Rin's side, gently crouching down to ask earnestly, "You are aware of the Three Tails, correct?" Rin's brow furrowed slightly, and she nodded in acknowledgement. "If I tell you that you are exceptionally suited to become the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails, would you be willing to take that step?" Rin, startled, responded, "Absolutely not." Before she could elaborate, Kakashi interjected with urgency, "Rimu, teacher, are you trying to send Rin to her death? You know full well that. Would you be willing?" Rimu ignored Kakashi's objections and turned back to Rin. She glanced at Kakashi, who was shaking his head disapprovingly, then lowered her gaze to Rimu and inquired, "Why do you believe I am suited to become the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails?" "Intuition," Rimu answered without hesitation. "My instincts are usually quite accurate." Although Rimu's response seemed somewhat dismissive, Rin recognized his character. He would never undertake a task without certainty. Furthermore, Rimu's kind-hearted nature assured her he would never disregard his own life. If he believed this, it meant he was confident in the compatibility between her and the Three Tails. Sealing a tailed beast required immense willpower. If Rin were to lose her consciousness to the Three Tails during the sealing process, her demise would be inevitable. Observing Rimu and Minato behind her, she realized they must have had no choice but to consult her on this matter. With that understanding, "I will give it a try." Upon hearing Rin's agreement, Rimu finally smiled, gently patting her shoulder in reassurance. "Rest assured, the sealing process will be managed by Minato. As for the Three Tails, I assure you it will not cause any disturbances. You need not worry about safety. What we seek is merely your willingness." The Three Tails had been sealed by Minato for several years. Now that Rin had consented to become its Jinchuriki, Rimu and Minato planned to proceed under the cover of night to expedite the process. Rimu summoned several Umbu ninjas to visit various clans to prevent any unnecessary alarm. After completing these preparations, Minato and the others returned to Hokage Rock. Rimu, observing the sealing formation beneath their feet, addressed everyone, "Do not be surprised. Simply follow the necessary procedures." With that, Rimu nodded to Minato, who swiftly formed hand seals and slammed his hand onto the ground. The sealing technique, resembling a spider's web, intertwined oppositely with the earth. With a roar, the massive shell of the Three Tails materialized before them. Chapter 152. The Sealing of the Three Tails. As the Three Tails materialized, Kakashi swiftly positioned himself in front of Rin. To their astonishment, the darkened face of the Hokage Rock was suddenly illuminated. The surrounding scenery transformed unexpectedly, prompting Kakashi and Rin to exchange bewildered glances at Ryuki. At this moment, Ryuki reverted everything back to the Saitama template, and they found themselves within his time-space. The overwhelming presence of the tailed beast necessitated precautions. Ryumiku had already informed the various clans not to be overly alarmed. However, the village of Konoha still housed many ordinary citizens. If the aura of the Three Tails were to be sensed by them, it would undoubtedly incite chaos. Although Watergate had previously visited Ryumiku's time-space, this sudden appearance startled him as well. Unlike Kakashi and Rin, he quickly grasped the situation upon merely glancing at Ryumiku. "Leave the rest to me, Watergate. Prepare for the sealing," Ryumiku instructed. To avert a confrontation between the Three Tails and Rin during the sealing process, Ryumiku needed to act swiftly. Heeding Ryumiku's words, Watergate leaped in front of Rin, rapidly forming hand seals. The 5 elemental seals, earth, water, fire, wind, and lightning, materialized on his fingers. "Ryumiku, I am ready," Watergate announced. Ryumiku nodded in acknowledgement. He soared towards the still drowsy Three Tails and unleashed a powerful punch to its face. The colossal form of the Three Tails was sent flying several meters through the air. Before it could touch the ground, Ryumiku seized its tail and slammed it down before Watergate and Rin. Both Kakashi and Watergate were aware that the Three Tails had been captured by Ryumiku, yet they remained puzzled as to how he, as a human, could contend with a tailed beast. Witnessing it firsthand left all three in a state of disbelief. One punch. Just one punch, and the Three Tails was incapacitated? Ryumiku's raw and unrefined strength elicited wry smiles from them. Watergate reached out to Rin's back, and a chakra-infused hand emerged swiftly from her navel, piercing directly into the body of the Three Tails. Watergate furrowed his brow as he gradually retracted his arm. The Three Tails had succumbed to unconsciousness, allowing Watergate to smoothly siphon its chakra. As the process unfolded, Rin writhed in agony, white mist escaping from her navel. Watergate sensed Rin's trembling form and quickened the pace of his extraction. At long last, the chakra of the Three Tails was completely acquired, and Watergate promptly sealed it within Rin. The mist intensified, saturating Rin with perspiration, and she collapsed to the ground. Kakashi rushed to support her. "Rin, are you all right?" he inquired. Rin's complexion was pale, yet she shook her head affirmatively. "I'm fine." Ryumiku observed the sealing technique on Rin's abdomen and nodded in satisfaction. With the Three Tails successfully sealed, the next step required Rin to communicate with it independently. A perfect Jinchuriki is one who can master the tailed beast. Rin's inherent kindness paired with the Three Tails' gentle nature suggested they would harmonize far better than Naruto and the Nine Tails. Kakashi escorted Rin to the Konoha hospital as a precaution. Meanwhile, Ryumiku and Watergate, having just returned to the Hokage's office, received shocking news. "What? The Book of Seals has been stolen?" Ryumiku exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table and pacing outside. In the original narrative, it was undoubtedly Naruto, swayed by Mizuki, who would steal the Book of Seals at this juncture. However, unlike before, Naruto now possessed a complete family and had graduated from the Ninja Academy. What motive could he possibly have to steal the Book of Seals? Ryumiku's contemplation left him unprepared for this turn of events. Just then, a loud explosion echoed from a grove in the southern part of the village. Following the sound, Ryumiku and Watergate swiftly flew towards the source. In the forest, Ryumiku perched atop a giant tree, signaling Watergate to halt. Without waiting for Watergate's inquiry, Ryumiku gestured for silence. Together, they peered towards a small cabin not far away. "Naruto!" Watergate exclaimed, spotting a slender figure crouched in front of the cabin, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. Just as Watergate pondered how Naruto came to be there, a massive shuriken shot from the nearby woods, aimed directly at Naruto's torso. The sharp sound of slicing air alerted Naruto. In a split second, he swiftly formed hand seals and executed the body replacement technique flawlessly. However, the enormous shuriken's momentum was undeniable, crashing into Naruto's back along with the wooden target. Naruto quickly handed over the Book of Seals. At last, the assailant revealed himself. The very Mizuki who had evaluated Naruto that morning stood before them, causing Watergate's brow to furrow in disbelief. How could it be him? In response to the confusion, Ryumiku merely smiled, offering no explanation. As Mizuki glared down at Naruto with murderous intent, Naruto suddenly crouched low, his right hand fervently gathering chakra. Ryumiku observed this with puzzlement, glancing at Watergate, who offered a grim smile and a slight shake of his head. What on earth is happening? Is Naruto attempting to use the Rasengan? As the light blue chakra coalesced, Naruto's body abruptly trembled, and the chakra dissipated into the air. Ryumiku was taken aback. So he hasn't mastered it yet. It was startling. Ryuki recalled that not long ago, Naruto had approached him, expressing concerns about the seals on his body loosening. Under the influence of the Nine Tails, even basic chakra control had become a challenge for him. The thought of him attempting the Rasengan now seemed utterly absurd. Nevertheless, as Watergate's son, it was plausible that Naruto had acquired some advanced techniques prematurely. Mizuki, a teacher at the Ninja Academy in Chunin, stood at a considerable advantage over Naruto, who had just graduated. At this moment, Mizuki brandished a three-pronged kunai, seemingly ready to strike. However, Ryuki intervened once more, halting him with a raised hand. Amidst the confusion, a familiar figure emerged from behind the cabin. "Naruto, what are you doing?" Irika began, but upon noticing the sealing scroll in Naruto's hands, he instantly grasped the situation. "How could you steal this?" Naruto, realizing Irika was present, promptly explained that he wished to learn high-level jutsu using the sealing scroll, much like Ryuki had done. Despite Watergate's position as Hokage, Naruto understood that even if he voiced this desire, Watergate would never acquiesce. At that moment, Mizuki, having once been a teacher to Naruto, approached him and revealed that the techniques Ryuki possessed were primarily contained within the sealing scroll, along with its hidden location. Chapter 153, As the Crown Prince. This ninjutsu you must learn, Part 1. Upon learning the truth, Irika gazed at Mizuki in astonishment. Why had a former comrade deceived Naruto? And why was he attempting to seize the sealing scroll? Irika, feeling disinclined to inquire further, understood the significance of the scroll. A compilation of forbidden techniques from the second Hokage, Lord Tobirama. Thus, he positioned himself protectively in front of Naruto, retrieving a kunai from his ninja tool pouch. "Mizuki, it is not too late to back down. I can plead your case to the Fourth Hokage, considering our past as colleagues." "Plead?" Mizuki laughed derisively. His body trembled violently, causing the enormous tree beneath him to sway. Slowly, he produced a large shuriken from behind, his voice dripping with malice. "Irika, you are too naive, just as your strength reflects. You can only teach little brats at the Ninja Academy. In the world of ninjas, strength is the ultimate truth. If I must remain in that position for life, I would rather fight to the death." As the son of the Fourth Hokage, Naruto is quite adept at eluding all the watchful eyes of the village. "Now, it is just the three of us here. I will claim the Book of Seals." With a swift motion, the kunai flew towards Irika, its formidable force overwhelming. Irika knew he could not stop it, especially with Naruto, who was equally bewildered, standing behind him. If he dodged and got injured, Naruto could very well perish. Boom! A tremendous cloud of smoke erupted, and the murderous kunai landed harmlessly on the ground nearby. As the smoke dissipated, Minato appeared before Irika and Naruto. "I have a question for you." Another voice interjected. Mizuki turned to see Tobirama, hands on his hips, gazing up at him. "Do you truly hold such disdain for the teachers at the Ninja Academy?" Mizuki remained silent, yet he could already foresee his grim predicament. As the fastest ninja in Konoha, Minato, known as the Yellow Flash, stood before him. Escape was not an option. Although Tobirama appeared only slightly older, he was a formidable force, far surpassing Mizuki in strength. Confronted by both men, Mizuki felt as if he were on the brink of death. Indeed, tenfold. The crime of stealing the Book of Seals was one Mizuki could not bear. Moreover, he knew these two would not show him mercy. Noticing Mizuki's silence, Tobirama shook his head in resignation. "You have 3 breaths to flee." "Mizuki, escape? 3 breaths? Is he truly willing to let me go?" Before he could ponder further, his legs trembled, and he shot backward. However, Tobirama crouched, his right fist slowly closing. "Die!" His punch surged forth, akin to a tempest, obliterating the trees in the vicinity and leaving only bare earth in its wake. Minato observed Tobirama's languid expression as he strolled forward and remarked, "This is the village. You should temper your strength. Alas, it has been a while since I stretched my limbs." "I had to seize an opportunity for some exercise," Tobirama replied nonchalantly. Minato was left speechless at the extent of Tobirama's destructive capabilities, which could level anything in his path. With arms crossed, Tobirama surveyed the scene before him and shrugged. "What are a few trees? No matter, I will have Tenzo. Oh, I mean Yamato. Plant some more later. It's hardly a major issue." Minato responded, "So, in your mind, Yamato serves merely that purpose?" Tobirama fell silent, awkwardly scratching his temple, for that was indeed his thought. "Oh, there is another role he plays. If anyone wishes to build a house, he is quite convenient to call upon. Years ago, when Tobirama and Han had refused to marry. Fugaku had sought Yamato's assistance in constructing a new house for Tobirama. To this day, Tobirama had yet to reside in it. Presently, he had only one daughter, Han, and when she grew older, he would allow her to move in, providing her with her own space. As for a second child, well, they had not yet been born. He could always have Yamato build another house once that time came. Ah, what a splendid notion, truly a tool for others, Yamato. Ahem. Mizuki's body need not be searched for. Given the circumstances, it was likely nothing remained. Minato regarded Naruto, who stood behind Irika, his expression grave. Thank you, Irika-sensei. You should return now, Naruto said, his voice trembling. In the face of this domestic turmoil, Irika indeed ought to withdraw. Realizing both the Fourth Hokage and Tobirama had arrived, Irika glanced at the flattened forest behind Tobirama, offering a wry smile and a nod before departing. As soon as Irika left, Naruto continued to gaze at Minato anxiously. Noticing the tense standoff, Tobirama approached and lifted Naruto from the ground, squatting down to inquire, "Do you understand your mistake?" Naruto appeared somewhat frightened, but upon meeting Tobirama's gaze, he nodded. "Shouldn't you provide your father with a reason, explaining why you attempted to steal the Book of Seals?" Dusting off his pants, Naruto's voice quivered. Mizuki said that if I acquired the sealing scroll, I could learn ninjutsu, just like Uncle Tobirama. Tobirama let out a long sigh, turning to Minato with an expression filled with exasperation. The Book of Seals held immense importance for Konoha. Should a regular ninja have stolen it, they would undoubtedly face severe punishment. Yet who could have anticipated that the thief would be none other than the Fourth Hokage's son, Naruto? How should this be dealt with? Minato sighed to Tobirama. Even Naruto must face consequences. No one is above punishment. Tobirama, as the Umbu's steward, what do you propose we do with Naruto? Tobirama, why am I being tasked with this? I don't see why I should take the blame. He grasped Naruto by the neck and said, "Now, this is a command from the Hokage of Konoha. Therefore, I am no longer your Uncle Tobirama. As the steward of the Umbu, you will accompany me tonight." Umbu. Prison. Tobirama led Naruto to one of the dark, damp cells, where a faint sour smell lingered. The unpleasant odor churned the stomach. "Uncle Tobirama?" Naruto questioned, as Tobirama sat beside him on the grass mat. "Enough with the pretense. In a few days, when teams are assigned, I will let you out." Naruto remained silent, staring at his feet, motionless. Finally, he spoke softly. "I know I made a mistake, and this is my punishment. I bear no resentment. However, you must be aware of the forbidden techniques in that book. Are they something you can learn?" Naruto's head hung lower still. Chapter 154, As the Crown Prince. This ninjutsu is essential for you. Part 2. Young boys are inherently mischievous, a fact well known to Ryumu. If one were to inquire about the differences between boys and girls, Ryumu would undoubtedly assert that while young boys grow into jesters, young girls evolve into little troublemakers. This immutable truth remains constant throughout the ages. Naruto exemplifies this principle. His theft of the Forbidden Scroll would undoubtedly incite a stir within the village of Konohagakure. Fortunately, Ryumu and Minato discovered the situation in a timely manner, preventing any irreparable consequences. Nevertheless, Naruto felt a pang of guilt. After all, although he hadn't stolen the scroll as a child, he had meticulously copied down all the ninjutsu contained within it. Wasn't he that a graver offense than Naruto's current transgression? By the way, I haven't congratulated you on successfully graduating and becoming a true ninja of Konoha, Ryumu said, ruffling Naruto's hair. So, what gift do you desire? Tell Uncle Ryumu. At that moment, Naruto's eyes brimmed with regret. He should not have succumbed to the temptations of Susanoo. Otherwise, he would not have found himself in this predicament. Faced with Ryumu's inquiry, Naruto simply shook his head. Ryumu frowned slightly. This won't do. However, since you haven't decided, I shall think of something for you. In the original narrative, Naruto possessed a plethora of skills: the Shadow Clone Technique, the Rasengan, various forms of the Rasen Shuriken, and even Sage Mode and the Nine Tails Chakra Mode. Yet, apart from the first three, Ryumu had little to impart to him. Moreover, Ryumu's control over chakra was still somewhat rudimentary, and the Rasengan was Minato's signature technique. Suddenly, Ryumu sprang to his feet, excitement gleaming in his eyes as he posed a question to Naruto. How about learning the Shadow Clone Technique? Although it is not of the highest rank, its utility is immense. Naruto, taken aback, stammered in confusion. Before he could decline, Ryumu seized him by the arm and began teaching him the technique without regard for Naruto's willingness. Ryumu had scarcely utilized the shadow clone technique himself. It was primarily Naruto's signature move in the original storyline, though other ninjas might also know it. At this point, Naruto displayed surprising intelligence and quick recall of the seals. Remember, the number of clones you can create is determined by the amount of chakra within you. This is a variant of the basic clone technique, infused with some transformation abilities, Ryumu explained before demonstrating by transforming into the likeness of the Fourth Hokage, Minato. Not only did he resemble Minato in appearance, but he also donned the Hokage's distinctive cloak. Why don't you give it a try? Naruto stepped forward, his hands moving swiftly through the hand seals. With a series of explosive sounds, dozens of clones materialized, marking the successful initiation of his shadow clone technique. Uncle Ryumu, why are you teaching me this ninjutsu? Naruto inquired, the question catching Ryumu off guard. However, there was no profound reason behind it. After all, in the original tale, Naruto excelled in the shadow clone technique. Teaching it to him now seemed perfectly reasonable. Why dwell on it? The technique had been successfully executed, so it was time to experiment with transformation. Curiosity piqued, Naruto asked, but who can I transform into? Suddenly, inspiration struck Naruto, and he summoned the necessary seals. Once again, a series of explosive sounds erupted, and he transformed into a rather comical figure. Ryumu felt a sudden warmth at the tip of his nose and quickly wiped it away. Uncle Ryumu, is this what you wanted to see? Naruto teased, enveloped in smoke. Just like you, Prince Naruto, you're a quick learner. Ryumu coughed lightly, hastily closing his eyes. Enough. Transform back immediately. With a flurry, the clones dispersed, and Naruto returned to his normal self. In the original storyline, Naruto had used this very skill to become Jiraiya's apprentice. Perhaps entrusting him to Jiraiya in this life would prove beneficial as well. With Naruto facing a few days of confinement, Ryumu left the prison alone. Outside, Minato reappeared. Upon seeing Ryumu emerge, he asked, how did it go? Is he in good spirits, and has he accepted his mistake? Ryumu did not conceal the truth. Upon hearing this, Minato sighed deeply. Ryumu patted him on the back, saying, it's all right, he's just a child. Everyone makes mistakes. He has been scolded and punished. As long as he acknowledges his error, that suffices. Ryumu was not the type to coddle children. The emergence of troublesome children often stemmed from parental negligence. Having lived 2 lives, Ryumu understood this truth well. Yet, Naruto was merely 13 years old, an age ripe for rebellion. While he had erred, as long as he faced the consequences, that was enough. Moreover, Naruto was not devoid of understanding. His transgression was not catastrophic. However, with Naruto in trouble, it was Minato who would bear the brunt of the consequences at home. As Hokage, Minato had a tremendous workload and rarely managed to balance his duties with Naruto's upbringing. Now that Naruto had erred, Minato would undoubtedly face inquiries from Kushina upon returning home, perhaps even kneeling on durians. Kakashi had already agreed to take on the role of team leader, so during the squad assignments, Ryumu accompanied Naruto to the village training grounds. However, Ryumu chose to maintain a distance, observing Kakashi's evaluation of the 3 young ninjas from afar. Ryumu harbored no deep animosity toward Sakura, yet he felt no particular fondness for her either. As a quintessential White Lotus character, she led Ryumu to believe that Kishimoto would eventually allow her to see through Sasuke's true nature and recognize Naruto's genuine feelings. But who could have anticipated such absurdity? Fortunately, compared to Sakura, Hinata was indeed more appealing, somewhat alleviating Ryumu's past grievances. In this lifetime, Naruto seemed to harbor less affection for Sakura than in the original tale. Their relationship appeared to be one of strong camaraderie among classmates. Moreover, being selected by Kakashi forged an unbreakable bond among the 3 young ninjas. Their emotional ties would inevitably deepen as they trained together. Reminiscent of the original evaluations and results, the scene echoed with familiar humor. When Sakura and Sasuke delivered a lunchbox to Naruto, Kakashi appeared to announce the formation of Team 7. Once, Kakashi, Rin, and Obito had been the original Team 7. But in the blink of an eye, the second iteration of Team 7 was officially established, with Kakashi taking on the role of leader. During this evaluation, Naruto refrained from utilizing the shadow clone technique. Ryumu had advised him prior to his release from the prison to reserve his more powerful techniques for formidable foes. This was merely a straightforward assessment, entirely unnecessary for such a display. However, Ryumu was taken aback by Sasuke's performance during this evaluation. He recalled that if his suggestions to Fugaku were to be implemented, Sasuke would undoubtedly become one of the first experimental subjects. If Sasuke awakened his Sharingan ahead of time. Chapter 155. The experiment begins within the Uchiha clan. The office of Fugaku was bustling with numerous members of the security team. At this moment, both Itachi and Shisui Uchiha were present as well. Underneath, the serious expression on the face of Kakashi, a team leader, prompted him to inquire, "Is this a proposal from Ryuki?" Fugaku nodded in affirmation. Gradually rising from his seated position, he addressed the assembly. "However, this matter is merely a concept at this stage. We remain uncertain of its efficacy, hence it is imperative that everyone maintains confidentiality. The purpose of gathering you all today is to deliberate on selecting a few clansmen who have yet to awaken their Sharingan for a concentrated test." Shisui exchanged glances with Itachi, both understanding each other's thoughts. Historically, the higher echelons of Konoha harbored significant animosity towards the Uchiha clan, a sentiment that still lingered among many elderly elders. However, Ryuki stood apart. He appeared to be consistently partial towards the Uchiha, considering their plight. Nonetheless, both Fugaku and the two others were acutely aware that Ryuki's concern was contingent upon a singular condition: peace. He required a Konoha devoid of security threats. The Uchiha clan's rebellious sentiment had been long-standing. Even though Fugaku was virtually propped up by the community, a growing number of individuals were more inclined to savor the tranquility while fearing potential retribution from Ryuki. After all, could one who could easily subdue the Ninetales truly fear the Uchiha Sharingan? Certainly not, and at the very least, Fugaku dared not entertain such thoughts. The illusions wielded by Ryuki were a realm Fugaku had never fully comprehended. Ever since he unlocked his Mangekyou Sharingan, even his Susanoo heavily relied on the power of illusion. Yet, he had once witnessed Ryuki not only extricate himself from his Jinjutsu, but also ensnare Fugaku within an illusion of his own design. Shisui, possessing the Uchiha clan's most formidable illusion, the Kodoemet Tsukumi, was also cognizant that Ryuki's strength was shrouded in mystery. It was entirely plausible that even his Jinjutsu would prove ineffective against him. Ryuki had proposed to assist the Uchiha in awakening their eyes, potentially addressing the clan's most significant flaw. Should this plan come to fruition, it would undoubtedly elevate the entire clan's strength to a new echelon. Father, why not allow Sasuke? Fugaku, the current head of the Uchiha clan, considered the prospect of using his son Sasuke as a test subject. This initial experiment could ultimately assuage the concerns of many clansmen. However, Itachi's inclination towards this idea stemmed more from his trust in Ryuki. Fugaku nodded in agreement, responding, "That is indeed my intention. Regardless of how many clansmen we select, my son, Uchiha Sasuke, will undoubtedly participate." The Uchiha clan was inherently united within Konoha. As Fugaku publicly sought participants, numerous members of the security team raised their hands, representing their children. However, it was stipulated that only children aged 5 and above would be permitted to partake in this experiment. Those younger would not be allowed, as excessive nurturing could be detrimental. The innocence of childhood inherently harbors less darkness compared to adulthood. The existence of Jinjutsu magnifies the shadowy aspects within one's heart, while simultaneously influencing chakra fluctuations. Should a young child's psyche be adversely affected by this experiment, it would indeed be a case of unintended consequences. After a thorough evaluation, Fugaku had gathered a total of 13 eligible children for this meeting. Including Sasuke, that made 14. With the candidates established, the next step was to determine who would cast the Jinjutsu. Shisui was evidently the most suitable choice. Even Fugaku and Itachi could step in. But Shisui's Sharingan was the most potent among them. Nevertheless, upon seeing the eager expressions of the group, Shisui clasped his hands and addressed everyone. "I understand your sentiments. Yet I have a thought." Shisui's considerations were quite straightforward. Casting Jinjutsu on children did not necessitate exceptionally powerful techniques. Although his Kodoemet Tsukumi was impressive, Shisui felt a twinge of hesitation. He was uncertain of the experiment's boundaries. Moreover, this suggestion had originated from Ryuki, implying he likely had his own methods in mind for its execution. Though not a member of the Uchiha clan, Ryuki's consistent favoritism had not gone unnoticed. However, Ryuki advised us to handle the matter ourselves while he merely observes. Fugaku expressed his concerns. While he had no doubts regarding Ryuki's Jinjutsu, he worried whether the latter would consent. Shisui nodded, assuring, "Leave this matter to me. I will discuss it with Ryuki." On that day, Shisui made a rare visit to Ryuki's residence. As Han was instructing Mu-Han with his studies, upon noticing Shisui's arrival, he promptly requested Shisui to assist Mu-Han. Shisui's talents were unquestionable. With Ryuki still absent, he acquiesced to Han's request. While Han prepared dinner in the kitchen, Shisui saw this as an opportune moment to savor a meal. Just then, Ryuki entered, immediately spotting Shisui teaching Mu-Han. "Ah, young Shisui, did you not mention that Fugako had a meeting? What brings you here?" Upon seeing Ryuki return, Shisui signaled to Mu-Han, who perceptively took his book and retreated to his room. Subsequently, Shisui explained the proceedings of the meeting, particularly highlighting his suggestion for Ryuki to perform the Jinjutsu. "Me?" Ryuki scratched his head in bemusement. "Why drag me into your clan's affairs?" "Precisely because this experiment was proposed by you, and since Jinjutsu requires careful construction, your suggestion indicates you must have a plan in mind," Shisui replied earnestly. Ryuki shot a disapproving glance at Shisui, but ultimately relented upon seeing his earnest demeanor. "Very well. When do you wish to commence?" Shisui responded, "The candidates have already been determined. If you agree, we can proceed tonight." "Tonight?" Just then, Han emerged from the kitchen, carrying a plate of chicken wings. "Tonight won't work. Let's do it tomorrow." Ryuki discerned the underlying message in Han's words. With a wry smile, he rubbed his lower back and addressed Shisui. "Did you hear that? Tonight is off. I will wait for you at Fugaku's office tomorrow morning. Inform everyone that once they gather, we shall commence immediately." Ryuki had no reservations about constructing the Jinjutsu, yet he harbored concerns regarding whether these young children could withstand the experience. Alas, there was little he could do, as Kishimoto's design for the evolution of the Sharingan was, regrettably, rather inhumane. Chapter 156. Embracing suffering at this moment, Shisui had pressing matters at hand. Having received the answer from Ryuki, he contemplated returning promptly to inform everyone. Observing Shisui's hasty departure, Han held a second plate of dishes and grumbled irritably to himself. "This child, why is he still so impulsive? I have prepared the food, and I wonder if the dish I desire is heated yet?" As he spoke, Ryuki encircled Han's slender waist from behind. "You? What dish do you wish to eat?" Han's cheeks flushed crimson as he trembled, stammering his question. "Are you not feigning ignorance? With such a splendid feast before you, should it not be warmed for your husband?" Suddenly, Mu-Han, with her ponytail swaying, leaned against the doorframe, observing the two in the living room. May I request dinner? After I eat, I shall attend to my homework. I am oblivious to everything, and I hear nothing. Are you all right?" The following morning, Fyake arrived early at the garrison with Sasuke. Observing Ryuki leaning against a chair, he noted a hint of fatigue in his demeanor. "It's nothing. I only slept for 2 hours last night and feel a bit drowsy," Ryuki replied. Fyake remarked, "The village has been quite peaceful lately. If it is a minor matter, you truly need not exert yourself so." Ryuki scratched his head, blushing, yet dared not reveal the truth. By this time, the first floor of the garrison had gathered a considerable number of people, including several children aged 5 or 6 amidst the usual members. Even Itachi Uchiha was seen intercepting Sasuke. Lord Ryuki came a sudden loud bang, followed by a cloud of white mist erupting in the office space before Fyake and Ryuki. Shisui knelt on one knee and addressed Ryuki. "Lord Ryuki, all personnel have arrived." Although Shisui had grown up under Ryumi's watchful eye, there was an unspoken rule among them, including Itachi. In private, they referred to Ryuki as uncle or brother, without titles of rank. However, in the office or during missions, a degree of formality was required. Ryuki, though disapproving of this custom, conceded to Shisui and Itachi's stubbornness in upholding it. Upon Shisui's announcement, Ryuki and Fyake stood up. "Should we conduct the experiment at the garrison? Or shall we go to the back mountain?" Fyake suggested, pointing out the small hill that Ryuki had leveled days prior. "The training ground is still being equipped and has not yet officially opened." Ryuki nodded in agreement and glanced at Shisui, who promptly withdrew. Half an hour later, Ryuki and Fyake stood side by side. The open space before them was now filled with people, not only members of the garrison and participating children, but also several elders from the Uchiha clan. Their presence indicated a desire to witness the efficacy of Ryumi's experiment. If it failed, so be it. Yet, if successful, it could set a precedent for the Uchiha clan. Fyake gestured for the crowd to disperse, leaving only the children participating in the experiment before Ryuki. With a gentle smile, Ryuki descended among the children, patting each one on the shoulder, saying, "I know you all are curious about what will happen next, but there is no need to worry. As all eyes turned to Ryomu, his irises transformed into slitted pupils. The heavenly fox eye activated. All the children present closed their eyes and succumbed to slumber. Is that all there is to it? Fyake inquired, intrigued by Ryomu's return. Otherwise, what do you expect? Ryomu replied with a wry smile. It is merely an illusion. Unlike ninjutsu that requires a physical presence, I simply guide them into confronting the darkness within their hearts. At that moment, Ryomu noticed Obito standing amidst the crowd and beckoned him forward. Obito, do you wish to give it a try? Obito responded with confusion. You have yet to awaken the Manjiki, correct? Therefore, I have devised a special illusion tailored for you. Would you like to try it? Upon hearing this, Obito cast a deep glance at Ryomu before turning to Fyake, who remained silent, aware of the unique relationship between Obito and Ryomu. Seeing Fyake's lack of opposition, Obito pondered briefly and eventually nodded. As a member of the original Team 7, the newly formed Team 7 of the second generation had emerged. If Obito and the others were still too weak, it would be a disservice to the team's legacy. Thus, Ryomu directed his gaze at Obito, activating the Heavenly Fox Eye once more. Shurshui, take Obito to another location and find a few people to keep watch. Ensure no one approaches too closely. Obito's deep affection for Rin was the basis for the illusion Ryomu had designed for him. In the original narrative, both Obito and Kakashi awakened their Manjiki upon witnessing Rin's tragic demise. Ryomu, employing a similar tactic, made slight modifications to the storyline. Obito's Manjiki abilities were formidable, and Ryomu was concerned that Obito's emotional turmoil within the illusion might inadvertently harm innocent villagers. Hence, he instructed Shurshui to lead him further away. As for the children before him, the illusion was quite simple. Ryomu would obliterate what they cherished most within their worlds: parents, family, even the entirety of Konoha. He would amplify the children's deepest fears, forcing them to confront life and death, thereby instigating transformation. All the Uchiha clan members waited in hushed anticipation for the first child to awaken. As evening fell, a sudden anguished wail pierced the stillness of the clearing. The crowd turned in unison to the source of the sound. Sasuke, with tear-streaked cheeks, collapsed to the ground, his crimson eyes weakly fixed on the earth. Fyake's expression shifted, his brows furrowing in alarm. Itachi swiftly rushed to Sasuke's side, lifting him up. Brother, you. Sasuke's features twisted as he scrutinized Itachi, and upon confirming his brother's safety, he wept openly in Itachi's embrace. Foolish little brother. Though Sasuke did not explicitly state it, everyone present understood that he had witnessed a haunting scene within the illusion. Isn't that reassuring? Ryomu asked Fyake, who nodded, observing the bond between his two sons, feeling a sense of pride as they shared this moment, even in the awakening of their abilities. As a father, Fyake could not help but feel gratified, perhaps even a tad envious. Hearing Fyake's earnest response, Ryomu couldn't help but smile. Chapter 157, The Susanoo of Obito. As night fell, the streetlights surrounding the open space flickered to life. Although the crowd's stomachs were already empty, the awakening of Sasuke ignited a surge of adrenaline among the onlookers, setting the stage for exhilarating events to unfold. Suddenly, the sound of children stumbling echoed. 1, 2, 3. Their abrupt falls rendered the atmosphere grave. In an instant, before the parents of the children could react, pairs of crimson Sharingan appeared before the gathered crowd. In the dim light, the scene was profoundly shocking. Fugaku, witnessing this, grasped the shoulder of Ryuki with fervor, his excitement palpable as he exerted pressure with his hand. Ryuki, in discomfort, could only groan. Unlike the children from the experiments, the parents present were exhilarated. To awaken the Sharingan at the tender age of 5 or 6 provided these children with boundless opportunities for their future cultivation. It worked, exclaimed Shursui, animatedly addressing Ryuki, who merely smiled in response without uttering a word. At that moment, a thunderous explosion resonated from afar, a powerful force that knocked several individuals to the ground. It must be Uncle Obito, Shursui promptly declared. Ryuki and Fugaku exchanged glances, their feet propelling them swiftly towards Obito's location. Perched atop the treetops, they observed Obito, eyes closed, unleashing chakra with wild abandon. Ryuki halted Fugaku with a gesture. He is still ensnared in the illusion. We should wait. Obito had awakened the 3-Tomo Sharingan prior to the experiment. If this endeavor succeeded, he would join the ranks of the Uchiha clan as the 4th member possessing the Manjiki Sharingan, following Fugaku, Shursui, and Itachi. The potency of the Manjiki was well known to both Fugaku and Ryuki. Its formidable might far surpass that of the newly awakened children. Observing Ryuki's calm demeanor, Fugaku managed to quell his racing heart. However, Obito's current state was somewhat deranged. Tears streamed down his pale face as his hands formed seals, unleashing a barrage of fireball jutsu in every direction. Ryuki was taken aback by Obito's transformation. Yet, recalling Obito's feelings for Rin, he comprehended the depths of his turmoil. In the illusion set by Ryuki, he had depicted the scene where he and the Fourth Hokage absorbed the three tails for Rin. Kakashi was present, but in this narrative, he emerged as an ally to Ryuki and the Fourth, callously executing Rin after the absorption was complete. Rin was Obito's Achilles heel, the source of his greatest anguish. Gradually, Obito's chakra began to wane, the size of his fireballs diminishing. Just when it seemed Obito would lapse into silence, a host of faint blue chakra began to coalesce around his hunched form. What is happening? Fugaku questioned, astonished. The chakra amassed violently, and a colossal skeletal figure erupted behind Obito, reminiscent of Fugaku's own Susanoo awakening. In the blink of an eye, a complete skeletal Susanoo manifested perfectly behind him. With a jingle, Obito's eyes snapped open, revealing a pair of black and red Manjiki Sharingan. Simultaneously, the Susanoo behind him underwent another transformation. Huh? Is he not awake? Why is he still? Fugaku looked at Ryuki in bewilderment. Ryuki too was perplexed. However, upon seeing the vacant gaze in Obito's eyes, he realized he had succumbed to an unconscious state. What should we do? Fugaku pondered. He was intimately familiar with the Susanoo's capabilities, yet a mindless Obito, bolstered by Susanoo's power, was beyond anyone's ability to rouse. Unless Fugaku himself forget it, I will handle this, Ryuki decided, contemplating the complications of awakening Susanoo in Konoha. It appeared he would soon need to explain himself to the higher-ups of the village. Fugaku's abilities were distinctive. Unless it was a complete Susanoo, it was unlikely he could subdue the frenzied Obito. Moreover, conflicts between Susanoo could lead to dire consequences. After careful consideration, Ryuki resolved to take action. With that, Ryuki switched to the Yellow Monkey's template. As he leaped into the air, his body came to a halt mid-flight. Extending his hands towards Obito's Susanoo, he immediately employed the 8-span jewel. Boom! An explosion erupted around Obito. Within moments, several figures appeared beside Fugaku, Minato, Hinata, the third Hokage, and even clan leaders from other families. They watched as Ryuki ascended, dismantling the Susanoo piece by piece, before delivering a punch to Obito's face. Splurt! Blood sprayed forth as Obito's eyes finally regained focus. Ryuki? Obito's gaze was still clouded with confusion. Yet, moments later, he seized Ryuki by the shoulder, his face contorted with grief and fury. Why did you let Rin become the Jinchuriki? Don't you understand? Obito. Ryuki admonished sharply, his tone earnest. It's time to wake up. Obito, bewildered, turned to survey his surroundings. Countless Uchiha clan members were watching from a distance, and even his teacher, the fourth Hokage Minato, along with the third Hokage Sarutobi, were present. Suddenly, clarity dawned upon Obito as he recalled the security corps. In Fugaku's office, the fourth Hokage sat at the head of the table, casting a meaningful glance at Ryuki while observing the prominent figures of the village below. Congratulations, Ryuki. Who would have thought your experiment would resolve the Uchiha clan's long-standing difficulties? Fugaku recognized that the success of the experiment hinged entirely on Ryuki's ingenuity. If all went smoothly, the practice of awakening the Sharingan through illusions could be established as a tradition within the clan. Each child would undergo the awakening ceremony upon reaching the age of 5. Faced with the third Hokage's scrutinizing gaze, Ryuki shrugged nonchalantly, adopting a relaxed demeanor as he remained silent. The experiment had been a resounding success. All participating children, including Obito, had advanced in their abilities. However, the newly awakened Sharingan had left them physically and mentally exhausted. Fugaku assigned members of the security corps to escort the children home. Ryuki understood the implications behind the third Hokage's gaze without needing to inquire, so he refrained from making unnecessary comments. He was disinclined to explain or respond. Nevertheless, for the sake of appearances, all the higher-ups of Konoha went through the motions, though they did not express their thoughts within Fugaku's office. While awakening the Sharingan was not considered a significant event within the Uchiha clan, and every member would typically achieve it given sufficient age, the dissatisfaction arose from the fact that Ryuki's suggestion had seamlessly facilitated the awakening of the Manjiki Sharingan. Chapter 158. The invitation from the Hyuga clan. Why are you staring at me like that? Ryuki asked, raising an eyebrow as he observed Minato's gaze upon him upon their return to the Hokage's office. Minato sighed, feeling an inexplicable sense of elusiveness regarding his junior. Although he was acutely aware of the power dynamics among the various clans in Konoha, he nevertheless established a precedent by aiding the Uchiha clan. I'm not trying to blame you. I merely wish to inform you that before you embark on any endeavors that may require cleanup, do give me a heads up. Incidents like today are far too abrupt. Minato's thoughts were understood by Ryuki. He held no bias towards anyone and would not extend special consideration to any clan. Even towards the Uchiha, he did not harbor the same intense animosity as previous Hokages. All right, I understand, Ryuki replied, rising from his seat. Anyone with grievances can come to me. The matters concerning the Uchiha clan are ultimately beneficial for Konoha. A good deed is a good deed. What is there to complain about? Ryuki grumbled at the window, even turning to Minato to assert, moreover, I intend to form a Susanoo squad. Let us see which village dares to wreak havoc here in the future. Suddenly, with a loud bang, a cloud of white mist erupted between the two. An Umbu ninja bowed and announced, the head of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hisashi, requests the esteemed Lord Ryuki to visit his residence. Ryuki and Shizuku exchanged puzzled glances. The Hyuga clan? Hisashi? In Ryuki's memory, the Hyuga clan was indeed an oddity within Konoha. While their strength was not inadequate, they often seemed rather pretentious. However, their prowess was merely modest when compared to Ryuki. The Hyuga clan had historically been aloof from external affairs, yet their loyalty to Konoha remained unquestionable. Me? Ryuki inquired, and the Umbu member nodded. Observing that it was already late, Ryuki instructed the Umbu to inform Han, then nodded at Minato before departing towards the Hyuga clan's estate. Previously, Ryuki had little interaction with the Hyuga clan, knowing only the princess, the brother-in-law, and Hanabi. They're rather full of themselves, expecting me to visit them? Ryuki mused as he approached the traditional Japanese-style residence. With a creak, the door swung open, revealing Hyuga Hisashi along with several clan members. Lord Ryuki, we sincerely apologize for the late invitation. Please, come in. Inside the courtyard, the gentle sound of a koto filled the air, and the setting exuded a quintessentially traditional Japanese ambience. Hisashi guided Ryuki to the main guest seat, introducing the gathered clan members. Ryuki smiled, but inwardly scoffed, recognizing the unmistakable Byakugan in each pair of eyes. No need for formality. You may speak plainly, Hisashi. At this, Hisashi's expression turned serious as he surveyed his kin, then stood to address Ryuki. To be candid, the Hyuga clan has a long-standing legacy. However, after witnessing the remarkable Susanoo of the Uchiha clan today, my clansmen and I, including myself, have felt a certain unease. Moreover, Hisashi leaned slightly forward, suggesting, it has come to my attention that it was you, Lord Ryuki, who conceived a more convenient evolutionary method for the Uchiha Sharingan. Though phrased as a question, Hisashi's piercing gaze remained fixed on Ryuki, clearly implying that he was well aware of the situation. The Uchiha's experiments were not conducted in secrecy. Any ninja curious enough could observe them. Especially after Obito awakened his powers, considerable commotion ensued. Hisashi's feigned ignorance was painfully obvious. Let us cut to the chase, Hisashi. You need not beat around the bush. I have little time, and I am quite eager to return to my rest, Ryuki interjected, a hint of latent menace emanating from him. While not intending to resort to violence, he sought to impart some awareness to those who believed themselves superior due to their Byakugan. The Hyuga clan members, mostly elderly with gentle dispositions, seemed to command considerable respect from Hisashi as the clan head. Noticing Hisashi's hesitance, Ryuki stood and addressed the assembly. Although I am uncertain why I was summoned at this late hour, I wish to convey something regarding your Hyuga clan. Firstly, your standing within Konoha is well known. Aside from the Uchiha, the Hyuga clan is arguably the most powerful in the village. However, your insular mindset and certain unfavorable traditions have led you into a dead end. It is not favoritism towards the Uchiha. Rather, your high barriers to entry are the issue. As an outsider, my words may fall on deaf ears. Lord Ryuki, could you be more explicit? Hisashi replied, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. What do you mean by barriers? You need not require an explanation from me. Merely step outside and observe. Is there a single individual on Hyuga territory who lacks the Byakugan? Ryuki articulated. The Hyuga clan's seclusion stemmed not only from bloodline divisions, but also from the rigid control over marriages orchestrated by their parents. While that might suffice for men, the clan imposed even stricter regulations on the marriages of women to prevent the dilution of their Byakugan lineage. As the clan head, Hisashi oversaw the main house, while his brother managed the branch family. The branch family bore the responsibility of safeguarding the main family's eyes and bloodline. In dire circumstances, they were expected to sacrifice themselves for the sake of the main family. In the original narrative, after the princess was abducted by an enemy village, Hisashi pursued her, managing to rescue Hinata and protect her eyes. However, during a period of turmoil, as Konoha engaged in tentative warfare with the Cloud Village, Hisashi's younger brother, the father of the brother-in-law, took the fall for Hisashi to prevent the incident from escalating. To Ryuki, this situation was utterly absurd. Hisashi acted to protect his clan's bloodline and eyes, and on a smaller scale, to safeguard his daughter. Engagements with bandits often resulted in casualties. Yet the prevailing belief was that the Hyuga clan held an advantage in Konoha. Why then would they sacrifice their own brother to avoid conflict? Were they truly so fearful of war? Would Konoha be intimidated by the Cloud Village? Certainly not. After such a prolonged struggle, there was no concern about continued conflict. However, in this life, when Hinata found herself in peril, it was Ryuki who came to her rescue, ensuring that the brother-in-law's father did not meet a tragic end. Chapter 159. Admonition. The Hyuga clan has always been characterized by its lofty pride. Although its members may present gentle and kind visages, deep within, they harbor an unparalleled sense of pride in their eyes and lineage. Even members of the Uchiha clan have long been dismissed by the Hyugas. However, the current circumstances have shifted dramatically. Hinata Hayashi witnessed the awakening of the Susanoo with clarity. Is such power truly befitting of humanity? Is this the ultimate evolution of the Sharingan? And what of their Byakugan? Can the members of the Hyuga clan maintain their former arrogance in the face of the Uchiha clan, now augmented by the power of the Manjikyu Sharingan? Hinata Hayashi remains uncertain, and the glimmer of hope appears exceedingly faint. The earth-shattering Susanoo emanates an overwhelming aura. Its colossal chakra and devastating might are beyond the current capabilities of the Hyuga clan to confront. In the village of Konoha, the strengths of various clans are meant to balance one another, yet this balance is inherently delicate. Historically, the Hyuga clan has thrived within this delicate equilibrium, maintaining an absolute advantage. But now, with the Uchiha clan breaking this equilibrium with the aid of Obito, they have transcended beyond it. Today, with Obito's emergence, who can assert that previous followers of Obito, such as Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi, have not awakened comparable powers? Moreover, what of the Uchiha clan leader, Fugaku? Can his strength possibly be inferior? Just as Hayashi is the leader of the Hyuga clan, having mastered ninjutsu exclusive to the main family, it is only natural that Fugaku possesses formidable abilities. Does he lack a trump card? At this moment, Obito gazes at the flickering night sky outside the door. Leaning against the doorframe, he casts a cold smile at those within. Let me put it this way. Your Byakugan is commendable, yet you have strayed from the right path. While the Sharingan and Byakugan each possess their own merits, the evolution of the former is markedly evident. Even if ninjutsu may seem diminished, the growth afforded by their eyes is immense. Obito knows very little of the Byakugan's evolutionary process. After all, in his past life, he did not delve deeply into the sequel of the Second Prince, and to pave the way for future generations, the prince and the two pillars-tailed beasts were excessively weakened, leading him to abandon the narrative. Thus, he remains uninformed about the Byakugan's evolution. Nevertheless, the principle remains. Kaguya, the progenitor of ninjas, possessed the Byakugan, not the Sharingan, which clearly indicates the superior priority of the Byakugan. However, while the current Hyuga clan has inherited this bloodline and maintained its purity, they have failed to unlock and evolve the potential of their eyes effectively. In this context, the Byakugan bears some resemblance to X-ray vision, allowing its wielder to perceive the body's chakra pathways and internal chakra flow. In the past, Hyuga clan ninjas were also tasked with pursuit responsibilities within the Umbu. Yet, beyond this capability, their potential seems limited. Is the main family's bloodline truly the purest? Not necessarily. Just as the spark can replace the princess as the heir of the main family, their bloodlines are fundamentally the same, sharing the same parents. How could they possibly yield differing bloodlines? However, the decline of the branch family and the obstinacy of the main family are the primary reasons for the Hyuga clan's gradual deterioration. Strength requires motivation. Akin to the catfish effect, Only by feeling threatened can one progress. The Hyuga clan has lingered in high positions for too long, causing them to gradually forget this sentiment. Now, with Obito instilling anxiety and fear into Hinata Hayashi's eyes, they find themselves inviting Obito late into the night, hoping to gain his insights. But is this our tradition? An elderly Byakugan bearer, stooped with age, slowly rises to address Obito, trembling as he speaks. Tradition? Obito scoffs. What tradition? Who established this tradition? If you are determined to uphold tradition, then I shall refrain from appearing on the territory of the Hyuga clan tonight. Although his demeanor may seem playful, it is devoid of malice. As Obito just articulated, Hayashi summoned him along with the clan's elders to formulate a set of strategies suited for the Hyuga clan. Observing the visible turmoil among the gathered, Obito inquires of Hayashi, "Is there not someone in your clan named Niji Hyuga?" Niji? Hayashi turns slightly, narrowing his eyes and nodding. "Then call him here. And, oh, do bring some shuriken along." Hayashi is curious about Obito's intentions. However, when Niji arrives, he is accompanied by a man who bears a striking resemblance to Hayashi, undoubtedly Niji's father and Hayashi's younger brother. Obito's name is that of an idol for many children in Konoha. Even someone as proud as Niji displays a glimmer of excitement upon seeing Obito. "How has Guy been lately?" Niji stands a level above Naruto and his peers, having already become a leader of a genin squad even before Kakashi took charge of Team 7. "Quite well," Niji responds. Though perplexed by Obito's presence in the Hyuga clan's domain, the expressions of those gathered suggest that the situation is somewhat peculiar. "Have you mastered the heavenly spin?" Obito inquires directly. The mention of the heavenly spin causes Hayashi's expression to shift dramatically. "Lord Obito, the heavenly spin is a secret technique exclusive to the main family." And Niji, "Silence. I did not ask you." Obito barks, turning his attention back to Niji. "Although you are still young, you can surely perceive that today is different. Therefore, before me, speak plainly. If you have learned it, demonstrate it for these individuals." The distinction between the main and branch families is akin to a chasm within the Hyuga clan. As a member of the branch family, Niji has no opportunity to learn the heavenly spin. Yet, Obito is aware of this, and thus he does not react with undue astonishment. With a wave of his arm, Obito summons hundreds of shuriken into the temporal space. As Niji enters the courtyard, the others follow suit. Watching as Niji prepares, Obito raises an eyebrow, signaling his intent to proceed. With that, chakra begins to violently surge through Niji's chakra pathways, enveloping him in a massive sphere of chakra energy as he spins rapidly. Obito gestures with his hand, releasing a flurry of shuriken toward Niji, who stands shielded by the impenetrable wall of chakra energy, successfully blocking all incoming attacks. Chapter 160. The flaw in perfection. How could this be? Niji. How could he have learned the heavenly spin? All members of the Hyuga clan present, including Niji's father, were taken aback. As a branch family member, how could Niji have mastered the secret techniques of the Hyuga clan without formal training? Hyuga Hayashi cast a meaningful glance at his brother before turning to Ryuki. Although Ryuki held a high position in Konoha, he not only knew the heavenly spin, but was also aware that Niji could perform this jutsu. Hyuga Hayashi found it hard to comprehend whether Lord Ryuki truly possessed such extensive knowledge, given his management of the Umbu. With a swift motion, Ryuki casually threw a final kunai. However, before it could hit the ground, his gaze sharpened, and he swiftly intercepted the kunai mid-air. Observing the beads of sweat on Niji's forehead, Ryuki smiled and ruffled the boy's hair. "Did you see that?" Niji nodded. Ryuki continued, "In every meticulous plan, there lies a flaw. You have done remarkably well, but if you wish to address your shortcomings, you must train with greater diligence in the future." "Understood. Thank you for your guidance, Lord Ryuki," Niji replied respectfully. Ryuki, with a wry smile, remarked, "What I provided was merely an opportunity for you to recognize your own oversights." After witnessing Niji's demonstration, the others returned indoors. However, as members of the branch family, Niji and his father were not permitted to enter. Ryuki addressed the group. "Did you see that?" Hyuga Hayashi, perplexed, inquired. "I still do not understand Lord Ryuki's intent." Ryuki shook his head in resignation and explained, "What is there to misunderstand? I merely wish for the Hyuga clan to avoid mediocrity. While the world preaches equality, it is undeniable that individuals differ in talent, intelligence, and potential. Just as no two leaves are identical, neither are people. The traditional distinction between main and branch families is a distortion, and Niji has magnified this distortion, exposing it for all to see." Although the strength of the princess is commendable, it pales in comparison to that of her cousin Niji. Niji possesses remarkable talent, his mastery of the Byakugan rivaling that of the main family's offspring. Indeed, he stands as an undeniable prodigy among his peers. Yet this gifted individual remains constrained by his bloodline, nay, by fate, doomed to a life of protecting the princess. The disparity between Niji's strength and that of the princess raises questions that Hyuga Hayashi must contemplate. If Niji were not a branch family member, but rather his own child, would the Hyuga clan not be the strongest in Konoha? This is highly probable. Ryuki's words were a sharp critique of the Hyuga clan's rigidity. While traditions should not be discarded lightly, if they hinder the clan's development, what purpose do they serve? Hyuga Hayashi had never considered this before, and even now, he struggled to process it. The elder members of the Hyuga clan present were indignant at Ryuki's remarks. Had it not been for Ryuki's previous kindness to the Hyuga, Hayashi might have expelled him without a moment's thought. As peers and cousins, how could they allow the burden of a stifling tradition to shackle Niji, a boy of such potential? Hyuga Hayashi. The Uchiha clan bears similarities to the Hyuga family. Both are proud, possessing unwavering confidence in their bloodlines and eyes. However, the difference lies in the two clan leaders, yourself and Uchiha Fugaku. I can tell you this, the individual you witnessed was not solely a Beto. Fugaku also possesses the Manjiki Sharingan, yet he has never employed it within the village. Initially, Fugaku's pride stemmed from his eyes, as few could defeat him. Unlike you, however, he sought peace and was willing to rectify the Uchiha clan's shortcomings. Just as Shisui and Itachi, their talents need no further elaboration. Fugaku entrusted both of them to my tutelage at a young age, and had I not intervened, Sasuke would likely have joined my Umbu by now. Shisui and Itachi are close in age, and Fugaku will eventually age. Who do you think will lead the Uchiha after Fugaku retires, Shisui or Itachi? Hyuga Hayashi was taken aback. He had never contemplated Ryuki's perspective. Enough of this. Fugaku has expressed that while Itachi's resolve is commendable, Shisui is better suited to lead the Uchiha clan. Why is it that Fugaku can prioritize strength over bloodline when addressing significant matters concerning the Uchiha, yet you choose the opposite path? Did Fugaku truly say that? Why would I deceive you? In truth, Fugaku had never conveyed such sentiments to Ryuki. However, due to Shisui's background, Fugaku treated him as a biological son, likely forgetting the implications of bloodline in comparison to Itachi. Furthermore, Itachi viewed Shisui as an older brother, akin to how Sasuke perceives Itachi. If the day comes when Shisui becomes the leader of the Uchiha clan, it is indeed a possibility. Now, Hyuga Hayashi gazed at the elder members of his clan, bowing his head deeply. Previously, as the elder brother, he had ascended to the main family, while his younger brother became a branch family member, marked by the curse of the caged bird. At that time, bloodline and eyes were not the foremost considerations. It was merely due to his earlier birth. Hyuga Hayashi was well aware of his daughter's capabilities. She could not even proficiently execute the basic 8 trigrams 64 palms, let alone the heavenly spin. Although he had heard of Niji's prodigious talents, it was only today, when Ryuki brought it to light, that he realized Niji was even stronger than he had imagined. Noticing Hyuga Hayashi's wavering resolve, Ryuki hastened his words. Once again, let me reiterate, the capable shall prevail. While protecting the Byakugan, if you can adapt as Fugaku did, perhaps the future of the Byakugan may not lag far behind the Sharingan. Chapter 161, An Unexpected Surprise, Side Story 1, Boom. A colossal mushroom cloud erupted, engulfing the sky entirely. The world around was shrouded in a gray haze. Be careful. Clang. The piercing sound of kunai clashing echoed incessantly, blades scraping against one another, producing a heart-stopping cacophony. Naruto retreated after an intense exchange, emerging from the smoke. Standing atop a modest peak, he gazed down into the valley where a man clad in a black cloak and golden hair gradually revealed himself. Naruto, return with us. There is still time. Sasuke Uchiha tightened his grip on the sword at his waist, his expression remaining cold, surrounded by all his comrades from their time at the Ninja Academy. Return? Naruto scoffed, his chakra swirling around him like an electric current, fierce and unyielding, as if it were ready to tear everyone apart at any moment. Sai, relay the message to the village. Mere words from us may not sway Naruto. Understood. Sai replied, swiftly unrolling a scroll. With deft strokes of ink, he conjured a dark bird that flapped its wings and darted towards Konohagakure. Naruto observed, but did not intervene. His eyes glowed a menacing crimson, no longer resembling human irises, but rather fierce, slitted pupils that bore down on his former comrades. Naruto, please come back. We will plead for your case with Lord Ryu. Plead? Naruto sneered, his body trembling violently as the red chakra surged around him, an ominous grin spreading across his face. No need for that. I have severed all ties with my past. Do you truly believe you can stop me? The group furrowed their brows. Sasuke, at the forefront, turned to Sakura. Has Captain Yamato not awakened yet? Sakura shook her head. Half a year ago, Naruto's once sunny disposition had inexplicably shifted. The fourth Hokage, Minato, was too preoccupied with affairs to notice the change. Ultimately, it was Hinata Hyuga, who secretly harbored feelings for Naruto, that perceived the transformation. Using her Byakugan, she discovered that Naruto's gentle blue chakra was being gradually consumed by a fierce red chakra. The tranquility of the past was now replaced by an unsettling atmosphere. Yamato's would release since the malevolence emanating from Naruto. However, before anyone could voice their concerns, Naruto had already attacked the guards of Konoha and fled the village. Team 7, consisting of Sasuke and Sakura, along with others, merely observed that Naruto was no longer the bright individual they once knew. Not realizing the grim truth that Naruto's consciousness and body had been dragged into an abyss by the nine tails within him. For the past 6 months, they had been searching for Naruto, hoping to harness Yamato's would release to suppress the nine tails chakra within him. Yet, each time they got close, Naruto managed to escape through various means. A rogue ninja is the most intolerable traitor in any ninja village. As the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, Naruto was classified as an S-rank rogue by Konoha, signifying a target that must be eradicated without regard for life. Naruto was the son of the fourth Hokage and a former companion to all. Despite their different squads, the bonds of friendship remained. Moreover, Naruto was not acting on his own volition. He was lost under the malevolence of the Nine Tails. Everyone knew that if they could suppress the Nine Tails' power and awaken Naruto's consciousness, he could be restored. However, they had underestimated the strength of the Nine Tails. Sasuke, his Sharingan ablaze, fixed his gaze on the tangible red chakra enveloping Naruto. We must act. If he manifests four tails, we will be unable to take him back. Yes, the group responded in unison. Ino stepped forward, kneeling on one knee, hands swiftly forming seals, with Chuji and Shikamaru following closely behind. Buzz. Mind transfer jutsu. Ino unleashed her secret technique, attempting to seize Naruto's consciousness and control his body. However, upon opening her eyes, she was met with the sight of a colossal red beast, its fierce countenance locked onto her. Ino realized, with a jolt, that it was indeed the legendary Nine Tails. But fear could not deter her. She needed to extract the Nine Tails' consciousness. Yet, she was suddenly struck dumb as she discovered that within the Nine Tails' massive head, Naruto lay in a deep slumber, sealed away. Ino wanted to cry out to awaken Naruto, but her trembling body felt beyond her control, her throat constricted, preventing her from producing any sound. Boom! The Nine Tails' massive paw descended, and Ino, sensing her defeat, immediately dispelled her jutsu. Though she retreated in time, the Nine Tails' attack still reached her, and upon awakening, she coughed up blood. Naruto let out a cold laugh, a white skeletal armor suddenly materializing around him. 3 enormous tails unfurled, shocking everyone present. Quick act! Sasuke shouted, his right hand thrusting down as he channeled a piercing chakra. Completing his Chidori technique, eyes locked on the center of the impending assault, he sought the perfect moment to tear apart the ominous red chakra enveloping Naruto. Regret coursed through Sasuke. He lamented missing the chance to witness the Uchiha clan's ocular awakening ceremony due to his own mission. It was said that the Manjikyu Sharingan could suppress or even control the Nine Tails, yet here he stood, with only his 3 tomo, feeling utterly powerless against the Naruto now dominated by the beast. Bang! Another explosion echoed, and amidst the thick smoke, a massive red creature roared. 6 tails. Niji's expression darkened further. With Naruto's current state, mere words from them would hold no power. Unless the Nine Tails ravaged Naruto's body to the point of incapacitation, only that esteemed individual could hope to control the situation. Yet, they were far from Konoha village, nearly a fortnight's journey away in the barren desert. Even if Sai's message reached the village, that individual would not arrive in time. Secret technique, double expansion jutsu. With a crisp snap, Chuji swallowed a yellow pill and burst through the smoke, his form towering like a mountain before his comrades. Chuji, be cautious. That red chakra can corrode our bodies. After expanding, Chuji nodded towards Shikamaru, extending his hand to swallow the last red pill. With a howl, the chakra on Chuji's back surged, transforming before the eyes of the group into a pair of butterfly-like wings. Chapter 162, Thousand Birds, Side Story 2, The wings trembled, stirring up a cloud of dust. Dingji extended his hands, the blue wings on his back gradually shifting to form a protective barrier of chakra around him. I will hold him off. You all attack from behind. Dingji roared as he lunged towards the Nine Tails, relying solely on his strength to hinder its movements. Seeing the Nine Tails trapped, the others soared into action once more. Shuriken, Shadow Clone Technique. Insect Sphere. 8 trigrams palm. Shadow Binding Technique. Open the Gate of Injury. Countless ninjutsu, taijutsu, and even hidden weapons erupted against the Nine Tails, creating a gaping hole in its red chakra. Just as the group thought their attacks had taken effect and were about to breathe a sigh of relief, the Nine Tails suddenly lashed out with its tails, striking Dingji with tremendous force. Bang! The multiplication technique was shattered, and Dingji was sent hurtling away, crashing into a nearby mountain peak. The sheer force of the impact penetrated the mountaintop itself. The red chakra of the Nine Tails began to spread, gradually sealing the wound. Hinata Niji and Hinata Hanabi's 8 trigrams empty palms toppled the Nine Tails' forelimbs, and at long last, Sasuke seized the opportunity. The Chidori in his hand rapidly transformed into a blade resembling a 30-meter-long sword, plunging deeply into the Nine Tails' body. Roar! The Nine Tails howled, its expression growing increasingly ferocious. Regaining its composure, it seized Sasuke's Chidori, forcefully extracting it from its own body. Simultaneously, the Nine Tails opened its massive jaws, rapidly condensing a red and blue chakra energy sphere. Not good. It's the tailed beast bomb. Everyone dodge. Before anyone could react, the tailed beast bomb was unleashed, hurtling towards them. The rapid tailed beast bomb ignited a series of sonic booms in the air, drawing from the knowledge gleaned from books. The group realized they could not escape such a colossal attack. Even if they evaded the epicenter of the explosion, they would still be injured by the shockwaves. Is this the end? Sasuke frowned, feeling an overwhelming sense of dissatisfaction. He recalled the past. Although Naruto had always been his rival, as a member of Team 7, the two had secretly grown stronger in their competition. Yet, for reasons unknown, Naruto, the son of the Fourth Hokage, had one day begun to doubt himself. In a state of inner turmoil, he fell prey to the Nine Tails' temptations. He sought power, aspiring to be like the Fourth Hokage, like Lord Ryuki. But extremes lead to reversals. Ultimately, Naruto could not evade the Nine Tails' seduction. It's over. Boom. The powerful blast sent everyone sprawling. As their memories blurred, they opened their eyes in a daze, staring at their unscathed bodies in astonishment. What just happened? Am I unhurt? Wasn't the tailed beast bomb launched directly at us? How am I still unharmed? Little ones, now is not the time for you to be dazed. Hey! The group turned towards the voice. The descendants of Uchiha Itachi, Akatsuki, appeared in formation behind them. Among them, Lord Ryuki's daughter, Muhan, donned in a crimson cloud-patterned black robe. Uchiha Itachi, looking down from above, his eyes spinning, revealed a blood-red Sharingan, smiling at his younger brother, Uchiha Sasuke. Brother, Sasuke, you have done remarkably well. However, before Sasuke could finish, Muhan leaped down from the rocks, standing before the group. Leave the rest to us. As Muhan spoke, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The previously sweltering desert turned ominously dark. The sun vanished, and the air filled with an icy chill. Suddenly, a snowflake landed on Hinata's nose, followed by a blizzard that rushed towards them. Muhan's white hair billowed, her eyes entirely white. The ice release bloodline limit was unleashed to its fullest. With her right hand, she reached out towards the Nine Tails, shouting, "Ice release! Frozen world!" Whoosh! A chakra surge, surpassing even the Nine Tails, roared forth as the creature began to freeze from the ground up. The Nine Tails struggled to escape, but under Muhan's overwhelming chakra, the ice clung to it like the claws of an abyss. I'll add some water. As the icy winds met with the water, it turned to ice. Kisame leaped into the air from the crowd, swiftly forming hand seals and shouting, "Water release! Great waterfall technique!" Whoosh! A torrent, reminiscent of the ocean, surged towards the Nine Tails. With Muhan's ice release enhancement, in less than 3 seconds, the entire mountain was encased in ice. Once Muhan confirmed the Nine Tails was frozen, she retracted her chakra. Itachi, Naruto's consciousness has been ensnared by the Nine Tails. If we can awaken him, he will return to normal. Ino hurried over to Uchiha Itachi, explaining swiftly, "Little one, his mind has already been overtaken by the Nine Tails. It's easy to say, but we lack the ability to awaken him," mocked Kakazu, standing beside Uchiha Itachi. The immortal Haiden chimed in agreement. "Scorpion, do you have a plan?" Uchiha Itachi inquired. Scorpion, hidden beneath his puppet, shook his head, indicating he had no idea. "Why not take him back to your Konoha village? If it's that person, there might be a solution." Upon hearing this, Muhan stepped forward, gazing at Uchiha Itachi, awaiting his command. The Akatsuki had accepted Konoha Village's commission to assist Team Konoha in capturing the Nine Tails. Both Itachi and Muhan, apart from being Konoha ninjas, had also joined the Akatsuki at Ryuki's request. With Muhan's presence, the task seemed manageable. Muhan's ice release bloodline limit stunned everyone. Initially, when Itachi nominated Muhan for the Akatsuki, many doubted her strength, yet the most vocal critic, Zetsu, was frozen for 7 days and nights by her. However, unexpectedly, the companion once deemed a comrade, Zetsu, turned out to be. It seems this is the only way forward. Uchiha Itachi pondered for a moment before nodding. But how do we bring such a massive Nine Tails back to the village? Shino's voice cut through the air, eliciting a collective gaze towards Muhan, anticipating her insight. After all, the ability to control the Nine Tails without harming Naruto's body lay solely with her. However, contrary to their expectations, Muhan shook her head. "I can only restrict the Nine Tails' movements. Why not try a sealing technique?" Sasuke spoke up, and as the group nodded in agreement, he quickly drew 3 enormous striped tigers. With a roar, they charged towards the frozen Nine Tails, attempting to ensnare it within Sasuke's prepared sealing jutsu. However, even though Muhan had weakened the ice release technique, the moment the giant tigers made contact with the Nine Tails chakra, they dissolved into a pool of black water. Chapter 163, The Skills of Muhan, Extra 3, The failure of the sealing left the ninjas present in dire straits. The escape of the Nine Tails was a grave oversight by Konoha, yet the Fourth Hokage had explicitly instructed everyone to bring the Nine Tails and Naruto back to the village. At that moment, an eerie voice echoed, sending chills down their spines. The crowd, shocked, turned their gazes toward the source, witnessing a slender crack appear on the icy surface imprisoning the Nine Tails. A crackling sound followed, and in an instant, the fissure widened. Seeing this, Uchiha Itachi immediately shouted for everyone to retreat. But it was too late. A thunderous explosion resounded, scattering countless shards of ice like deadly projectiles. The Nine Tails, having broken free from its confinement, had already formed 7 tails, howling as it began to gather the tailed beast bomb. Ice release, ice wall. Muhan leaped in front of the group, slamming his hands onto the ground, and in an instant, an ice wall rose up, blocking the shattered ice fragments. Amaterasu. Uchiha Itachi shut his eyes tightly, and with a muffled grunt, a black flame erupted on the back of the Nine Tails. A stream of blood tears flowed down, fueling the flames further. "Brother, watch out for Naruto." Uchiha Sasuke shouted in haste. Itachi heard him, but offered no reply. At that moment, the Nine Tails was on the verge of completing its escape from Naruto's body. If it succeeded, the Nine Tails would not only break free from the seal, but would also take Naruto's life. As comrades, they could not bear to watch Naruto perish. If it were possible, they would undoubtedly exert every effort to save him. The Mangekyou Sharingan possessed the power to control the Nine Tails. However, the current Nine Tails was not in its complete form. It was merely the chakra of the Nine Tails that had separated from Naruto's body. Attempting to control it at this moment would yield little result. Amaterasu was renowned for its unquenchable flames. The Nine Tails writhed in agony from the burning, yet it remained undeterred in its intention to coalesce a massive tailed beast bomb. The flames intensified, and a thick, red chakra enveloped the Nine Tails, shielding it from the black flames. As the Nine Tails moved, the Amaterasu flames wrapped around it were cast aside, falling to the ground. "Is it possible to do that?" Deidara exclaimed, astonished by the Nine Tails' ability to shake off the Amaterasu. The side effects of the Mangekyou Sharingan manifested, causing Uchiha Itachi to clutch his eye in pain, and the Mangekyou reverted to its normal form. "Brother," Uchiha Sasuke called out, receiving only a shake of the head from Itachi. Roar. The group nearly surrendered, whether it was the remnants of Konoha or the members of Akatsuki. They looked upon the tailed beast bomb, which resembled a sun, knowing full well that there was no escape. Are we to feel pain again? Haiden spread his arms, observing the others. He was immortal, Even if struck by the tailed beast bomb, he could survive. But the others were not so fortunate. A blow from such a formidable attack would mean certain death for them. And us. Suddenly, several figures shot forth from the peaks behind them. An abundance of red chakra surged around them, resembling flames that stood protectively before the group. It's them. Haydn laughed heartily. The group recognized the newcomers. How could this battle be complete without our tailed beast squad? A colossal octopus head emerged from the red chakra, transforming into the 8 tails, Jiraiya. The 9 tails going berserk was truly unexpected. The 2 tails, Nibi, struck the ground with arcs of blue lightning, raising a cloud of dust. Humph, stinky fox. I knew it would never give up, Gaara declared, closing his eyes slowly. Shikaku, I entrust my body to you. You must save Naruto. The 1 tail, Shikaku, grinned wickedly as it landed beside Jiraiya. A fierce wind howled as the 7 tails, Chome, appeared above them, tossing the 6 tails, Rokubi, to the ground. Boom. The explosion reverberated once more. The 4 tails, Son Goku, was the first to attack, calling out to the other tailed beasts. Now is not the time for idle chatter. The 9 tails is causing quite a commotion. Red and blue chakra swirled in the mouths of the tailed beasts and simultaneously launched toward the 9 tails tailed beast bomb. The immense chakra distorted the space around them, resembling lava, threatening to melt the sand beneath. Oh no. Shikaku realized that the forthcoming attack would undoubtedly impact Naruto, who was currently enveloped by the 9 tails. But it was too late to intervene now that the tailed beast bomb was on a collision course. Muhan's expression turned resolute. As the tailed beasts made their appearance, a dense white mist enveloped his eyes, crystallizing into a pure white form. Though it did not match the clarity of the Byakugan, the atmosphere around them transformed, feeling as frigid as an abyss. With a step forward, an unending chill radiated from Muhan, shattering the stones beneath him. Witnessing the imminent clash of the 9-tailed beast bombs, Muhan extended his right hand, floating gracefully in the air like a deity. Ice release, time stop. A profound sound echoed through the realm, and the world around Muhan seemed to expand, plunging into a state of stillness. The scenery turned a brilliant white, as if time itself had come to a halt. The expressions of his companions behind him were frozen in vivid detail, like an exquisite sculpture. Among them, the faces of the tailed beasts twisted in rage as the 9-tailed beast bombs collided. The colossal energy threatened to erupt, but Muhan's ninjutsu halted it in its tracks. Muhan soared forward, enveloped in a rose-red flame that flickered gently. This power was one that Muhan had yet to fully comprehend. His father, Ryumu, had once demonstrated his devouring abilities before her, showcasing its might. So, this is my father's power. Muhan approached the tailed beast bomb, gently probing with his palm, enveloped by the voracious greed of the Taodai. The tailed beast bomb felt cool to the touch, possibly due to Muhan's own anxiousness. As the Taoya's greed made contact with the tailed beast bomb, the chakra within surged forth like a torrential waterfall, flooding into Muhan's body. Muhan was taken aback, but as he realized what was happening, the flames enveloping his body completely consumed the tailed beast bomb. Sizzling sounds echoed as the tailed beast bomb shrank at a visible rate until it vanished entirely. The immense chakra flowing into Muhan's being caused him no discomfort. Rather, he found himself invigorated, waving his arms with delight. Having fully absorbed the 9-tails tailed beast bomb, Muhan's gaze shifted towards the other tailed beast bombs not far away, intent on safeguarding his brother Naruto. Chapter 164, Naruto's Predicament, Extra 4, What transpired? What has happened? The frozen time was shattered by Muhan, and the tailed beasts attacking saw her floating in midair, their expressions filled with astonishment. Just as they were about to act, Muhan stood in front of them, her demeanor resolute as she declared, "Leave the rest to me." With that, Muhan soared forward, her hands swiftly forming seals. Ice release, 1,000 miles of ice. A multitude of white mists surged from her, enveloping the 9-tails entirely. As a gentle breeze passed, the mist gradually dissipated, revealing the figure of the 9-tails, Kurama, frozen in place. "Muhan, be careful," her companions called out in warning. Muhan ascended to the head of the 9-tails, her palm igniting with a vivid crimson flame, which she pressed firmly against its forehead. "It is you. Are you not the descendant of that person?" Upon seeing the flame, the 9-tails instinctively rejected it, haunted by the apocalyptic might of a previous encounter that lingered in its memory. Yet, how could such a formidable power manifest in this girl before it? The only plausible explanation was that she was indeed the progeny of that individual. Muhan remained unyielding. while the gluttonous entity, Taotai, voraciously absorbed Kurama's chakra. Among the tailed beasts, the number of tails did not solely signify strength but indicated the chakra levels among different individuals. The one tail possessed commendable abilities in sealing, attacking, and an aggressive temperament, placing it among the ranks of powerful tailed beasts. However, all the tailed beasts understood that when it came to chakra, Kurama's was unmatched among the 9. As Taotai continued its incessant feeding, Kurama's chakra dwindled to a mere shadow of its former self. At that moment, Kurama appeared exceptionally weakened, its visage sagging. Feeling the emptiness within, Kurama succumbed to a profound regret, drifting into slumber. It realized that this time of sleep would confront it with dire consequences. Its consciousness, once free, now ensnared by the very person it had sought to manipulate, would inevitably lead Naruto back to the village, where he would be resealed by the woman of the Uzumaki clan. Little child, should my power be divided, you cannot possibly hope to stop me, not even with the combined might of the other 8-tailed beasts. In a menacing moment, Kurama's chakra dissipated entirely, wrapped in the chakra of the 9 tails. Naruto plummeted toward the ground. Quick as a flash, Muhan caught him midair. At this juncture, Naruto's skin had been ravaged by Kurama's violent chakra. As Muhan brought him to his companions, their expressions turned grave upon witnessing his exposed muscles and sinews. Sakura, sobbing, knelt down to utilize her medical ninjutsu in an attempt to revive him. Alas, after enduring such prolonged turmoil, Naruto was left with but a flicker of life, his consciousness and body akin to that of a corpse. To save him, he must be returned to Konoha, where perhaps only the granddaughter of the first Hokage, Tsunade, might possess a glimmer of hope. The capture of the 9 tails had been thoroughly accomplished. Following Sakura's brief treatment, she wrapped him in bandages. Once, in the Akatsuki organization, Nagato, the leader, had been deceived by Tobi, nearly costing him his life. Although he escaped danger with the aid of Shimoku, Tobi managed to flee unscathed, absconding with one of Nagato's Rinnegan as well. After Itachi Uchiha became a jonin in Konoha, he was assigned by Lord Shimoku to join the Akatsuki in the Land of Rain. As for Muhan's enlistment, it was a request she made herself, as the higher-ups in Konoha, including Shimoku, were well aware of the immense power residing within her. The Tailed Beast Squad was a recommendation from Shimoku following the Chunin exams held in Konoha. With the threat posed by Kurizetsu and Tobi, who had already launched an ambush on a squad from the Land of Wind, these two became adversaries to all ninja. However, aside from the 2 tails and 8 tails of the Cloud Village, the relationships between the other Jinchuriki and their tailed beasts were fraught with challenges. In Konoha, Minato had once divided the chakra of the 9 tails, sealing it within both himself and Naruto. When Shimoku proposed a partnership with the tailed beasts, he cited the example of the 8 tails, Ryuki. At that time, Minato was skeptical, aware that the ferocity of the tailed beasts was deeply rooted, and not easily pacified by the desires of their Jinchuriki. Especially with the tempestuous temperament of the 9 tails, this significantly hindered Minato's rapport with it. Fortunately, after many years, Minato had finally forged a bond of life and death with the half of the 9 tails within him. Naruto, however, was different. As a fellow Jinchuriki, he harbored a profound pride, bordering on arrogance. Ever since his time in the Ninja Academy, he sought guidance from adults for anything he struggled with. And while he was not the strongest in his class, he consistently ranked among the top 3. Sasuke, a prodigy, drew the admiration of many, inciting Naruto's ire further. After participating in the Uchiha clan's awakening ceremony, Sasuke successfully unlocked his Sharingan, enhancing his prowess in ninjutsu and academics remarkably. With the Sharingan's ability to replicate techniques, the 7th squad navigated their missions with remarkable ease. Sakura, blessed with medical ninjutsu talent, received guidance from Tsunade. At this moment, Naruto felt fear and anxiety. Observing his companions grow stronger with each passing day, he felt stagnant, as if trapped in his childhood, with no progress. His insecurities and timidity presented Kurama with an opportunity. After a brief seduction, the Naruto within unlocked the seal binding Kurama within him. In the aftermath, Minato found himself in a state of turmoil. Yet as the 4th Hokage of Konoha, he understood that despite being Naruto's father, he could not show mercy and allow Kurama to escape. Concerned that Minato's emotional turmoil would cloud his judgment, Shimoku alerted various ninja villages to prepare the Tailed Beast Squad to unite with Konoha's ninja in the pursuit of Kurama. Since Minato had already forged a connection with the 9 tails, Naruto, as another Jinchuriki was not included in Shimoku's plans. Nonetheless, as Hokage, Minato was bound to remain in Konohagakure, unable to join the squad in the pursuit. Chapter 165, Confrontation, Extra 1. Ryomu, do you have confidence? At the mountain peak, the Konoha ninja team filled the entire slope. Facing the 9 towering tailed beasts from the original work, their expressions were grave. 2 months prior, the masked man and a mysterious figure had officially declared war on the ninja world, attempting to challenge the entire ninja alliance with their combined strength. Although Ryomu and his companions were unaware of the masked man's true identity, they had become quite familiar with his formidable abilities over time, mastery of metal and space-time ninjutsu. With just these 2 powers, he had already clashed with ninja of the highest caliber from various villages. Ryomu had speculated about the identity of the mysterious figure. After all, the world of Hokage was not vast. Who else, besides that person, could harbor such a profound obsession with Konoha and the ninja world? Fugaku, Ryomu called out sharply. Immediately, Fugaku, clad in battle attire, stepped forward alongside Uchiha Itachi. How are you? Do you have confidence? Fugaku smiled brightly. Facing the 9-tailed beasts under the control of the Sharingan, brimming with enthusiasm, he stepped to the edge of the cliff, glanced back at his team, and said, "Why not? If we cannot subdue a mere group of puppets, then the Susanoo team would have been trained in vain. Then, let us go." With swiftness, shadows darted forward, and as chakra surged through the air, vibrant Susanoo figures rose majestically. Ryomu, Watergate beside him, expressed concern, for the tailed beasts possessed absolute power. Even though the Susanoo abilities of the Uchiha clan were indeed among the pinnacle of ninja prowess, facing such entities, Ryomu smiled faintly, shaking his head. There is no issue with Susanoo confronting tailed beasts. Why are you so confident? Watergate puzzled, or rather, wondered why Ryomu was so certain. It's quite simple. Ryomu pointed towards the distant 9-tailed beasts and elaborated. The masked man intends to control Nagato, capture the Jinchuriki, and extract the tailed beasts from within them. However, I have already discussed this matter with Nagato. Without the executor, the masked man cannot locate the tailed beasts, which are perfectly protected by the villages of the ninja world. He can only resort to ambushes and cellular cultivation, siphoning a portion of the tailed beast chakra to replicate them. Such replicas are incomplete and will never possess the original beast's power. The chakra of the 9 tails had been split by Watergate, sealed within both himself and Naruto. Previously, when the 9 tails had gone berserk, part of its chakra had been obtained by the masked man, while the 8 tails had been housed in a laboratory in the hidden cloud village. The masked man could not strip the tailed beasts. He could only replicate them through the 8 tails. Moreover, a mere counterfeit of the 9 tails is hardly a concern. As Ryomu spoke, 9 mysterious shadows suddenly emerged from behind him, resembling divine beasts, poised to spring forth at any moment. The Susanoo team of Konoha was a clandestine force, meticulously cultivated through illusion techniques targeting selected members of the Uchiha clan. Led by Fugaku, the clan leader, the team included Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Sarada, and Uchiha Sasuke, with the remainder being members from the security force. Since the success of Ryomu's illusion guidance, Fugaku had regularly evolved the Sharingan of the clan members as per Ryomu's instructions. While none could awaken the perfect Manjiki Sharingan, their ability to wield Susanoo was more than adequate. Uchiha Obito had originally been on the candidate list for this Susanoo team, but Ryomu believed that Obito's command abilities were not significantly different from Kakashi's. Furthermore, in terms of bonds with comrades, Obito surpassed Kakashi. Thus, after Kakashi became the lead jonin of Team 7, Ryomu extracted Obito from the security team to become the lead jonin of Team 3. As a member of this mysterious unit, Obito's identity was too conspicuous, and given the team's frequent missions, he ultimately did not participate in this plan. In the distance, Itachi's Susanoo wielded a sword, roaring with crimson flames as it aimed directly at the head of the 8 tails. The 6 tails roared in defiance, its powerful chakra enveloping the air with a thunderous shout that seemed to pierce the eardrums. Without time to contemplate, Itachi's attack had already taken shape, leaving no opportunity for the 6 tails to react. With a fierce shout, Itachi glanced back at his brother, Uchiha Sasuke. They exchanged a knowing look, and Sasuke nodded vigorously. Instantly, the aura of Susanoo surged, his left hand extending as a swirl of blue flames filled his palm, transforming into a crescent moon bow. With his right hand steadying the bow, he assumed an attack posture. As the string was drawn taut, An arrow formed from the flames of Susanoo suddenly appeared. With a whoosh, the arrow flew forth, aimed directly at the six-tail's forehead. Its overwhelming force seemed to threaten to tear the sky as it sped forth, accompanied by an aura of death. The one-tail, Shikaku, swiftly deflected Sarada's Susanoo attack, its claws rapidly forming seals. The ground beneath them trembled, and massive boulders from the mountain's depths erupted, blocking the path before the six tails. As the sword-wielder spun, striving to break free from the constraints, Shikaku's absolute defense gradually dissipated Sasuke's assault. The arrow-shaped crater formed from the sand was pressed against the six-tail's brow. Had Sasuke's attack been even slightly more formidable, the six tails could have sustained grave injury. Desert Funeral. Shikaku unleashed another ninjutsu, turning the ground beneath the Susanoo team into a desert. They stumbled, nearly losing their balance. Though they managed to steady themselves, they began to sink slowly into the ground under Shikaku's technique. Itachi formed hand seals, exclaiming, "Fire style, Phoenix fire technique." With a single hand seal, Susanoo unleashed a barrage of fireballs towards the one tail, who was maintaining its jutsu. Everyone knew that if they could sever Shikaku's chakra supply, they would escape the quicksand. However, what they didn't anticipate was that the other tailed beasts were aware of Itachi's intentions as well. As Itachi unleashed the fire technique, the four tails, Son Goku, leapt from the tailed beast ranks to shield the one tail. Bang, bang, bang. The Phoenix fire technique struck the four tails, creating a cloud of mist. As the wielder of fire, Son Goku appeared immune to the technique. Watching the quicksand sinking around him, Fugaka shouted, "Fly upwards." Yes, yes. The team responded in unison. They witnessed the Uchiha Susanoo team growing wings at Fugaka's command. With a sweep of their arms, they loosened the constricting sand, and the Susanoo team soared into the air. Chapter 166. The Susanoo Squad of One Eye. The heavens trembled. A distant black dot captured the attention of countless onlookers. As the dot drew nearer, the true identity of the figure became apparent. "Is it you?" The enigmatic man hovered in the air, flames enveloping him, his form shrouded in a ghostly pallor. Ryomu recognized that this individual had undergone a transformation at the hands of White Zetsu, the aura emanating from him. "Are you the masked man?" The masked man laughed heartily, gazing down at Ryomu atop the mountain peak, extending his right hand which manifested a black rod. The power of the six paths. Indeed, the masked man possessed a rinnegan in one eye, which, if not mistaken, belonged to Nagato. The masked man's ability to replicate the chakra of the tailed beasts signified that he could absorb the chakra of all 9 tailed beasts into the 10 tails. Thus, it was highly probable that he would become the Jinchuriki of the 10 tails and acquire the strength of the 6 paths. Ryomu, I can see that you are remarkable. But my ambition is to forge a world of ninja devoid of war, and thus I shall not relent. My appearance here is to extend an invitation to you, to share in the creation of a perfect world. Will you accept? The crowd turned to Ryomu, who scoffed derisively. Stepping through the throng, observing the condescending demeanor of his opponent, he retorted, "You may regard me highly, but that does not mean I hold you in esteem. You invite me? Your intentions are glaringly evident." The masked man glanced at the remaining Susanoo squad members and chuckled. "Do you truly believe that they alone can thwart my plans?" Before Ryomu could respond, the masked man formed a series of hand seals, and suddenly his body split into 9 shadowy clones. Under the watchful eyes of the ninja from the shinobi world, the clones erupted with an overwhelming chakra. Skeletons flickered behind them, transforming into 9 Susanoo forms. With such a squad, I can summon as many as I desire. The masked man chuckled, as the 9 Susanoo clones dove into battle against Fyake's Susanoo squad. Initially, Fyake's team could contend with an incomplete tailed beast army, but now, with the addition of the masked man's Susanoo squad, the pressure on Fyake and his companions intensified. Ryomu advanced once more, eyeing Fyake and the others. Encircled by tailed beasts and Susanoo, I must echo your sentiments. Do you truly think that controlling a few minor beasts will secure victory in this war? Ryomu shouted, as the shadows beneath his feet expanded. I possess numerous summoning beasts of my own. Arise, Bankyu, Fuji, Lingshu, Tanghe, Mingue, Tianhu, Bazu, and Huji. The winds howled ferociously. The mountains trembled. The sky darkened, shrouded in ominous clouds, devoid of light. Thunder roared, as if the heavens unleashed calamity, dragging the entire world into the abyss. The 8 summoned beasts, crouching beside Ryomu, crackled with lightning, stepping upon the stormy clouds. Go, crush those minor beasts. With a resounding crack, a Shikaku materialized midair, only to be met by a swift shadow appearing behind it. The onlookers beheld a fearsome visage of a lion-deer hybrid, enveloped in blue lightning, emerging beside Shikaku. Lightning horns crowned its head, drawing down bolts of dark thunder, striking Shikaku directly. Boom! As the sky erupted with noise, Shikaku reappeared as mere ashes. Lingshu, one of the guardians of the East, commanded the power of lightning. Unlike ordinary lightning, the bolts he wielded were said to be the annihilating thunder that descended upon the Emperor during Ascension, devastating and celestial in nature. Suddenly, a pure white divine beast appeared above the Eight Tails. In response to Shikaku's demise, the Eight Tails unleashed a surge of intense red-blue chakra, frantically coalescing. At this moment, the Eight Tails was in the process of forming a tailed beast ball. However, the white divine beast seemed unfazed by the impending cataclysm. Named Bazu, true to its name, it possessed 8 hooves amidst the clouds and mist. This creature, known throughout the southern regions as a beast of calamity, relished in consuming human hearts and seducing demons. Though it bore the semblance of a beast, its stature was akin to that of a deity. Legends spoke of the ancient dignitaries who, when seeking to enter the imperial court, would offer the heart of a living pig to appease the guardian spirits of the southern sands. Bazu hibernated for 10 months each year, awakening only in February, yet its reawakening heralded the demise of countless lives. When Ryomu drew Bazu's template, the beast initially targeted Ryomu's heart. However, Ryomu's protective essence, akin to the insatiable appetite of a glutton, thwarted its assault. Recognizing the flames of the glutton, Bazu immediately submitted to Ryomu. Bazu's method of attack was peculiar. It appeared as a white mist assault, yet the vapor contained the corrosive power of weak water. Thus, the tailed beast ball launched by the Eight Tails collided with the white mist beneath Bazu's hooves. Accompanied by a piercing sound, the tailed beast ball vanished into the mist without a trace. A smile crept across Bazu's humanoid visage as it pressed down with its foot, ensnaring the Eight Tails in a cloud of white mist, lifting it into the air. What is happening? In the ranks of the hidden cloud ninja, Kurabi observed the Eight Tails, identical to the one within him, with confusion. However, before his brother A could respond, the Eight Tails in the distance let out a deafening roar. Everyone looked up. The Eight Tails appeared to melt, half of its body transforming into bones. This was the corrosive effect of weak water. Bazu sneered, spewing forth a stream of river water that reduced the Eight Tails to a skeletal relic. Hiss! How terrifying. This statement did not come from Kurabi, but from the true Eight Tails within him. How could Ryomu's summoning beast be so formidable? Even the Eight Tails. Ryomu had mentioned that this summoning beast was a divine creature, ranking among the highest in power. I shall take my turn. The voice belonged to Ryomu's second summoning beast, the Tianhu. Previously, when Tianhu first appeared, it was consumed by the glutton, but as Ryomu's summoning opportunities accumulated, he ultimately summoned another Tianhu. However, this time, the Tianhu differed from the first, for this one was male. Chapter 167. The Male Celestial Fox, Side Story 3. The male celestial fox possesses the power to control dreams. Much like its female counterpart, it can effortlessly invade the dreams of its adversaries, leaving no room for resistance. Within the realm of dreams, the celestial fox exists as an invincible entity. In its consciousness, all occurrences within the dreamscape resonate with reality. Despite its formidable abilities, the male celestial fox holds a lowly status among its kin, ranking towards the lower echelons of the celestial beasts. Nonetheless, upon reaching maturity, the celestial fox awakens the eye of the male celestial fox, which is the primary reason it can trespass into the dreams of its foes at will. The celestial fox has chosen the two-tailed beast, Yoli, as its target. The reasoning behind this choice is clear to Lu Chu. After all, legends tell that while the female celestial fox ascends to the realm of immortals, the male celestial fox is destined to remain forever ignorant of the existence of divine essence. This is attributed to a myth wherein the first male celestial fox was born, only to be deprived of its essence by a black cat from the demon realm, rendering it incomplete and unable to attain its true form. Thus, a deep-seated vendetta was forged between the celestial fox and the cat. However, the cat, being a favored pet of the celestial deities, was nourished by their divine essence, inadvertently elevating its own status among the immortals. Bound by the order of the universe, the celestial fox could not ascend to the heavenly realm, leaving it to harbor resentment within. Though Yoli is not a cat, it bears a striking resemblance to one. The celestial fox's decision to select it as an adversary is a manifestation of inherent predestination, akin to the natural order where cats hunt mice. The replica of Yuli, unprepared for defense, suddenly stiffened and fell into a stupor. In an instant, the sky remained unchanged, and the earth was still the same. Yet, a vast gash appeared on the body of Yuli, the two-tailed beast, its flesh mangled. An abundance of blood flowed from the wound, forming a small river of crimson. While the onlookers were bewildered, the transformation of Yuli continued unabated. With a sharp sound, a new gash appeared on Yuli's abdomen. Its internal organs erupted forth, spilling onto the ground. At that moment, Yuli's eyes glazed over, and it succumbed to death. And then there was me. Tang he soared forward, aiming directly at the four-tailed beast. Is he also your spirit beast? Watergate asked, gazing at Tang He, who appeared indistinguishable from a human, with astonishment directed at Lu Chu. Lu Chu nodded and replied, indeed, but unlike other spirit beasts, Tang He was not initially a divine beast. He was very much a human. The tale of Tang He is one steeped in tragedy. It is said that he was once a hunter, and his name, Tang He, reflects his former human identity. Born in Tang Family Village, a destitute settlement on the frontier, Tang He's family suffered greatly. In his youth, his parents were devoured by a savage beast while hunting, leaving them devoid of hearts and emotions. Driven by a desire for vengeance, Tang He inherited his father's skills and became a hunter himself. However, he was unaware that the beast responsible for his parents' demise was a sand beast, a legendary creature of nature, intangible and elusive. As a mere human, Tang He lacked the means to harm it, and unwittingly angered the beast, which subsequently launched an attack on his village, devouring all its inhabitants. Believing himself responsible for the catastrophe, Tang He was engulfed in guilt. At that moment, the mountain deity appeared, informing him that only an attack infused with the essence of the universe could vanquish the savage beast. However, to acquire such power, Tang He would need to undergo a transformation, forsaking his human form to become a true natural being, either an immortal or a ferocious beast. Otherwise, revenge would remain unattainable. At that time, cultivators often did not reach the realm of the cave, and as an ordinary human, Tang He could not locate an immortal. Yet, just as he was about to give up, he encountered the markings of an immortal. This immortal was none other than a weasel, having failed in its pursuit of immortality. The weasel could only survive by exchanging bodies with a human. However, its reputation among humans was already notorious, and it needed Tang He's willing consent for the exchange. In a twist of fate, a human and a beast met, ultimately achieving their respective goals. Tang He acquired the weasel's status as an immortal and gained mastery over the essence of the universe, successfully avenging his parents. However, due to his transformation into beast form, he could never revert to his human shape or continue his cultivation. The name Tang He thus became synonymous with this unique species. Tang He's methods of attack remain akin to those of a human. However, he still adheres to the hunting techniques of his ancestors. Consequently, Tang He summoned forth the winds and clouds, coalescing them into a broad-bladed longsword. The fierce breeze intensified, and the sword's radiance surged. With the sword raised above his head, a pair of colossal hands emerged from the heavens, firmly restraining the four-tailed beast. In an instant, the sword's brilliance howled as it cleaved the four-tailed beast in twain. Bankyu? Upon meeting Liu Chu's gaze, the dragon-like Bankyu's eyes sparked with electric intensity as it approached the seven-tailed beast. Like a dragon's claw, bolts of lightning pierced through, seizing the seven-tailed beast's heart. Watergate. Was that all it took to slay the seven-tailed beast? What makes this Bankyu so formidable? Is it still a spirit beast? Lu Chu smiled faintly, offering an explanation. Bankyu is no ordinary celestial or divine beast. It is a genuine divine creature. According to legend, when the universe was first formed, it was divided, and the four saints guarded the four corners of the world. As the Eastern Saint, the Azure Dragon birthed countless descendants. Bankyu is the first offspring of the Azure Dragon, born from its true divine blood and embodying the natural essence of the universe. However, Bankyu is inherently violent, wreaking havoc upon all living beings, reducing everything to ashes in its wake. Ultimately, in a moment of carelessness, Bankyu obliterated an island mountain, unaware that it was home to the first sentient beings in existence. To punish Bankyu, the celestial deity scattered its blood across the island to protect the growth of these beings. Eventually, they evolved into humans. And only then did the deity restore Bankyu's true form. If one were to inquire about the strongest spirit beast among Liuchu's companions, Bankyu would undoubtedly be at the forefront, possessing both formidable abilities and a lineage of undeniable divine blood, along with the marks of divinity. Thinking of escaping? Suddenly, the remaining five-tailed rhinoceros dog attempted to flee, only to be pursued by a radiant brushstroke from the sky, known as Fuji, as claimed by Liuchu. Who is he? Liuchu mused, gazing at the distant figure of Fuji, a wry smile creeping onto his face. Fuji is a mythical auspicious beast, renowned alongside the Qilin. However, unlike the Qilin, which protects the souls of all living beings, Fuji reigns as the sovereign of the seas. In truth, Liuchu's ability to tame Fuji is a stroke of good fortune. Chapter 168, The Crown of the Sea, Extra 4. The true form of Fuji is that of a whale. However, under the influence of the flowing wood, Fuji is regarded as a sea deity, and in fact, the most powerful true god beneath the divine hierarchy. After subduing Fuji, the flowing wood, through Fuji's own introductions, realizes that society's understanding of Fuji is profoundly superficial. It is said that when the heavens and earth were first created, the true gods transformed their bones into land and their blood into rivers. The rivers converged to form the vast ocean, which, over time, expanded to become many times larger than the land itself. Fuji was born in the abyss of the sea, a perilous environment where even the weakest adversaries possess strength surpassing that of celestial beings. Initially, Fuji lacked divine consciousness and, as the weakest creature in the deep sea, evolved gradually by absorbing bloodlines. However, the evolution of sea beasts is exceedingly rigorous. Fuji's whale form must cultivate the power of devouring. Should it succeed, it could break free from the ocean's confinement, soaring into the void to attain the status of Kongpeng. Yet, Kongpeng is the foundation of the celestial realm, nurturing divine beasts like the phoenix and being the progenitor of the true dragon. Kongpeng is ageless and immortal, making it virtually impossible for Fuji to cultivate the power of devouring. After failing thousands of times, Fuji ultimately realizes that this narrative is merely a fabrication of the celestial realm regarding sea beasts. In essence, Fuji's existence is destined to never ascend. The emergence of Fuji's template allows it to witness the devouring power of Taotai through the flowing wood. Thus, Fuji waved its sleeve, instantly transforming into a soaring Kongpeng, shrouding the sky and devouring the six-tailed beast in one gulp. At present, the masked man's side is left with nothing but a counterfeit nine-tailed beast, cultivated from the nine-tailed cells acquired from Mingren. Seeing this, Mengue stepped forward and slightly bowed to the flowing wood. Strangely, the flowing wood sliced open its finger, letting a drop of blood fall towards Mengue. Upon seeing the blood, Mengue abruptly transformed from a human figure into a black mist without a lower half, integrating the drop of blood into its third eye. This signifies a promise between us. Mengue lacks a physical form. What everyone perceives as Mengue is merely a mass of vapor. Originally, Mengue was an earth immortal, akin to a deity, materialized from human consciousness. Initially, Mengue was not known by this name, but rather as Mengsi, a guardian of human dreams during the night. Ancient wisdom states that humanity is inherently good. Newly awakened humans are not malevolent. However, the Mengue, accompanying humanity since ancient times, thrived by consuming the evils within human dreams. Consequently, humans of that era experienced no nightmares. And Mengue's duty was to instruct humans in the development of their minds under the will of the supreme god. Yet, as humanity evolved, evil emerged alongside them, and the evils that Mengue could previously handle became increasingly overwhelming. To punish Mengue, the supreme god stripped it of its status. Later, when humanity no longer required Mengue, the supreme god offered it a chance for rebirth, to become a celestial body within a human form. However, being an entity of void, Mengue had no means to obtain the bloodline of a celestial body. The flowing wood's blood contained the lineage of Taotai. Thus, upon acquiring Mengue's template, they forged a mutually beneficial contract. Mengue would assist the flowing wood, and in return, the flowing wood must offer a drop of blood during each of its actions to aid Mengue in becoming a celestial body. Upon receiving the flowing wood's blood, Mengue let out a piercing cry and charged directly into the nine-tailed beast's body. Instantly, the nine tails, originally surrounded by crimson chakra, became enveloped in darkness, resembling malevolent waters, rippling and flowing across the ground. The masked man, witnessing this, realized that his prized creation, the nine-tailed beasts, was being effortlessly hunted by these unfamiliar summoning creatures. His expression turned cold as he gazed at the flowing wood. "Do you think that by defeating them, you will achieve victory?" he questioned, swiftly forming hand seals. Suddenly, the earth trembled, and an ugly giant claw tore through the surface, struggling to emerge from the abyssal ground. It was the Outer Path demonic statue. The speaker was Uchiha Itachi. When Itachi first joined the Akatsuki, he had encountered the Outer Path demonic statue while investigating the true identity of Obito. This statue also served as a control device for the six paths. At this moment, the Outer Path demonic statue had been infused with the chakra of the nine-tailed beasts, transforming into the 10 tails. A team from the rock-hidden village in the land of Earth leaped forward, immediately employing the Earth collapse technique, intending to bury the 10 tails before it could fully manifest. Thus, hundreds of ninjas simultaneously cast their jutsu. The ground quaked violently as fissures widened, ensnaring the 10 tails within the earth. However, how could this be? To their astonishment, the chakra of hundreds of ninjas was insufficient to sustain the earth collapse technique. One after another, they succumbed to exhaustion in their struggle against the 10 tails. Mere ninjas could not hope to match the strength of the 10 tails. The masked man sneered, leaping atop the 10 tails. 10 tails, accompanied by a transparent wave of chakra, swept through the crowd, instantly claiming their souls. The flowing wood, observing the 10 tails, exerted force beneath its feet, transforming into a flash of lightning that appeared before the masked man. As the 10 tails raised its head, the flowing wood, in full view of the masked man, struck the 10 tails squarely on the head. Boom! The 10 tails shattered into fragments. Yet, as the 10 tails began to reconstitute its form, the masked man chuckled. "The 10 tails possesses the true power of the six paths. It will not perish so easily. I recognize your formidable strength, but understand that before the 10 tails, even the entire ninja world cannot contend." The flowing wood regarded the masked man's proud demeanor and suddenly burst into laughter. The masked man's brow furrowed, and he asked in a deep voice, "What do you find so amusing?" "I laugh at your narrow perspective," the flowing wood replied. "Do you truly believe that possessing the 10 tails as your trump card grants you the right to boast here?" The masked man remained silent. "Then let me show you what true invincibility looks like." Everyone watched as the flowing wood soared into the sky, surrounded by an unexpected surge of red flames, from which a colossal, beastly silhouette emerged behind it. "Come forth and play, Taotai. Little one, we meet again." With a crackle, a sharp bolt of lightning sliced through the illusion, revealing a momentary glimpse of reality. The purplish-black lightning pattern shimmered throughout, and upon the appearance of the ancient and peculiar dual-eyed form, the 10 tails was instantly crushed into the ground, creating a deep pit in the earth. Chapter 169, The Divine Strike, Extra 5. A resounding crash echoed through the heavens, as if the very fabric of the universe were on the verge of shattering. The mountains trembled and the earth split, suggesting an impending apocalypse. In midair, Lu Mu stood with a faint smile gracing his features. The initial gluttonous presence of Taotai had merely left behind its insatiable hunger and the divine flames of samadhi within him before it fell into silence. However, 6 months prior, Lu Mu discovered that the divine fire within him was, in fact, the sole key to summoning Taotai. The existence of Taotai would obliterate everything in its path, rendering its true form unable to emerge from the shadows. Yet, even when confronted with merely a 10 tails, Taotai could extinguish it with a single bolt of thunder. Time and space seemed to freeze. The moment Taotai manifested, a profound ancestral pressure settled in the hearts of all present. Speculations regarding Lu Mu's strength had already circulated among the crowd: his unparalleled fists, his elusive light-speed escapes, and even his daughter Muhan's ability to halt time itself seemed like powers that should not exist. But now, upon witnessing Taotai, everyone suddenly felt that Lu Mu's abilities were entirely reasonable in this moment. What is this enigma? A summoning beast? Or perhaps an entity not of this world? The sky crackled with thunder, vibrant lightning danced, and the sheer might to subdue the 10 tails with mere glances was awe-inspiring. The masked man stirred, his aura erupting forth, chakra surging from every pore, causing Lu Mu to smile faintly. He hesitated, even feeling a twinge of trepidation. Observing the strange phenomenon above and the shadow behind Lu Mu, the 10 tails appeared as an infant struggling against the might of Taotai. Its efforts no more than a mere flicker of thunder. "I advise you not to make a move." Lu Mu's chilling voice resonated, momentarily halting the masked man. Though the masked man had the ability to traverse through time and space, rendering Lu Mu powerless against him, the presence of Obito, who possessed the Sharingan, altered the balance of power. Furthermore, Obito had not joined the Susanoo squad, meaning that the masked man's attempts to use space-time ninjutsu would be instantly perceived by Obito, who could counter with Kyuubi. Who are you? The masked man finally voiced his lingering question. According to Kagaya's explanation, she created the ninja world, and her two sons distributed chakra across it. As the nine-tailed beasts nurtured by the Sage of Six Paths, they embodied immense power. Yet, since Lu Mu emerged in the ninja world, he had remained unparalleled. Now, gazing at the 9 summoning beasts in the sky, which surpassed the tailed beasts, the masked man fell into silence. These summoning beasts were unlike any beings of this realm. Their overwhelming capabilities suggested an existence beyond this world. Lu Mu offered no reply. Only a cold laugh. The answer held no significance. What mattered was that he would not squander words on the dead. I warned you, the next time we meet, it will be your demise. Lu Mu switched the template within him, exuding an overwhelming force that seemed boundless. Lightning coiled around his fists. The Saitama template lacked the ability to fly, but under Lu Mu's will, it soared to his feet, positioning itself beneath him. The masked man was changing. The murderous intent in his Rinnegan intensified. Witnessing the Ten Tails struggle beneath Taoya's dominance, Lu Mu discerned the masked man's intentions. You cannot kill me. The masked man spoke with a hint of mockery. A thunderous explosion erupted. Lu Mu turned toward the sound, only to see a sudden burst of flames from the Cloud Village forces near Konoha, a raging inferno transforming into a fire dragon, wreaking havoc among the crowd. Fire style, great fire destruction. A calm voice resonated as the water ninjas from the land of water advanced to unleash water style, water barrier, to fend off the flames. The clash of fire and water generated a dense steam, obscuring vision. The powerless Lightning Village ninja were left to engage in close combat with their blades. Did you see that? Lu Mu turned back to the masked man. You are indeed powerful, but the first Hokage is dead. That man is the true invincible force in the ninja world. Ha! Lu Mu's laughter rang out, causing the masked man's proud demeanor to shift to solemnity. Him? You mean Madara? Uchiha. Madara? You. The masked man faltered, finally suppressing his voice to ask warily. How do you know? How do I know? Lu Mu continued to laugh heartily, glancing back at Taotai behind him before addressing the masked man. In this world, there is nothing I do not know. Moreover, if I am not mistaken, this Madara is merely a reanimated body, is he not? The masked man fell silent. How could Lu Mu possess such knowledge? Orochimaru's failed ambush on Konoha resulted in his hands being sealed, while his most valued strategist, Kabuto, had learned all of Orochimaru's stolen techniques. He even discovered the Sage's Cave, the Dragon Cave, aside from Mayaboka Mountain. Decades ago, Uchiha Madara faced off against the first Hokage, Hashirama, in their final battle, suffering defeat. Yet, driven by his obsession, Madara bit off a piece of Hashirama's flesh before succumbing to exhaustion. Everyone believed Madara had perished, but unbeknownst to them, he employed Izanagi to enter a state of false death, sacrificing one eye of the Sharingan to execute a grand deception. After merging with Hashirama's cells, Uchiha Madara devised a conspiracy that spanned decades. However, he failed, having underestimated Nagato's resolve. Indeed, in the face of Lu Mu, the masked man revealed no intention to conceal his thoughts. The rebirth technique he intended to use for his resurrection was instead utilized by Nagato to save Konoha, resulting in his current predicament in the Ninja World War. Uchiha Madara entrusted his awakened Rinnegan to a young Nagato, who possessed the Uzumaki bloodline. Under the subtle influence of Zetsu, he sought to control Nagato. However, not long after this plan was set in motion, Lu Mu appeared by Nagato's side, exposing Zetsu's identity and rescuing the already broken Yahiko and Nagato. The path of the Akatsuki had drastically deviated from Uchiha Madara's original intentions. So, did you find Kabuto? No, it was Kabuto who sought us out. Lu Mu squinted, inwardly deeming it foolish. Kabuto, as Orochimaru's subordinate, held an absolute grudge against Konoha. The masked man was a formidable enemy in the ninja world, and Kabuto's approach to them, igniting the Ninja World War, was indeed understandable. Kabuto presented the reincarnation of the dirt technique as a greeting, but little did he know that the first grand gift was none other than the long-deceased Uchiha Madara. Chapter 170. Devouring the world, Extra 6. The masked man formed hand seals, and the ground trembled violently. It was as if an earthquake had struck, and a colossal entity erupted from the earth, coming into view for all. The ninjas gazed at the immense figure as the sky darkened completely. The full moon hung high above the colossal tree, illuminating everyone below. Is this your support? The divine tree? Indeed, it seems you have perused the Uchiha clan stone tablet. This is indeed the divine tree, and my resources extend beyond this. There are also millions of white Zetsu. As he spoke, countless white figures crawled from beneath the divine tree, resembling an army, standing in opposition to the allied forces. Worthless beings are ultimately worthless. What of a million worthless beings? Ryomu cast a casual glance, and a rose-colored flame enveloped him. With a piercing shriek, a seemingly bottomless chasm opened in the ground. For a long time, I have harbored such thoughts, yet I have refrained from meddling in the affairs of the ninja world. However, today, you have provided me with such an opportunity. Ryomu's spirit surged, and he appeared surrounded by countless swirling vortexes. A tremendous force manifested, voraciously consuming the chakra in the vicinity. Simultaneously, Ryomu formed hand seals and declared, "Multiple shadow clone technique." Bang, bang, bang. Explosions erupted as countless white mist enveloped Ryomu's feet. Thousands upon thousands of Ryomu clones emerged, and as their chakra was fully absorbed, the others once again employed the multiple shadow clone technique. 10,000, 100,000, 1 million, even 10 million. In the face of white Zetsu, Ryomu had already established numerical superiority. Moreover, the clones utilizing the shadow clone technique operated with the same strength as Ryomu himself. Do you not wish to compete in numbers? I shall indulge you. With that, one of Ryomu's clones bent down, clenched its fist, and descended slightly, concentrating immense power into its punch. The onlookers beheld as the punch shattered, obliterating a quarter of the white Zetsu. My shadow clones possess the same strength as I do. The masked man stepped back, halting himself in shock. If one clone was so formidable, then what of the multitude now amounting to 10 million? Now, tell me, who are you? In contrast to the schemes of the masked man and Uchiha Madara, Ryomu found himself more intrigued by the individual before him. The identity of Uchiha Obito and the transformed masked man piqued his curiosity. The masked man smiled wryly, slowly removing his mask. Ryomu scrutinized his face, marred with scars reminiscent of severely injured skin, which was indeed somewhat terrifying. Furthermore, his Sharingan was peculiarly shaped, resembling an irregular design, akin to a lotus or a shuriken. Upon recognizing the features of his adversary, Ryomu's mind raced to find a familiar face. What a coincidence! Decades ago, I too was a member of Konoha, and I once served the second Hokage. Ryomu continued, realizing that the masked man belonged to the same generation of ninjas as Uchiha Shirsue's father. However, due to the second Hokage's prejudice against the Uchiha clan, the sentiments of the Uchiha towards Konoha were steeped in bitterness. Thus, during the war with the Land of Earth, the masked man was gravely injured and abandoned on the battlefield. Unconscious, he lay amidst the corpses for 3 days and nights, awakening to the stench of decay. It was during this war that he awakened his Manjiki Sharingan. The second Hokage's tyrannical power over the Uchiha clan drove the masked man to forsake returning to the village, transforming him into a wandering spirit, a rogue ninja. Eventually, he encountered Madara, who was already an aged man, and it was Madara who sought out the masked man. To the masked man's surprise, the idol who had once brought the Uchiha clan to greatness had not perished as rumored, but rather stood before him, very much alive. Madara divulged his plans to the masked man, urging him to don the mask and approach Nagato under the guise of a rogue ninja to fulfill his resurrection scheme. However, prior to this, the masked man had infiltrated Konoha to enact the Nine-Tails plan as a means of revenge. Yet, the subsequent events became common knowledge among Konoha's ninjas. Ryomu emerged, defeating the Three-Tails, and even knocked out the Nine-Tails with a single punch. Deprived of his primary forces, the masked man utilized space-time ninjutsu to escape, complying with Madara's directive to join the subsequent Akatsuki. Initially, Nagato harbored distrust towards the masked man, as he was not included in the list Ryomu had provided. However, as Akatsuki evolved and expanded, the deaths of several members created vacancies, allowing the masked man, who had been lurking for a considerable time, to naturally ascend to the role of a formal member. Unexpectedly, the emergence of Itachi, Uchiha, and Muhan turned the formerly discreet masked man into a target. During a joint operation, Itachi and Muhan confronted the masked man. Although Itachi's strength was formidable at the time, escaping was not beyond the masked man's capabilities. Nevertheless, he did not anticipate that the young girl, barely 15 or 16, who accompanied Itachi possessed the ability to freeze time and space. Although the masked man ultimately escaped, he paid a severe price. Furthermore, his plan to revive Uchiha Madara by infiltrating Nagato's inner circle was thwarted. Yet, while Nagato remained uncontrollable, the masked man was unwilling to allow the Rinnegan that Madara had painstakingly awakened to remain with Nagato. Thus, under the cover of night, the masked man launched a surprise attack on Nagato, seizing one of his Rinnegan. Boom! Another explosion resonated across the battlefield as hundreds upon thousands of Uchiha Madara surged into the fray. The clash of blades was brutal, with taijutsu pitted against taijutsu, and ninjutsu clashing with Susanoo. Uchiha Madara navigated the chaos as though in a realm devoid of obstacles, decimating the Iwagakure shinobi. Earth Release, World Separation Technique. A massive square space materialized, intent on enveloping Uchiha Madara. However, Madara appeared familiar with this technique, swiftly retreating to evade the attack. "Oh, Inoki, you have grown old." Madara Uchiha. "I never expected to see you again today." Oh, Inoki hovered in the air, pointing his hands once more at Uchiha Madara. Madara laughed heartily, stepping forward with an air of arrogance, addressing him. "In old age, one should be laid to rest in the earth, not, like these youths, meet their demise in pursuit of so-called valor." Chapter 171. The Death Gate, Side Story 7. In his youth, Inoki had fought alongside the second Tsuchikage and Uchiha Madara. However, with the unification of Konoha, an agreement was established between Madara and the first Hokage, Hashirama, indicating that Inoki did not achieve notable success in those battles. Time has passed, and Inoki has aged significantly. Each movement is accompanied by excruciating pain in his waist, revealing to all that this man should appear even older than himself. Yet why? Inoki's palms gathered chakra once more, the formidable dust release being one of the most powerful among all bloodline limits. Yet, before this man, Inoki felt uncertain. At that moment, two green figures suddenly darted past the back of the Iwagakure ninja. Following close behind were three more ninjas, their expressions filled with shock as they gazed at the distant figure of Uchiha Madara. He was still alive, but the man could not finish his thought. As the green figures exchanged glances, one of them said to the man behind, "Lee, we must not waver on the battlefield." "Teacher Guy?" cried Lee, his eyes shimmering with tears as he grasped Guy's arms and nodded. "I will remember, Teacher Guy." Hyuganiji. Tenten. Being with these two. Oh no, three naive individuals is truly frustrating. "The fourth Tsuchikage has instructed us to support you. Kindly retreat." Might Guy exerted his strength, his chakra surging with intensity. His complexion turned a vivid crimson. "Open the door." Might Dai, witnessing his son's resolve, would not fall behind. Thus, upon Guy opening the door of death, Dai activated the 8 gates as well. From a distance, both Uchiha Madara and Inoki turned to the duo. Guy instructed Lee and the others, "You deal with these white Zetsu here. We shall handle Madara. Open the gate of view. Open the gate of joy." Chakra erupted once more, causing the Iwagakure forces to retreat. The massive green figures flickered, suddenly appearing beside Uchiha Madara. Boom! Might Guy materialized beneath Madara, delivering a soaring kick aimed squarely at his chin. Yet, Madara, seemingly familiar with the might of the 8 gates, swiftly defended himself. However, the force of the kick still sent Madara hurtling away, and immediately after, Might Dai flashed behind Madara, his hands clasped before him, white mist swirling from his fingertips. He exclaimed, "Daytime Tiger." The mist thickened, morphing into a ferocious white tiger that lunged from Madara's neck. Caught off guard, Madara was struck by Dai's Daytime Tiger, shattering half of his body in an instant, sending him plummeting to the ground. In that moment, both Guy and Dai landed, their expressions reflecting confusion as they beheld Madara descending like a piece of paper. The paper fluttered, and under the gaze of thousands, the fragments that Dai had just obliterated began to reassemble at Madara's wound, miraculously reconstructing in less than 3 breaths. Inoki's brow furrowed sharply. He watched in horror as Madara rose once more, his complexion darkening. How could this be? Has he mastered the secret art of immortality? No. Might Dai recalled a familiar scene from his childhood, a technique once demonstrated by the second Suchikage. Yet now, it was being manifested through Uchiha Madara. Madara was no longer a living being. Inoki, the observing ninjas? He has been resurrected through a soul-summoning technique, a form of immortality. To defeat him, we must locate the one who revived him. Might Guy chuckled heartily, his aura intensifying. These are matters for the others to ponder. Our task here is to hold him at bay. Hold him at bay? Madara mused, feeling the restoration of his body. This sensation of being controlled is intolerable. Slowly clenching his fist, he felt none of his former self. As all eyes turned to Madara, an even more potent chakra erupted from him, his Sharingan shimmering brilliantly, while a towering skeletal figure loomed behind him. Susanoo. Due to the influence of the Lukmu, Susanoo had become widely recognized in Konoha. But now, was this the Susanoo belonging to Uchiha Madara? The skeletal figure roared as muscles erupted from its bones, wrapping around the frame. The evolution had not ceased. As the muscles formed, armor began to coalesce on Susanoo, and in its hand, a colossal chakra sword materialized. Madara refrained from attacking, allowing his Susanoo to complete its evolution. Yet, the spectators felt an unprecedented terror and pressure at this transformation. Weapons clattered to the ground, and despair etched across their faces. The people of Konoha gazed from afar at the spectacle unfolding in the Iwagakure camp. Lukmu surveyed the scene and shook his head slightly. Madara's Manjiki Sharingan was perfect, unlike the incomplete versions found among the Uchiha of Konoha. To achieve the final evolution, they would endure one last cruel trial. However, apart from Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Itachi, perhaps only Shursui was privy to this secret. The ultimate evolution of the Sharingan demanded a sacrifice from the closest kin, a price Lukmu would not allow. Thus, in comparison to Madara's Susanoo, the Uchiha clan appeared significantly inferior. Just as I told you, with him on the battlefield, no one can stand in his way. Not necessarily. Lukmu smiled confidently, refusing to elaborate. Might Dai and Might Guy no longer bore the playful demeanor they had at the beginning. They now appeared solemn, as if facing a life-or-death crisis. Might Guy took a step forward, positioning himself in front of Dai. He gave a thumbs up to Lee behind him, grinning. It seems today is the day I must unleash that technique. Teacher Guy, do you intend to use? Indeed. The final gate of the 8 gates, the Death Gate, said to be unlocked only in the face of dire necessity to protect oneself. Might Dai leaned forward, not only refusing to hinder Guy, but also igniting a red aura around himself. Guy, do not forget, I am here alongside you. Chapter 172, Encirclement, Extra 8, Might Guy gazed in astonishment at his father. Within his shocked expression, upon seeing Might Dai's eyes, Ake could not help but smile. Extending his right hand, he firmly pressed it against his heart's door, while both proclaimed in unison, 8 gates of Duinjia, Death Gate, open. With a resounding crash, an unearthly force, not belonging to chakra, emanated from the opening of the Death Gate, sending numerous nearby ninjas sprawling to the ground. Ryumaku was taken aback by the Might family's unwavering resolve. Observing the distant eruption of crimson mist, he sighed in exasperation. My Horo is, after all, a celestial beast. Now I must sacrifice 2 of its tails. After contemplating, Ryumaku turned and commanded, Uchiha Fugaku, step forward. Lord Ryumaku. Fugaku knelt on one knee, accompanied by the members of the Susanoo squad behind him, awaiting Ryumaku's orders. Go and retrieve the individual responsible for this impure reincarnation. Remember, I want him alive. Yes. Fugaku responded with a bow, and the group swiftly dispersed. The Dream Ghost, due to its inherent abilities, possessed an unwavering tracking method for individuals. Unless, like Gaara, a Jinchuriki of the One Tail, who chose to forego sleep to prevent the tailed beast from rampaging. As soon as one slumbers, the Dream Ghost can locate them immediately. Ryumaku did not underestimate Kabuto's capabilities. On the contrary, having mastered the sage art of the Dragon Cave, his strength was undeniably formidable. However, that was merely the extent of it. With the assistance of the Dream Ghost, defeating Kabuto was certainly within reach. Having completed these tasks, Ryumaku turned his gaze back to the masked man. Addressing the summoned divine beasts behind him, he instructed, keep a close watch on this individual. I shall return to provide blood for those 2 passionate souls. With that, Ryumaku switched to the yellow ape template and vanished from his position in an instant. On the battlefield of Iwagakure, Lee and his companions stared blankly at their 2 teachers, who were surrounded by a red mist, their emotions. No. Lee suddenly clenched his fist and declared, we should not dwell in sadness. This is the most honorable moment for a ninja. We should rejoice for our teachers. Even if it means risking our lives, we must unleash the final remnants of our youthful fervor for the peace we hold dear. Ryumaku did not expect to hear such words from Lee upon his arrival. Influenced by his father, Might Guy, from a young age. Might Guy had always embodied a blissful optimism. His unwavering dedication to youth was the driving force behind his relentless training. A person may die or be defeated, but if one gives their all and still fails, they remain blameless in their heart. Even in death, it is something worthy, something to be celebrated. The memories of his past life had deeply rooted Might Guy's seemingly reckless character in Ryumaku's heart. Who could have anticipated that the once underperforming child would ultimately possess strength rivaling that of Madara Uchiha, even if such power came at the cost of his own life? Might Guy and Might Guy stepped forward together, standing before Uchiha Madara. Observing the familiar red mist surrounding them, Madara suddenly burst into laughter. Excellent. If it weren't for the red, you would hardly be worthy of being my adversaries. With a swift swing of his Susanoo's massive sword, a powerful cloud of dust was stirred. Noki was the first to strike, forming hand seals and forcefully proclaiming, Earth style, heavy rock technique. In an instant, a wave of transparent energy rippled beneath Madara's feet, causing him to stagger slightly. Feeling his body weighed down more than usual, Madara rose once more, swinging his blade at Noki and the rest of Awagakure's forces. However, suddenly, Might Guy appeared before the onslaught of Susanoo, his hands coming together as he unleashed a thunderous roar. A powerful wave of red energy surged from his palms, successfully intercepting Madara's assault. Might Guy soared behind Susanoo, launching a relentless barrage of fists as flames erupted from his strikes, enveloping Madara's Susanoo in a thick haze. Unfortunately, Madara's Susanoo was in its complete form. The onslaught was insufficient to inflict any damage. At this moment, both Might Guy and Might Guy faced a dual challenge, protecting the Awagakure forces behind them while remaining vigilant against Madara's assaults, making cooperation between the two exceedingly difficult. Ryumaku, feeling constrained, swiftly altered his internal template, adopting the form of Poseidon, the sea god. Utilizing the domain of the sea god, countless waves surrounded Uchiha Madara, Might Guy, and Might Guy, creating an arena reminiscent of a tumultuous sea. The sudden transformation startled all three, yet upon witnessing Ryumaku, radiating a blue aura, appear behind them, Guy and Dai felt a sense of relief. Conversely, Uchiha Madara furrowed his brows at the sight of Ryumaku, though Madara did not recognize him. He recalled a certain shinobi named Ryumaku who had disrupted his plans for resurrection long ago. Years had passed, and Ryumaku had matured into a pillar of Konoha village. Madara was taken aback, realizing that the boy who once thwarted his schemes had now grown to such stature. Moreover, this peculiar ability, was it ninjutsu? No. It felt more akin to jinjutsu. Had it not been for his Sharingan, which indicated he was not ensnared in Ryumaku's illusion, Madara might have been tempted to employ Izanagi. Within the sea god's domain, Ryumaku reigned supreme. However, to grant Dai and Guy the opportunity to unleash their fervor, he refrained from intervening, instead providing them a space to attack without distraction. Faced with two individuals who had opened the four gates, Madara immediately formed hand seals, summoning a Susanoo clone, initiating a one-on-one duel. Ryumaku gestured, causing a stone platform to rise beneath everyone's feet, serving as the battlefield's centerpiece. Might Guy initiated the first assault, but under the protection of Susanoo, mere physical strikes would not harm the original body. With a loud crash, Might Guy was sent flying back, creating a deep crater in the ground. Is this the legendary Susanoo of the Uchiha clan? Exchanging knowing glances, Might Guy and Ake understood one another. Unless they unleashed the final technique of the Death Gate without reservation, it would be exceedingly difficult to injure Madara's true form. Thus, Might Guy stood resolutely, channeling all his chakra into his heart, coalescing it into a singular mass. The surrounding red mist thickened, gradually forming the silhouette of a colossal dragon's head. Might Guy, witnessing his son's transformation, offered a grim smile and, like Might Guy, bent low, placing his hands on the ground, fixating on Madara's back as they prepared to launch a coordinated assault. In unison, they declared, "Converge." At this moment, Ryumaku's expression turned serious, devoid of any jest. Chapter 173, Black Absolute, Extra 9. Death is a terrifying prospect, something that everyone shuns. Yet, the unwavering courage displayed by Might Guy and Might Guy, even in the face of inevitable demise, perhaps perfectly embodies the essence of youth and fervor they often speak of. Flowing Wood gazes, no, admires the magnificent strike that the two sacrificed their lives to unleash. Night Guy, Night Due. Two colossal crimson dragon heads strike directly at Uchiha Obito. The immense pressure forces Obito, even within his Susanoo, to compress. Pieces of paper scatter once more, and with a sharp crack, Flowing Wood realizes that Obito's Susanoo has developed two fissures. The assault continues, and the cracks widen, spreading wildly. Obito, acknowledging their might, chuckles, "Do not forget. I am still in the state of Edo Tensei. No matter how hard you fight, in the end, it is you who will perish." As the pinnacle of Uchiha pride, the shattering of his Susanoo is a disgrace for Obito. Yet, he is compelled to attack Might Due and Might Guy in this manner. Another series of sharp cracks resounds. As the Susanoo crumbles, two of those sounds emanate from the shattered bones of Might Due and Might Guy. The fracture of their bones twists their expressions in agony. The overwhelming heat from the eight gates has already seared their skin beyond recognition. Though their final attack reduced Uchiha Obito to mere fragments, they ultimately succumbed. Sighing heavily, Flowing Wood raises his right hand toward the remnants of Uchiha Obito, tightening his grip. Instantly, torrents of seawater surge forth, completely ensnaring the Edo Tensei fragments attempting to coalesce again. After completing this, Flowing Wood retrieves two tails of a Hebe from the time house and approaches the barely conscious Might Due and Might Guy, observing their near-lifeless forms. Unable even to open their mouths, he reluctantly pries open their jaws and forcefully inserts the Hebe. Simultaneously, the crown of the sea god atop Flowing Wood's head suddenly gleams. A dark figure emerges from beneath Uchiha Obito's feet, revealing none other than the faithful acolyte of Kaguya from his memories, Black Absolute. Upon witnessing this, Flowing Wood breaks into a grin. The existence of Black Absolute is a conundrum for him. Although his combat prowess is not particularly remarkable, his peculiar ability to possess and his elusive movement set him apart from others. Before the great battle, the inexplicable appearance of White Absolute among the allied shinobi forces could replicate the appearance of any ninja, even altering the attributes of their chakra to match. This ability dealt a significant blow to the allied forces at the onset of the conflict. Fortunately, the Hyuga clan, endowed with Byakugan, along with Minato and Naruto, who perfectly resonated with the chakra of the Nine Tails, could discern the intentions of their foes. Thus, through shadow clones, they dispatched their duplicates to various clans within the alliance. Flowing Wood is well aware of the origins of White Absolute, spawned through the divine tree's capture of mortals. Conversely, Black Absolute, as the self-proclaimed son of that woman, possesses distinctly different functions from White Absolute. However, at this moment, Uchiha Obito has yet to complete his possession plan, and thus cannot employ the Rinnegan-est Tsukuyomi. Therefore, Black Absolute's appearance, rather than complicating matters, saves Flowing Wood the effort of seeking him out. After his arrival, Black Absolute reaches out to grasp Uchiha Obito's shoulder, attempting to pull him into the earth to break free from Flowing Wood's confinement. Yet, within the realm of the sea god, Flowing Wood reigns supreme. Black Absolute's intrusion results not in liberation for Obito, but rather ensnares him within the watery prison as well. Flowing Wood. At that moment, a faint voice emerges from Might Guy, who, dazed, opens his eyes to his disfigured form. Bewildered, he asks, Are you also dead? Where's this? Is it hell?" Flowing Wood, clad in the armor of the sea god, his azure robes radiating a divine glow, scoffs lightly, "You are not dead, nor am I. This is not the afterlife. You are still alive." Understanding the implications of the eight gates, Might Guy, one of the three in Konoha, is well aware of the dire consequences. The unleashing of the eight gates almost guarantees mortality. Thanks to Edo Tensei, Uchiha Obito withstood their final strike. However, this jutsu has rendered him nearly invincible. Had Flowing Wood not been present, the reckless decision made by Might Guy and Might Due would have been akin to a futile sacrifice. With a sweeping gesture, Flowing Wood dispels the sea god's domain. He summons Lee and his companions to assist Might Guy and Due, instructing them to seek out Tsunade and the medical team to help restore their strength. Lee nods vigorously, bending down alongside Niji to lift the two and depart. After ensuring their safety, the water prison containing Uchiha Obito and Black Absolute floats before Flowing Wood, who then returns to the allied shinobi forces in Konoha. The concealed spatial rift of the Devourer still looms, with nameless flames encircling the masked man, rendering him immobile. Observing Flowing Wood's return with Uchiha Obito, the masked man's expression reflects sheer astonishment. Flowing Wood has yet to determine the fate of the three. Initially, he intended to deliver a decisive blow to any adversary encountered. However, as the team dispatched to seek Orochimaru has yet to unravel the Edo Tensei. Sealing techniques are the only effective means against Uchiha Obito at this moment. Flowing Wood. Suddenly, a familiar voice resonates from the nearby Konoha forces. Recognizing the voice, Flowing Wood turns. A figure clad in Jonin battle attire stands out amidst the crowd, with black hair and dark eyes, towering at over 6 feet. Beside him, Minato turns in shock to look at Flowing Wood. Almost everyone shares this reaction, for the man's visage bears an uncanny resemblance to Flowing Wood. Yet, peculiarly, this man possesses eyes devoid of white, mirroring the gray ripples of Edo Tensei's Obito. Edo Tensei. The crowd disperses, their eyes ablaze with curiosity as they regard the stranger. Even Flowing Wood is taken aback, but a sudden epiphany leads him to a realization. As a soul that has traversed worlds, he holds no memories of his parents in this life. Since he can remember, he has lived and learned alone. This man, bearing an 80 resemblance to him, could only be our teacher Jinshur? A slightly portly Konoha ninja pushes through the crowd, gazing at the man in astonishment. Chapter 174. The underground disturbance in the 72nd year of Konoha. For years have elapsed since the Fourth Great Ninja War. Master Yuan Meng, known as Do, upon learning of Orochimaru's successful resurrection, voluntarily pledged allegiance to Konoha, assuming the role of an orphanage director. The children he sheltered were primarily those who had been left orphaned during the war, bereft of their families from various villages. Orochimaru took charge of Konoha's research institute, indulging in his favored research pursuits. In the aftermath of the war, interactions among the villages increased significantly, and even the previously minor frictions had vanished. On the other hand, Noki, the Tsuchikage, had retired from his duties, becoming an elderly figure. Moreover, the tailed beast teams established by the Flowing Woods had returned to their respective villages after the war. At this moment, the Hokage's office was bustling with activity. A young man with tousled yellow hair received a scroll from Minato, awaiting the allocation of tasks. The intel received indicated peculiar tremors at the border between the land of grass and the land of lightning. But, Lord Fourth, wouldn't it be more appropriate to assign such an investigative task to a lower-ranked ninja team? Naruto began, but was interrupted by a sudden chill emanating from a shadowy corner behind him. He turned to find Rimu lazily glaring at him from his chair. Rimu, I didn't realize you were here. Rimu stood and approached Naruto, giving him a friendly pat on the back. Let us not mince words. As ninjas, regardless of the task scale, you must execute your duties unconditionally. Moreover, Minato rose from his desk and addressed everyone. This mission is rather unique. The Hidden Cloud Village has dispatched ninjas to collaborate with us in the investigation. The mission's ranking is at least C-class, but I must caution you that the upper limit could escalate to S-class. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura exchanged glances, pondering the implications. The team will be led by Yamato, with reports sent back to the village every 3 days. Remember, remain composed regardless of the circumstances. After assigning roles, Minato removed the Hokage hat and smiled. You have all been Ch-nin for several years now. If you execute this mission successfully, you may apply for promotion to J-nin upon your return to the village. The trio from Team 7 had been separated since they completed their Ch-nin exams years ago. Sasuke Uchiha had joined the Susanoo team, while Naruto trained under Jiraiya for an extended period. Sakura, recognized for her talent in medical ninjutsu, became Tsunade's apprentice. Although they all currently held the rank of Ch-nin, it was widely acknowledged that their ascension to J-nin was merely a matter of time. At this moment, Sasuke stood up, appearing somewhat hesitant. Just say it, he urged. In a couple of days, it's my brother's wedding, so. Unfortunately, Rimu interjected, the Hidden Cloud Village has already dispatched a team for reconnaissance. You may not be able to attend Itachi's wedding. Sasuke's expression darkened, filled with disappointment at the thought of missing such a significant occasion. Don't listen to Rimu. Minato quickly reassured him. He is jesting. The Hidden Cloud Village is still in the planning phase of their reconnaissance team, and no formal response has been sent. Therefore, you will have enough time to attend Itachi's wedding. Sasuke cast a suspicious glance at Rimu, who remained silent. Within the Uchiha clan, Fugaku Uchiha had stepped down from his position in the security force, with Shursui Uchiha being elected as the new captain. Following the Fourth Great Ninja War, the barriers between the Uchiha clan and Konoha had dissipated entirely. Uchiha clan members could freely roam Konoha, and villagers often visited the Uchiha training grounds. Itachi's bride was Uchiha Katomi, a childhood classmate. It was surprising to see the once serious younger brother finally reach this milestone in life. Where's Han? Naruto pondered. He really needs your care right now. After Naruto and the others departed, Minato turned to Rimu. I hadn't anticipated that your efforts to have a second child would bear fruit now, quite unexpectedly. Rimu chuckled heartily. What is stopping you from giving Naruto a younger sibling? You still have time for such preparations. Minato detected the jest in Rimu's words, knowing it stemmed from Kushina's reluctance. Besides, with Naruto already of age, the arrival of a new sibling would not allow them to bond as children. Mentioning Kushina left Rimu exasperated. No, it was a profound exasperation. He had never fully experienced the title of Red Pepper until now, but since Han became pregnant, Rimu had noticed Minato's struggles. Now that Han was expecting their second child, Kushina had taken up permanent residence in Rimu's household. Otherwise, in this peaceful era, why would Rimu frequently visit Minato's office? Very well, you attend to your affairs. I shall wander about, Rimu said, rising and stretching, causing a few bones to crack. Strolling leisurely through Konoha, Rimu found himself, almost unconsciously, wandering into the territory of the Uchiha clan. At the entrance of the security force, several members were instructing the young Uchiha in taijutsu. Among them, Rimu spotted Obito. Not wishing to draw attention, Rimu seated himself on a nearby stone, observing the energetic children. 1. Obito demonstrated in front of the group, correcting their stances when he noticed any discrepancies. As Shirsue's senior, Obito was more suited to lead the security force. However, he had been the first to decline such an offer when it had reached his ears. Though Obito cherished the village and valued his companions, it must be said that, compared to Shirsue, his decision-making in significant matters was somewhat lacking. Thus, Obito believed that Shirsue was far more suitable for the role of captain. As for himself, he accepted the position of vice-captain, training the security force members and mentoring the newly inducted recruits. 2. Raise your legs higher, step out with force, do not be lethargic. 3. Keep your hands up. Proceed to the next move. 4. As the training continued, Obito finally spotted Rimu during a break and smiled, walking over to greet him. Chapter 175, Nine-Tailed Susanoo. As an adult, Obito's personality underwent a remarkable transformation compared to his childhood. In his youth, he was an unreliable figure influenced by his surroundings, lacking proficiency in ninjutsu, taijutsu, and even jinjutsu. Despite awakening his Sharingan, he paled in comparison to the brilliance of Uchiha Shirsue and Uchiha Itachi. Yet, despite his shortcomings, he possessed a unique charm that endeared him to the elderly of the Uchiha clan, likely due to his upbringing. Although he did not literally grow up on the kindness of others, many elders watched over him within the Uchiha territory. During his childhood, Konoha was plagued by years of war, and the Uchiha clan, as a security force, suffered considerable losses. The sorrow of losing offspring left many in the clan feeling isolated and forlorn. Despite his own shortcomings, Obito often assisted these individuals with mundane tasks, fetching water, catching cats, and dogs, never shying away from any chore. Thus, when he became a genin and the newly formed Team 7 was assigned minor missions, Obito was able to rely on the goodwill he had fostered within that community, often completing these tasks almost single-handedly. Kakashi later remarked to Rin that while Obito's strength was lacking, his character was something to be envied. The first time Obito's mentor returned from a journey with Jiraiya, celebrating Obito's birthday, it was evident that he had changed. Although he was no longer the reckless child he once was, his growth was unmistakable. Is the security force busy? His mentor inquired with a warm smile, glancing at Obito. Not too bad recently, Obito replied as he settled beside him. The nearby willow swayed in the breeze, sunlight filtering through the leaves, casting dappled patterns on the ground. Their gazes seemed weighted, causing the ancient tree to bow slightly. Such weather was the most delightful of the year, and even a brief respite was enough to rejuvenate the spirit. The connection between Obito and his mentor was not particularly deep, and their conversations had been sparse. Especially after his mentor awakened a special system, his strength surged dramatically, leading to even less interaction between them. Now, they sat together, gazing at the sky, lost in their thoughts. In the distance, a child finished training, his spirits lifted. He had found a soccer ball and was playing joyfully in the security compound, running freely and unrestrained. Even when minor scuffles arose, they were quickly forgotten in the exuberance of youth. After what felt like an eternity, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Rin appeared before them, prompting Obito's mentor to realize the day had slipped away. Rin had become a pillar of strength at Konoha Hospital, her innate talent for medical ninjutsu recognized by many elders. Since becoming a Jinchuriki, her bond with the Three Tails had flourished beyond anyone's expectations. The water-based chakra of the Three Tails, when combined with her healing techniques, often yielded extraordinary results. However, Obito and Rin had not married. Their relationship now resembled a distant utopia from memory. Not wishing to intrude, Obito's mentor prepared to leave when he unexpectedly encountered Naruto, who was searching for Sasuke. "Uncle Ryu, what brings you here?" Naruto exclaimed. "I'm here to discuss something with Sasuke," but he trailed off, suddenly rushing closer to whisper something in Obito's mentor's ear. Obito's mentor appeared surprised upon hearing it. "Is that what you came up with?" Naruto nodded enthusiastically. "Last time, Sasuke mentioned he could control the transformation of Susanoo, and after the last war, I can now use the Nine-Tails mode like my dad. So I thought, why not combine Susanoo with the Nine-Tails mode?" What Naruto suggested was none other than the Nine-Tailed Susanoo, a technique that only emerged later in the original narrative. However, the current ninja world differed from the one in his memories, and Naruto's relationship with the Nine-Tails was not as harmonious as Minato's. Nevertheless, since Naruto had conceived this idea, Obito's mentor was eager to see them experiment with its practicality. Thus, upon Naruto's invitation, they made their way to Fugaku's residence. The atmosphere at the Uchiha estate was vibrant, as preparations for Itachi's upcoming wedding filled the air with excitement. Upon seeing Obito's mentor, Fugaku descended from a tree where he had been hanging decorations and greeted him warmly. "Are you here to share a meal with us? I hope you don't mind." "Of course not. Come in. We've been quite busy these past few days, and since I've stepped back from the security force, I didn't want to burden the members with my tasks. It's a bit chaotic inside, so please excuse the mess," Fugaku said as he led Obito's mentor into the living room. Coincidentally, Sasuke was decorating the interior, prompting Obito's mentor to encourage Naruto to share his idea with everyone present. Just then, Itachi entered the room. After Naruto's detailed explanation, everyone was understandably astonished. "Is that really feasible?" Fugaku asked, looking at Obito's mentor in disbelief. Minato had previously demonstrated the Nine-Tails mode during the Fourth Great Ninja War, showcasing immense power that even left Fugaku in awe. Although the Uchiha Susanoo was formidable, its effectiveness was diminished by the limitations of the imperfect Sharingan, often resulting in severe repercussions for the user. Due to Obito's mentor's consistent support for the Uchiha clan, they held an unwavering trust in him. Rising to speak, he addressed them. "Your Susanoo is undoubtedly impressive, but it places significant demands on your bodies. If what Naruto proposes can indeed be realized, it would alleviate much of the strain you endure while utilizing Susanoo. After all, the only way to determine its feasibility is through experimentation." Chapter 176, Confusion whether it be Susanoo or the Nine-Tails Chakra mode. Unleashing such powers within the village would undoubtedly stir considerable commotion. Hence, under the cover of night, the group made their way to the back mountains in the northwest of Konoha. "Why are you here too? Finished with your duties in the security team?" Ryumu asked with a wry smile, glancing at Shursui beside him. "There's not much to do lately. I thought I'd take a breath of fresh air." And upon hearing that Uncle Ryumu was planning another experiment, "I rushed over," Shursui replied. In the past, Ryumu had been quite averse to being called uncle by Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shursui. However, he realized that he could no longer insist on being called older brother by these juniors. Hence, he decided to let it slide. Naruto was still not entirely adept at the Nine-Tails mode, but after having learned sage techniques from Jiraiya, he was quite proficient in chakra control. To perfectly manifest the Nine-Tails mode now, Naruto needed the Nine-Tails within him to take over his body briefly. Only then would the mode be flawlessly executed. Under Itachi's guidance, Sasuke had become quite skilled in the practical application of Susanoo. However, due to the limitations of his Sharingan, he could not fully manifest the complete form of Susanoo. Aside from Naruto and Sasuke, everyone else, including Ryumu, had retreated a significant distance to avoid being caught in the crossfire. To prevent any unforeseen incidents, Ryumu switched his internal template to Poseidon, releasing the domain of the sea god to completely seal off the area. Ever since he had drawn the Poseidon template, no one other than himself and his enemies had officially entered this space. Therefore, when everyone saw Ryumu standing amidst a colossal pillar of water like a true deity, both Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui exchanged astonished glances. All right, you may begin your attempts, Ryumu called out to Naruto and Sasuke from a distance. Remember, Naruto will first activate the Nine-Tails chakra, enveloping both himself and Sasuke within it, and then Sasuke will commence using his Mangekyou Sharingan. In truth, Ryumu was not particularly optimistic about the attack form of the Nine-Tails Susanoo combination. However, for Konoha or against enemies, it was undoubtedly an invincible existence. With the assistance of the Nine-Tails and Sasuke's impeccable control over Susanoo, the formation was nearly instantaneous. It was as if the armored Nine-Tails roared, extending its sharp claws, while Naruto and Sasuke were perfectly shielded within. We did it! Fugaku exclaimed excitedly from the back. All right, disperse the jutsu, Ryumu commanded. And Sasuke and Naruto immediately released their chakra and ran back. That was surprisingly simple, Naruto thought, his idea now perfectly realized, and he was evidently elated. You may bask in your pride for 3 seconds. Haha, Ryumu chuckled softly, reminiscing about the earlier scene, then addressed the two. Now that you have accepted a new mission, learning this technique will ensure that no matter how unexpected the task may become, you will possess your very own trump card. Naruto and Sasuke nodded in agreement. Although Fugaku and the others heard Ryumu's final remark, they tactfully refrained from inquiring further. Observing the two still brimming with excitement, Ryumu continued, since time permits. I shall teach you another technique that belongs to both of you. Naruto? Sasuke? What is it? Ryumu explained, Naruto's chakra is wind-based, while Sasuke's is fire and lightning. Chakra attributes complement each other, and they can also counteract one another. With the aid of wind, fire-based chakra attacks can yield results beyond expectations. Therefore, looking at the still perplexed duo, Ryumu smiled. After Sasuke utilizes Susanoo, his trump card will undoubtedly be the Great Fireball technique, while Naruto's spiraling shuriken serves as his. One is fire-based, the other wind-based. Although each technique is potent on its own, have you considered that these two ninjutsu could potentially fuse together? The Great Fireball technique combined with the spiraling shuriken? Ryumu raised an eyebrow and nodded. How about, we give it a try? At Ryumu's gesture, the two distanced themselves from the others once more. Uchiha Sasuke began to invoke Susanoo, gathering massive chakra into a grand bow. At Ryumu's cue, Naruto activated the Nine-Tails mode and formed a colossal spiraling shuriken. Remember, the control of your respective chakra is extremely delicate. Thus, if you wish to fuse these two techniques, you must proceed with caution, as even a slight miscalculation could result in failure. Naruto and Sasuke nodded, their expressions becoming serious. Gradually, they brought their techniques closer, allowing the chakra from both to merge. However, bang! Upon witnessing an unexpected incident, Ryumu, who was maintaining the domain of the sea god, swiftly waved his hand, encasing the two in an endless wave for protection. Water can extinguish fire, and that includes the Great Fireball technique. The two, now shielded by water, gently descended to the ground, their expressions evidently despondent. How was it? Was it difficult? Ryumu inquired. It was indeed challenging. The control of chakra for the two techniques differs. Achieving their fusion requires utmost precision, as even a slight overflow of chakra could lead to failure, Naruto replied candidly. Then, should we give up? No. Ryumu was taken aback by the unified response from the two. I think I'm starting to feel it a bit. Besides, since it was Uncle Ryumu who proposed this trump card, it must be achievable. We simply need more practice, Sasuke asserted. Exactly. Now that Uncle Ryumu is here to protect us, we have nothing to fear. And besides, what is there to be afraid of in failure? With more practice, success will surely follow. Ryumu, he was at a loss for words. These two youngsters were clearly trying to take advantage of him. It was late at night, and he was no longer the energetic child he once was. Where did they find such enthusiasm? However, observing their excitement, Ryumu turned to Shursui and said, Please inform Han and Muhan at my residence that I will be home a bit later tonight. Naruto and Sasuke, being astute, after several hours of practicing chakra control, finally began to see some results. However, the rotation speed of the spiraling shuriken was exceedingly rapid. And in order to maintain the explosive power of the Great Fireball technique, Naruto's Rasengan could not interfere with the latter's potency. Under Ryumu's suggestion, the two attempted to allow their respective chakra to gather autonomously, given that wind release spiraling shuriken possessed an absorptive ability against flames. Great Fireball technique. Wind release spiraling shuriken. Time passed swiftly, and the chakra within the two was nearly depleted. Chapter 177. parting with the aid of the nine-tailed fox. Naruto's chakra gradually dwindled as he continuously employed the Raisin Shuriken. This was the final attempt. Success was imperative. Ryumu nodded at Sasuke, signaling their next move. The two once again unleashed their ninjutsu, conjuring a colossal black flame that coalesced into arrows, silently approaching Naruto's Raisin Shuriken, which had taken on the form of wind in his nine-tailed state. An overwhelming force of attraction, akin to a dark abyss, drew the essence of Jugo toward the swirling technique. Finally, Ryumu's brow lifted in excitement. At that moment, Naruto hurled the black and blue Raisin Shuriken toward the domain of the sea god. Concurrently, a faint blue aura emanated from both Naruto and Sasuke, cascading down from Susanoo and the nine-tailed fox. Kneeling, they gazed expectantly at the forthcoming power of their new combined ninjutsu. Boom! The anticipated deafening explosion did not occur immediately. After a brief moment of silence, a towering wave surged from the ocean's surface. The magnitude of this power was reminiscent of nuclear devastation. Ryumu nodded in satisfaction. Yet, at that instant, an inexplicable sense of loss enveloped him. In his youth, as a soul transmigrator, he had possessed a clear understanding of the developments within this ninja world. Despite lamenting his lack of strength to fulfill his dreams through his own hands, the sudden emergence of a system within him had drawn him closer to those aspirations. Jiraiya's life had been spared, and Konoha's progress was no longer as corrupt as before. Through his interventions, the fates of many, both the damned and the undeserving, had diverged significantly. The power of the Tsutsuki clan was undeniable, yet he had eradicated Madara's plans and even captured Kaguya. With his own strength, he had completely altered the course of the Fourth Great Ninja War. Yet now time remained unchanged, but the current dynamics of the ninja world were decidedly brighter. Though he stood invincible, Konoha was ultimately a village of ninjas, and he was but an outsider. Presently, both Sasuke and Naruto had developed their powers to remarkable heights. Barring any unforeseen events, Konoha was poised to dominate all villages. However, Ryumu was acutely aware of Minato's disposition. As the fourth Hokage, Minato was assertive yet not a warmonger. If the current dynamics continued to evolve, the ninja world would undoubtedly flourish even further. As a soul transmigrator, Ryumu understood deeply that during times of war, people yearned for an invincible belief. The presence of such faith instills confidence, even if it is a baseless hope. Yet, once peace is attained, people tend to desire bricks and tiles rather than an invincible ninja capable of crushing everything with ease. His existence had become meaningless, or rather, it might invoke apprehension in some during moments of idleness. His presence in Konoha disrupted the balance felt by other villages, preventing them from enjoying peace comfortably. Even if there was no war at present, no one could predict when the next conflict would arise. Ryumu dismissed the domain of the sea god, ignoring the elated gazes of Uchiha, Sasuke, and Naruto, and returned home in solitude. At that moment, Han was amusingly engaging with Mu-Han beside the child. Upon seeing Ryumu's return, Han immediately detected a change in his demeanor. Mu-Han, take your sister and head inside first. Though surprised, Mu-Han complied without question, entering the house with the baby sister in her arms. Han approached Ryumu and sat beside him. Concerned, he asked, "What's wrong?" Ryumu, his gaze vacant, fixated on his fingertips and began. He faltered, uncertain how to articulate his thoughts. "After all these years, is there anything you cannot tell me?" Ryumu shook his head, inhaled deeply, and met Han's gaze. "Let us leave Konoha." Han, though puzzled, refrained from pressing further, instead asking, "And what about Mu-Han? The newborn sister hasn't even been named yet. Why do you wish to leave Konoha? Moreover, where do we go from here?" Ryumu did not answer directly. After a brief contemplation, he replied, "We shall go to the Ice Country, your homeland. As for Mu-Han, she is now old enough to make her own decisions." Ryumu's desire to depart did not elicit a straightforward refusal from Han. Observing Ryumu's hesitation, Han oddly acquiesced. "Aren't you curious why?" Han shook his head, indicating there was no need to ask. Upon hearing this, Ryumu's expression momentarily faltered, but he soon smiled. "In this world, many things are beyond comprehension. What you perceive is not necessarily the truth. Even if you touch or hear it firsthand, that remains unchanged." "Are you referring to yourself?" Han suddenly inquired. Ryumu responded with confusion. Han smiled gently, resting her head on his shoulder and intertwining her arms with his. "Actually, it's not just me. Many are speculating about your identity. As fellow ninjas, we see so much astonishment in you. Even after the initial shock, we remain in awe. The more we witness, the more desensitized we become. Now, when something unexpected occurs, if someone claims it's your doing, we all accept it without question. Summoning beasts, ninjutsu, taijutsu, and even prophetic abilities. Your understanding of ninjutsu reveals possibilities we never anticipated. It seems that whatever you assert will inevitably come to pass, which sometimes makes me feel that you and I belong to entirely different worlds. Ryuma was taken aback. He had anticipated Han's response, whether she accepted or rejected it. He understood her perspective. Since childhood, she had established her roots in Konoha alongside him and Jiraiya, forming bonds with friends and even family. It was only natural that she would be reluctant to leave. Thus, Ryuma had considered that if she refused, they could continue exploring the village outskirts together, as they had done in their youth. Yet, he was surprised by her swift agreement, without even inquiring for reasons. When shall we depart? I need to prepare in advance. Tomorrow.